Chapter 1 Doomsday Game. Son, come out for breakfast. My head hurts. Where am I? Who is calling me? Muchini covered his aching head, his body shaking uncontrollably. A hazy figure seemed to flash before his eyes, and the figure stretched out a hand to him. He tried hard to hold the other party, but the owner of the figure was getting farther and farther away from him. Son, come out and have breakfast. A gentle female voice sounded again, and the voice was getting closer and closer to him. This voice seems to be his mother? But I just feel something is weird. The beautiful figure in Muchini's mind gradually faded away. He opened his sleepy eyes, looked at his bedroom, and responded subconsciously. Mom, put breakfast on the table. I'll get up and eat it later. Crack. Suddenly, the mother opened the door and said with a strange, stiff smile that looked like a fake smile. Son, why don't you get up for breakfast? Muchini was a little surprised by his mother's reaction, but he still smiled and said, Mom, don't worry about me. I'll get up and go eat. But the moment he smiled, the strange smile on the mother's face suddenly became eerie and terrifying. Son, you are a sheep. A mechanical tone came out of the mother's mouth. What sheep? Muchini asked subconsciously. But then he saw his mother's face turn green at a speed visible to the naked eye. This green is not iron blue, but is exactly the same color as spinach, as if it was dyed with a layer of green dye. Seeing the change in his mother, he couldn't help but ask, Mom, what's wrong with you? Why did you look like this? Ho ho! An unknown voice came out of the mother's mouth, and then Muchini saw a horrifying scene. I saw something like foam secreting from my mother's mouth. Her face became increasingly blue, and her eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out of their sockets. Click! Really got out. A pair of eyeballs popped out like springs, but these eyeballs were connected by some strips of flesh and blood, which seemed to prevent the eyeballs from actually falling to the ground. When this scene happened before his eyes, Muchini's cerebellum shrank for a moment. Suddenly, crack! Mother suddenly rushed to the bed, and a pair of iron blue hands suddenly grabbed Muchini's neck. Before Muchini could react, his mother's big hands tightly grasped his neck, exerting force continuously, trying to break his neck. Muchini was so suffocated that he couldn't speak. He opened his mouth wide and tried hard to breathe. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape his fate of death. When he was dying, he vaguely saw layers of iron blue hair appearing on his mother's cheeks. Crack! His neck was broken by the huge force. Muchini, dead. Cough cough cough. In the same bedroom. Muchini suddenly sat up from the bed, and subconsciously reached for his neck which had just been twisted. But the neck he touched was intact and smooth. He was breathing heavily with lingering fear. What had just happened was too real. It didn't seem like a dream at all. It was as if his mother had really turned into a green-haired monster and reached out to strangle his neck. He raised his head and looked around at the familiar room. This is his bedroom and also their home. Etc. How did he get back home? Isn't he studying in another city? He was startled and began to try to recall what happened when he woke up. He remembered that he confessed his love to the girl he liked in the afternoon, and after being rejected outright, he went to a barbecue stall with his roommate to get drunk. He couldn't remember what happened afterwards, but he remembered clearly that he was drinking near the university. How come when he woke up, he suddenly found himself back home hundreds of kilometers away from the university? He was somewhat puzzled. The scenes that happened just before his death were truly horrifying. Bite. Suddenly, a crisp mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Then, a light screen with several lines of blood-red fonts appeared in front of him. Welcome host to the Doomsday Game. The purpose of this game is to allow players to experience the pleasure they have never experienced in reality. The content of the game is, all players who participate in this game will randomly participate in a game about the coming of the global doomsday every week. The location of each game is in a parallel world that is 100% identical to Blue Planet. Everything that happens in the parallel world will not affect reality. The following is the host information. Name, Muchini. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 0. Special abilities, none. Resurrection coin, 0 tip. This game will give a new player a resurrection coin for free. After using the resurrection coin, you can choose to leave this doomsday directly, or go back in time to 5 minutes before the host's death. When using the second function, there must be no other players around, otherwise it will be defaulted to leaving this doomsday and returning to reality. Number of draws, 1. Welcome to the game, Doomsday, I wish you a happy game. Mu Chini. He understood that he seemed to have traveled through time and space to a game called Doomsday. But how did he end up in this damn Doomsday game? Wasn't he drinking with his 3 roommates? Drunk and hallucinating? Also, looking at the introduction of this game, there should be more than one player participating in this game, and as a newbie, he has a resurrection coin that allows him to leave here at any time. Etc. Where are the resurrection coins? He looked at the column resurrection coins, 0 on the light screen in front of him, and he felt sick. So, being strangled to death by his mother just now was not a dream, but a real thing. He was already dead at the time and automatically used his resurrection coin, and the game defaulted to the option for him to refuse to leave this doomsday and choose to go back in time for 5 minutes. Oh shit. What a ripoff. Now how should he leave here and complete the game? Just when he was doubting his life. Son, come out for breakfast. My mother's strange, gentle voice came from outside the room. But his mother's voice sounded eerie and sinister to his ears. Hearing this life-threatening voice, Muchini finally understood why he felt strange when he heard his mother's words before. Because his mother never spoke to him in such a gentle tone. This is not his mother. To be precise, this is not his real mother. Son, come out and have breakfast. While he was hesitating, his mother's gentle voice sounded again from outside the door. He even heard his mother's footsteps approaching his bedroom door. It seemed as if his door would be opened at any time. Chapter 2 Death Sigh, I can see my own death. Hearing the mother's voice getting closer and closer to the door of the room, the strong desire to survive made Muchini constantly think of countermeasures in his mind. How did he die just now? By the way, he seemed to smile at Mom, and then Mom strangled him to death? Thinking of this, the corners of Muchini's mouth twitched. He now had no time to think about how to return to reality, or whether he could go back. He has to consider how he can survive in front of his mother who can turn into a green-haired monster. By the way, Mother had always had this fake smile on her face before. Crack. The door rang. The strange and gentle voice of Mother sounded again. Son, why don't you get up for breakfast? The atmosphere of crisis filled the air, making it difficult for Muchini to breathe. This time, he didn't have the resurrection coin. If his mother killed him, he would be really dead. His brain was working frantically, and the mechanical fake smile of his mother just now flashed through his mind. If I could describe my mother's fake smile in one word, it looks a lot like the smile of a toy robot in a toy store. It's very fake and gives people a weird and creepy feeling. Boom! One of Mother's feet has already stepped into the door. At the critical moment, Muchini's face was almost instantly covered with that fake smile, and he looked up at his mother with a smile. I'll eat right away, Mother. His voice was also cold, without any emotion. But if you listen carefully, you can still hear a slight tremor in his tone. The mother paused. Muchini looked at the inhuman monster in front of him who looked exactly like his mother. He maintained a fake smile with a stiff expression, but his fingers on the bed were firmly gripping the bed. A full 2 minutes passed. The expression on the mother's face was frozen before she regained her weird fake smile. Son, come out early to have breakfast. Mom is going to work first. After saying that, she faced Muchini and backed away. When she reached the door, she turned around and said, Son, we're having fish at noon, remember to go to the market and buy 2 fish. Yes, Mother. Muchini maintained his previous smile and replied in a stiff tone. The mother then nodded, opened the door and left, closing the door behind her. When his mother left, Muchini subconsciously wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. But he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that at the door of the room, which was not completely closed, there was a shadow lingering on the ground. Mother is still outside the door. This horrifying scene almost made Muchini lose his concentration. He used all his strength to maintain the strange expression of artificial intelligence, sat on the bed with a fake smile, and was reluctant to get up. The shadow at the door still hasn't disappeared. This situation lasted for about 5 minutes, and just when Muchini thought he had seen the shadow wrongly, the shadow then disappeared silently and left the door. Mother finally left. Muchini finally breathed a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. He didn't dare go to the door. If he opened the door and saw his mother's fake smiling face, he would be scared to death. Now that he was out of danger, he had time to study his own system. System introduction. This is the Doomsday game, and the Doomsday has come here. which means that in this blue planet world that is the same as the real world, there is a strange doomsday place. However, this doomsday is random, and he doesn't know what this random doomsday is for the time being. But with the experience of death before, he could vaguely guess that the doomsday he encountered this time had a lot to do with his mother turning into that green-haired monster. So what is this end? Besides, he noticed a message on the system interface, number of draws, 1. Lottery, what is this lottery? A newbie package? There was hope in his eyes. Ding, every novice will have a chance to draw a free prize, and will have a 100% chance of drawing in a level or higher reward. The host can now choose to draw a prize. Twitch, twitch, twitch. Moochini couldn't wait to draw a more powerful skill. It would be best if he had a superpower or something. If he met the green-haired monster who pretended to be his mother again, he would just punch her and send her flying. Ding, the lottery begins. In front of Moochini, a huge roulette wheel suddenly appeared. On the roulette wheel, there are 4 levels, SSS, SS, S, and A. Then the roulette wheel began to spin wildly. Moochini stared at the SSS level, hoping in his heart, God, it must be SSS level. If I can get SSS level, I would be single for 20 years. I don't know if it was hope that worked, but the roulette needle actually pointed to the SSS position. Moochini. Oh God, I was just joking with you. You can't really let me be single for 20 years, right? Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the SSS level skill, Eye of Death. Eye of Death, the host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. Cooling time in this instance, 60 minutes cooling time in reality, 7 days. See the scene of your next death? Moochini's curiosity was aroused, and he tried. Use Death Eye? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been sucked away. As if he was pulled into another time and space, he possessed the body of a person. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This seems to be the sound of a clock? An image of a clock gradually appeared in front of his eyes. The hour hand on the clock was between 11 and 12, and the minute hand was at the bottom 6. The time was 11:30? Wait, isn't this his clock? His gaze gradually moved downwards. It was the TV under the clock, which was also the TV in his home. Just when Moochini was wondering what was going on. Crack, crack, crack. There was a sound of unlocking the front door of the house, and the second sound was the sound of the lock being unlocked and the door being opened. He noticed that his mother was walking towards him with that weird mechanical smile. Son, where is the fish I asked you to buy? Chapter 3 You are really a sheep. Son, where is the fish I asked you to buy? From Moochini's perspective, mother asked faintly. Then Moochini felt a feeling of fear rising in his heart. This perspective of his was himself. To be precise, it is him in the future. The emotions he felt at this moment were also the emotions that would emerge when this happened to him in the future. Mother, mother, I forgot. The future him tried his best to keep calm. Forgot? The mother's artificial intelligence-like smile froze, and then she revealed a strange expression, son, so you are a sheep. The mechanical tone came out of the mother's mouth again. This sentence again. When Moochini, who was watching the game, saw this moment, he was so frightened that his hair stood on end. The mother in front of him suddenly stretched out her iron blue hands and grabbed the neck of his future body tightly. Mother turned into the green-haired monster again, and her eyeballs popped out. Crack. A feeling of suffocation came along with extreme pain. Future body, dead. His thoughts gradually returned to him, and Moochini fell down on the bed, breathing heavily. He returned to reality, the immersive feeling just now disappeared, and he was still alive. Is this the Eye of Death? He thought with lingering fear, is that scene just now the result of my future death? Eye of Death is indeed an SSS level skill. This immersive feeling makes him think that he has died again. He forced himself to calm down and think carefully about what he had just seen from the first-person perspective. The future body died at 11:30, and his mother returned home at 11:30. When she returned home, she saw that he had not bought any fish, so she killed him. The condition for death is not buying the fish before the mother returns home. However, based on his understanding of himself, it was not surprising that the future body died in this way, because when the future body realized that the world he lived in was a world full of dangers, he would definitely not rashly leave his temporarily safe home. As a result, the fish was not bought before 11:30 and died in the hands of its mother. There are only 2 things he can do at the moment. One is to stay at home, at least there is no one at home and it is safe after his mother leaves. Another option is to go out and call the police to catch this monster called Mother. But the second option was very risky, because he didn't know how many green-haired monsters there would be at this doomsday. "Son, I'm going to work." At this time, the voice of Mother sounded outside the door. Muchini, who was thinking, was startled, but he immediately replied in a stiff voice, "Okay." Then he heard the footsteps of his mother and the sound of the door closing after she left home. But having learned from the previous experience of his mother standing at the door of the room, he did not go out immediately. Instead, he waited in the room for another half an hour before he pushed the door and left his room. When he walked into the living room, the first thing he looked at was the clock on the TV. 9:32. The time is now 9:32, and there are only 2 hours left before my mother comes back. And his death I will be restored to cool down in half an hour. That is 10:02. The place where he bought the fish was more than 2 kilometers away from home, and about 5 kilometers round trip. Even if he jogged back and forth, it would take more than half an hour. So, he now only has one chance to use the Eye of Death. Because the third time the Eye of Death was used was at 11:02, if he stayed at home and used the Eye of Death at 11:02, he would not have time to buy fish. Since he couldn't buy fish and couldn't get any useful information from the 3 times of death eye, he would definitely die at the hands of Mother. He only has one margin for error. If he doesn't get any information when using the Eye of Death the second time, he will have to go out to buy fish. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and after making his plans, he sat on the sofa and watched the clock on the TV slowly turn. Time seems to pass by so slowly. I don't know how much time passed. Finally, the clock struck 10:02. Muchini said immediately, "Use the Eye of Death." The feeling of having my soul sucked away appears again. He felt as if he was being pulled out, and a few seconds later, he was possessed by a body. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of phone calls rang in his ears, and he once again entered the watching perspective. "Hello, this is the XX Street Public Security Bureau." The call was connected, and a woman's businesslike voice came from the other end. "Go and catch my mother, she is a monster, a green-haired monster." This is the hurried voice of the future body. She is working in Huidong Textile Factory now. Her name is Bai Xiaomei, she is 49 years old. The future body couldn't wait to tell every detail of his mother's identity. "What?" The policewoman on the other end sounded confused for a moment. "I told you to arrest my mother. My mother is a monster." After the future body yelled this, his tone changed immediately. "Of course, I can go to your police station, but you have to protect my safety." After he said this, there was a pause on the other end of the phone. "Xiao Chen, give me the phone." Muchini I vaguely heard a male voice coming from the other end of the phone. The next moment, his phone rang with the voice of the owner of the male voice. "Hello, sir, you just said on the phone that your mother turned into a monster, right? Who are you?" The future body asked vigilantly. "It's like this, I'm Zhang Qian, the director of the XX Street Public Security Bureau." The man introduced himself and said in a gentle tone, "If you don't mind the trouble, please come to our Public Security Bureau and explain the situation in detail, okay? Of course, if you think your life is in danger, we can send police to help you." After hearing Zhang Qian's words, Muchini, who was watching the game, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the policeman was still a good person. But soon he became confused, because what the Eye of Death saw was the event of his next death. His death this time. Then he heard the future body say, "Okay, you can send the police to my house. My house is 202, Unit 1, Building 5, Fondo Garden." "Okay sir, we will be there in 3 minutes, please keep in touch with us." The phone call was hung up, and the future body was waiting nervously in the room. A few minutes later, he heard an alarm at the door. "The police car is here." After a few dozen seconds, there was a knock on the door. The future body walked forward and opened the door, and 2 smiling male policemen walked out. However, what made the future body a little uneasy was that the smiles on the faces of the 2 male policemen were extremely similar to the smile of the mother. It was that kind of hypocritical smile, as if they were using the same template. "Hello, are you the one who called the police to report a monster?" One of the male police officers asked him with a smile. "It's not me." The future body felt even more uneasy, and shook his head directly to deny it. "You entered the wrong door, please get out." When the 2 male policemen heard his words, their smiles became strange, and green hair gradually appeared on their faces. "You really are a sheep." Chapter 4, Xiao Chen is a human? You really are a sheep. The eyeballs of the 2 male policemen popped out. And within just a few seconds, They instantly turned into green-haired monsters and pounced towards Muchini. The ending is obvious. Future body, dead. Ah! Muchini suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath violently. The fear on his face became even stronger, and the pain and fear brought by the death just now lingered in his eyes. He died again. Even the uncle policeman who brings the most sense of security has turned into such a monster. How many monsters are there in this world? Why are even the police infected like this? He suddenly had an uneasy thought in his heart. What if, except for him and those players, everyone in the world turned into a monster? Thinking of this, he began to get scared. With so many monsters around, can he return to the real world alive? Although Eye of Death is an SSS level skill, this skill currently cannot allow him to find a way out. I have used the Death Eye twice. It takes more than half an hour to go back and forth to buy fish. He must go out to buy fish before using the Eye of Death next time. Thinking that there might be countless green-haired monsters in the outside world, the cells in his body were resisting. However, staying at home would mean the first death eye, a dead end. Gurgle. I felt a pang of hunger in my stomach. He subconsciously touched his stomach and looked at the milk and bread his mother had warmed for him on the dining table. Just like at home, his mother would give him hot milk and bread every morning. But, is this thing edible? He pinched the bread, and it was no different from reality. He poured out the milk again, and the milky white juice and the fragrant milk smell indicated that there was nothing wrong with the milk. But he still didn't dare to eat it. He was not sure whether eating this breakfast would trigger the death condition. There is also a possibility that not eating this breakfast will trigger the death conditions. Just like what death I saw for the first time, he was choked by his mother because he did not listen to his mother and went out to buy fish. If he doesn't listen to his mother and doesn't eat breakfast properly, will he be scolded by his mother? Thinking of this, Muchini couldn't help but wipe away the tears from his eyes. His life was like walking on thin ice. It's so difficult. I feel like no matter what I do, it's not the right answer and it's all a dead end. Finally, he ate his breakfast. Even though this is a doomsday game, we can't leave no chance of survival and let the players starve to death, right? What's more, these monsters have been imitating humans. Since they imitate humans to deceive these foreign players, they probably want to reveal their true identity with food. After dinner, he did not leave the room rashly, but stayed where he was, thinking about the scene that Death Eye replayed last time. When the first death replay occurred, he first looked at the time on the clock and determined that the time of his death was 11:30, which was when his mother returned home. And the reason was, he didn't buy any fish. In the second death replay, he did not directly enter the perspective of death, but first made a phone call to let him know that he was killed by the police who turned into monsters because he called the police. There is a difference in the duration of the two death replays. The first death replay lasted about 2 or 3 minutes. The second death replay lasted about 10 minutes. The second replay of his death included the police receiving his call, sending a police car here, and 2 policemen killing him. This series of actions lasted about 10 minutes. Why does the second death replay not start directly at home where 2 monsters in police uniforms kill him, but instead the timeline is moved forward to when he starts to call the police? He guessed this possibility. Could it be that in the death replay, these images would tell him the cause of his death in the form of a long timeline? Use 2 pictures to tell him what caused his death this time. For example, in the first death replay, his mother asked him to buy fish, but he did not buy the fish before his mother came home at 11:30. For example, the second time, was it because he called the police, and the monsters in the police station knew that he was a human, so they sent people to kill him? Of course, this reason is a bit far-fetched. Because even though the death replay started with 2 monsters in police uniforms killing him, he could still associate his death with the fact that he called the police. There is no need to show him the whole process of calling the police car arriving, and the police killing him. The second death replay lasted about 10 minutes, much longer than the first one. What was the reason? He began to carefully recall what he experienced in the death replay. Except for the 2 male policemen who turned into monsters. Pushing the timeline back to the beginning of the death replay, when he called the police, the person who answered the phone was a woman called Xiao Chen. But when he called the police and said his mother was a monster, the woman fell silent. Instead, there was another man who claimed to be the director, named Zhang Qian. When Zhang Qian heard him finish his story, he knew his human identity, so he sent 2 monster policemen to hunt him down. So, what about the other woman called Xiao Chen by Zhang Qian? When Xiao Chen learned that he had seen a monster, he first expressed doubts, and then remained silent until Zhang Chen answered the phone. After seeing the game panel, he learned that there were other players in this game. The woman named Xiao Chen seemed to be unaware of the monster's existence at first. Could the other party be a human, or another player? Suppose the other party is a player, and her occupation in reality happens to be a police officer, so the other party has just come to this world and is working as a police officer. The other party concealed his crime very well and was not discovered by the police. Until the last death replay, he called. Is this Xiao Chen really a human being? His eyes flickered, and he was a little unsure about this matter. Now he only has one life left, and making the wrong choice will lead to death. If Xiao Chen is really a human being, then what let him know that Xiao Chen is a human being was the scene in the death replay. Was it that the Eye of Death was intentionally revealing this key information to him? He thought about it carefully. Which is more likely to succeed, going to recognize the human like Xiao Chen or going to buy fish and then going home to report to the mother? But it is undeniable that even if he bought the fish back for his mother, the possibility of him exposing himself as a human being is definitely not low, as he lives with such a monster day and night, and even sits down to eat with it. Chapter 5: Monsters Everywhere. Mu Chenyi thought for a while and decided to take the risk and go meet Xiao Chen. In this doomsday game, players really need to stick together and keep each other warm. This isn't a survival game. Is there any benefit in killing other human players? He got dressed and prepared to leave his so-called home. But before leaving the room, he stood at the window and observed the environment outside. The environment outside is exactly the same as the environment where his family lives. In this parallel universe, except for the existence of those monsters, everything else is no different from reality. However, because of the existence of these monsters, this world is full of dangers. After observing for a while, he stood in front of the mirror and imitated the fake smiles that the monsters made when they pretended to be humans. The weird fake smile is the characteristic of all monsters. He wants to blend himself into the ranks of those monsters. After studying for more than 10 minutes, he rubbed his stiff cheeks and pushed open the door of the room. He maintained his fake smile and left the house. There were a few people walking around the community, and he made a point of observing them. These people used to be their neighbors, and he could even call some of them by name, but after he noticed the fake smiles on a few humans' faces, he stayed away from them as much as possible. These are all monsters. Although it is not necessarily possible to determine whether the other person is a monster or a human by observing their facial expressions, because even if there are humans living in this place full of monsters, they will choose to disguise themselves. But the proportion of monsters was obviously not small, and he didn't dare to bet on any one of them. This is no different from betting on whether a 6-round revolver will misfire when used to shoot someone. He didn't plan to go directly to the police station mentioned by Chief Zhang Qian in the death replay. After all, he wasn't sure what Xiao Chen looked like, and he couldn't get into the place where the police officers were received. Ordinary people can only enter the service hall of the police station and cannot enter the work area. So, what method does he need to use to meet that Xiao Chen? The time now is 10:24. If he can't see Xiao Chen, he will need to rush to buy fish. After leaving the community, the pedestrians he saw on the road still had fake smiles on their faces. It was terrifying to see him, a human being walking on the street. It's like coming to the blue planet ruled by artificial intelligence, where humans have become puppet-like creatures. He had plenty of time, so he first went to a large supermarket and bought a lighter and a bundle of fairy wands in a strange atmosphere. However, after observing, he found something interesting. The monsters here seem to be acting out human lives. If you ignore their expressions and only look at the tone of their conversations and their behaviors, it feels like there is no difference between this place and reality. Why do these monsters imitate humans? What are the benefits of their imitation of humans? Is there someone behind these monsters? The information he currently has is too little to support him in discovering the truth about this doomsday. He asked for a black bag and put the lighter and sparklers in it. He hailed a taxi in front of the supermarket. "Master, let's go to the Langang factory," he said to the driver. Then, Mu Chenyi noticed that the driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, and there was a strange fake smile on the driver's face. Is this driver also a monster? But he was now somewhat immune to encountering such monsters and responded with a smirk. "Young man, the Langang factory was burned down 10 years ago. People died there, and there is no one who is gloomy. What are you doing there?" The driver asked, his emotionless eyes observing Mu Chenyi through the rearview mirror. This behavior is very abnormal. Generally, when taxi drivers are picking up passengers, they either don't look at them or just glance at the rearview mirror and then look away. Even if the passenger behind is good-looking, taxi drivers will not observe their passengers repeatedly. The other party's behavior is very abnormal. Mucini noticed the taxi driver in the front row. His facial expression remained unchanged, but a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. After the air was still for 2 seconds, he spoke in a cold voice. "Master, is there something on my face that makes you keep looking back at me?" Although he was questioning, the fake smile on his expression did not change at all. After saying this, he began to look at the driver's reaction. "Sorry, I'm just curious about what you are doing at the Langon factory." After saying this, the driver stopped observing Mucini through the rearview mirror. "You don't have to worry about that." Mucini had a fake smile on his face, but he replied in a cold tone. After saying this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His guess turned out to be correct. All the monsters here were planned according to normal human life behaviors, and all the unreasonable things were tests. If he had allowed the driver to observe him through the rearview mirror, the driver would have definitely suspected that there was something wrong with him, because a normal person would give a reminder or warning when encountering such an impolite driver while riding in a car. And allowing the driver to observe me so unscrupulously must have something to hide. So he just chose to warn the driver in order to justify his identity as an ordinary passenger. He had nothing to hide, so he did this to dispel the driver's suspicion of him, including the temptations his mother put on him when he was at home. His mother never treated him so gently, so when she called him to eat in a gentle voice in the morning, it was a temptation. And because his mother knew him too well, he was full of flaws in front of his mother, who had turned into a monster. Bite. When the car arrived at the destination, the driver stopped, turned around and looked at him with that weird smile. "It's 12 yuan in total, WeChat or Alipay?" Mucini was silent for a while. After a while, he said quietly, "The police station is less than 3 kilometers away from here." "You're asking me for 12 yuan? The prices in Jiangchun where his parents live are not too high. The starting price of a taxi is 7 yuan. The distance here is no more than 3 kilometers, so obviously the price will not reach 12 yuan. If this taxi is not an illegal taxi, then the price the driver asked for is a second test for him." "Ha, just kidding, just give me $7 as the starting price." The driver let out a hearty laugh under his stiff and weird smile. It makes people feel uncomfortable. After paying the money, Mucini quickly left the taxi that made him feel uncomfortable. If time wasn't so tight, he would never have gotten into the car of these monsters. It is worth mentioning that the balance on his WeChat is exactly the same as in reality. There is no financial deduction in this doomsday game. After getting off the bus, he saw an abandoned factory standing in front of him. He looked at the time on his phone. The current time was 10:52. In 10 minutes, he would be able to activate the Eye of Death for the third time. He closed his eyes and began to think about the conversation he would have with Xiao Chen soon. How can I ask the other party out without being discovered by those monsters? And this was when he didn't know the other person's name or appearance. After thinking for a moment, he dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 6: Demonic Murder Case. "Hello, this is the XX Street Public Security Bureau." A familiar female voice was heard, and Mucini could tell that the owner of the voice was that Xiao Chen. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice of Xiao Chen. "Hello, I called the police." He thought for a moment and then said, "Officer Chen, can I tell you a story?" Xiao Chen on the other end of the phone? "How do you know my last name is Chen?" she asked subconsciously. Once upon a time, there was a couple who lived happily together. They had a boy. Mucini ignored Xiao Chen's words and continued, but one day, the boy disappeared. The couple called the police, but the police searched for several months and could not find the missing boy. Just when the couple was on the verge of collapse, a tip-off call came to the police station. It turned out that the warehouse manager of that factory found a charred body that looked like a human when he was cleaning up the waste in the warehouse. When the police took the DNA of the charred and broken body, they found that the body was the body of the missing boy who had been investigated for several months. When the parents saw their son's body being tortured into a mutilated state, they fainted because they couldn't bear the shock. The factory was also implicated by the body and closed down because the inspection team found that the factory had many substandard product materials, so construction was stopped directly. And the coincidence is that the murderer's parents were actually workers at this factory. Some people suspect that the murderer's parents were also involved in the murder, but there is really no evidence to prove it. After the victim's parents woke up, they did something that surprised everyone. They signed a letter of forgiveness to the murderer. Many people scolded this couple for compromising for money and not even seeking revenge for their own son. But the parents did something that no one expected. A few months later, when everyone had almost forgotten the news, the couple drugged the murderer and tied him up in an abandoned factory, and took revenge. Later, the law sentenced the parents to death. When Mucini said this, Xiao Chen on the other end of the phone suddenly interrupted him. "Sir, I am familiar with the case you are talking about. Are you expressing your dissatisfaction with the handling of this case? Listen to me." Mucini took a deep breath and continued. The parents stated in court that they did not regret the decisions they made. They have been tortured for the past few months. Almost every day, they dream of their tragically dead son. They dreamed that their son was on fire, with an extremely painful expression on his face, and he shouted at them with a hideous expression. "Mom and Dad, I'm in so much pain, please come to the factory and save me. They are all demons, many people here are demons, everyone is a demon. They want to burn me to death. Please save me, they want to kill me, please save me." When talking about his son's voice, Mucini's voice suddenly became rapid and ferocious. It seemed as if at this moment, the couple's son was really sending out a dying cry for help to his parents. "This gentleman. Officer Chen." Mucini interrupted the other party again, his tone becoming calmer. "I didn't know you before, but if it were you, would you save this boy who was about to be killed by the devil? Please make your choice." Having said that, he hung up the phone directly. He did not ask what the other party's choice was, because the other party's next behavior would be the other party's final choice. He closed his eyes. Next, it all depends on fate. The story he just told was a true event that happened 8 years ago. Demon murder case. The place where this murder took place is the Langong factory where he is now. The couple did kill the murderer, but the nightmare that the couple told in court later was something they made up themselves. And this message is also what he is conveying to Xiao Chen. There are demons all around, but he is a human being. He is in the Langong factory and is about to die. Come and save him. If Xiao Chen is a player who traveled from reality like him, he will most likely understand the hidden meaning behind his words. He repeatedly stressed that he did not know the other party before, but he knew the other party's surname was Chen. In addition, he did not mention the Langong factory in a single sentence on the phone, but every sentence was about the Langong factory. Finally, he asked the other party, "Are you willing to save this boy who was about to be killed by the devil?" In fact, he was telling the other party that he knew the existence of the monsters around him, but he didn't dare to say monster because he was afraid that saying the word monster would attract the attention of director Zhang Qian, so he changed it to devil. And his last sentence, "Everyone here is a devil," is also telling the other party that he is a human being, and the group of guys around him who are disguised as humans are all devils and monsters. Humans are emotional creatures, unlike those monsters. He didn't know whether Xiao Chen would come to find him, but he could only use this method to briefly explain his situation to the other party. He looked at the time, it was now 10:55, he would wait here until 11:02, which was when the cooldown of the third death eye was over. If the opponent decided to come looking for him, he would also be able to see it in the next death replay. Inside the Public Security Bureau. A room where 3 police dispatchers lived. Xiao Chen, who was on the phone just now. A man pushed the door open and walked in, asking a young and beautiful woman sitting in one of the seats. "Oh, it's a group of people who are dissatisfied with the final verdict of the demon murder case 8 years ago." The beautiful young woman smiled back, but this smile was also a fake smile imitating the monsters. "Oh, but you need to listen to whether the other party has any hints, because some of the callers are in danger and cannot directly express their plight," Zhang Qian said solemnly. "I understand, Director Zhang." The beautiful woman nodded and explained, "The person who just called should just be expressing his dissatisfaction with the verdict in the demon murder case. Judging from his emotional ups and downs, he doesn't seem like a caller who is in a difficult situation and can't directly express himself." Director Zhang could hear all the content of the calls made by these police officers, and when he asked her this time, he was also testing her behavior. If she concealed the truth completely for the person who called the police, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of Director Zhang Qian. "Okay, don't bother with calls like this anymore." After saying this, Zhang Qian turned and left. But the beautiful woman stayed where she was, thinking with a serious look in her eyes. The man who suddenly called her just now seemed to be a human being too? Chapter 7 Fatty. Mucini held the bag in his hand and kept looking at the factory entrance. At the same time, he was looking at the time on his watch. Time passed little by little, but no one came in from the factory entrance. Could it be that my hint was not accurate enough and Xiao Chen didn't understand it? When the time came to 11:02, Xiao Chen still did not appear, and the cooling time of Death Eye had just ended. Use Death Eye. As long as you play the role of a human being and keep your expression like a fake smile to those monsters, you should be able to survive this doomsday game safely. Is this a man's voice? This man's voice is a little shrill and his breath is stronger. He seems to be a fat man? This was Mu Chenyi's first judgment. Generally, in the eyes of death, hearing appears first, followed by vision. Soon, a fat man who looked like a fat otaku appeared in front of him. The fat man was holding a handful of spicy strips and muttered. But you two revealed your human identities in the vegetable market, so you can't go out during this period. However, my basement is to prevent zombies from a catastrophic doomsday, and I have stored several years of food. I can easily keep you in there until the end of this doomsday. I really don't know whether you are young and fearless or just have bad luck. Two of you went to the market to buy fish, but you were surrounded by these green-haired monsters. Two people? Mu Chenyi was confused, and he didn't know if the future body had sensed his thoughts, so he turned his head and glanced at the woman beside him. What a beautiful woman! This was his first impression. The woman looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. She seemed to have just graduated from college and was only a few years older than him. Is this Xiao Chen? But soon, he inexplicably felt that this woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Is it true, as circulated on the internet, that men feel that pretty girls look familiar? What should we do now? This is what Xiao Chen said. You have no choice but to stay here with me and survive this apocalypse. Otherwise, you two are already wanted, and it will be useless to hide anywhere. After the fat man said this in a bad mood, he pushed open the bathroom door in front of the two of them and pressed a handprint on the toilet. Crack! A magical scene happened. The toilet suddenly cracked in front of them. Yes, the kind that split in half, revealing an underground passage inside. How about it, is it secret? The fat man held the toilet with one hand and put the other hand on his waist, looking at the future body and Xiao Chen proudly. Secret! The future body in Xiao Chen's mouths twitched. Is this the entrance to the underground base that humans can think of? Don't worry. I spent tens of millions to build this basement. It's absolutely safe. As long as it's not a doomsday of destruction, you can stay here until the end of it. The fat man patted his chest to make a promise and led the two of them into the underground passage. The future body and Xiao Chen looked at each other and followed the fat man into the depths. The passage was very deep, and they walked for more than 10 minutes. As they walked, the fat man boasted. I'm not bragging to you two, this passage has a total of 8 levels. If those monsters dare to come here, they will definitely never come back. The investment of tens of millions was obviously not bragging. Mu Chenyi did see many sharp weapons in the passage, and even some hot weapons. The walls of the passages here are made of alloy, which gives a great sense of security. But Mu Chenyi, who was watching the battle, didn't feel safe at all, because this is his death replay. This fat guy said this base was impeccably safe, but they died? The death replay continued. He fatty, and Xiao Chen passed through a long passage and finally came to a place. Game room? There are many electronic game machines here, including shooting games, fighting games, racing games, music games and other entertainment machines, as well as racing simulators, basketball games and shooting game machines. Mu Chenyi even saw a claw machine at the back of the hall. You guys can sit and play around. Although there's no internet, many things here are single-player games that have been downloaded. There's also a small supermarket in the back, but the supermarket is full of high-calorie foods that I like to eat. You guys can just make do with what you have. I can't cook anyway. The fat man introduced casually, took out a box of snacks from the supermarket, and sat in front of the computer to play games. Seeing that the future body and Xiao Chen were still very restrained, the fat man said helplessly. Don't worry. If you're really worried, there are surveillance cameras in my room. You can go and watch them. Those green-haired monsters can't get in. I'm going to check the surveillance. Xiao Chen said, and walked into the monitoring room where the fat man went. I'll go take a look too. The future body followed. Mu Chenyi's gaze followed the movement of the future body and came to a monitoring room filled with monitors. Soon he noticed that the monitoring room seemed to be monitoring a certain villa area. Villa area. He looked carefully and found that the villa area in the surveillance footage was the Fuyang Villa area in the center of Jiangchang. When this villa area was first built, the entire Jiangchang was covered with advertisements. He was still in school at the time and noticed the advertisements, so he remembered this place. Most of these surveillance cameras are located near Villa number 5. Does this fat man live in Villa number 5? But then, his expression changed. Because he noticed that many humans were approaching Villa number 5 where they were. These humans walked in unison, with strange fake smiles on their faces, and were approaching Villa area number 5 step by step. As these humans approached, figures began to walk out of the surrounding villas one after another. Lao Wang. The future body hurriedly shouted to the fat man outside the monitoring room. What's wrong? The fat man was playing games. I think you need to come and see for yourself. After hearing what the future body said, the fat man reluctantly put down the video game in his hand and walked to the monitoring room with a twisted waist. Fuck. Seeing the scene on the screen, the fat man exclaimed, "Why are there so many green-haired monsters? What should we do now?" Xiao Chen asked in panic. After a brief panic, the fat man quickly calmed down. My underground fortress is impregnable. Those guys can't get in. Just watch. He stuffed potato chips into his mouth and was in no mood to play games. He simply sat here and watched the surveillance with the two of them. The future body and Xiao Chen felt a lot more relieved after seeing the fat man's expression. But only Muchini, who was watching the battle, had his heart beating violently. They walked into the villa. The future body suddenly said. And on the surveillance footage, a group of green-haired monsters disguised as humans walked into Villa number 5 one by one. Chapter 8. The enemy's methods are cruel. Don't worry, the villa is just a superficial barrier. They won't be able to find the entrance to the basement. The fat man's emotions were still relatively stable at this time. But what none of the three of them expected was that those monsters disguised as humans actually walked towards the bathroom with a very clear goal. The first person walking was an old lady in cleaning clothes with a weird smile on her face. When she walked to the toilet, her eyeballs popped out with a click, and her face turned into the color of vegetables at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crack! She stretched out a pair of big, iron blue hands and directly broke the toilet into two halves. Fuck, how do they know about my secret basement? The fat man exclaimed. What should we do now? Asked the future body. It doesn't matter. I still have 8 checkpoints. They are impregnable. They can't get in. Although the fat man pretended to be calm, his hands were still shaking as he lit a cigarette. On the surveillance camera, shortly after the group of green-haired monsters stumbled into the underground passage, a layer of alloy wall blocked their way. This is the first layer of barrier mentioned by the fat man. Bang! The green-haired old lady who was in the first place stretched out her big hands that were as hard as steel and slapped them on the alloy wall. The group of humans behind her also turned into green-haired monsters and stretched out their big hands to slap the alloy walls. When the fat man saw this scene, he couldn't help but said proudly, "Humph, my 8-layer alloy wall is as solid as..." Crack! Before the fat man finished saying the word golden soup, the wall in the surveillance video was broken through by the group of green-haired monsters as if it was made of paper. And when the first wall was easily pierced, the fat on the fat man's cheeks trembled. Run, run! He ran towards the video game room in a hurry. Why? The future body and Xiao Chen asked in confusion as they caught up with him, don't you still have 7 barriers? The defensive power of those 7 barriers is exactly the same as the first barrier. The fat man has found another escape route and is ready to run away. Is this what you call an impregnable fortress? The future body's voice rose a few notes. The defensive power of the 8 barriers is exactly the same, which means that if the monsters can break through the first wall, they can naturally break through the subsequent walls as well, right? Thinking of the first barrier that was as thin as paper, the faces of the future body and Xiao Chen darkened. Hurry up and run with me, I didn't know these beasts were so aggressive. Although the fat man was big in build, he ran slightly faster than his future body. As he ran, he panted and complained. You two have exposed our identities as humans. In this type of catastrophic doomsday, exposing our identities is a very stupid act. As they talked, they ran into another passage. There is another exit? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Of course. The fat man said proudly, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Am I not smarter than a rabbit? It's okay to prepare one more way out, right? Wang Zichen, this was the first time Muchini knew the name of this fat man. After the 3 men passed through the passage, they came to a parking garage where 2 armored vehicles were parked. Where did you get these armored vehicles? Asked the future being in surprise. This thing is not something you can get easily. No time to explain, get in the car first. The fat man sat directly in the driver's seat, and the future body and Xiaochen sat in the back seat. Fasten your seatbelts, we're off. After the fat man said this, he started the armored vehicle. Boom! The door of the underground warehouse opened, and the armored vehicle driven by the fat man flew out with a whoosh. At this time, Mu Chinyi noticed that they had arrived outside the villa area, and the place where the fat man stopped in the underground garage was actually under a public toilet. How much does this fat guy like to build his secret base under the toilet? Then, he saw the fat man in the front seat controlling the steering wheel with one hand and making a phone call with the other. Hey, Lao Zhao, I've been discovered. I'm going to hide at your place. Oh, I have 2 new people here, a boy and a girl. I'm taking care of them. His driving skills were extremely superb, and he drove at a speed of nearly 100 miles per hour on a road full of vehicles. The armored vehicle roared and knocked away any ordinary vehicle it encountered. Countless humans crawled out from the knocked away vehicles, and after a twitch, their bodies turned into green-haired monsters and chased after them. These green-haired monsters run like zombies, which is extremely scary to look at. As the armored vehicle moved forward at high speed, it knocked over one vehicle after another, which also resulted in a dense crowd of green-haired monsters following behind the vehicle. These green-haired monsters look extremely disgusting. The future body can even see the disgusting unknown liquid on the green-haired monsters sticking to the glass through the rear windshield, which is nauseating. But we have to mention that they seem to have made a big fuss this time. Countless green-haired monsters pounced over as if they were risking their lives. Some rode on the roof of the car, while others held on to the handlebars tightly with their hands and actually hung on the armored vehicle. Damn it! The fat man in the driver's seat cursed softly, and manipulated the vehicle with his hands extremely deftly. He actually relied on the strength of the armored vehicle to carve out a way out. And in front of them is the highway. Fatty, what are you doing on the highway? The future body shouted. Old Zhao's family lives in the suburbs. The fat man shouted back. The noise outside was so loud that Mu Chinyi almost couldn't hear clearly. Just as the armored vehicle was about to enter the highway. Sudden. A huge black shadow suddenly fell. Bang! A heavy object hit the front of the armored vehicle hard, and the glass in front of the armored vehicle was directly dented. The future body also fainted under this huge impact. Before he passed out, he noticed that the object that hit the armored vehicle was actually a thick telephone pole. As the future body fainted, Mu Chinyi, who was watching the battle, also had a dark vision. I don't know how long it took. When the future body woke up again, Mu Chinyi saw countless green-haired monsters pounced on him and gnawing at his body. Severe pain all over the body. He could even clearly feel the pain of his flesh and blood being eaten by these monsters. A few seconds later. Future body, dead. The time went back to 11:02, and Mu Chinyi gradually came back to his senses from the death replay. While using Dead Eye, no matter how long the death replay lasts, only a few seconds will pass in reality. This time, his Eye of Death lasted for more than half an hour, which was the longest of the 3 times he used the Eye of Death. Taking into account the time when the future body was unconscious, the duration may have been even longer. He rubbed his skin. This kind of immersive viewing of the battle was not pleasant at all. But this time, the amount of information absorbed by the Eye of Death is a bit too much. First, he met the girl named Chen and found out what she looked like. It seems that the other party received the information conveyed in the phone call when he called the police, so he came to the Langang factory to see Mu Chinyi. Then Xiaochen accompanied him to the market to buy fish, but because of something, the 2 of them revealed their identities as humans. Later, they were rescued by a fat man named Wang Zichen. What happened next is easy to understand. They implicated the fatty, and finally the group of green-haired monsters broke into the fatty's villa and forced them into a desperate situation. Finally, when the fatty drove the car out, he was hit by a telephone pole, and they died at the hands of the green-haired monsters. The enemy's methods were extremely cruel, and he died miserably. In addition to this information, he began to think about what the fat man Wang Zichen said. The other party said that this copy is a disaster-level Doomsday and there is also a destruction-level Doomsday. These should be some settings of the game Doomsday? It seems that the fat man is an old player. Later, when he called Lao Zhao, he said that there were 2 new people in his car. So, are he and that Xiaochen both newcomers? Chapter 9 Chen Weiner. While Mu Chinyi was thinking, his eyes were also looking far away at the factory gate. After the last encounter with the Eye of Death, he knew that Xiao Chen would definitely appear in front of him in the next while. A few minutes later, a beautiful woman wearing the same clothes as in the death replay appeared at the factory gate. When he saw the other person, he immediately took out a fairy wand from his bag, lit it, and waved it to signal the woman. The lit fairy wand was extremely abrupt, and it also made the woman notice Mu Chenyi's location at the first moment. Puff! The woman couldn't help laughing when she saw Mu Chenyi waving the fairy wand. Mu Chenyi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the woman showing a non-fake smile that was unique to humans. It seems that the person in front of me is the human Xiao Chen. The woman walked up to him, glanced at the fairy wand in his hand, and said teasingly, "Why didn't you shout, 'Mom and Dad, come and save me'?" She was talking about the story of the demon murder case told by Mu Chenyi. "If you want to hear it, I can shout it again." Mu Chenyi made a joke, then asked curiously, "How did you ask for leave from your boss?" "I still have 2 days off this month that I haven't used yet. I just received the call and came straight to you." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to him. "Hello, my name is Chen Wanner. How did you know me?" "My skills helped me know that you are a human," Mu Chenyi explained, and stretched out his hand to hold hers. Mu Chenyi. There was a strange flash in Chen Wanner's eyes. "Mr. Mu, you don't seem very old?" "I'm still in college, and I got into this game for no apparent reason. By the way, how many times have you participated in this game?" Mu Chenyi asked. "It's my first time too." Chen Wanner's eyebrows drooped, her tone a little lonely. "When I first came here, I found that everyone around me had turned into monsters. I was scared to death. You just almost died, but I died as soon as I crossed over." Mu Chenyi complained in his heart that his resurrection coins were used up as soon as he appeared. "What should we do next?" Chen Wanner looked at him expectantly. "I was planning to discuss this with you and get ready to buy some fish, but now it seems we may have other things to do." Mu Chenyi thought about it and decided to change his strategy. He is going to find Wang Zichen. Both Chen Wanner and he are newcomers, so he can't get any useful information from Chen Wanner. The other party probably has less information than him, so he didn't bother to ask. Wang Zichen is an old player and must have participated in more than one Doomsday event. Just looking at the underground base built by the other party and the 2 armored vehicles, it can be seen that the other party was well prepared. And more importantly, if he didn't buy the fish, his and Chen Wanner's human identities would not be exposed. "Buy fish?" Chen Wanner looked at him curiously. "What are you planning to do by calling me over here?" "You'll know soon enough." Mu Chenyi glanced at the cooling time of the Eye of Death, and after thinking about it, he decided to call his mother. According to the information he had, as long as he played the role of human well, he would be able to survive this doomsday safely, so as long as he maintained his identity with his mother, he would not be exposed. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected in just a few seconds. "Mom, I'm going to have lunch with my classmates at noon today, so I won't go home." Mu Chenyi forced himself to imagine the monster on the other end of the phone as his mother in real life, and spoke more naturally. "What? Didn't I say I'd cook fish for you at noon? Why did you go out to eat?" The dissatisfied voice of the mother came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, Mom, you guys do something. I've already promised my classmates that I'll buy the fish later. I'll hang up now. My classmates are calling me." After saying that, Mu Chenyi hung up the phone. This conversation is also the daily conversation pattern between him and his mother in real life. As long as his mother doesn't see his expression, nothing should go wrong. "Isn't your mother a monster?" Chen Wanner, who was standing by, waited until he finished the call before asking curiously. "It is a monster, but we have to follow the rules of this doomsday and play our original identities well, and then we can survive this doomsday safely," Mu Chenyi explained to her. "So that's how it is." Chen Wanner showed a look of understanding. But soon, she said a little embarrassedly, "This is my first time participating in this game, and I don't understand a lot of things." "But Mr. Mu, you don't look like this is your first time participating in this game, you seem very mature. Once you die a few times, you will mature," Mu Chenyi whispered. "What?" Chen Wanner seemed not to hear clearly what he said. "Nothing. Do you want to report this to your family? We probably won't be able to go home for the next period of time." Mu Chenyi changed the subject. "There's no need to report. My family is not in Jiangcheng, and I have always lived alone in this city." Chen Wanner shook her head. "So that's how it is. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you a question." Mu Chenyi looked at her beautiful face and asked curiously, "Are you famous in real life?" Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere? He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. When he saw Chen Wanner in the death replay, he felt that Chen Wanner looked familiar. Many men say this to me when they see me. Chen Wanner rolled her eyes at him. Are you trying to pick up girls like me, little brat? Mu Chinny. He really felt that Chen Wanner looked very familiar. Since we don't have to report to our family, let's go to this place. Mu Chinny opened the map on his phone and showed it to the other party, pointing to the Fuyang Villa area on it. Although the mobile phone cannot connect to the internet, the Jiangcheng map can still be viewed. What are you doing here? Do you live here? Chen Wanner looked at him in surprise. You can't judge a person by his appearance. You don't look like a rich man. Mu Chinny. Why is Chen Wanner so vicious? He said he seemed to have seen the other person before, and he was definitely not trying to strike up a conversation on purpose. It's not my home. Let's go here to find our other companions. He could only explain helplessly. Other humans? Chen Wanner was surprised. Mu Chinny nodded. Let's take a taxi. No, let's walk over. The shadow of taking a taxi just now has not yet disappeared. Good. Half an hour later, the two walked to the location of the Fuyang Villa district. However, the second problem that stood in front of the two was that there were security guards at the gate of the villa area, and non-owners and friends of owners were not allowed to enter. The two were stopped. Hello, please ring the doorbell of Villa number 5 for me and tell Wang Zichen that we were sent by Lao Zhao to pick up something. Mu Chinny showed a monster's unique fake smile. Why don't you call him? The security guard asked suspiciously. If he doesn't answer the phone, how can I come here to find him? Mu Chinny's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was full of dissatisfaction. The security guard believed it a little more at this time, because the owner of Villa number 5 was indeed called Wang Zichen. So he called Villa number 5. Hello, who is this? The next moment, the fat man's familiar voice in the death replay was heard. Chapter 10 Prophecy Skills. Hello, owner. Two people are looking for you. They claim to be sent by Lao Zhao to pick up something. By the way, they know your name. The security guard explained the meaning concisely. Sent by Lao Zhao? Wang Zichen paused for a moment before speaking. Let them in. After the call ended, the security guard let the two in. The two entered the Fuyang Villa district. Mu Chinny had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery here, and pulled Chen Wanner directly to Villa number 5. At this time, Wang Zichen had already opened the gate of the yard and was standing at the door waiting for them. Seeing Mu Chinny and Chen Wanner appear, Wang Zichen knew that these two guys were looking for him. He opened his mouth and prepared to say something. Old Wang, please stop talking and let us in. Mu Chinny directly interrupted Wang Zichen's questioning, stepped forward, put his arm around Wang Zichen's shoulders, and dragged him towards the villa. If it's not me, who are you? Wang Zichen was completely stunned. Does he recognize this guy? But looking at the rich and varied expressions on this guy's face, the other party is a player, not those monsters. Just like that, the three of them walked into the villa. 1 minute later. Who are you? I don't remember you two being among the players in Jiangcheng. Wang Zichen sat on the sofa and looked at the two of them with a serious expression. Also, what is your relationship with Lao Zhao? Hearing this question, Chen Wanner also looked at Mu Chinny in confusion. She had heard Mu Chinny say that he was looking for Wang Zichen and thought that they knew each other, but she didn't expect that Wang Zichen didn't know Mu Chinny at all. My name is Mu Chinny, she is Chen Wanner, we are the first batch of players to participate in this, Doomsday. Mu Chinny said. The first batch of players to participate? Wang Zichen was obviously a little surprised. Yes, as for how I found it on you, it was because of the skill I drew. All players have the opportunity to draw a skill when they first enter Doomsday, and the skill level drawn is at least A level. This is no secret among players. What skill did you draw? The fat man's curiosity was immediately aroused. Before this, I didn't know Chen Wanner, nor did I know you, but my skills allowed me to see some scenes of the future, so I contacted Chen Wanner and found you at the same time. Mu Chinny explained. He basically told the truth. Telling the truth is the best way to gain trust. But the main reason was that he had a good impression of the fat man when he used the Eye of Death last time. After all, in the previous death replay, not only was it the fatty who saved them, but at the last moment, although the fatty kept complaining that their identities were exposed, he still did not give up on them. Fuck. The fat man jumped up when he heard his words. You're amazing, kid. Child. No, brother, you are amazing. The fat man was so excited that he started to speak incoherently. Prophecy skills. You actually drew a prophecy skill. Mu Chini. Are prophecy skills rare? Chen Wan'er also looked at Mu Chini with great curiosity. It was obvious that she didn't know what prophecy skills were. After being excited for a while, Wang Zichen sat directly next to Machinii and held Machinii's big hand tightly. Brother, what level of prediction skill do you have? Never mind, this is everyone's secret, I can't ask. The fat man felt a little abrupt as soon as he finished asking, so he changed the way he asked. Brother, what future scene did you see with your prediction skill? Mu Chini could only speak. I saw that the three of us were trapped in your secret base with 8 layers of barriers. Later, we drove your armored vehicle to escape, but we died tragically under an electric pole. Fatty. This is such a vivid picture. However, the other party's few words also made him believe Mu Chini's words a little. Although many people knew about his secret base, very few knew about his other escape route, which contained an armored vehicle. Do you know Lao Zhao? He was still curious about this. The property management just called him and said that 2 people sent by Lao Zhao were looking for him. I don't know him, but you mentioned Lao Zhao in the prophecy. Mu Chini shook his head. Chen Wan'er on the side also looked at Machinii in surprise. No wonder Machinii could find her. Thinking of this, she asked curiously, then from what future scene did you see me that you called me out? In the footage, I called the police once, and I heard it from your conversation that time. Mu Chini told the truth. Through that phone call, I knew you were a human, so I made up a story to call you out. However, there are reasons for speculation here. Before the last death replay, he was not sure whether Chen Wan'er was human. What's going on between you two? Didn't you know each other before? Wang Zichen looked at them with some surprise. He thought Mu Chini and Chen Wan'er had always known each other. Seeing this, Mu Chini could only simply tell the story between himself and Chen Wan'er, and did not hide the story of the demon murder case he made up. Awesome! After listening to the story, Wang Zichen gave Machinii a thumbs up. I have to say that it is very impressive for a new player to be able to achieve this. Lao Wang, please tell us about the game, Doomsday. We are both newcomers and have no idea about the rules of this game. Mu Chini asked about this game. Wang Zichen looked at Mu Chini deeply before explaining. In fact, the rules of the game, Doomsday, are very simple. Every week, all players will be teleported to another parallel world that is almost identical to reality, which is the so-called Doomsday world. In the Doomsday world, the main mission of all players is to survive until the end of the 1-month Doomsday. And every month, many newcomers emerge in the Doomsday world. When they first arrive here, all newcomers can get 2 newcomer benefits, a resurrection coin and a chance to draw a lottery. This chance to draw a lottery is extremely precious because the skills drawn must be above level A. A-level skills are extremely valuable. Even someone like me who has participated in 7 or 8 Doomsday events only has 1 B level and 1 C level skill. Another thing is about the rules of these Doomsdays. The rules of each Doomsday are different. For example, the puppet-type Doomsday we are experiencing now is considered a catastrophic Doomsday. According to official statistics, Doomsday can be divided into 4 levels: Plague level Doomsday, Disaster level Doomsday, Destruction level Doomsday, and World Annihilation level Doomsday. Plague level Doomsday is the lowest level. The death rate of this level of Doomsday is extremely low. It can be said to be equivalent to the human decline plan. This kind of Doomsday can even be created by humans themselves. In this disaster, almost most of the players who are rich and powerful in reality can survive. Classic cases include Superclass A infectious diseases and oxygen viruses. And the catastrophic Doomsday is the level of this Doomsday. In this Doomsday, if you are not careful, you will really die. And this level of Doomsday is usually controlled within a region. The Doomsday type in each region is the same. If the problem in this region is solved, then the players in this region can get rich rewards. For example, our Jiangchang is considered a region. As long as the source of the disaster in this region is solved, we can get rich rewards. The third level is the Destruction level Doomsday, which is the highest level of Doomsday we can encounter. In a Destruction level Doomsday, 95% or even more of the players will die. Typical Destruction level Doomsdays include world-class floods, super volcanic eruptions, etc. Chapter 11: A world-destroying Doomsday is about to come to reality. Wang Zichen said this, picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip, then continued. Speaking of this, I have to mention a well-known rule of Doomsday: when all players die in the Doomsday game, this Doomsday will come to reality. What? Hearing these words, Muchini's pupils suddenly contracted. If all players participating in the Doomsday game die, will the Doomsday come to the world? Seeing Muchini's reaction, Wang Zichen continued. The highest level of Doomsday is the world-annihilating Doomsday. Ever since the official involvement in the Doomsday game, the world-annihilating Doomsday has been counted once. The Moonfall event happened 10 years ago. Only one player with the identity of an astronaut survived the time when the blue planet collapsed and successfully prevented the Doomsday from coming to reality. Hearing this, Muchini's heart skipped a beat. He was only 12 years old 10 years ago. Did the moon almost hit the blue planet that year? Thinking of this, he felt a chill all over his body. But there is another rumor circulating in the martial arts world. At this point, Wang Zichen suddenly lowered his voice. It is said that a few decades ago, there was also a Doomsday of the world-destroying level. In that Doomsday, no player survived to the end, and all the players died. But that Doomsday of the world-destroying level has not yet come to reality. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into silence. Muchini and Xiao Chen held their breath at the same time. After a moment, Muchini asked with difficulty, what was that world-destroying Doomsday, and why hasn't it come yet? Or is it that the Doomsday coming to reality is simply a fantasy? I don't know either. Wang Zichen shook his head solemnly. The apocalypse was kept secret by the authorities. If you have the opportunity to become a senior official in the future, you might have a chance to learn about it. At this point, he said with great interest, however, with your ability to predict, the official must value you very much. The most scarce thing in the official organization is talents with prediction skills. When you join the official organization, don't forget each other when you become rich and powerful. Moreover, the most powerful aspect of prophecy skills is that no matter what kind of doomsday world the player is in, prophecy skills will not be restricted. Restriction? Muchini grasped this key word. That's right, restrictions. Wang Zichen's eyes were deep. In some special doomsday games, combat skills will be greatly restricted, or even unusable. Not to mention combat skills, even many auxiliary skills will be greatly restricted in special doomsday games. For example, there was a doomsday game called 123 Wooden Man before, in which almost all players became ordinary people and could not use any skills. However, this restriction has no effect on players with prophecy skills, because prophecy skills can be used in any situation. Are prophecy skills very scarce? Muchini was curious. Scarce? Ha, that's not even scarce. In the whole of China, all players with prophecy skills can be said to be national treasures. In every doomsday, the country will focus on protecting this group of players and try to reduce the use of resurrection coins by players with prophecy skills. Wang Zichen said with some envy. By the way, is the resurrection coin very scarce? Speaking of resurrection coins, Muchini's interest suddenly piqued. Resurrection coins are not too rare compared to most high-level skills. Wang Zichen shook his head. Besides, as long as you can survive the apocalypse, most of the rewards will include resurrection coins. Even after returning to reality, you can buy resurrection coins with points. Upon hearing that the resurrection coin would appear again later, Muchini secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice to have a chance to get the resurrection coins again, otherwise the resurrection coin column showing 0 looks too insecure. Ding dong! Just when the three were about to discuss something, the doorbell suddenly rang. Muchini and Chen Wanner stood up suddenly as if it was a conditioned reflex, looking closely towards the door. Wang Zichen was very calm. I called the cleaning lady. She is quite old and her brain is not very good. You two should stop making a fuss. As long as you manage your expressions well, there will be no danger at all in this doomsday. As he said this, he walked forward and was about to open the door. Wait a minute. Muchini stopped him and took the first step to look outside the door through the peephole. It turned out to be the cleaning lady. But this cleaning lady is the old lady who tore the toilet with her bare hands in the last death replay. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Wang Zichen asked. In the future scene I saw. Muchini said thoughtfully, the old lady at the door tore the toilet in half at the entrance of the underground passage that you thought was hidden very deeply. Wang Zichen. But that's also because Chen Wanner and I's human identities have been exposed. Now the cleaning lady probably doesn't know that we are human. You can consider letting her in. Muchini changed the subject. Wang Zichen thought about it and decided to let in this tough guy who tore the toilet apart with his bare hands. They have to maintain their human identity, and not opening the door would arouse suspicion from the cleaning lady, who is a monster. Pay attention to your facial expressions. After giving the reminder, Wang Zichen put on a fake smile and opened the door. Boss, I'm here to clean up. When the cleaning lady saw Mu Qianyi and Chen Wan'er, she was obviously stunned for a moment. But soon, she stretched out her hand to Wang Zichen as if nothing had happened. Boss, give me the key to your room, and I will clean all the rooms here. Yes. Wang Zichen handed a bunch of keys to the other party. His villa is very big and many servants used to live there. However, every day before the Doomsday Game is about to start, he will give the servants a day off and live here alone. It also has the purpose of preventing a zombie-type apocalypse. There are so many rooms, it will take me a long time to clean. The cleaning lady smiled and reached out to take the key. And the moment he saw the cleaning lady's expression, Mu Qianyi's heart skipped a beat. He rushed towards Wang Zichen and shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! At the same time, the cleaning lady's eyes suddenly popped out. Her big, iron blue hands reached over the keychain in Wang Zichen's hand and grabbed Wang Zichen's neck fiercely. Her body changed dramatically in just a short moment. Layers of green hair appeared on her head, and she, who originally looked weak, now had powerful muscles bulging out. What was even more terrifying were her hands. The nails on both hands were extremely long, like those of a murderous ghost, and as sharp as blades. Mu Qianyi pounced fiercely on Wang Zichen, knocking him to the ground, and the cleaning lady's claws pierced the clothes on his back. With a rip sound, his clothes were torn into pieces, and a bloody mark was left on his back. Chapter 12 Thrilling. The attack missed, and the cleaning lady completely turned into a strong green-haired monster. An excited ho-ho sound came from her mouth, and her eyeballs that popped out of her eye sockets moved, and her pupils were locked on Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen, who were crawling. The two of them rolled a distance and temporarily escaped from the green-haired monster. Hee, 3 sheep, all sheep. The green-haired monster had disgusting saliva hanging from the corners of its mouth. It walked with one shoulder high and one shoulder low as it slowly walked towards Wang Zichen and Mu Qianyi. The air was quiet, and for a moment the entire hall was filled with a creepy atmosphere. Fuck you! Wang Zichen finally recovered from his shock and was so angry that his face turned red. If you dare to sneak attack your prince, I will kill you. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the green-haired monster. Don't shoot! Mu Qianyi fell to the side, gritting his teeth to endure the severe pain in his back. When he saw Wang Zichen actually took out a pistol, he shouted fiercely, "Don't shoot, it will attract the monsters around." The warning instantly calmed down Wang Zichen, who was a little excited. He put the pistol back into his waist and looked at the monster in front of him. Under the bright headlights, the terrifying appearance of the green-haired monster appeared in the eyes of the 3 people. The cleaning lady's clothes were still on the other party, but most of them were burst by the muscles of the upper body, and the torn cloth hung down. Except for some dry and yellow hair on the other party's head, this green-haired monster no longer had any human characteristics. It walked towards Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen step by step, its eyes filled with excitement. Having seen this scene in the death replay, Mu Qianyi's heart began to beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. He forced himself to stay calm, looking around for a way to solve the dilemma. The power of this monster is so great that he has seen it in the 3 death replays. This kind of monster is simply not something that humans can fight against. The cooldown time of Eye of Death is still more than 20 minutes, it's too late. Are the scenes from the death replay about to be played out in front of them? There are cold weapons in that room. At the critical moment, Wang Zichen yelled at the frightened Chen Wan'er and pointed to the room in the inner room. At the same time, he picked up the valuable vase next to him and smashed it hard at the green-haired monster. After Chen Wan'er came to her senses, she quickly ran towards the inner room. But when the vase hit the green-haired monster, it broke into pieces and fell all over the ground. The soil was scattered on the smooth floor, but the next moment it was stepped on by the green-haired monster. Although the vase could not cause any harm to the green-haired monster, it did block it for a while. Seeing this, Mu Qianyi also picked up the vase beside him and smashed it at the green-haired monster with all his strength. Bang! The crisp sound went down, but no waves were splashed. The green-haired monster was extremely fast. It slapped the vase away with one hand, and its iron blue claws directly grabbed Wang Zichen's neck. In its opinion, Wang Zichen was obviously a greater threat than Mu Qianyi. Noticing that the other party was targeting him, Wang Zichen gritted his teeth, flexibly pulled out the belt on his pants, and whipped the green-haired monster hard. Call out. The belt was moving at an extremely fast speed, but the next moment it was grabbed by the green-haired monster's iron claws. Immediately, a huge force came. It was the green-haired monster pulling the belt, about to pull Wang Zichen directly over. It can be seen that the 7 wolves have no effect on the green-haired monster. Wang Zichen could only let go of his hands and run to the back holding up his pants. "Chen Wanner, have you taken out your weapons?" he shouted with his neck thick. "Got it." At this time, Chen Wanner came out of the inner room holding 2 swords, throwing one to Wang Zichen and the other to Machinei. After Wang Zichen got the katana, he breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled the sword out directly from the hilt, held the hilt of the katana tightly with one hand, grabbed the waistband of his pants with the other hand, and chopped at the green-haired monster. Both swords have been sharpened, and the blades are extremely fast. The green-haired monster noticed the blade light and subconsciously wanted to raise his arms, but before he could do so, his eyes, which had been dead silent, suddenly flashed with a faint light. It didn't even raise its arms the first time. Wang Zichen's sword also hit the green-haired monster's neck. I don't know if it was because the green-haired monster's neck was too hard, but the sword was only halfway inserted, and the rest was exposed. "Come and help!" Wang Zichen yelled. Mu Chenyi quickly drew out his sword, stepped forward and inserted it into the green-haired monster's throat. Laugh! The sword pierced into the green-haired monster's neck, but perhaps because Machinei's strength was too weak, only the tip of the sword pierced into the green-haired monster's neck, and most of the blade was still outside. He. At this moment, the dim light in the green-haired monster's eyes suddenly disappeared, and it began to make painful sounds, waving its limbs wildly. Its pair of iron-blue claws grabbed the blade, and it was about to pull out Machinei's sword. Wang Zichen, who was standing by, saw this scene and immediately grabbed the hilt of the knife together with Machinei and exerted force together. Poochie! The blade completely penetrated the green-haired monster's neck, piercing through the monster's neck directly. The green-haired monster stopped struggling, and the pair of eyeballs that popped out of its eye sockets became completely dim. It fell to the ground with a loud bang, and Machinei and Wang Zichen also loosened their sword handles. The swords were stuck upright on the green-haired monster's body, like flags standing on their territory. Seeing this scene, Mu Chenyi and Wang Zichen looked at each other, then fell to the ground at the same time, gasping for breath. Luckily, the green-haired monster suddenly stopped moving just now, Machinei said in a tired tone. Otherwise, this green-haired monster would not have torn the toilet apart with its bare hands, but would have torn us apart directly with its bare hands. Wang Zichen did not speak, but turned to look at Chen Wanner, who was also sitting on the ground with a tired look, and asked, "Chen Wanner, that green-haired monster just now suddenly stopped moving. Is that your skill?" "Skill?" Mu Chenyi also looked at Chen Wanner in surprise, who looked tired. Why did the other party not participate in the battle just now and looked so tired? "Yes." Chen Wanner nodded. "My skill allows me to control non-human creatures, but this green-haired monster is too strong. I can't control it for too long. Fortunately, you killed it during the time I was able to control it." Hearing Chen Wanner's words, Mu Chenyi was surprised, but soon he looked at Wang Zichen. "Fatty Wang, what are your skills? During the fight just now, Fatty Wang didn't seem to use any skills?" Chapter 13 Identity Exposed. My skill is a level, Big Eater. I can accumulate energy by eating, and then burst it out to cause huge damage. Fatty Wang said weakly, but my skill has a 10-hour cooldown time. Then why didn't you use it just now? Mu Chenyi widened his eyes. Hearing Mu Chenyi's question, Fatty Wang felt a little guilty. Last night I couldn't help myself and called my model girlfriend who I had just been dating for 2 days to spend the night at my house. Who knew that when I woke up this morning, she suddenly turned into a green-haired monster? The fat man looked a little embarrassed and said, "Then I used my skills to kill her. The body is still in the room upstairs." Mu Chenyi. You deserve to die. He couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, he had Chen Wanner's skills, otherwise he would really die here. "Brother Mu, how did you know that this cleaning lady was going to transform and attack me?" Wang Zichen saw that Mu Chenyi had an ugly expression and quickly changed the subject. In the scene I predicted before, there was the process of the green-haired monster transforming. Mu Chenyi calmed down and explained, when the monster came in, its eyes were full of greed, especially when it asked you for the keychain, its eyeballs were about to pop out. The eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets, which was a precursor to the green-haired monster's transformation. Brother Mu, you're awesome. Your observations are spot on. Wang Zichen gave him a thumbs up, then asked in a puzzled tone, "But why do I feel like your prediction skills have captured too many scenes?" Muchini could only chuckle silently a few times. If it was as the other party had said before, his Eye of Death should be one of the highest level prophecy skills. After all, it is an SSS level prophecy skill. Wait, the picture? No. He didn't know what he was thinking about, and his face suddenly darkened. Something is wrong, the identities of the three of us have been exposed. What? Wang Zichen and Chen Wan'er raised their heads at the same time and looked at him in surprise. There's something strange. He said in a low voice. The moment the monster came in, it realized we were humans, but before that, we didn't make any mistakes in managing our expressions. That is to say, it knew in advance that the three of us were humans, and one of us had already revealed his human identity in advance. What do you mean? Wang Zichen was dumbfounded. Could it be that the woman I killed this morning? It's not you. Muchini shook his head and looked at Chen Wan'er, who was tired behind him. It's me, or Chen Wan'er's identity is exposed, and then the identities of the three of us are exposed together. In the last death replay, there was no scene of the cleaning lady coming in alone to fight with them, which also ruled out the possibility that Wang Zichen's identity was exposed, causing the green-haired monster to come and kill him. But how were they exposed this time? In the previous death replay, it can be explained that their identities were exposed when they bought fish, so how to explain the reality? Was it because of the phone call he made with his mother? That's not right. According to the rules of this doomsday, as long as you play your original role well and don't make any mistakes in facial expression management, you can survive this doomsday safely. The conversation he had with his mother on the phone completely portrayed his original personality. Chen Wan'er, when you took your leave, was there anything strange in the police station? He suspected that it was Chen Wan'er who exposed the human's identity in the police station. I didn't show any abnormality. Chen Wan'er shook her head. Unless the phone call you made exposed me. Is the phone exposed? Muchini was confused for a moment. But he quickly overturned this possibility. It was impossible that Chen Wan'er exposed it in the police station. In the replay of his second death, he called the police and the police knew his identity as a human. The police station responded by sending 2 policemen to kill him. Therefore, if the police station knew their identities, it would be impossible for them to send only a cleaning lady as the vanguard. So, when were they exposed? After the third death replay, the only monster they encountered was the security guard at the Fuyang Villa district. Could it be that security guard? He was puzzled, but he didn't have time to think about it now. At worst, he could leave the answer for the next Eye of Death. We can't sit here anymore, we have to go. When Muchini thought of the many green-haired monsters surrounding their villa, the scene of the last time he was eaten to death by several green-haired monsters emerged in his mind. It's such a miserable way of dying that it's horrifying to think about it. Go to the basement first. He stumbled to his feet, endured the pain in his back, and walked towards the bathroom. Wang Zichen and Chen Wan'er looked at each other and could only force themselves to follow each other into the bathroom. Open the toilet. Walking to the toilet, Muchini made way for half a body and gestured to Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen? You look too familiar with this place. Is this your home or mine? But thinking of the other party's national treasure level prophecy skills, he still stepped forward obediently and pressed his handprint. The toilet split in 2, revealing the secret base passage underneath. Muchini had seen it once and didn't feel anything, but Chen Wan'er on the side looked at Wang Zichen with a strange expression. This guy built the passage to his secret base under the toilet? When he flushed the toilet, where did the dirt go? Thinking of this, she felt somewhat reluctant to enter this passage. However, after observing that the secret passage was extremely clean and tidy, she breathed a sigh of relief and followed the 2 people silently. After entering the secret passage, because he had known the path of the passage before, Muchini walked directly in front and even started jogging. His inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger, and he always had the illusion that he was being stared at by a wild beast. The fat man was able to follow him easily, but Chen Wan'er was running breathlessly and obviously could not keep up with the speed of the 2 of them. Seeing this, Muchini could only slow down and stop to wait for Chen Wan'er for a while. How come you, a policeman, don't have as much physical strength as me, a college student? He looked at Chen Wan'er, who was sweating profusely and couldn't help but complain. Then I'm a girl too. Chen Wan'er rolled her eyes at him and panted, besides, I'm just a police dispatcher. The intensity of my physical training is different from that of the police officers who arrest criminals. While they were talking, the 3 of them arrived at the underground base, and Muchini ran directly towards the monitoring room. After entering the monitoring room, he immediately turned his attention to the scene outside the villa. As expected, On the screen, he soon saw several humans approaching them. It's exactly the same scene as the last death replay. The identities of these 3 humans were indeed discovered by this group of monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, they will then face an invasion from monsters all over the city. In the last death replay, Wang Zichen relied on his superb driving skills to bring them to the highway on the outskirts of the city, but was stopped by a telephone pole. Can they escape this time? Chapter 14 Behind the Scenes. Wang Zichen. Mu Qianyi suddenly called out to the fat man, "Tell me, are there any creatures controlling these green-haired monsters?" What? Fatty Wang was watching the surveillance video. When he heard his question, he was stunned. What do you mean? Do you suspect someone is controlling these monsters? This is just my guess. Mu Qianyi said this. Based on the ways of death in the first 3 death replays, whether it was the mother or the 2 police monsters, these green-haired monsters had one thing in common. The green-haired monster is extremely selfish in hunting humans. If they have the chance to keep it all for themselves, they will never give such opportunity to other companions. In the last death replay, they were surrounded by an organized and disciplined group of monsters. So many monsters besieging them was totally inconsistent with the eating alone character of these green-haired monsters. Then there is only one possibility: there is a being controlling these monsters behind the scenes, and their identities were discovered by this guy behind the scenes, which led to them being hunted down in an extremely organized manner by this group of monsters. He told Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen his guess. They both seemed a little surprised to hear his guess. Then when were we discovered by the guy behind the scenes? Chen Wanner frowned and asked, could it be that director Zhang Qian is the one behind the scenes? When Mu Qianyi called her before, only director Zhang Qian heard their conversation. And based on the story told by Mu Qianyi, director Zhang Qian guessed Mu Qianyi's identity as a human? The existence behind the scenes is not necessarily human. He may have discovered the fact that we are human by accident. This may not necessarily be reflected in the people we encounter, but may also happen in the things we experience. Mu Qianyi guessed, and from the scene I saw last time and the reality I experienced, we both did the same thing, that is, we met Wang Zichen. That time we were saved by Wang Zichen, but this time we took the initiative to look for Wang Zichen. The person behind the scenes discovered us when we met Wang Zichen. Fuck, are all prophecy skills so terrifying? Wang Zichen, who was standing by, twitched his mouth when he heard this. Apart from the fatal flaw of weak combat power, this prophecy skill is too lame. However, as more and more Doomsday copies are completed, the opponent will also receive various rewards in the game, and combat skills will inevitably appear among those rewards. This is the qualification for a big boss. So what should we do now? He asked subconsciously. Go find your friend, Lao Zhao. Mu Qianyi made a decision. After making the decision, Mu Qianyi directly called the 2 of them and headed towards another exit before Wang Zichen. Oh, my underground base is as solid as... Shut up. Mu Qianyi mercilessly interrupted Wang Zichen's words and said with a bad expression, I just believed what you said about being impregnable. His death in the last death replay was so tragic. He still remembers vividly how he was eaten to death by countless green-haired monsters. It would be better if he had been strangled to death by his mother. Wang Zichen could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. After the 3 of them arrived at the underground garage, Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen didn't feel anything, but Chen Wanner was shocked by the 2 armored vehicles in front of them. Where did you get these 2 armored vehicles? She couldn't help but ask. I registered my player identity with the country. This is a gift from the country. Wang Zichen said proudly. This time the time was not as urgent as last time, so he explained it to the 2 of them. Country? Mu Qianyi was a little surprised. Yes, in a sense, all of us players who participate in the Doomsday game are heroes of mankind. We live and die together with the Blue Planet, so the country will protect our safety to a certain extent. For example, the underground base I have now, including my gun, are all approved by the country. Otherwise, do you think I got it through some illegal means? Wang Zichen asked back. Mu Qianyi was silent for a while. He really thought that the other party's gun was obtained through illegal means. But in reality we are not allowed to take out these things. Although we are players of this game, in reality, we players are ordinary citizens sinking in the crowd. Mu Qianyi seemed to be deep in thought. He was originally a male college student who was inexperienced in the world, and this was his first time experiencing such a thing. He looked at the woman next to him. Chen Wanner, did you graduate from the police academy? Yes, what's wrong? Chen Wanner looked at him puzzledly. It's all right. Mu Qinyi hesitated to speak, and after thinking for a while, he still didn't say anything. Wang Zichen, you drive and I'll sit next to you. Mu Qinyi did not plan to sit in the back seat this time, but decided to sit next to Wang Zichen and direct him to drive. Good. There was a prophecy player sitting in the car, and Wang Zichen suddenly had a sense of déjà vu of driving for his boss before he became a player. The three of them got in the car, and Wang Zichen slowly started the armored vehicle. Wang Zichen, I have a question. Mu Qinyi suddenly asked, tell me, how do other players with prophecy skills predict the future? Those players with prophecy skills are really filthy. Just as he opened his mouth, Wang Zichen suddenly remembered that the person next to him was also a prophecy player, so he quickly explained, of course, I'm not talking about you, brother Mu. I'm talking about a prophecy player I met before. It's okay, just continue talking. Mu Qinyi said. Lao Zhao and I have only encountered a prophecy player once. The theme of that dungeon was Treasure of the Sky Tree, which was also a disaster-level dungeon. The general content of the Doomsday was that a huge sky tree would appear in every city, and all creatures could only survive by climbing up the sky tree, otherwise they would be eaten by the furniture on the ground that had turned into monsters. Furniture that turns into a monster? That's right. Wang Zichen nodded, all wooden furniture will turn into man-eating monsters. Those monsters are collectively called treasures, and those who climb to the highest level of the sky tree in each region can get the biggest reward. And Lao Zhao and I had already climbed to the top level, and even killed the biggest boss in the Jiangqing area. Basically, as long as we wait until the end of the game, we can get the highest reward. At this point, Wang Zichen gritted his teeth and said, but damn, there were several outsiders who appeared in Jiangqing that time, and one of them was a prophecy player. Chapter 15 Official Tips, Keep Smiling. That prophetic player had predicted that we would defeat the final boss, so they climbed the sky tree a step later than us. Just when we had just defeated the final boss and were all exhausted and unable to use any skills, this group of outsiders climbed up and reaped the benefits. Wang Zichen's eyes turned red with anger when he thought of this. We were killed by that group of guys, and all the rewards were taken away by them. At that time, we didn't know that there was a prophecy player among them. We thought that they were just lucky, so they were able to climb up when we just defeated the boss. It was not until later that we reported the behavior of those guys to the country. According to the official rules, no player may attack another player in the game, otherwise they will be subject to criminal penalties. But what none of us expected was that the only prophecy player in that group took the initiative to take all the responsibility. The country has also issued a law to protect players with prophecy skills. The level of this protection law is higher than that of players who endanger their peers. So the matter ended up being left unresolved. The group of guys paid us a symbolic sum of money, and the matter was over. Seeing Wang Zichen's indignant expression, Mu Qinyi deeply empathized with him. But Wang Zichen's next words. But who cares about those hundreds of millions? Isn't that a pure insult? Mu Qinyi? Wait, let me say it again. How many what? How many hundreds of millions? Not to mention hundreds of millions, the most money he had ever seen was the 20,000 yuan given by his family for tuition plus living expenses plus transportation expenses. He had already handed over the 20,000 yuan to the school and the railway 12306 hotline before he could even warm his hands on it. Don't you think that group of people were too much? Wang Zichen's chest heaved with anger as he looked directly at Mu Qinyi. I can't really empathize with you, Mu Qinyi said faintly. If given the chance, he would also like to be insulted in this way. Besides that prophecy player, do you know any other prophecy players? Mu Qinyi asked. Apart from that guy, the one we know the most about is the official #1 prophecy player, Chang Yeqing, or Chang Lao. Chang Yeqing? Mu Qinyi felt that the name was somewhat familiar. He's the blogger who's always on the hot searches and makes weird remarks. Wang Zichen gave a hint. I remember now. Mu Qinyi now remembered that he had come across this Chang Yeqing before. The other party often posted very strange sentences on his online account, but every time he posted it, it would be liked by tens of thousands of people, and the other party had a very high number of fans, which he could not understand before. Why does an old man who speaks nonsense have so many fans? Wang Zichen saw Mu Qinyi's surprised expression and then he spoke. You may not remember what he said this time. Let me give you a brief reminder. What he said this time was, keep smiling every day. Keep smiling every day? Hearing this, Mu Qinyi was shocked. Keep smiling every day, isn't this a warning for this copy? That group of monsters kept fake smiles on their faces all the time, and wasn't this sentence released by Chang Yeching a prophecy about this copy? So, Mr. Chang Yeching is an official? He asked. That's right. Only we players know about this. Now you know why Mr. Chang's account has so many views and fans, right? Got it, Mu Qianyi nodded. In fact, not all prophecy skills can predict the content of the next game dungeon. Wang Zichen suddenly said a bombshell. Only prophecy skills above S level can predict the dungeon scenes that have not yet occurred. Among all the prophecy players we know of in this world, only Chang Lao and Master Sagino from the beautiful country are S-level prophecy players. They are the only two who can predict the dungeon scenes that have not happened yet. The rest of the prophecy players only have A-level skills. They can only use prophecy skills after the dungeon starts. Wang Zichen's words made Mu Qianyi's breathing a little suffocated. His SSS level, Eye of Death, seems to be able to predict the next copy scene? He thought of the previous explanation of the Eye of Death. The host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. Cooling time in this instance, 60 minutes. Cooling time in reality, 7 days. The Doomsday game is played once a week, but in reality, he can see the scene of his next death. If he can't die in reality, can he see the next time he dies in the copy? Also indirectly, let him know what kind of Doomsday the next copy will be like? Brother Mu, is your prophecy skill S level or A level? Wang Zichen suddenly asked. If I say that I only have A-level prophecy skills, will you be disappointed? Mu Qianyi asked back. No, I'm actually quite happy. Wang Zichen shook his head. If you have A-level prophecy skills, then we can recruit you into the team, but if you are S-level, the country will not let you join any team. Instead, it will use all means to protect you, whether in the Doomsday dungeon or in reality. This is how rare S-level prophecy players are. There are only 2 of them in the entire blue planet. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Get ready to drive to Lao Zhao's house. Mu Qianyi shook his head, shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, and first finished the copy in front of him before thinking about things in reality. He looked at his watch and saw that there were still 7 minutes left before the cooldown of Eye of Death ended. Ting-ling-ling, ting-ling-ling. A pleasant ringtone suddenly rang out, and Wang Zichen and Chen Wan'er both looked at Mu Qianyi at the same time. Mu Qianyi calmly took out his phone and saw the note on it. Mom! It was the monster calling. He thought about it and hung up the phone in front of the 2 of them. His identity had been exposed, and he didn't want to talk to this monster and destroy the image of his mother in reality. Wang Zichen said nothing. He glanced at Mu Qianyi for a moment before greeting him. Fasten your seatbelts, we're ready to go. After he started the armored vehicle, his hands moved quickly and skillfully. Looking at Wang Zichen's superb driving skills, Mu Qianyi remembered that Wang Zichen had said before that in addition to the A-level skill that he had drawn out, the other party also had a B and a C-level skill. Is driving a car one of your skills? He asked. It's my C-level skill. As soon as Wang Zichen finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in front of them. Here it comes, the passage connecting to the public toilet below opened. With a roar, the armored vehicle rushed out with unstoppable force. Many monsters disguised as humans on the road were stunned when they saw an armored vehicle rushing out from under a public toilet. But then, all the monsters received some message and no longer looked like humans. They transformed into green-haired monsters with ferocious and terrifying faces, and chased after the armored vehicles, biting and tearing at them. Chapter 16 Replay 5, Ambush from all sides. This familiar scene made Mu Qianyi's face darken. Sure enough, their identities were discovered by this group of monsters. In the last death replay, they were stopped by a telephone pole when they were about to escape onto the highway. This time, he won't make the same mistake again. Armored vehicles were speeding on the highway, and countless vehicles were knocked directly to the sides of the road. Many stores were smashed to pieces by these vehicles. This kind of scene was something Mu Qianyi had never seen before. He had driven an armored vehicle to destroy the city before, and he had also cheated in the crime game. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the front of the familiar highway. And Mu Qianyi also noticed the electric pole that killed the previous future body. Be careful with that telephone pole. In the future I saw, it will fall down and stop the armored vehicle. Mu Qianyi patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen did not doubt it and directly steered the vehicle around the telephone pole. Boom! Shortly after their vehicle left, the electric pole fell down heavily, hitting the ground with a loud noise. Wang Zichen saw this scene in the rearview mirror and his eyes trembled violently. If this thing falls on a car, even an armored one, it will probably be stopped for a while. This period of time was enough for the monsters behind them to pounce and tear the three of them into pieces. Brother Mu, you're awesome. He was just about to praise Mukini when he suddenly saw that Mukini's eyes were emitting a faint red light. But the other person's eyes were extremely empty, without a trace of emotion. Is this using his skill? He thought of the other party's prophecy skills and quickly closed his mouth, not daring to disturb the other party from using his skills. At this time, Mukini was already silently reciting the use of Eye of Death in his mind. From his perspective, my place is impregnable. Those monsters can't get in at all. Mukini? Why do I hear such familiar words as soon as I arrive? Soon after his hearing was restored, his vision also gradually recovered. In addition to the familiar Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen, there appeared in front of him a one-armed man. Apart from that, they seemed to be in a huge laboratory, with bottles and jars everywhere, like the chemistry laboratory that Mukini had entered twice during his college years. But this laboratory looks much more simple than the school's chemistry laboratory. But those monsters won't let us go easily. This is the voice of the future body. Yes, Lao Zhao, those monsters can even find my underground base. If it weren't for Brother Mu, we might have been buried in the city. Wang Zichen on the side also agreed. Don't compare your shabby underground base with my fortress. The one-armed man snorted coldly and said with ruthless disdain, your underground base can't even withstand a plague-level doomsday. Wang Zichen, I'm very sad when you say that. And that idiot Tao Mu actually exposed his identity in less than 10 minutes of this dungeon. Not only did he waste a resurrection coin, but he also lost the opportunity to strengthen his strength. The one-armed man muttered, our trio became a two-person team before we even started. Fortunately, you brought two newcomers and a genius with prophecy skills. Mukini, who was watching the battle, heard this and understood a little bit about the situation. It turns out that Wang Zichen's team consists of 3 people, but one of them was so stupid that he was exposed 10 minutes before the end of the world. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly sank. It seems that he is the idiot whose identity was exposed in less than 10 minutes. At noon, Timon Ran suddenly sent me a message and told me something. The one-armed man said, based on their observations for the whole morning, they discovered a pattern of these green-haired monsters. What's the rule? Asked the future beings curiously. There is a person hiding behind the scenes, controlling these green-haired monsters. The one-armed man said word by word, and the Enran team has also discovered this person behind the scenes. Wang Zichen glanced at the future body. Just a while ago, Mukini had mentioned the possibility of its existence behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, it came true here. Who is the mastermind behind this? He asked. They told me that the mastermind behind this is Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son, Lu Zitao. At this point, the one-armed man released 3 pictures, one of which showed a middle-aged couple and a young man. Seeing the 3 pictures, Mukini's eyes were full of surprise. The 3 people are Mayor Lu Mingtian, his wife Lininga, and their son Lu Zitao. The couple above are smiling happily, and Lu Zitao is also sunny and handsome. However, this photo is not of the 3 people on this doomsday, but a photo of 3 people in real life. Something must have happened in the mayor's family, the future body mentioned. Yes, but that was too long ago. I didn't expect you to pay attention to the news at that time. The one-armed man glanced at the future form in surprise. Wang Zichen, who was standing by, stared at the 3 photos for a while and asked in confusion. The mayor doesn't seem to be a player, right? How did he suddenly become the boss of a doomsday dungeon? I don't know either. This is what Timon Ran told me. I don't know how they found out. The one-armed man shook his head and said, but this morning, through monitoring of Jiangcheng, I found that these green-haired monsters would become sluggish when they approached certain places. After a short while, they seemed to suddenly have a target. Watch this video. This is what happened when you were surrounded by these monsters at noon and escaped to me. The one-armed man turned on a screen and presented it to the 3 people present. And there is a scene on the screen, which is near the Fuyang Villa area, where many monsters disguised as humans are playing their roles and doing what they should do. But suddenly, several humans stopped what they were doing and stood still. A few seconds later, they turned around and staggered towards Villa number 5. The few seconds they were in a slump can be understood as them just receiving an order. After receiving the order, they immediately started to carry out the mission, which led to the encirclement of your Villa number 5. If you didn't have a second escape route in that armored vehicle, you would be in great danger this time. After the one-armed man said these words, he looked at the future body. Wang Zichen told me that you have a prophecy skill. Are you a level or S level? The future body is silent. Wang Zichen quickly spoke to ease the situation. Don't worry about his level. Without him, I won't be able to keep my resurrection coin. And you don't have to question whether his skill is prophetic or not. He has already proved it to me. Chapter 17 Plan. I don't intend to harm him. I just want to tell him that if his prophecy skills are S level, then I hope he stays here and doesn't participate in our plan with Enran's team, because the lives of prophecy players are very precious, and he doesn't need to get too many game settlement rewards. Anyway, the official will support them in the future. The one-armed man explained. Yes, Lao Zhao is actually a very nice person, and he is the brains of our team. Wang Zichen introduced him to the future body and Chen Wanner. He has two A-level skills, one is a top hacker, and the other is a master of biology. When he participated in the Doomsday Dungeon competition for the first time, it happened to be a Doomsday-level artificial intelligence, and he also happened to draw a top hacker. It was a coincidence. In that Doomsday instance, Lao Zhao survived with the skills of a top hacker. And because the reward level for novices who participated in the Doomsday instance for the first time increased, he directly obtained the A-level biology master skill. Wang Zichen pointed at the bottles and jars around him and said, so Lao Zhao is not only a top hacker, but also a top biologist. The future body and Chen Wanner looked at the one-armed man with some surprise. However, the one-armed man did not look complacent at all, and his expression remained cold. Back to the topic just now, after I used surveillance to discover the characteristics of this group of monsters, I also found something interesting. The one-armed man said as he turned on the surveillance camera and placed it on one of the screens. The three future bodies surrounded them, and a pond appeared on the screen with many dead goldfish floating in it. This is the lakeside of the forest park. Although there are some fish here, they are all fed by dedicated people. There would never be so many dead goldfish floating up here. After the one-armed man finished speaking, he showed them another picture. Look at this again. The picture shows a monster man with a fake smile on his face. He is riding a bicycle towards the lake, but when he passes by the small lake, for some reason, the fake smile on his face changed color, and then he avoided the small lake as much as possible. Seeing the change in the man's expression, the future body couldn't help but ask, is he a player too? No. The one-armed man took out a piece of personal information and placed it in front of the future body. The man in the picture is named Li Si, and he is an ordinary office worker. In reality, he always rides his bicycle past this lake on his way to work, and sometimes even buys some fish feed to feed the fish. But in this apocalypse, he avoided it as much as possible and even revealed an expression that didn't belong to a monster. Hearing this, Wang Zichen said impatiently, Hey, Lao Zhao, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what you found. Don't worry, just keep watching these people. The one-armed man released a few more pictures. In these pictures, there were various monsters disguised as humans. When they passed by the lake, they all showed expressions of disgust and then moved away from the lake. Fatty Wang, do you still remember the boss we met last time in the Tianshu treasure? The one-armed man looked at Wang Zichen. Remember, that time the rewards were snatched away by a group of beasts. Wang Zichen was so angry when he thought of the treasure of the heavenly tree. Then do you remember how we defeated that boss? We were the last group of players to climb up because we were entangled by a group of things on the ground. But it was a blessing in disguise because we got the weapons to kill the final boss, Wang Zichen recalled. That's right. According to official explanations, all known plague level and disaster level doomsdays have solutions. The one-armed man pointed to the lakeside. So I guess there are weapons inside this lakeside that can be used to deal with these green-haired monsters. In other words, there are weapons to deal with the final boss of this Doomsday Dungeon. I have exchanged this information with Team Enran, and we have agreed to go together to look for weapons at night. As for whether we can get the final reward, it depends on whether the boss behind the scenes is the mayor or the mayor's son. Having said this, he raised his head confidently, and at that moment, he seemed to be emitting a dazzling halo. Very good, but I will discover it soon, Muchini, who was watching the game, thought in agreement. Our plan is to go to the lake, take out the weapons, and then meet up with Team Enran to find the mayor and his son, kill these two bosses, and finally get all the rewards from this catastrophic doomsday event. After the one-armed man finished explaining his plan, he looked at Muchini and said, You are a rare prophecy player, so I suggest you stay in this safe fortress. Don't worry, this place is not Fatty Wang's shabby underground base. Even if these green-haired monsters attack for 30 days, they will not be able to break through. Okay, then I'll stay. This is the answer from the future body. Muchini, who was watching the battle, was not surprised to hear the decision of the future body. Since he did not have the resurrection coins and with the assurance from the one-armed man, he would most likely decide to stay. Others have resurrection coins, so if they fail they will only lose a coin, at least there is some tolerance. But he has no resurrection coins, so failure means death. Then it's settled. Let's take a break and set off at 1 a.m. in the morning. After the one-armed man told the time, he explained, the monsters have the same rest time as humans. They all sleep at night, so we can execute our plan better. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we are discovered. After the plan was finalized, the one-armed man found a place for the 3 people to live. Muchini's perspective also came to a room. Until the future body fell asleep, his thoughts also sank. I don't know how much time passed. Wake up, wake up! The future body was awakened by a rapid call. It was Wang Zichen's voice, and Wang Zichen's voice was a little hurried. Hurry up and get up, we are surrounded by those monsters. What's going on? The future body immediately became more awake. After getting up from the bed, he quickly asked, we're surrounded? What's going on? You'll find out if you follow me. Wang Zichen took Muchini down several floors before arriving at the secret base of Lao Zhao's fortress. The monitoring room is at the bottom of the fortress, and at this moment, Lao Zhao is looking at the screen with a heavy face. The surveillance covers all directions around the fortress, with a total of 16 surveillance screens. What is creepy is that these 16 surveillance screens are all filled with the shadow of the green-haired monster. Hundreds or even thousands of green-haired monsters turned into monsters, and countless eyeballs jumped out of their eye sockets. They just stared at their surveillance screen and looked at them. The green-haired monster discovered their surveillance camera, but instead of destroying it, he deliberately showed it to them. The one-armed man said in a bad tone. They are provoking us. Chapter 18 Mukinyi's Suspicion. At this moment, Muchini's perspective followed the gaze of the future body and suddenly looked at Chen Wanner, who was standing aside with a frightened expression. Feeling the gaze of the future body, Chen Wanner raised her head, looked at him, and then quickly lowered it. What's the situation with Team and Ran? Wang Zichen asked. When I informed them that we were surrounded, they went directly to the mayor, said the one-armed man. What does this mean? Wang Zichen was a little unhappy when he heard this. Are they trying to save Zhao by attacking Wei, or are they using us to achieve their own goals? Both, right? We can't expect them to save us who are surrounded by monsters, right? The one-armed man has calmed down now. Old Zhao, is your base really safe? Wang Zichen said with lingering fear, according to what Brother Mu said, our underground base has no ability to resist these guys at all. Stop talking. The one-armed man interrupted him, my place is impregnable. These guys can't get in. Muchini, who was watching the battle. Everyone in this team is more stubborn than the other. If this thing is really as solid as he said, can I watch it from a spectator's perspective now? Next, there is a long wait. The 4 of them watched helplessly as the green-haired monster in the surveillance footage took out many weapons, such as howitzers and grenades to break into the door, and then rushed all the way towards the basement where they were. The impregnable that the one-armed man mentioned seemed to be made of paper at this moment, whether it was the traps in the fortress or the blocking walls. These beasts know how to use human tools? Wang Zichen's eyes almost popped out. In a panic, he hurriedly lit a cigarette, took a puff, and as the smoke swirled, his mood gradually calmed down. Old Zhao, what should we do now? He subconsciously looked at the one-armed man. However, at this time, the one-armed man was also smoking with his only hand, but for some reason, his hand was also shaking. You ask me, who should I ask? The one-armed man took a deep breath and suggested with a bitter expression, how about we try the method you used when you came here and drive the armored vehicle out again and give it a try? Wang Zichen. What a great idea. No way. Didn't he come here in an armored vehicle? Those monsters weren't fools. How could they? So, he looked at the future body. Brother Mu, what do you think? If we stay here now, we will just die. Let's get in the armored vehicle and see if we can get out. The future body also suggested that staying here would lead to death. The monsters seemed to have a sense of smell and could smell their scent. The 4 of them could only run towards the underground garage, but unlike the fat man's house, the one-armed man only set up 1 exit. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Why did you only set up 1 exit? Wang Zichen looked at Lao Zhao in confusion. Because if I can't even defend my fortress, then I will most likely not be able to escape this doomsday disaster. The one-armed man shook his head. This time the enemy is much stronger than we imagined. The strength of this group of green-haired monsters is several times stronger than the zombies we encountered before. At least the zombies don't use human high technology. After all, which zombie would use a howitzer? Moreover, if no special zombies appear in the zombie-type doomsday, it can only be considered a plague-level doomsday at best. If those green-haired monsters were to use their claws to scratch, they might not be able to break his 1-meter-thick alloy door even if they scratched for a year. The armored vehicle that Wang Zichen had driven over earlier was still parked in the garage, but this time it had been cleaned and filled with oil. Get in the car. The one-armed man knew that Wang Zichen was an expert in driving, so he let Wang Zichen take the driver's seat while he sat in the passenger seat. After everyone was in position, the armored vehicle started directly. As the passage leading to the ground fell, after a roar, the armored vehicle rushed out. Several green-haired monsters blocking the door were knocked away by the powerful impact. After a few jolts, the armored vehicle rushed out of the encirclement. You got away so easily? After driving out in the armored vehicle, Wang Zichen was also a little surprised. He glanced at the group of green-haired monsters left behind in the rearview mirror and felt that it was a little unreal. But just when the armored vehicle was about to break out of the encirclement, boom! There was a sudden feeling of weightlessness. The armored vehicle stepped into a pit. The four people lost their balance at the same time and fell downwards. Muqini's vision gradually became blurred, and he vaguely heard the shouts of Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao, as well as Chen Wanner's frightened cry. Who the hell set a trap here? This was Wang Zichen's exclamation. Impossible, how do these monsters know my surveillance range? This was Lao Zhao's incredible questioning. Amid the noisy sounds, the future body completely lost consciousness. Ahem. Muqini suddenly woke up. Brother Mu, were you using a skill just now? Wang Zichen, who was driving, asked worriedly. Muqini's attention gradually returned. He turned his head and saw the worried eyes of Wang Zichen and Chen Wanner. He couldn't help rubbing his temples. He waved his hand to signal the two not to worry about him, and began to replay the 5 death scenes in his mind one by one. A long time. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly hid it in his heart. He found that he had missed an extremely important information because he was too stubborn. But now, if nothing unexpected happens, he seems to have already known how to clear the Jiangqing area dungeon. Wang Zichen, stop the car! He suddenly shouted. What? Wang Zichen stepped on the brakes and looked at Muqini in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. Are you serious? Why stop the car? There are green-haired monsters behind you. I have my own ideas. Let me out of the car first, and then take Chen Wanner to Lao Zhao's place. Following Muqini's firm tone, Wang Zichen had no choice but to unlock the door. Remember what I said. Before Muqini got out of the car, he grabbed Wang Zichen's arm and said seriously, after you get to Lao Zhao's fortress, don't stay there, drive off immediately to the place Lao Zhao and Enran's team agreed on, the mayor's office in the city center. Old Zhao has an agreement with Team Enran? Wang Zichen was confused. How come he didn't know that Lao Zhao and Enran's team had agreed to go to the mayor's office? Anyway, you're right to listen to me. I just saw the man behind this doomsday. Muqini said word by word, the real man behind the scenes is Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son Lu Zitao. What? Isn't the mayor an ordinary person? Wang Zichen didn't quite understand. He is an ordinary person, but he is the final boss of this doomsday. Muqini said nothing more. After getting out of the car, he warned Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen, by the way, take Lao Zhao with you and leave immediately. His fortress is not safe at all. After saying that, he closed the door and ran quickly towards the north of the city. Wang Zichen and Chen Wanner looked at Muqini's back and looked at each other helplessly. Okay, now I don't like prophecy players at all. Wang Zichen shrugged helplessly. Muqini didn't reveal any news to them. He just wanted to be mysterious, right? But now he could only start the armored vehicle and head towards the manor. Chapter 19 2 boxes. And when Wang Zichen drove away in the armored vehicle, Muqini, who had been running towards the north, suddenly changed direction and ran towards the south. In the 5th death replay, the weapon that Lao Zhao showed them that could kill the final boss was hidden under the lakeside of the forest park in the south. The journey was peaceful. He pulled the brim of his hat down and walked on the empty city road. When he returned to the city again, it seemed that all the monsters in the city had disappeared, and there was not a single green-haired monster to be seen. This scene was very strange, but Machinii was not surprised. Perhaps, the group of monsters have already run to the north to find him, or to surround the place where Lao Zhao is. Chen Wanner, you really surprised me. Nukin Yi murmured. He couldn't believe that the harmless, silly and cute Chen Wanner was the boss behind the scenes. Yes, through the information obtained from several death replays, he has guessed that Chen Wanner is the real boss behind the scenes and the source of this doomsday. Before, he had been obsessed with the idea that their human identity was discovered on the way to meet Wang Zichen. But after several death replays, he finally confirmed that his identity was discovered from the phone call he made to Chen Wanner. And Chen Wanner is the real boss. This is also the reason why he separated from Wang Zichen and Chen Wanner without any explanation and acted alone. In the fourth death replay, Wang Zichen was surprised that the group of monsters could find the passage to his underground base, and these monsters did not have a strong sense of smell to identify humans. Otherwise it would be too perverted. The player has just traveled to this world, and those green-haired monsters can tell whether you are human or not just by smelling you. What's the point of playing? Therefore, the green-haired monster has no ability to identify the position of humans. The main reason why Wang Zichen's underground base was exposed was not because these green-haired monsters were so powerful, but because there were spies among them. This spy could not be Wang Zichen, and it was even less likely to be himself. There is only one possibility: this spy is Chen Wanner, and it can only be Chen Wanner. Including the fifth playback, the location of Lao Zhao's fortress was exposed, and what made Machinii most suspicious of Chen Wanner's identity was that the group of green-haired monsters set up a trap in the blind spot of the fortress's surveillance vision. How do those green-haired monsters know the surveillance range set up by Lao Zhao? It's very simple, because the person who controls them is Chen Wanner. Chen Wanner was watching everything in the monitoring room. She naturally knew what places Lao Zhao couldn't monitor, and she cleverly set traps in the blind spots, and caught the three of them at night. When he thought that the boss behind the scenes had always been following him, Machinii felt a chill down his spine. He actually stayed with the leader of the green-haired monsters, and the first human he mistakenly thought he met was actually the ultimate ruler of this catastrophic doomsday in Jiangcheng. He had no choice but to abandon Wang Zichen. If he acts alone, he still has a chance to get the weapons by the lake, and this is also the advantage of his death eye. In the fifth death replay, they were already in a dead end, because by that time Lao Zhao had already told Chen Wanner about the weapons by the lake. After Chen Wanner knew that there were weapons that could kill her at the lakeside, even though she could not get close to the lakeside, it did not prevent her from setting up heavy defenses around the lakeside. Once that time comes, they won't have any chance. So now there is an information gap between him and Chen Wanner, and this information gap will completely disappear when Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen arrive at Lao Zhao. He must take advantage of the time difference when the other party does not have this information and get the weapons on the lakeside. And someone must take over the time bomb of Chen Wanner, such as the best buyer Wang Zichen. Why did Chen Wanner disguise herself as a human being? Why, when receiving his call, did he choose to meet him as a human being instead of directly sending the green-haired monster to kill him? Machinii was a little confused. He never believed in coincidence. But I have to say that the possibility of Chen Wanner being the final boss is now over 80%. Another point is that Chen Wanner's skills are very strange. The opponent can briefly control the green-haired monster for a few seconds. The boss behind the scenes can also control the green-haired monster. Is there such a coincidence in the world? He had been doubting Chen Wanner's human identity, and the skill Chen Wanner drew happened to be to control the green-haired monster? And if he remembered correctly, they knew Chen Wanner's skills after Wang Zichen had told them many rules of the game, Doomsday, and Chen Wanner revealed her skills. Why didn't Chen Wanner mention a word about drawing the skill when he met her for the first time? That was not because Chen Wanner wanted to hide her skills, but because, at that time, Chen Wanner didn't even know what skills were. After Wang Zichen explained the skills and he explained his prophecy skills, Chen Wanner added a skill of temporarily controlling the green-haired monster to deceive them. The boss behind the scenes is so insidious. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his legs. We must get the weapon before Chen Wanner finds out about this. Just now, he deliberately ran towards the north within the sight of Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen, also to confuse them. He wanted to give Chen Wanner the illusion that he was going north. If the other party wanted to encircle and suppress him, they would send the green-haired monster to the north where he was going, instead of the south where he was going. After running for a while, he suddenly caught sight of a bicycle on the ground. He walked up, rode the bicycle, and quickly headed towards the forest park. Along the way, he still encountered a few scattered humans, but he quickly covered his face with a mask and avoided them from a distance. Finally, 20 minutes later, he arrived at the forest park and saw the lakeside in the video that Lao Zhao showed them in the last death replay. There were many dead goldfish floating on the lake, and because the lake water had been visited by people for a long time, it had now turned into a foul-smelling yellow-brown color, was turbid and emitted a strong stench. He stopped his bike and took off his coat. Looking at the disgusting lake in front of him, he gritted his teeth, pinched his nose and jumped in. The sticky and dirty water almost made him vomit his breakfast. But thinking that his life was under threat, he suppressed his nausea and dived directly to the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, he had learned swimming in high school, and he controlled himself and looked at the bottom of the lake. After a while, he saw two small boxes appear at the bottom of the lake. Why are there two small boxes? He swam closer, picked up the two small boxes and began to observe them. The appearance of the two small boxes is exactly the same. There is a small emoticon package on the top of each small box. One of the emoticons is the famous death smile, which is somewhat similar to the fake smiles of the group of green-haired monsters. The emoticon package of the other small box represents sadness. Unlike the upward curvature of the corners of the death smile, the curvature of the corners of the mouth of this sad emoticon package is downward. Chapter 20, Evil Eating Dagger. Moochini first grabbed the sad box and was about to pick up the smile box. But when he touched the smile box, it seemed to be embedded in the bottom of the lake, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. He held his breath and used all his strength, but he was unable to pull it out from the bottom of the lake. So he had no choice but to put down the sad box and prepare to grab the smile box with both hands. But when he touched the smile box, it suddenly became very light and he picked up the smile box easily. However, when he tried to take the sad box with his other hand, he couldn't take it out no matter what. He can only take out one of these two boxes. Such an idea came into his mind. However, he didn't know what the difference was between the two boxes. After thinking about it, he picked up the smile box in his hand and swam towards the lake. After reaching the lake, he immediately sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He almost suffocated in this dirty lake. After breathing in some fresh air, he turned his attention to the small smile box in front of him. There was a brass padlock on the small box, which he unlocked with a light flick. After opening the small box, he saw a small dagger in the smile box. Bite. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the key item for the Jiangcheng area's Doomsday, the Evil Devouring Dagger. Evil Eating Dagger can automatically hunt down all puppet monsters, helping the host to gain a huge amount of points in this Doomsday. Note, this item cannot be taken out of this Doomsday. Nice one. Moochini's eyes lit up, but he didn't know if this thing could kill Chen Wanner. However, considering that Chen Wanner is the final boss, this dagger should also be able to kill Chen Wanner, right? But the smile box contains the Evil Eating Dagger, but what about the sad box? Seeing the Evil Devouring Dagger, Moochini couldn't help but be curious about the weapons in the other small box. Just at this moment. Hey, boy, hand over the dagger in your hand. An inopportune voice suddenly sounded from behind him. He turned his head subconsciously and soon saw a young man with a cold face. The man squinted his eyes and looked at the Evil Devouring Dagger in his hand, with a greedy look in his eyes. Who are you? Moochini put the dagger behind his back and looked at the man who suddenly appeared with extreme vigilance. Judging from the other party's expression, the other party is not a green-haired monster, but a human being. To be precise, a player? Hand over the dagger in your hand. I don't want to fight. The man spoke in a cold voice, but his eyes were fixed on the Evil Devouring Dagger in Moochini's hand. Are you from the Enron team? Moochini asked. He remembered that Lao Zhao had told him that the Enron team also knew the location of the lake. And the man who appeared in front of him at this time might be a member of Enran's team? I didn't expect you've heard of us. The man looked a little surprised, but soon he frowned and said, in that case, just hand over the things and don't let me do anything. Moochini pondered. The other party looked so confident and it was obvious that his skills were combat-related. There was a high probability that he was no match for the other party, and the Evil Eating Dagger in his hand could only kill green-haired monsters, and had no effect on the human in front of him. Thinking of this, his heart sank. Now we can only try to negotiate. I was sent by Lao Zhao to pick up something. Can you please make some concessions? I hope what Lao Zhao said is true. They have become allies with the Enron team. Sent by Lao Zhao? A meaningful expression suddenly appeared on the stranger's face. Ha, are you threatening me with that disabled man with a missing arm? Moochini fell silent. This guy in front of me doesn't seem to be restricted by Lao Zhao. For you. He put the evil devouring dagger into a small box and threw it directly to the other party. The strange man took the small box, opened it immediately and stroked the evil devouring dagger. After the system detected the information of the evil devouring dagger, a smile appeared on his face and he raised his chin towards Mukuni. Know your place, boy. After saying that, he put away the evil devouring dagger and turned away. Players cannot be killed in the Doomsday copy because almost every player has some resurrection coins. Once you kill other players, you will be breaking the law and will be subject to legal sanctions when you return to reality. Therefore, in the Doomsday instance, unless absolutely necessary, players will be subject to the arbitration of Chinese law and will basically not kill each other. After Mukuni watched the other person leave with cold eyes, he completely let out a sigh of relief and relaxed his body. He doesn't have any resurrection coins, so if he dies, he's really dead. Here in the wilderness, no one would know if the other party killed him. He has to be sensible. He waited there for another 10 minutes, and after making sure that there was no one around, he turned his gaze towards the lake. He knew that there was a small box at the bottom of the lake. It's just a small box that represents sadness in an emoticon. The smile box contains the evil-eating dagger that can kill green-haired monsters, so what does the sad box contain? And last time he couldn't bring both up at the same time. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that he could only hold one small box, or if he had to choose between the two at the bottom of the lake. If he chose one, the other would have to stay? But if he returns empty-handed, he will be killed by Chen Wanner. The evil devouring dagger was stolen, and now he has to go down again. I checked the cooling time of the Eye of Death. There were still 20 minutes left. Perhaps Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen had already reached Lao Zhao. It was possible that Chen Wanner already knew that there were weapons to deal with her by the lake, and had sent the green-haired monster to surround this place. He had to hurry. Looking at the dirty and smelly lake water, he covered his mouth and nose and dived in. After returning to the bottom of the lake, he reached for the sad box. Unlike the last time when the little box didn't move at all, this time he fished out the sad little box easily. It seems that each player can only take one small box. After returning to the ground, he did not rush to open the small box. Instead, he used his inner clothes to wipe his wet hair and body, then threw the clothes directly into the trash can, put on his coat and left the forest park. At the same time, in a manor outside Jiangqing City. In the middle of the manor, there is a huge steel fortress. At this time, in a room in the fortress. Our plan is to go to the lake, take out the weapons, and then meet up with Enran's team, find the mayor and his son, kill these two bosses, and finally get all the rewards of this catastrophic doomsday. And the tentative time is 1 o'clock in the morning. Lao Zhao explained to Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen in front of him. Chapter 21 Pandora's Box, The Dagger of the End. But Brother Mu asked us to find you and go to the mayor right away. Wang Zichen's tone was somewhat embarrassed. Are you sure that this Brother Mu you are talking about is a prophecy player? Old Zhao's eyes were full of disbelief. Prophecy players were rare to begin with, and when Fatty Wang arrived, he started telling stories. He kept saying that a prophecy player had found him, saved him, and agreed to meet with the mayor later. This prophecy player is praised as a god. Who can believe this? But with Chen Wanner's guarantee, he could only believe it reluctantly. I'll contact Team Enran to see if they have any weapons. Thinking of this, the one-armed man immediately turned around to contact Enran's team. But he was halfway through the fight when he walked back with a sullen face. That bastard Yi Buqing didn't answer the phone. He said coldly, I guess the guys from Enran's team thought they had found a way out, so they unilaterally tore up our cooperation agreement. Have they found a way to break the impasse? Wang Zichen on the side was shocked. I'm not sure either, but I always feel that things are not that simple. If the bosses behind the scenes are really the mayor and his son, how could those two bosses let them succeed so easily? The one-armed man shook his head. Chen Wanner, who was standing by, heard their conversation and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, we really can't let them succeed too easily. What should we do now? Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask. Now, we can only pin our hopes on the Mukuni you mentioned. The one-armed man pinched his brow with his only remaining hand and said helplessly, at worst, we'll just waste a resurrection coin. If it succeeds, we can also get some skill rewards. In the game, Doomsday, powerful skills are more attractive than resurrection coins. At this time, we are in a park near the city center. A ragged beggar glanced furtively at an empty men's clothing store on the street. I don't know if it's because all the green-haired monsters on the streets have been moved away, but now the streets are sparsely populated and the safety factor is much higher. This beggar was Muchini, who had just soaked in the lake for a long time. He sneaked into the men's clothing store, changed into clean clothes, washed his body with the faucet in the bathroom, and then took out the small box that represented sadness. Previously, the smile box contained the evil devouring dagger, and I wonder what this sad box contains. He tried to pull open the padlock on it, but unlike the small smile box, this big lock couldn't be opened. His eyes widened. How can he get the weapon if he can't open the box? Just when he had been studying the sad box for a long time and was at a loss as to what to do with it. Bite. Special item detected, Pandora's box. One-time item. The system that had been silent for a long time suddenly rang. Pandora's box? Nukin-E was curious. He had heard of Pandora's box, which was a dangerous gift. Legend has it that once Pandora's box was opened, it would release countless evil spirits and bring disaster. But at the same time, Pandora's box would also bring hope. All in all, this kind of object usually acts as a double-edged sword. Checking Pandora's box. Obtain the qualification to open Pandora's box. Curse, if you choose to open Pandora's box, the host will lose the opportunity to use resurrection coins in this copy. One thought will lead to life and another will lead to death. Condition, the disposable items in Pandora's box can only be used by the player who opened it. Other players cannot use them. After seeing the system prompt, Muchini was stunned for a moment, then chose to turn it on with an expressionless face. Can't use the resurrection opportunity? The curse of Pandora's box? It's so funny, there is no resurrection coin at all. He opened Pandora's box without even thinking about it. After opening Pandora's box, he noticed that there was a small white dagger quietly placed inside the box. This dagger looks extremely ordinary, completely different from the evil devouring dagger I got before. Compared to the evil devouring dagger, this dagger is very small in appearance. It looks like it would be hard to kill a chicken, let alone a green-haired monster. He picked up the jewelry pendant from the box between his index finger and thumb. This thing. Ding, the dagger of the end is detected. Fortunately, there was a sound in the system, otherwise Muchini would have thought that this thing was a small gadget bought from a jewelry store. Dagger of the end one-time item. In this Doomsday instance, you can unconditionally end a creature. After the creature is ended, the dagger of the end will disappear and cannot be used again. The level of this item is A. A level props. It is a top-notch item, but unfortunately it can only be used in this copy and it is a one-time use. Unlike the previous evil-eating dagger that can kill green-haired monsters infinitely, this dagger of the end can only kill one target. This target can be a player, a monster, or the behind-the-scenes boss in his mind, Shenwaner. He used the red rope on his wrist to wrap up the dagger of the end and wore it around his neck. Sudden. Notice, the important item dagger of the end in this area Jiangcheng has been obtained by a player. This instance will enter the second stage riot. The second stage will start in 2 minutes. Please be careful. Notice, the important item dagger of the end in this area Jiangcheng has been obtained by the player. Notice, this area. This notice was repeated 3 times before it stopped. Nukin-E? He glanced at the small pendant around his neck, then at the notification. Wow, how powerful must this prop be? However, this notice says that the second stage of riot will occur soon. What does this mean? Just as he was wondering, a roar suddenly sounded not far from him. He was startled and subconsciously looked towards the place where the roar came from. The next scene made his pupils shrink continuously. All I heard were roars, and the rare humans on the street began to change constantly, looking like they were about to turn into green-haired monsters. Is this the second stage of the riot? All the green-haired monsters pretending to be humans will stop acting and just turn back into their original forms? But looking at the appearance of these guys, unlike the previous transformation which took a few seconds, they are all transforming slowly? According to the instructions on the notification, it seems that it will take 2 minutes for these monsters to transform. We can't stay here any longer, otherwise we might not be able to leave. He looked around and suddenly caught a glimpse of an electric car with a key inserted. He hurried over and rode the electric bike, and after a roar, he rushed towards the city center. Chapter 22. The whole city is in turmoil. Nukin-E rode an electric bike and galloped on the road. There are monsters transforming everywhere. Realizing this, he knew he could no longer walk on the road. Thinking of this, he started to take the detour to No. 1 Middle School. He went to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, so he is familiar with the road conditions there. He also knew that there was a dog hole behind number 1 middle school. Today happened to be Sunday and number 1 middle school was on holiday. As long as he avoided the security guards who stayed in the school, he could go into the city center via the school district housing behind number 1 middle school. When he was in school before, he had suffered a lot from the school security guards. He just didn't know what these security guards would look like after turning into green-haired monsters. When he arrived at number 1 middle school, the green-haired monsters around him had already transformed. He turned his eyes to a green-haired monster wearing a security uniform in the gatehouse. The doorman and security guard are staying inside. He bypassed this place and climbed directly over the wall next to it. Along the path for morning jogging, he hunched his body, followed the edge of the wall, and quietly walked towards the back door of the school. While jogging quickly, he looked around to avoid encountering the green-haired monster. Just when he was about to run to the playground, a huge force suddenly grabbed him from behind. Before he could say anything, a low warning voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Stop talking." Hearing the human voice, the vigilance in Muchini's eyes faded a little. He turned around and saw a man in a suit with a serious expression. However, with Chen Wanner's previous experience as a lesson, he calmly asked in a low voice, "Are you a human or a player?" His question also made the man in the suit look a little strange. "I am both a human and a player." He asked, "Why do you ask that?" "Most of the humans here are players." "Have you ever met a human who is not a player?" "I have met him before." Muchini didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long, so he asked, "Why did you stop me?" "I want to leave through the back door." He needs to get to the destination quickly now, otherwise it will be too late if Wang Zichen and the others fall into Chen Wanner's hands. There are green-haired monsters everywhere outside, and there are football team members training in the school stadium today. They have just turned into monsters. If you run out rashly, you will be attacked by them. The man in the suit gave a simple explanation. After hearing the explanation from the man in the suit, Muchini immediately calmed down. "I thought that today was Sunday and the school was closed, but I didn't expect that there were still people from the football team in the stadium connected to the back door." He was silent for a while before he spoke. "I have to go downtown right now. Where can I get out of school?" "Why are you going to the city center? Have you found a solution to this doomsday?" The man in the suit looked at him suspiciously. Upon hearing the question, Muchini's eyes instantly became alert. He didn't quite believe the guy in front of him. Sensing Muchini's defensiveness, the man in the suit couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." In order to make Muchini believe, he took out a certificate from his arms, unfolded it and placed it in front of Muchini. "I'm Qi Wei's from the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau. I came to Jiangqing to handle some official business and to spend the doomsday. Now you can trust me, right? China Doomsday Management Bureau? Is this an official person?" Muchini had never heard of such a place, but he was an ordinary person before, so it was normal that he had not heard of it. Noticing the strange look and vigilance in Muchini's eyes, Qi Wei couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You haven't heard of the Doomsday Administration, have you? Are you new here?" Noticing the other party's doubts, Muchini nodded. "Fuck, you're a newbie." Qi Wei asked subconsciously, "What are your skills?" When asked this somewhat private question, Muchini narrowed his eyes and did not answer. "Sorry, I was abrupt." As if he had noticed something was wrong, Qi Wei apologized, "I'm a little surprised that you're a newcomer. After all, you acted a little too calm, and you don't look like a newcomer at all." Muchini curled his lips. "If you see the scene of your own tragic death over and over again, you will also become calm. I'm an official, you can trust me completely." Qi Wei explained, "My main skill is the A-level combat skill, Dragon Arm, so I should have no problem dealing with two monsters." Muchini said that he didn't really want to believe it. "If my skill didn't have an hour cooldown, I would have demonstrated it to you." Qi Wei felt that he had a hard time saying what he was doing. Not only did he meet a newcomer who didn't know the official organization, but the other party was still on guard against him. "But since you are an official, why did you appear in number 1 middle school?" Muchini asked. "My real identity is a university professor. This time I was invited by number 1 middle school to give a lecture." Qi Wei explained again. "University professor? I can trust you temporarily." Muchini thought for a moment and said, "But we have to go to the city center now, otherwise two people will be in danger." "Can you tell me briefly what's going on?" Qi Wei asked curiously, "Why are you going to the city center, and what's the situation with those two people you mentioned?" Mu Chenyi explained, it was the people from Enran's team who took the key props. They believed that Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son were the bosses behind the scenes, so they took the key props to find them. The item Dagger of the End that the system just mentioned was taken away by Enran's team? Chi Wei's was shocked. It should be. Mu Chenyi said ambiguously, I saw one of them took out a small box, and a dagger came out of the small box. Anyway, I can't reveal the fact that I got the Dagger of the End. The main thing is that this thing can only be used once, and it is his biggest trump card. I seem to have heard of the Enran team in Jiangcheng. If it was the Enran team that took the dagger, then what were you doing there? Chi Wei's was puzzled. It wasn't you who took the Dagger of the End. I had agreed with two companions to go to the city center together, and I was worried that they would be in danger. Mu Chenyi was indeed very worried about the danger of Fatty Wang and Lao Zhao. After all, Chen Wanner, who might be the most dangerous person in this copy, was following them. How could it not be dangerous? Chi Wei's looked at him and felt that he was not a newcomer. Whose newcomer is making such a fuss? I have a prop that can hide our breath, but it can only last for 5 minutes. Chi Wei's took out a light-colored gauze dress, but this thing is a bit small. If we want to use it, we have to squeeze in. Chapter 23 The Sixth Death Replay. Mu Chenyi picked up the gauze dress, and soon a voice came from the system. Ding, a B-level item was found, concealing gauze dress. Hidden veil can hide one's own aura. If in front of non-human creatures, the effect is equivalent to invisibility. Lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown time is 8 hours. Equivalent to invisibility in front of non-human creatures? Mu Chenyi's eyes lit up. This was a good thing that could save his life. How about it, do you believe what I say now? Chi Wei's raised his chin. I believe it. Mu Chenyi nodded. With this thing, their possibility of reaching the city center was greatly increased. Since I'm so sincere, can you also tell me the information you have about this copy? Chi Wei's asked curiously. All right. Mu Chenyi could only tell most of the information that Lao Zhao had told him during the last death replay, including the small box by the lake in the forest park and the fact that Enran's team suspected that the mayor was the boss behind the scenes. However, he also concealed some things. For example, he concealed the Dagger of the End and said that it was the people from Enran's team who directly snatched the small box he took out from the lakeside. At the same time, he also concealed the fact that Chen Wanner might be the boss behind the scenes. As for Chen Wanner's identity, first of all, he was just guessing about Chen Wanner's identity. Moreover, if he told others rashly and Chen Wanner noticed it, then his Dagger of the End would hardly produce the unexpected effect. Ding, the cooldown time for Eye of Death is over. The system conveyed this message to him. Brother, then let's go to the city center now and meet up with your two teammates? Chi Wei said eagerly. After he came to this copy, he has been hiding his identity. Who could have thought that someone would take away the key item on the first day of the dungeon? The second stage of the dungeon, Riot, was directly triggered, and humans could no longer continue to play their original roles. I can't pretend anymore. Generally speaking, a copy lasts for a month, and key items will not appear until 10 or even 20 days later. It's not like there haven't been such cases where props were discovered on the first day, but I didn't expect it to happen in a small place like Jiangcheng. Wait me a moment. Mu Chenyi pinched his brows and silently recited the Eye of Death in his heart. What are you waiting for? Chi Wei's was about to say something, but suddenly he saw Mu Chenyi's eyes glowing red, and he fell into a brief silence. This is? Seeing Mu Chenyi's expression, his heart started beating wildly. Isn't this the natural reaction of the body when a prophecy player releases a prophecy skill? Holy crap! This newcomer drew a prophecy skill? As an official, he had seen the official statistics on the skills extracted by each newcomer. Among them, combat skills account for 60%, auxiliary skills account for 38%, and special skills account for the remaining 2%. Why are prophecy skills not included in the statistics? Because in the whole of China, there are only 38 people with prophecy skills. Yes, there is a clear count, there are only 38 people. Among them, 37 people have a level prophecy skill, and one person has S-level prophecy skill, and that person is Mr. Chang Yecheng. Every prediction made by Mr. Chang Yecheng will save countless players. Unexpectedly, on this business trip, he would meet a talented prophecy player? He didn't doubt at all whether the other party had obtained prophecy skills. He had seen prophecy players use skills several times before, and those people were like Mu Chenyi at this moment. He calmed himself down and suddenly felt a little regretful for agreeing to the other party. The resurrection coins of prophecy players are too precious, and statistics show that the probability of prophecy players obtaining resurrection coins is ridiculously low. Take combat players for example. Most combat players who survive a catastrophic doomsday will basically receive resurrection coins as rewards. But this is not the case for prophecy players. Prophecy players must at least survive a destructive doomsday to obtain resurrection coins. This is just an A-level prophecy player. As far as he knew, the probability of Mr. Chang Yecheng getting the resurrection coin was extremely low. Even if the authorities sent many top combat masters to protect Mr. Chang Yecheng, the other party only got the resurrection coin in a certain doomsday event. It can be said that every resurrection coin of Mr. Chang Yecheng has national strategic significance. I just don't know what level of prophecy skills this kid has. If it's S level. Mu Chunyi naturally didn't know that his prophecy skills had been discovered by the other party. His current perspective had entered another scene. This photo. The voice of the future body sounded, and a special photo appeared in front of Mu Chunyi. The photo shows a family of 4, a loving couple, a brother and sister. The brother and sister stood between the couple, and the couple smiled very happily. The couple above are the mayor and his wife, and the brother and sister below. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be the mayor's son and daughter. The girl was holding a toy gun in her hand and pouting her mouth as if she was saying "Bayubiu." The mayor's daughter. Mu Chunyi, who was watching the game, looked carefully at the girl in the photo. Judging from her features, this girl was somewhat similar to Chen Wan'er. Is it true? No wonder he felt that Chen Wan'er looked familiar when he first saw her, but he could never remember who she was. It turns out that Chen Wan'er is the biological daughter of the mayor of Jiang City who has been dead for many years. Lu Wan. I still remember that happened when he was in junior high school. It's been about 6 years since today. At that time, a piece of news that shocked the whole city appeared. Lu Mingtian, who was not the mayor at that time, had his daughter Lu Wan kidnapped. However, when Mu Chunyi learned the news, Lu Wan had already been killed. It is said that the kidnappers failed to reach an agreement with LV Mingtian, and finally tortured LV Wan to death in anger. After Lu Wan's tragic death, her grandmother Chen, who loved her the most, could not bear the blow and died within a few weeks. Chen Wan'er, Chen. Then why did Chen Wan'er lie to him and say her surname was Chen, instead of Lu or her mother Lin Ying's surname? He doesn't use his parents' surnames, but instead uses the same surname as his grandmother. Is this just to prevent his identity from being exposed? From this point of view, the probability that Chen Wan'er is the boss behind the scenes is higher. Chapter 24 Showdown. Chen Wan'er is a person who died in reality, but came back to life in this doomsday copy. If Chen Wan'er is not the boss behind the scenes, then who is? Among the mayor's family, only Chen Wan'er, who should not be alive, is the most special. Mu Chunyi began to pay attention to the actions of the future body. If the future body was not stupid, the dagger of the end would be used against Chen Wan'er, right? The future body looked at the photo for a long time before putting it down and looking at Chi Wei's behind him. Have you discovered any secrets? Chi Wei's was looking out the window, his tone anxious. You have to move faster, those monsters seem to have noticed us. Hey, wait, there looks to be an armored vehicle. Chi Wei's expression suddenly became strange. He pointed outside the window and shouted to the future body. Armored vehicle? When the future body heard the news, he immediately walked to the window. Outside the window, they saw a brave armored vehicle rushing into their yard with unstoppable force. When Mu Chunyi saw this scene, he suddenly became nervous. This armored vehicle was exactly the one Wang Zichen and his team drove before. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be Wang Zichen, Lao Zhao and Chen Wan'er in the armored vehicle. The future being saw the armored vehicle and immediately waved his hand towards the vehicle and shouted. Fatty Wang, Lao Zhao, Chen Wan'er, I'm here. Do you know him? Chi Wei's was stunned. The armored vehicle paused for a moment, then actually changed direction and drove towards them. Brother Mu, come down quickly. The armored vehicle revealed a small door, and Wang Zichen was waving at them from inside. The future body and Chi Wei's immediately ran downstairs. When the two men ran downstairs, the armored vehicle just arrived in front of them. The two of them immediately ran to the car. After getting in the car, the future body looked around and saw the one-armed man Lao Zhao whom he had seen in the death replay before, and also saw Chen Wan'er who looked normal. Mu Chunyi, who was watching the battle, thought that the future body would not be able to help but use the dagger of the end directly, but after looking at Chen Wanner for a few times, the future body did not activate the skill of the dagger of the yen pendant on his neck. Does the future body still plan to wait and see? The future body asked Lao Zhao, please open the mayor's home and show us what happened to Mayor Lu Mingtian's home 6 years ago. Old Zhao looked at the future body suspiciously. This was the first time he saw the future body, so he didn't understand why the future body looked so familiar to him. Wang Zichen, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, did you find anything? The others all looked at Mu Qining curiously, except Chen Wanner, who narrowed her eyes slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. 6 years ago, something unexpected happened. Old Zhao took out his computer and retrieved the database containing the mayor's personal information. His first child, his eldest daughter, LV1, was kidnapped and killed by robbers. Is there such a thing? Wang Zichen was a little shocked. He had only come to live in Jiangcheng in recent years, so he didn't know about this. Shi Wei's was even less clear about it. He had been in Jiangcheng on a business trip and had only been there for less than 2 weeks. And the main reason is that Mayor Lu Mingtian's daughter, Lu Wan, was not born to his current wife, Lin Inga, but to his ex-wife. Sometime in between, he married his current wife for some political reasons. Old Zhao narrowed his eyes when he said this, Mu Qining, right? You suddenly asked me this, is it because you found out something in the investigation? I was just thinking, is it more likely that a person who is alive in reality is a boss in the game, or is it more likely that a person who is dead in reality is a boss in the game? When Mu Qining said this, he suddenly looked at Chen Wanner. What do you think, Lu Wan? As soon as the words fell, the air suddenly became quiet. Old Zhao, Fatty Wang, and Shi Wei's all held their breath for a moment. Chen Wanner first showed a bewildered expression, but after seeing the indifferent gaze of the future body, her expression gradually returned to calm. How did you find out? She asked coldly. I look completely different than I did 6 years ago. When Lu Wan died tragically 6 years ago, she had not fully grown up and was still a child. But now Chen Wanner has grown into a graceful and elegant lady. From the first time we met, you didn't seem to be nervous like a new player. The future body thought for a moment and explained, instead, you gave me an attitude of playing games? Perhaps from the first time I called you, there was no turning back. Whether I chose to go home or look for Wang Zichen, my fate would be the same, I would be surrounded and killed by the green-haired monsters. Just based on this point, you think I am LV1? Chen Wanner asked with a frown. Of course not. The future body shook his head and asked, if I'm not mistaken, you are the one who attracted those green-haired monsters in Wang Zichen's house, right? But if I was the one who called you over, I would just let the cleaning lady kill you. Why would I help you? Chen Wanner asked back in confusion. Hearing her words, even Wang Zichen beside her nodded in agreement. Yes, when the cleaning lady turned into a green-haired monster, Chen Wanner also helped them. That's because, you know that green-haired monster can't kill us at all. The future body looked at Wang Zichen. When encountering the green-haired monster, Fatty Wang's first reaction was to take out the pistol at his waist. In addition to the A-level skill of his original body, Fatty Wang also has a B-level and a C-level skill. Since his C-level skill is mastery of driving a vehicle, then his B-level skill, if nothing unexpected happens, should be mastery of firearms, right? Wang Zichen was stunned. Don't say it, don't say it. His B-level skill is indeed proficiency in firearms. If he had not been afraid that the gunshot would attract the green-haired monster outside the villa, he would have killed the green-haired monster with a pistol long ago. How could there have been so many troubles later? However, if the situation is critical, he will choose to shoot and kill the monster even if the sound of gunfire will attract the green-haired monster outside. Now it seems that it was unnecessary for Chen Wanner to take action at that time. Chen Wanner's eyes darkened completely. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed you when I first saw you. You didn't kill me, not just because you were in a whim. The future body said coldly, it's because you also wanted to understand us outsiders. It just so happened that I, an outsider, took the initiative to contact you, so you followed the trend and concealed your identity and joined us. I have to say that you did get a lot of information about us players from us. If it weren't for my skills, you would have successfully infiltrated our organization. Even if we racked our brains, we would never have thought that the boss behind the scenes was actually one of our companions. Chapter 25. The game is not over yet, the future body dies. There was silence for a while. After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Wanner smiled again. So, it doesn't matter if you know my identity, everyone outside is my people. Chen Wanner, if I didn't have the means to kill you, why would I confront you? The future body took out the pendant from around his neck. Seeing the future body's actions, everyone in the armored vehicle's attention was drawn to him. The moment she saw the pendant, Chen Wanner's face changed drastically. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the armored vehicle. The speed is so fast that it doesn't seem like an ordinary human-esque reaction at all. Go! The future body directly used the dagger of the end. The pendant-shaped dagger of the end chased in the direction Chen Wanner fled and directly stabbed into Chen Wanner's body. Ah! Chen Wanner let out a scream of pain. After a long while, her angry voice rang out. Why do you treat me like this? I did something wrong. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die, I hate you. You all shall not die horribly. Amid the hoarse roar, Chen Wanner's voice gradually weakened. Until it disappears completely. The dagger of the end that was inserted into her body seemed to have completed its mission and dissipated into starlight. And Chen Wanner's body was also constantly disappearing, and finally turned into nothingness. Muchini, how come the dagger of the end is in your hand? Qi Wei's on the side was stunned. He was deceived by Muchini before. I'm sorry, we just met, I can't trust you directly. The future body expressed its apologies to Qi Wei's. That's not right. At this time, Wang Zichen suddenly said, if the final boss is killed, why doesn't this instance end? Lao Zhao also pointed at the green-haired monsters outside, these monsters are still rioting. Isn't Chen Wanner the boss behind the scenes? Hearing the two people's answers, Muchini, who was watching the battle, was also shocked. Yes. This is his death replay. If the copy is over, he definitely won die, right? Is there any more change? Wait a minute, these green-haired monsters are starting to riot. Wang Zichen suddenly exclaimed. The future body immediately looked out the window and saw that countless green-haired monsters suddenly began to riot and climbed frantically towards the armored vehicle they were in. Close the door quickly, fatty, go start the bus. Old Zhao shouted sternly. Wang Zichen also reacted very quickly. He immediately closed the car door and started the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle's powerful impact force directly broke out of the encirclement of all the green-haired monsters. At this time, there were rioting green-haired monsters everywhere around the city. Chen Wanner's death seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism, and these monsters began to riot wildly. Countless rioting green-haired monsters threw themselves onto their armored vehicles desperately just to stop them for a while. Before this group of green-haired monsters completely rioted, they could still drive armored vehicles to wreak havoc in the city. But now this group of green-haired monsters are starting to risk their lives, and the armored vehicles obviously no longer have enough power. Countless hideous green-haired monsters pounced on the car, and their popped-out eyeballs were directly crushed by the wheels, but they still clung to the car without fear of life and death. These little actions of the green-haired monsters also destroyed the function of the armored vehicle. 10 minutes later, Wang Zichen exclaimed, "Oh shit!" Click. The armored vehicle suddenly stopped. Damn, what did these beasts destroy? Wang Zichen said angrily. With the vehicle stopped and the overwhelming number of green-haired monsters outside, the four people were now at a loss of what to do. Wang Zichen and Qi Wei's took action. Wang Zichen took out his gun and shot at the green-haired monster, while Qi Wei's directly transformed his arms into dragon arms. His arms suddenly became hideous and strong, and the original skin was covered with dragon scales. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Longbi killed an injured green-haired monster. This scene shocked everyone. The future body also looked at Qi Wei's in surprise. This guy had said before that he could only deal with 2 green-haired monsters. With this attack power, it is no problem to deal with 7 or 8 at a time. Good. He said that he was hiding something. Didn't this guy also hide his strength from me? But having said that, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and even an ant can kill an elephant. Under the attacks of endless green-haired monsters around them, the few people could not take care of the future body. Soon, the future body was overwhelmed by the green-haired monsters. Future body, dead. Muchini regained control of his body and rested for a long time before the fear of death he had just felt subsided. Qi Wei's, who was standing by, saw that Muchini had rested well, and asked carefully, "Brother Mu, is the skill you drew a prophecy skill?" Muchini glanced at him, nodded slightly, and began to think about everything that happened in the last death replay. That's not right. According to his thinking, Chen Wanner must be the boss behind the scenes. However, he had killed Chen Wanner with the dagger of the end, so why didn't the copy end, and instead cause the group of green-haired monsters to riot? Isn't Chen Wanner the boss behind the scenes? He couldn't figure it out. The dagger of the end is a key item in the dungeon. Under normal circumstances, the game will end directly if the final boss is killed. What did you just predict? Shi Wei's couldn't help but ask. I saw we were all dead. Mukini said perfunctorily. All dead? Shi Wei's was surprised, but soon calmed down. In a doomsday game, death is a very normal thing. We still have to go to the city center. Muchini made a decision. It is necessary to meet up with Wang Zichen and the others, because even if Chen Wanner is not the final boss, she is not a human being. Her existence may be the key to breaking this copy. And according to the last death replay, they did succeed in reaching the city center. Okay. Shi Wei's nodded, his mission now was clear. That is to follow Mukini closely and bring Mukini back to Kyoto after getting out. This kind of prophecy player must join the official one. The two of them sneaked out of the room, and when they approached the stadium, Muchini indeed noticed that there were many athletes wearing sportswear and football shoes in the stadium. Members of the school football team, but they have all turned into monsters at this time. Muchini and Shi Wei's looked at each other, and after deciding to leave, they got into the not-so-big concealment cloak together. Fortunately, neither of them is fat, otherwise one of them might have leaked out. With the help of the stealth cloak, the two quickly ran towards the back door, and the monsters seemed to have completely ignored them and continued to wander aimlessly on the playground. The two of them arrived at the back door smoothly. But if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected happens. The dog hole in the railing next to the school's back door, which Muchini remembered very clearly, was actually patched up by the school with wire. The hole has been patched up. Muchini pointed at the dog hole and said in a deep voice. Chapter 26 Mayor's Wife? The invisibility cloak can only last for 5 minutes. If there is no way to leave, they can only return the same way they came. Otherwise, once the duration of the invisibility cloak is up, the two of them will be exposed naked in the sight of these athletes. This is easy. Shi Wei stretched out his right arm and directly broke the thick barbed wire. Seeing this scene, Muchini was a little surprised. How did the other party crush such a thick steel wire without using any skills? My skills make my right arm naturally strong. Even if I don't use skills, the strength of my right arm is far greater than that of others. Shi Wei's explained. The two did not dare to waste time and quickly got out of the cave. Behind number 1 middle school is a residential area. Muchini is very familiar with the route of this residential area. He patted Shi Wei's hand and said, "Follow me." He led Shi Wei's through a small path and successfully left the community. In the following time, the two spent half an hour and finally succeeded in following the instructions on the mobile phone map and arrived at the place where the mayor Lu Mingtian lived in real life. Is anyone inside? Looking at the yard in the villa in front of him, Shi Wei's asked Muchini. I don't think so. Muchini noticed that the flowers and plants in the yard were destroyed, there was a lot of garbage piled in front of the door, and even in the garden, there were several abandoned green-haired monster corpses. He thought of the Enran team that had previously stolen the evil devouring dagger. Was it the Enran team that came? His eyes were burning, a scene that had not appeared in the last death replay. In the last death replay, he did not receive any information that the Enran team had come to the mayor's house. Now we can explain why, when the future body from the last death replay came here, the mayor and several others had already been taken away, and the future body and Shi Wei's entered to look for information. What to do now? Shi Wei's looked at Muchini. Wait. Muchini said seriously, wait for a few people to come over. He knew that in the next period of time, Wang Zichen and others would come to pick them up in armored vehicles. Once Chen Wanner is killed with the dagger of the end, the group of green-haired monsters will go berserk, and they will die miserably here. Could it be that the problem lies with the mayor and his son? The two waited here for about half an hour. Suddenly, Shi Wei said, "There's a sound, a car is coming." Boom! The familiar sound of armored vehicles running rampant on the ground. The sound of ground friction soon rang out, and Muchini immediately waved towards the place where the sound came from. When the armored vehicle appeared in front of them, Muchini immediately shouted the names of Wang Zichen and the other two inside. Just like the scene in the death replay, the armored vehicle noticed the two of them and immediately turned around and drove towards them. When they got closer, Wang Zichen opened the car door directly. "Brother Mu, come in quickly." Muchini gestured to Shi Wei's and walked in first. In the car, he quickly noticed that Chen Wanner and the one-armed man Lao Zhao were both there. He came in front of Lao Zhao and stretched out his right hand. "Hello, Lao Zhao, my name is Muchini, and I recognized you in the picture I predicted. Hello? Old Zhao stretched out his only arm and looked at him with complicated eyes. Afterwards, Mu Chenyi introduced the three people. This is the player I met on the way here. He claims to be an official, and his name is Qi Wei's. Official people? Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen looked at Qi Wei's in surprise. Qi Wei smiled and nodded to the two of them. Then, Mu Chenyi and Qi Wei's introduced Wang Zichen, Lao Zhao and Chen Wan'er respectively. In front of Chen Wan'er, he did not show any abnormality, and was no different from before. Qi Wei's greeted the three of them. While driving, Wang Zichen asked Mu Chenyi, "Brother Mu, what did you do after you separated from us?" "I went to the lakeside of the forest park, dived to the bottom of the lake and brought up the small box containing the weapons." Having said this, Mu Chenyi paused. His eyes inadvertently swept over a few people, and he also noticed the panic that flashed in Chen Wan'er's eyes. "Did you get the weapon?" Old Zhao asked excitedly. "Yes, I got it, but it was snatched away right after I got it." Mu Chenyi recounted the whole process of how he was snatched away by Ayn Rand's team. But at the end, he just said that there was a small dagger in the box, and he guessed that the dagger was the dagger of the end prompted by the system. No wonder Team Ayn Rand lost contact with me. Old Zhao's eyes showed a cold look. They got the key props of the dungeon, so they feel that there is no need to continue cooperating with us. At this moment, Chen Wan'er suddenly asked Mu Chenyi. "Mu Chenyi, I remember that after you separated from us, you went north. But the forest park is obviously to the south of where we separated." Mu Chenyi looked at Chen Wan'er, who looked like a curious baby at this moment. Really? This monster still doubted him. "Yes, Brother Mu, I remember you were heading north before." Wang Zichen, who was driving, also spoke up unexpectedly. Hearing the two people's questions, Mu Chenyi's eyes flashed slightly, and then an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. "Ahem, I thought that was the direction of the forest park. Later, I looked at my phone and realized that I was going the wrong way." He scratched his head embarrassedly. "I have a bit of a poor sense of direction." Hearing these words, the alertness in Chen Wan'er's eyes dissipated a little, but not completely. She was extremely afraid of Mu Chenyi's prophecy skills, and unless death was imminent, she would never reveal her identity. "Let's go find Team Ayn Rand now." Mu Chenyi made the decision. "They think the boss behind the scenes is Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son, but I think the boss behind the scenes is someone else." Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Including Chen Wan'er, they all looked at him intently. "I guess it's the mayor's wife, Lin Yingge." Mu Chenyi said this name. This was indeed one of his guesses. In the previous death replay, Lao Zhao revealed that Lin Yingge was not Lu Wan's biological mother. But he knew very well that Mayor Lu Zitao was Lin Yingge's biological son. He suspected that there was something fishy going on. He was not interested in gossip about the mayor's family, but he valued his own life. "Why do you think so?" Old Zhao asked. "Because these creatures are intelligent." Mu Chenyi thought of the previous scene where the group of monsters used explosives to blow up Lao Zhao's impregnable fortress. The real enemy will not be exposed to our sight. It is obvious that Lu Mingtian and Lu Zitao are just deliberately showing them to us. It seems that the actions of these monsters are all centered around the mayor's residence, but is it possible that this group of monsters deliberately showed it to us? Chapter 27, Team Ayn Rand seeks cooperation. Mu Chenyi's explanation was more acceptable to everyone. "Brother Mu, did you predict something?" Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask. "Don't hide it, tell us now." Mu Chenyi opened his mouth, ready to say something. Just at this moment. Ting ting ting, ting ting ting. A ringtone suddenly rang from Lao Zhao's cell phone. Old Zhao took out his cell phone and narrowed his eyes when he saw the note on it. "It's a call from the Ayn Rand team," he said in a deep voice. "Those bastards?" Wang Zichen said angrily. "How dare they call us?" "Let me take it." Old Zhao thought for a moment, set the phone to speakerphone, and answered the call. "Hello, Lao Zhao." A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Do you have the dagger of the end?" Hearing this voice, Mu Chenyi's face darkened. The owner of this voice was the man who had previously snatched away his evil devouring dagger. "What are you pretending to be?" Old Zhao said coldly. "You snatched the dagger of the end from our people. What do you mean by saying this now?" Old Zhao's answer also made Mu Chenyi inexplicably nervous. The man on the other end of the phone sounded a little puzzled. "Didn't your guy use the system to check?" "I did take the dagger he took out from the bottom of the lake, but this dagger is not the dagger of the end, but the dagger of evil." After he finished speaking, old Zhao looked at Muchini, his eyes full of questions. Muchini shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Chen Wanner was right next to him, and he didn't dare let her know that the dagger of the end was on him. Our people don't know either. Lao Zhao realized something and asked quickly, could it be that the dagger of the end was taken away by other players? There are more than just a few players in Zhangchang, so it is not surprising that the key props were taken away by others. Old Zhao, we think we have to work together. The man on the other end of the phone said, we killed LV Mingtian and LV Zitao, but the instance is not over yet. Before killing these two people, we did not see their wife Lininga. Lu Mingtian and Lu Zitao were killed? Several people were a little surprised. ISNT and Ran's team too efficient? Muchini observed Chen Wanner and saw that there was no change in her expression. Then he was sure that this father and son were indeed not key figures. It should be just as what the Enron team said, that this father and son were pushed out as the bosses behind the scenes. What do you want to say? Lao Zhao asked coldly. Cooperate and kill their wife Lininga. The man from Enran's team said in a serious tone, we need your surveillance to find Lininga. Oh, so this is the plan. No wonder this team called suddenly. But then again, Lao Zhao's ability to find people and his observation skills are indeed strong, otherwise he wouldn't have known that the key props were right by the lake. Let's think about it. Okay, I look forward to your callback. Lao Zhao hung up the phone and looked at everyone, what do you think? I won't cooperate with them anymore. Muchini shook his head. If they can betray you once, they can betray you countless times. It will do more harm than good to cooperate with them. Before, at the lakeside, the other party had called Lao Zhao a disabled person with missing arms right in front of him. When the other party doesn't need Lao Zhao, he completely ignores him, but when he is needed, he comes to him eagerly. We are not sure whether the key item Dagger of the End is with them. If it is, we can easily help them. Muchini analyzed, stroking his chin, and if they don't have the Dagger of the End, there is no need for us to cooperate with them, because we now have Chi Wei's joining us, and he can beat 7 or 8 green-haired monsters by himself. Chi Wei's? No, when did he say that he could beat 7 or 8 green-haired monsters? He clearly said that he could only deal with 2. But he quickly thought of the time when Muchini used a prophecy skill in front of him. Oh, prophecy players, that's fine. However, Wang Zichen and others looked at Chi Wei's in surprise. As expected of an official, he can deal with 7 or 8 green-haired monsters by himself. So, Lao Zhao, just find Lininga's location, and then we'll go over there. If we can beat her, then we'll beat her. If we can't, at most we can just use a resurrection coin. Muchini said this, but in fact he already had some guesses in his heart. I don't think it's right. Old Zhao frowned and said, we don't have any key props. With just a few of us, the chances of passing the level are too low. It's better to hide and wait for others to pass the level. Old Zhao, we can't hide anymore. Muchini stared at him, his tone dark. From what I saw, your fortress can't stop the attack of the green-haired monsters at all. We are now like cockroaches exposed to the sun, with nowhere to hide. The only way is to end this doomsday. Escape? Where can they escape to? Muchini's words made Old Zhao silent. Yes, Lao Zhao, we have no way out now. Wang Zichen also advised from the side that ever since the armored vehicle was not hit by the electric pole last time, he has absolute trust in Muchini. Chen Wanner, Chi Wei's, what do you two think? Muchini looked at the two of them, as if asking for their opinions. I'll just follow you. Chen Wanner seemed to have no opinion of her own. And Chi Wei's also smiled and said, Brother Mu, I will follow you from behind. Anyway, my goal is to send you safely to the country's Doomsday Management Bureau. Seeing that everyone had expressed their opinions, Lao Zhao could only helplessly say, forget it, then I'll go crazy with you guys. After saying that, he turned on the computer on the armored vehicle and began typing frantically in front of everyone. He only had one hand, but this hand was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in front of them. After a while, he took out a list. In reality, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the mayor's wife Lininga would go to this beauty salon at 2 p.m. and stay there for 3 hours before coming out. As top hackers, many of them look like they are naked in front of Lao Zhao. Noticing Lao Zhao's operation, Chen Wanner couldn't help but ask, Lao Zhao, you are so powerful, can you easily find out the information of everyone in the city? Don't worry. Old Zhao explained to Muchini and Chen Wanner, I won't invade other people's privacy casually. I haven't searched for any information about either of you. What do you mean, Old Zhao? Do you think my privacy is in your hands? Fatty Wang on the side was dissatisfied. And Lao Zhao actually nodded without denying it. Well, as your teammate, I must always pay attention to your safety. For example, the website you browsed last night. If I wanted, I could even watch the live broadcast of you and your model. Stop. Fatty Wang quickly stepped forward and covered Lao Zhao's mouth. Chapter 28, A Woman Kneeling Before a Buddha Statue. Wang Zichen's face turned red, and he didn't dare to continue talking. Old Zhao took his fat hand away and said with a look of disdain. But Fatty Wang, I suggest that after you get out this time, you use your points to exchange for some things that will strengthen your body. You were a little too fast yesterday, Before he could finish his words, Wang Zichen covered his mouth again. Old Zhao, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Fatty Wang's expression was extremely dangerous. So many people are here, doesn't Old Wang have any respect left? Mu Chini, who was standing aside, did not pay attention to the conversation between the two, but instead picked up the information about Lininga. The woman in the photo was very elegant and beautiful, wearing expensive brand name clothes, like a sparkling gem. There are many introductions to Lininga in the document, but without exception they are all advantages. The article also states that Lininga is a devout Buddhist and would go to a temple outside Jiangcheng to burn incense and worship Buddha every once in a while. Mucini I looked at the time for burning incense and worshipping Buddha. Etc. Stop. He suddenly shouted at Wang Zichen, turn around and go to Qingfeng Temple. Good. Wang Zichen immediately turned the car around. The armored vehicle immediately changed direction and headed towards Qingfeng Temple. Looking at the bustling green-haired monsters outside the car, Mucini's eyes narrowed completely. He began to carefully recall in his mind the scenes that had occurred in all the death replays. After reading the message from the mayor's wife Lininga, many things that he had been unable to figure out before gradually became clear. The vehicle started driving towards Qingfeng Temple. The green-haired monsters around noticed their armored vehicles and rushed over to bite them. However, because Chen Wana was not killed by the dagger of the end, these green-haired monsters were not crazy enough to be fearless of death. Amid the roar of armored vehicles, more than 10 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain outside Jiangcheng, and not far away was the location of Qingfeng Temple. That's the mayor's wife's car, and Lininga is in it. Wang Zichen, who was driving, noticed a car in the parking lot and spoke up quickly. Don't stop, just rush in. Nukin Yi shouted. Wang Zichen immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle broke through the railing and crashed into it. The car crashed into the temple, completely smashing the tightly closed door of the temple before it barely stopped. However, what made everyone in the car's pupils shrink was that there was only one woman in the temple. The woman had her back to them and was kneeling devoutly in front of a Buddha statue. There is not a single living creature around. This scene is very strange, because all the humans around have basically turned into green-haired monsters, but in this temple, there is a human worshipping Buddha here? Is this woman Lininga? Fatty Wang swallowed and asked with a trembling voice. It's her. Mucini gave a positive answer. Then, he did something that no one could have imagined. He just opened the car door and walked out. Brother Mu, you. Everyone was stunned. Even Chen Wanner looked at Mucini, who got off the car with her pupils trembling. How dare the other party do that? At this time, Mucini had already gotten out of the car and walked towards the woman kneeling in front of the Buddha statue. His every move affected the hearts of everyone in the car. Mucini walked step by step to a position a few meters behind the woman. He did something that was completely unscrupulous, but he worshipped Buddha and burned incense devoutly. Mucini, I whispered, Madame Lu, are you worshipping you? Everyone in the car. How could Mucini say such vulgar words in such a gentle tone? The woman who was kneeling before the Buddha statue slowly stood up and turned around. Fuck! Wang Zichen in the car suddenly screamed. Even Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen were frightened by the woman's appearance. After the slender figure of the woman turned around, they all saw her face. The woman's face was crawling with all kinds of maggots. In the photo, the mayor's wife's fair and smooth cheeks were now full of bloody pits, and the maggots were constantly wriggling in these bloody holes. Swish! A bloody hand suddenly stretched out and pinched Mucini's neck. Damn humans! The mayor's wife opened her bloody mouth, and her teeth were all chipped and rotten, looking extremely disgusting. And Mucini also took out the necklace from his neck, the dagger of the end, at the first moment. The dagger of the end is with you? The mayor's wife's face changed, and she quickly withdrew her hand and quickly rushed to the back. In just a few seconds, she hid under the Buddha statue, looking at Muchini with extremely vigilant eyes. The dagger of the end? When everyone in the car saw the small dagger in Muchini's hand, they all looked at the scene in shock. How come the dagger of the end is in Muchini's hands? But then, several people showed a look of surprise. The dagger of the end is a key item. Now as long as Muchini uses the dagger of the end to kill Lininga, everyone will pass the level. At this moment, several people felt a little regretful. If Muchini had used the dagger of the end to sneak attack Lininga just now, it would have been fine. Now that the other party has escaped, they didn't know whether the dagger of the end could be used normally. Are you afraid of this thing? Muchini was playing with the dagger of the end in his hand, looking at the ugly woman in front of him with a playful look. I have to admit, you almost tricked me. He sighed. Madam Mayor, I want to ask you, 6 years ago, it was you who sent someone to kidnap Lu Mingtian's daughter, Luan, right? Muchini's question stunned everyone in the car. Chen Wan'er bit her lips, her beautiful eyes staring nervously at Muchini outside the car. That little bitch deserves to die. The mayor's wife uttered cold words. LV1 is the most resentful person in Zhengcheng. You tell me she deserves to die? Muchini held the dagger of the end in his hand, staring at the ugly mayor's wife in the distance. 6 years ago, you sent assassins to rape LV1 and tortured her to death, causing the biggest tragedy in the entire Jiangcheng. After that, every year on the day of LV1's tragic death, you would come to the temple, worship Buddha and burn incense devoutly, trying to wash away your sins. I really want to know why you have such a strong hatred towards her? Muchini tilted his head, seeming to be really curious about this question. Lininga remained silent. And at this moment, waves of dense footsteps sounded outside the temple. Muchini, hurry up and do it, there are green-haired monsters rushing in from outside. Wang Zichen noticed the movement outside and immediately turned the car around and parked it sideways at the entrance of the temple, blocking several green-haired monsters that wanted to rush in from outside. At this time, Muchini seemed to be completely unaffected by the outside world, and said to himself. Then let me guess, you hate Luan, but you don't know why, right? This sentence made everyone in the car a little confused. The mayor's wife hates Luan, but she doesn't know why? What's the reason for this? The other party just said that the mayor's wife sent someone to kill Luan. Was it simply because she disliked Luan? There is only one reason. At this moment, Muchini picked up the dagger of the end and pointed it at Chen Wan'er behind him. You are just a puppet. You don't have your original memories, and the real boss behind the scenes has always been you, Chen Wan'er. Chapter 29 Reversal, Deal. What? The other 3 people in the car suddenly looked at Chen Wan'er. The timid Wang Zichen shrank behind Lao Zhao. Inside the car, Chen Wan'er narrowed her eyes. Chen Wan'er, is this your way of revenge? Muchini no longer paid attention to the completely motionless Lininga, but looked at Chen Wan'er. Your revenge is to make the beautiful Lininga become so ugly, but have you ever thought that this is just your imagination, and the real mayor's wife Lininga is still living happily in the real world? What he just said was right, he was almost deceived by Chen Wan'er. Whether it was the mayor Lu Mingtian whom she had never met, or the mayor's son Lu Zitao, or the mayor's wife Lininga who was kneeling under the Buddha statue, they were all just smoke bombs deliberately released by Chen Wan'er. Only Chen Wan'er can control these monsters. How did you guess my identity? Chen Wan'er looked at Muchini, murderous intent suddenly flashing in her eyes. LV1, you have always been a righteous girl since you were young, and your dream has always been to become a police officer who upholds justice. However, your dream died when you were 17 years old. Muchini said slowly, that year you were kidnapped by several killers. Their purpose of kidnapping you was to kill you. After kidnapping you, you were tortured inhumanely. Before you died, the killers told you that the person who killed you was your father's new wife, the current mayor's wife Lininga. So you died that autumn with great confusion and endless resentment. As the most resentful entity in Jiangcheng, you have been reborn in a new way under the effect of this doomsday copy. After your rebirth, you became the police officer you always dreamed of, and you tortured the mayor's wife Lininga in various ways in this world, and even fabricated a situation for everyone that Lininga was the boss behind the scenes. After you knew my prophecy skills, you have been afraid of me, so you set up a big plan to deceive me. Having said that, Muchini looked at Chen Wan'er with pity. After hearing his words, Chen Wan'er's face darkened completely, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. But she also noticed the dagger of the end in Muchini's hand, and she didn't dare to attack Muchini. Because you are a product of the resentful body, once I kill you with the dagger of the end, it will not immediately end this doomsday instance. Mu Qianyi's tone changed again. Instead, it will cause the instance to enter the third stage, where all the green-haired monsters will completely riot. Your prophecy skills are really disgusting. Chen Wan'er also laughed at this time. So you don't dare to kill me, right? When the two of them reached this point in their conversation, Lao Zhao, Wang Zichen, and Qi Wei's in the car were all stunned. Not only were they surprised that their companion who they had been with day and night turned out to be the final boss of this copy, they were also surprised at how Mu Qianyi knew so much information. We are all together, how does this guy know so much? And looking at Chen Wan'er's expression, it seems that Mu Qianyi is right? Chen Wan'er, you are just a resentful person after all. On the ground, Mu Qianyi looked at him with pity. So, do you mind making a deal with me? What deal? Chen Wan'er asked with interest. Let me kill you here. Mu Qianyi took out the dagger of the end and said softly, then let me go back to reality, and I will help you kill the beast who harmed you in reality, Lininga. Chen Wan'er's pupils shrank. Silence. The air began to become quiet. Even Wang Zichen, Lao Zhao and Qi Wei's, who were watching the game, huddled together, some of them afraid to breathe. A long time. Chen Wan'er then said in a gloomy tone, why should I believe you? Mu Qianyi said calmly, I swear, if I deceive you, I will not die a good death. Ha, the oath of mankind. Chen Wan'er sneered. But then, Mu Qianyi once again did something that no one expected. Snap. He simply threw the dagger of the end far away. Are you willing to believe me now? He looked at Chen Wan'er calmly, I have put my life in your hands. This is my sincerity. When I leave here, I will definitely help you kill Lininga in real life. This is a big gamble. Even Chen Wan'er, who was in a resentful state, was completely shocked at this moment. She looked at Mu Qianyi deeply, then slowly opened the car door and jumped out. The three people in the car were staring at Chen Wan'er's every move nervously. If the other party exploded and killed Mu Qianyi, none of them would survive. Chen Wan'er brushed past Mu Qianyi, walked behind him, bent down and picked up the dagger of the end. Then, she slowly walked in front of Mu Qianyi and placed the dagger of the end on Mu Qianyi's neck. Then I want to say, you made the wrong bet? She smiled, with a blush of excitement flashing on her pretty face. And Mu Qianyi just looked at her, without a trace of fear in his eyes, but full of pity. He felt sorry for Chen Wan'er's experience, and he also believed that Chen Wan'er hated the woman in reality more than this world. To be honest, you're the first human I've seen here. Chen Wan'er suddenly sighed, took the dagger of the end from Mu Qianyi's neck, and placed it in Mu Qianyi's hand. You have a very charismatic personality. If I were still alive in reality, I might fall in love with you. She grabbed Mu Qianyi's hand and slowly inserted the dagger of the end into her heart. I choose to believe in you. As the dagger of the end pierced her chest, her body began to dissipate like smoke. Remember, use the dagger of the end to kill that woman. Before completely disappearing, Chen Wan'er stared at Mu Qianyi. In this way, that woman will come to my world. Swish. Chen Wan'er's resentful body completely dissipated. Bite. The system's voice suddenly rang in the minds of all the players in Zhangcheng. Congratulations to the player for completing the Doomsday Dungeon, Puppet Kingdom. The dungeon will end early. Clearance level, perfect. Congratulations to the player for completing the Doomsday Dungeon, Puppet Kingdom. The dungeon will end early. Clearance level, perfect. Congratulations to the player for completing the Doomsday Dungeon, Puppet Kingdom. The dungeon will end early. Clearance level, perfect. The system's notification was broadcast 3 times before it stopped. At the same time, all the green-haired monsters that were chasing the players in Zhangcheng stopped their actions at the same time, and finally their unwillingness turned into a whimper. The game is completely over. Mu Qianyi stroked the dagger of the end in his hand and looked at the place where Chen Wan'er disappeared with complicated eyes. He made the right bet, but why didn't he feel happy? Finally, the loss in his heart turned into a sigh, and he looked at the dagger of the end in his hand that had not disappeared. He was a little surprised. In the last death replay, the dagger of the end disappeared directly, but this time, after killing Chen Wan'er, who had no resentment, the dagger of the end still existed. Brother Mu. Wang Zichen suddenly called him. He came back to his senses, glanced at the 3 people in the car, and couldn't help laughing. What are you 3 doing hugging each other? Wang Zichen, Qi Wei's and Lao Zhao let go of each other after hearing his question. Brother Mu, what's going on? Why am I confused? Wang Zichen rubbed his fat face, glanced at the place where Chen Wan'er disappeared, and couldn't help asking. There are two ways to clear this instance. Mu Qianyi strung the dagger of the end together with a red rope again and hung it around his neck, explaining, the first way is to kill the resentful Chen Wan'er directly. However, after killing her, the resentment cannot be dissipated, and the instance will enter the third stage. All the green-haired monsters will increase their combat power and riot. Only by surviving their riot can you clear the instance completely. In the future scene I predicted, the four of us did not survive the riot, so I can only choose the second way. That is to kill Chen Wan'er after her resentment disappears, so that the green-haired monster will not riot. Chapter 30 The Dust Settles. Having said that, Mu Qianyi was glad that he did not jump to conclusions in advance. In the previous death replay, Chen Wan'er shouted a few words before she died. Why do you treat me like this? I did something wrong. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die, I hate you. You all will die a miserable death. It was these words that made him feel very strange. The other party's resentment was not eliminated, and he suffered a great injustice before his death. Under that kind of cry, it seemed as if the whole world was guilty. It was not until later that he learned from Lao Zhao that Lin Yingge was a person who loved beauty very much. She had undergone several minor operations to remove wrinkles and often went to the beauty salon. How could such a beauty-loving person become such an ugly person when he becomes the final boss of a copy? So, when he saw Lin Yingge become like that, he made a guess. A person who loves beauty turned into such a ghostly appearance. Combined with what he heard before, that this woman was not Chen Wan'er's biological mother, he made some bold guesses. Chen Wan'er is still the real boss behind the scenes, and she has a great resentment towards Lin Yingge, so she created the image of Lin Yingge as a monster and a person behind the scenes, and she herself joined the ranks of players, so that she is naturally invincible. In addition, he saw a photo of Chen Wan'er's family of 4. In the photo, Chen Wan'er was holding a toy gun and posing as a police officer, which also revealed that she had been a girl with a strong sense of justice since she was a child and her dream was to become a police officer. In this game copy, her character was indeed like that. After Mu Qianyi told the three of them most of the information he had, the three of them could not hide their shock. Fortunately, you observed carefully, otherwise we don't know when we can crack this copy. Old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, isn't the dungeon over? Mu Qianyi expressed his doubts at this time. How can we return to reality? Now it's time to settle the points. Qi Wei's, an official, explained to him, generally, the points settlement time is half an hour. After half an hour, we will return to reality. Because this doomsday is a catastrophic doomsday, the clearance method for each region is also different. When we return to reality, people in other regions have also experienced all the doomsdays and returned to reality. The time ratio is different? Mu Qianyi asked. Yes, the time ratio is different. For example, we completed the game in less than half a day, while other regions lasted for a month. We can only return to reality after completing the basic tasks to survive. So when we return to reality, we return together with players from other regions, but we only experienced half a day of doomsday in the dungeon, while they experienced a month. Qi Wei's nodded. Of course, this instance is a special doomsday instance. The regions are not interconnected. But when facing some other doomsday instances, such as world-class floods, the time between the various regions of Blue Star is interconnected. Hearing this, Mu Qianyi nodded to show that he understood. In the following time, Lao Zhao and the other two asked him some questions about this copy, and he answered them one by one. Beep, beep, beep. Lao Zhao's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and frowned slightly after seeing the note on it. From Enran's team? Wang Zichen asked. Yeah. Old Zhao nodded and hung up the phone. He was still resentful of the betrayal by Enran's team. Brother Mu, why did you hide the fact that you took the dagger of the end? Speaking of Team Enran, Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask, also, how did you get the dagger of the end? Mu Qianyi explained, the reason for hiding this is very simple. Chen Wan'er was present. If she knew that the dagger of the end was in my hand, she would definitely be on guard. As for how I got the dagger of the end, there were 2 boxes by the lake in the forest park. The first box contained the evil devouring dagger, but it was snatched away by the Enran team. The second box contained the dagger of the end, but this equipment can only be used once, so I didn't dare to do it. Damn, those bastards from Enran's team. Wang Zichen cursed angrily. Brother Mu. At this time, Shi Wei's came forward happily, wrote down his contact information and handed it to Muchini. "This is my mobile number, remember to contact me when you return to reality." "And mine." Upon seeing this, Wang Zichen immediately stepped forward, wrote his phone number on a piece of paper, and handed it to Muchini. Muchini took the 2 notes. Ding, points calculation completed. After the system finished counting the scores, Muchini looked at the game interface. Host Muchini. In this instance, you completed the following tasks, successfully survived, obtained the key item Dagger of the End, cracked the apocalypse, and completed the instance perfectly. You received a total of 100 points, and were rewarded with the one-time item Dagger of the End grade A. Dagger of the End A level, a one-time item that can kill any creature. Ding, it is detected that the host is participating in the dungeon for the first time. The level of the reward items has been increased and the points have been doubled. Host information is as follows. Name, Muchini. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 0. Special ability, Eye of Death SSS level. Special item, Dagger of the End S rank. Dagger of the End S rank, a one-time item that can kill any creature. If the creature killed is the source of Doomsday, the item's usage count will be refreshed. Resurrection coin, 0. Points, 200. Muchini blinked, and the Dagger of the End became S level. And judging from the meaning of this Dagger of the End, the number of times the source of Doomsday is ended will be refreshed. Doesn't this encourage him to crack the source of Doomsday more often in the future? Otherwise, this Dagger of the End will become a disposable item. Also, why is there no resurrection coin reward? He looked at Wang Zichen and the others. What rewards did you get? Fuck. I participated in cracking the Doomsday, and I drew a C-level skill, pianist. Wang Zichen was devastated. How can I play the piano with my fat hands? Muchini. The C-level skill I drew is to drive an excavator. Shi Wei's was not very satisfied with the skill he drew this time. Driving an excavator, why don't you show me how to fly a plane? Mine is pretty good. Lao Zhao on the side suddenly said, the C-level skill I drew is gourmet, which is quite practical. When Muchini saw that everyone had a chance to win the lottery, he felt a little indignant. Why does everyone have skill draws, but he only has an S-level one-time item? Chapter 31 Return to Reality. This is not Muchini being Versailles, but he really wants a prominent life skill. What's wrong with the pianist? If he could show off his superb piano skills at a school performance and charm a group of junior high school girls, wouldn't that be a chance for his 21-year life as a single man to end? Brother Mu, what good stuff did you draw? Shi Wei's asked. Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen also looked at Muchini curiously. Logically speaking, as the key figure in cracking the Doomsday, Muchini must have received a very high reward this time, and the reward for this newcomer's first Doomsday will be even higher. I got the A-level item, the Dagger of the End, and 100 points. After the new player reward, the Dagger of the End became S-level, and 200 points. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 3 people with a puzzled tone. By the way, what are these points for? Can they be exchanged for skills and items? Fuck, brother, you got it. Wang Zichen's eyes widened when he heard Muchini's reward. 200 points. I've only gotten 230 points in the 6 months since I became a player, and most of them were rewards for surviving to the end. So rare? Muchini was surprised. It seemed that the points he gave were quite a lot. So what's the use of points? He was still curious. Wang Zichen looked at him with envy and said, to put it in a very basic way, 1 point can be exchanged for 10 million yuan in reality. Do you think this is good? How many? Muchini's eyes widened, and the tone of his voice rose a lot. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 million yuan? He has 200 points, can't he redeem it for 2 billion? My goodness, once he graduates from college, he may not be able to earn that much money even if he works his entire life. In addition to exchanging for money, points can also be exchanged for skills and props, but those things are extremely expensive, and they are not as good as rewards. Wang Zichen said here, and suddenly envied, S-level props. There are probably not many S-level props in the whole of China. The Chinese Doomsday Administration has statistics, and there are a total of 104 S-level items recorded. Shi Wei's added, including Brother Mu's item, there are now 105 S-level items. Actually, this S-level item isn't as good as you think. There was a bitterness on Muchini's lips. This item is said to be able to kill the source of Doomsday, but what if he chooses the wrong one? For example, in this Doomsday copy, he almost handed the props to Lininga. By the way, Brother Mu, besides this item and points, don't you have any rewards like resurrection coins? Chi Wei's asked curiously. He knew that the probability of prophecy players getting resurrection coins was very low, but Mu Chenyi had passed the level perfectly this time, plus the novice rewards. He wondered if he would get resurrection coins? No. Mu Chenyi shook his head and looked at the three people. Do you have any resurrection coin rewards? Me too. Lao Zhao responded first. I have two too. Wang Zichen raised his hand. When Mu Chenyi looked at Chi Wei's nodded. It seems that the three of us are the same. I also rewarded 2 resurrection coins. Mu can E? Well, he is the only one who didn't get the resurrection coin reward. It's okay. You are so strong. You will definitely have the chance to get resurrection coins in the future. Besides, you also have a resurrection coin given by a novice. Wang Zichen comforted. However, compared to resurrection coins and points, the most important thing is skills. Skills can only be obtained by participating in the termination of the final source of Doomsday. You will hardly get skills by completing the basic task of staying alive, unless it is a destructive Doomsday. Mu Chenyi nodded. He did not tell them that he had no resurrection coins. It's not that he doesn't trust these three people, but once the fact that he doesn't have the resurrection coin is exposed, his situation will be dangerous. Just like before the lake, if the man from the Enran team knew that he didn't have a resurrection coin, he could fully suspect that the man's intention of killing him to silence him must be higher than stealing the treasure without killing anyone. While a few people were chatting, the system began to teleport everyone outside. Mu Chenyi noticed that the bodies of Lao Zhao, Wang Zichen, and Chi Wei's began to dissipate in front of him. Brother Mu, please remember to contact us when you go out. Before disappearing, Wang Zichen waved towards Mu Chenyi. After a while, the three of them disappeared in front of Mu Chenyi. Looking at the empty scene in front of him, Mu Chenyi blinked. Why hasn't he left yet? Mu Chenyi, when did you realize that something was wrong with me? A faint voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Mu Chenyi turned around abruptly and saw Chen Wan'er standing under the Buddha statue, looking at him with her hands behind her back. After a brief shock, Mu Chenyi quickly calmed down. When I first saw you, I felt like I had seen you somewhere before, but I didn't start to doubt you at that time, until later we were chased by the green-haired monster. So that's how it is. Chen Wan'er held up her chin and said pitifully, you cracked it too quickly. I can't even hold my head up in front of the resentful spirits in other areas. Mu Chenyi. What he was more curious about was why Chen Wan'er didn't die. Besides, why did the other party keep him here? Remember what you promised me. Chen Wan'er pretended to be vicious and said, if you don't send that woman in, I will go out and find you myself. I will. Mu Chenyi was helpless. Chen Wan'er walked up to him and took out the dagger of the end from his collar. She pinched the sharp part of the dagger of the end with her fingertips and whispered, you don't need to use the skills of the dagger of the end. Use the sharp part of this dagger to poke Lininga, and I will find a way to bring her here. When she said this, her eyes were full of hatred. If Lininga came in, she would let Lininga know what it meant to be worse than death. And she would repay Lininga 1,000 times or even 100 times for the inhumane treatment she had suffered. I understand. Mu Chenyi nodded. This is what he promised the other party, and he will naturally do it. Mu Chenyi, let me take you away now. Chen Wan'er placed her hand on Mu Chenyi's chest and pushed it gently. I think we will meet again. The moment she touched Mu Chenyi felt that his body was completely out of control and fell backwards. Waves of dizziness came over him, and he felt as if his body was pulled into another time. Until this feeling completely disappears. It was like having a very long dream. Lao Mu, it's your turn to buy breakfast today. I almost drank to death yesterday. A familiar voice came, and Mu Chenyi rubbed his aching head. This is a sign of being drunk. He sat up, holding his head, and looked at his roommates lying on the other 3 beds. What's going on? He was stunned for a moment. Is it a dream? Brothers, let me tell you, I had a very strange dream last night. He wanted to share it with his 3 roommates, but just after he finished saying this, he suddenly felt a cold touch on his chest, so he reached his hand in. When he felt a metallic sensation, his words stopped abruptly. The dagger of the end is still there, he is not dreaming. Chapter 32 Personal Emporium. Stop dreaming about this and that. Even if you talk nonsense, you still have to buy breakfast today. Complained the roommate. I'll go buy it now. Muchini didn't say anything back. He immediately got out of bed, quickly put on his clothes, and walked outside. He needs to be alone to calm down. Walking out of the dormitory, he took out the dagger of the end and held it in front of his eyes to examine it. After thinking about it, he touched his pocket and found the phone number that Wang Zichen and Chi Wei Eyes gave him. He first called Wang Zichen on his cell phone. Wang Zichen immediately responded, "Wow, who is it?" "Fatty Wang, it's me, Muchini. Muchini spoke. "Fuck, brother Mu." Wang Zichen's tone was pleasantly surprised at first, but then his tone became confused. "Wait, why is your number from Ganshui? I'm attending university here." Muchini said, "Actually, I don't know why I started playing the dungeon game in Jiangcheng." Wang Zichen immediately asked, "That shouldn't be the case. Brother Mu, did you enter the Doomsday Dungeon without knowing why? What were you doing at 10 o'clock last night?" Muchini was silent. 10 o'clock last night? He might have blacked out at that time. So he told his roommate that he had been drinking with him yesterday. After his explanation, Wang Zichen also fell silent. After a while, Lao Zhao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's normal for you to be in this situation, because in the Doomsday instance, you can choose to enter the Doomsday in the place where you usually live, or choose to experience the Doomsday where you are. In general, everyone will choose to enter the Doomsday where they are in reality, but you drank too much yesterday and blacked out, so you didn't make a choice. The Doomsday system automatically determined that you chose the place where you usually live, so it sent you to Jiangcheng." Why is there Lao Zhao's voice? Muchini was just feeling confused when he suddenly heard Wang Zichen's angry roar from the other end of the line. "Old Zhao, you BYD eavesdropped on my conversation again." Muchini. No wonder, he remembered that Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen clearly did not live together, but Lao Zhao's voice could be heard from Wang Zichen's phone. "I noticed that the number you called was a bit strange, and I suspected it might be Muchini, so I called." Old Zhao said with a tone full of disdain, "Do you think I care about your rotten private life?" Afterwards, Lao Zhao didn't bother to pay attention to the angry and frustrated Wang Zichen, and turned to Muchini and asked, "Muchini, do you need to come to Jiangcheng to deal with the mayor's wife?" "Yes." Muchini looked at the dagger of the end in his hand and replied, "But I have to ask for leave and find a suitable reason with my parents." "Okay, when you come back, Fatty Wang and I will welcome you back." "Old Zhao, I have something to ask you." Muchini asked curiously, "How do I use the points I got? Also, how do I know when I will enter the Doomsday Dungeon next time?" Lao Zhao paused after hearing this and then introduced, "You can silently recite the system in your heart, and it will pop up by itself. As for the use of points, you can go to the personal mall and redeem them. As for the next time to enter the Doomsday Dungeon, you can default to 10 o'clock every Saturday night. However, the personal mall is quite special. After everyone experiences the apocalypse, 4 items will randomly appear in the personal mall. These 4 items could be skills, props, weapons, or even pets. However, depending on the value of the 4 items, the points required to redeem them are also different. Of course, points have another effect, which is to exchange them for coins. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 million yuan. You will understand all of this after you study the system yourself, so I won't elaborate on it. But I will remind you that if there are good things with a better price-performance ratio, I suggest you exchange them directly, otherwise these 4 things will be refreshed at the end of the next Doomsday Dungeon." "Thank you, Brother Zhao. I understand." Muchini thanked. After hanging up the phone, he silently turned on the system. A system prompt appeared, which was almost the same as the system he summoned in the game, but this time there was an additional personal mall icon. He opened his personal mall, and 4 new objects appeared in front of him. And the object grid at the top even emits golden light. S-level pet, Succubus completely obeys orders, outstanding combat power, extremely high appearance and super high combat power. This golden object also comes with a high-definition photo. In the photo, a gorgeous woman was smiling at Muchini. Just one glance at her almost took Muchini's soul away. At that moment, he felt that he was in love. As a virgin for more than 20 years, when has Muchini ever seen such a scene? Buy, must buy. He made up his mind almost instantly. Just when he was absolutely sure to buy it, he saw the price of an S-level succubus. Price, 2,000 points. Just like a basin of cold water poured on his head, Muchini calmed down instantly. From the look in his eyes, he was sure that she was someone he couldn't afford. To get 2,000 points, he has to crack 20 disaster level copies. The first time he got 200 points was because his newcomer reward was doubled, otherwise he would only have received 100 points. Thinking of this, he glanced at the succubus above unwillingly. This succubus is extremely beautiful and can be manipulated at will. These two advantages are secondary. The main thing is that he wants to hire a strong bodyguard to protect himself. After reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the second grid. The second grid looks much more ordinary, and it contains a light-colored book. B-level skill, top-level fighting technique, automatically learned after purchase, enhances the host's physique. Price, 188 points. Good stuff, but expensive. He was not in a hurry to buy, and his eyes continued to move downwards. The third grid is worse, as it contains a book on life skills. D-level skill, Rubik's Cube Master, can crack all types of Rubik's Cubes, price, 18 points. Rubik's Cube Master. Let me ask, what can you do in the Doomsday Dungeon after learning this thing? After the monster appeared in front of him, he took out a Rubik's Cube and said to others, "Look, I solved the Rubik's Cube in just 6 seconds. You can't kill me now. It's so expensive, only 18 points." In Muchini's eyes, this is no longer 18 points, but 180 million yuan. No consideration, next one. The fourth grid is not a skill or a pet, but a small bag. C-level special item, Qiankuan bag, can hold 10 cubic meters of items. Price, 50 points. It's good stuff too. Muchini's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed. If he bought the Qiankuan bag, he wouldn't be able to buy top-notch fighting skills. And right now, it seems like buying top-notch fighting techniques is the most cost-effective. Just when he was about to exchange for this top fighting technique and try out this skill, he suddenly noticed that a small red dot flashed below the personal mall. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the little red dot. Chapter 33, A Chance to Leave the Game. After clicking on the red dot, the system interface suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding, congratulations to the player Muchini for completing the Doomsday Dungeon with a perfect level in his first participation. Therefore, the player will be eligible to leave the Doomsday game. You can make a choice. Do you want to leave the Doomsday game? Weather. Tip: once you choose to leave the game, you will never be able to enter the game copy again. At the same time, all the props, skills, pets, and points obtained by the host in the game will be taken back by the system. Please choose carefully. Muchini's eyes widened. Is there such a good thing? However, if he chooses to leave the game, then the SSS level Eye of Death and the S-level weapon dagger of the end that he drew will disappear. Of course, there are also his 200 points worth 2 billion yuan. He worked hard to get these things. Moreover, once he quit the game, he became that ordinary college student who was indistinguishable from the crowd. He was a very mediocre person, with no special skills, no way to dress himself, and no girls liked him. I finally mustered up the courage to confess yesterday, but was ruthlessly rejected. I got drunk and was unconscious when I entered the game. Thinking of the embarrassment and difficulty of being rejected in public yesterday, he lowered his head. The Doomsday game may be his only chance to change his fate. He has always had extremely bad luck, but he won the SSS level prophetic skill Eye of Death that countless players are crazy about, and now he has also obtained the S-level weapon dagger of the end. If he chooses not to quit the game, his future is destined to be extraordinary. However, joining the game also comes with constant danger. After thinking it over, he still couldn't make a decision. Finally, he called Wang Zichen again and explained to him that he could leave. As expected, Lao Zhao's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. We have never heard of such a situation. You are the only one we have ever heard of who solved the source of Doomsday perfectly as a novice. However, if you have such an opportunity, we still suggest that you consider it carefully, because once you choose to really enter this game, your head will always be hanging on your belt. Old Zhao, can you please stop spying on me? Wang Zichen complained weakly on the phone, and then said to Muchini, Brother Mu, what do you think? I'm a little undecided. Muchini said this. He didn't want to experience death all the time anymore, but he also didn't want to be lost in the crowd like this. You can't have your cake and eat it too. But the main problem is that he has no resurrection coins. Without the resurrection coin, every time he enters the dungeon, he is risking his life to experience the end of the world. How about this, don't you have to come to Jiangqing again? Come to Jiangqing first, and remember to call Qi Wei Eyes. He is an official and should have heard about your current situation. We will discuss it together then. It was Lao Zhao's voice on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll talk to my parents first and ask for leave to go back. After Muchini agreed, he hung up the phone. He flipped through the address book on his phone and began to think. By the way, he still has one more chance to use the Eye of Death in real life. Otherwise, let's take a look at what the next Doomsday copy will be like. Use the Eye of Death, he said to himself. Ding, are you sure you want to use the Eye of Death? Once used, the system will automatically determine that the host refuses to leave the Doomsday game, and all of the host's points, skills, and items will be usable normally. Mukin E? Is this not allowed to be used? He silently chose no. He still needs to think about whether to join the game. After thinking for a while, he came to the breakfast shop, ordered breakfast for 4 people and paid for it. Then he prepared to call his parents to ask for leave to go home. But just as he found the address book on his phone, a weird voice sounded from behind him. Hey, isn't this Brother Fanching? He turned his head and saw a boy with a teasing expression. Lin Yujia, what's wrong with you? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Although Lin Yujia was not his roommate, he was a classmate with whom he had a good relationship. Brother Fanching, I heard that your confession yesterday failed. Lin Yujia put his arm around his shoulders and said indifferently, it's just Su Qianran. I'll introduce my sister to you later. Stop it first. Muchini stopped him, frowned and asked, why do you call me Brother Fanching? Don't you remember what you posted on your moments yesterday? Lin Yujia's eyes widened. Isn't someone deliberately taking your phone to play a trick on you? The circle of friends I posted yesterday? With a suspicious heart, Muchini opened the circle of friends on his mobile phone in front of Lin Yujia. In his circle of friends, there is a photo of a bar atmosphere light with a few empty beer bottles, and a line of small words attached to the photo. When the dark clouds disperse, will there be a sky full of stars? Under the circle of friends, the first comment was initiated by Lin Yujia, Brother Fanching, are you emo? Then many male classmates commented, Brother Fanching, are you emo? There was even a comment from his mother, son, why did you go out drinking? Drink less, it's not good for your health. And the number of likes is 33. Muchini. I always thought that Brother Bobing only existed on the internet. I didn't expect you to open my eyes, Brother Fanching. Lin Yujia patted his shoulder and recited in a lively and rhythmic tone, I once heard that if I walk on thin ice all my life, can I reach the other side? But Brother Fanching, you let me know that when the dark clouds disperse, will there be a sky full of stars? Get out. Muchini resisted the urge to live on another planet and pushed Lin Yujia away. He opened Feishuan and saw that there were many people asking him questions. There were high school classmates, concerned inquiries from my mother, and greetings from Su Qianran. When he saw Su Qianran's chat box, his eyes flashed. I'm sorry, Muchini, I've always regarded you as my good friend, but I really don't have any romantic feelings for you. These are what Su Qianran said when she rejected him when he confessed his love yesterday. He couldn't judge whether this was right or wrong, perhaps the other party really had no feelings for him. Su Qianran did nothing wrong, and he would not hold a grudge against the other person because the other person did not accept his confession. From now on, they will be strangers. He simply deleted all the chat records with Su Qianran. Afterwards, he returned to the dormitory, put all the breakfast on the table, put on his coat and left. Walking outside, he opened his mother's chat box and clicked on the video call directly. I have to say, the scene in the previous timeline where mom killed him twice in a row did leave him with some trauma. Chapter 34 Family Incident. The video call rang for a full 40 seconds before being hung up. Muchini was stunned for a moment when he saw the call was hung up. Normally, his mother would hardly hang up on him. Could it be that she is busy now? Just when he was wondering, his mother called him. Connected. Son, why did you go out drinking last night? As soon as the call was connected, I heard a worried greeting from my mother. It's just a gathering of classmates. Muchini said perfunctorily, and then asked, by the way, Mom, why did you hang up the video? The lighting here is poor, so it's not convenient to video chat, the mother explained. Muchini didn't think much and went straight to the point. Okay, by the way, Mom, I want to take a leave to go home. Not sure if it was an illusion, he heard his mother seemed a little panicked. Son, why did you come back suddenly for no reason? Muchini frowned, but still said, I miss you and Dad a little bit. It happens that the Qingming festival holiday is coming soon, and I want to go back and stay for a few days. In the past, he would go home during short holidays. But what he didn't expect was that his mother still hesitated and said, Son, it's troublesome to go back and forth. Why don't you stay in school during the Qingming festival? Mom will give you more money so that you can have fun with your classmates during the holiday. At this moment, Mu Chinny immediately discovered something was wrong. Mom, did something happen at home? He asked. Son, why are you worrying so much? Everything is fine at home. When the mother said this, there was a sudden sound of metal colliding on the other end of the phone, followed by the mother's voice, Okay, son, Mom has something else to do. I'll hang up first. I'll give you some pocket money for Qingming festival later. Beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Mu Chinny, who was looking at his phone, narrowed his eyes completely. He rubbed the dagger of the end on the necklace with his fingertips, thinking of Lao Zhao's previous hacking skills. After thinking for a while, he decided not to call Qi Wei's for the time being, but called Wang Zichen's cell phone. This was the third time he called Wang Zichen this morning. What's the matter, Brother Mu? Have you made up your mind? Wang Zichen's somewhat tired voice sounded. Is Lao Zhao here? Mu Chinny asked. He and I don't live together. Wang Zichen hadn't finished his words. Lao Zhao's voice rang out from his phone. I'm here, what's the matter? Wang Zichen, oh my god. Old Zhao, I have something to ask of you. Mu Chinny thought for a moment and said, Can you help me investigate what happened at home? When I was talking to my mother on the phone just now, I felt something was wrong. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Old Zhao agreed, and then he heard the sound of clicking of keyboard typing coming from the other end of the phone. 30 seconds later, Lao Zhao's voice came again. Your mother was diagnosed with leukemia 2 days ago and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Your father is by her side. What? Mu Chinny felt like he was struck by lightning. Something so big happened at home? I'll go back now, he said decisively. His mother actually hid such a big thing from him? Leukemia, it's a terminal illness. Okay. I have booked a direct flight for you at 2:30 p.m. You can go have lunch now and then come back, said Lao Zhao. When Mu Chinny said that he was going back right away, Lao Zhao immediately bought him a ticket to go home as soon as possible. Thank you. Mu Chinny thanked him, took a deep breath and asked, Old Zhao, do you think there is a way to treat leukemia? With the current level of technology, curing leukemia is a fantasy. Old Zhao hesitated for a moment before speaking, but some healing players may have a way to deal with this disease, but if you want to ask these healing players to help, you need points. And Mu Chinny naturally thought of this as well. A hint of bitterness flashed across his eyes, and he asked with difficulty, How many points do I need to ask them to help? If you want to ask them to help, I can help you get in touch with them, or you can ask Qi Wei's, he's an official and must know more channels than me. Lao Zhao explained, for leukemia, an A-level healing player can usually solve it, which requires 3-5 points. If you ask an S-level healing player to help, it will probably take 8-15 points. Okay, I understand. Mu Chinny hung up the phone in a gloomy mood. Only by completely entering the Doomsday game can he use the 200 points normally. By choosing to join this game, his life and death would no longer be decided by himself. He sat by the school's Wangyue Lake, watching a row of ducks quacking in the lake. He was in a daze, not knowing how much time had passed. Ding ding. A strange number calling himself Lao Zhao sent him a photo. He clicked on the photo in the text message and found that it was a photo of a ward. Inside the ward, he quickly noticed a very pale woman on the bed and the man who was taking care of the woman. This is his mother and father. Lao Zhao did not lie to him. His mother did have leukemia and was currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Your mother has just had surgery and is now in the recovery period, but don't worry, her condition is relatively stable and she is not in danger for the time being. Immediately afterwards, Lao Zhao sent him a text message. Mu Chinny, I just sent a thank you back. Ding ding ding. He suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Whose call is it? Could it be the healing player that Lao Zhao found for him? Mu Chinny was confused for a moment, but still answered the call. Brother Mu, why didn't you call me? Qi Wei's complaining voice came from the phone. Also, if Lao Zhao hadn't contacted me, I wouldn't have known such a big thing happened in your family. But don't worry. Leukemia is a terminal illness for ordinary people, but for us players, there are precedents for treatment. How about this, Brother Mu? I'll let the higher-ups know in a bit. The Chinese Doomsday Administration will send someone to find you and compile your identity information. Once you register your information with the Chinese Doomsday Administration, we can send healing players free of charge to help your mother treat her leukemia with your identity as a prophecy player. Listening to Qi Wei's babble, Mu Qianyi was silent for a while and said, "Did Lao Zhao tell you that I am eligible to quit the Doomsday game? I have heard about it." Qi Wei's tone was a little embarrassed, but Brother Mu, if you don't register your information with the Doomsday Management Bureau, the Bureau will not send you a healing player. In short, if Mu Qianyi chooses to give up his identity as a player, he will also lose the benefits of being a player. Hearing these words, Mu Qianyi's heart sank to the bottom. If he quits the game, he won't be able to use his current 200 points, and he won't be able to afford a healing player. Chapter 35 Huge Shadow, a Mysterious Underwater Creature? After figuring it all out, Mu Qianyi said to Qi Wei's on the other end of the phone in a hoarse voice. "I understand. Please send someone to collect the information for me. Okay, I'll have someone contact you later. Don't hang up if you see an unfamiliar number." Qi Wei's hung up the phone in a hurry. Mu Qianyi fell silent. His good mood after learning that he could leave this damn Doomsday game disappeared in an instant. He knew that his mother contracted leukemia because she worked in a dyeing and weaving factory and was in contact with dyes all day long. But he soon felt lucky that he was chosen by Doomsday. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary person and knew that his mother had leukemia, all he could do was watch in despair as his mother passed away because of this terminal illness. "I choose not to quit the Doomsday game." He summoned the system and made the final decision. Ding, exiting the Doomsday game. "You can E? No, I choose not to quit, not quit," he said quickly. Host chooses to exit. Ding, exit failed. Host obtains SSS level skill, Eye of Death. Tip, all players who have drawn SSS level skills are chosen players, so they cannot exit the Doomsday game. The default host refuses to exit the game. Welcome host Mu Qianyi to join us. Your personal store, all skills, items, and pets can be used normally. Byte. Name, Mu Qianyi. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 1. Special ability, Eye of Death SSS level. Number of times the Eye of Death can be used, 1 time. The actual cooling time is 7 days time. Special item, Dagger of the End S rank. Resurrection coin, 0. Points, 200. Mu Qianyi stared blankly at the many notifications coming from the system. SSS level chosen players can't leave? Damn Doomsday game, I'll fuck your ass. He roared. He did so much psychological preparation, but who the hell knew that this was not a multiple choice question at all? But then, he breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, it's better this way. At least he has made the decision, so he doesn't have too much psychological burden. He shook his head, putting all those thoughts aside, and said silently in his heart. Use Death Eye. A prophecy skill that can be used once in real life. At the edge of Wangyue Lake, where no one noticed, Mu Qianyi's eyes gradually glowed red as he stared blankly at the lake in front of him. The heaviest rainfall since 2006 is coming. At 8:30 this morning, the China Meteorological Observatory issued a red warning for heavy rainfall. According to the China Meteorological Observatory, from April 8 to April 13, there will be a large-scale heavy rainfall process in the inland of my country, and the central and eastern regions will be the main affected areas of this process. This large-scale rainfall weather. Expert tips, citizens please make sure to close doors and windows. The news is on. The sleepy future body raised his hand, took out the remote control, and turned off the TV that was playing. Son, I'm going to the hospital to bring food to your mother. There's food on the table, remember to eat it. A man carrying an insulated box said something to him and left in a hurry. Okay, Dad, I'll go to the hospital too. The future body opened his eyes, responded, and stood up from the sofa. Mu Qianyi, who was watching the battle, also looked around. All I heard was the future body muttering, I don't know what the theme of this Doomsday is. Judging from Dad's reaction, it shouldn't be a puppet like last time. But we still have to be careful. Let's go meet up with Fatty Wang and the others first. Listening to the future body's mumbling, it seems that the current timeline has entered the second Doomsday copy. Also, why did the Eye of Death send him to the beginning of the end of the world? Did he die at the beginning of the end? Mu Qianyi pondered, his eyes fixed on the future body's sight. Just before he appeared, he seemed to hear the sound of a news broadcast. By the way, it is said that there will be heavy rainfall around the Qingming festival. Under normal circumstances, he would not pay much attention to this, because it rains a lot in spring. Moreover, Jiangcheng is a rainy place. But this is the end of the world. There is heavy rainfall. If it continues to develop, it may turn into a world-class flood. What to do about a world-class flood? Should we build Noah's Ark in advance, or bring enough food to climb Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world? After all, the cause of death of the future body is basically the same as the main theme of the Doomsday. While Mu Qianyi was thinking, the future body in the death replay had already contacted Lao Zhao and Fatty Wang by phone. After agreeing to meet at Lao Zhao's fortress, the future body took a taxi and set off. A few hours later, the future body met with Lao Zhao and Fatty Wang. However, in addition to Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen, there was another yellow-haired man who looked a bit like a non-mainstream Shamat style. Mu Qianyi took a closer look at the yellow-haired young man, wondering if this guy was the third member of Lao Zhao's trio, Tao Mu. It is said that in the last Doomsday copy of Puppet Kingdom, Tao Mu was exposed and died in less than 10 minutes. After meeting, Tao Mu nodded to the future body, and the future body also greeted him. Old Zhao, did you discover anything during this Doomsday? Wang Zichen asked directly when he saw that everyone was present. I wonder if you heard the news when you first came here. Lao Zhao took out the remote control and turned on one of the large screen monitors. What news? Wang Zichen and Tao Mu asked curiously. Instead, the future body asked, is it going to be a heavy rainy day? That's right. Lao Zhao nodded to the future body in appreciation and pointed to the lake on the monitor. Watch this video. The video shows a seaside city, but it seems to have been shot on a high-rise building. In the video, the sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, and strong winds and heavy rain were pouring down, and countless trees were blown directly in half. Mu Qianyi even saw that the 4 big characters Ping An Insurance on the Ping An Insurance building were blown off by the strong wind and hit the car below, which made a beep-beep alarm sound. This. Wang Zichen was surprised when he saw the scene. Could it be that the theme of this Doomsday is natural disasters? No. Old Zhao shook his head and sighed. It would be better if it was a natural disaster. Look at this photo. As he said that, he turned off the video and showed a photo. The 3 of them came forward. Judging from the angle of this photo, it seems that a drone was taken at a 60-degree downward angle, and in the picture, there is a luxury cruise ship with many people standing on it. But at this time, the 3 future bodies were not paying attention to the cruise ship at all. Because they saw a huge shadow in this photo. Chapter 36. Listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. This shadow occupies more than 4/5 of the entire photo. If it weren't for the blue seawater at the edge, the 3 future bodies might have thought that the seawater was naturally this dark color. From the drone's perspective, this huge ship looks just a tiny bit smaller than the luxury cruise ship. This mysterious creature may be more than 100 meters long. What does more than 100 meters mean? The length of the football field in the World Cup is only 105 meters. The length of this monster is larger than a football field in the World Cup. This is a picture taken in a coastal city in the east, Lao Zhao explained in a deep voice. According to the information I received, all the people on the cruise ship are missing and their whereabouts are unknown. After taking this picture, the drone completely lost control and no longer sent back any footage. That monster. Wang Zichen swallowed his saliva and said, could it be the extinct creature from the Middle and Late Cretaceous period, the mosasaur? No. The yellow-haired Tao Mu said solemnly, the mosasaur is only about 20 meters long, and this monster is more than 100 meters long. There is no way the mosasaur can compete with it. Yes. Lao Zhao nodded. At first I also thought that the theme of this Doomsday was the resurrection of extinct creatures, but then I analyzed this shadow and found that even the largest animal known to mankind is not more than 100 meters long. So, the theme of this Doomsday may be giant monsters. Of course, this cannot be completely determined yet. Players all over the world are currently looking for clues. Old Zhao said this with a heavier tone. Combined with Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction, this Doomsday theme may be a destructive Doomsday. Doomsday of destructive magnitude? Mu Qianyi felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. The Doomsday levels are annihilation, destruction, disaster, and plague. If the world-destroying Doomsday is the destruction of a planet, then the destructive Doomsday means the mass extinction of all living things. Every time a destructive Doomsday occurs, it will lead to the death of the vast majority of players. Mu Qianyi really wanted to ask what Mr. Chang Yeching had predicted, but it was the future body that was controlling the body now, not him. You guys go back first. I've already paid someone to build a boat. If there's any more news later, I'll call you over. Lao Zhao turned off the screen. This time the doomsday is global and will probably take a long time. Be prepared for a protracted war and store more food at home. Mu Chini, you'll live at Fatty Wang's house from today on. Okay. The future body agreed. For the next 3 days, the future body lived in Wang Zichen's home. I play games with Wang Zichen every day. Wang Zichen occasionally asked the future body whether it had predicted anything, but was always fooled by the future body. And these few days, Mu Chini, who was watching the battle, also felt a little strange. Why didn't Ti meet any official people? If the authorities knew that he was a prophecy genius with SSS level skills, shouldn't they send people to protect him? But these days, he has been staying with Wang Zichen's trio. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Lao Zhao sent them a message. Come on, there are new discoveries. Wang Zichen looked at the future body, quickly put down the game in his hand, drove the sports car in Wang Zichen's garage, and left the villa area. It has been raining outside for the past 3 days of the apocalypse. Jiancheng's drainage system has been upgraded once recently, but it still cannot handle the water. It was pouring rain, and after the two men drove to Lao Zhao's fortress, their trouser legs were wet. What's wrong, Lao Zhao? Have you found anything important? Wang Zichen opened his mouth and asked. Let's talk about it later when Mother Tao comes. Old Zhao's expression remained gloomy and ugly. Apparently, the news he got was not very friendly. The two could only wait patiently. 10 minutes later, Mother Tao came in, holding an umbrella and cursing. It's raining so hard. Lao Zhao, have you finished building your boat? I think we have to run away. Sit down first. Old Zhao motioned for him to sit down. Mother Tao had no choice but to sit down. Lao Zhao did not explain the situation directly, but looked at Mu Chini. Mu Chini, did your A-level prophecy skill death I see anything? A-level prophecy skills? Mu Chini I was puzzled. Could it be that the skill level he reported to the official was only A? No way. He did not intend to hide the fact that he had SSS level prophecy skills. After all, he did not have a single resurrection coin. If the authorities were willing to protect him, his safety factor would be much higher. No. The future body shook his head. Okay, then I'll give you all the information I got. Old Zhao looked away in disappointment, took out the remote control and opened a video. At the beginning of the video, the sounds of dong, dong, and dong were heard. This sound is a bit like the sound of a heartbeat, could it be? Tao Mu was the first to show a look of surprise. That's right. Old Zhao said in a deep voice, the prophecy that Mr. Chang posted online was listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. And the they here may refer to the existence of this group of creatures. Listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. Is this what Mr. Chang Yeching predicted? Mu Chini, who was watching the battle, was surprised and his breathing became faster. According to the introduction Wang Zichen had given him before, Mr. Chang Yeching would only make his predictions 3 days before the start of the Doomsday game copy. And now, only 1 day after the last Doomsday ended, and there is still a week before the next Doomsday. Already, he knows Mr. Chang Yeching's next prediction? Doesn't that mean that he knew Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction 3 or 4 days earlier than other players around the world? It's worthy of being an SSS level skill. It's so terrifying. It's a pity that he doesn't have a resurrection coin yet. The following scene may be difficult for you to accept. Even I felt incredible when I saw it for the first time. Lao Zhao's tone was heavy as he continued to play the video. In the video, as the sounds of boom, boom, and boom were heard, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky amid the storm and dim light. And at the moment the lightning flashed, a super fish head as tall as 70 or 80 meters appeared in the video. In the picture, the fish head is taller than a 20-story building. Under the lightning, the scales on the fish's head sparkled and flashed a terrifying light. The appearance of this fish head is very similar to the fish head in the fish soup that Machini's mother had stewed for him before. How did an ordinary food become so huge? I'm afraid that people with gigantic fear will feel very uncomfortable or even faint after seeing this scene. Fuck! The future body, Wang Zichen, and Tao Mu exclaimed at the same time. The three of them were frightened by this scene. When the lightning disappeared, the giant fish head disappeared, but the three people could still vaguely see through the dim light that there was a giant, vague shadow on the back of the floor in the video screen. This shadow is the body of the giant fish. Chapter 37 Jiang Chang was in trouble. What on earth is this? Wang Zichen asked in a trembling voice. There are two opinions among the players now. Lao Zhao said in a serious tone, one explanation is that something happened in the deep sea, causing these marine creatures to become huge in size. Another explanation is that many creatures in the deep sea are this huge, but because of the effects of the Doomsday game, they all ran out of the deep sea and slaughtered humans everywhere. At this point, his voice trembled a little. The video I showed you was a live broadcast of Sangcheng 7 hours ago. And 5 hours ago, Sangcheng lost contact with us, and no Sangcheng player has contacted us since then. A video from 5 hours ago? 5 hours ago, this giant monster invaded the human city? Old Zhao, do you mean that the appearance of these deep-sea monsters will cause nearby signals to disappear? The yellow-haired Mother Tao asked. No. Old Zhao shook his head, his tone even heavier. It's not that the signal will automatically disappear after they appear, but they can control it and make our signal disappear at any time. Everyone present stopped breathing for a moment. Because Lao Zhao's words also revealed another meaning. These giant monsters are intelligent. That's why they can control whether human communication tools can operate normally. It seemed that when they thought of this, everyone's breathing became a little disordered. Should we flee? The future body suddenly said, although Jiangcheng is not on the edge of the sea, it is also a city close to the sea. Once the cities near the sea are destroyed by these giant monsters, it will be our turn next, right? The words of the future body made Lao Zhao and the other two react. Yes, we have to escape. Now many players living in coastal cities have evacuated, and most people's destination is Mount Everest. Lao Zhao's eyes flashed. When are we leaving? Wang Zichen asked. Lao Zhao first looked at the future body, and seeing that the future body, a player of the prophecy type, had no comment, he made a decision. Pack up and leave tomorrow morning. The three of them agreed and left in a car in the pouring rain. After returning to Wang Zichen's villa, the future body had no intention of playing games. Instead, he stayed in his room, looking at the pouring rain outside the window with a dazed look. Mu Chenyi has been a spectator for several days, but the sense of urgency in his heart is no less than that of the future body in the perspective of death. The more dangerous the Doomsday copy is, the greater the probability that he will die the next time he travels through it. Especially since this is destruction level Doomsday. Boom! A flash of lightning lit up the whole city. Faintly, the future body seemed to hear screams coming from outside. What's that sound? The future body opened the window and ignored the cold rain and wind blowing on his face. The furniture in the room was instantly blown all over the place. But the future body stuck its head out and looked in the direction of the scream. The cold icy rain hit his face randomly. He stretched out his hands and turned most of his body out. Just when Mu Chenyi's heart skipped a beat and he thought that the future body was going to fall, the future body's arms actually grabbed the window steadily, then he stepped on the wall to gain some strength and jumped down easily from the third floor. After seeing this scene, Mu Chenyi finally knew what talent the future body had exchanged for. That top-notch B-level fighting technique. That's why the future body can move so agilely. The rain soaked the future body completely in an instant. Boom! A bolt of lightning spread across the sky again like a long snake, bright and beautiful like fireworks, but giving people a sense of extreme danger. The future body looked towards the horizon, and under the faint light of lightning, he seemed to see a huge shadow looming on the edge of Jiangcheng. Boom! Suddenly, a sound that made the future body's heartbeats suddenly rang out. Then, the vibration sound became louder and louder. Boom, 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 boom. This voice is getting louder and louder. At first the future body was a little confused, but soon his face suddenly changed in shock. He thought of Mr. Chang Yecheng's prediction. Listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. This heartbeat sound is exactly the same as the one I heard from Lao Zhao before. Those giant sea monsters are coming. Fatty Wang. The future body roared, and actually climbed up and jumped to another room on the third floor in a few steps. After reaching the window, he took out the dagger of the Yen from his neck and slammed the back of the dagger hard into the window glass. Not broken. This glass is actually bulletproof. Fortunately, Wang Zichen, who was sleeping soundly, woke up when he heard the noise. When he saw Mu Chenyi, whose face was wet from the rain, on the window, he hurried forward, opened the window, and let Mu Chenyi in. What's wrong, brother Mu? Wang Zichen was about to ask when he heard the increasingly rapid boom, boom, boom heartbeats. That monster has come to Jiangcheng? His expression changed as he discovered the heresy. Call Lao Zhao, we are preparing to retreat. Muchini spoke, took Wang Zichen's car keys, and dragged him downstairs. With the help of martial arts, he was very strong and dragged Wang Zichen to the garage. Wang Zichen also hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Lao Zhao. But the next second, he looked up at the future body with an unpleasant expression. No signal. After the giant monster appears, the city where it is located will lose signal. This is what Lao Zhao told them before. You drive first. The future body remained calm. He threw the keys to Wang Zichen and sat in the passenger seat. Wang Zichen took the keys tremblingly and sat in the driver's seat of the sports car. How about we go and open that armored vehicle in the warehouse? As soon as he inserted the key, he suddenly thought of the armored vehicle in the garage. There's not enough time, hurry up. The future bodies were anxious and helpless. They were racing against time. By the time they ran down and got on the armored vehicle, the monster had already come out and killed them all. Wang Zichen finally came to his senses and quickly started the sports car. Fortunately, they would fill up the tank every time they came back. With a roar, the sports car drove towards the suburbs where Lao Zhao was. But soon the future body discovered with horror that the location where the huge black shadow appeared under the lightning seemed to be in the direction of Lao Zhao. Turn around. The future creature shouted fiercely, that's where the monster is. What? Wang Zichen was confused. What about Lao Zhao? At this moment, the future body finally understood why monsters appeared in the city, but Lao Zhao had not sent them any news. It turned out that Lao Zhao had entered the signal-free area blocked by monsters before them. Chapter 38, The Giant Octopus Covers the Sky. We can only hope for the best now. If all else fails, we'll have to go back to reality and see you there again. The future body said calmly, if we go there, we'll just be walking into a trap. Wang Zichen does have a resurrection coin, so if he dies, he is really dead. Well, okay. Wang Zichen was about to turn the car around. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Under the huge flash of light, a black shadow with a round head that was hundreds of meters tall suddenly appeared, and countless tentacle-like shadows were running around in the sky, like several long snakes, twisting their bodies restlessly in the air. Gulielu, Garulu. The monster in the sky made such a sound. Boom! A flash of lightning appeared, and the huge black shadow was completely exposed in front of the future body in Wang Zichen. This is a giant octopus that can cover the sky and the sun. The appearance of this octopus is no different from the ordinary octopuses in the seafood market, but what is horrifying is that this octopus is so huge, as if a mountain suddenly stands in front of them. The most outrageous thing is that this octopus is actually crawling on land. No! The rain was so heavy that it seemed like the giant octopus could survive in the rain. Guliolu. A huge suction force came from the giant octopus, and the future body and the sports car that Wang Zichen was riding in were also sucked over. Dagger of the End, go! The future body directly took out the red rope around his neck and attacked the giant octopus with the Dagger of the End. The Dagger of the End can kill all living things. This small dagger flew towards the giant octopus like a stream of light, and pierced into the body of the giant octopus like a sharp sword. But because the Dagger of the End seemed too small compared to the giant octopus, the future body and Wang Zichen soon could not see the existence of the Dagger of the End. Did the Dagger of the End work? The two men stared at the body of the giant octopus. Shortly after the Dagger of the End disappeared, the giant octopus suddenly made a painful gurgling sound. Its several tentacles began to swing wildly, and its super huge head also tilted backwards. Bang! The giant octopus's body fell to the ground, and after a whimpering sound, countless ink spurted out from its thick hair follicles. The black ink mixed with the rainwater, dripping down in the rain. Inside the sports car, Wang Zichen looked at Mu Chenyi's expression in shock. Brother Mu, is this how you use the Dagger of the End? He asked in disbelief. In his opinion, Mu Chenyi's S-level item, the Dagger of the End, was extremely valuable, and its value was even higher than the resurrection coin. It's okay, everything is under my control. The future body said calmly. There is no way. Without the Dagger of the End, he will really die. No matter how precious the Dagger of the End is, it is just an external object and not as important as your life. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, a foul smell suddenly appeared in the car. Did you fart? The future body looked at Wang Zichen. No, this isn't the smell of fart. Before Wang Zichen finished answering, he seemed to feel the power of the stench and quickly covered his nose, his face gradually turning pale. This is the smell of ink. Wang Zichen had just said this and vomited out all his lunch without caring that he was inside the car. The future body next to him was not feeling well either. He could have held it in at first, but after seeing Wang Zichen vomiting, he couldn't help but vomited. As the two of them were vomiting, Wang Zichen suddenly said in horror, "Brother Mu, I vomited black blood. This ink smells poisonous." Poisonous? As the future body vomited, he realized that he was vomiting black blood. "It's over, I'm going to die." "Brother Mu, is this also in your control?" Wang Zichen said resentfully before he died, then his head tilted and he died. The future body only lasted a few seconds before dying from the ink attack. Future body, dead. Death replay is over. Mu Qianyi gradually regained consciousness, his eyes gradually focused, and he saw the calm lake in front of him. Damn, that giant octopus was able to self-explode after it died? This death was so unfair. After feeling regretful for a while, he turned his attention to the 4 random items in his personal mall. If it was before the death replay, he would most likely choose the top B-level fighting technique and then exchange it for some money. But now, he has new options. First of all, the monsters that kill people in the new map are all creatures that crawled out of the ocean, and they are actually seafood in the real world. Where did these monsters come from? It can only be from the ocean of the blue planet or from the deep sea. However, facing this group of monsters, the top B-level fighting skills are basically useless. You can't go into hand-to-hand combat with those sea monsters that can crush 10 of him with one but, right? He thought for a while and directly spent 68 points to buy the Rubik's Cube Master in Qiankuan bag. When he clicked to buy, a small bag appeared in his hand. The next moment, countless knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. And his thinking ability and memory ability became clearer after the influx of this knowledge. That's right, this is why Mu Qianyi chose the Magic Cube Master. A person who is good at playing with the Rubik's Cube has strong spatial thinking ability and hand-eye coordination ability. After Mu Qianyi obtained the Rubik's Cube Master, his mental ability has also been greatly enhanced. Since force is of no use in the next copy, he will strengthen his brain power. In the new copy, once the group of monsters appear in the city, the signals within the city will be blocked, and there is a certain possibility that humans will lose the ability to judge direction. Strong spatial thinking ability is very important. Being able to play with the Rubik's Cube is secondary. After adapting to his current mental thinking, Mu Qianyi looked down at the Qiankuan bag in his hand. How to use this thing? He tried to open the pocket of the Qiankuan bag. Just as he opened his pocket, he suddenly felt a 10 cubic meter space appear in his mind. Is this the space inside the Qiankuan bag? He tried to put his phone in. As soon as this thought came into his mind, the phone in his hand disappeared, and a phone appeared in his Qiankuan bag. As soon as he thought about it, the cell phone fell from his Qiankuan bag into his hands again. So amazing! He was about to play for a while when the phone suddenly rang. He stopped using the Qiankuan bag and looked down at the incoming call on his phone. It's an unfamiliar number. Could it be the official person that Qi Wei's mentioned? Thinking that the other party might be the one who saved his mother's life, he didn't dare to delay any longer and answered the call directly. Hello, Mr. Mu. A sweet and ladylike voice came from the other end of the line. My name is Lin Yuan, I'm a staff member of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau, and I'm also the person in charge of your statistics work this time. Do you think you're free now? Yes, but I have a flight at noon. You can come to see me now, or I can come to see you. Mu Qianyi replied. However, why does this Lin Yuan's name sound familiar? It shows on my end that you are a student of Ganshui University. I will wait for you at the Ocean Cafe opposite the east gate of Ganshui University. What do you think? The woman on the other end of the phone spoke in a gentle voice. Sure, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Mu Qianyi agreed. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qianyi put the Qiankuan bag in his arms and walked towards the east gate. Chapter 39 SSS Level Prophecy Skills. 10 minutes later, Mu Qianyi arrived at the Ocean Cafe. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a beautiful woman with black stockings who looked like a queen waving at him. The person in charge of this statistics is so good-looking? Mu Qianyi glanced at the pair of black stockings inconspicuously, and then sat down calmly opposite the woman. Are you Mr. Mu? The woman extended her hand to him and smiled. Hello, my name is Lin Yuan. Hello, Mu Qianyi. Mu Qianyi shook her hand briefly and then let go immediately. Mr. Mu, what would you like to drink? Lin Yuan handed the menu to Mu Qianyi. Just a latte, normal sugar. Muchinii doesn't like drinking coffee very much, he prefers sweet milk tea. Life is already hard enough, what's wrong with liking to drink sweet things? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, but still ordered a cup of latte with normal sugar for Muchinii. After the coffee was served, she took out a small notebook and a pen and placed them on the table. "Mr. Mu, are you a prophecy player?" she asked, looking into Muchinii's eyes. "Yes." Muchinii nodded. "May I ask what is the level and name of your prophecy skill?" When the second question was asked, Lin Yuan became nervous. This was the first time she had counted such a rare prophecy skill. "My prophecy skill is called Eye of Death, and as for the level..." Muchinii paused. Lin Yuan stopped writing and looked up at him. He said calmly, "SSS level prophecy skills." Snap. Lin Yuan couldn't control herself and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. The screen fell into silence for a moment. Looking at Lin Yuan's shocked expression, Muchinii calmly picked up the coffee and took a sip. It smells like pretense." Lin Yuan, who was sitting across from her, was shocked for a moment before realizing that she had lost her composure. She tucked her hair behind her ear and spoke in a softer tone. "Mr. Mu, can you prove your ability? For example, predict what type of doomsday dungeon the next one will be?" Hearing the other party's question, Muchinii was stunned for a moment. Now he seemed to understand why the future body was judged as an A-level prophecy skill in the death replay. Because the other party could not prove in front of Lin Yuan that his prophecy skills were S-level. S-level prophecy skills can predict the next doomsday. Of course, if you can't prove it now, you can delay it for a few days. S-level and above prophecy skills can also be used in reality. When you can use them, you can come to me at any time. Lin Yuan thought that Muchinii was not yet able to use the Eye of Death skill, so she quickly explained. S-level prophecy skills are also limited in reality. For example, Mr. Chang Yeching's prophecy skills can only be used 3 days before the start of the doomsday copy. No need to wait for a few days. Muchinii lowered his voice. "The theme of the next doomsday dungeon is Undersea Monster." Lin Yuan was stunned. Undersea monster? A few days before the end of the world, it will rain endlessly all over the world. But a few days later, as the first giant sea beast emerged from the sea, countless giant sea monsters hundreds of meters tall appeared one after another and came to the land, entering human cities to slaughter humans. Muchinii briefly described the scene he saw. In the following days, every time a giant sea beast appeared in a city, that city would lose signal and be unable to get support. This is the content of the next instance. Is the description detailed? After saying that, he looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Detailed, too detailed. Lin Yuan nodded woodenly. How can this be something predicted by a prophecy skill? She would believe it if this guy experienced the end of the world. But Mr. Mu. Although she had already believed most of it, she still looked embarrassed. We need to verify the authenticity of this prophecy, so we dare not make a conclusion about your prophecy skills casually. SSS level prophecy skills sound too incredible. Besides, it is only so troublesome when it comes to determining the level of prophecy skills. I know what you are thinking. Muchinii said calmly, you can't be sure of the truth in my words. After all, stories can be made up. Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed when she heard his words, but she quickly assured him, don't worry, Mr. Mu, no matter what the level of your prophecy skills is, we will protect your safety. Actually, it's very simple to prove whether my words are correct. Muchinii suddenly changed the subject. How do you prove it? Lin Yuan followed his words and asked curiously. I also predicted something. Muchinii lowered his voice again, causing Lin Yuan to concentrate. She leaned her head towards him and barely heard his next words. I know what Mr. Chang Yeching predicted 3 days later. One of his predictions is... Listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. If she believed 60 to 70% of what Muchinii said just now, then when Muchinii directly predicted Chang Yeching's prediction 3 days later, she believed 95% of what Muchinii said. Is the other party really an SSS level prophecy player? She could hardly control her facial expression. Mr. Mu, please wait for me for a moment. She stood up in a panic. The current situation was no longer under the control of a small staff member like her. She had to tell her superiors the news immediately. Putting Muchinii aside for the moment, she picked up her cell phone and hurried into the bathroom. After Muchinii watched her back disappear, he picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Lin Yuan. This name sounds so familiar. Etc. He suddenly thought of something and immediately took out his phone, flipped to Lin Yu's chat box, and sent a message. Lin's son, what's your sister's name? What's wrong? Lin Yujia replied immediately, I'm telling you, my sister is a great beauty with a great figure and long legs. She's no worse than the one you have a crush on, Su Qianran. But my sister has very high standards. Until now, there haven't been many men who have caught my sister's eye. Mu Qinyi replied, stop talking nonsense and tell me your sister's name. Lin Yujia, don't worry, I can push my sister to you, but I have to say, don't say it was me who pushed her, otherwise she will break my legs. Mu Qinyi really didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he just typed and asked. Is your sister's name Lin Yuan? Lin Yujia, shocked face.jpg How did you know? Chapter 40 Returned to Jiangcheng. Immediately, Mu Qinyi's cell phone began to beep. In just a few seconds, Lin Yujia sent him more than a dozen messages, asking him how he knew his sister. Mu Qinyi was annoyed and muted his phone, and finally he had some peace and quiet. He checked his watch and saw that there were still a few hours until the flight started. If Lin Yuan doesn't come out again, he should leave. After waiting for a long time, Lin Yuan, who seemed to have returned to normal, finally came out of the bathroom. Seeing the black stockings on Lin Yuan's legs, Mu Qinyi's eyes looked a little strange. After knowing that the other person was the sister of that guy from Lin Yu's family, he felt that he couldn't look at her seriously. According to Lin Yujia, his sister is now 26 years old and her family has been urging her to get married. She has been criticized by relatives as an older leftover woman. That's why the Lin Yu family has always wanted to bring Mu Qinyi and his sister together. As the saying goes, if a woman is 3 years older than her husband, she will have a lot of gold bricks. If a woman is 5 years older than her husband, she will have 2 more gold bricks. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Mu. She bowed apologetically, then sat down properly in the seat opposite Mu Qinyi. I have a flight at noon. Mu Qinyi reminded kindly. Translation, don't waste his time. I'm really sorry, Mr. Mu. Lin Yuan apologized to him again. Forget it, it's okay. Mu Qinyi waved his hand and said, do you have any questions now? I just contacted the higher-ups and explained your problem. However, it will take a few days to verify your ability. However, considering that your safety is of vital importance and involves the fate of many people. So for the next period of time, I will temporarily protect you closely. What do you think? Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qinyi expectantly. Seeing Mu Qinyi fall into deep thought, she quickly added, of course, if you are not satisfied with me, Mr. Mu, someone else will replace me. No need to change, you're fine, just you. Seeing this, Mu Qinyi guessed that this should be the official protection for him. With his SSS level prophecy skills, it is impossible for the official not to send someone to protect him. Seeing this, he curiously asked Lin Yuan, what is your main skill? S-level skill, airflow. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, she raised her hand and pinched Mu Qinyi's arm out of thin air. Immediately, Mu Qinyi felt his arm being squeezed by the air, but the other party had no ill intentions, so apart from feeling some slight squeezing, he did not feel any discomfort. Mr. Mu, I can control the air, and now I have mastered this skill to perfection, so you don't have to worry about your life being threatened. Lin Yuan explained, indicating that she had the ability to protect Mu Qinyi. Oh. Mu Qinyi was surprised. S-level skills, doesn't that mean that Lin Yuan is stronger than all the players he has ever seen? The people he knew, Qi Wei's, Wang Zichen, and Lao Zhao, were all players with A-level skills. Lao Zhao is special in that he is double a grade. Once your ability is successfully assessed, someone will be sent to protect you. Lin Yuan reminded in a low voice. If Mu Qinyi's SSS level prophecy skills are judged to be successful, then Mu Qinyi will be a national treasure. Even saying that there is nothing wrong with Qiu Bao. The only one in the entire blue planet. I see, but I'm going to Jiangcheng soon. Will you come with me? Mu Qinyi said, also, I have to go back to the dormitory to pack up my things. I have just booked a ticket for the same flight as you. Also, if you want to go back to school to pack your luggage, would it be convenient for me to help you? Lin Yuan kept a very humble attitude. It's not convenient, but I'm at the boys' dormitory. You may have to wait for me downstairs. It doesn't matter, your time is the most important. Lin Yuan immediately shook her head. One last question. Mu Qinyi glanced at his watch and asked, I wonder if Qi Wei's has told you about my mother's illness. We have already sent a local A-level healing player from Jiangcheng to the hospital. If he cannot save your mother, we will ask Beijing to send a more advanced healing player. Lin Yuan explained. Also, if it is inconvenient for you, we can explain that the hospital has developed a special medicine and see if your mother agrees to try it. If she agrees, we can cure your mother. Let me talk to my mother. Mu Qianyi thought for a moment and said, Okay, everything is up to you. Lin Yuan nodded obediently. After looking at the time again, Mu Qianyi drank the coffee in the cup, stood up and said, Let's go. The two left the Ocean Cafe, and Mu Qianyi took out his cell phone and called his father. My mother has just finished surgery and is still weak, so she is not suitable to answer the phone. After waiting for about 50 seconds, his father finally answered the phone. What's wrong, son? The father's voice was steady, but Mu Qianyi was still keenly aware of the fatigue in the other's tone. Dad, how long are you and Mom going to keep this secret from me? He asked directly. What? The father's tone was a little surprised, but he soon calmed down. Your mother and I haven't hidden anything from you. What do you want to say? My classmate's father is an expert at the Huaxia Leukemia Research Institute. He happened to be on a business trip in Jiangqing recently. Mu Qianyi pondered for a moment and said, My classmate saw his mother's name on the list. As soon as the words fell, the other end of the phone fell into silence. Dad Mu fell silent. He never expected that his son would find out about this. Dad, my classmate's father is an expert. He told me that the new special medicine from the institute has cured several leukemia patients, and he also promised me that he could give the special medicine to my mother. At this point, Mu Qianyi lowered his voice and said, But Dad, this special medicine cannot be known to too many people for the time being, so you and Mom need to help keep it a secret. Don't tell other leukemia patients about the special medicine. Lin Yuan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but blink when she saw Mu Qianyi talking nonsense. This ability to make up stories made her doubt the truth of the prophecy that Mu Qianyi had just told her. Really? Mu's father was very surprised when he heard the news. When Mu's mother suddenly contracted this terminal illness, he thought the sky was falling. But he never expected that his son, who had always been a good-for-nothing, would have a turning point. Dad, I've booked a flight back now. You and Mom must not tell anyone about the special medicine. Mu Qianyi repeatedly assured them before hanging up the phone. Seeing Mu Qianyi hang up the phone, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Mu is really smart. Thank you for the compliment. Mu Qianyi nodded modestly, but for some reason, he always felt that there was something else behind Lin Yuan's compliment. Chapter 41 Brother Fanqing found a girlfriend? After hanging up the phone with his parents, Mu Qianyi thought about it and called Wang Zichen. Hey, Brother Mu, have you made up your mind? Wang Zichen's voice rang out. It's done. Mu Qianyi then asked, Is Lao Zhao here? Wang Zichen. What does that mean? He became the middleman for Mu Qianyi to call Lao Zhao? I'm here. Lao Zhao's voice rang out quickly. Mu Qianyi then said, Old Zhao, I just predicted that the theme of the next instance will be a giant sea monster. Are you going to send someone to build a ship? Fuck. Brother Mu, your prophecy skill is S level? Wang Zichen's extremely shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. I had vaguely guessed it before. Old Zhao was a little calmer. I've seen too many scenes with his prophecy skills. I've never heard of any prophecy skills as perverted as his. It's okay, Brother Mu, go on. What will the next doomsday be like that you predicted? Mu Qianyi briefly talked about the giant underwater monster. In the next doomsday copy, they have several options. One option is to escape to the depths of the continent, away from the sea or climb Mount Everest. The other is to build a ship and flee to the sea. Don't those monsters like to come to land? They do the opposite and go to the sea. This way there might still be a glimmer of hope. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Mu Qianyi finally told Lao Zhao most of what he had learned. Lin Yuan just stood there quietly, with her hands behind her back, walking behind him. After Mu Qianyi and Lao Zhao hung up the phone, they just walked to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. There were quite a few boys walking downstairs in the boys' dormitory at this time. After seeing Lin Yuan's long legs, many of them couldn't help but look at her several more times. Coincidentally, a classmate who knew Mu Qianyi also noticed the two of them. After seeing Mu Qianyi, he greeted him. Good morning, Brother Fanqing. When he heard the words Brother Fanqing, Mu Qianyi's face turned dark. I was drunk yesterday. Why was I so naughty that I posted something on WeChat Moments? However, when this classmate noticed that there was a beautiful lady in black stockings following Mu Chini, his eyes almost popped out. "Brother Fanqing, is this your girlfriend?" Seeing his former classmate's eyes glowing with envy, Mu Chini felt amused. In fact, he wanted to say that this was the sister that Lin Yujia mentioned, but when he thought that Lin Yuan didn't know that his brother was his classmate, he didn't say it out loud, but smiled mysteriously. Sometimes not giving the answer will naturally give others endless imagination. He just wanted his classmate to guess it himself. Lin Yuan on the side also looked at the other person curiously. Why did this person call Mu Chini brother Fanqing? She did not ask anything. Her current identity was Mu Chini's bodyguard. She was responsible for Mu Chini's life safety within 3 days. If Mr. Chang Yecheng really posted that sentence online after 3 days, by then, a stronger player will appear beside Mu Chini and protect Mu Chini on her behalf. The classmates watched Mu Chini leave with the black stocking beauty, their faces filled with jealousy. Then, he immediately shared what he saw with his dormitory group. Do you know that after brother Fanqing failed to confess his love to Su Qianran yesterday, he immediately found a new girlfriend? His girlfriend looks so wow, and her figure is so wow. Then why don't you take a picture and show it to us? One roommate immediately replied gossipingly. Don't do that. It's not good to secretly take pictures of others. Just take a picture of your back so we can all take a look. Okay. He then secretly took a photo of Mu Chini and Lin Yuan's backs and sent it to the dormitory group. When several boys saw the figure with long legs and black stockings from behind, the whole dormitory was filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves. Some people even tagged Mu Chini in the class group without a teacher and attached a picture. Picture brother Fanqing, when did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Brother Fanqing just confessed his love to the beautiful Su, and now he has found another beautiful woman. Brother Fanqing is awesome. Brother Fanqing's girlfriend has such long legs, they're longer than my life. Many people who still stay in bed in the morning no longer feel sleepy after seeing this photo and hearing the gossip. They popped up in the group one after another. As they chatted, the beautiful woman in black stockings naturally became brother Fanqing's girlfriend. Lin Yujia in the group said, "TSK, this girl's figure isn't even as good as my sister's." Mu Chini was not aware of the news in the class group at this time. When he returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were playing games and had not seen the group message. I have to go home for something. You 3 should stay at home and look after the house for the next few days. Mu Chini said. Go away, go away. Just don't commit suicide because of that woman Su Qianran. The 3 roommates waved their hands nonchalantly. By the way, do you need help taking your luggage downstairs? One of the roommates took off his headphones and looked at him. No, it's just a bag. I won't even take my suitcase with me. I'll be back in a few days after the Qingming festival. Mu Chini quickly packed up and left the dormitory. His 3 roommates didn't take it seriously and continued playing games. 2 hours later. One of the roommates might have been tired from playing games, so he picked up the phone next to him and glanced at it casually. When I saw the message of 99+ in the class group, I clicked on it. Fuck! He suddenly uttered a cry of surprise. Then, he immediately said to the other 2, look at the class group, this kid Mu Chini, damn, jealousy has made me unrecognizable. The other 2 also immediately browsed the class group and soon reached the top, where they saw a photo of Mu Chini and a tall beautiful woman with their backs together. Some boys even took pictures of the 2 of them from the dormitory building, but because the pixels were not good enough, the girl's face was not captured clearly. Lin Yujia kept saying in the group that he was not as good as his sister. In addition, many people talked about Su Qianran, and of course the topic was still Su Qianran's rejection of Mu Chini's confession yesterday. The 3 roommates couldn't sit still anymore and immediately sent a message to Mu Chini. But at this time, Mu Chini had already arrived at the airport and was about to take off. Welcome to Jiangcheng Airport. Please keep your personal belongings and suitcases safe and proceed to the exit. After 2 hours of flight, Mu Chini and Lin Yuan landed successfully. At the airport exit, a huge banner with words was placed in the most conspicuous position. Welcome President Mu to Jiangcheng. Mu Chini just took a casual glance and saw Wang Zichen, Tamu and Lao Zhao behind the huge banner. These guys. A black line appeared on Mu Chini's forehead. Wang Zichen also noticed him quickly and immediately waved and shouted. Brother Mu, this way, we are here. The sound was so loud that it attracted strange looks from many people around. Seeing this scene, Mu Chini's face became even darker. He is not blind, he can see the banner. Chapter 42 Balance of 10 million yuan. After meeting the three people, Wang Zichen immediately looked at Lin Yuan behind Muchini. This beauty, is she your girlfriend, Brother Mu? He asked. Lin Yuan, the person sent by the authorities to protect me. Muchini explained. So that's how it is. The three of them showed a look of understanding. Muchini possessed S-level prophecy skills, so he was naturally a key protected person. Even now his predictions have not been verified. Brother Mu, is the sea monster you talked about on the phone real? Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask. It's true. I saw with my own eyes that both of us died tragically in the ink of a giant octopus. Muchini couldn't help but feel nauseous when he thought of the stench of ink. Died from the ink? Wang Zichen wondered. Your name is Tao Mu, I have seen you in the picture, hello? Muchini looked at the other yellow-haired man and extended his hand to him. Mother Tao was stunned for a moment, but still shook hands with him. Okay, let's go first. Muchini should have a hidden mission that he hasn't completed yet. Let's go back and plan it. Old Zhao spoke. Muchini also thought of the second purpose of his visit. The first purpose was to visit my mother, but with the intervention of the Doomsday Management Bureau, my mother's terminal illness is no longer a problem. Now I have to start preparing to complete the second task. Kill Lin Yingge. But the question now is, how can he get close to the mayor's wife, Lin Yingge? The three of them got on the car back, and Wang Zichen, who had driving skills, was still driving. Muchini, how are you going to attack? Chen Wanner told me that I just need to touch her with the sharp part of the dagger of the end. Muchini saw a fourth-order Rubik's Cube on the car. He felt itchy and took it in his hand to play with it. So I thought, as long as I can get close to her, the mission is actually very easy to complete. Old Zhao was about to say something, but when he saw Muchini's hands controlling the Rubik's Cube very flexibly and completing a fourth-order Rubik's Cube in a short time, he couldn't help but ask. You're so good at playing Rubik's Cube? Oh, it's the skill I just changed. Muchini put down the Rubik's Cube and explained calmly. What? Wang Zichen, who was driving, heard it and immediately turned his head to look at him in shock. Brother Mu, you changed your skill of playing with the Rubik's Cube? Is it because you didn't draw anything good? Just concentrate on driving. Muchini shared the four things he had drawn with everyone. You can choose fighting skills. Old Zhao was puzzled when he saw the skills he shared. I can understand Xiankuan Bag, but why did you choose Rubik's Cube Master? Even Lin Yuan and Mother Tao looked at him strangely. They all couldn't quite understand Muchini's choice. Because I saw the content of the next copy, fighting skills are not very useful, it is better to increase some brain thinking ability. Muchini explained. Brother Mu, you are so bold. If I were faced with these options, I would definitely choose fighting skills, but this succubus is really pretty. Wang Zichen took another closer look at the S-level pet above. Muchini nodded in agreement. He also thought it looked nice, but it was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. Muchini, do you plan to carry out this plan yourself, or do you want us to help you? Asked Lao Zhao. I can do it myself, it's not difficult. Muchini said. The three of them tacitly agreed not to say what exactly happened. Because there are official people here, and they are discussing how to kill a living person in real life, which is a bit too reckless. Leave me in that beauty salon. In order to avoid any further complications, Muchini decided to take action today. It just so happens that today is the day when the mayoress' wife has a beauty treatment. 10 minutes later, Wang Zichen drove directly to the beauty salon. As soon as Muchini got off the car, Lin Yuan followed closely behind him. You don't have to follow me for now. I'll come to you after I'm done with my work. Muchini refused to let Lin Yuan follow him. Mr. Mu, I was ordered by the director to protect your life. Lin Yuan stood there, looking aggrieved. My life is not in danger. Your staying here will only affect me. Muchini's mission was not to be seen by the officials. After he finished speaking, he saw Lin Yuan still standing there, and couldn't help but speak in a heavier tone. So are you here to protect me, or to monitor me? Of course we are here to protect you. Lin Yuan was a little flustered. Mr. Mu, if you feel your life is not threatened, I will separate from you first. You can call me anytime you need me. As she spoke, she tore off a piece of paper from the notebook she carried with her, wrote down her phone number, and handed it to Muchini. Okay, I'll contact you when I'm done. Muchini took the note and left without any reluctance. Ms. Lin, do you need me to give you a ride? Wang Zichen in the car shouted to Lin Yuan. No need, I know someone in Jiangchen. When Mucini walked away, Lin Yuan returned to her cold attitude, responded indifferently, then turned and left in the opposite direction of Mucini. Seeing this scene, Wang Zichen's eyes twitched in the driver's seat. After Mucini entered the beauty salon, he directly said to the waiter at the bar, "Hello, I'm looking for Mrs. Lininga. Her husband, Mr. Liu, asked me to bring her something." Seeing that Mucini still looked like a student, the staff hesitated for a while and said, "Please wait a moment." She picked up the phone and conveyed Mucini's meaning. After a moment, she looked up at Mucini. "Sir, Ms. Lin is doing a massage, and she asked you to wait a moment." "Good." Mucini was not in a hurry and sat in the reception area. "Sir, would you like some snacks or some tea?" A staff member came forward and asked. "No thanks." Mucini came here to kill someone, so he had an awkward and shy smile on his face. Sitting in the reception area, Lininga couldn't come out for a while, so he sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. It was only at this time that he saw many messages sent by the class group. At the same time, he also noticed the message Lin Yujia sent him. "Brother Fanqing, why did you ask me my sister's name? And who was that woman following you? Don't tell me that was my sister." This Lin Yujia is not stupid. Through Mucini's questions to him in the morning, as well as the gossip in the class group and the photo that looked like his sister, he quickly guessed all this. After Mucini sent him a guess, he ignored him. The nickname Brother Fanqing was given to him by that bastard Lin Yujia. He has a grudge against him. Now this kid has fallen into his hands. It's really the law of karma. In the following period, he downloaded a hidden app specifically for players according to Lao Zhao's previous instructions, and followed Mr. Chang Yeching's account online. Also, it seems that he can exchange points for money? Thinking of this, he tried to exchange money on the app and exchanged 1 point. A few seconds later, a message popped up on his phone. Huaxia Bank, your account number ending in received 10 million renminbi at 15:14 on April 2nd, with a balance of 10,2145 renminbi and 15 cents, and a deposit. Chapter 43 Chen Wanner's Revenge. Mucini rubbed his eyes, counted the number on the line, and finally confirmed that he was now a big shot with tens of millions of yuan in deposits. And if he wanted, he still had more than 100 points left, which could be exchanged for more than $10 billion. He suppressed his excitement and began to think about how to spend the money. But then he hesitated again. Do you want to convert all points into money? The points will disappear with the death of the host, but the transferred money will not. He was thinking that if he unfortunately died in the copy, at least his parents could get this very considerable consolation money, which would be the last thing he, an unfilial son, could do for his parents. Time passed little by little, and Mucini had been waiting in the reception area. After waiting for 3 hours, a graceful and noble woman finally walked down the stairs with elegant steps. "Who came to see me just now?" The woman was very beautiful. She was nearly 50 years old, but her skin was as smooth and tender as that of a girl in her 20s. "It's that gentleman." The front desk clerk pointed the woman to Mucini's location. Only then did Mucini see the beautiful woman he had seen in the photo, so he took off the dagger of the end tied with a red rope around his neck and walked towards the woman. Lininga noticed Mucini, and frowned slightly when she saw the dagger of the end hanging with a red rope. "Ms. Lin, this is something your husband, Mayor Liu, asked me to give you." Mucini deliberately pointed the sharp part of the dagger of the end at the opponent. "Ah!" Lininga screamed, and saw a small cut on her finger, with bright red blood flowing out from the fingertips. "What's wrong with you?" She looked angry. "Mrs. Liu." Mucini's tone gradually cooled, and he whispered in a voice that only Lininga could hear, "Think about the sins you have committed. Now, this sin is paying you back." After saying that, he took back the dagger of the end, turned around and left in a cool manner. Lininga stared blankly at his leaving back, and then a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Does this boy know something? Also, the dagger that pierced her finger wouldn't be poisonous, right? In a hurry, she ordered the people around her to chase the boy, while she looked for a driver to take her to the hospital. She needs to check her body carefully. But soon, her bodyguard came back and told her that the mysterious boy had disappeared. After she went to the hospital for a full body checkup, she was relieved to find that there was nothing unusual in her body. But at noon, the words of the strange boy still made her feel extremely uneasy. Does that boy know something? She had done a lot of bad things, so of course she was afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Any disturbance would make her like a frightened bird. When she returned home at night and saw her busy husband and handsome son, she felt even more uneasy. Such a heartwarming scene, but she didn't feel a bit of warmth. Because she knew very well that this seemingly warm family was also obtained by her through vicious means. Evening. Because her husband had to go out for something, she was lying alone on the empty big bed, feeling increasingly uneasy. Unable to sleep, she sat on the bed and took out her cell phone to look at it. She opened a hidden software in her phone and played a video. "Please, let me go, I beg you." In the video, a girl's heart-wrenching screams were heard. Bang, bang. In the video, several masked men took out sharp weapons and smashed the tied-up girl hard. As the heavy blows sounded, the girl's extremely miserable wails rang in Lininga's ears. After a long while, the horrible body of the girl, whose eyes were open and who had been tortured beyond recognition, came into Lininga's sight. The girl's eyes, which were almost popping out of their sockets, just stared blankly at the angle from which the video was filmed. "Who made you the daughter of that bitch?" Looking at the horrific corpse on the screen, Lininga gritted her teeth, but she didn't feel any regret in her heart. Just at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded beside her ears. "I died such a miserable death." "What's that sound?" Lininga suddenly jumped up from the bed and looked around in horror. But apart from the half-open window and the rustling sound of the wind, the whole room was silent. "Who are you? Stop playing tricks and get out of here!" Lininga shouted angrily. But what can be seen is that her voice is also trembling. "I died such a tragic death. Why did you kill me? Why did you kill me?" A bloody face that was unrecognizable suddenly appeared in front of Lininga. "Ah!" Lininga screamed and ran out the door frantically. Bang! The next moment, she slammed into a cold iron lock. The cold touch made her pupils dilate. Her nose was bleeding from the collision, and a cold torture chamber was reflected in her eyes. "Do you look familiar?" A faint female voice sounded beside her ears. "My dear stepmother who put me to death?" LV1. Lininga's voice trembled. She recognized the owner of the female voice, and she would never forget this voice even in her dreams. "Isn't Lu Wan dead?" Just like her damn mother, she was tortured to death by the people she sent. After so many years, LV1 turned into a ghost and came to find her. "My dear mother, what are you afraid of?" The sinister voice lingered around Lininga, as if it came from all directions. Suddenly, a bloody hand stretched out from the air and grabbed Lininga's neck. Woo woo. Lininga was strangled to the point where she could hardly breathe. Then, the bloody hand dragged her body step by step towards the torture room in front, which was filled with torture instruments. Lininga's eyes were filled with fear. "Don't worry, my dear mother." Chen Wanner's voice was filled with a bit of crazy excitement. "I will return all the pain I have suffered to you double." The sound gradually disappeared into the air. A bloodstain was left on the smooth floor of the bedroom, and the bloody hand dragged Lininga's body and slowly disappeared from the room. The next morning, news broke that the mayor's wife Lininga had disappeared from her home. When Mayor Lu Mingtian heard the news, he was furious and many police officers were dispatched immediately to search the city for the missing Lininga. 3 days later. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and obtaining 100 points. It was detected that the host received the reward for the first time in the game copy, and the reward was doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 points. Chapter 44, Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Congratulations to the host for receiving the buff reward, Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Blessing from the Puppet Queen, the host will not be affected by any curse. On the other side, Muchini, who was visiting his mother in the hospital, suddenly had these voices in his mind. The blessing of the Puppet Queen? Muchini thought of the first copy he participated in, The Puppet Kingdom. Puppet Queen, are you talking about Chen Wanner? However, including the 200 new points, minus the 68 points spent on skills and the Qiankuan bag, and the 1 point exchanged for money, he now has a total of 331 points. He directly spent 188 points to purchase the top B-level fighting skills. His information is now as follows. Name, Mukan E. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 1. Special abilities, Eye of Death SSS grade, Top Fighting Skills B grade, Cube Master D grade, Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Special items, Dagger of the End S rank, Qiankuan Bag C rank. Resurrection Coin, 0. Points, 143. This time, except for the S-level succubus that he couldn't afford, he bought out all the others in his personal mall. After purchasing the top fighting skills, he felt subtle changes in his body. Noticing something was wrong with his body, he quickly informed his mother and went to the hospital bathroom. After entering the private room, he lifted up his clothes and saw that the piece of fat on his stomach had suddenly turned into several abdominal muscles. Even the original muscles on his body became tense. He pinched the flesh on his body. Very hard. In addition, he has many more fighting techniques in his mind. Is this the effect of top-notch fighting skills? As expected, it is a skill with 188 points and worth 1.8 billion. He felt that he was very powerful now and could kill a tiger in a single fight. Your body seems to have become stronger. A female voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He turned his head sharply, but saw nothing. Chan Wanner? He asked, tentatively. Yes, I want to thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know why that woman killed me. Chen Wanner's voice was a little sighing, and there was also a sense of satisfaction in revenge. Did you take that woman away? And why did she want to kill you? Muchinii was also curious. Although she was a stepmother, she shouldn't hate her goddaughter to the point of wanting to kill her, right? I took her away, but I won't kill her easily. I will play with her for a while. Chen Wanner's tone was filled with hatred when she mentioned Lin Inga. And after all the time I tortured her, she also confided a lot of her feelings to me. I learned that in addition to me, my mother was also killed by someone she hired. She told me that my mother was just like me, tortured to death by someone she hired. She treated me like this because I looked more and more like her mother, so she imposed her hatred for her mother on me. When she said this, Muchinii could even hear the sound of her clenched teeth. It's true that I deserve to die. I didn't do anything wrong. Muchinii nodded. Do you know why this woman hates my mother so much? I'd like to hear the details. Muchinii had actually guessed something. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be related to Lu Mingtian, Mayor Lu. Because she likes my father. Chen Wanner said angrily, her family is quite powerful. According to her, Mayor Lu is able to hold such a high position now, in large part because of the support of this woman's family. If it weren't for the support of the power behind her, my good father wouldn't be so capable. I haven't gotten much information from that woman yet, but if my mother's death is also related to my good father, Muchinii, I would like to ask you to do me one more favor. As for what kind of help they needed, both of them knew it. Muchinii was silent for a while, but still nodded and said, okay. Muchinii, you are indeed a good person. Chen Wanner was very happy. If I were alive, I would definitely fall in love with you. Although you are not that handsome, your personality charm has deeply touched me. Muchinii. Why would you attack his appearance when you want to compliment him? Okay, I'm done talking now. I'm going to go play with my new toys. I'll contact you next time. After Chen Wanner said this, her voice disappeared into the air. But it was obvious that her new toy was the culprit who killed her Lin Inga. When Muchinii saw the other party disappear, he felt helpless. He also wanted to ask how the other party contacted him. It's impossible that the other party can appear in front of him at any time, right? Also, how did the boss and the opponent's Doomsday game copy come to reality? Could it be? He touched the dagger of the yen hanging around his neck, thoughtfully. He shook his head and left the hospital without thinking about anything else. He originally planned to go home to rest and catch up on some sleep, as he had taken care of his mother in the hospital all night and was a little sleepy. But after learning top-notch fighting skills, he felt that he was now full of energy and could easily get through 3 more nights. He left the hospital after his father took over his shift during the day. It's the Qingming festival holiday recently, but Muchinii doesn't really want to go back to school. He didn't know whether he would die in the next Doomsday copy, so he wanted to stay in Jiangcheng and spend more time with his parents. My mother is now receiving help from the healing players sent by the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau. She is almost recovered and is now staying in the hospital to recuperate. Before he knew it, he walked into the park and saw a place to feed pigeons. He went forward and bought a bag of wheat. He poured the wheat into his hands and squatted on the ground. When the pigeons saw the food in his hand, they flew down and stood on his hand to eat. He looked at the flock of pigeons and his thoughts gradually flew away. When he was young, he envied those people who fed pigeons, but now when he feeds them himself, why does he feel nothing at all? I don't know if I will have the chance to feed these pigeons next time. He poured all the wheat in his hand onto the ground and stood up to leave. Muchinii? A suspicious voice sounded from behind him. Mu Chenyi heard the voice, turned around and saw a young woman. He blinked. Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi was his English teacher in high school. She was very beautiful and took good care of him during high school. It can be said that if the other party had not tutored him in English in high school, he might not have been admitted to Ganshui University. Are you back from Qingming Festival? Teacher Yi was also very happy to see Mu Chenyi. Well, come back and stay for a few days, and then go back to school after the holiday. Mu Chenyi nodded with a smile. Teacher Yi looked him up and down meaningfully. Mu Chenyi, I feel like you've changed a lot in the past few years. Is there? Mu Chenyi touched his face. Is it possible that the big changes happened today? Teacher Yi even pinched his arm and said, It's so hard, not bad. It seems you have been exercising well in the past few years. Mu Chenyi smiled awkwardly. Chapter 45 Mr. Mu, please accept our protection. Have you had lunch? Teacher Yi said with a smile, Teacher will treat you to lunch. Let me treat the teacher to a meal. Mu Chenyi clapped his hands and wiped off the wheat crumbs on his hands. Let's talk about it after you make some money. How about we go eat some free-range chicken at the school gate? Okay. Mu Chenyi thought about it and agreed. The braised native chicken was not far from them, and the two chatted as they walked towards the shop. Did you find a girlfriend or something during these 3 years in college? Teacher Yi looked at Mu Chenyi with a teasing look. The corner of Mu Chenyi's eyes twitched. How could this teacher Mu really hurt his heart? He has been in love with Su Qianran for the past 3 years. A few days ago, he finally mustered up the courage to confess his feelings, but was cruelly rejected by her. What's wrong? Teacher Yi looked at him puzzledly. I just confessed my feelings a few days ago, but was rejected. Mu Chenyi told the truth depressedly. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. Mu Chenyi's face was filled with black lines. Teacher Yi, do you know that your laughter really dampens my longing and yearning for love? However, as soon as he said this, Teacher Yi laughed even louder. In the following time, the two chatted a lot. After arriving at the store, Teacher Yi had just ordered a whole chicken when Mu Chenyi's phone suddenly beeped. It was someone he particularly cared about who posted the message. He opened his phone and saw that it was indeed a post sent by Mr. Chang Yecheng. The post only has one sentence, listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. Sure enough, it was exactly the same post as the one he saw with his death eye. When he looked, the local chicken had already been served. He scooped a spoonful of chicken soup and took a sip. It still tasted the same as before. It tastes the same as before. He smiled with satisfaction. When he had money in the past, he would come here with his friends for a meal. Then eat more. I was afraid you wouldn't have enough, so I ordered a whole one. Teacher Yi looked at him enjoying himself and couldn't help asking, How long have you not come? It's been a long time. I don't remember it clearly. The two began to talk about what happened in the past, and just when they were having a happy chat. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an urgent car sound was heard. Teacher Yi quickly looked outside the door and found that several armored vehicles had driven in at some point. The armored vehicle stopped at the door of the store, and countless fully armed personnel got off. These armed personnel first dispersed the people around the braised native chicken shop. Then, a man in a suit came out, and several armed men followed him. The group of people walked into the store in a mighty procession. Teacher Yi asked Mu Chenyi in surprise, Mu Chenyi, do you know what these people are here for? The customers in the store did not feel afraid, but only curious and excited. In China, the people are not afraid of armed personnel and the army. The man in the suit first asked some customers who wanted to take photos to delete their photos and videos on the pretext of carrying out a mission. After they stopped filming, he walked towards Mu Chenyi's table. Teacher Yi couldn't help but get nervous when he saw this scene. They are coming towards us. After a few steps, the man in a suit came to their table, or to be more precise, came to Mu Chenyi, saluted respectfully and said, Mr. Mu. Teacher Yi was stunned. The customers eating around were also stunned, and they all looked at the boy who looked young. Now you believe it? Mu Chenyi was not surprised that the other party came to find him. Instead, he looked at the man in the suit with a smile. Mr. Mu, please leave with us. Your safety affects the lives of many people. So, please accept our protection. The man in the suit remained respectful. Mu Chenyi seemed to be thinking about something. While thinking, he lowered his head and drank a sip of chicken soup. After a moment, he put down the empty bowl, stood up and said, "Let's go." Before leaving, he thought of something and said to Teacher Yi, who was already dumbfounded across the seat, "Teacher Yi, thank you for the stewed chicken. I'll treat you to a meal next time we meet." After saying that, he walked straight outside. The man in the suit and the armed men followed closely behind him, protecting him as they left. "Fuck, who is this guy?" one customer couldn't help but swear. The most shocked person was Teacher Yi. No one present knew much about Machinei's situation, but as Machinei's English teacher, she had paid special attention to Machinei, so she knew Machinei's family very well. But what happened to these people? Does this kid Muchinei have another identity? But just as she was wondering, a team of armed men rushed in again, holding a paper version of the agreement in their hands. A man walked up to her and said in a friendly manner, "Madam, please sign a confidentiality agreement. This 10,000 yuan is your reward for signing the confidentiality agreement." The surrounding customers were also sent confidentiality agreements. What happened here today cannot be spread to the outside world, especially Muchinei's true identity. Confidentiality agreement? Teacher Yi looked at the confidentiality agreement on the table, and his heart became more and more shocked. What kind of person has that shy boy in high school become now? A few hours later, in a comfortable environment. "Mr. Mu, according to what you said, those giant monsters in the sea will come onto land one after another in 3 days?" The man in the suit took his hands off the keyboard, checked some key time points recorded on the computer, and asked. "That's right." Muchinei, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, said solemnly, "However, there is one thing I am very suspicious of. I don't know if telling you will affect your judgment. Please speak." The man in the suit made a gesture of invitation. "I suspect that the next dungeon will be of the destruction level." Muchinei said in a low voice, 5 hours after the coastal areas were invaded by giant beasts, Jiangcheng, which is separated from the coastal cities by a city, was also invaded by giant beasts. When facing such a monster, it is impossible for humans not to use powerful thermal weapons to fight back. Excluding all coincidences, since the giant monster was able to reach Jiangcheng from the coastal city in just 5 hours, it means that their advancement speed is extremely fast. I took a look at the map of China. According to their terrifying speed of advancement, all continents will be flattened by these monsters within 10 days. Hearing Muchinei say this, the man in the suit couldn't help but frown. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Mr. Mu, do you mean that there is no place to stand on the land, and the sea beasts will occupy all the land within 10 days? That's understandable." Muchinei nodded. "After all, I only saw a few days after the doomsday began. According to the data of previous doomsday events, the survival rate of players is less than 0.1%. And I think that the humans who can survive this doomsday may be those who retreated to the surface of the sea but were not discovered by the giant monster." Chapter 46, This world-destroying doomsday has already arrived. "Mr. Mu, your guess is not unreasonable." The man in the suit nodded in agreement. "We will consider your suggestion. I haven't asked for your name yet." Muchinei looked at the respectful look of the man in the suit. Could it be that he was also a handyman like Lin Yuan? "This is my mistake." The man in the suit showed an apologetic look, and then introduced himself, "Mr. Mu, I am Lai Wenji, the Deputy Director of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau." Deputy Director? Upon hearing this title, Muchinei dared not move his crossed legs. Then, he silently put down his crossed legs and sat like a good boy. He also heard some things about the Doomsday Administration these days. It is said that the Doomsday Administration has a director and 2 deputy directors. The director is very busy and is often missing, so the deputy directors are the ones who usually manage all the players. However, even if they are deputy directors, their authority in China is extremely high. This person who ran to Jiangcheng and brought him here respectfully, is he the deputy director? Is this guy being too humble, or is he a little ignorant? Director Lai, you are being too easygoing. Muchinei replied with a wry smile, "You don't have to personally take care of this matter for me, right? Mr. Mu, you still don't understand your own importance." Lai Wenji shook his head and said, "If the director hadn't had something to deal with, she would have come to pick you up in person." Muchinei. "Mr. Mu, if you have any questions about the game, Doomsday, you can ask me." After Lai Wenji saved what was recorded on the computer, he closed the computer and spoke to Muchinei in a businesslike manner. "I do have a few questions." Muchinei immediately asked, "Is it possible that the monsters in the Doomsday Dungeon will appear in reality?" He really wanted to know how Chun Wanner contacted him in real life. He also saw the news about the disappearance of the mayor's wife Lin Inga. He was shocked that Chen Wanner could come to reality and take Lin Inga away, but he was also a little scared. Will there be monsters in the dungeon that will come into reality and kill him in the future? Mr. Mu, have you ever encountered such a situation? Lai Wenji asked doubtfully, and then immediately explained, monsters in the dungeon have a way to enter the real world, but the real world is not something they can come and go as they please. When they enter the real world, they will be subject to certain rules and restrictions. Rules restrictions? Mukini thought of the dagger of the end on his neck. Could it be that the reason why his connection with Chen Wanner has not been severed is because of this S-level item, the dagger of the end? But then he asked another very important question. What kind of tasks can I do to get resurrection coins? Resurrection coin? Lai Wenji was stunned for a moment, then immediately explained, as long as you come out of the dungeon alive, you have a chance to get a resurrection coin. However, we have done statistics here. The probability of all prophecy players getting a resurrection coin is extremely low. The higher the level, the lower the probability of getting a resurrection coin. And your SSS level prophecy skill. So may I ask, how many resurrection coins do you have now, 1 or 2? Mukini? The probability of prophecy players getting resurrection coins is very low, and the higher the level, the lower it is? Noticing Lai Wenji's inquiring gaze, Muchini silently glanced at the column resurrection coins, 0 on his system. Well, a very safe number of resurrection coins. Mr. Mu? Lai Wenji reminded him. Good question, don't ask next time. Muchini replied with a frown on his face, is it possible that I don't have a single resurrection coin now? Afterwards, he told the story that he was killed by his mother at the beginning and the system awakened only after his death. Hearing Muchini's miserable experience, Lai Wenji's mouth twitched. But soon, his expression became serious. It seems that we need to increase the level of protection for you. Then he immediately turned on his computer and reported the matter. Muchini on the side also nodded in agreement. It is indeed necessary to protect his dog's life. Oh, right. He seemed to have thought of something, and his voice suddenly became louder. I have another question. Mr. Mu, please ask. Lai Wenji stopped what he was doing. I heard a rumor when I was in the last dungeon. Muchini looked at him and said word by word, when all the players die in the dungeon, this dungeon will become reality. Is this rumor true? It's true. Lai Wenji nodded. Muchini took a deep breath and continued to ask. It is said that several decades ago, there was a doomsday event in which no one survived, but this doomsday event has not yet come to reality. Is this true? No. Lai Wenji's first denial made him subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. But Lai Wenji's next sentence. That world-destroying doomsday has arrived. Hearing these words, Muchini instantly got goosebumps all over his body. What on earth is going on? He asked in horror. Lai Wenji pondered. It stands to reason that this is an absolute secret and cannot be leaked in the slightest, otherwise it will cause global panic. And Muchini's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Brother, these 2 sentences of yours have made me panic. Let me briefly tell you about that doomsday event. Lai Wenji fell into a memory. According to the descriptions of the people who participated in the dungeon, they initially thought it was just a plague-level doomsday event, but as time went on, they found out that they were wrong. It's different from the apocalyptic event of Moonfall. In that event, the moon's orbit deviated and moved closer to the blue planet. At that time, all players realized that the theme of this doomsday was the fall of the moon. The approach of the moon caused the magnetic field of the blue planet to change. I also experienced that doomsday. That day, countless meteorites fell first, and then I saw the patterns on the moon. Then, I lost consciousness. At the time, I was thinking, it's all over, no human can survive this time. But then I didn't expect that an astronaut player from the United States escaped the last catastrophe and persisted for a month in this doomsday. In the end, he returned to reality alive, and prevented this disaster from befalling our reality. Is that player from the beautiful country? Muchini was surprised. Chapter 47 Eternal Night, Curse of Time. Yes, from that day on, all countries with the conditions will arrange for several players to enter the space station in the universe to prevent such a disaster from causing the annihilation of the entire army. At this point, Lai Wenji continued to add, in the doomsday of the moon falling, within a few days, all players knew that the level of that dungeon was a doomsday of annihilation. However, in the doomsday of annihilation that no one survived decades ago, many players did not realize until their death that it was a doomsday of annihilation. What kind of doomsday is that? Mu Chini asked. At that time, after entering the apocalypse, all the players discovered one thing at the same time: the sky was dark. It was a world of eternal night. When they saw that it was eternal night, many people were very happy, because in their opinion, an eternal night, which was not difficult at all, was probably just a plague-level doomsday. And for many players who had the conditions, they claimed that they could live to death in this doomsday. Their dream has come true. Are they going to stay in this apocalypse until they die of old age? Mu Chini asked. Yes. Lai Wenji nodded. Generally speaking, a doomsday instance lasts for a month. Only special instances will shorten or extend the duration according to the circumstances. As for the Eternal Night Doomsday instance, the duration was extended indefinitely. This was the first time we had encountered one. 1 month before the apocalypse, the players didn't encounter any disasters. Apart from the lack of sunlight in that world, they were able to live a good life with the wealth they had gained in reality. As a result, almost no players died and all of them were laughing and talking happily. But as the doomsday continued in the first month, many players realized that something was wrong, and smart people started buying resources in large quantities. However, a large number of players still believe that this doomsday is just too simple, so it will be extended for a while, but it is still not a big deal. But as time went by, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, many older players committed suicide because they were afraid that they could not survive. Because once you die of old age in the apocalypse, the resurrection coins will have no effect, and players will not be resurrected in reality. So, more and more players are willing to spend a resurrection coin to leave this endless apocalypse, and they don't want to stay there any longer. At this point, Lai Wenji's tone became heavier. 70 or 80 years have passed, and almost all the players have committed suicide, but there is one person who still persists in his post. That man is the 7th director of our Doomsday Management Bureau. He believes that once all humans commit suicide, this disaster will befall the world, so he stayed. At that time, humans had an additional technology called the Hibernation Project. He asked all other players to commit suicide and return to reality, but he stayed there alone and froze himself, risking complete death to face the end of this doomsday. What's the result? Mu Chini asked hurriedly. In the end, he didn't come back. Lai Wenji said in a low voice. The 7th director had more than a dozen resurrection coins on him, but he stayed in that doomsday forever. That world-destroying doomsday was a time curse for human players. No one can escape this curse. But, Director Lai, why do you say that this world-destroying doomsday has already arrived? Mu Chini asked. Our blue planet has not entered the eternal night yet? That's because. Director Lai was about to say something. Okay, stop talking. A female voice that sounded relatively young suddenly sounded at the door of the room, ruthlessly interrupting Lai Wenji's words. Mu Chini looked towards the door and saw a tall woman wearing a pair of height-increasing shoes walking in with a ding-ding-ding sound. The woman was extremely beautiful, prettier than any other woman Mu Chini had ever seen, and she didn't look very old either, perhaps around the same age as him? There was a hint of majesty on the woman's face, an expression that was not something that Mu Chini could display at his age. Who is this woman? Director. Lai Wenji beside him stood up and called out to the woman respectfully. What? Director? Mu Chini looked at the woman's delicate face with some surprise. Is this director so young? Yes. The woman nodded to Lai Wenji, then looked at Mu Chini, her beautiful eyes sizing him up. Mr. Mu has just become a player, so it's not appropriate for him to know about the end of the immortal prophecy yet. Dirty Earth Prophecy? Is this the name of that world-destroying doomsday event? Yes, Chief. Lai Wenji turned on the computer and showed the woman all the information he had just received from Mu Chini. The woman read the content for a while before turning her gaze to Mu Chini. Mr. Mu, you said your skill is SSS level, Eye of Death, right? Yes. Mu Chini nodded, also looking at this beautiful and somewhat unreal woman. In addition to this prophecy skill, I heard from the people below that you also have an S-level item, the Dagger of the End, right? The woman continued to ask. Mukini frowned. Is this what Chi Wei said? Sensing his displeasure, the woman explained, Mr. Mu, I didn't mean to question you. I just wanted to confirm the skills you have now. What you should be paying attention to is that I don't even have a single resurrection coin. Mukini emphasized this point. Everyone says that he is very important and his life safety concerns the whole world, but who can care about the fact that he only has one resurrection coin now? You don't have any resurrection coins? The woman indeed showed a surprised expression. On the side, Lai Wenji told the woman that Mu Chenyi had used up the resurrection coins in his first copy. Hearing this, the woman's tone became heavier. Then things will be a little difficult. Mu Chenyi looked at the pretty face of the woman who was about the same age as him, and asked in a mysterious way, "Director, how old are you? Why can the other party become the director at such a young age?" When Lai Wenji behind him heard this question, he instantly showed a look of horror. Then he stood behind the woman and winked at Mu Chenyi frantically. Mu Chenyi was a little confused when he saw him squinting his eyes. Then he saw the woman in front of him, whose originally cold face revealed a beautiful smile. "Mr. Mu, why do you ask me how old I am?" She narrowed her very beautiful eyes and asked in a faint tone, "Do you also think that I am not old enough to be the director of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau?" Mu Chenyi? When did he think so? No, I just looked at your appearance. You seem to be about the same age as me. He shook his head and asked seriously. The woman looked at his expression for a few more times before she retracted her smile and became cold again. "I'm 2 years older than you. My last name is Morong. You can call me Director Morong." Chapter 48, The Strongest Woman on Earth? Director Morong. Mu Chenyi was also surprised that the other person was only 2 years older than him. He is 21 years old now, so this woman is only 23 years old? This person is too young. He has reason to doubt whether such a young person has enough experience to manage such an important department as the Doomsday Administration. "Mr. Mu, what do you think of the environment here?" Director Morong asked suddenly. Mu Chenyi looked at the surrounding environment. Inside the huge villa, there was a cleaning room, and there was also a chess and card room and an e-sports room next to it, where many entertainment activities could be carried out. "Not bad, what's wrong?" he asked after expressing his relatively pertinent opinion. "Since Mr. Mu thinks this environment is not bad." Director Morong's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she opened her red lips and said lightly, "Then Mr. Mu, please stay here for the next 2 days. After 2 days, when the next instance starts, I will come to personally protect Mr. Mu. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Mu Chenyi. He understood that this woman wanted to imprison him here. "You mean you want me to stay here and not leave?" He looked at the woman's expression carefully, his voice getting a little colder. "Mr. Mu, you are free, but I hope you can consider the overall situation. As long as you are alive, you can make great contributions to mankind," said Director Morong. Mu Chenyi laughed in anger. What a strong woman who is good at calculating. "What if I don't plan to stay here?" He looked at the man in front of him with a cold face that drove countless men crazy, and his tone became a little heavier. "Isn't staying here equivalent to being in jail in disguise?" He knew what the other party meant. "I have an extremely rare prophecy skill, and it is not an exaggeration to call me a national treasure." "And what is the treatment of national treasures?" "That is, of course, according to other people's ideas. He is kept confined safely, and as long as he doesn't go to dangerous places, he won't die. And when the danger comes, that is, when the next doomsday comes, the other party will take time out of his busy schedule to protect him personally. If you leave, no one can protect your safety." Director Morong's expression remained the same, "And I can't protect you personally." Seeing this guy who was not much older than him but pretended to be mature, Mu Chenyi lowered his head slightly and glanced at the shoes on the other person's feet that could increase his height by 5 centimeters. The other person looks quite tall. If he is not wearing shoes, is he about 1.6 meters tall? Sensing Mu Chenyi's gaze, Director Morong subconsciously shrank her feet, but then, a hint of shame and anger flashed in her originally cold eyes. "Mr. Mu, if you insist on leaving, then from now on, our Doomsday Administration will reduce your security level by 1 level." She took a few steps back to prevent the other party from staring at her shoes, and said with anger in her tone, "I will not protect you in the future Doomsday copies." After saying that, she walked away with a click in her high-heeled shoes. "Chief, please don't leave." Lai Wenji on the side hurriedly chased after him, his anxious voice gradually becoming quieter as he walked away. "Mr. Mu has a high level of authority, you have no right to lower his security protection level." When Director Morong and Lai Wenji disappeared, Mu Chenyi was soon the only one left in the room. Mu Chenyi blinked his eyes. If he remembered correctly, his words just now did not seem to make Director Morong angry. The real reason why he made the other person angry seemed to be because he glanced at the other person's shoes, which had a 5 centimeter height increasing pad. After a while, Lai Wenji came back a little out of breath. He smiled bitterly and said to Mu Chenyi, "Mr. Mu, the director may not be in a very good mood today, but don't worry, we will not restrict your freedom." In real life, you can go wherever you want, but when you go out, I hope you can bring bodyguards with you, and in the Doomsday Copy, you can follow the director with peace of mind. Director Morong is the only super genius in our Doomsday administration who possesses SSS-level combat skills, and he is able to manage such a large Doomsday administration in an orderly manner. If a Doomsday is so terrible that even Director Morong cannot survive, I am afraid no one will be able to protect you. SSS-level combat skills? Mu Chini couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Wasn't this woman the strongest person he had ever seen? In other words, she was the strongest player in the entire Blue Star. The most powerful woman on Earth? But he was also a little curious, how strong would SSS-level combat skills be? Can you kill the giant monster in the next copy? Director Lai, you just said that if this woman can't pass it, then this copy is at a level that no one can pass? Mu Chini asked. Yes, her fighting power is the strongest. If even she dies, no one can survive. Lai Wenji said seriously. But Director Lai, don't you know that compared to combat power, the Doomsday Copy requires more brains? Mu Chini looked at him. Lai Wenji was silent for a while. That's good, he let a new person teach the class. He looked at Mu Chini and said softly, Mr. Mu is a prophetic player. He can see many things that we ordinary players cannot see. It is normal for him to use his brain to think more. The information we get from our perspective is definitely very limited compared to Mr. Mu. Old Lai. Mu Chini walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Do you know why you can't beat that woman and you are still a deputy director now? Lai Wenji. Although, can you please not call him a deadbeat? Why? He asked politely. Because you don't want to offend people because of your personality. Mu Chini said directly, you should learn from Director Morong. You see, she is fearless all day long. Although she is not tall, she is not afraid of offending people. Lai Wenji. Sweaty bro. Was this a topic he was meant to discuss? Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the door, and the two of them hurriedly looked towards the door of the room. At this time, a tall and beautiful woman was standing at the door of the room. The woman was Director Morong. Director Morong looked at the two of them with a frosty face and said in a cold voice, Mr. Mu, do you like to talk about others behind their backs? When did this woman turn back? The corner of Mu Chini's mouth twitched, and he opened his mouth, preparing to say something. Director Morong did not intend to give him a chance to speak, and said directly, Mr. Mu, you are free to arrange your schedule these days. I will personally go and invite you before the competition starts. When she said you, she deliberately emphasized the word. After saying this, she no longer gave Mu Chini the opportunity to quibble, she closed the door and left. In the room, only Mu Chini and Lai Wenji were left staring at each other. Chapter 49. The second copy begins. Mr. Mu, you, just wish you the best. Lai Wenji looked at Mu Chini with some sympathy. In fact, Director Morong also attaches great importance to you. After knowing your information was verified, she immediately put down her work and flew to Jiangcheng. Director Lai, I'm a little curious. Mu Chini couldn't help but ask, Director Morong is so young, how did she become the chief of the Doomsday Administration? Does the official position of the Doomsday Administration only look at strength, not experience? It depends on her experience, but Director Morong, she herself is somewhat special. When Director Lai talked about Director Morong, a trace of melancholy flashed in his eyes. This matter dates back to 3 years ago. At that time, Director Morong was still the little princess of our bureau. She was happy every day and was everyone's happy fruit. But one day, her teacher, the previous director, died in a devastating disaster despite possessing dozens of resurrection coins, leaving behind only the young Director Morong. After this incident, Director Morong seemed to have become a different person. She took the initiative to assume all responsibilities within the bureau. And it turned out that she did a good job, and she managed the Doomsday Administration Bureau in an orderly manner. Hearing Lai Wenji's words, Mu Chini couldn't help but ask, why would one still die even though there are dozens of resurrection coins? In the past few days, he has heard a lot of news about death if one possesses the resurrection coin. Because there are key items in some copies. Once you choose to pick it up, you will lose the chance to use the resurrection coin. And the reason why Director Morong can be recognized by everyone is because every time a key item appears in the Doomsday, the person who takes it up with her life is Director Morong. She will not let anyone else gamble their life to take up a key item. Lai Wenji said this, glanced at the information, and couldn't help asking, Mr. Mu, you cleared the Doomsday dungeon with a perfect level for the first time. It says below that you got the key item Dagger of the End. Doesn't the Dagger of the End have any restrictions? The Dagger of the End? After hearing what the other party said, Machinii remembered that when he got the Dagger of the End, the system reminded him that once he opened the Pandora's box, he would not be able to use the resurrection coins in the game? Are the key items in all copies the same? If you want to get the key item to crack the copy, you will be restricted, and this restriction is that you cannot use resurrection coins. Once he dies in the copy, he will be dead in the true sense. Of course, if you can finally crack the Doomsday, the rewards you get will far exceed those of others. This is a double-edged sword. However, for Machinii, this matter is unlimited. It's so funny, he doesn't even have any resurrection coins. Afterwards, Machinii asked again about the world-destroying Doomsday that had already arrived. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, Director Morong asked me not to tell you about this for now, so you don't have the authority to know about this for the time being. Lai Wenji apologized. All right. Seeing that he couldn't get any questions out of his mouth, Machinii could only ask the next best thing, then am I free now and can I leave here? Yes, Mr. Mu, but when you leave, please let our people protect your safety. Then let Lin Yuan from last time come to protect me. She is an S-level player and should be more than capable of protecting me. Machinii suggested. Okay. More than 10 minutes later, Machinii took Lin Yuan away. The official location he was taken to was on the edge of Jiangcheng. It took him half an hour to drive back to the city. In the next few days, he was particularly concerned about the construction of Lao Zhao's ship, because once the Doomsday began, the ship would not be priced at that level anymore. Lao Zhao spent a huge amount of money, spending over 100 million yuan to buy a large ship that could travel on the sea, and also hired a captain and a dozen crew members. After everyone was ready, Machinii simply didn't go home. After telling his parents a reason for staying overnight at a classmate's house, the day before the end of the world was about to begin, he and Lin Yuan lived in Wang Zichen's house. And the woman, Director Morong, who said she would find him at the beginning of the Doomsday, did not show up either. However, for Machinii, it was just right that the other party didn't show up. A woman with a strong desire for control following him would snatch away his command power and eventually affect the direction of the entire copy. Unlike Wang Zichen and others, they all trusted him completely and obeyed his arrangements. That night, Machinii told his family that he would not be staying at home that night and stayed at Wang Zichen's house. When 10 o'clock comes, Machinii and the others felt faint. At the same time, all the players on the entire Blue Star fell into a deep sleep, and their consciousness entered another world. Byte. Welcome host to this Doomsday. Host's name. Machinii omitted his personal information and looked directly at the latest introduction below. This is a normal Doomsday. All items and skills can be used normally. Eye of Death, the host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. Cooling time in this instance, 24 hours cooling time in reality, 7 days. These two introductions are completely new. In addition to the reminders of skills that are not restricted, the cooldown time of his signature skill Eye of Death in this Doomsday copy has been changed to 24 hours, which is a whole day. The heaviest rainfall since 2006 is coming. At 8:30 this morning, the China Meteorological Observatory issued a red warning signal for heavy rainfall. The familiar sound of the news rang in his ears. He opened his eyes, looked at the time that showed 9 o'clock, and fell into thought. This is normal. The start time of all Doomsday events is 10 o'clock in the evening, but after entering the Doomsday copy, the time will become 9 o'clock in the morning. After the copy ends, when the players wake up, the time will be the next morning. Brother Mu, are you okay? Wang Zichen's voice sounded at his door. Machinii simply nodded and then closed his eyes, muttering in his heart. Open the Eye of Death. Give me a reason why you can live. A cold female voice said with an unquestionable tone, otherwise, I will take you away by force. The first hearing that the Eye of Death recovered was that allowed Machinii to hear a familiar female voice. After a little thought, he recognized the owner of the female voice. Director Morong. Then he heard the voice of the future body questioning. If I have no reason, you're going to take me away by force? I'm doing this for safety reasons, I hope you can understand, said Director Morong. At this time, Machinii also regained the vision of the future body in the death replay. Right in front of him stood a tall woman wearing 5-centimeter height increasing shoes. Damn, why did his attention focus on the other person's shoes first? Then, when he looked at Director Morong, the other party had already taken action. Chapter 50, Holy Clan? Director Morong made seals with his hands, and then did something unknown. The two capable fighters on his side, Wang Zichen and Tao Mu, unexpectedly flew backwards out of thin air, soon fell to the ground, and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. Lin Yuan stood obediently behind Director Morone, not daring to resist at all. What happened next was much more natural. Under the pretext of caring for his safety, Director Morone forcibly took him with him, got on the Doomsday Administration's exclusive armed helicopter, and left. After kidnapping him, Director Morone did not let the pilot fly the plane to Kyoto, which is close to the north of China, but went directly to the center of the continent, Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. Your prediction worked. Director Morone sat beside him and said in a softer tone, "We have transferred most of the players here to fight against this doomsday. Aren't you afraid of being wiped out?" The future body's tone was not very good. Who wouldn't feel good if they were forcibly taken away and tied by someone? There is no other way. Entering the sea is a risk of death. If I can survive here, then my goal will be achieved. Director Morone's tone was still so unquestionable. It only took the armed helicopter a few hours to fly from Jiangcheng, near the sea, to the temporary base camp of the China Doomsday Administration at the foot of Mount Everest. The base camp consisted of many tents, and after Director Morone explained his residence, he left in a hurry and disappeared among the busy crowd in the temporary base camp. She gave the future body a lot of authority, allowing it to enter and exit any area of the temporary base camp. At the same time, she also ordered Lin Yuan to take care of the future body's living in safety. Lin Yuan naturally obeyed the order, but the future body was not so happy. His fate is completely in the hands of Director Morone. In the eyes of future beings, staying on land is likely to be a dead end. This is a destructive doomsday. However, before he predicted new news, he might not be able to convince that woman, Director Morone. The living environment was very simple. There were only 2 beds and a desk in the simple tent. There was paper and pen on the table so he could write down something. Obviously, Director Morone's woman had directly arranged for Lin Yuan to live with him. If there was no threat of death, the future body would naturally accept the benefits of having a beautiful woman as their companion and living in the same room with her, but in the current situation, he really had no such thoughts in his mind. Of course, the future body is not really idle. He goes to the monitoring room every day to learn about the latest situation of sea beasts. The development of things seemed to be similar to the scenes in the replay of his death in reality. After a few days of calm, the first group of giant sea beasts came ashore. Although it took several days for these sea beasts to come ashore, Muchini, who was watching the battle, had a vague feeling that the few days before the end of the world would not be so simple. Perhaps, the few days before the end of the world are very critical, but he has not yet discovered that something is wrong? The future body had the same idea as Muchini, who was watching the battle, so after the first batch of sea beasts came ashore, while all the researchers were using pictures of various giant sea beasts to analyze the weaknesses of this group of sea beasts, the future body went to look for the sea area conditions where data from the previous few days had been collected. And this search actually allowed him to discover a clue. At 8:43 p.m. on the second night after the Doomsday instance began, an earthquake of magnitude 8 occurred in the Solomon Islands, an island country in the South Pacific northeast of Australia, at a location approximately 12 south latitude and 163 east longitude. If it was just an earthquake, it would be fine. After all, earthquakes are a common occurrence in the Solomon Islands. However, after the earthquake, there was a tsunami and then the signal was lost again. Then, at about 12s, 163e, a cloud of fog suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire place. Even satellites cannot see what the current situation in that area is. Because this news might cause panic, it was suppressed internationally at the first opportunity. But as time went on, when the first group of giant sea beasts appeared on land, the news could no longer be suppressed. According to these staff members, as soon as they learned the news, Director Morone took the high-end combat personnel of the Doomsday Administration on a private plane. After entering the sea, the signal with Director Morone was cut off. Hearing this, Muchini, who was watching the battle, immediately thought of the group of giant sea monsters. When those sea monsters appeared, the city would lose signal in an instant. Director Morone 1T fall into the range of the giant sea monster, right? After hearing the news, the future body was at a loss. No, is this what Director Morone said about you protecting me closely? Why did you run away by yourself? At this moment, Muchini deeply felt that Director Morone was unreliable. However, the staff here comforted the future body. Don't worry, there are more than a dozen S-rank combat players here who will definitely keep you safe. I don't feel safe at all. The future body's tone is not very good. A few more days passed, and as more and more land fell, people in the temporary base camp built at the foot of the mountain began to panic. Afterwards, the highest person in charge here issued an order for everyone to prepare to go up the mountain. It is obviously ridiculous to run away now. Just looking at the red dots on the map, you can find that the entire continent is surrounded by these densely packed monsters. In fact, logically speaking, the future body is the person with the highest authority here, but no matter how high his authority is, it is kept secret. Except for Lin Yuan, no one else here knows about his prediction skills. Despite this, the safety factor of the future body in this base is extremely high. Therefore, on the way of retreat, Muchinii was in the second group to retreat. Most of the first group of people who went up the mountain went up to explore the way, which was not safe, so those who had a higher safety factor were in the second group. While going up the mountain, the future body saw the legendary Chang Yecheng and Mr. Chang. Chang Yecheng is an old gentleman with white hair and beard, who looks a bit like an immortal. There is always a hint of majesty on his face, which makes people dare not look directly at him. At this time, he was surrounded by countless powerful combat experts, and was being taken care of like the moon surrounded by stars as he went up the mountain. On the other hand, on the future body's side, only Lin Yuan was taking care of him. "Mr. Mu, don't worry, I will take good care of your safety." Lin Yuan was worried that Wei Li would be resentful, so she quickly explained in a soft voice. "No problem." The future body shook his head. The second group of people set off 2 hours after the first group of people went up. And just when they had packed their luggage and were ready to leave. Bang! A loud noise suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Then, everyone saw a black mist rising from a distance, and a strong smell of gunpowder rushed into the mouth and nose of the future body. "It's those beasts from the Saint clan." As if she had noticed something, Lin Yuan gritted her teeth and said, "Chapter 51 We can't stay on land, this is a dead end." "What is the Holy Clan?" asked the future body in confusion. "You can understand it as an anti-human player organization. They usually like to do things in the game that disrupt our progress in completing the copy." Lin Yuan explained. "There is such an organization?" Muchinii, who was watching the battle, was surprised. It was the first time he heard of this organization, and Wang Zichen and Lai Wenji had never explained it to him before. "Mr. Mu, I will cover you up the mountain first. Someone will go to deal with these guys." Lin Yuan said this. It was true that she was an S-level combat player, but her level of protecting Muchinii was far above combat. Good. The future body did not refuse, because at this time, Mr. Chang Yecheng had already packed up his belongings and ran up the mountain. He packed his things in his space ring and immediately followed the team. The future body soon noticed that many armed personnel and combat players were heading towards the location shrouded in black fog, seemingly to deal with the so-called Holy Clan. This is just a small episode. After going up the mountain, the future body still kept an eye on the situation of the giant sea monsters outside every day. The giant sea monsters were surrounding the land every day, and large tracts of land were falling. 2 days later, when the future body looked at the map again, the red dots on it had become densely packed. Just looking at the map, the land was basically occupied by giant sea monsters. What is hard to accept is that a giant sea monster is said to have appeared at the foot of Mount Everest. After receiving this news, some combat players in the field took action. Someone directly carried Chang Yecheng on his back and flew towards the mountain at a high speed. It takes 6 to 10 weeks for ordinary people to reach the top of the mountain, but for combat players, this time can be greatly shortened. Lin Yuan's special ability is airflow. She manipulated her special ability and quickly headed up the mountain with her future body on her back. The speed is not slower than the player who carries Chang Yecheng on his back. At this moment, many people looked at Muchinii strangely. From the very beginning, Lin Yuan has been with this guy. Even now, this guy still wants Lin Yuan's personal protection? Everyone had to wonder, how high is Muchinii's safety factor? In the next few days, Lin Yuan kept taking her future body up the mountain, and vaguely, the two of them heard some boom, boom, boom heartbeat sounds. This is the sound of the arrival of those giant sea monsters, and the future body is familiar and sensitive to this sound. The more he heard the voices of these guys, the more he felt that this was the breath of death. When they reached the top of the mountain, they just happened to see a group of people following Chang Yecheng and protecting Chang Yecheng. The wind and snow outside were getting stronger and stronger. "Mr. Chang is using his prophecy skills, please do not disturb him." Before seeing the future body and Linny at night, someone came to inform them. "Okay, we got it." Lin Yuan nodded in response, but her eyes involuntarily glanced at the future body. Mr. Mu seems to have prophecy skills, and the strongest SSS level prophecy skills. But since entering the game, Mr. Mu seems to have never used the prophecy skills once? The future body said nothing, and she didn't dare to ask. With her authority, she had no right to know unless Mu Qianyi told her actively. Feeling her gaze, the future body said nothing. What could he say? Was he saying that they were doomed? While resisting the huge snowstorm on the top of the mountain, everyone looked in the direction of Chang Yeqing. At this time, Chang Yeqing was sitting cross-legged in a small tent with his eyes closed. This was also the first time that Mu Qianyi saw other prophecy players use skills. When he usually used the Eye of Death, no matter how many images he saw, only a few seconds passed in reality. After about 20 minutes, the two suddenly heard a noisy sound. Is it Mr. Chang Yeqing who has woken up? The two of them looked over quickly. After waking up, Chang Yeqing's eyes were wide open and his tone was hurried, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Then he heard him shouting. We can't stay on land. This is a dead end, a dead end. After saying that, he spat out a large mouthful of bright red blood, fell to the ground, and fainted completely. Mu Qianyi, who was watching the game? No, is this prophecy skill so dangerous? After making the prediction, you still have to vomit and spit out blood? The players around were also shocked and rushed forward to support Mr. Chang. Chang Lao was seriously injured and unconscious, and no one knew when he would wake up. A healing player immediately stepped forward to treat Chang Lao. But 2 hours after Mr. Chang fell into a coma, the sky suddenly darkened and drops of water began to drip onto the snow on the top of the mountain. Water drop? The future body suddenly realized that this is the top of Mount Everest. Why is it raining? Then he heard someone shout, it's raining black rain. Black rain? The future body seemed to be thinking of something, and then he smelled a familiar stench. It's over, I'm going to die. The future body showed a bitter smile on his face. This black rain is the ink of the giant octopus in the last death scene, smelly and poisonous. Soon, he heard many people around him starting to vomit. His body quickly responded by starting to feel nauseous and then vomiting. Final. Future body, dead. Mu Qianyi woke up quickly. He looked at Wang Zichen, who was looking at him curiously, then turned his head and began to think, recalling the information he had received from the death replay. At this time, Wang Zichen asked carefully. Brother Mu, have you predicted any scene? Chapter 52 Statistics. Mu Qianyi looked at Wang Zichen's expectant eyes, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes. Do you really want to know? Yeah. Wang Zichen nodded. I saw you being slapped away by the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau. I don't know whether you are dead or alive. He said. Wang Zichen? At this time, Lin Yuan in another room heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but come over and ask. Mr. Mu, you just said that Director Morong showed up? Well, I saw her coming to pick me up, and then she killed me. Mu Qianyi's face was not very good. In the scene he saw, Director Morong abandoned him and ran away, and then he died tragically on Mount Everest. Ah? Lin Yuan was a little surprised. How could that be? The director won't kill you. It doesn't matter. I have a way. After Mu Qianyi finished speaking, he turned and asked, by the way, what was Director Morong's original name? The director's name is Morong Xiner. How come you don't even know the director's name? This is what Wang Zichen said, with an admiring look on his face. This director is a ruthless man, good-looking, and powerful. If I could marry him home. She will beat you to death. Mu Qianyi poured a basin of cold water on him. I don't think you can control a strong woman like Morong Xiner. He touched his chin and said, I'm different. I think I should be able to control her. Seeing Mu Qianyi being so shameless, Wang Zichen rolled his eyes. Lin Yuan looked at the expressions of the two people and silently wrote down what Mu Qianyi had just said. Director Morong had previously arranged for her to write down and report whatever Mu Qianyi requested, no matter how special it was. Mu Qianyi naturally didn't know that a joke of his would eventually reach Morong Xiner's ears. Mr. Mu, what should we do now? Lin Yuan asked. Call Lao Zhao and Tao Mu over, we're ready to set off. Mu Qianyi made the decision directly. We can't waste time. According to the experience from the death perspective this time, the key place of this doomsday copy is the first fallen location. Somewhere in the Solomon Islands at approximately 12S and 163E. Wang Zichen went to inform Lao Zhao and Tao Mu. Usually they would separate before the doomsday, and would contact and reunite only after the doomsday. The reason why they have such a rule is that before Tao Mu joined, a copy Before that instance, Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen would always get together when the end of the world came. Until one day, they encountered a special doomsday copy. The theme of this doomsday copy is ghosts chasing life. All those chosen by the god of death will be hunted down by ghosts. As luck would have it, Wang Zichen was the unlucky one chosen by the god of death, and his death also implicated Lao Zhao. After his death, Lao Zhao was very close to him, so the ghost's next target was Lao Zhao. I'm not afraid of god-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. After this experience of double death, Lao Zhao no longer lived with Wang Zichen before the end of the world. After learning about the two people's experiences, Mucini didn't feel anything. Anyway, he knew what the content of the game copy was before the game started. Half an hour later, Lao Zhao and Mother Tao arrived here one after another. Come in quickly, Brother Mu has predicted a new scene, Wang Zichen said to the two of them. What's going on? Old Zhao asked Mucini. We can't stay on land. Mucini said in a serious tone, I saw us run to the top of Mount Everest, but we still didn't survive. Staying on land is a dead end. What Mr. Chang Yecheng could only predict 10 days later, he said on the first day. Several people showed surprised expressions. Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, didn't you say that the theme of this doomsday is a giant sea monster? Why can't people live on land? The sea monsters are invading the land. Mucini said in a deep voice, and the land will all fall within 10 days. If we calculate that the doomsday will last for a month, we can't stand on land. The only way is to go to the sea. Which sea area are we going to? Lao Zhao asked, grasping the key point. We have two plans now. Fatty Wang, go find me some large white paper, a black gel pen, and a red gel pen. Mucini patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder. Wang Zichen immediately went to the warehouse to get him the tools he needed. Afterwards, Mucini closed his eyes and recalled the map he saw in a death replay. Then he took a black pen and drew a world map on a piece of white paper. Fuck, this painter! Wang Zichen shouted in shock. On this huge white paper, as Mucini drew faster and faster, a world map appeared more and more completely. Mucini learned to paint for a period of time when he was a child, but what helped him more was the thinking ability that the skills of the Rubik's Cube master gave him. Now his brain is very sharp. After finishing the first map, he immediately started drawing the second one, then the third, the fourth. It took him 3 hours to finish drawing 10 maps. After drawing the map, he looked at the scale of the rain outside the window. It was drizzling outside the window at this time, but the gloomy weather seemed to indicate that the rain would get heavier and heavier. There's just enough time. He retracted his gaze and looked at Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, these 10 maps show the situation on Blue Planet for the next 10 days. The locations marked with red pens are the locations of sea beasts. Can you deduce the future movement trajectory of sea beasts based on the data on them? Lao Zhao looked at the map for a while before saying, it should be possible, but it will take time. About an hour. Mucini recalled the time when Morong Shiner appeared in the previous death replay and gave a time limit of 1 hour. Old Zhao didn't ask any more questions. After saying okay, he took out his computer and used his only hand to import the 10 poor quality maps drawn by Mucini into the computer according to his own understanding. Mucini was also staring at the 10 maps. It took him a long time to memorize these 10 maps. He hoped to get some help with these 10 maps. An hour passed quickly, and Lao Zhao's computer was still running. However, even so, Lao Zhao printed out a lot of papers. Mucini picked up a piece of paper and read some of the content. There are many routes of sea beasts marked on it, and these routes are marked with purple pens. He looked at the increasingly heavy rain outside the window and suddenly spoke. She is coming. Chapter 53 Dialogue with Morong Shiner. She is coming. As soon as Mucini finished speaking, everyone looked at him in confusion. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the villa's door. Someone is really coming. Strange looks appeared on the faces of several people, and they looked at Mucini with complicated expressions. This prophecy skill is too outrageous. He even knows when others will arrive? Nukan Yi's expression was very calm. In fact, what he said just now was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. He just looked at the rain outside the window. The scale was about the same as the time when he met Morong Shiner in the last death replay. Wang Zichen stepped forward and took a look at the cat's eye, then a very shocked expression appeared on his face. Yes, it's the director of the administration bureau, Morong Shiner. How did this statue come to his house? Let her in. Muchini said loudly, I just happened to have something to discuss with her. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen could only open the door with a trembling face. And the person standing at the door was none other than the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau, Morong Shinner. The other person walked in with a pair of long legs and holding a black umbrella. Mr. Mu, please follow me. Morong Shinner stated her purpose as soon as she came in. Her incredibly beautiful face was filled with a strong sense of coldness. Leave with you and die? Muchini blinked, his tone mixed with a little anger. Director Morong, are you going to take me to Mount Everest to die? You know? Morong Xiner showed a look of surprise, but then she said, the administration has many powerful combat players there who can protect your life. Protection is bullshit. Muchini pouted and asked in a cold voice, Miss Morong, if you find the location where this dungeon is cracked in a day, will you leave me and go to that place? Morong Xiner frowned and blinked her long eyelashes. She was not angry, but looked at Muchini seriously. Mr. Mu, did you predict something? We can't stay on land. This is a dead end. Muchini said lightly what Chan Yecheng predicted 10 days later. Based on this prophecy, you'd better inform the players under Mount Everest. It's not too late to run to the sea now. Morong Shinner thought about it seriously, then nodded. Okay, Mr. Mu, you should be safe if you follow them to the sea. Why do you still want me to follow them? Muchini was speechless. He made a quick decision and said, how about this, Miss Morong? I'll give you two choices. One is to follow us to the source of this doomsday. The second is to follow those guys and escape to the sea. Maybe you can survive until the end of the doomsday. He looked at Morong Shinner with a scrutinizing gaze. This time, he must take the initiative into his own hands. In the previous death replay, he was forcibly abducted by this woman, causing him to be unable to release his passion. Now that he has another chance, he must not make the same mistake again. Hearing Muchini's words, Morong Shinner showed surprise on her face. Do you know the location of the source of the doomsday? We are ready to go, so now, tell us your choice, Miss Morong. Muchini looked into the other person's eyes. It seems that he is giving the other party a choice, but in fact he just doesn't want the other party to make a decision. Moreover, based on his understanding of Morong Shinner's brief contact, she would most likely choose to go to the source of the doomsday. Where is the source of doomsday? Morong Shinner asked. This is not a problem you should worry about. Muchini said calmly, it's your choice whether to follow us or not, but I'll tell you in advance that if you want to follow us, you must listen to my instructions on the way. If you don't listen to my instructions, then you can choose not to go with us. Also, if you choose the first option, then only you and the pilot on the plane can follow us. You are not allowed to look for anyone else. This is the initiative he wants to seize. Even if this woman is the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau in the outside world, she must obey his orders here. Morong Shinner's brows were completely furrowed. This was not the reason why she came here. However, the opponent's top SSS level prophecy skills forced her to think more. Of course, if you don't follow us, these 10 maps can be given to you. Seeing that the other party was deep in thought, Muchini directly added drastic measures and handed him the 10 maps he drew. This is the location of the giant sea beasts invading the blue planet in the next 10 days. The red dots are giant sea beasts. If you run to the sea with this map and escape, you will have no problem surviving for 10 days. After taking the 10 maps, Morong Shinner looked at the pictures on them carefully. After a moment, she raised her head, looked deeply at Muchini, then took out her cell phone and took pictures of all 10 maps. After taking 10 pictures of the map, she called the other end of the phone. Xiaoyu, these 10 maps record the range of sea beasts invading the blue planet in the next 10 days. I will pass the director's order to you later. You ask Xu Zizhou and others to use these maps to plan a safe route for the next 10 days, and take Chang Lao and others to the sea area quickly. Don't worry about me, I will lead some people to the source of the doomsday, and Lai Wenji will handle all the work from now on. Seeing Morong Shinner arranging the work at hand in an orderly manner, Muchini couldn't help but admire her a little. It's a pity that this woman is too strong. If he had relaxed just now, who knows who would have taken the command. After Morong Shinner finished the call, he looked at Lao Zhao in front of the computer. Old Zhao, have you made the trajectory map? I made it, and I found a strange place. Somewhere in the Solomon Islands? Muchini asked. Yes. Old Zhao looked up at him. Is this the source of the doomsday you mentioned? Muchini glanced at Morong Shinner beside him and nodded. Solomon Islands, are you talking about the row of islands on the east side of Australia? Morong Shiner finally asked. Yes, we are ready to set off now. Mu Chini forcibly gave up the command and looked at Morong Shiner. Director Morong, you came here by armed helicopter, do you mind giving us a ride? Morong Shiner. She really wanted to glare at the other person fiercely, but thinking that this would destroy her own image, she forced herself to resist the urge. Don't mind, she said in a cold tone. Afterwards, several people helped Lao Zhao to take some computer equipment, and under the increasingly heavy rain, they walked into the armed plane that Morong Shiner had taken. There was only one pilot in the plane. When he saw everyone, he had a strange expression on his face. He looked at Morong Shiner. Didn't we agree to bring only 2 people? Chapter 54 Turtles Flying in the Sky? Brother Munin, please fly the plane to Australia, thank you. Mu Chini greeted the driver directly. Munan? He looked at Mu Chini with horror. How did this guy know his name? Listen to him, Morong Shiner said. Hearing this, Munan withdrew his gaze from Mu Chini, turned around and started flying the plane. The plane's headlights were on, and under the headlights, dense rain was falling. How long has it been since it last rained so heavily in Zhangcheng? Wang Zichen couldn't help but sigh. If you want to see heavier rain, you can stay here. Not only that, you can also see a giant octopus in 5 days. Mu Chini said from the side. Then I'll just follow you. Wang Zichen shrank his neck. The plane started moving and flew towards the sea. Lao Zhao came forward with a route and handed it to Munan, pointing to the Solomon Islands and a red route on it. Follow this track to this location, this road is safe. Munan glanced at Morong Shiner, and only took the map after receiving a positive sign from her. Mu Chini took it all in. But soon, he closed his eyes and began to rest. He didn't know what he would encounter in the future, so he had to conserve his energy. According to the speed of the plane, it will take more than 20 hours to reach the destination, and at that time, he can also use the Eye of Death for the second time. The plane became quiet for the rest of the time. Apart from the sound of heavy rain outside the plane, the entire plane was eerily silent. Lin Yuan sat obediently in her seat, while Lao Zhao kept looking at the route he had made, and Tamu sometimes pretended to look at his phone as if nothing had happened, occasionally looking up and glancing at Morong Shiner. Wang Zichen leaned against Mu Chini, and they both fell into a deep sleep. But Morong Shiner was different from everyone else. She would glance at Mu Chini from time to time, but most of the time, she was looking at the storm outside the plane. Time goes by little by little. When it was time for lunch, Morong Shiner took out 7 lunchboxes from the space bracelet on her hand. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Wang Zichen woke up suddenly and looked sharply at the lunchbox in Morong Shiner's hand. Mukini was also awakened by his rough actions and slowly opened his eyes. The lunchbox was very filling and still hot. When he felt that the lunchbox was hot, Mu Chini couldn't help but look at the bracelet on Morong Shiner's left hand. The other party's space bracelet seemed to be more advanced than his space ring? After dinner, they continued on their journey. After a few hours, they left the country. Looking at the endless ocean that appeared pitch black due to the light, everyone's heart was shrouded in a haze. In particular, there may be a giant monster under the ocean at this moment. The armed helicopter looked so small in front of the vast ocean. About 2 hours later, they had gone deep into the ocean and could not see any land around them. Suddenly, boom! Boom! A voice that made Mu Chini's heart almost jump out suddenly rang out. What's that sound? Wang Zichen woke up from his state of sleeping and eating and sleeping, and asked curiously. Listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. Mu Chini read out Chan Yeching's prophecy in a deep voice. A giant sea monster? Old Zhao immediately revealed the source of the sound. As soon as Lao Zhao finished speaking, everyone on the plane fell silent. Mu Chini stretched out his hand and grasped the dagger of the end around his neck. Boom! 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 The heartbeat continued, and everyone focused. Look there! Tamu suddenly noticed something, and everyone immediately looked out the window. I saw a tiny luminous object appearing in the sky. The normal human visual range is 180 degrees, of which the forward field of vision is about 135 degrees and the side field of vision is about 45 degrees. Therefore, in the absence of anything blocking it, the human eye can see objects at most about 20 kilometers away. This luminous body is slightly higher than our altitude, and it is probably more than 30 kilometers away from us. Lao Zhao explained. However, Mu Chini was looking at the glowing object with some confusion in his eyes. Why does this thing feel familiar? Is that glowing a jellyfish? It's a giant sea turtle. Tao Mu said, I have a skill called clairvoyance. I saw it glowing and coming towards us. A giant sea turtle? Mu Qianyi glanced at Tao Mu in surprise. He was the first one to discover the luminous object just now, and now he was the first to recognize what the luminous object was. After hearing Tao Mu's report, Morong Shinner stood up directly. I'll take care of it. Sit down. Mu Qianyi grabbed her wrist and said calmly, giant sea turtles won't attack people on their own initiative. Don't worry about it. Let's go our way. This was during the last death replay. The staff were analyzing the images and weaknesses of the giant sea beast, and Mu Qianyi also remembered the information that the giant sea turtle was not aggressive. This girl is making a lot of noise. If she angers the turtle will not just sit there and wait to die. Morong Shinner shook off his hand. Don't touch me anymore. She warned coldly, I'm misogynistic. If you touch me again next time, I can't guarantee your safety. Mu Qianyi glanced at her and said seriously, then I will remind you again. When you are with us, you must listen to my instructions. This is what you promised not long ago. I hope you will not act on your own next time. Misogynistic? Ha ha. Misogynism is not what Morong Shinner is like. Morong Shinner bit her lip and kept her eyes on Mu Qianyi. Mu Qianyi would naturally not be stage frightened. He stared coldly at Morong Shinner, without any sign of retreat. The confrontation between the two instantly chilled the atmosphere in the plane. Wang Zichen looked at Mu Qianyi and couldn't help but worry for him. In the entire Doomsday Management Bureau, no one dares to confront this guy head-on. Brother Mu, you are awesome. This tense atmosphere lasted for nearly a minute before Morong Shinner withdrew her gaze and sat down in her seat angrily with her arms folded. Keep flying your plane. Mu Qianyi shouted to Munan, who was watching the fun. Yes. Munan quickly focused his attention and concentrated on flying the plane. But his heart was also in turmoil. This ruthless man is so awesome that he actually dares to directly reprimand Director Morong. What a pervert! Chapter 55, Arrival on the Island, Second Death Replay. Just as Mu Qianyi said, when they passed by the giant turtle did not actively attack them. When everyone looked up, they saw the lines on the body of the giant, glittering sea turtle that were full of age. The giant sea turtle passed slowly over their heads, swaying its limbs in the air as if it were swimming in the water. Everyone even saw the white shell underneath the other party. Although Mu Qianyi reminded that the giant sea turtle would not actively attack people, everyone still felt fearful. When they finally left the range of the giant turtle, everyone, including Mu Qianyi, breathed a sigh of relief. The plane returned to normal and flew towards Australia. After leaving for more than 20 hours, they finally arrived at the coordinates, the first place to fall in the apocalypse. Because they don't have visas, their current situation is considered illegal immigration. Morong Shinner originally wanted to contact the country to help them with visa and passport issues, but when they arrived at the island, their cell phones lost signal. Now, they have lost contact with the outside world. They landed on an island. The sunny weather in reality turned into a gloomy sky. Huge water drops fell, and the clothes of several people were instantly wet as soon as they left the plane. The soaked Mu Qianyi glanced at Lin Yuan and Morong Shinner and saw that they were both unharmed. A layer of light transparent barrier covered their heads, preventing them from being as embarrassed as the boys. Go in first. Mu Qianyi saw a cave, pointed in that direction, and immediately ran towards that direction. No one wanted to get wet in the rain, so they all ran into the cave. After entering the cave, Mu Qianyi took out everyone's clothes from the space ring. Except for the two girls, everyone changed into dry clothes. Didn't you say that this is the source of the doomsday? Morong Shinner asked him with a frown. Isn't it? Mu Qianyi wrung out his wet clothes, raised his head and pointed to the horizon outside the cave. Look in that direction. It's getting foggy. It was Mother Tao who first told her discovery. Yes, the fog is coming. Mu Qianyi nodded, his eyes becoming serious. The information I have is that at 8:43 p.m. on the second night of the apocalypse, there will be an earthquake here, followed by a tsunami. In the end, this place will be surrounded by fog, and we will completely lose contact with the outside world. It was now 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, and there were still 15 hours until 2000 hours at night. However, at 8 o'clock in the morning, his eye of death would be refreshed. Munan, take a rest first. He said to Munan, who had been driving for more than 20 hours. Good. Munin was also very sleepy at this time, and he didn't mind the dirt, so he just lay down on the dry stones in the cave and fell asleep. Brother Mu, are we going to wait until night? Wang Zichen asked. No. Mu Chenyi shook his head. Wait until 8 in the morning, my cooling time will be over. Understanding showed in everyone's eyes. Everyone, take a break. Lao Zhao, use the movement routes of sea beasts that you have researched to find a safe place for us to leave. Mu Chenyi said to Lao Zhao. Okay. Lao Zhao took out the waterproof computer bag and took out the computer. Brother Mu, why do we need to find a safe place to leave? Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask, aren't we already at the source of the doomsday? You're stupid. This is to find a way for ourselves to survive. Mu Chenyi rolled his eyes at him. I'm not sure if this is the source of the doomsday, so there's only about a 70% chance. If this is not the source of the doomsday, or if it's too difficult to deal with the source of the doomsday, we'll leave the Solomon Islands and spend this month safely in the sea. Unlike everyone else, he only has one life, and if he dies, he is really dead. Morong Shiner also found a clean stone to sit on and took off her wet high-heeled shoes in front of everyone. The ground was covered with water, and even if she used her skills, she couldn't control her body and it remained dry all over. She took off her socks, revealing a pair of white little feet. Her actions attracted the attention of many boys present. This did not include Mu Chenyi, who was currently asking Lin Yuan for advice. Yiwan, do you know what the Saint Clan is? The Holy Clan? Lin Yuan blinked and said quickly, the Holy Clan is an anti-human organization. This organization is composed of some players. Their goal is to annihilate all humans in the Doomsday instance and eventually make this Doomsday come true in reality. There is actually such an organization? Mu Chenyi was surprised. Yes, and these people could be anyone in real life. In reality, they are all very honest and would not do anything illegal. But once they enter the game, their true colors are revealed and they become bad species that harm their own kind. Lin Yuan explained slowly. Mu Chenyi was very surprised, but he soon realized that there would always be such anti-human organizations at any time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many villains in reality. For the next period of time, the cave became quiet. Until... Ding, the cooling time of death ends. Mu Chenyi's system gave him a prompt. Open the Eye of Death. After he silently said this in his heart, his thoughts gradually sank. Gilly Gil, Gurgle Gil. A very strange language sounded in Mu Chenyi's ears. After a brief moment of confusion, Mu Chenyi quickly realized that this was Pidgin, the local language of the people of the Solomon Islands. Well, he didn't understand. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was Linny communicating with some black people in English the night before. It's just that these black people didn't seem to understand English and were still mumbling something. Just as Lin Yuan was patiently preparing to slow down her speech and explain to the few people in English, one of the black men suddenly pulled out a gun from his waist. Behind this black man, many black men pulled out their guns at the same time and aimed at everyone. Careful! Bang, bang! There were bursts of gunfire. The future body only felt a collision, and then a large body blocked his way and actually helped him block the bullet. He looked up and saw that it was Wang Zichen beside him. The moment the group of black people opened fire, the other party threw himself on him and helped him block the fatal blow. Brother Mu, I'll wait for you outside. After Wang Zichen said this, his head tilted and he died. The future body also looked around hastily, and he found that except for a circular barrier that appeared in front of Morong Shiner to block the bullets, all the others died in the hail of bullets. Including Lin Yuan, who was closest to the black man. Chapter 56. The game enters the second stage, Judgment Coin. Lin Yuan, who was the first to be hit, was beaten into a sieve. The future body looked at Lao Zhao, Tao Mu, and Mu Nan. Except for Morong Shiner, everyone was dead, including Wang Zichen in his arms. On the other side, Morong Shiner also stayed where she was, her pupils filled with shock. The sudden attack by these blacks caught them off guard. Outside 7 steps, the gun is the fastest. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Gua, Bulu Bulu. One of the black men pointed at Morong Shiner, who was protected by a barrier. Then Mu Chenyi noticed that these black men raised their guns and pointed them at Morong Shiner. Bang, bang, bang. The torrential rain of bullets once again poured down on the barrier protecting Morong Shiner, and at this time Morong Shiner, who was still in shock, also reacted. Seeing the corpses all around, a flash of anger appeared in her pupils. Then, she took action. A terrifying airflow suddenly emerged from her hand and swept towards all the black people. Why, aya. Where have the black people ever seen such a scene? They were all terrified and turned around to run away. But in front of Morong Shiner, who had the murderous intention, they were not even as good as an ant. Countless air currents seemed to turn into blades, cutting into the skin of all the black people. After the black people screamed in pain, they fell to the ground, and no one knew whether they were alive or dead. But Morong Shiner was still not satisfied and continued to whip the bodies of the black people with these sharp air currents. A long time. All right. The future body came to the furious Morong Shiner and patted her shoulder. Morong Shiner stopped and turned to look at the future body. When she saw that Muchini was still alive, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You are still alive? Among all the people present, only Mukini did not have a resurrection coin. Once Mukini died, it was basically equivalent to humans losing an SSS-level prophecy skill. Just now, Wang Zichen stood in front of me and helped me block the bullet. The future body looked at Wang Zichen's body with complicated eyes. Although the other party can be resurrected in reality, he can protect him from bullets in this virtual world. Luckily you're not dead. Morong Shiner was a little surprised, but soon her legs became unstable, she closed her eyes, and fell backwards. This is a phenomenon caused by exhaustion due to using skills for too long. Excessive use of skills is equivalent to consuming a lot of physical strength, and it is easy to become exhausted. And this is Morong Shiner's situation at this moment. The future body supported her, looked at the corpses around, and then carried Morong Shiner, who had completely fainted, back into the cave. At this time, Muchini, who was watching the battle, also noticed the weather. However, because of the dark clouds and the heavy rain that never stopped, he could not tell what time it was based on the weather. Morong Shiner has been in a deep sleep, and the future body can only face all the subsequent changes alone for the time being. The sky gradually darkened, and there were only Muchini and the unconscious Morong Shiner in the entire cave. Although he had a top-notch fighting skill. However, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of bullets. Muchini believed that he did not have the ability to resist bullets with his body, so he would stay here until Morong Shiner woke up. After a while, the future body looked at his watch. The time is in the evening, 8:23. There are still 20 minutes before the unexpected event occurs. The future body touched Morong Shiner, but the other party showed no signs of waking up. Time passed little by little, and he also noticed that the fog outside the cave was getting thicker. The increasingly thick fog exuded a faint murderous intent, and the future body began to think, should he run away now? Now they are leaving here with Morong Shiner, following the route left by Lao Zhao. They will be safe for at least the next 10 days. If they stayed here, they might not know what dangers and accidents they would encounter. After thinking for a while, the future body gritted his teeth and chose to stay here. Leaving here would mean a risk of death, so it would be better to fight for a chance of survival here. Another 10 minutes passed, but Morong Shiner still didn't wake up. Bite. The system voice suddenly sounded. Hint, the location where the host Muchini is located is the key location of this copy. A huge change will occur here in 10 minutes. Please make a choice. Choice 1, leave this place, the host will not be able to end this doomsday. Choice 2, stay here, the host will have a chance to end this doomsday, but will also be cursed by the Sea people. Curse of the Sea Clan, if the host dies, it will cost 10 resurrection coins to revive in reality. Future body. Well, another curse that has no side effects on him. He had just made the decision, so this time he didn't think much about it and directly chose the second option. Ding, the host has made his selection. This area will be closed in 10 minutes. The Doomsday Dungeon, Deep Sea Monster, is about to enter the second stage. Looking for the target. The only player who is awake in this area is the host, Muchini. The host has obtained the item, Judgment Coin. Judgment Coin, you have the right to have a fair gamble with the God of Death. One-time use item. Note, once you use the Judgment Coin, you will not be able to use the Resurrection Coin, nor will you be able to be resurrected in reality. Are you qualified to gamble with the God of Death? Not only the future body, but even Mukini, who was watching the battle, was confused. So what is the function of this prop? Betting with the God of Death, isn't that seeking death? Or, I bet there's no bullet in your gun? The future body was playing with a coin that suddenly appeared in his hand. On the front of the coin was a little angel with a halo on his head, and on the back was a little devil holding a harpoon. Ignoring the note that did not pose any threat at all, he was thinking about what the function of this coin called Judgment Coin was. But the main reason is that this thing is a disposable item, otherwise he really needs to figure out how to use this coin. While he was studying the trial coin, the white mist around him became thicker and thicker. As time went by, the future body found that his visible range was getting shorter and shorter, and gradually it was less than 5 meters. Ding, the area has been closed, and the game has officially entered the second stage. As the system's prompt sounded, the surrounding white mist seemed to become active and almost condensed into liquid. The future body stretched out his hands and reached into the white mist. But he couldn't see his hands, and now his field of vision was less than half a meter. At this moment, it is pitch dark. Crack, crack. At this moment, some strange sounds seemed to be heard in the world outside the cave. It sounded like a heavy object moving, but it didn't sound like those deep-sea monsters. Chapter 57: The Sinking of Atlantis? Hearing this strange voice, the future body shrank back in fear and couldn't help but move closer to Morong Shinner. But because the fog was too heavy, he groped for a long time before he found Morong Shinner's body. What's the situation now? Morong Shinner's voice sounded extremely abruptly, almost scaring the future body's soul out. The future body was stunned for a while, then asked in surprise, "You woke up?" "I just woke up." "What time is it now?" Morong Shinner's voice was still soft when she just woke up, but gradually became colder. "Around 8:50, we are now in the second stage of the dungeon." The future body explained to Morong Shinner what had just happened. "Show me the coin of judgment." Morong Shinner extended a hand to him. The future body groped in the white mist for a while before touching the other person's hand, and then handed the coin to the other person. After Morong Shinner took the coin, she naturally received a message from the system. "Let me use this coin." Morong Xaner said calmly, "Your skills are quite special, you can't do such dangerous things." Future body? "No, do you want to listen to what you are saying?" The future body couldn't help but said, "First of all, this is given to me by the system. In addition, I don't have a single resurrection coin on me, so the side effects of this judgment coin are equivalent to nothing for me. I am the best user of this coin. As soon as you woke up from your sleep, you took away the reward the system gave me?" Under the swirling white mist, the future body vaguely saw Morong Shinner's burning pupils, and only heard the other party say, "Will you use this coin of judgment?" The future body was silent. He really didn't know how to use this coin of judgment. He didn't even understand the rules mentioned on it. So he asked in return, "What is the purpose of this judgment coin if you use it?" "I don't know either." Morong Xayana shook her head to indicate that she didn't understand, but then she explained, "But this coin is definitely related to the content of the subsequent copies." "Don't I know that this coin will be related to the content of subsequent copies?" He acted so serious, as if he could use the coin of judgment. The corner of the future body's mouth twitched, but he still forcefully demanded the coin of judgment back. "Give it to me. I have the ability to predict the future. This coin can play the greatest role in my hand." Morong Xayener was silent for a long time after hearing his words. Just when Muchini thought that she was not going to return the judgment coin, her voice rang out faintly, "I can give it to you, but if possible, I hope you can discuss it with me before using this prop." "I'll try my best." The future body took the coin she handed over. After regaining control of the key props, the future body finally felt a little safe. "Sorry." A voice as thin as a mosquito's hum suddenly sounded in front of the future body. "What?" The future body did not hear this sentence clearly. "When those black natives suddenly opened fire on you, some bad memories came to my mind, so I lost my mind a little. I'm sorry that I dragged you into this danger and killed Munan and the others because of me." Morong Shinner apologized sincerely. The future body was actually surprised to hear her apology. "I never expected that," he exclaimed. "What didn't you expect?" Morong Shinner was curious. "I didn't expect that someone as arrogant as you would apologize," said the future body. "I am also a human being. Everyone makes mistakes, and I am no exception." Morong Shinner was a little annoyed by his merciless words and immediately retorted. Crack, crack. At this moment, she suddenly heard a strange sound outside the cave, and she couldn't help but frown. "What is this sound?" The sound after the second stage of the dungeon began. "I'm not sure what it is," the future body answered truthfully. Then, he heard Morong Shinner groping for something, and after a while, she stuffed something in the shape of glasses into his hand. "These are detection glasses. Once you put them on, you won't be affected by the fog. In the thick fog, the future body fumbled for a while before taking the glasses handed to him by the other party and putting them on his eyes. Ding, the host has obtained a D-level item, detection glasses. Detection glasses, not affected by night, fog, rain, and other environments that block vision. After putting on the detection glasses, his vision instantly became clear, and he also saw Morong Shinner, who was also wearing detection glasses, right in front of him. I'll take a break to recover my strength. How about you go to the cave entrance and see what's going on outside? Morong Shinner suggested, rubbing her temple. That's good. Now I don't have to speak to him in that commanding tone anymore. Okay. The future body agreed and turned to the entrance of the cave. He looked out of the cave and saw nothing except the corpses on the ground. So, where does that crunching sound come from? As if in response to his inner thoughts, the creaky sounds of heavy objects moving appeared again. He looked in the direction of the sound. It was near the sea, and the moment the sound rang out, he saw a huge steel ship slowly coming ashore. This ship actually floated up from the bottom of the sea. With a loud noise, the big ship actually went directly ashore, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of the future body. He was so shocked by this scene that he was speechless. What on earth is this? He swallowed and looked at the scene with dull eyes. And this is just the beginning. Soon after the ships entered, 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. Huge steel ships as big as small mountains entered the land, and the huge fog around them also emerged from these ships. Boom, boom, boom. These ships slowly entered the island, and the future body quickly hid, but still stuck its head out and paid attention to the movements of these ships. Puff! A high-tech gate slowly landed on the ground like a city gate falling from a moat. An even thicker white mist emerged from inside, almost condensing into liquid. With the help of the detection glasses, the future body saw that there seemed to be a lot of high-tech metals with a very technological feel inside the gate. And several humanoid creatures slowly walked out from this gate. Human? The future body widened his eyes. What is this thing? Could it be that the source of this deep-sea monstrous doomsday is the sinking of Atlantis? Chapter 58 Sea People. But soon, the future body overturned his own idea. The geographical location of Atlantis is an island in the Atlantic Ocean near the Strait of Gibraltar between Europe and the United States. How could it end up in the Solomon Islands near Australia? He continued to observe several humanoid creatures coming down from the ship. These creatures were wearing huge metal armor, so he couldn't see clearly what was inside the armor. These armors are somewhat similar to the armor worn by the humans in Atlantis in a certain Aquaman movie. At this time, a lot of gibberish sounds came from the armor. The future body doesn't understand. They are saying that the toxins in the air have been eliminated and we can take off our armor now. Morong Shinner's voice sounded from behind him. The future body was startled again, but quickly adjusted itself. Can you understand what they say? He was surprised. I learned in A-level universal language. I can understand the languages of people all over the world. What they speak is the Amata language that was banned more than 300 years ago. Morong Shinner explained. A language from 300 years ago? So did you find anything? Asked the future body. I don't know much about the Amata language. The only information I have was told to me by my universal language skill. Morong Shinner said. While the two were talking, the armor on several armored humanoid monsters on the ship's gate suddenly opened. The moment the armor was opened, the future body and Morong Shinner stopped talking and looked over. Under the armor were several handsome blonde men of foreign appearance. Is it human? Wrong. There are some densely packed scales on the necks of these men. They are fish scales. Not only that, there are some fins on their backs that match their body size. Is this a seaman or a mutant? The future body was amazed at this strange-looking monster. Judging from the theme of this doomsday, these guys may be the culprits that caused the giant sea monsters to riot. Morong Shinner looked at the monsters that look like humans but not humans with burning eyes. I just don't know what the source of this doomsday is, and how can I use your coin of judgment to end the source of this doomsday? Besides, the rules of the trial coin are very strange. Do you have the qualifications to gamble fairly with the god of death? Unlike other props that directly stated the conditions of use, the condition of judgment coin left both of them a little confused. While the two were discussing, those weirdos seemed to have taken out some prop that looked like a roulette wheel. They took out the wheels and after a few manipulations, they started to glow. At the same time, these sea people also turned their eyes to the place where the future body and Morong Shiner were hiding. They can spot us. A strong murderous intent suddenly emanated from Morong Shiner. She is ready to take action. Calm down, calm down. The future being quickly grabbed her hand and said, if a doomsday source of destruction can be resolved by force, it can no longer be called a doomsday of destruction. After Morong Shiner gave Weilai some advice, she calmed down. So she asked in return, but now they have discovered us, what should we do? Run? No. The future body shook his head, his eyes dim. There are more than just 2 humans on this island. Are you referring to those natives? Morong Shiner's eyes lit up. Let's go to the natives first and see how these guys plan to deal with the natives here. Having said that, the future body quickly pulled Morong Shiner away. Those sea people did not chase the 2 men, but started discussing among themselves. Those 2 humans can see? Impossible. The human eye has a limited visual range. Could it be that the props they wore on their eyes helped them see us clearly? What should we do now? Should we catch them back? Don't act rashly. They can't escape anyway. Let's complete the sacrifice first. Yes. The conversation among the people was also heard clearly by Morong Shiner, who had listening skills. She directly told the future body what the few people discussed. Is the sacrifice a ritual to summon those giant sea monsters onto land? Muchini, who was watching the battle, began to think. Morong Shiner shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand either. With the help of detection glasses, they came to the place where the natives lived. At this time, these natives were very frightened when facing the thick white fog around them. They couldn't see their surroundings clearly, but the 2 future bodies with vision could see them clearly. Stay here first and see what those sea people are going to do. The future body chose an empty room and sat inside. There were quite a few indigenous black people around, but they didn't dare to move in the thick fog. This gave Muchini and Morong Shiner a chance to rest. While resting, the 2 men paid attention to the situation of the sea people. They noticed that the group of sea people had built an altar with a radius of about 50 meters on the beach, and the altar was placed with many shiny and glowing objects. It's a pity that Tao Mu, who had the ability to see far away, died, so they couldn't see what those shiny, glowing objects were. Time passed little by little, the thick fog in the air did not dissipate, and the 2 men took a rest. According to the information that Muchini had learned from the Eye of Death twice before, the giant sea monster would enter the city in 3 days. In other words, if the altar built by these sea people would cause the giant sea monster to step into the human city, then the altar would be finally completed by the morning of the day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow night to be exact. Tomorrow night, or even earlier, tomorrow morning, the altar will appear. Muchini, who was watching the battle, saw all this and had some more thoughts in his mind. The cooldown time of Eye of Death in this dungeon is 1 day. Is it possible that this altar is the source of doomsday in this doomsday dungeon? Thinking of this, he touched the dagger of the end on his neck. This is his other trump card. I wonder if the dagger of the end can end this doomsday after destroying the altar? But no matter what, he has to try it. He shared his thoughts with Morong Shiner. After thinking for a while, Morong Shiner could only say, "You must be careful. My teacher disappeared completely when he was dealing with the source of the destructive doomsday. Missing in the doomsday instance is equivalent to death. Okay, I'll be careful." At this point, the future body inexplicably grew a little bolder. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Director Morong, you said before that those natives shot Wang Zichen and triggered your bad memories, so you lost your mind. What is this bad memory?" Chapter 59. The formation is activated, its heartbeat. When Morong Shiner heard the question from the future body, she was stunned for a moment and then fell silent. Ahem, then I'm not curious anymore. When the future body saw her become like this again, he quickly changed the subject. It's okay to tell you. Morong Shiner was absent-minded for a while before she spoke. Actually, I am a Chinese-Russian hybrid. My father is Chinese. I grew up in Russia with my parents, but when I was 10 years old, a war broke out in Russia and my parents died under the enemy's hail of bullets. The scene of my parents being shot has left a psychological shadow on me for my entire life. So when I saw you being shot, I lost control. If it weren't for the protective prop that the teacher left for me, I might have. Having said that, Morong Shiner's originally cold eyes became extremely sad, and at this moment she showed unprecedented softness. At this moment, Muchini also understood why Morong Shiner stood there with a terrified look on her face when Wang Zichen and others were killed. It's fine. The future body side, Director Moron was really pitiful, having lost his parents at such a young age. Not long after my parents died, I was sent to the Doomsday. It was also in the dungeon that I met my teacher, who brought me back to reality, and I have been here ever since. Morong Shinner briefly explained it before she fixed her beautiful eyes on Muchini. My teacher died in a destructive Doomsday source. Since the establishment of the Doomsday Management Bureau, humans have never broken through a destructive Doomsday source. So, I hope you can succeed. Has mankind never broken through the source of destructive Doomsday? The future body was stunned. This was news he had never known before. As if sensing the confusion of the future body, Morong Shinner explained, so far, there are players who have survived Doomsdays of the world annihilation level and the destruction level, but no one has ever been able to crack the source of Doomsdays of the destruction level and above. This is also related to the fact that the skills granted by the game are too low. She said, you should have noticed that the combat skills that almost everyone draws are not too powerful. They can't even defeat a giant sea monster in this dungeon. The future body nodded, it was indeed true. The system will reward all new players with one chance to draw a lottery, and most people can only draw A-level skills, and most of these A-level combat skills are not very strong. For example, the big eater that Wang Zichen got was completely useless. At most, he could kill a few green-haired monsters like those in the last catastrophic Doomsday. He had no way to deal with stronger monsters. The S level is slightly better, but not that much. He even felt that most players could not defeat the country's hot weapons. Perhaps this is why social order has not been disrupted by this group of players? If everyone draws a high-level combat power, for example, if someone draws a superhuman ability, if he has evil intentions, he will directly become a native of China. In this situation, society can easily fall into chaos because of these people. Muchini, I really hope you can survive. If you can survive, you will be the first person to crack the destructive level Doomsday, and we can also tell all mankind that the destructive level Doomsday is not invincible. Morong Shinner looked at him seriously. The future body smiled bitterly, don't blackmail me morally, my thoughts are very pure, I just want to live, that's all. He worked so hard not because he had any grand aspirations, he just wanted to live. If he had even one resurrection coin, he would not risk coming to the source of Doomsday. A day passed quietly in the anxious waiting. On the morning of the third day, Muchini and Morong Shinner discovered that the group of sea people did two things. One thing was to send many sea people wearing armor to tie up the indigenous black people on the island and other tourists and sent them to the vicinity of the altar. Under the influence of the fog, these black natives didn't understand what was happening and were captured and taken to the vicinity of the altar. Most people resisted violently, but the sea people in armor did not tolerate them and took out a kind of vine-like marine plant to whip them severely. After hearing the screams of their companions around them, the group of natives calmed down. Soon, this group of sea people grabbed everyone and tied them to pillars. Naturally, the future body and Morong Shinner could not escape either. However, the two had no plans to take action for the time being. They were ready to see what these sea people were going to do, so they took advantage of the situation and were captured by these sea people. The group of sea people did not confiscate their belongings. They tied the two men up and placed them on a pillar that had been erected at some point, then left. The two men observed the natives and tourists on the surrounding pillars. To these people, the thick fog around them was no different from covering their eyes. The two saw that the group of sea people placed one shining stone after another on the altar built the day before, and at the same time they were mumbling something in their mouths. Morong Shinner, who was standing next to the future body, translated for him. They said, if we tie up these humans, the altar can be carried out smoothly. We can finally welcome the appearance of the sea god. If we open the door, the gods will finally come to the world. The future body just frowned as he listened. He stared at the crystals on the altar with a look of doubt. Are these crystals the key to unlocking the altar? The dagger of the end was still tied around his neck with a wristband. Of course, one did not need to use his hands to use the dagger of the end. He is waiting for an opportunity. For now, he is still unclear about the function of the coin of judgment, so this dagger of the end is his best backup. He pondered for a moment, his eyes fixed on the group of sea people as they activated the formation in front of them. The formation has been operating all the time, and the glowing crystals on the formation have slowly dissipated, become smaller, and gradually merged into the formation below. The energy within this crystal seems to be constantly being consumed. This change lasted for more than 10 hours. The humans tied up here were all starving, even the future body and Morong Shinner were a little hungry. However, for the two people with stronger physiques, they can still withstand it for the time being. They saw the sea people in front of them were busy, as if they were preparing for some ceremony. When night fell, a roar that reached the sky suddenly rang out. Boom! Boom! A strong vibration sound rang in everyone's ears, and the future body and Morong Shiner looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Listen carefully, listen to their heartbeats. This is the sound of that giant sea monster. Chapter 60, Death of Poseidon, Global Riot. Boom! Boom! Every heartbeat made everyone's heart tremble. Many people here broke down on the spot and started crying, and some were shouting. Many natives also began to shout, and the heartbeat was getting louder and louder. Boom! The ground began to shake and the entire island began to tremble, but for some unknown reason, the surrounding fog began to thin. The fog thinned, and the sightlines for the natives and tourists gradually became clearer. When everyone saw these strange altars in front of them and countless of their kind tied up around them, they were extremely shocked. But they saw the sea people who were not wearing armor and were exposed to the air. Many people were shocked when they saw these sea people had parts unique to marine life on their bodies. Is this a human or a monster? Could they be mutated humans harmed by the Japanese country's nuclear wastewater? But the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Bang! A loud noise sounded from under the water, followed by the sound of heavy breathing. Huff, huff. It was like the whisper of a demon from the abyss. The breathing sound was extremely heavy, just like. It's like the breathing sound of the entire blue star. Crash! Countless rocks splashed up, and a huge mountain range slowly rose from the seabed outside the island. Yes, such a huge mountain range slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. The stones on the mountain range showed an ancient brown color, like stubborn stones that had been blown by the wind for thousands of years. Pieces of stones condensed into giant mountains, and these layers of mountains were undulating from low to high. Such a huge monster slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, and everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. The feeling of fear in the face of a giant. When the future body saw this huge mountain, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. This mountain range is so huge that as it rises, you can't see the top of the mountain even if you look up. The ground continued to shake, and many people were thankful that they were tied to stable stone pillars, otherwise they would have been shaken to death by the violent shaking. The shaking continued, and the mountain was still rising. When the height of the mountain approached the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in a human city 828 meters high and 162 floors. About halfway up the mountain, a huge eye suddenly opened. This eye is larger than a whale's fully opened mouth. And in the eye, there is a moving eyeball. Picture in the comments section. To the humans on land, this eyeball was like a bright moon, making everyone feel suffocated. This mountain is a monster. Morong Shiner, who was standing next to the future body, also had a trembling voice. Muchini, who was watching the battle, also felt a deep fear in his heart. This monster was much bigger than the giant octopus that he had seen in reality with the Eye of Death before. It can even be said that the giant octopus is just a small karami in front of this monster as big as a mountain. The monster's moon-like eye moved, but all humans seemed to feel that this eye was looking at them. What kind of monster is this? Moo! A long sound was heard, and everyone saw that the mountain range began to move again. The fog that had originally dispersed around began to spread again, and the sea people also made worship gestures, muttering something in their mouths. They said that the sea god finally came out. Morong Shiner at the side translated. The future body thought for a while, then whispered, "Dagger of the end, go." The dagger on his neck began to tremble. Then, the dagger broke free from the red rope and flew towards the huge monster in the sky. The dagger of the end locked onto the position of this sea god and eventually sank into the body of sea god in an unmatched manner. This change happened too quickly, and because the dagger of the end was so small, almost no one noticed that such a small thing had entered the body of the mountain. The future body had to take action. He felt that if he did not use the dagger of the end to kill the monster would kill him. Roar! A scene that made countless people tremble with fear appeared. The mountain began to tilt and collapse. Countless rocks fell from the mountain, and countless people who were tied up by stone pillars were smashed into meat paste on the spot. The giant monster sank towards the bottom of the sea. The sky was covered by a cloud of dust and sand, and dense drizzle began to fall again. The sea people had not expected such a situation to happen. They dodged the boulders in panic and ran towards the huge steel ship. The steel ship also opened its doors in time to allow these seafarers to enter and escape the heavy rain of rocks and water. With the help of Morong Shiner, the future body broke free from the stone pillar and ran towards the spaceship while dodging the boulders falling from the sky. That giant beast is not the source of doomsday. The future body said hurriedly because it ran too fast. The copy is not over, and the dagger of the end has not returned. He originally suspected that the altar was the source of the doomsday, but when he saw a huge rock smashing the altar to pieces, this thought in his mind instantly disappeared. They ran as hard as they could towards the Sea People's ship, and when the two were about to enter the gate, boom! An earthquake shock far greater than the previous one occurred. Even someone as strong as Morong Shiner wasn't paying attention and stepped into a sudden crack in the ground. The future body quickly grabbed her hand. With top-level fighting skills, he could have easily pulled Morong Shiner up. But the shaking of the ground was so exaggerated that the future body's back was suddenly hit by a falling stone, and he fell down with Morong Shiner. But fortunately, there was a protruding stone. He grabbed the stone with his sharp eyes and held Morong Shiner tightly with his other hand. At this time Morong Shiner also took action. Her eyes flashed, and Muchini felt a force appear under his body, carrying the two of them towards the crack. The future body had a support point to leverage, allowing Morong Shiner to hold her waist. After her hands were freed, she climbed to the ground in no time. Boom! A heartbeat suddenly sounded. Boom! 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 As if a chain reaction had started, the sound of rapid heartbeats rang in the ears of both of them. Roar! 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 Roars sounded from the bottom of the sea, and then a spectacular scene emerged before the two of them. Countless giant monsters on the seafloor leaped into the air from the distant sea, splashing thousands of waves before swimming away into the distance. These monsters included common fish, shrimps, crabs, and even the cephalopod octopus that Machinii had seen in Jiangchang. This group of giant sea beasts leaped up from the bottom of the sea one by one, splashing water and heading in all directions. Chapter 61 Blue Star is a huge cage. Woo! Just when the future body and Morong Shiner seemed to have thought of something, an ethereal sound like a baby crying sounded from the deep sea. Woo! This ethereal voice is low and melodious, full of mystery. The future body and Morong Shiner looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This is the sound of a whale. In this instance, all marine life was magnified 100 or 1,000 times. And the whale itself was already very large if its size was also magnified 100 or 1,000 times. How horrible would that be? What the two did not notice was that beneath the island where they were, a huge dark shadow was slowly emerging from the bottom of the sea. If you look down at the island from thousands of miles in the sky, you can see an extremely huge and terrifying shadow, which has opened a big mouth that can swallow dozens of islands and is swallowing up the entire island. Looking down from a high-altitude perspective. Woo! The whale's cry rang out again, and it soared into the air, its mouth wide open, swallowing the entire island and the body of the sea god. Bang! The entire ocean was completely rippled with its movement, and even the entire blue planet was shaken by its movement. At the same time, severe earthquakes occurred all over the world. What greeted everyone were the giant sea beasts that were about to arrive on land. The scene returns to the island. The future body and Morong Shiner only felt that everything in front of their eyes suddenly went dark, and then they both lost consciousness at the same time. Cough, cough, cough. Muchini sat up suddenly. Morong Shiner, Wang Zichen, Lao Zhao, Munan, Tao Mu, and Lin Yuan who were around him all turned their eyes to him who had woken up. Muchini sat on the stone, breathing heavily, a look of deep confusion flashing in his eyes. What is going on? What was the situation with the last whale calls, and how did they die? He only remembered that his eyes went dark, and then he lost consciousness. He stroked his chin, thinking carefully about the scenes that happened in this death replay. The first thing to be determined is the time. The sea people will enter the island tonight and tie up everyone and send them to the pillar tomorrow morning. When night falls, a series of changes will happen. The giant monster that looked like a mountain and was called Poseidon, and the group of giant sea monsters that came later all left in all directions. Poseidon, Poseidon. He vaguely felt that he had grasped something, but he couldn't figure it out clearly. Finally, he decided to ask for help from the public. He looked directly at Lao Zhao, who knew the most here. Lao Zhao, have you heard the story of the sea god? The story of Poseidon? Old Zhao frowned. Are you talking about Poseidon? Muchini. That should have nothing to do with the mythical characters in Norse mythology. He thought of the language spoken by the high people that Morong Xainer had mentioned, and asked again, "Do you know the Amata language?" Hearing Amata's language, even Morong Shiner beside her raised her head and looked into his eyes. "I've heard of it, but the Amata language seems to be banned?" Old Zhao, who knows everything about astronomy and geography, asked directly, "Why are you suddenly interested in this language? Are there any stories about the Amata language?" asked Muchinii. "Wait for me to take a look." Lao Zhao turned on his computer. Then he started searching inside. Since there was no internet here, he could only start looking in the computer storage warehouse. Yes. After he found the introduction inside, everyone gathered around. The Amata language was used by a human tribe in the ancient forest more than 300 years ago. However, this tribe was later destroyed, leaving only a stone wall covered with Amata language characters. This stone wall is now in the British Museum. Old Zhao introduced and showed everyone photos of the stone wall. Muchini did not look at the photo, but turned around and called out to Morong Shiner, "Director Morong, come and translate for us." Morong Shiner. Everyone. This damn command ability. Morong Shiner guessed that the other party must have predicted that she knew the Amata language, so she didn't hesitate and went forward to translate the words on the stone wall and read them out. "Blue star is a huge cage." After reading the first sentence, Morong Xainer and everyone else were stunned for a moment, and then Morong Xainer opened her red lips and continued, "In the blue star, there is a hell where a group of demons are imprisoned. At the gate of hell, there is a sea god who guards the entrance to hell to prevent these demons from escaping from the cage. In order to escape from their cage, the demons in hell look for their messengers in the human world. They give these messengers powerful powers and equipment, hoping that these messengers will help them kill the sea god who guards the gate of hell. In this way, the gate of hell will be opened, and these demons will be released to wreak havoc on the human world. However, the reason why these demons want to escape from Blue Star is because there is a more terrifying existence in hell. This terrifying existence is called disaster. This disaster will devour everything. Once it wakes up, all the demons in hell will need to cut off a piece of their own flesh and feed it to it. Only when the disaster is full will it fall back into sleep. But once the gates of hell are opened, both this group of demons and the disaster of this terrible existence will come out of hell. Terrible existence is the name of a disaster displayed on the stone wall. At this point, Morong Shiner had finished translating the contents on the stone wall. "I understand." Muchini took a deep breath. In the last death replay, he did something really stupid. He killed the sea god who guarded the gate of hell. According to the logic of the story, that group of sea people should be the messengers of the devil in the gate of hell, and they have the props to kill the god of the sea. In other words, they set up those altars in order to seduce the god of the sea. He thought of what the group of sea creatures had said when they were setting up the altar: "Tie up these humans, and the altar will proceed smoothly. We can finally welcome the appearance of the sea god, open that door, and the gods will finally descend to the world." That gate should be the gate to hell, and they attracted the appearance of Poseidon, perhaps to kill Poseidon and open the gate to hell. But because the future body thought that Poseidon was in cahoots with the group of sea people, if they waited for Poseidon to take action, they would all die, so the future body took action directly and used the dagger of the end to kill Poseidon before the sea people. Not long after Poseidon died, the giant sea monsters appeared. Chapter 62, The Source of Doomsday, the Key to the Gate of Hell. Perhaps the sea people didn't understand it at the time. They were the ones who summoned the sea god and wanted to kill him, but the sea god suddenly died? They didn't make a move, and Poseidon died. After the death of Poseidon, the gate of hell was left unattended and the demons inside the gate of hell ran out. These demons were the group of giant sea monsters. However, after this group of sea monsters appeared, the first thing they did was run in all directions? It didn't look like they were going to occupy the land, but more like escape in panic. Why did they flee in panic? Could it be related to the terrible existence of the disaster creature in the prophecy? He carefully recalled the details of his experience. Before he died, he seemed to hear the cry of a whale. Then his eyes went dark, and soon he completely lost consciousness. It's like dying without any pain. At that time, he was still thinking that the group of marine creatures had been infinitely magnified, and if the whale, which was already extremely large, was also magnified 100 or 1,000 times. A terrible thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this gigantic whale be the calamity creature that is that terrible existence? The reason why they saw black before they died was because the whale swallowed the entire island, and he died without seeing anything. The reason why those sea monsters fled was because they all knew that the whale had also come out of the gate of hell. So they all had to run for their lives to avoid being swallowed whole by the whale. He thought about the theme that was revealed to him when this instance entered the second stage. Deep sea monster. Perhaps this deep sea monster refers to the giant whale. That whale is the final boss and the real source of this doomsday. But the source of doomsday refers to the key point that leads to the occurrence of doomsday. Even if he kills the whale, those sea monsters that escaped from the gate of hell can still wreak havoc on the world, right? So, the source of doomsday refers to the group of sea people who want to kill the sea god, or in other words, it is the key in their hands that can kill the sea god and open the gates of hell? His mind became several times clearer, like a mirror. What do you know? Everyone looked at him curiously, with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Even Morong Shiner looked at him with sparkling eyes. Just as she said in the death replay, she really hopes that there is someone in the human race who can crack the destructive level doomsday. I may know the source of this doomsday, but I still need to verify it. Mukini said this. The first thing that puzzled him was the judgment coin. What was the function of that coin? Even in the last death replay, he never thought about the function of the coin of judgment until he died. He scratched his hair, feeling completely puzzled, but luckily he would have another chance to use the Eye of Death tomorrow morning to help him correct his perspective. Just as he was about to explain to everyone what he saw, Morong Shiner suddenly looked outside the cave. Someone is coming. Lin Yuan stood up immediately. I'll go take a look. No need to look, come back. Mu Chini called back to Lin Yuan. When everyone looked at him in confusion, he explained, outside are the indigenous black people here. They have guns in their hands. In the future scene I saw, they shot and killed all of you. Only Morong Shiner and I survived. So? He looked at Morong Xiner and gestured, Director, go and get rid of these guys. Everyone was shot by someone outside? Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao, who were familiar with Mu Chini's prediction skills, chose to believe it directly, but Morong Shiner hesitated. Morong Xiner, in the scene I recalled, you told me a story. Mu Chini looked at Morong Shiner's beautiful face, and a layer of pity appeared in his eyes. You told me about your family situation, and also told me that your teacher met you in a copy and brought you back. Morong Shiner was startled for a moment. She raised her head and met Mu Chini's pitying eyes. When she saw the emotions in Mu Chini's eyes, she couldn't keep calm anymore. She would not tell anyone about her experience except her teacher. However, Mu Chini told her that in a certain scene in the future, she told the other party about her experience. Could it be that at some point in the future, I will really trust this guy? In the last death replay, the two experienced life and death together, and Morong Shiner knew very well that Mu Chini did not have a resurrection coin in his body. Once he died in the copy, Mu Chini would be dead in the true sense. At that time, there were only two endings for Mu Chini. One was to die completely in this copy, and the other was to escape alive after breaking the destructive doomsday. The second ending was extremely difficult, but once completed, it would have epoch-making significance. Therefore, Morong Shiner was more moved and told her story to the future body who had escaped death. But what happened in the future timeline made Morong Shiner in reality confused at this time. In the end, she listened to Mu Chini's words, activated her skills, and left the cave with murderous intent. After a while, the rhythmic screams of the gun-wielding natives were heard outside. A moment later, Morong Shiner came back neatly dressed. She was not even a speck of dust on her when dealing with that group of natives. She is worthy of being the strongest woman on earth, and may also be the strongest combatant among humans. If an S-rank combat player faced those gun-wielding natives, he probably wouldn't be able to escape unscathed, like Lin Yuan. After coming back, Morong Shiner's expression changed subtly. Because the group of people outside were indeed indigenous black people carrying guns, exactly the same as what Mu Chini said. By following Mu Chini's command, they directly avoided a great danger. And it was precisely because of the other party's command this time that Morong Shiner, the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau, became somewhat confused and began to doubt her own judgment. Do you have a clear understanding of prophecy players? Before Mu Chini appeared, she seemed to have been trapped in a misunderstanding. In her opinion, prophecy players are the same as those auxiliary players. After the doomsday begins, prophecy players should hide. Only by successfully surviving and saving their resurrection coins can they maximize their value. But the appearance of Mu Chini completely overturned her stereotype of prophecy players. Is there any prophecy player who is determined to crack the source of doomsday and rush to the front line? Just like a weak nurse, instead of staying in the hospital to save the wounded and dying, she carries 2 Gatling guns to the battlefield to shoot the enemy. However, with Machinii by their side, their process of cracking the source of doomsday was indeed many times smoother than before. Could it be that the accusation made by the prophecy players was that they were in command? This idea gave her a new way of thinking. If we allow players of the prophecy type to also participate in cracking the doomsday dungeon. She vaguely felt that this operation would allow more players to survive, but it would be a bit of a waste of players who were good at prediction. In China, there are only about 20 players of the prophecy type, who are more valuable than national treasures. Even if she thinks so, the country will not agree to her plan. Chapter 63, Separation. After dealing with the first batch of dangers, Mu Qianyi looked at them seriously. Next, I need all of you to make a choice. Everyone had not yet recovered from Morong Shiner's brutal killing of the natives outside, but after hearing Machinii's words, they subconsciously stood up straight. I have determined that this is the key area of this doomsday, and it will be blocked tonight. Mu Qianyi said slowly, so you have two choices. The first choice is to leave here. Although there is still a high probability that you will die outside, you only need to consume one resurrection coin to return to reality. Hearing this, everyone's brows raised. From what Machinii said, if I stay here, I will have to consume more than one resurrection coin? And Mu Qianyi's next words cleared up everyone's confusion. Tonight, those who remain in this area will enter the second stage, and those who enter the second stage will need 10 resurrection coins to be resurrected after death. 10 resurrection coins are required to revive? There were some subtle changes in everyone's expressions, especially Tao Mu and Mu Nan, both of whom had a hint of retreat in their eyes. Now please make a choice. If you choose to leave, let Mu Nan take you away from this island. This way, even if you die outside, it will only cost one resurrection coin. Of course, if you stay here, if I finally crack this doomsday copy, everyone will get a reward. After Mu Qianyi said this, he stared at everyone. I'll stay. Morong Shiner was the first to speak. She is the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau. How can she retreat at this time? Besides, 10 resurrection coins were just a number to her, and she had a lot of them. I'll stay too. This was what Lao Zhao said. He looked at Mu Qianyi with a smile and said, if I remember correctly, the number of resurrection coins on Brother Mu is not enough to support him to survive the second stage. If he dies, he will not be able to be resurrected in reality. Even he is so determined, so why should I stay here? Moreover, this may be my only chance in this life to participate in cracking the doomsday, and I don't want to miss it just for 10 resurrection coins. As soon as Lao Zhao expressed his attitude, Wang Zichen immediately voted. I believe in my brother Mu's ability, so I'll stay too. Mu Qianyi looked at the man who had blocked the bullet for him in the previous death replay and smiled lightly. The other party did not disappoint him. Then, he turned his attention to the last three people left, Lin Yuan, Mu Nan and Tao Mu. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, my idea is the same as Lao Zhao's. If I miss this instance, I might regret it for a long time, so I also choose to join you. Everyone has a mysterious confidence in Mu Qianyi. When Mu Qianyi looked at Mother Tao, he saw that Mother Tao was hesitant and said, I have less than 10 resurrection coins on me. What if I fail? It's okay, Mu Nan, take Tao Mu away. Mu Qianyi noticed that Mu Nan didn't seem to want to stay here, so he just flew Mu Nan and Tao Mu away. Mu Nan had no objection. He didn't want to stay anyway. He was still thinking about how he would refuse if Director Morong forced him to stay. Now it was just right that Machinii gave him a reason to escape. After making the decision, everyone had to go their separate ways. Several people did not have any thoughts on Tao Mu's decision. The other party had less than 10 resurrection coins, so there was no need to gamble at all. After the two left, Mu Qianyi briefly described the future scene he had seen to the four people present. According to you, the whale that made the sound at the end is the disaster in the story on the stone wall? That's what I think. Mu Qianyi nodded. So, as long as we kill it, our copy will be perfectly completed? Wang Zichen asked. I can't kill him. Mu Qianyi shook his head. In the last death replay, he never saw the appearance of the big whale until he died. Killing the other party with the dagger of the end was even more ridiculous. What should we do now? Morong Shiner asked him. Wait. He rubbed his brows and made a decision, wait until night, when those sea tribesmen come ashore, and we get the judgment coin. There is nothing they can do now. That's right. Do you have any props for setting traps? He suddenly realized that he knew where the altar was. This was an opportunity he seized. Next, he took the four people directly to the location of the altar. Before the altar was placed there, this location was a sandy area, but because of the rain, the ground was now wet. They arrived at the altar, and Muchini looked directly at Morong Shinner. Morong Shinner thought for a moment, took out something that looked like an energy ball, squatted down and buried the small energy ball in the soil. "What's this?" "You can think of it as a landmine, and it's a landmine that I can manually control remotely," Morong Shinner explained. "Remote-controlled mines?" Muchini thought of the Sea Tribe members standing on the altar and nodded, "Very good." The rain was so heavy that it would only stop when the thick fog appeared at night. Several people fled back to the cave in the pouring rain and began to wait for the night to fall. The sky was always gray, and if people didn't check the time on their phones, they might not be able to tell whether it was day or night. When the heavy rain outside gradually stopped, everyone noticed that a light white mist began to fill the air. Everyone was immediately shocked. The situation predicted by Muchini happened. Are the legendary sea people coming soon? Ding! Reminder, the location where the host Muchini is located is the key location of this copy. A major change will occur here in 10 minutes. Please make a choice, host. The system's voice arrived as expected. It was exactly the same sound as before. Then, the system presented two options to everyone. And because everyone had learned about the situation from Muchini before, they were not surprised to see these two choices and they all chose to stay. Ding, the host has made his selection. This area will be closed in 10 minutes. The Doomsday Dungeon, Deep Sea Monster, is about to enter the second stage. We are looking for the target. We have detected 5 awake players in this area. We are drawing the most suitable player for the item. Ding, congratulations to player Muchini for winning the item, Judgment Coin. Judgment Coin, you have the right to have a fair gamble with the God of Death. One-time use item. When a coin with an angel on the front and a devil on the back appeared in Muchini's hand, the surrounding fog began to become thicker. Until 10 minutes later. The area has been closed. Players, please be prepared. The game has officially entered the second stage. Chapter 64, a new round of memory replay. The fog became thicker, and Muchini followed the direction in his memory and came to Morong Shinner's side. "Chief, can you lend us your detection glasses?" "I only have 2 pairs of detection glasses." Morong Shinner put on a pair of glasses for herself and handed them to Muchini. "Among the 5 of us, 3 of us can't see the situation clearly." "Only 2 pairs?" In the last death replay, there were only 2 of them left, and he had no idea how many pairs of detection glasses Morong Shinner had. But after thinking about it, he put it on himself and looked at the confused Wang Zichen and the other 2. "Director Morong, please bring Ling Yuan with you. I will take Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen with me, and we will go to the place where the indigenous people live together." He planned to proceed with the normal story development. Besides, he also needs those guys to build the altar. In the last death replay, the future body did not succeed in destroying the altar, so this group of sea people successfully lured out the sea god. Now they buried something under the altar in advance, giving this group of sea people a little shock. He and Morong Shinner supported the other 3 and led everyone to the house where the indigenous black people lived. After entering the room, Muchini lent his glasses to the 3 people, allowing them to see what was going on. Soon after they moved into the natives' room, a voice was heard. Crunch, crunch. It was the familiar sound of a heavy object moving. Upon hearing this sound, Muchini knew that the group of sea people were about to come ashore. He stayed with Morong Shinner, and with the help of detection glasses, they saw a huge steel ship moving towards the land. The cabin of the big ship was opened, and several seamen walked out. They took out instruments, scanned the surroundings, and began to build an altar. However, because Morong Shinner's energy ball was a product rewarded by the system, it was not detected by the instrument in Hai Ren's hand. As promised, the sea people built the altar at the location of the last death replay. Seeing this scene, Muchini also breathed a sigh of relief. The fatigue of the day suddenly surged into his heart. He took off the detection glasses and handed them to Morong Shinner, then said to everyone, "Everyone, take a rest first. There's nothing to do tonight." Having said that, he lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. In the previous death replay, he and Morong Shinner took turns sleeping and standing guard to prevent those sea people from doing anything to them humans. But in fact, the group of sea people only did one thing tonight, which was to build the altar, and did nothing else. Only on the next morning will this group of sea creatures begin to take action. Looking at the soundly sleeping Muchini, Lao Zhao made his own suggestion. "How about the 4 of us take turns standing guard, with 2 people supervising and 2 people resting at a time. I will be in a group with Wang Zichen, and Director Morong, you and Miss Lin will be in a group. Can. Morong Shiner nodded in agreement with the suggestion. Even with Machini's assurance, the other 4 still didn't dare to sleep. After all, everyone here, including Morong Shiner, was coming to the key area of the destructive doomsday for the first time, and no one dared to relax. So, when Muchini got up the next day, he saw 4 people who looked not very energetic. Especially Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao, they had dark circles under their eyes. Didn't you have a rest yesterday? He asked in surprise. Wang Zichen yawned and said listlessly, I took a break, but I only slept for a few hours in total. I was so sleepy. Muchini smiled and said, once they start to fight, you won't be sleepy anymore. Wang Zichen. Ding, the cooling time of death ends. The voice of the system appeared in Muchini's mind. He glanced at everyone, took off his detection glasses, closed his eyes, and said silently in his heart. Open the eye of death. Bang! A loud explosion sounded in his ears, and Muchini, who had just entered the viewing angle, felt that his ears were almost deafened. Hometown Walla, Ulala Ala Amada language. Bulu Bulu, Gugugu Ama Amada language. After the explosion, he heard the voices of several sea people discussing. He slowly opened his eyes, with detection glasses now in front of his eyes. He saw an altar that was blown to pieces, and the glowing crystals on the altar were scattered and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, his mind paused. What is going on? Did Morong Shiner detonate the energy ball? Countless shouts were heard all around him. He turned his head and saw the tied-up native black people under the thick white fog. These people. Before he could say anything, he noticed that the cabin of the huge steel ship in the distance was opened, and a catfish spirit with a crown on his head walked out of the cabin. This catfish monster is somewhat similar to the catfish monster that killed Tang Monk and his 3 disciples. To be precise, it can no longer be called a human being, as it does not have many human characteristics. Is this the messenger left outside the gate of hell by the devil in the story? It's not that Muchini didn't think so, but the crown on the other party's head was too confusing. The crown represented supreme power in ancient mankind. Then I saw a few sea people coming up to the catfish monster and mumbling something. The catfish demon raised one hand and pointed it at outsiders such as Muchini and the natives, who were humans tied to stone pillars. Wah! The group of sea people told the monster about the destruction of the altar. The monster pointed at us and told the sea people to kill us, dedicate us to the gods and then summon the sea god again. Morong Shiner on the side began to explain to the future body. Morong Shiner's words were not only heard by the future body, but also by Wang Zichen, Lao Zhao and Lin Yuan, who were also tied up. We fought them. Wang Zichen gritted his teeth and tried to break free from the rope. Calm down. The future body used the dislocation technique in martial arts to free himself from the rope. He pinched his wrist, took out a coin and said, let me try first. System, use the judgment coin on that catfish monster. The future body aimed the coin of judgment at the catfish spirit in the distance. Ding, activate the trial coin, and the betting will begin soon. Betting rules, equivalent exchange. You can bet with the annotator. You need to force the other party to take out an item and give him something of equal value in exchange. Then, you start tossing a coin. When the coin stops spinning, if the side facing up is an angel, you win. If the side facing up is a devil, the person who marked it wins. Tip, life is priceless and is above all else. If you use your life as a bet, you can exchange anything with the other party. This was the first time Muchini understood the use of the trial coins. Chapter 65, Gamblers Don't Die Well. I want the key to open the gate of hell. The future body said what he wanted. The moment he used the coin of judgment, he and the catfish demon were simultaneously trapped by 2 transparent barriers. The surrounding sea people were frightened by this scene. After seeing that their boss catfish monster was locked up, they screamed and kept knocking on the barrier covering the catfish monster, trying to rescue the catfish monster from inside. But no matter how hard they hit, they couldn't break the barrier. Detecting. The system's voice began to sound. After about 10 seconds, the system sounded, it is detected that the other party has the key to open the gate of hell. Are you sure that the other party is willing to make such a bet? Sure. The future body looked at the catfish spirit with burning eyes. He won the bet. This time the source of doomsday is indeed on the other party. Muchini, who was watching the battle, suddenly felt a little uneasy. That's not right. If the future body had won the bet, he wouldn't have seen the death scene here. It is detected that the host has no items equivalent to the Hellgate key to exchange, and the host's life is automatically selected as the bet. The system's voice sounded somewhat stiffly. "Host, please toss a coin." The judgment coin appeared in the hands of the future body. The future body, relieved from the tension of gambling his life, took a deep breath and threw the coin into the sky. Bang! The coin fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The catfish spirit opposite Machinii did not look at the coin, but stared coldly at Machinii, who had locked him up here. Instead, the future body's eyes were fixed on the coin that was constantly spinning on the ground. Ding! The coin stopped, and Morong Shinner and others also looked towards the location of the coin. The coin stopped, and the picture on it showed Demon. The eyes of the future body were filled with shock. How could this happen? Ding, the host has failed and is about to be deprived of his life. The system's cold voice sounded, and Muchini immediately felt a sense of suffocation. The future body covered his neck and breathed heavily, but no matter how hard he breathed, he couldn't get any oxygen. Plop! The future body fell to the ground without a sound. Future body, dead. Back to reality. Muchini suddenly sat up from the sofa, gasping for breath. Feeling the oxygen rushing into his body again, he felt that being alive was so wonderful. The first person to notice his abnormality was Morong Shinner, who was wearing detection glasses. Morong Shinner immediately handed him another pair of detection glasses and asked, "What did you see? How could I lose?" Muchini murmured at this time. He couldn't believe that he would actually lose. Since the judgment coin can lose, why is this thing qualified to be called a key item? Is losing also a double-edged sword? The death replay was very short, but it was very likely the last time he used the Eye of Death in this Doomsday copy. There is a high probability that he will not have the chance of a death replay. Thinking of this, he took the detection glasses and put them on, then took out the trial coin from his pocket with some disbelief. He flipped a coin and watched it roll on the ground. Morong Shinner didn't understand the meaning of his doing this, so she didn't say anything and just looked at him. Because Wang Zichen and the other two didn't have detection glasses, they could only hear the movements of the two of them and could not see anything else. Muchini watched the coin spinning and spinning on the ground. Finally stopped. The one on top is the devil. Another demon? Muchini picked up the coin and threw it into the sky again. The coin spun on the ground for a while and finally came to a stop. This time, the devil's side is still facing up. He raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that something was not right, so he continued to toss the coin. After landing, he is still a devil. He tried it 6 times in a row, and every time it was the devil's side on top. Seeing this, the corner of his eye twitched violently. The system's introduction to the trial coin emerged in his mind. You are qualified to have a fair gamble with the god of death. It's fair to you, you immortal board. Whoever uses this thing will die. Do you know how to use this coin? Morong Shinner, who was standing by, saw his actions and couldn't help but ask. This thing is a scam. Muchini almost couldn't help throwing the coin out of the window. But he didn't do it after all. He thought for a while and signaled to Morong Xiner, "Please help me remember the probability of the devil side being on top. We still have about 2 hours. In about 2 hours, the sea people will start to capture them." Okay. Morong Shinner is now somewhat accustomed to following his instructions. So, the two of them started to toss the coin continuously, and finally on the 12th time, there was a picture of an angel on the coin. Then they tried many, many more times. Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Mu, what are you doing?" "We are trying to determine the probability of successful use of the coin." Muchini began to explain. When Morong Shinner, who was conducting the experiment with him, heard his words, she couldn't help but look up at him with a slightly resentful look. When I asked Muchini just now, he didn't explain. But when Fatty Wang asked, he explained it directly? Is she not as good as Wang Zichen? However, what she didn't know was that for Machinii, Morong Shinner was not as good as Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen is someone who would risk his life to protect him from bullets. The two tested it hundreds of times and finally came up with a ratio. The ratio of the angel side on top to the devil side on top is 120. This is a very exaggerated ratio, almost the same as the probability of winning money in a casino. This also made Muchini feel the deep malice of the coin of judgment. Really, gamblers will never have a good death. He was completely shocked. If the key items of the Doomsday Destruction level had such a high probability of failure, it was no wonder that no one could survive this level of Doomsday. Moreover, according to the experience of predecessors who have gone through hundreds of Doomsday copies, each opportunity to end the Doomsday is related to the key locations and key items within the copy. This is a fact that all senior officials of the Doomsday Administration acknowledge. However, no matter how many Doomsday copies we have gone through, the copies that humans have cracked are only Plague-level Doomsday and Disaster-level Doomsday. No one can crack the Destruction-level Doomsday. The official account of the world-destroying Doomsday only shows one occurrence of Moonfall. Only one person survived to the end that time, let alone crack that copy. The number of times humans have cracked Destruction level and above copies is 0, and nothing has ever happened before. So, is it possible that Doomsday at the Destruction level and above is a little different? Chapter 66 Trust Your Own Judgment. This thought suddenly appeared in Mu Chenyi's mind. What if the Destruction level Doomsday is different from the first two levels of Doomsday? The key props in Plague level Doomsday and Disaster level Doomsday can destroy the source of Doomsday. But what if the key item in a Doomsday scenario is a deception? A deception to the players. Because everyone believes that the key item in the copy itself is able to destroy the source of Doomsday. It is true that the Coin of Judgment has a slight chance of success, but the probability is too small. If everyone uses this item to crack the source of the Doomsday of the destructive level, the probability of success will be too low. This is not a glimmer of hope at all, this is a gamble with your life. In his opinion, there is a glimmer of hope for cracking a Doomsday scenario, but this glimmer of hope does not necessarily lie in the key props. Thinking of this, he touched the dagger of the end on his neck. The props given by the catastrophic Doomsday may not be able to destroy the source of the destructive Doomsday. He believed in his own judgment that judging the coin could not be completely meaningless, but in his eyes, this thing was just a prop to deceive people. He could totally skip the judgment coin and directly find the key to the gate of hell from the catfish spirit and destroy it with the dagger of the end. Thinking of this, he made some decisions in his heart. Director Morone, please don't detonate the energy ball under the altar. He said. Why? Morone Shinner asked with a frown. Because we're going to lure out a guy. Mu Chenyi thought of what happened in the last death replay. After Morone Shinner destroyed the altar with the energy ball under the altar, the group of sea people shouted out the catfish spirit. But when the catfish spirit wearing a crown came out, his first thought was to kill them humans. Because the altar was destroyed, the catfish spirit thought that these humans would disrupt the sacrifice, so it dealt with them first and then continued to summon the sea god. In this way, the other party will not take out the key to open the gate of hell. On the other hand, if they let the sacrifice proceed normally, the catfish spirit would not want to kill them. The goal of this group of sea people is to summon the sea god, kill him, and release the demons in hell. And in the process of killing the sea god, the catfish monster will definitely appear again, right? After appearing, the catfish demon should take out the key to open the gate of hell to deal with the sea god. And this is the best time for Mu Chenyi to take action. Before he could explain to Morone Shinner, the sea people began to capture humans everywhere. Mu Chenyi immediately told everyone not to resist, because they were gathered together, so the armored seamen caught them and tied them together. The 5 stone pillars are connected in a row. The familiar feeling returned. Mu Chenyi could see the scene of himself being tied up in every death replay. This time when he was kidnapped, he felt like he was back home. Everyone can take a break. They won't take action until night. He spoke to the 4 people. After hearing his words, Wang Zichen tilted his head and fell asleep. I was already very sleepy, so now I just had to trust Mu Chenyi without thinking. However, Mu Chenyi watched these sea people setting up the altar with great interest. He saw that this group of sea people stuffed a lot of strange stones into the altar, and then covered the stones with a layer of something similar to lime, eventually forming the shape of an altar. Time passed little by little. They had eaten in the morning, so they didn't feel hungry now. Mu Chenyi kept paying attention to the time. Soon, night fell. He closed his eyes and listened to the group of sea people mumbling something on the altar. Morone Shinner translated it to him as the sea people performing a sacrifice. In the previous death replay, the original owner asked Morone Shinner to activate the energy ball under the altar and destroy their sacrifice, but this time, Mu Chenyi did not let Morone Shinner touch it. The moment the sacrifice is completed. Boom! Boom! The heavy heartbeat sounded. The heartbeat sound is a signal of the appearance of a monster, and Mu Chenyi knows very well that the one who is about to appear is the mountain-like sea god in this copy. When they arrived here by plane, they encountered a non-aggressive giant sea turtle. And based on the experience of entering this doomsday instance twice before, the main reason why humans did not encounter attacks from giant sea beasts in the past few days was because the giant sea beasts that appeared on Blue Star 3 days ago were all kind and would not actively attack humans. On the third night, which is now, this group of sea people killed the sea god, opened the gate of hell, and released all the murderous giant sea monsters in hell. This group of giant sea monsters began to attack the land and slaughtered all humans. The intensity of this destruction level doomsday is indeed very high. If these monsters are released, the difficulty will be close to that of a world-destroying doomsday. The god of the sea must live, and he must also look for that opportunity. The sound of Poseidon's heartbeat rang out, the surrounding white mist began to dissipate, and everyone's vision gradually became clearer. As the rumbling sound appeared, a mountain range slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. Fuck, there's a mountain rising from the water. Wang Zichen's hands and feet were tied, and he looked at the giant mountain range that was rising higher and higher with glowing eyes. That's Poseidon, the guardian of the gates of hell. Mu Qianyi explained to the others, used the dislocation to get rid of the rope, and while untying them, he explained, hide for a while, these stones will fall down soon. Then, he signaled to Lin Yuan, Yuan, use your skills to untie everyone's ropes and make the situation chaotic. Good. Lin Yuan used the air around her to directly cut the ropes that tied up all the natives. When the natives saw that they were free, they screamed and fled in all directions. The sea people obviously did not expect that these humans could break free from their restraints. Just when some of the sea people put on armor and prepared to come over and capture this group of humans again. Crack! The cabin of the steel ship opened, and a catfish spirit that was familiar to Mu Qianyi walked out. Ulala Allah! The catfish demon shouted to everyone. It said, don't capture these humans, because they will be sacrificed to the gods soon. Get rid of the sea god first. Morong Shinur translated. Let's not leave. Let's stay. Mu Qianyi was extremely calm at this time. Now has come to the most critical period of this copy. Chapter 67. No, it is the source of doomsday. Morong Shinur and others did not leave. At this time, they could not go anywhere. Mu Qianyi ignored them as he was staring at the movements of the catfish spirit in the distance. The mountain representing the sea god is getting higher and higher. Suddenly, a huge eye suddenly opened from the middle of the mountains. Fuck! Wang Zichen and others were frightened by this eye. However, Mu Qianyi was well prepared. This mountain should only be one side of the sea god, and he was not sure what the entire sea god looked like. If he had to say, the shape of this sea god was somewhat like the dragon in Western mythology. Unlike the dragon with a snake body in the Chinese totem, the Western dragon has a body similar to that of a jaguar, two huge bat wings or similar wings, for legs, a horse-like head, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and a long and winding tail with spikes or barbs at the end. The overall look of this mountain range is like the side view of a Western dragon. When the sea god opened his eyes, Mu Qianyi once again felt in his heart that the other party would kill him. He forced himself to suppress the illusion in his heart. The sea god is the guardian of the blue planet and he will not cause killing. While he was thinking this, he noticed that the catfish demon actually took out a trident-like weapon in his hand. He pointed that weapon at the sea god of the mountains. At that instant, the adrenaline in Mu Qianyi's body surged. Stop! He shouted suddenly, put his right hand to his neck, pulled out the dagger of the end tied with a red rope, and aimed it at the trident in the catfish demon's hand. That trident should be the key to killing Poseidon and opening the gates of hell. But just as he was about to take action, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to him. Wrong. This trident may not be the source of doomsday. Plus, he only has one chance to attack. What if he uses the dagger of the end to destroy the trident and this copy is not over? Also, is the trial coin really all about side effects? Thinking of this, his back was covered in cold sweat. When using the trial coin, there is a tip. Life is priceless and above everything else. Only life is priceless. This is not a warning to a gambler, but a hint to him. According to the rules of the game, the key props correspond to the source of the doomsday, and the effect of the judgment coin can only be released on another person. In addition, among all the sea people he had seen, most of them only had a small number of characteristics of marine creatures, except for the catfish spirit, which had almost no human characteristics at all. Apart from the fact that it stood on 2 feet, there were no human features on its body. The devil's messenger, the culprit who opened the gate to hell. He pointed the dagger of the end that was pointing at the trident at the catfish demon, and his heart fell silent. At this time, if he chooses the wrong person, he will die, and Morong Shiner and the others will all lose 10 resurrection coins. Humanity may never be able to defeat the destructive doomsday. His heart was terrifyingly calm at this moment. He thought about the giant monster Poseidon that was constantly shaking in the sky, the shocked and panicked faces of Wang Zichen and the others around him, Morong Shiner's solemn look, the local natives running around, and the catfish spirit that was holding up a trident with a pious look on his face. Damn it, how could he see a pious expression on the face of a catfish spirit? Let it end, no matter what the outcome. He threw the coin of judgment high up and directly attacked the catfish monster with the dagger of the end. With his only chance, he determined the source of doomsday in this copy. He no longer had the replay ability of the Eye of Death to help him judge right from wrong, and he had no way back from this decision. Puff! The dagger of the end sank into the catfish spirit's body. After the catfish demon's eyes widened for a moment, it slowly fell down and eventually died. In the history of mankind, no one has ever received an S-level reward in a doomsday copy. There are currently only 3 known ways to obtain S-level rewards. The first is to draw S-level or above skills from the novice roulette after entering the game. The second way is to draw S-level props or skills in the personal mall and have enough points to purchase them. This condition is very demanding. The third type is that the player joins Doomsday for the first time, and this Doomsday level is disaster level. In addition, this player destroys the source of Doomsday with excellent personal strength and gets the title of MVP. In this way, he has a good chance of getting A-level rewards. Because the rewards for newcomers are increased, such A-level rewards directly evolve into S-level rewards. There are only the second and third methods that provide a chance to get S-level items. The second method is very demanding, and few people can accumulate enough points to redeem S-level items. As for the chance to obtain a top-level S-level item like the Dagger of the End, basically only Machinii got it. As for getting it in the mall? I'm afraid that even if players have the conditions to buy it, they would not dare to buy something like the Dagger of the End, which becomes a disposable consumable if not used properly. With so many points, you might as well buy some more cost-effective props and skills. As for a newcomer like Machinii who could perform as an MVP in his first catastrophic doomsday experience, the probability of this happening is ridiculously low. Not to mention getting an item like the Dagger of the End. Right now. If Machinii chooses the wrong target as the source of doomsday this time, then Blue Star may lose its only Dagger of the End. Clatter! The judgment coin that Machinii had thrown high up fell to the ground, and after spinning violently for more than 10 seconds, it finally stopped. If someone could see this coin, they would definitely find that on the upward side of the coin, there is an angel with small wings and a halo on its head. Angels above. The air seemed to quiet down. Mao! After a slight cry, the sea god as big as a mountain took a look at the creatures on the island and sank back into the deep sea. The sound of boom. Boom. Heartbeats gradually disappeared. The mountain range that was filled with a dangerous atmosphere and stood in front of everyone disappeared. The fog completely dissipated, and the air was now filled with the fresh smell of soil and plants. Tick! A drop of rain suddenly fell on Machinii's palm. Immediately, the sky began to drizzle, and then the rain became heavier and heavier. What's going on now? Wang Zichen looked confused. At this moment, not only him, but everyone was confused, so did they succeed? Bite! A system voice sounded in the minds of all players around the world. Congratulations to Chinese player Machinii for clearing this global doomsday game, Deep Sea Giant. The dungeon will end early. Clearance level, perfect. Assisting players, Chinese Morong Shiner, Wang Zichen, Zhao Taiyang, and Lin Yuan. Congratulations to the Chinese player Machinii for completing this global doomsday like Deep Sea Giant. The dungeon will end early. Congratulations to the Chinese player Machinii. Chapter 68 Rewards S-level skill, Scales of Judgment. The system's naming and reporting continued for 3 times. At the same time, players all over the country were confused as they watched the heavy rain pouring down from the sky. What happened? It rained heavily for 3 days, and then this copy was over? According to the system notification, the person who cracked the source of this doomsday is a man from China named Machinii? Not Buddy. We haven't even adapted to the apocalypse yet, and you've cleared the level directly? According to the system, the theme of this doomsday is deep sea monster, so there must be a huge underwater monster appearing in the doomsday, right? But where? Where is the deep sea monster? Not to mention the deep sea monster, they didn't even see a single fish. The wind and waves have been too strong recently, so the fishermen didn't go out to fish. All the players stayed at home and watched the heavy rain for 3 days, and then the system suddenly told them that the doomsday was over? When will everyone have such an easy doomsday? Bite. After the system finished reporting on Muchini and the others' clearance of the dungeon, it sounded again. Because the difficulty of completing this deep-sea monster dungeon is too great, all players who did not participate in the second stage will receive a resurrection coin as a reward. As soon as this news came out, all the players went crazy. But what followed was a feeling of great confusion. What does it mean that this instance is too difficult? All I can say is that, before this, there has never been such a notification in the Doomsday copy system. Whether it is a plague-level Doomsday or a disaster-level Doomsday. When these two levels of Doomsday are cracked at the source, everyone will be simply notified that this copy has been cracked and you will have to get out and go back to reality soon. This is the first time that all players who did not participate in cracking the source of Doomsday can receive a resurrection coin as a reward. Doesn't this mean that the difficulty of this instance is likely to be Doomsday of destructive magnitude? All the players gasped when they thought that the Doomsday level had been cracked. Then, everyone looked at the participation form. Except for the assistant Morong Shiner, who is known to everyone and is the director of the China Doomsday Management Bureau. Who are the others? Wang Zichen, Zhao Taiyang, Lin Yuan. And they don't even know Muchini, the man who solved the problem of Doomsday. Even if the system notified that Morong Shiner led the team to crack the source of Doomsday, everyone might be more accepting of it. However, Morong Shiner was just an assisting participant. Perhaps after everyone leaves Doomsday, the topic who is Muchini will become a hot search topic online. A city by the sea in China. At the seaside, a group of people from the Doomsday Management Bureau were preparing to leave by boat. But after hearing the system's notification, all members of the Doomsday Management Bureau stopped in their tracks at the same time. The person in charge was Lai Wenji, deputy director of the Doomsday Management Bureau. When Lai Wenji heard the message from the system, he was stunned and stopped what he was doing. What name did he see? Muchini? Isn't this the SSS level prophecy skill, the great treasure of mankind? How did he get to the source of Doomsday and crack the source of Doomsday in this destructive level copy? Also, why did Director Morong also go along and make trouble? At this time, a young man came up to him and asked curiously. Deputy Director Lai, what's going on with this Muchini? Lai, Deputy Director? Lai Wenji's expression froze for a moment, and then he patted the other person's head without much effort. Go away. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. After hearing the boy's cry of pain, he showed a satisfied smile after revenge. At the same time, there was a helicopter above the sea not far from the Solomon Islands, with two people with unhappy faces sitting inside the helicopter. They are Tao Mu and Mu Nan. They never thought that Muchini and his group would actually pass the level. They could have been a supporting participant and received global notification. The two looked at each other and saw the deep regret in each other's eyes. Then, they both sighed softly. In the end, they lacked the courage and lost this great opportunity. Not only Chinese players. At this moment, surviving players all over the world are guessing who this player named Muchini is, and everyone is very curious. Is the level of this dungeon a Doomsday level destruction? Our attention returns to a small island in the Solomon Islands. When Muchini heard the system notification and the refreshed usage count of the Dagger of the End, a relieved smile appeared on his face. He looked at everyone and chuckled. Brothers, we did it. Brother Mu, you're awesome. Wang Zichen was the one who created the atmosphere. He just shouted with a red face and thick neck. A long-lost smile appeared on old Zhao's face. Lin Yuan also watched all this happily. This was her first time to participate in the Doomsday source of destroying a destructive level copy. Only Morong Shiner restrained her brows, but Muchini's chuckled and flamboyant expression was reflected in her pupils. This is Muchini's unique highlight moment. Ding, the players who participated in the assistance have a chance to draw an A-level reward, and Muchini has a chance to draw an S-level reward. This is the first time that assisting personnel can draw level rewards and MVP can draw S-level rewards. Such rewards also prove to everyone that the level of this copy was exactly Doomsday level destruction. It was at this time that Muchini saw the judgment coin on the ground. When the coin is facing up, it turns out to be an angel picture? A 1 in 20 chance? He thought about it. Even though this thing was a scam, he still picked it up and put it into his space ring. Maybe I can use it to cheat people in the future. And it doesn't say that this thing will disappear after leaving the copy, so maybe you can take it out of the copy. He even thought that when he was cheating someone else would pick up this coin of judgment and see. Wow, it's an S-level item. Then when you use it against others, you get killed directly. It's exciting just thinking about it. After putting away the trial coins, Muchinii began the lottery. The best luck he had ever had was when he drew the SSS level prophecy skill, Eye of Death, in the novice lottery. But that time he had bet his 20 years of singleness. Ding, the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the S-level skill, Scales of Judgment. Judgment Scale, the two ends of the scale are angels and demons. The host can use this skill to predict the success rate of his next action. The more the scale leans towards the angel, the higher the success rate of the next action. Conversely, the lower the success rate. Surprisingly, another prophecy skill. Muchinii's pupils suddenly contracted. The S-level skill means that this scale of judgment can also be used in reality. Ding, points calculation completed. Muchinii looked at the game panel. Host Muchinii. In this instance, you completed the following tasks, survived successfully, obtained the key item judgment coin, and cracked the source of this doomsday before it officially began. You received a total of 750 points, a one-time item judgment coin S level, and a bonus skill judgment scale S level. Chapter 69. The second copy ends. Host information is as follows. Name, Muchinii. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 2. Special abilities, Eye of Death SSS grade, Scales of Judgment S grade, Top Fighting Skills B grade, Cube Master D grade, Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Special items, Dagger of the End S rank, Coin of Judgment S rank, Shenkuan Bag C rank. Resurrection Coin, 0. Points, 893. The points given away this time are a total of 750 points. The succubus pet is getting closer to 2,000 points, ahem. Of course, the personal mall will be refreshed, and the S-level pet succubus will be refreshed after he returns to reality. Brother Mu, you are so awesome, you are simply my Superman. Wang Zichen rushed directly in front of Muchinii and gave him a big hug. Brother Mu, do you know what good stuff I won? What good stuff? Muchinii asked with a smile. I drew the A-level, Bear Power, and this skill happens to match my previous A-level skill, Big Eater. Now the two A-level skills are combined into an S-level transformation skill, Iron Eater King. Wang Zichen was extremely excited. After hearing his words, Muchinii's expression became strange. Iron Eating Beast King? ISNT that a giant panda? Thinking of Wang Zichen turning into a giant panda, the corner of his eye twitched fiercely. Can you transform and let me see? Without even thinking about it, Wang Zichen transformed into a bigger panda. Muchinii stroked his chin and looked at the panda in front of him. After all, it was still a bear. Its fighting power should not be low, right? Moreover, compared to those cute pandas in the zoo, the panda that Wang Zichen transformed into has a fierce aura. Muchinii had a very clear feeling that if this panda slapped him, he would die in a second. Great, change back. He held his forehead and thought about his skills. Why are the skills I draw so weak? I finally got a chance to draw an S-level skill, but I ended up drawing a prophecy skill. As for that S-level item, the judgment coin? Don't think about it, it's used to cheat people. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. It's difficult. When will I be able to become strong? Then he turned his attention to the other three people. After seeing Lao Zhao, his expression was a little strange. After learning about the system notification just now, he knew for the first time that Lao Zhao's name was actually Zhao Taiyan, Zhao Yan. Lao Zhao explained, the A-level skill I drew is Spider Sense, which can help me sense danger and speed up my brain's thinking. Spider Sense? This is indeed a very good skill. Afterwards, Muchinii looked at the only two women present. Morong Shiner didn't look at him, obviously not wanting to tell him what her skills were. When Lin Yuan saw that Morong Shiner didn't say anything, she also shut her mouth and had no intention of revealing anything. Muchinii. Okay, let us play it this way, okay? He no longer looked at the two women, but looked at the group of sea people. Those sea people obviously did not expect that the catfish spirit would be killed by Muchinii, but it can be seen that they have no intention of avenging the catfish spirit. After letting out a scream, these sea creatures put on their armor and ran into the steel ship. A few people saw the huge steel ship whoosh into the sea, splashing waves, and then disappearing without a trace. It runs quite fast. Muchini was relieved to see them running away. If these sea people wanted to avenge the catfish spirit, they would have a hard fight. Next, prepare to leave this doomsday. Although he passed the level this time, he was still not very happy. Because he doesn't get any resurrection coins as a reward. Players all over the world were rewarded with a resurrection coin because he cracked the source of the doomsday, except him. Grass. He felt completely unwell. Everyone had been tied up for a whole day and was more or less tired, so they all sat on the ground and took a rest. After being excited for more than 10 minutes at the beginning, Wang Zichen became listless. After I go back, I must sleep for a day and a night. Wang Zichen said angrily. Then I'll accompany you for half a day. Muchini joked. The 1-hour break was soon up. At the same time, everyone felt dizzy. Except for Muchini who stayed here, everyone's body was pulled into another time and space. Muchini watched helplessly as everyone disappeared in front of him. He stared at the scene blankly. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Previously in the Puppet Kingdom, copy, he was also kept by Chen Wanner in this way. What had kept him here this time? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a giant monster flying in the sky. It was a glowing turtle, or rather, the turtle they had encountered at sea before. The turtle flew over his head and began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a ball of light and landed in front of him. The aperture dissipated, and a kind old man with a white beard walked out of the aperture. My friend, thank you for saving my old friend Poseidon. The white-bearded old man bowed slightly to Muchini. Old man, are you the giant turtle? Muchini asked in shock. Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded and handed him a small turtle shell. This is my thank you gift. If it weren't for you, once the sea god died, the gates of hell would open, and not only would the group of demons be released, but even disasters would walk out of hell. Just as Muchini had guessed before, the theme of this doomsday copy is deep sea monster, and this monster refers to the disaster that makes the sound of a whale. You are too kind. I am also trying to save myself. Muchini smiled modestly, but took the tortoise shell handed to him by the other party with both hands consciously. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the one-time special item, Guardian of the Turtle. A voice came from the system soon. The Guardian of the Turtle can help the host resist the annihilation of the rules. Resist a rule wipe? What does this mean? A new type of resurrection coin. The turtle's protection can help the host resist a rule erasure in the doomsday copy. After resisting, the host cannot return to reality. It is not a resurrection coin. The system immediately gave an explanation. Isn't it the resurrection coin? Muchini felt a little distressed. That meant nothing, but he still kept it. Maybe it would bring him some surprises in the future. Thank you for the reward, Senior. He thanked. Chapter 70 Strange Death Replay. This is not a reward, it's my gratitude to you. The old turtle looked at him deeply, then waved his hand and said, Go back, other worlds also need you. After saying this, Muchini had no time to respond before he felt a familiar feeling of dizziness, and his body was once again pulled into another time and space. Until he lost consciousness. Reality. Muchini woke up in Wang Zichen's house. Turn on the system. As he silently recited in his heart, the system interface unfolded in front of him. This time, in addition to the addition of a special item, the turtle's protection, some other changes have occurred in the system. For example, the cooldown time of death has been improved and it is still 7 days. This means that he can replay his death before participating in the Doomsday game next time. At the same time, an introduction to the S-level skill Scales of Judgment also appeared. The reality cooldown of the Judgment Scale, 3 days later, can only be used once in reality. This is about the same time as Mr. Chang Yeching used, and 1 day faster than Mr. Chang Yeching predicted. It's just that the Scales of Judgment are subject to greater limitations, and are used to predict the probability of him doing a certain thing. However, he had already figured out how to use the Scale of Judgment skill. He directly predicted the probability of his survival in the next copy. If his survival rate is high, the difficulty of the next copy will be low, and it will most likely be a plague-level doomsday or a disaster-level doomsday. If the survival rate is low, the difficulty of the next copy will be high. Using the Scales of Judgment in this way is more cost-effective, and can also predict the level of the next copy. Of course, the effect of Death Eye is even better. He can use the Eye of Death first, and then use the scales of judgment to supplement the contents of the copy. Use Death Eye. He closed his eyes again. Don't kill me, I am. Pain. A sharp pain came. As soon as Muchini touched the body of the future body, he felt an extreme pain. He opened his eyes and saw a man standing in front of him with an expression of reluctance. He was holding a sharp long knife and stabbing it into his neck. He saw the man pull the knife out of his neck, and then a stream of blood spurted out from his neck. After the severe pain. Future body, dead. Oh shit. Muchini sat up suddenly. He quickly covered his neck, but his neck was intact. The scene of blood spurting out of the neck just now was a scene in the death scene, not reality. Realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a little confused. Wait, in the next copy he was killed by someone? Could it be the group of people known as the Saints? Those people from the Saint clan knew that he was the one who solved the Doomsday problem. So, isn't there a high possibility that he would be killed by those lunatics? And looking at the background of his death, he seemed to be in a city. Killed by someone in the city? He suddenly had a terrible idea. Is it possible that this scene is not a scene from the next Doomsday copy, but that he was killed artificially in reality? You know, what the Death Eye sees is the scene of his next death, not the scene of his death in the game. Thinking of this, he felt a chill on his back. The appearance of that man emerged in his mind. He was a young man. That was the culprit that killed him. Thinking of this, he became a little alert. Even with Lin Yuan protecting him closely, he still didn't feel very safe. In the scene just now, he was the only one there, and he also felt that he was unable to move. His body also felt very uncomfortable, an indescribable feeling of discomfort. He wanted to recall something else, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of any other scenes. He had just touched the future body, and there was already a knife on the future body's neck. This is truly a death screen. It was also the shortest death replay he had ever seen. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought about the 750 points he had obtained. Now that he had more than 890 points, he should be able to buy everything except S-level items, right? He followed the system and opened his own personal mall. There are still 4 items in the system, but compared with the previous 4 items, their appearance has completely changed. The first item shone with golden light and was an S-level item worth 2,000 points. Muchini glanced at it. Teleportation Talisman one-time item. Teleport the host to a safe place when the host's life is threatened. Good stuff, but I can't afford it, just take a look at it. Looking at the second item is an A-level skill. Brother, please stay consumable skill. The host can make up to 3 people of the same sex fall in love with him or her. Can only be used 3 times. Nuken E? What the hell is this? The most important thing is that this crappy skill still costs him 800 points. Or is it an A-level skill? Without thinking about it, he looked at the next one. The last 2 were both C-level, and he glanced at the descriptions of the 2 skills. Bed skill mastery, you can make your partner crazy about you. 50 points. Nuken E? It corresponds to the previous skill, yes? His expression looked a little ugly. What the hell were these crappy skills? The items in the first column are useful, but he doesn't have enough points. The 2 in the middle. It's hard to put it into words. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and then looked at the last column of skills. Escape Artist C rank, you can run very fast 60 points. It has a slight effect. Muchini felt like he was the tallest among short people, so he could only spend 60 points with tears in his eyes to buy an Escape Master. Now he only has 833 points left. Alas, I can't spend the money, and I don't know if I will live long enough to spend it. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that the skill of Brother, Please Stay seemed to play a more critical role in some circumstances. Selling his masculinity. Thinking of some disgusting things, he shook his head quickly and said, No. Unless he was really forced into a desperate situation by that man in reality, then he could consider exchanging for Nantong's ecstatic skill. Brother, Please Stay. When the time comes, he will seduce the other person, and when the other person falls in love with him, he will counterattack. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that this skill was promising. However, this skill can only be used to deal with man-made disasters and does not seem to be of any help in breaking through the dungeon. After taking his eyes off the system, he walked out of his room. At this time, Lin Yuan and Wang Zichen were also waiting for him in the room. Brother Mu, you seem to have become famous. When Wang Zichen saw him, he quickly raised his mobile phone. At this time, the software exclusively for players of the game Doomsday was opened on his mobile phone interface. Chapter 71 Becoming Famous. Mucini looked at the other person's phone and saw that the first hot search in the player software was the destructive level Doomsday was breached for the first time, mankind's epoch-making success. The second most searched topic was who was Mucini. Article 3, for the first time, players around the world get a resurrection coin reward. Article 4, the director of Huaxiao Administration Bureau, Morong Xiner, is actually just an assistant? Mucini looked at these comments and couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the people of the Saint clan saw this, they would not come to assassinate him, right? Has my information been exposed? He asked. No, only a very few people know your identity, and your information is kept confidential for the time being. Lin Yuan explained. Hearing that his identity would be kept secret, Mucini breathed a sigh of relief. But he still couldn't be too ostentatious. Now the whole world was looking for a person named Mucini, and although there were many people with the same name as him in China, once a player knew his name, it would be impossible not to associate it with him. Thinking of this, he felt a little distressed. If you have cleared customs, then you have cleared customs. Why does the system notify the world? The shock that Mucini brought to everyone this time was too great. After all, this is the first time that humans have overcome a destructive level Doomsday. What he didn't know was that the reason why he was so famous was also because of Morong Xiner's behind-the-scenes promotion. Morong Xiner used her identity as the director of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau to widely publicize the event of cracking the source of the Doomsday, and stated explicitly and implicitly that the Mucini who cracked the source of the Doomsday was an official from the Chinese government. After all, the names have been exposed, so we can only think of ways to maximize the benefits. As a result, players all over the world know that the Chinese official has a ruthless man named Mucini. Even the powerful director Morong has to help this ruthless man. After chatting with Lin Yuan and Wang Zichen for a while about the content of this game copy, a phone call came in. Mucini took out his cell phone and took a look. It was from his mother. The call was connected. Soon, he heard his mother's voice on the other end of the phone asking him when he would return to school. This time when Mucini came to Jiangchang, he had already asked for a few days of vacation in advance. With the 5-day Qingming festival, he will start school tomorrow. Mom, it's not that you haven't recovered yet, I'm worried about leaving. Mucini said. After this departure, he was thinking of coming back next weekend to reunite with Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen. Don't worry about me. Your classmates' parents are really awesome. After taking this special medicine for a few days, I feel my physical condition is getting better and better. We have to thank your classmate very much. The mother's tone was full of excitement. I thought I was going to die, but my son saved my life. Mucini smiled, but his mother's comment that her health was getting better was just an illusion. Once the healing player treats the mother, her illness will be cured. As for the special medicine that the mother takes in the next few days, it is all vitamin supplements. Okay, Mom. I will thank that classmate. Mucini could only say, I have booked a flight back to school in the afternoon. I will return to school today. If I come back next Saturday, I should be able to catch up with Lao Zhao and others to participate in the next Doomsday. It was this Doomsday of Death replay that made him so uneasy that he didn't get any news, and he didn't even know the theme of the next Doomsday. After explaining the situation to Wang Zichen, he now had money, so he directly bought the most expensive ticket from Jiangcheng back to Ganshui. Lin Yuan naturally wanted to go back with him, after all, she had to protect his safety closely. Wang Zichen wanted to go to Jiangcheng to play for 2 days, but Lao Zhao contacted him and said that he would take him to the suburbs to help him test the power of the transformation skill of Iron-Eating Beast King and help him train at the same time. Therefore, Wang Zichen could only give up the idea of going to Ganshui with Mucini. Anyway, see you again next Saturday. After Mucini treated Lin Yuan to a meal of stewed local chicken in Jiangcheng, he flew back to Ganshui City in the afternoon. Lin Yuan is Lin Yujia's elder sister and lives near Ganshui University. Mucini gave Lin Yuan a holiday directly. After all, he had to go back to school and couldn't have her follow him all the time. So he pushed his suitcase back to the dormitory alone. However, as soon as he entered the dormitory, he was instantly surrounded by his 3 good roommates. Tell me the truth, how did you hook up with that long-legged beauty in black stockings? One roommate asked directly. What black stockings and long legs? Mucini said halfway, thinking that these people might be talking about Lin Yuan, so he was a little puzzled. How did you know? During this period, he didn't pay any attention to the messages in the class group and dormitory group, so he didn't know that he had become famous in the class. Xiaoqingzi, tell me the truth, does that black stockings beauty have any evidence against you? Nukan E? Seeing that Machinii was puzzled, one of the roommates took out his phone, opened the picture of Machinii and Lin Yuan's backs and placed it in front of him. The evidence is here, how else can you explain it? When Machinii saw the photo, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Someone secretly took a photo of me? Good boy, you found a date but didn't tell us brothers. One of the roommates said exaggeratedly, no, you have to buy milk tea for the three of us. Yes, I want to drink poplar twig nectar. Another roommate immediately added. Hearing what they said, Machinii couldn't help but laugh. Don't buy milk tea, I'll just buy you hot pot. The balance in the card is no joke, and he still has 800 points in the system, which equals 8 billion. Fuck, are you serious? The three roommates shouted in unison, you've become rich, are you hooking up with a rich woman? Nukan held his forehead with his hand. So, the three roommates diligently helped him pack his things and they set off together. After the four of them had a meal at a nice hot pot restaurant outside the school, Machinii also treated everyone to milk tea. Xiaoqingzi, when are you going to ask your girlfriend to come out and introduce herself to us? Because there is a Chen character in Machinii's name, everyone likes to call him Xia Kengzi. I've already said that, she's not my girlfriend. Machinii said helplessly, if you really want to see her, it's okay, but you better be prepared for revenge from that brat from Lin Yu's family. While Machinii was having dinner with several roommates, Lin Yuan also dragged her tired body back home. After returning home, she went straight into the bedroom and took off the stockings on her legs. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden loud knock on the bedroom door. Sister, sister. It was Lin Yujia's angry cry at the door. A hint of doubt appeared on Lin Yuan's delicate face. She took off both pairs of stockings, walked forward with her long legs bare, and opened the door. As soon as Lin Yujia opened the door, he immediately asked, Sister, have you been out with that guy Machinii these days? Hearing the three words Machinii, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with shock, and she subconsciously blurted out. How do you know? Chapter 72, Snow and March, Keep Warm. How do you know? Hearing her sister's truthful answer, Lin Yujia's expression stiffened. Oh my god, my sister really went out with that kid Machinii these days? He felt his face hurt from being slapped. Just a week ago, he gave Machinii the affectionate nickname Brother Fanching, and this guy turned around and flirted with his own sister? Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Although he had said before that he would introduce his sister to Machinii, in his heart, his sister probably looked down on him. As a result, now. You were out together for 7 days? He said with trembling lips. It took 7 days for the single man and woman to leave the city where they lived. This should and shouldn't be done. Isn't that all done? Do you know Mr. Mu? Lin Yuan frowned. Mr. Mu. Lin Yujia almost burst out laughing. He took a deep breath and held onto the door frame to avoid falling. I didn't expect that his sister, who is so capable, beautiful, and has a cool temperament, would actually play this kind of game with her boyfriend. And the person his sister is dating is none other than Brother Fanching, who he had teased not long ago, Machinii. He said with difficulty, Sister, do you know that Machinii confessed his love to a girl in our class 8 days ago, but was ruthlessly rejected? Is there such a thing? Lin Yuan's tiredness disappeared a little after hearing the gossip. Is there a girl with such bad eyesight? She was just asking out of gossip. But when Lin Yujia heard these words, they took on a different meaning. It was as if my sister was defending Machinii by belittling that girl for having poor eyesight. Thinking of this, he felt a rush of blood in his chest. Sister, Machinii is my classmate, how can you be with him? He shouted in grief and anger. Mr. Mu is your classmate? Lin Yuan was a little surprised by this fate, and then continued to gossip. Tell me first, what happened when Mr. Mu's confession was rejected? When Machinii was in class the next day, he was blocked outside the classroom by Lin Yujia. Fanching. Bah, Machinii, I treat you as a buddy, but you actually flirted with my sister? Lin Yujia's tone was full of anger. Hearing his question, the corner of Machinii's mouth twitched. He has already explained so much, why do these people insist that he and Lin Yuan are together? Never mind, he was too lazy to explain. With this mentality, he asked back, So? Lin Yujia raised his voice and suddenly changed the subject. Brother-in-law, you have to treat me to a big meal. Nukan E? The other party changed his words so quickly that he almost broke his waist. Next time for sure. Mu Chenyi said something confusing, pushed the other person aside and walked into the classroom. The moment he walked into the classroom, all the students in the class looked up at him. Even Su Qianran, whom he had confessed to before, was among them. After all, Mu Chenyi has been the most discussed topic in the class group during this period. However, Mu Chenyi had experienced so many life and death situations that he had become much more indifferent to this situation. He walked to the back row skillfully and found a seat in the last row to sit down. But just as he sat down and took out his cell phone to prepare for an exciting golden shovel battle, a special message suddenly popped up on his cell phone. It was sent to him by Morong Shiner through the hidden software, Doomsday. Morong Xaner, just now, the beautiful country Sagino issued a prophecy of the next Doomsday. See if it coincides with your prophecy skill. Then the other party sent him a link. Sinyo? Mu Chenyi remembered this person. Besides him, there are only two S-level prophecy players on Blue Star, namely Mr. Chang Yecheng from China and Master Sagino from the United States. Sagino actually made a prophecy the next day? He looked at the cooldown time of his scale of judgment and found that it would take 2 days before it could be used. Thinking of this, he clicked on the link directly. The link contained a series of English words. Mu Chenyi suddenly felt like he was reading Martian language. It's so funny, I can't understand it at all. He handed the phone to his roommate who had passed the CET6 exam and said, "Please translate it for me." The roommate calmly took his phone, and after seeing a string of English words on it, his scalp felt a little tingling. He took out an English dictionary from his bag. Wait for me to look up the meaning of these words. Although there were some twists and turns, I started to translate the above content intermittently with the help of my roommate. This blogger is a person named Saigenuo. He posted a message on the internet. The content of this message is, "It's snowing in March, please keep warm." After my roommate finished translating, he couldn't help but complain, "It's almost summer, how can you stay warm?" However, when he heard his roommate's words, Mu Chenyi frowned. "It's snowing in March, please keep warm?" This prophecy clearly tells everyone that the theme of the next doomsday will be extreme cold weather that freezes the entire world, and that this doomsday will last for 3 months. The level of this doomsday is determined by the outdoor temperature during this extremely cold weather. But the scene he saw with the Eye of Death didn't seem to be extremely cold weather. The place where he died was a city. In that city, he was stabbed to death by a young man. The environment at that time was obviously suitable for living, more like spring, and definitely not in extremely cold weather. If what Sagino predicted is correct, the theme of the next doomsday will be global freezing. So, the death scene that he saw with his death eye this time would not happen in the next doomsday. Did it happen in reality? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt creepy. An extreme feeling of insecurity surged in his heart, and with a strong sense of crisis, he took out his mobile phone and sent text messages to Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen. "I feel like I'm about to be assassinated." The two did not reply to him. It seemed that as Lao Zhao said, they were in the suburbs training Wang Zichen with the transformation skills of Iron-Eating Beast King. Afterwards, he sent this message to Morong Shiner and explained the scene he had predicted. Seeing Mu Chenyi's message, Morong Shiner quickly replied to him. "Don't be afraid. I'll send you a list of the Doomsday Administration. See if you can find the man in your prediction. Also, I'll arrange a teacher identity for Lin Yuan at Ganshui University. For the next few days, you and she will live in the teacher's apartment at Ganshui University so that she can take care of you all the time." Morong Shiner's arrangements were perfect. Soon, Morong Shiner sent him the entire list of Doomsday Management Bureau internal personnel, and also sent him the official list of all players counted by China. The number is huge, and even if Mu Chenyi finishes reading them all, it will take 3 or 4 days. Chapter 73. It's even harder to explain. The person who assassinated Mu Chenyi was most likely a player, and he could obtain Mu Chenyi's personal information. There was a certain chance that this person was an insider of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau. Because only the internal staff of the administration have the opportunity to obtain information about Mu Chenyi. So Morong Shiner sent him the list of the administration first. It can be said that the 2 lists that Morong Shiner sent to Mu Chenyi are extremely valuable and have very important significance. However, Mu Chenyi's own value is too high, so he deserves to be on these 2 lists. The next doomsday will most likely be a plague level or disaster level doomsday, so you shouldn't participate in cracking the source of the doomsday. Morong Shiner sent him another message. But Mu Chenyi just took a glance and then looked away. Let us find the man who assassinated him first. So, when others were in class, he held his cell phone and looked through the information on the internal personnel list of the Doomsday Administration. For the next 2 days, he searched for the person who assassinated him in the death scene, but after looking at photo after photo, he still couldn't find the person who killed him. Lin Yuan also obeyed the order and entered Ganshui University as a professor, and had her own independent small apartment. Mu Qinyi moved in that same day. His ruthless abandonment of his roommates made his 3 roommates complain bitterly in the class group. All of a sudden, everyone in the class knew that Mu Qinyi was living together with the new beautiful university professor with black stockings and long legs. Originally, Mu Qinyi explained to everyone that this was all a misunderstanding, but when he lived with Lin Yuan, this misunderstanding was bound to be even more difficult to explain. And Mu Qinyi was also attacked by everyone. This is really too much. If this kid could just hook up with a rich woman, how many years of detours would he have to take? On the 3rd day, Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao sent him a message, asking him what was going on and clamoring to come to Ganshui City to find him. However, with Lin Yuan's protection of living together, he directly rejected the two and told them that he was fine. When the real time came to the 4th day, the cooling time of the skill Scales of Judgment ended. His second prophecy skill can finally be used. He did not change his original idea, but directly activated the skill. A small scale appeared in his mind, with a little angel standing on one end of the scale and a devil standing on the other end. What are the chances of me surviving the next instance? Mu Qinyi asked Xiao Tianping. Then, the small balance began to tilt. The scale on which the little angel was standing began to fall down and down. The little devil's end was flown into the sky. The appearance of such a situation on the Scales of Judgment represents one thing. In the next Doomsday instance, his chances of surviving are super big. The kind that can't die unless you do something stupid. Seeing this, Mu Qinyi breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, the scene of death in the Eye of Death was like a thorn, fixed firmly in his heart. When did I die in the death scene? He didn't get such an answer, and in the past few days, he didn't find anyone with ill intentions approaching him and assassinating him. Because he was always thinking about the possibility of being assassinated, he was a little nervous during this period. Even when he went to the cafeteria to eat, he had to pay attention to his surroundings to prevent anyone from spying on him. However, the prophecy of the Scales of Judgment also made him certain of one thing: the next Doomsday will most likely be an extreme cold theme with the entire world frozen in time. The survival rate in this kind of Doomsday is indeed extremely high. So, that day he went out with Lin Yuan and brought back the food they had stockpiled for several years. The beautiful country Sinyo said that this Doomsday will only last for 3 months, but it is definitely a good idea to store more food. Even Mu Qinyi filled up the space in his Jiankuan bag. At the same time, the two of them bought a lot of winter clothes. They have made preparations to deal with the next Doomsday copy. As long as Grandpa Chang Yeqing's prophecy tomorrow confirms that the theme of this Doomsday is extreme cold weather, they don't have to go to Jiangqing to meet up with Wang Zichen and others this weekend. On the 5th day, 3 days before the Doomsday, Chang Yeqing's online account posted a line of small words. The sea is frozen and supplies are in urgent need. This prophecy basically determines the theme of the next Doomsday. Mu Qinyi also received inside information about another S-level prophecy player, Sagino. It seems that the theme of this Doomsday dungeon is definitely extreme cold. Should we go buy some more supplies? Lin Yuan asked him. There's no need for that. Mu Qinyi shook his head. We already have enough supplies. If we go out and buy a lot of things now, it will be easy for other players to notice our identities. Because only players would go out and stock up after seeing Chang Yeqing's prediction. All right. Lin Yuan gave up the idea of going out shopping. At this moment, countless players exchanged their points for money and ran out to stock up. This time, the ice theme is actually a welfare copy for players. You can enjoy it for 3 months. After players learned about the Doomsday theme, it felt like Chinese New Year. In the next few days, Mu Qinyi continued to attend classes as normal. The Doomsday experience is just the Doomsday after all, and life and reality must go on. But the day before the end of the world, Mu Qinyi was eating the meal made by Lin Yuan at home when his mother suddenly called him via video. When he saw his mother's call, several question marks flashed across Mu Qinyi's mind. He answered the phone. Brat, your counselor told me that you had a girlfriend in college, and she's said to be a university professor. Mu Qinyi's mother's healthy face, which had regained its color, came into his sight. What? Mu Qinyi was confused. When will the counselor file a complaint like this again? He said awkwardly, Mom, don't listen to the counselor's nonsense. I'm just living with her. However, his mother just looked at him with a sneer on her face. Do you think your mother is a fool? Simply living with someone, why don't you make up a more outrageous lie? Instead of living in a nice dormitory, you ran out and went to live with a girl? Mukini was numb. Then, I heard my mother ask, where is that girl from? How old is she this year? After all, she is a professor, so she can't be very old, right? I tell you, you must not find a sister for your mother. If you find one who is about my age, then don't come back to see me. Find a sister for your mother. Muchini felt ashamed after hearing this. Just as he was about to continue explaining, Lin Yuan, who had just finished class, came back. From the perspective of Muchini's mother, she just happened to see a slender woman open the door and walk in. Lin Yuan saw that Muchini was on the phone and sensibly prepared to go back to her room. But Muchini's mother was unwilling to do so and directly put pressure on her son. Don't you know to ask your mother to look at the other person? Chapter 74. The third doomsday begins. Before Muchini could say anything, Lin Yuan heard what his mother said and did not go back to the room. She squatted directly beside Muchini and waved to her mother on the other end of the video. Hello, Auntie. I am Muchini's roommate, Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan's young and beautiful face, her mother's face instantly showed a gentle mother-in-law smile. Hey, hello, I'm this brat's mother. This girl looks generous and well-educated, I don't know why she fell in love with her brat. Then, under Muchini's surprised gaze, his mother started chatting with Lin Yuan. We talked about family matters and then about dressing. And his mother gradually lost herself under Lin Yuan's flattery of Auntie, you look young and beautiful, and was completely fascinated by her. The two chatted for several hours, and his mother successfully handed her baby son to her. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan put Muchini's phone on the coffee table. With a look of fatigue on her face, she took off her coat and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She needed to take a shower and take a nap. Tonight was the beginning of the doomsday, and she had to stay in a good mental state. But Muchini did not sleep. Before entering the doomsday, he checked the food in the room, the warming measures, and a fireplace that had been built the day before. When extreme cold strikes, the room's heating measures may not work, otherwise, this cannot be called doomsday. Extreme cold is definitely different from an ordinary winter. After ensuring that all measures at home were ready, Muchini entered his room, ready to face a new doomsday. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all players around the world fell into a coma at the same time and entered a new game copy together. The originally hot and humid weather became exceptionally cool. Muchini was awakened by a slight cold wind. Because the reality is that spring is approaching summer, Muchini only covers himself with a thin quilt every night. But today, he was woken up by the cold. He looked out the window and saw that the sky outside had turned white with scattered snowflakes. It seems that this extreme cold-themed doomsday is coming gradually, not all at once. Because Ganshui City is located in the southern region, it may not snow for several years, so when the snow came, many local college students ran outside excitedly to greet this grand event. These college students who couldn't even get up at 8 a.m. ran to the playground at around 7 a.m. when they saw the snowflakes. Muchini contacted Wang Zichen and others, and after seeing that they had prepared sufficient resources, he felt relieved and stood by the window, admiring the flying snowflakes. Byte. Welcome host to this doomsday. Host's name. This doomsday is a normal instance. All items and skills can be used normally. Eye of Death. The host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. Cooling time in this instance, 30 days. Realistic cooling time, 7 days. The Scale of Judgment. The host can use the Scale of Judgment to know the success rate of a certain action of his own. Cooling time in this instance, 1 day. Cooling time in reality, 7 days. The first two are personal introductions, while the last two are the cooldown status of Muchini's 2 prophecy skills. The Scales of Judgment can be used once a day, but the cooldown period of the Eye of Death is as long as 1 month. This doomsday will last for 3 months, which means that he can only use the Eye of Death 3 times at most. The last time he used the Eye of Death, he saw himself being stabbed to death by a stranger. Moreover, the weather in the city he saw at that time was not extremely cold. He suddenly had a bold guess. Perhaps, what is presented in the death replay is the death scene in the next game copy. After all, the Scales of Judgment also showed that his survival rate in this extreme cold weather was extremely high. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and made up his mind. Open the Scales of Judgment. The image of a judgment scale suddenly appeared in his mind, with an angel on one side and a devil on the other. Test my survival rate in the next copy. Because what the scales of judgment can predict is only related to himself, so the content he predicts must involve his participation. After he asked, the little angel side flew up directly. Yes, it just flew straight up to the highest point of the scale. The demon side, on the other hand, ran to the lowest point. This kind of judgment scale basically told him that in the next doomsday dungeon, Muchini's death rate would be 100%. 10 deaths, no life. His heart sank to the bottom of the lake. No one can withstand this death rate. He pondered for a while. Unfortunately, the scales of judgment was now in cooling time. I just don't know what kind of picture the Eye of Death will bring him this time. I just hope that the death scene played by Death Eye can be longer this time. Use Eye of Death. He looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky and at the smiling faces of the elementary school students outside the window, and his thoughts slowly entered another time and space. Waves of difficult sounds came out of the future body's mouth. Muchini was stunned for a moment before his vision quickly returned to normal. In front of me is a stinky ditch? The stench and fishy smell rushed into his mouth and nose. The future body stretched out an arm and crawled hard in the stinky ditch. Muchini soon discovered that something was stuck in his throat and he had no strength in his legs. His legs were broken? Not only that, he couldn't speak now. He became a mute beggar with broken legs. The smell of the stinky water was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit, but he hurriedly crawled away. Sorry. A voice sounded behind him. I'm sorry, I have to kill you, otherwise I will die. After saying that, a knife suddenly fell on his back. Puff! The sharp knife sank into his body, and Muchini also felt his life force slipping away madly. Believe me, I can definitely change all this, I can definitely change it. The person behind him who killed him let out a desperate growl. Not long after. Future body, dead. A sharp pain came from his back, and Muchini suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly fell to the ground, his eyes gradually becoming dull. He died again. And he still died in such a confused way. At this moment, he was suddenly scared. What is the theme of the next Doomsday copy? These days he looked through many lists given to him by Morong Shinner, but he couldn't find the man who killed him at all. Chapter 75 Heavy snow is coming and the Ice Age is arriving. He looked out the window, and the snow outside was getting heavier. The heavy snow was falling, and Muchini couldn't help but sigh at how fast the snow was falling. Just now he was so worried about the death rate in the next copy that he forgot that he was still participating in a doomsday event. The snowflakes outside were falling heavier and heavier, and vaguely, Muchini could hear the cheers of the Southern College students. He took out his cell phone and asked his counselor for a few days of sick leave. In 2 days, classes will be suspended directly due to the freezing environment. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on his door, and Lin Yuan's voice came from the door. Mr. Mu, come out for breakfast. Muchini withdrew his gaze from the heavy snow outside and walked out of the room. Lin Yuan prepared a nutritious breakfast. He sat down at the table and began to daydream as he looked at the century egg and lean meat porridge in front of him. Mr. Mu? Lin Yuan called him tentatively. Muchini raised his head and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan blushed and reminded him, the porridge is getting cold. Muchini withdrew his gaze and stirred the porridge regularly with the spoon. He was thinking about what the level of the next Doomsday copy would be. It was snowing heavily. Because the level of this copy was very low, Muchini did not have the help of the prophecy of the Eye of Death, and had no way to go out to find the source of the Doomsday, so he decided to stay here and enjoy it this time. He has fought twice and even cracked the Doomsday level. Can't he enjoy himself a bit? Amid the sounds of snowball fights outside the window, he scooped a spoonful of porridge and put it into his mouth. Now this group of college students with stupid yet clear eyes have not realized the seriousness of the matter. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to his 3 roommates, saying go stock up. Logically speaking, he shouldn't care about these NPCs, but after all, these roommates are his good children in real life and in the dungeon as well. After sending messages to several roommates, he settled things down with his parents before turning off his phone, taking out his tablet, and opening some standalone games that he had downloaded in advance. The family bought several generators, which are enough for them to live comfortably for a year. After playing the game for a while, the sound of snowball fights outside the window stopped. It seemed that the group of college students found that the bigger the snowball fight, the colder it got, so they all ran back to the dormitory. He didn't have to go to class, so he lay comfortably on the soft sofa. On the other side, Lin Yuan saw him playing games and cut some fruit for him and placed it next to him. He is being served like a master. Just like that, Mu Cheney began to enjoy himself. After Lin Yuan finished her work, she sat next to him and turned on the TV. This snowstorm has swept the world. Several power plants in Ganshui City have been damaged. The authorities are urgently sending people to repair them. Please don't panic, citizens. The news broadcast is broadcasting the local weather conditions. Except for the players, ordinary people do not know that this snowstorm is the end of the world. Most people still think that the snowstorm will disappear soon. This doomsday will last for 3 months, and Mu Cheney has no chance to predict it, so he is not clear about its progress. However, looking at the lively atmosphere in the class group, everyone seemed to be discussing how long this unprecedented heavy snow would last. Some people even tagged Mu Cheney, asking him to be restrained and not die young. Seeing the teasing discussions in the group, Mu Cheney ignored them. At noon, Mu Cheney looked out the window again. At this time, the outside world had completely turned into a white mane color. The school library, buildings, and even the moon-watching lake were all covered with heavy snow. The temperature outside had dropped a lot, and Lin Yuan had already prepared the fireplace, ready to add firewood at any time. Their interior always maintains a habitable temperature. As the snow fell heavier and heavier, when night fell, if someone stepped on the snow, they would find that their entire calves would be buried in it. This is the South. Therefore, many people felt that the heavy snow was a bit strange, and the lively atmosphere in Mu Cheney's class group turned into an uneasy discussion. Fortunately, the shops downstairs in the dormitory were still open. The anxious students ran downstairs directly and bought a large amount of supplies. The resources in the shops were basically sold out, which made the shop owners smile from ear to ear. Many shop owners were thankful for the arrival of the heavy snow, which allowed them to make a lot of money. But these stores were only open for 1 day. The wind and snow did not stop at all at night, and many people had nightmares that night. The next morning, Mu Cheney received an exciting message from his roommate. Xiao Qingzi, luckily you asked us to stock up in advance. All the stores are closed today, and the school is playing dead. There is no supplies in the whole building. We bought 5 boxes of instant noodles and countless bread and sausages in the dormitory. Ha ha ha. Mu Cheney twitched his lips and could only hope that his roommates could survive these 3 months. He looked out the window and saw that the outside world was completely covered in snow. The campus was extremely empty and there was not a single person in sight. Winter in the South is also extremely cold. When school starts, all the students wear thick cotton padded jackets, so everyone still has winter clothes for the time being, but food. It will gradually become scarce. And he raised his head and looked at the light bulb, which was still bright, and sighed softly. The power could still be maintained for the time being, but he didn't know how long it could last. Once the power goes out, it will be a complete mess. He walked into the living room, ate the nutritious breakfast that Lin Yuan prepared for him, and turned on the TV. The TV has been broadcasting the news all the time, and the whole station is broadcasting the news. TV dramas, movies, advertisements, and other programs have been taken down. On TV, the host said, the country has sent troops to various cities to respond to the disaster. This snowstorm came suddenly, but please rest assured that the country is working hard to study countermeasures. At the same time, the power supply in the city is insufficient, and I hope everyone will save electricity. When the people heard that the army was coming, they instantly felt reassured. He found that even the complaints in the class group had decreased a lot. He took out his cell phone and asked about the situation on Wang Zichen's side. After learning that they were safe, he noticed that his mother asked about his safety. After he reported that he was safe, he sat on the sofa and waited for the cooling time of the judgment scale to end. Chapter 76. The next copy will be a doomsday level event. While Mu Cheney was waiting, Lin Yuan had finished washing the dishes and walked towards him with her long legs. Because the temperature at home was suitable for living, Lin Yuan only wore shorts and a loose short-sleeved shirt, and her well-proportioned long legs were clearly exposed. Mu Cheney was so dazzled by those long, white, glowing legs that he couldn't take his eyes away. After repeating "don't look at what's inappropriate" twice in his heart, he was about to move his head away when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the cooldown time of the scale of judgment ends. At this time, Lin Yuan was already sitting on the sofa, with her slender legs curled up and placed on the sofa. She hugged her knees and watched the news on TV. Mu Cheney turned his head and said silently in his heart, "Open the scales of judgment." As soon as the skill was activated, a scale with an angel on one side and a devil on the other side appeared in his mind. Predict the probability that the next instance I participate in will be a doomsday instance. This is the bug of Mukan-Yika's scale of judgment. Since he cannot directly predict the next copy, he can put his own name in it. The level at which you participate in the dungeon next time is also considered the probability of your next behavior. He applauded himself for his wit. But a scene that made his face turn horrified appeared. I saw the end of the scale that represented the little angel flying up to the sky. And the devil's scale fell to the lowest end. This means a 0% probability. The level of the next doomsday. It's not a doomsday. His pupils suddenly contracted. He swallowed his saliva. This was a doomsday copy that brought him infinitely close to 100% death, but it was not a destructive doomsday. Will plague level doomsday and disaster level doomsday kill him? This is even more nonsense. Could it be? There has only been one player in recorded human history, and only one player survived. World-destroying doomsday. Since the appearance of the game, Doomsday, there have only been 2 world-destroying doomsdays. One was a world-destroying doomsday temporarily named Eternal Night and Curse of Time, and no one survived that time. One was the Moonfall, 10 years ago, in which only one person survived. Is the third world-destroying doomsday coming? He felt a chill all over his body. Wrong. He couldn't be completely sure yet that the next doomsday copy would be a world-destroying doomsday. Because in the 2 scenes he saw, he was killed by someone. Perhaps, the difficulty of the next copy is not very high. It is simply because you were killed by others in the next copy? He could only rely on this to comfort himself, otherwise if faced with the end of the world, he really didn't know how to survive. There are currently 2 known doomsdays, one is the Impure World Prophecy, and the other is the Fall of the Moon. He doesn't know how to survive these 2 doomsdays, let alone solve them. Even in a doomsday situation, there is still a glimmer of hope. But the world-destroying doomsday. It's a dead end. Mr. Mu, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lin Yuan noticed Mu Chenyi's ugly expression, and hurriedly knelt up and asked with concern. I'm fine. Mu Chenyi could only pull the corners of his mouth and reveal a forced smile. Without a single resurrection coin, how would he survive the next apocalypse? For other players, the world-destroying doomsday is no big deal. It just consumes a resurrection coin. But he doesn't have any resurrection coins. He must, and at least must, survive the apocalypse, otherwise he will die. Even during the last destruction level doomsday, he was forced to break the doomsday because staying outside would mean a risk of death, and he had to risk his life. He was mad inside, he just wanted to live. What did he do wrong? Why was I the one being dragged into this disaster? Lin Yuan obviously noticed that Mu Chenyi was abnormal, and her face was full of worry. Especially after seeing Mu Chenyi's fierce eyes, her heart trembled. Could it be that the other party predicted something again? Snowflakes are flying all over the sky outside the window, giving their all to bring a touch of coldness to the world. But no matter how warm the room was, Mu Chenyi's heart was cold at this moment. Now he just needs to wait until the cooling time of the Scale of Judgment ends tomorrow, and then he can ask the Scale of Judgment whether the next doomsday copy he participates in will be a world-destroying doomsday. Near noon, the wind and snow outside the window became much stronger. At noon, a teacher knocked on the door of their room, wanting to borrow food. However, Lin Yuan refused, saying that the food at home was not enough. Even though the teacher said angrily that she could buy it, Lin Yuan still refused. Not to mention that this is the end of the world, money will soon be useless. If food is loaned out for the first time, it is equivalent to sending out a signal. They have lots of food at home. In the last days, the heart of Mary is absolutely unacceptable. After rejecting the teacher, Lin Yuan sat back next to him with a bad look on her face. This is the first batch, but it is definitely not the last. If there are more teachers coming to borrow food, I will have to take special measures. What special means? Mu Chenyi asked. Lin Yuan's tone turned cold. Kill them. After all, they are all NPCs, killing them will not affect reality. They are still alive in reality. Mu Chenyi. He's a ruthless guy, but he likes it. Then do as you wish. My safety is in your hands. He let out a breath. The probability of him dying in the frozen global instance is the same as the probability of him surviving in the next instance. He doesn't have any pressure for the time being. In this instance, the difficulty of human evil may be greater than that caused by natural disasters. Moreover, once the army of the following country is unable to handle this disaster, people's last bit of faith will collapse, and social order will completely collapse. But not now. The teacher who just came to borrow food was just the beginning. At noon, he and Lin Yuan had a delicious lunch. By the afternoon, when they turned on the TV, there was only one channel left. The local stations are gone, only the central channel remains. The hosts on the channel were still working hard, but I don't know if it was to save electricity or something. The hosts on the TV station had already put on thick down jackets and were reading the scripts with difficulty. At present, the People's Army has set out one after another. It is expected that the army will arrive in the following cities tomorrow. Mu Qianyi took a look and realized that Ganshui City would not receive material support until the day after tomorrow. The snowstorm was so strong that planes and trains could not operate at all. The only way to transport supplies was by manpower. There is only China's army. The channel played a video of the army transporting supplies. He saw a group of soldiers wearing military coats and carrying heavy bags on their backs, staggering forward in the snow. Chapter 77 The Source of Doomsday? Not participating. When Mu Qianyi saw the scenes on TV, he couldn't help but stand in awe. This is the belief of all Chinese people. However, this doomsday was going to continue, and he was well aware that even the Chinese army would not be able to hold on in such a harsh environment. What is more, all work in society will stop and supplies will become extremely scarce. Even if the soldiers could hold on with their iron willpower, they would not be able to hold on due to the urgently needed supplies. There is no solution to this doomsday, and it is destined that only players who know the news in advance and have prepared sufficient supplies can live comfortably. In the evening, someone came to their house again to borrow food, but was still rejected by Lin Yuan. The man who borrowed the food changed his expression, cursed Lin Yuan a few dirty words without backing her up, and left. Lin Yuan's face turned ugly and she clenched her fists, but she still refrained from taking action. Can't kill anyone now, have to wait. Mu Qianyi looked in the class group and saw that many people were borrowing food in the group. He even saw a roommate in his dormitory brave the icy weather and go to the girls' dormitory to deliver food to his goddess. Seeing this, he just shook his head and laughed for a while. Everyone has their own choice. Anyway, just don't come to him. In real life, maybe he would still pay some attention to it considering their 2-year roommate relationship. As for the NPCs in the game copy, get out of here, don't get involved. Time quickly came to the third day. Mu Qianyi ate a delicious and nutritious breakfast as usual, and then lay on the sofa watching the news on TV. Seeing that the army had already brought supplies to the cities on the first list, the disaster situation in the cities was greatly alleviated. However, China's population base is simply too large, and the massive amount of supplies that the soldiers exchanged for their lives may not last long. But this news has brought hope of life to countless people. Mu Qianyi watched the news. Ding, the cooldown time of the Scales of Judgment ends. The system reported the news to him on time. Mu Qianyi was silent for a moment. He was about to know the true ending. Open the Scales of Judgment. Still with a balance of half angel and half devil in his mind, he asked silently. What is the probability that the next instance I participate in will be a doomsday instance? This time, the scale did not start directly as usual, but remained silent for a long time. Just when Mu Qianyi thought that this bug-solving method of asking questions could no longer be used, the scales moved. The little devil side reached the highest side in an instant, while the little angel side reached the lowest side. A probability that is close to 100%. The next doomsday instance will be confirmed to be a world-destroying doomsday. The highest level of doomsday, which has only occurred twice in human history. The world-destroying doomsday is coming. Ding, the content involved in this test is too extreme. The scale of judgment will be suspended during this doomsday and will return to normal in the next instance. Look, it's a supermodel, the scales of judgment cannot be used at all. The corner of Mu Qianyi's eye twitched. Well, now I know when I will die. He has 3 months and a few days left to live. He lay on the bed, feeling somewhat hopeless. It's all over. When Lin Yuan came out after washing the dishes, she saw Mu Qianyi lying on the sofa like Guyu. Mr. Mu? She blinked, not knowing what Mu Qianyi was up to. Hey! Mu Qianyi said something weakly. Do whatever you want, Shushu is going to die. Mr. Mu, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuan asked considerately. Nothing, I just don't want to live anymore. Mu Qianyi had a look of despair on his face. Lin Yuan? Ding ding. At this moment, Mu Qianyi's cell phone suddenly rang with a special ringtone. This ringtone will only sound when Morong Shiner sends him a message. Mu Cheney glanced at his phone and saw that Morong Shiner had sent him a message. Mr. Mu, we have found the source of the doomsday of this instance. Do you want to come with us? He didn't want to pay attention to it, it was just a small source of doomsday, so he just played with it. But something suddenly occurred to him and he sat up abruptly. No, we can't crack the source of this doomsday yet. He immediately called Morong Shiner. A few seconds later, Morong Shiner answered the phone. Mu Cheney, you are coming. No, you don't have to go look for the source of the doomsday. Mu Cheney said directly, the problem is a bit complicated now. You can crack the source of this doomsday, but you have to wait until 2 months later. He just remembered that the cooldown period of his Death Eye ability is 30 days, which is 1 month. The maximum number of times he can use the Eye of Death in this copy is 3 times. It has been used once so far, and there are 2 more chances to use it, and his Death Eye can see the scene of his next death. Based on the scene seen by the Death Eye the previous 2 times, he will see his death scene in the next copy, the world-destroying doomsday. So if possible, he hopes to watch the remaining 2 Death Eye scenes in this copy. If Morong Shiner had led people to crack the source of doomsday in this copy early, what would he have watched? Mu Cheney, although this doomsday is only a catastrophic one, it is global. If we crack the source of the doomsday, we can get a lot of rewards. If we don't get there first, players from other countries will. Morong Xiner. Mu Cheney said in a heavy tone, my skills just now let me know some very bad news. What news? Morong Shiner on the other end of the phone heard this and her tone became serious. Be prepared. Just tell me, I've been through a lot. Have you ever experienced a world-destroying doomsday? Of course, what doomsday? Morong Xiner paused, and then an incredulous voice came from the other end of the phone. You just said, a doomsday of the annihilation level? What do you mean by a doomsday of the annihilation level? When Mu Cheney heard her surprised voice, his depressed mood improved a little. So, he said word by word. I predicted that the level of the next doomsday will be world-destroying doomsday. Like thunderclap. Silence. Morong Shiner on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. A few minutes passed, and when Mu Cheney thought the signal was bad, Morong Shiner's slightly trembling voice rang out, are you sure? Actually, I also hope it's fake. Mu Cheney smiled bitterly, but the level of the next dungeon is definitely the world-destroying level, and I have seen the scenes in the next dungeon twice, but even so, I still don't know what the theme of the next Doomsday dungeon is. Chapter 78 Morong Shiner is ready to come. This is the most terrifying. Mu Cheney used the Eye of Death twice, but now he didn't even know the theme of the world-destroying Doomsday copy. There are 2 scenes. The first time he was killed by a man, and the second time he was killed by a man in a stinking ditch. And judging from the voices, these 2 men should be the same person. Was he killed by the same person? The fact that he was killed was a very strange thing in itself, because it meant that he did not die in a natural disaster, but died in human cause. Could it be that this world-destroying doomsday is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster? I understand. I will come to you now. By the way, can you tell me why we should not solve the doomsday problem first? Morong Shiner said. Mu Cheney I told Morong Shiner the cooldown time of his prophecy skill. After receiving this news, Morong Shiner agreed, okay, I'll take care of my own affairs first. I will arrive at your place in 2 days. Please be careful during these 2 days. The 2 chatted for a while before Morong Shiner hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mu Cheney raised his head and saw Lin Yuan covering her mouth and looking at him in shock. Mr. Mu, will the level of the next doomsday really be the world-destroying level? Only after seeing him hang up the phone did Lin Yuan dare to speak. But her trembling tone revealed her deep fear. Yes. Mu Cheney nodded. Then, what should we do? Lin Yuan's expression became panicked. The arrival of the world-destroying doomsday means more than just a resurrection coin. The world-destroying doomsday means that there is a chance that this doomsday will become a reality. Once all the players in the world-destroying doomsday are dead, this doomsday will become a reality. That is the real doomsday. Rather than the minor fights of this dungeon theme, Frozen Global. These 5 big words world-destroying doomsday are the biggest threat to all players. Hearing Mu Cheney's confirmation, Lin Yuan's face turned pale instantly. Actually, I already have some ideas, so don't worry too much. Seeing the other party's frightened look, he thought about how he had been treated like a big shot by the other party these days, so he quickly said a few words to comfort him. Do you have any ideas? Lin Yuan's face regained some color and she looked at Mu Cheney expectantly. Well, I have been thinking about this matter these past 2 days. Although the next copy will be a doomsday level event, it is not like the Moonfall, where there was no hope at all. Mu Chini said. In fact, he didn't know whether he had any chance of survival. In the 2 times he saw the scene, he could not live for more than 2 minutes. After hearing Mu Chini's words, Lin Yuan felt a little comforted. She looked at Mu Chini's cheek and almost forgot that the person in front of her was the only one who had cracked the destructive level doomsday. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean Mu Chini can't do it. Although Mu Chini also wanted to say, I really can't do it. Okay, Mr. Mu, I believe you. She suppressed her uneasiness and prepared to go to the kitchen. I'll go cook for you. What do you want to eat for lunch? I want to eat spare ribs. Mu Chini said without any politeness. Lin Yuan went to cook. At this moment, on an island far away in Europe, Morong Shinner looked at the huge crater in front of her where a meteorite had fallen, and slowly put down the phone in her hand. Around her, there was a group of workers carrying packages filled with various machines. Everyone, stop working. After she hung up the phone, she raised her hand to interrupt everyone's actions. Change the plan. Don't explore anymore. Block this area. If any players from other countries show up here, stop them, she commanded. Hearing Morong Shinner's command, everyone present had question marks on their faces. What does this mean? It took them several days to discover that it was the landing of a meteorite that caused the global extreme cold weather. After going through numerous difficulties, they finally found the source of the doomsday. But the director asked them to stop? Many people turned their attention to Deputy Director Lai Wenji. Normally, whenever Director Morong made a decision that no one could understand, no one dared to ask the director, but would look at the more easy-to-talk Deputy Director Lai Wenji. Lai Wenji happened to be very surprised by Morong Shinner's decision, so he stepped forward and asked, Director, why did you make such a decision? We have finally found this place. When Morong Shinner saw that it was Lai Wenji who asked the question, her cold expression eased a little. She lowered her voice and said in a voice that only Lai Wenji could hear. The prophet has made some incredible news. I have to go to Ganshui City now. When Lai Wenji heard the prophecy, the ruthless man who had cracked the doomsday scenario not long ago suddenly appeared in his mind. What did he predict? He asked in the same low voice. Morong Shinner's eyes flickered. Thinking that some of the members around her might have better hearing, she took out her cell phone and typed on it. Lai Wenji looked over and saw a line of small words on it. The next doomsday instance will be a world-destroying doomsday. Seeing this line of small words, Lai Wenji's pupils suddenly contracted. The next doomsday copy will be of the world-destroying level? Even though he had seen a lot of storms and waves, he couldn't help but feel frightened when he heard the news. He asked with a trembling voice. Is that true? Was his prediction wrong? Morong Shinner asked back. After receiving a positive answer, Lai Wenji seemed to have aged several times in an instant. Do you know the theme of the next doomsday? He asked. Not sure. I need to go and verify with him the scene he predicted. Morong Shinner had another plan when she returned this time. That is to protect Mu Chini and ensure that he can safely predict the remaining 2 prophecies and obtain more information about the next world-destroying doomsday. Director Lai, the rest of the time is up to you. Stay here for at least 2 months and make sure the source of this doomsday is not destroyed, she said in a serious tone. After saying this, she herself felt a little strange. This was the first time she had given such an order not to destroy the source of the doomsday. Okay. Lai Wenji agreed immediately. If players from other countries come, you can let them know about the next dungeon doomsday so that everyone can prepare in advance. Once I get any information, I will notify you in time. Morong Shinner thought that after she left, Lai Wenji and others might not be able to defend this place. That's why she said this, to prevent any blind foreign players from destroying the source of doomsday. What if they ask? Lai Wenji asked. They believe it. Morong Shinner said firmly. Chapter 79. The power went out. The world-destroying doomsday event has created a sense of urgency in all players' hearts. The survival rate of a world-destroying doomsday is basically 0, so once all players die in it, this doomsday will also come in reality. But then again, this is the first world-destroying doomsday that humans have encountered, and it seems that no one survived? He had heard the words filthy earth prophecy from Morong Xiner before. This filthy earth prophecy was related to the first world-destroying doomsday. Deputy Director Lai Wenji told him that the world-destroying doomsday had already arrived. I don't know how it came about. There haven't been any major events in the world recently. The only two major events were the discharge of nuclear wastewater from the Japanese country into the sea, and is it global warming? You don't need to think too much about the other one, moonfall. At the beginning, a moon falls directly on your head. How do you play it? He died right at the start. Boom, boom, boom. There was another knock on the door. Muchini looked through the peephole and saw a male professor in a down jacket standing outside the door. The male professor is named Lu Jilin, and he is the vice president of their college. At this time, Lu Jilin shrank his neck and rubbed his hands at the door. Seeing the person coming, Muchini's eyes flashed. He has some grudge against this guy. But he soon realized that the other party came to borrow food. Lu Jilin came to borrow food yesterday but was rejected by Lin Yuan. Why did he come again today? Who is it? Lin Yuan walked out of her room with a facial mask on. Let me take care of it. Muchini opened the door of the room. When Lu Jilin saw that it was Muchini, he was obviously stunned. Why is it this guy? He thought it was Lin Yuan who opened the door. Teacher Lu, what brings you here for? Muchini looked at him with a smile. But when he saw that it was Muchini, Lu Jilin stopped pretending to be pitiful and straightened his back a little. He adjusted his glasses and put on a proper smile. It's classmate Mu. I'm here to look for Teacher Lin. Is Teacher Lin home? Isn't this nonsense? It's so cold outside, why don't you stay at home but go outside? I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lin is not feeling well and is resting in her room. Is there anything I can tell you about? Muchini also showed a hypocritical smile on his face. Who doesn't smile hypocritically? Hearing the other party's words that showed no respect at all, Lu Jilin's expression became a little embarrassed. But then, a hint of anger rose in his heart. He is the vice president, but he can't control a student of the academy? His expression straightened up, and he pretended to be serious and said, I have something important to discuss with Teacher Lin, so you should ask her to come out for a while. But Muchini looked at him and put away the smile on his face. Teacher Lu, I told you that Teacher Lin is not feeling well and is resting. It would be inappropriate for you to disturb her rashly, right? Student Mu, it seems that you failed a course in your freshman year, right? Lu Jilin was very annoyed, but his expression was cold. You don't want to have to repeat a course in your senior year because you don't have enough credits, right? Muchini. But soon, he also laughed out of anger. The teacher who failed him in his freshman year happened to be this guy Lu Jilin. He got 80 points on the paper in that course, but the other party failed him. Who would believe that I failed a subject where I could get 80 points on the test paper in college? Lu Jilin never gave him a single point. It was just because, during one class, Lu Jilin mixed in his personal opinions while giving a lecture. He cursed the country's policies in front of the whole class and said that there were serious problems with the country's policies. He also said that Western countries were so good and that if he had the chance, he would definitely go abroad. How could Muchini tolerate Lu Jilin's behavior of picking up the bowl to eat and then cursing his mother when he put the bowl down? He didn't even know how such a person of bad character could become a university teacher. So he immediately stood up and refuted the other party, making Lu Jilin lose face in front of the whole class. This also caused Lu Jilin to hold a grudge against him and failed him in the final exam. Thinking of this, he became furious. Just a game copy, am I afraid of you? What's more, it's not certain whether he can live to his senior year. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and slapped the other person hard. Bang! A crisp sound rang out throughout the corridor. With the enhancement of top-notch fighting skills, Muchini slapped directly swollen the opponent's face. Lu Jilin covered his face and stood there in a daze. He never thought that the student in front of him would dare to hit him? Doesn't the other party want to graduate? Get lost. Muchini looked at him coldly. He. Lu Jilin touched his face, shook his sleeves, stared at Muchini intently, and spoke in an extremely fierce tone. Get out if you want. After saying these harsh words, he turned around and left. He left without looking back, as if he had made up his mind. After a while, Lu Jilin's figure disappeared in the corridor. Muchini stared at the scene blankly, but then a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. The barking dog never bites. This Lu Jilin is so cunning. Based on his understanding of this person, he is definitely not someone who will give up easily. Never mind. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. After all, the other party is just an NPC in the dungeon. It shouldn't have any impact on him. When it was noon, the first batch of supplies was delivered to Ganshue University. Every student received a few boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water, but that was all. But Mu Chini had a vague feeling that the supply of such materials would not last long. Perhaps it won't be long before this supply is completely stopped. But even so, the supply of resources this time has relieved great pressure on many people in the school. Students who did not stock up have basically finished their food. The air conditioners in all the dormitories have never stopped and have all been set to the highest temperature, but even so, the temperature inside the dormitories is still frighteningly low. Many students can only huddle in their beds and rely on their own body temperature to keep warm. Muchini, I could see people chatting about this in the class group every day, and the most popular topic was when the heavy snow would end. This wave of heavy snow directly shocked the local people in the south. You've never seen snow, right? Then take a good look and see enough. However, what Muchini did not expect was that this excitement changed on the 4th day. The next morning, after he finished his hot and nutritious breakfast, he noticed that the light in the room was not on. He walked to the switch and was about to turn on the light. Don't open it. At this time, Lin Yuan called him at the kitchen door. What's wrong? Muchini stopped what he was doing. There was a power outage. When I got up this morning, it was pitch black outside, so I could only secretly connect to the generator for electricity, Lin Yuan explained. They bought a generator in advance, so the power outage would not affect them. But if they turned on the lights, wouldn't it be telling everyone that only they had electricity? Everyone has no electricity. Why does your family have electricity? Therefore, Lin Yuan could only use electricity secretly. Is the power out? Muchini was also a little surprised to hear the news. No wonder he felt a little strange after getting up this morning. It turned out that it was too dark outside and the lights in the dormitory buildings were not on. Chapter 80, Su Qianran's connection. Okay, if there's no electricity, there's no electricity. Muchini took out his mobile phone and saw that the network was still there. Everyone in the class group was also discussing the power outage. Because the power outage had just happened, everyone's cell phones still had some battery left. The news said that some areas had to shut down due to power shortages, but power would be restored briefly between 12 o'clock 12:30 noon and 1800 hours 18:30 every night to charge mobile phones and heat water. This message popped up in the group. The internet is still normal at present. Once the internet loses its effectiveness, I am afraid that human civilization will directly become a primitive society. Just as Muchini was browsing various comments online, a request to add a friend suddenly popped up. When he saw the profile picture of the friend request, he almost lost his grip and dropped the phone to the ground. He was very familiar with this avatar. During his 2 years in college, he had no idea how long he had been looking at this avatar, waiting to hear from the other party. The owner of this avatar is the reason why he got the nickname Brother Flanching. In reality, he failed to confess his love to the girl 2 weeks ago. Su Qianran. A girl who had made him open his heart for 2 years. His roommates always said that he was a bootlicker, but he didn't think so. He thought it was love. Until now. He found that his roommate was right. After experiencing several life and death experiences and witnessing more and more things, his thinking has matured a lot and he is no longer the bootlicker who never deserved a good death. When he saw the other person's friend request, his first thought was to delete it, but when his finger touched the screen, he clicked to agree to the friend request. Bang! He slapped himself directly. I said no, but my body was too honest. And the other side also sent him a message after he passed it in seconds. Su Qianran, classmate Mu, are you still in school now? Muchini, yes, what's the matter? Su Qianran, classmate Mu, this is what happened. When Lu Luming came here, he told me that you had stockpiled a lot of supplies. I wonder if you could lend us some food. Don't worry, we'll spend money to buy it, we won't ask for it for free. If you don't want money, we can treat you to a meal after the snowstorm is over. Muchini smacked his lips as he looked at so many words. After knowing each other for 2 years, this was the first time Su Qianran sent him so many messages. If it were before, he would definitely rush out to take out the food he had stored and personally deliver it to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. But now. He. However, Su Qianran said that it was her roommate who told her about her hoarding of goods. Lu Luming is his roommate, and he usually has a good relationship with Lu Luming. The other party definitely wouldn't say that because he wanted to betray him. Maybe Lu Luming is still thinking of using this incident to bring him together with Su Qianran? After all, seeing his brother's 2 years of experience as a dog licker, and now it is not easy to have a chance, Lu Luming naturally does not want to give up his brother's love that was crushed before it even began. He thought for a while, then typed a reply. I'm sorry, I don't have enough food here, you should find someone else. He had no hatred towards the other party. Although the things he did not move the other party, they moved himself. It is definitely impossible to say that I have no complaints in my heart. But at the same time, the other party had not done him any favor. To be impolite, he hadn't even touched the other person's hand. Now that disaster had struck, why should he help the other party? And once you start borrowing food, it will happen countless times. Su Qianran obviously didn't expect Mu Qianyi to refuse without even thinking about it, and there was silence for a while. After a while, Su Qianran sent it to him. Well, sorry to bother you. Mu Qianyi, it's okay. After saying this, the two fell silent again. Su Qianran did not ask Mu Qianyi why he deleted her before. After all, from the beginning to the end, Mu Qianyi was just an insignificant person in her eyes. Even if she heard that Mu Qianyi had found a beautiful, knowledgeable and beautiful girlfriend, and even lived with her, she wouldn't care at all. After all, how could someone who didn't care about her cause such a stir in her heart? Mu Qianyi also noticed this and couldn't help but feel angry. I am so damn hateful. Thinking of how self-admiring he had been over the past 2 years, he felt particularly depressed. Bang! There was a loud crash and a gust of cold wind rushed into the room. Mu Qianyi shivered instantly from the cold. What's going on? Lin Yuan was eager to protect Mu Qianyi and rushed out of the room immediately. When she saw the person at the door of the room, she showed joy on her face. Director, you're here? Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Mu Qianyi immediately looked over. I saw a beautiful woman with some fine snowflakes on her hair, patting the snow piled on her clothes with her hands, walking in from outside the door. The woman's pretty face was tinged with a cold look, and her long eyelashes were covered with some fine snow, making her look like an ice beauty walking out of a world of ice and snow. Her figure looked slender and curvy, if you ignore the pair of 5 centimeters high boots. This incredibly beautiful girl is Morong Shiner, the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau. Less than 2 days after she finished her phone call with Mu Qianyi, she rushed back directly from faraway Europe, in such bad weather. If it were written into a novel, it would probably be a touching love story. Morong Shiner's earlobes were frozen red, but she didn't seem to be shivering at all, as if she was not afraid of the cold at all. Director Morong, why did you break the door? Mu Qianyi walked forward, touched the door that was destroyed by the other party, and said with a twitching eye. I can fix it. Lin Yuan said quickly. Director Morong must have her reasons for doing this. Mu Qianyi looked at Lin Yuan helplessly. This guy was spoiled by Morong Shiner. Morong Xiner didn't care. She walked in wearing snow boots and looked around. Mu Qianyi, where is your room? Mu Qianyi pointed to the innermost room. Morong Shiner grabbed his arm and walked inside. Let's go in and talk. Lin Yuan, remember to fix the door. As she spoke, she dragged Mu Qianyi towards the innermost room. They looked so anxious that if you didn't know, you would think they were going to do something. Hey, you don't have misogyny. Stop talking. Bang. The closing of the room door also blocked out Mu Qianyi's voice. Watching this scene happening in front of her, Lin Yuan's eyes were a little dull. How did Director Morong become like this? Chapter 81 Special Copy. In a room in the teacher's apartment of Ganshui University. What are you going to do? Mu Qianyi's voice was trembling and excited. Just now, Morong Shiner dragged him into the room and started taking off her clothes. Under the other person's heavy coat was a tight-fitting suit that showed off her figure, which matched her angelic face. Which innocent little virgin can resist such temptation? I will stay with you for the next period of time. Tell me everything you predicted. When Morong Shiner was almost down to her underwear, Mu Qianyi still didn't dare to look and turned his head away. All right. Morong Shiner's voice rang out, and when Mu Qianyi turned around, Morong Shiner had already changed into a set of loose home clothes. The tights and thick coat that the other party had taken off had been put into the space bracelet. Seeing this, Mu Qianyi felt somewhat disappointed but also relieved. I couldn't explain the contents of those 2 death scenes. At one point I thought I was murdered. When it came to business, he also looked serious. You told me before that you predicted that you would be killed by a man. I sent you the list of people inside the Chinese Doomsday Administration and all the players in China. What did you gain? Morong Shiner pulled out the desk and moved it to the opposite side of Machiniai's bed. She sat on the chair on the desk, stared at Machinii with her beautiful eyes and asked. No results. I didn't find this person at all. Muchini shook his head. During this period, he also looked through many lists, but none of the player introduction photos in them matched the appearance of the man who killed him. Therefore, this man may not exist in reality. In other words, even if he exists, he is not a player of the Doomsday game. Muchinii told Morong Shiner about the 2 death replays in detail. Morong Shiner also took out a pen and paper from her space bracelet and started taking notes on the table. After finishing the recording, Morong Shiner looked up and asked. The locations you predicted are different these 2 times, right? Muchinii narrowed his eyes and recalled for a while before he said, it's really different. The first time he was on the side of the street, and although the view was limited, it was still on the side of a city road. The second time he was in a stinking ditch. Although it was also in the city, the background location was obviously different from the first time. According to his physical feelings at the time, his legs seemed to be crippled and he was also mute. Combined with the fact that I seemed to be a beggar at that time. This is the lowest point in my life. After listening to Machinii's explanation, Morong Shiner fell into deep thought. She tapped the pen in her hand on the notebook and fell into distress. This world-destroying dungeon is different from the last, Moonfall. It should be a special dungeon. Morong Shiner stopped tapping her pen. Special copy? Muchinii was puzzled. Well, special dungeons will restrict most of the skills and items of players. Morong Shiner explained, so special dungeons usually have very special dungeon content. After the Doomsday Dungeon began, many special dungeons appeared, and it has only been 7 months since the last highest level, the Doomsday level special dungeon. Morong Shiner said this and wrote a few words on the paper. Death Train. Death Train? Muchinii looked at the small words on it. Morong Shiner nodded and explained. This is a special Doomsday Dungeon from 7 months ago. At that time, all players who entered the Death Train were not allowed to use any skills or items, except for prophecy skills. In this instance called Death Train, all players are placed in a carriage similar to a high-speed train. Each player takes up 2 seats. This time, the dungeon is also blocked regionally. Each carriage represents a region, and each carriage is different from the others. Unlike the usual Doomsday that lasts for a month, the basic task of the Death Train is to survive for 7 days, and then you can successfully leave the Death Train, Doomsday, and return to reality. Alive in the carriage? Muchinii was a little surprised. Of course it's not that simple. Morong Shiner added, in addition to the basic task of surviving, the Death Train also has a special task, which is pretend not to see the weirdness next to you. At this point, perhaps seeing Muchinii's confusion, Morong Shiner continued, each player occupies 2 seats, but this does not mean that they can sit in both seats. It is because next to each player, there is a weird person who cannot be touched, but can be seen and heard. These weird things will try to make you see them, and once you show even a hint of seeing them, they will swallow you up in one gulp. So difficult? Muchinii's scalp tingled when he heard it. There is a visible but untouchable weirdo sitting next to you, but you have to pretend that you don't see him or her for a week? The players died in all kinds of strange ways. Most of them were exposed when they woke up and were startled by the weirdness that was moved to their faces. Some players were exposed when they returned to their seats after using the toilet and saw the weirdness occupying 2 seats and didn't know where to sit. Some players pretended to sit on it, but were startled by the weirdness's deliberate screams, and then exposed. In short, the various methods of exposure have led to a very high death rate in this Doomsday event. In the end, no one was able to crack the source of the Doomsday. In addition, except for the prophecy players, all other players have lost their skills and become ordinary people. Therefore, many of the players cannot use their skills and can only die with hatred. Morong Shiner slowly recounted the Doomsday tragedy that occurred on the Death Train. After hearing her description of the Death Train, Muchinii also recalled his first 2 death replays. In the death replay, it seems that the future body really cannot use any skills? Not to mention using skills, in the future his body and feet will be crippled and his voice will be hoarse. What was the last special copy? I mean the one that wasn't a Doomsday level 1, he asked. The last special copy? Morong Xana recalled for a moment before speaking, it was a 12-player werewolf killing game called Cupid. Werewolf? The corner of Muchinii's eyes twitched violently. What kind of Doomsday copy is this? Well, in this copy of the game, 12 players are divided into a group. Because Cupid's wolf killing mode has a third-party board, the 12 players are divided into 3 camps. Morong Shiner explained, through a game of werewolf, if one camp wins, all the players in the other 2 camps will die. Because the death rate of this game is not as high as that of a destruction level doomsday, it is judged to be a catastrophic level doomsday. Chapter 82 The Daring Lu Jilin. Morong Shiner said. Similarly, this time the dungeon of Cupid Werewolf is a special dungeon. All players cannot use any skills or items. Of course, prophecy skills can still be used. Once you encounter a special copy, the advantages of prophecy skills are really huge. Especially the werewolf dungeon. If the prophecy player is a good guy, and there are 2 prophets in the good camp, how should the werewolf be played? If the prophecy player is a werewolf, then the werewolf group will know who the priest is, which is a huge advantage for the werewolf who is killing the edge. If it is a more powerful prophecy skill, one person can kill 4 wolves at the end of the first round. The werewolf team's game ended on the spot. The role of prophecy players in special copies is outrageous. And if the next world-destroying doomsday is a special instance. So, looking at the entire blue star, the player with the best chance of survival is Muchinii, who possesses SSS-level prophecy skills. Muchinii seemed to be aware of this problem as well. He raised his head and looked at Morong Shiner. Morong Shiner lowered her head again and said softly, Muchinii, you must survive the next apocalypse. That was a doomsday event. When she thought of the despair of not being able to survive the fall of the moon, she lost all confidence. She felt that there was a high probability that she would not be able to survive the next world-destroying doomsday. Looking at Morong Shiner's hopeful eyes, Muchinii could only smile bitterly. He must try his best to survive. Of course, if he is rewarded with resurrection coins during the doomsday settlement this time, that will be another matter. If he still doesn't get the resurrection coin reward in this doomsday settlement of the frozen global theme, then he will have to fight desperately in the next world-destroying doomsday of the copy. There was a cliff behind him and he could only move forward. Next, he discussed some things about the special copy with Morong Shiner. Morong Shiner also told him a lot of stories about special copies. However, most special copies have one feature, which is that players lose their skills and cannot utilize their real-life relationships. Because the players are basically very wealthy due to their points, they have certain advantages in human society. However, in special copies, this advantage of players will disappear. Take Morong Shiner for example. Even though she has a very important voice in the entire country of China, she cannot establish these advantages in special copies, whether it is Death Train or Cupid Werewolf. She will play the game normally without any skills like other ordinary players. If it is true that the next copy is a world-destroying doomsday, then this may be the first time that mankind faces a world-destroying doomsday in a special copy. A normal world-destroying doomsday gives people an extremely desperate feeling, so what does a special copy of the world-destroying doomsday look like? In comparison, the difficulty of clearing the level must be as difficult as ascending to heaven. When the two were discussing until noon, they smelled a fragrance at the same time. Muchinii stood up decisively and left the room. Lin Yuan has prepared the meal. If we don't go out to eat now, are we going to stay here and discuss how we're going to die? As soon as he left the room, Muchinii noticed that the door of the apartment had been repaired. Realizing this, he glanced at Lin Yuan. Could it be that this woman had a skill to repair the door? Then he turned his attention to the extremely sumptuous lunch on the table. I don't know if it was because of Morong Shiner's arrival, but Lin Yuan insisted on making 8 dishes and 1 soup for lunch. Every dish looks extremely delicious, not only exuding fragrance but also having very tempting colors. He couldn't wait to sit at the table, took out chopsticks, picked up some, and tasted it carefully. Morong Shiner also came out, sat next to him, scooped herself a bowl of chicken soup and started drinking it. Seeing Lin Yuan standing aside, Muchinii waved to her and said, "Come over and have dinner together." Just as Lin Yuan was about to sit down, a loud banging sound came from outside the door. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The person outside seemed to be banging on the door with all his might. "Muchinii, open the door for me." Lu Jilin's angry voice was heard outside the door. As the heavy object hit the door, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with helplessness. The newly repaired gate. Muchinii put down his chopsticks and walked to the door. Through the peephole, he saw 5 or 6 male teachers standing outside the door. They are all teachers from their college. The leader was naturally Lu Jilin. Lu Jilin's face was magnified very large by the cat's eye, and the other person's face was almost stuffed into the camera. Crack! Muchinii opened the door directly. Lu Jilin staggered and fell right in front of him, looking like a dog eating shit. He looked down at Lu Jilin and said in a teasing tone, "Teacher Lu, why do you stumble when you walk? Did you do something wrong and your legs are weak?" Lu Jilin stood up somewhat awkwardly and was about to start cursing with an angry look on his face. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman who was elegantly drinking chicken soup on the dining table behind Muchini. What a beautiful woman! There was a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Over the years, he has relied on his position to play with countless female students, but he has never played with a woman as good as this one. But soon, the jealousy in his heart took over. What is Muchini's reason? It's fine that the new beauty Lin Yuan is in love with him, but why is there another one? Thinking of this, he had an idea in his heart, and waved directly to the 5 or 6 men behind him. "It's so warm here, they must have a lot of supplies, search." "Teacher Lu, are you going to rob me?" Muchini asked in surprise. "Fuck you, I just robbed you, so what?" Lu Jilin was swearing a lot, totally different from the pretentious manner he usually had in school. Now that the end of the world has arrived, he no longer needs to pretend to be a human being. At this time, the people behind him also saw Morong Shiner. Everyone was instantly fascinated by her beauty and looked at each other in amazement. After Lu Jilin pushed Muchini, he walked directly towards Morong Shiner. Little beauty. He looked at Morong Shiner, his saliva almost flowing out of his mouth. When Morong Shiner noticed this scene, her brows slightly frowned. Lin Yuan seemed to have a premonition of something, and silently took a few steps back, away from Lu Jilin. Even Muchini looked at Lu Jilin in surprise. He can't even begin to catch up with the other party's ability to commit suicide. Chapter 83 Can't know. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out with those idiots behind you," Morong Shiner said coldly. "Yo-ho!" Lu Jilin was a little surprised. This little beauty had such a hot temper. Could it be that she had something to rely on? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the 5 strong men behind him. 6-3, the advantage is on my side. He instantly gained more confidence. "Little beauty, in this snowstorm, the law can't save you." 3. Morong Shiner wiped her mouth and her eyes fell on Lu Jilin in front of her. 2. Hey, damn, you're still counting down. 1. Bang. As the countdown ended, a corpse flew out of the gate and hit a group of people outside. Seeing the bleeding corpse appear in front of them, the several grown men outside were stunned with fear. When had they ever seen such a brutal scene? "Cut the roots of the trouble, otherwise it will cause some trouble," Morong Shiner said softly. Immediately, Lin Yuan, who was beside Morong Shiner, took action directly. The airflow in the air is compressed instantly. Bang! The people outside seemed to be strangled by the throat, and eventually lost their breath and fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Yuan's method of killing is relatively gentle, at least not as violent as Morong Shiner. "I'll go out and deal with the body." Lin Yuan seemed to have done this many times before, and she went out skillfully carrying the broom. This scene made Muchini's eyes twitch. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan came back. Seeing Muchini's strange look, she couldn't help but explain in a low voice, "This is a privilege given to us by the authorities. In the Doomsday Dungeon, if there are ordinary NPCs that affect our survival, we can solve the threat ourselves, but not in reality. Of course it's not possible in reality, as killing is illegal." Muchini was thinking on another level. Was Lin Yuan led astray by Morong Shiner, or was she originally bad and just couldn't release her true nature when she was with him? Because of this thought, his expression when he looked at the 2 women became a little strange. "Let us eat first." He sighed. He thought the matter had come to an end, but what he didn't expect was that in the evening, someone directly tagged him in the professional group. "Muchini, didn't Dean Lu go to your place? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Muchini took a look at the person who tagged him, who was a female teacher who was very close to Lu Jilin. He ignored the other person. However, this person obviously did not intend to give up easily, and turned to tag Lin Yuan. At this moment, the group that was originally chatting lively suddenly became quiet. Everyone was watching the excitement. Muchini looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Yuan, where did you hide the bodies of Lu Jilin and the others?" "In the public toilet behind the teacher's office building, I threw them into the pit. Now the snow has covered them," Lin Yuan said. In this kind of snowstorm, the heavy snow can quickly bury the corpses. After lunch, Morong Shiner pulled Muchini into the bedroom again, and the 2 continued to study the rules of the previous special copy. By the way, Morong Xiner, when are you going to tell me about the immortal prophecy? In the middle of the conversation, Mu Chini suddenly asked. Morong Shiner was silent. After a while, she said softly, "Sorry, I can't tell you this for now." Why? Mu Chen laughed in anger. He asked in confusion, "If I knew about this, would Blue Planet explode?" "I'm doing this for your own good," Morong Shiner said calmly. "Be good to me?" Mu Chini narrowed his eyes and asked, "Being good to me means hiding such an important thing from me?" Morong Xiner, you have to know that the next instance is a fucking doomsday level event. People will die there, and all humans who fail to complete the task will be buried with the rest of the world. Why are you still hiding things from me at this time? His voice was not suppressed at all, and even Lin Yuan in the living room could hear it clearly. When Lin Yuan saw the two people arguing, she immediately retracted her neck and curled up on the sofa. Mu Chini. Morong Shiner looked up at him and advised, "Calm down." "I can't calm down." Mu Chini stood up and slapped the table. "I really don't understand why you want to cover up this matter. Humanity has only experienced 2 world-destroying doomsdays. Are you going to hide the details of one of them from me? One of them was Moonfall, and he knew nothing about the other except that it was about the curse of time. He is really anxious now, because the next doomsday may be world-destroying. Even though he possesses the rarest and only SSS-level prophecy skill in the world, he is as fragile as a baby when facing a world-destroying doomsday. This could kill people. If anyone knew the date of their death, they probably wouldn't be able to face it calmly. Listen to me first." Morong Shiner grabbed his sleeve and nodded. "Sit down first and listen carefully to my explanation." Looking at Morong Shiner's serious gaze, Mu Chini calmed down and sat down. "You should have heard Deputy Director Lai Wenji tell you that the first apocalypse that mankind has ever encountered has already arrived, right?" Nukin E nodded. Lai Wenji had told him before that the doomsday had already come because no one survived. And the theme of this doomsday has a hidden condition. Morong Shiner looked at him and said seriously, "Anyone who knows the details of this doomsday will be targeted by this doomsday. Once you are targeted by this doomsday, your life will be threatened." What? Mu Chini was slightly surprised. Is there such a thing? Right, so you know why I didn't want you to know about this? Morong Shiner said bitterly, including me, Lai Wenji has also been targeted. Everyone who knows about the immortal prophecy has been targeted. You are too weak now. Once you learn about this doomsday, Lin Yuan alone will definitely not be able to protect you. Although Mu Chini has the strongest prophecy skills, his own strength is too weak. The only weapon is still the Dagger of the End, but in comparison, the Dagger of the End has greater strategic significance. What's the difference between using the Dagger of the End to kill someone and using the dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken? Is there such a thing? Mu Chini frowned. He really didn't expect that the first world-destroying doomsday would be so troublesome. Is it life-threatening just to know its existence? That's fine, it's better for him not to know. Chapter 84, the official news has been lost, and the end of the world has really come. With Morong Shiner's arrival, there was one more person in their teacher's apartment. There were only 2 rooms in the apartment, but Morong Shiner wanted to live here. Lin Yuan naturally gave her room to Morong Shiner. She also didn't dare sleep with Morong Shiner. Therefore, Mu Chini had no choice but to take her in, and the 2 of them lived in the same room. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the room, she obediently went to sleep on the floor. Mu Chini really didn't have the face to let a girl sleep on the floor while he lay on the bed, so he let Lin Yuan sleep on the bed while he lay on the floor. Just like that, 2 days passed. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the official who released news on time every day also lost contact. This discovery left many college students dumbfounded. There is no official response. Is the end of the world really coming? Soon, the group was filled with various messages asking to borrow food. But at this point in time, everyone has basically realized the importance of food, so how could they lend food to others? In fact, Mu Chini had already discovered in the group that many dormitories were fighting over food. Hungry people don't care about all the twists and turns. When hungry, a person can do anything. Due to the extreme shortage of resources, many people have left their slightly warmer beds, walked out of their dormitories, and ran outside to dig snow and melt it into water to drink. As time went on, more and more people came to borrow food. Many classmates came to Mu Chini. But Mu Chini refused it on the grounds that he didn't have much food. And as the first wave of food scrambles appeared, the situation could no longer be contained. Everyone started to scramble for food from the people around them. Even roommates who usually had a good relationship became enemies at this moment because of fighting for food. We are all college students. Except for some college students who have the habit of saving snacks, most college students don't have much to eat. After 7 days of doomsday, the government only provided relief once or twice. 2/3 of the students had finished their food, and among the remaining 1/3 of students who still had food, only a few were willing to lend it out. At this time, there are basically very few fools like this. The official news has been lost. Here, food is life. When the 8th day arrived, even crazier things happened. Many people directly smashed open the doors of various stores with sharp weapons, ignored the shop owners who did not have time to leave, and began to frantically grab resources. This crazy behavior only stopped after all the stores in the school were robbed of food. But this peaceful situation did not last long. On the 10th day, the electricity, which lasted for a short time every day, was completely cut off. From now on, there may be no electricity. This situation made the originally lively class group become dead silent. Only a few people were talking inside, and Muchini also discovered that his 3 roommates had noticed the bad situation and began to lock the dormitory door and pretend to be dead. But it's better this way. The 3 roommates have enough resources, so they won't bother him. Morong Shinner also settled down completely. According to Morong Shinner, the Doomsday Management Bureau has persuaded several foreign players to quit. This also includes the player team from the beautiful country. When each country learned that the next instance would be a doomsday event, they all returned with solemn expressions. The source of a catastrophic doomsday, in that desperate, world-destroying doomsday, is too much to even see. However, when they encountered the devil country, the players of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau couldn't help themselves and directly sent them back to reality. No one in other countries doubts the words of the Chinese Doomsday Administration, because China is the only country in the world that announces the predictions of S-level prophecy players to the whole world. It can be said that players all over the world have benefited from China and Mr. Chang Yecheng. In some ways, China represents authority. Unlike Master Sagino of the United States, every time you ask for the content of the prophecy, you have to pay. Different from Mr. Chang Yecheng, who publishes his predictions every time, Sagino charges for his predictions in most cases and he seldom publishes his predictions online. Because of the reputation here, when people from other countries hear the Chinese side say that keeping the source of doomsday that has frozen the world is useful, then it is useful. The Chinese side said that the level of the next doomsday copy will be the world-destroying level, that is, the world-destroying level. The people from the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau also stayed on the European island to protect the source of the doomsday from being destroyed. On the morning of the 11th day, Muchini was playing Connect the Dots on his phone, while Lin Yuan was watching a short play that she had downloaded in advance on TV next to him. As soon as he connected to a pair of blocks, a message suddenly popped up. Lin Yuan subconsciously glanced in his direction. Coincidentally, Muchini's mobile phone screen was facing her, and she could see the name on it clearly. Su Qianran. Is it this woman? The gossip in her eyes was almost overflowing. Her brother had told her about this before, and also showed her Muchini's circle of friends. Her younger brother Lin Yujia guessed that Muchini might delete this circle of friends the next day, so he took a screenshot and saved it in advance. When his sister asked about it, he directly took out the photo from his mobile phone album. In the photo, on a mood-lit photo of a few empty beer bottles, was Mukin Yi's depressing handwriting, "When the dark clouds disperse, will there be a sky full of stars?" Seeing this photo, Lin Yuan was shocked. This is still the man who was full of vigor and ambition, who was fearless in the face of disaster and became the first person in the world to crack the doomsday scenario. Mukin Yi? That's Muchini. Mukin Yi. How could I become such a love-brained person? So, she kept asking her brother about Mukin Yi as if she had discovered a new world. Afterwards, Lin Yujia had no intention of giving Muchini any face, and directly told her sister about the 2 years that Muchini had pursued Su Qianran. After learning about Muchini's glorious deeds, Lin Yuan felt like she had seen a brand new Muchini. She was particularly curious about the gossip between Muchini and Su Qianran. From the corner of her eye, she saw Muchini adjust the screen of his Lianliankan phone to the chat interface, and her gaze could not help but shift from the TV series on TV to Muchini's phone interface. The plots in TV dramas are all acted out, how can they be as good as in real life? Although she knew that peeping was not moral, she really couldn't help it in this situation. Then I saw Su Qianran's message pop up on my phone. Muchini, can we talk for a while longer? Do you really have no extra food? Muchini, no more, don't contact me anymore. Yo-ha? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. What was this? A dog's counterattack? However, she knew that the NPCs in the dungeon were basically identical to the real-life characters in every aspect. It can be said that if a snowstorm doomsday really happened in reality, then what Su Qianran said to Muchini at this time was actually what the real Su Qianran said. Chapter 85, Start Exercising? But then Lin Yuan saw Su Qianran's message and sat up straight. Su Qianran, Muchini, I'm sorry for rejecting your confession in public 2 weeks ago. Later, I reflected on myself. Although I don't like you, I can't and shouldn't let you, who is so courageous, lose face in front of so many people. My decision at that time may have been wrong, and I am very sorry to you. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I hope that you can temporarily communicate with me like an ordinary classmate, okay? Muchini looked at the phone screen and did not reply. When Lin Yuan saw this scene, she secretly thought that something was wrong. If the spring breeze has pity for flowers, can it allow the dog to be moved? Brother, you have tasted the pain of love once, you can't taste it again, right? And Muchini did not seem to disappoint her. After a little thought, Muchini replied. I'm treating you like an ordinary classmate now. I'm sorry, I don't have much food left and can't lend it to you. When Lin Yuan saw this news, for some reason, she felt sorry for Muchini. This is the frozen apocalypse where resources are extremely scarce, and they only have 2 more months left before they can leave. Even if Muchini made some excessive demands to Su Qianran for food, the other party shouldn't mind, right? After all, I have been chasing after her for 2 years. Shouldn't I use this doomsday to collect some interest? Su Qianran, sorry to bother you. Seeing the two people chatting, Lin Yuan curled her lips. She felt that Su Qianran would come to Muchini later. As long as the doomsday doesn't end, the food will run out sooner or later. When Su Qianran is hungry, she will look for Muchini again. Muchini didn't take it seriously and continued to open the connect the dots interface. Bang! The bedroom door suddenly opened, and Morong Shiner with disheveled hair walked out of her room. Seeing Muchini lying on the sofa, she walked towards him. Seeing Morong Xiner's horrible look, Muchini stopped playing the game and sat up straight from Guyu's lying position. What are you going to do? I've thought about this carefully over the past 2 days. Morong Xiner said, once the special copy is opened, any skills and items other than prophecy-related skills cannot be used. So, except for the skill, Eye of Death, you cannot use any other skills, including your top fighting skills and your Dagger of the End. Morong Shiner's eyes were burning. Even the ability of the Rubik's Cube Master will be lost, your improved thinking ability will decline, and the increase in physical fitness will disappear. You will become the useless person who didn't exercise for several years again. Muchini. No matter who they are, after obtaining the skills rewarded by the system, they can instantly transform into the elite of society, but if they lose these skills, they will be nothing. Morong Shiner ignored his expression and said seriously, so, let's make an assumption. In the next world-destroying dungeon, you will lose all your abilities, and the one who enters it is you who was an ordinary college student 2 weeks ago. So, what do you want to express? Muchini asked with a dark face. The gains from training in the dungeon will also be reflected in reality. Morong Xiner's eyes fell on him. There are less than 80 days left in this dungeon. During these 80 days, if you undergo professional training, I can make you, an ordinary person, undergo earth-shaking changes. What's the meaning? Muchini had an ominous premonition in his heart. In the next period of time, I will suppress the top fighting skills in your body and train you physically and mentally. Morong Shiner looked at him and said softly, I will give you special training. You can eat? I only have a few days left to live, and you still want to torture me? Wait a minute. He quickly raised his hand to stop the other party. Can I refuse? Cannot. I don't want to practice, go away. You have to practice. Yuan, help me hold him down. Ah. A few minutes later, a horrific scream was heard from Muchini's room. Morong Shiner was not just talking, she really put Muchini through a devilish training. Strength training, speed training, and even the most painful flexibility training. Muchini was also being tortured to death in his room, which made him want to give up. After finishing the training at night, Morong Shiner personally massaged the sore and weak muscles of Muchini who was lying on the bed. It's difficult at the beginning, but it will be fine if you stick with it for a while, she comforted. Will the pain go away if you hold on for a while? Muchini asked weakly. No. Morong Xiner shook her head. You'll get used to it after a while, and you won't yell like you did today." Hearing this, Mu Chinny rolled his eyes in despair and buried his head in the quilt. I don't know if Morong Xiner has ever drawn the massage skill, but her little hands feel weird when they pinch my body. It hurts. It hurts so much, but compared to the pain during training, it is still within an acceptable range. He felt his bones being pressed crunch and crunch by the other party. The pain made him moan involuntarily. An hour later. Looking at the sleeping Mu Chinny, Morong Shiner turned and left the room, saying to Lin Yuan on the sofa, "Make him some bone soup. I'm going to get some sleep, too." Morong Shiner pinched her eyebrows. While helping Mu Chinny exercise, she also consumed a lot of her own energy. So, she returned to Lin Yuan's bedroom a little tired. In fact, many people don't know that when she cracked the source of a catastrophic doomsday, she obtained an A-level skill called God-level massage. God-level massage technique, superb massage techniques, frequently helping the same person to massage can improve the other person's physical condition. When she got this skill, she felt that she would never have the chance to use it. As the top leader of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau, she is so busy that it is impossible for her to use this skill. Unexpectedly, after years of peace in China, an SSS-level prophecy player like Mu Chinny appeared. Similarly, Lin Yuan naturally took on the responsibility of taking care of Mu Chinny. In the next few days, Mu Chinny had to receive special training from Morong Shiner every day, but the benefits were also obvious. After he acquired top-level fighting skills, he now felt that his strength had greatly increased. This feeling of getting stronger every day made him somewhat addicted. This certainly doesn't mean that Mu Chinny has a masochistic tendency, but when he found that his body was slowly filling with strength, it felt much better than the direct increase after acquiring a skill. Chapter 86 Miss Su, you don't want to starve to death, do you? The time came to the 15th day of the end of the world. After a few days of fermentation, the outside world has become more and more chaotic. During his free time during training, Mu Chinny also paid attention to the outside world. At this time, the outside world had gone completely crazy. Snatching of food has become commonplace. And everyone seemed to anticipate that they were about to die, and all kinds of ridiculous things happened on campus. It is said that there are many bodies of couples who froze to death outside. As if anticipating their own death, people's animal nature was aroused. There were even some cases of coercion and rape of women. You know, this snowstorm only lasted for 15 days, but thousands of years of social civilization have collapsed. In the doomsday state, people's living environment is difficult, and social public power is also challenged. In this environment where no one is willing to maintain the bottom line, there is no limit to the escalation of crime and violence. This is still just the beginning, and more serious things will inevitably happen later. This is the norm for most global disasters. Mu Chinny might still feel a little uncomfortable, but for Lin Yuan and Morong Shiner, they have become numb. If the criminals in the Doomsday Copy were brought back to reality, there would probably be countless criminals sentenced to life imprisonment. This also reflects the role of law in reality. But in addition to restraining and preventing crime, the law actually also emphasizes the role of the socialization of crime. Many people don't understand this. There are many righteous people on the internet. When they see some outrageous crimes in the news, they always say that this murderer should be sentenced to death, and that evil devil with evil intentions should also be sentenced to death. But in fact, the death penalty is rarely used, and even in Europe and the United States, the death penalty has been abolished. On the one hand, from the perspective of the goodness of human nature, punishment is used to save the heart from guilt. A heavy penalty will not necessarily serve as a warning, but will be counterproductive because there is no fault tolerance mechanism. On the other hand, directly executing criminals is, in a sense, a relief and an escape from guilt for the criminals. Social opinion and moral condemnation are also part of the punishment for criminals. Of course, reform and atonement are also part of the punishment. On the night of the 15th day of the end of the world, Mu Chinny moaned in the room as he enjoyed Morong Shiner's massage. Lin Yuan has already gotten used to it. She sits in the living room, putting on a facial mask and watching short dramas on her fully charged mobile phone. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Lin Yuan walked to the door while holding her cell phone in one hand. Through the peephole, she saw a girl standing at the door with her arms folded, looking pitiful. Su Qianran? Lin Yuan recognized this girl. Why is this girl here? Could it be that the other party still hasn't given up on Mu Chinny? She glanced through the peephole to see the other person's side and made sure there was no one next to him. A person comes to see Mu Chinny during such a sensitive period? There was a hint of amusement in her eyes. Isn't this from being caught in a trap? Bah, 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 what do you mean by walking into a trap? It's clearly a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. No, no, this is not hell. However, in order to prevent someone from hiding in the blind spot of the peephole, she was still prepared and opened the door vigilantly. Su Qianran obviously did not expect the other party to open the door directly, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Yuan ignored her at first, but looked around the corridor. Seeing that there was no one hiding around, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Qianran with a scrutinizing look. Standing in front of her was a southern girl who looked very petite. Although she looked short, her body proportions were very good. And there was a pitiful look on his face, which made me feel even more sorry for him. I even wanted to love him well. I didn't expect Mu Qianyi to like this kind of thing. But soon, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Because, Director Morong seems to be of this type as well? It's just that Director Morong's usual height-increasing shoes made him so much taller that he was almost as tall as her. That's why she has never shown the feminine gentleness of Su Qianran. She looked at Su Qianran in front of her. Because she hadn't taken a shower for a long time, Su Qianran's hair was a little greasy and the smell on her body was indescribable. Come in first. Lin Yuan gave up her seat. Su Qianran walked in carefully. As soon as she entered the room, she felt a surge of warmth suddenly penetrate her body. What a warm room! She looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. It was so cold outside, the entire blue planet was probably covered in snow, so why was it so warm here? Then she noticed the source of the heat, a fireplace, and the air conditioner was always on. Wait, why is there a fireplace here? Also, how come the air conditioner is still working here? Isn't there a power outage here? Bang! Lin Yuan closed the door and looked at Su Qianran who was fleeing, and said with a smile. The bathroom is over there, go take a shower, you smell so bad. Su Qianran was stunned. How could one be asked to take a shower as soon as they arrived? But when she heard the other party say that she smelled bad, she couldn't help but blush and asked softly, Teacher Lin, may I ask where is Mu Qianyi? Ah! A soul-stirring cry suddenly came from one of the rooms with closed doors. The owner of this cry was Mu Qianyi. Su Qianran? What's going on here? Although she was a virgin, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork, so she couldn't help but imagine the sound. But, isn't Mu Qianyi's girlfriend the one in front of you? What is the other person doing in the room? There was a hint of suspicion in her eyes, and her expression was somewhat murky. He's busy. Go take a shower first. He should be done by the time you come out. Lin Yuan insisted that she take a bath. However, a big part of the reason why Lin Yuan is so nice to Su Qianran is because she knows that the person in front of her is Mr. Mu's White Moonlight. She was looking forward to Mu Qianyi's reaction after seeing Su Qianran. Because they were under her roof, Su Qianran seemed not to dare to disobey her, so she looked resigned and walked towards the bathroom pitifully, holding her coat. There are disposable bath towels in the bathroom, just open them and use them. Also, there is a set of my pajamas in the closet, remember to put them on when you come out. Lin Yuan gave a reminder and watched the other person go into the bathroom. Su Qianran didn't dare to take a shower for too long in someone else's house, so after more than 10 minutes she hurried out with wet hair and holding her clothes. The first thing she saw when she came out was Lin Yuan who was looking her up and down. Mr. Lin. Her voice lowered a little and her wet hair drooped down. After taking a few glances at her nice figure, Lin Yuan said quietly. Miss Su, you don't want to starve to death one day, do you? Su Qianran. What does Lin Yuan mean by this sentence? Teacher Lin, you haven't told me where Mu Qianyi is. Su Qianran lowered her eyelids, covering her crystal clear eyes. He should still be busy. Lin Yuan said perfunctorily, and continued to lock his eyes on her, giving her an infinite sense of oppression. But Miss Su, you haven't answered my question yet. Chapter 87. Is this still that bootlicker? Su Qianran opened her mouth. Crunch. There was a sound of a door opening and she looked over immediately. But to her surprise, the person who opened the door was not Mu Qianyi, but a beautiful woman with delicate appearance, as if she was sculpted by Nuwa herself. This beautiful woman has a very cold temperament, giving people a feeling that they can't get close to her. After the woman came out, he glanced at her and said to Lin Yuan, Yiwan, go in and take care of Mu Qianyi. After saying that, she walked into her room tiredly. She was not puzzled by Su Qianran's arrival. It seemed that she had noticed Su Qianran when she just entered the room. Su Qianran just stared blankly at Morong Shiner as she walked into another bedroom. She is my immediate superior in the company. Lin Yuan explained, and then said in a bewitching tone, Miss Su, do you want to have enough food in the future? We have a lot of food here, and there is hot water for bathing. What she said was very tempting, but Su Qianran was a little wary. What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Lin Yuan smiled gently. Mr. Mu needs a little follower to take care of him. You stay and take care of Mr. Mu. Su Qianran blinked. Just simple care? What else? Lin Yuan tilted her head and asked, do you want something else to happen between you and Mr. Mu? Before Su Qianran could say anything, she immediately added, of course, even if you want to, you have to see what Mr. Mu thinks. I dare not make the decision for Mr. Mu. Lin Yuan's attitude is so unpredictable. At this point, Su Qianran couldn't help herself. Thinking of the beautiful woman who had just walked into the other room, she asked directly, Teacher Lin, aren't you and Mu Chini a couple? Of course not. Lin Yuan blinked. I'm just a bodyguard of Mr. Mu, taking care of his daily life, so you still have a chance. Listening to Lin Yuan's teasing words, Su Qianran remained silent rationally. She didn't dare to participate in this kind of topic, but her heart was much more lively because of the other party's words. Lin Yuan is just Machiniai's bodyguard. Could it be that Machiniai has some hidden and extraordinary identity? But how could such a powerful man pursue her for 2 years like a dog? She naturally saw Mu Chini's pursuit of her for 2 years. But she neither agreed nor accepted such errand-running labor. After all, for her, there were too many suitors like Machiniai, and she was too lazy to refuse. And with such a little follower following her around all day, there will be less harassment around her. 2 weeks ago, when Machiniai really confessed his love to her, she was surprised. But she was also a little worried. Of course, she was not worried about Machiniai's confession, but she was worried that she had lost a laborer to run errands. Perhaps it was the last bit of guilt in her heart that made her not keep him hanging any longer. Instead, she ruthlessly rejected him under the gazes of countless spectators around her. She is a very ruthless type. If Mu Chini had any dignity, he would probably never come to her again. But she overlooked one point: dogs who lick people do not deserve dignity. If Mu Chini had not entered Doomsday that night and had not experienced so many things, no one would know whether Mu Chini would really wake up. Maybe after sobering up from his hangover the next day, he would still like Su Qianran and continue to cling to her like a pug. No one can predict this matter for sure. Even Mu Chini might not know whether he will still be obsessed with it when he wakes up the next day. By the way, you came here to join us, right? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Take refuge? Su Qianran subconsciously wanted to shake her head to deny it. She came this time simply to borrow food because she had been hungry for a long time, and everyone in the dormitory had left their beds and went outside to seek food. She even heard that her 2 roommates even sacrificed their bodies in exchange for food. This is a very sad thing. Without food, the only thing they can exchange is their own bodies. Su Qianran has naturally not reached that step yet, but someone has already made an offer to her. As long as she gives in, she won't starve to death for a few days. This time she came to find Machiniai, also wanting to try it out with the bootlicker who had been pursuing her for 2 years. But she never expected that people outside lived a life of having no food to eat and freezing to death every day, while the room temperature here was as warm as spring, with hot water for bathing and food to eat. If it were in reality, she would disdain it. But this is the end. These are luxuries that are very, very hard to come by. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug. If she could live in such a good environment, why would she need to live a precarious life? So, when she heard the other party asking her if she was asking, she subconsciously shook her head and paused, then nodded. That's good. A smile of success flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Oh. Then, she suddenly thought of something and quickly turned around and ran to the kitchen. I made the soup. A few minutes later, she came out holding a small pot. Because the small pot was opened, the aroma inside overflowed, making Su Qianran, who had not had a full meal for a long time, couldn't help swallowing. Come with me. Lin Yuan noticed her abnormality and calmly pushed open the door of Mu Chini's room. Ouch. At this moment in the room, Machiniai was slumped on the bed, every part of his body revealing the signal that he didn't want to move. However, Mu Chini's weakness disappeared instantly after he noticed the girl next to Lin Yuan. Why are you here? Mu Chini saw the person coming and sat up with a frown on his face. He didn't expect that Su Qianran would come to see him. She came to live with us and wanted to live here. Lin Yuan explained and placed the bone soup on the table next to her. There are already 3 of us here, and there is no room for us to sleep. Mu Qianyi shook his head, looked at Su Qianran with a complicated look, and refused. Student Su, please go back. Chapter 88. Su Qianran is a player. Su Qianran bit her lip. Yuan, bring me the soup. Mu Qianyi didn't look at her again, but looked at Lin Yuan. Okay. Lin Yuan felt a little sorry that Mu Qianyi actually rejected Su Qianran. She thought she could watch a good show. She brought the soup in her hand to the table in front of Mu Qianyi. Be careful, it's hot. Mu Qianyi took the porridge, blew on it, then picked up the spoon and began to drink it in small sips. After drinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at Su Qianran, who was still standing there, and asked doubtfully, "Why don't you leave?" Su Qianran bit her lower lip. After a moment, she said faintly, "Mu Qianyi, you lied to me." "What did I lie to you about?" Mu Qianyi frowned. "You told me that you didn't have much food left." Su Qianran's tone was a little aggrieved, "But I just saw that you clearly have a lot of food here. Who knows how long this snowstorm will last?" Mu Qianyi looked at her, his calm eyes seemed to never be disturbed by the woman in front of him. One more mouth to feed means one less portion of our food every day. Now he is completely relieved. 2 weeks ago, Su Qianran had already explained to him the relationship between the two. Therefore, there will no longer be any relationship between him and this woman. This is true in the game instance and in reality as well. Of course, he would not take revenge on the NPC in front of him who was basically identical to the real Su Qianran just because this was the end of the world. But when Su Qianran heard these words, she began to think about them, with a very conflicted expression. Finally, she whispered, "No, the snowstorm will be over soon, believe me." "What if it doesn't end?" Mu Qianyi asked. "Believe me, it will be over soon, and if you take me in, I will have another purpose." Su Qianran seemed to have made up her mind and said this. "What is it?" "Actually, I do have a little bit of medical skills," Su Qianran said. "Medical skills?" Mu Qianyi couldn't help but sit up straight. "Where did you learn medical skills? Their profession has nothing to do with medicine. Where did Su Qianran learn this half-baked medical skills? I'm afraid the other party doesn't have a medical license?" That's right. Su Qianran blushed and muttered, "It's the kind of thing. Have you ever read a novel that says that when the end of the world comes, a group of people with special abilities will appear or something like that?" Hearing this, Mu Qianyi and Lin Yuan looked at each other from a distance. Both of them saw similar things in each other's eyes. Then, Mu Qianyi nodded, "Go on." "Then, I may also be this kind of chosen one, so I am now a person with healing abilities, do you understand?" Su Qianran looked at Mu Qianyi expectantly. Seeing the silent Mu Qianyi, she was afraid that he would not believe her, so she quickly explained. "Really? If you don't believe me, I can show you right now. Cut a wound on your finger and I will use my special powers to heal it." As she spoke, a ball of energy was brewing in her hand, a milky white ball of energy. Seeing Su Qianran's actions, Mu Qianyi and Lin Yuan were completely certain. The other party is also a player. Thinking of this, the corner of Mu Qianyi's eye twitched. However, he had previously looked at the list of all Chinese players that Murong Xin'er gave him, and Su Qianran was not on the list. So what we can understand is that Su Qianran is a new player. What kind of bullshit plot is this? The ex-girlfriend who failed to confess her love also joined the game? He looked at Lin Yuan helplessly and said, "Register her identity, and then let her sleep in the living room for the rest of the day." "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded, then extended her right hand to Su Qianran. "Miss Su, please come with me." Seeing their calm attitudes, Su Qianran was stunned. No, there is light on her hands. How come they weren't surprised at all about such an unscientific thing? With her mind in a daze, she followed Lin Yuan to the living room. When they arrived at the living room, Lin Yuan skillfully took out a small notebook and faced Su Qianran. "Miss Su, what is the level of your skill and what is its name?" "Ah." Su Qianran was stunned, and then her eyes widened suddenly. "Could it be that you are also? Are these people players like her? Did she find an organization?" However, thinking about the many stories she had just made up, saying that she was some kind of superpower, she couldn't help but cover her hot face. "It's so embarrassing." "Well, the 3 of us are players." Lin Yuan nodded, then squinted her eyes and said, "I don't have a contract here right now. When we leave this instance, I will give you a confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement? Su Qianran has not yet recovered from the shock that the three of them are players. Well, Mu Qinyi's identity is quite special. You can't reveal Mu Qinyi's information to any other players. Lin Yuan said solemnly. Mu Qinyi. Su Qianran was dumbfounded. Mu Qinyi has a special identity, so he still has to sign a confidentiality agreement? Isn't the other person, her dog? Okay, Miss Su, tell me your skills and levels first, and then if you have any questions about this dungeon, you can ask me. Seeing this, Su Qianran could only tell the other party the skills he had drawn. S level, Miraculous Doctor. Because it is a healing skill, it is classified as an auxiliary skill. Okay, do you have any questions you want to ask now? After recording Su Qianran's information, Lin Yuan put away the notebook and looked at the other party with a smile. I have a few questions. Su Qianran began to ask her about the game Doomsday. And Lin Yuan answered them one by one. In fact, Su Qianran's luck was already very good. The first Doomsday she encountered was only the lowest level disaster level Doomsday. In fact, this Doomsday might not even be rated as a disaster level Doomsday. If too few players died, it would probably become a plague level Doomsday. Except for new players, old players will basically not die in the plague level Doomsday. They are all veterans, and there is also the prediction of Mr. Chang Yeqing from China. It would be unreasonable if they could die again. As Su Qianran learned more about the game, Doomsday, she thought of Mu Qinyi and couldn't help asking. Teacher Lin, what are your Mu Qinyi skills? My skill is S level, Airflow. As for Mu Qinyi's skill, I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to tell you because I signed a confidentiality agreement in this regard. If you really want to know. Lin Yuan shook her head, unless Mr. Mu tells you in person. Chapter 89, the source of the Doomsday has been solved? Everyone returns to reality. In this way, Su Qianran successfully joined the House of Three People. After Morong Shiner asked Lin Yuan and Su Qianran about their skills, she stopped asking any more questions. After hearing Director Morong's question, Lin Yuan finally understood why Director Morong was no longer curious about Su Qianran at that time. Because when Su Qianran entered their room, Director Morong discovered that the other party was a player. Since he is one of us, it's no wonder that Director Morong has that attitude. Su Qianran's joining was just like cooking one more meal, and life went on as usual. It was just because of his previous confession that Mu Qinyi pretended that this person didn't exist and continued to exercise every day with the help of Morong Shiner. And Su Qianran also watched Mu Qinyi's training in amazement every day. On the 20th day after the apocalypse, the outside world was in chaos, but the small room they were in was warm as spring and extremely comfortable. Su Qianran was thankful for her choice more than once. Finally one day, she watched Mu Qinyi train every day, and couldn't help but find Morong Shiner and asked, Sister Morong, I also want to exercise every day like Mu Qinyi, can you take me with you? Morong Shiner frowned and glanced at her, then said calmly, Sorry, I'm busy and don't have time to take care of one more person. If they hadn't been together for a few days and were a little familiar with each other, her answer might have been just one word. Roll. She helped Mu Qinyi to increase his strength because the next Doomsday would be a world-destroying one. The stronger Mu Qinyi was, the greater his chance of passing the level. And the Su Qianran in front of him didn't look like someone who could survive a world-destroying Doomsday. She didn't want to waste time on the other person. When Su Qianran saw that the other party refused, she didn't dare to say anything more. After spending the past 2 days with the three of them, she clearly noticed that Lin Yuan was extremely respectful to this woman. It is obvious that this woman seems to be a very powerful person. And such a powerful person has to take care of Mu Qinyi one-on-one. For the first time, she felt curiosity and a desire to explore Mu Qinyi. This is also quite funny. After 3 years of being a bootlicker, Mu Qinyi had never received even a single glance from Su Qianran, but just because of a Doomsday copy, he received great attention from the other party. And Mu Qinyi's strength is becoming stronger and stronger. As the second month drew closer, the atmosphere in the room became inexplicably tense. Of course, except for Su Qianran, who didn't understand the situation. Su Qianran just felt that the three people talked a lot less, but she didn't know why. The school has now slowly turned into a hell, with more and more people committing crimes outside, and many even coming to their door. Of course, all of these were easily solved by Lin Yuan, who took a broom and disposed of the body as usual. Su Qianran looked at the scene in confusion. This official can kill people just because he wants to? Noticing Su Qianran's doubts, Lin Yuan explained to her that NPCs could be killed in the Doomsday copy. Hearing her words, Su Qianran couldn't help but ask. So you guys have always treated me as an NPC? If she hadn't revealed her skills, would these people have killed her too? Yes, after all, we don't know your identity either. Lin Yuan blinked and said, but you are one of us now. The skill you drew is an S-level healing skill. Our management bureau is in great need of talents like you. You must join our official team after you leave the dungeon. Su Qianran nodded, she should join the official one. Time passed by little, and the chaos outside was so terrible that it was hard to describe. If I described it anymore, it would explode. Finally, the time came to the night of the 30th day. In about 10 hours, Mu Qianyi will be able to open the Eye of Death when he wakes up in the morning. The few of them were also prepared. In order to prevent any unexpected events from happening in response to Machinei's prediction, Morong Shiner did not let Machinei exercise that day, but instead let him recuperate. According to Morong Shiner, all prophecy players will consume a lot of physical and mental energy when using prophecy skills. Mu Qianyi doesn't consume physical energy, but he consumes a lot of mental energy. Because in the death replay, he experienced exactly the same pain as his future body. He wants to personally experience every way the future body dies. So every time he came back to his senses from the replay of his death, he would take a moment to recover from the fear of death. There were many times when he was even a little afraid of the feeling of death. But when he thought about his own death in real life, his parents would lose their only son, and his friends would be sad too. In reality, there were too many things that he couldn't bear to part with. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his fear and opened the Eye of Death. That night, Su Qianran naturally felt the solemn atmosphere among the crowd. Even when eating, everyone remained silent, and Machinei's expression did not look good. What time tomorrow morning? Morong Shiner asked. 8:10. Mu Qianyi glanced at the countdown of the Eye of Death in the system and said so. Okay, I will personally look after you then and won't let anyone disturb you. Morong Shiner promised. So, Mu Qianyi finished his meal early and went to rest. No words were spoken that night. Because he went to bed too early at night, Mu Qianyi was unable to release his energy and woke up at around 4 in the morning. After waking up, he looked at the dark night outside, put on his coat, quietly pushed open the door of the room, and walked into the living room. After looking at Su Qianran, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, he slowly walked to the window and looked at the heavy snow outside. For some reason, he suddenly felt an uneasy feeling in his heart, which had nothing to do with his vigorous energy. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Mu Qianyi? A small voice called out from behind him. Sorry for waking you up. Mu Qianyi saw Su Qianran waking up and said apologetically. It's okay. Su Qianran also put on her clothes, walked to his side in slippers, and watched the snow outside the window with him. A beautiful lady is beside me. Mu Qianyi had seen this scene countless times in his dreams and had longed for it countless times. But now, when the expected thing happened, there was no longer any ripple in his heart. He no longer cares. Mu Qianyi, are you still angry with me now? Su Qianran asked softly. No. Mu Qianyi shook his head, it's all over. His mind is now more focused on the next world-destroying doomsday. Hearing his answer, Su Qianran tilted her head and looked at his profile. For some reason, she felt that Mu Qianyi, who now had a deep gaze and seemed more mature, had a charm he had never had before. At this moment, Machinei seemed to have a special magical power that attracted her very much. If the other person looked like this before, she would probably be deeply attracted to him, right? Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and she turned her head with a blush and looked out the window. The two fell silent again. I don't know how much time has passed. It seems like the snow outside has stopped. Su Qianran suddenly exclaimed. Has the snow stopped? Mu Qianyi, who was thinking, suddenly woke up and looked out the window. The heavy snow that had been falling all over the sky and had lasted for a month actually stopped. Not a single snowflake. What is going on? Bite. The system's voice suddenly rang in the ears of all players. Congratulations to Same Clan player Qian Boyu for clearing this global doomsday dungeon, Global Freeze. The dungeon will end early. Clearance level, excellent. Congratulations to Same Clan player Qian Boyu for completing this global doomsday game. Congratulations to the Same Clan players. Chapter 90 Eye of Death, it is indeed a special copy. The system notification sounded 3 times in succession. After hearing the system's notification, Mu Qianyi's eyes were dull at first, and then he was terrified. If the source of this doomsday is cracked in advance, then his Eye of Death. He quickly looked at the instructions of the Eye of Death. Eye of Death, the host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. This instance has been cleared and cannot be used again. Realistic cooling time, 7 days. It cannot be used again in this copy. Because someone had cleared this doomsday, the Eye of Death that he had been waiting for a month could no longer be used. Seeing this, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Why was the source of doomsday cracked in advance? Didn't Morong Shinner tell him that she had sent people to protect the source of doomsday? If the situation develops normally, he should have 2 more chances to use Eye of Death in this doomsday copy. Su Qianran, who was standing by, did not notice Mu Chenyi's emotions. She had an excited look on her face. It's finally over, we can go back to reality. Shortly after she finished speaking, 2 doors opened. It's Morong Shinner and Lin Yuan. They had just heard the system's voice, and both women had unhappy looks on their faces. Morong Shinner, what's going on? Mu Chenyi didn't even call him director, but directly called the other person's full name. I just asked, and Lai Wenji said that this was the work of the Holy Clan, but I don't know the details yet. Morong Shinner also had a guilty look on her face. I heard it. Mu Chenyi squinted his eyes, I'm not deaf yet. Just now the system said with such a loud voice that Chen Boyu from the same clan had completed this copy of the Global Frozen Dungeon. Sorry, did you do it the second time? Morong Shinner apologized again, and then nervously asked about what she cared about most. The copy is over and cannot be used anymore. Mu Chenyi shook his head with a sullen face. Real world. Because after the copy is over, the return location is directly the place where you entered the copy, so Morong Shinner is not with Mu Chenyi and Lin Yuan. Before Su Qianran entered the copy, she was in the girls' dormitory. So, only Lin Yuan and Mu Chenyi were left in the room. Ding, congratulations to the host Mu Chenyi for successfully surviving the Doomsday, Global Freeze, and receiving the reward, 7 points. This is the only sound in the system. Apart from this, Mu Chenyi did not receive any rewards. Generally, you won't get anything good from surviving the copies, just some simple points. Unless the newcomer survives, he can get a few resurrection coins and even have a chance to draw a lottery because the rewards for participating in the dungeon for the first time are doubled. After returning to reality, the cooldown of Eye of Death was refreshed, but Mu Chenyi did not start it directly, but waited. He had to wait for Morong Shinner's explanation. Another point is that he only has 1 chance to use the Eye of Death before the next world-destroying doomsday, and he doesn't dare to use it casually. He and Lin Yuan waited in the room for a while, but instead of receiving a call from Morong Shinner, Su Qianran came knocking on the door. Su Qianran came to join the 2 of them. Lin Yuan was not in the mood to entertain her for the time being, so she asked her to sit on the sofa and wait, and then she waited with Mu Chenyi. Su Qianran also noticed that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, so she sat down on the sofa obediently, not daring to disturb the 2 of them. After waiting for about half an hour, Mu Chenyi's phone rang. He picked up the phone, saw that it was Morong Shinner, and answered it directly. Mu Chenyi, this is the fault of our Doomsday Management Bureau. Over the past month, they have been guarding the source of the Doomsday with all their heart and responsibility. But today, when their personnel were rotating on duty, the same clan took the opportunity to sneak in. Morong Shinner's voice came from the other end of the phone. And Mu Chenyi couldn't help but ask, why? Aren't these guys from the same clan trying to stop humans from destroying the source of the Doomsday? Isn't their goal to make the Doomsday come true? Why did they suddenly go to destroy the source of the Doomsday this time? What is this? Is this against Tiangang? Morong Shinner was silent for a while before she said faintly. They may have learned that we are guarding the source of the Doomsday. You know, these guys like to go against us. The people of the same clan like to do the opposite of humans. The more the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau wants to protect the source of Doomsday, the more destructive they will be. The identities and status of the 2 were directly reversed this time. And this time, the people of the Holy Clan succeeded. I will use my only remaining chance soon. Mu Chenyi murmured, wish me good luck. It's to wish good luck to all mankind. Morong Shinner added. Mu Chenyi no longer wanted to say anything. He hung up the phone angrily, slowly closed his eyes, and silently said in his heart. Open the Eye of Death. The last death eye before the world-destroying doomsday, come on. A feeling of dizziness comes. Ding dong. The alarm sounded, and then Mu Chenyi's vision gradually recovered. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that the future body was looking at his hands, examining them up and down. Then, the future body slowly stood up and looked around. Muchini, who was watching the battle, also followed the other party's gaze and looked at the situation around him. This is a simple rental house, filled with many empty beer bottles and garbage scattered all over the floor, which shows how sloppy the owner of this body is. Then, the future body walked towards the bathroom. When he arrived at the bathroom, he saw a mirror in front of him. Standing in front of the mirror was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was a bit unkempt, and his messy hair looked like a nest of wolves. This image. It's hard to describe in words, but Muchini knows very well that this is not him. Is it really a special copy? And in this special copy, he will possess another person? But before he could take a closer look at himself in the mirror, that is, the uncle, he suddenly discovered that this uncle, no, it should be said that this future body, the future body's expression showed a hint of horror. Yes, horror. The future body looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief, and his body began to tremble violently. I only heard his trembling voice, filled with deep fear. No, it shouldn't be like this. Chapter 91 Killed by the same person. Shouldn't it be like this? Muchini was confused for a moment. What is the future body afraid of? Moreover, the replay shown to him by the Eye of Death this time was still very strange, similar to the previous two death replays. The future body sat down on the sofa at the back, staring at the mirror in front of him, and screamed in fear. No, it shouldn't be like this. What's going on? Seeing this, Muchini, who was watching the game, couldn't help but become nervous. Bang! There was a loud noise and the future body suddenly looked outside the door. I saw several mysterious men in black clothes appear at the door. These men in black had their faces covered and rushed directly towards the future body. Seeing these men in black, the future body stood up from the sofa in a panic and waved his hands. No, you can't kill me. I want to see your... Puff. Sudden. A sharp blade suddenly pierced into the chest of the future body. The future body does not possess top-notch fighting skills. He possesses the body of an uncle without a trace of strength. When the sharp blade sank into his stomach, the words that were about to come out of his mouth got stuck in his throat. Ha, ha. The future body was spitting blood foam from its mouth and its eyes were wide open. Boom! The door of the room suddenly opened. Muchini, who was watching the battle, immediately turned his gaze to outside the room. When he saw the person coming, Muchini, who was watching the battle, felt his adrenaline soaring. Because the person who came was the young man he saw for the first time. It might even be the young man who killed him the second time. The two consecutive times he was stabbed with the Eye of Death, it was this young man who killed him. At this time, the future body looked at the young man in despair as he walked up to him. Sorry. The young man said apologetically, we are all trying to survive. Then he took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the chest of the future body. Severe pain, broken heart. The future body stared at the young man unwillingly. Finally, he slowly fell to the ground and died. Future body, dead. Returning to reality, Muchini covered his neck and slowly fell to the ground. It happens again. Another very strange picture. I feel like I've seen everything, but I also feel like I haven't seen anything. However, based on watching the 3 death replays, he could vaguely guess some of the content. For example, his identity after traveling to a special copy. He seems to be an unsuccessful middle-aged man, which can be seen from the dirty and messy environment of his rental house. But compared to the previous 2 times, he became a beggar and was then killed by the young man. This time, his hands and feet were intact, and his voice was not damaged, but he was a little older. It was strange. He always felt that the person he possessed the last 2 times was not the sloppy middle-aged man he just saw in the mirror. The only similarity between the previous 2 death replays and the current one is that he was killed by the same person. Mr. Mu? Lin Yuan called him briefly. Muchini turned his head, saw the other party, nodded, and continued to ponder. The information he got was not enough, he still didn't know what the special mode of the next copy would be. However, back in reality, his prophecy skill Scales of Judgment was also refreshed and could be used once after 3 days. But compared to other more comprehensive prophecy skills, Scales of Judgment only has 2 answers. Yes or no. The Scales of Judgment are a judgment question. How can he use the Scale of Judgment to get more information? There is still a suspicious point from this death replay. He remembered that when the future body saw himself in the mirror before, his face was full of horror. Why does the future body become terrified when it sees its own appearance? Did he recognize who he was? This is an information gap between the future body and him. The future body knew something he didn't know, and the replays of these 3 death eyes were also very strange. Compared with the previous death replays, the information these 3 death scenes gave him was too limited. If the previous few death replays were about feeding rice into his mouth, then these few times were like scattering rice on the ground and letting him peck at it grain by grain. Previous death replays would give him information about how he died, but these 3 times were not so comprehensive. The most important information told him was that the person who killed him was a young man, and he also remembered the young man's appearance. In addition, the young man's family must be very wealthy, otherwise he would not have so many men in black under his command. Compared with the previous 2 deaths, the young man appeared alone to attack him in the first 2 times, but the 3rd time the young man sent many men in black to control him before killing him. He rubbed his eyebrows and felt his mind was full of confusion. Still can't get any information. Moreover, this is a world-destroying doomsday. When he thought of that horrific, world-destroying doomsday, he felt his soul trembling and afraid. Moreover, after the last, global freeze, doomsday ended, he still did not get the resurrection coin, which proves one thing. The next doomsday, he will have to continue fighting hard. He rubbed his brows and his eyes drifted towards his personal mall. Every time a doomsday copy ends, the 4 items in the personal mall will be refreshed. Because he obtained 7 points in the doomsday copy of Global Freeze, he now has a total of 840 points. Can be exchanged for a good A-level skill or item? Click on the personal mall, and the first reward is still the sparkling golden flash. Nano Armor SS level, has extremely strong destructive power, 1 person is like an army. Price, 2,800 points. Very good, can't afford it, next one. Keyboard Warrior D rank, your level of sarcasm is improved, and your keyboard typing speed becomes very fast. Price, 15 points. Mu Chini. This system can also be weird. He would put it aside for the time being and not necessarily consider it, because he planned to spend all his points before entering this world-destroying doomsday. Is being sarcastic a skill? Invalid command one-time item, illegal operation, prohibited. Once used, all players within a 10-kilometer radius will not be able to use any skills for 10 minutes. Price, 800 points. What is this? Muchini looked at the blue dart on the prop and his eyes twitched. This thing can't distinguish between friend and foe. However, this thing probably won't be of any use in the next doomsday. So it was not within his consideration. Of course, if the 4th one is too outrageous, he will still buy the 2nd one and this one, which adds up to exactly 815 points. Chapter 92 Human Cognition has been tampered with. Muchini turned his gaze to the 4th item. But when he saw the 4th item, his expression became strange. Space Telescope one-time prop, you can see things beyond your cognition. Price, 840 points. Nuken E? What the hell is this? Why is it so expensive? If he bought it directly, wouldn't he be squeezed dry? The kind that doesn't have a drop left. In addition, the introduction of this telescope is that it can see things beyond his cognition? What does this mean? This is a space telescope. Can it see something in the universe? He was a little curious about this thing, but it was too expensive after all, so he didn't consider buying it. He looked at the 4 items he had drawn this time. Except for the Keyboard Warrior, everything he drew this time was quite expensive. If the nano armor is not taken into consideration, his plan is to spend all the points, otherwise he would die without spending the money, which would be a huge loss. He looked at the invalid command in Space Telescope and fell into deep thought. The next copy is a Doomsday copy, and it is a special copy. In the special copy, no one is allowed to use skills, so this invalid command is equivalent to repeating it and has no effect. It's this Space Telescope. What he is thinking about now is whether the props can be used normally in the next special copy of the world-destroying level? If the props cannot be used normally, then it will be useless to change anything. After thinking for a while, he finally did not make a decision. If it doesn't work out, he will exchange all his points for money. 840 points is worth 8.4 billion. Of course, if everyone died in this apocalyptic apocalypse, no amount of money would be of any use. Let us not worry about these things for now. What he should think about now is how to use the Scales of Judgment 3 days later, and also look at the contents of the prophecies of Mr. Chang Yeching and Master Sagino from the United States. This time, even if he has to pay for it, he must buy Master Sagino's prophecy. Information is extremely important for any dungeon, otherwise, prophecy skills would not be so rare. He sent his thoughts to Morong Shiner, and this time he must get the content of Master Sigeno's prophecy. Morong Shiner sent him a received message. Afterwards, Mu Chini asked for a week's vacation from school and booked a flight back to Jiangcheng in the afternoon. He wanted to go back and spend some time with his parents. After tasting the best food at some of the best restaurants in Ganshui City with Lin Yuan, they boarded the plane. Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao were still the ones to pick them up at the airport, but this time for some reason, Mother Tao did not come to pick them up together. As soon as Machinii got off the plane, he received 2 messages from Morong Shiner. Both messages were in English. Muchini guessed that they might be the content of the prophecy of Sigino from the beautiful country, so he put the phone directly in front of Lao Zhao, the most educated person present. When Lao Zhao saw the content on the phone, he was a little surprised and then translated directly. This is the original translation by Master Sigino. Human cognition has been tampered with. Remember to keep your eyes open. Human cognition has been tampered with, remember to open your eyes? What does this mean? Everyone was stunned, and Wang Zichen couldn't help asking, Brother Mu, why is this Saigenuo so mysterious? What is the scene you predicted? There's one more thing. Old Zhao interrupted him, saying in a serious tone, it says that after Master Saigenuo predicted this sentence, he vomited blood and was sent to the ICU. He has not woken up yet. Fuck. Wang Zichen cursed, what is going on? Did he just fall down to the ground because of the prophet? Have you laid down? Mu Chini said solemnly, it's within an acceptable range. In the face of a world-destroying doomsday, how can you not lie down? Xiaoyi, do you know something? Old Zhao looked at Machinii. Yes. Mu Chini nodded, his voice solemn, the next doomsday level will be the world-destroying level. How many? Wang Zichen's eyes widened. Since joining the game, Lao Wang has not encountered a world-destroying doomsday. It has been 10 years since the moon falls, and we have experienced many doomsdays in the meantime. Besides, he had only been in this game for 10 months. Don't worry, I'm here. Mu Chini patted his shoulder, I will definitely die before you. Wang Zichen had a sad face. Can't you just tell me that you can solve this doomsday? Forget about cracking it, being able to survive is enough. At least don't let this damned doomsday become a reality. I'll try my best. Mu Chini smiled bitterly. Perhaps affected by the threat of the apocalypse, the atmosphere when the 4 met this time was not as lively as the last time. After the 4 of them had a not-so-lively hot pot meal together, Wang Zichen sent Machinii and Lin Yuan to Machinii's home. This time, Lin Yuan received a death order to protect Mu Chini closely, so she insisted on staying with Mu Chini. Mu Chini could only take her back to his home. This time he asked for leave without his parents' knowledge, so he was a little hesitant to explain it to them. Lin Yuan thought that this was the first time she met Mu Chini's parents, so she bought a lot of gifts. The 2 of them carried the gifts and came to the community where Mu Chini lived. After going upstairs, Mu Chini knocked on the door. Who is it? My mother's voice came from the room, and then Mu Chini heard the sound of his mother jogging in the house through the door. Mom, it's me. He shouted towards the door. Son? After my mother's puzzled voice sounded, she opened the door directly. You stupid child, didn't you come back last week? Why are you back again today? Her cursing stopped abruptly when she saw Lin Yuan behind Machinii. Yuan? Her voice sounded a little surprised and a little unbelievable. Hello, Auntie. Machinii and I are here to see you. Lin Yuan showed a sweet smile on her face. Today she wore a set of casual home clothes to play the role of a good baby. Come in, come in. My mother quickly stepped aside. After seeing that the 2 of them were carrying a lot of things, she immediately said, Hey, you're here, why are you carrying so many things? She enthusiastically pulled Lin Yuan into the living room and sat on the sofa. The last time she had a very pleasant chat with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also had a high emotional intelligence, and with just a few words, she coaxed Machinii's mother into smiling all the time on her face. Mu Chini was left aside. Seeing that the 2 were chatting happily, Mu Chini could only scroll through his phone in frustration. As they were chatting, my mother suddenly thought of something and quickly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Mu Chini's father. When you come back, remember to go to the market and buy a big fish. Also, your son has brought his wife back, clean yourself up before you come back, don't embarrass your son. After she sent the message, she smiled and started talking to Lin Yuan again. Chapter 93, The World-Destroying Doomsday Begins, a New Mode. Mukini seemed to have become that outsider. Soon, Mu's father came back with a big fish in his hand. Dad Mu was obviously a little excited. After he came back, he kept looking around the room, as if he was looking for something. When he saw Lin Yuan sitting on the sofa, his eyes lit up, then he put the fish aside somewhat at a loss and rubbed his hands. When Mu Qinyi saw his father coming back, he immediately stepped forward, "Dad." But what greeted him was his father's rough big hands. Dad slapped him on the face and pushed him aside. Without even looking at him, he walked towards Lin Yuan's position. "Hello, uncle." Lin Yuan noticed the other person and immediately stood up and called out politely. "Hey, hello." A kind father-in-law smile also appeared on my father's face. Mukini, who was isolated on the side, said, "No, this is not your daughter-in-law." In the following time, the family of 3 lived in harmony, and among them there was no Muchinii. Mom and Dad no longer cared why Muchinii asked for leave to go home. In their opinion, it was simply because their son brought his daughter-in-law back. In the end, Mu Qinyi and Lin Yuan settled down at home. Just like that, 3 days passed quickly. Ding, the cooling time of the scale of judgment has ended. The system suddenly sent him this message. His scale of judgment will be used 1 day earlier than Mr. Chang Yecheng of China, but he does not intend to use it directly. Instead, he wants to wait for Mr. Chang Yecheng's prediction. So he waited another day. But what surprised him was that Mr. Chang Yecheng did not post his next prediction online this morning. What's going on? Just when he was about to ask Morong Xainer sent him a message first. After Chang Lao's prophecy was over, he fell into a coma. Several healing players have already gone. Before he fell into a coma, he prophesied a sentence. The decree from heaven is that all mankind will perish. A decree from heaven is coming, and all mankind will perish? Mu Qinyi was a little confused. What kind of prophecy was this? I feel that this prophecy is completely different from the prophecy of the beautiful country Sigino. The prophecy of Signo is: human cognition has been tampered with, remember to keep your eyes open. Chang Yecheng's prediction is: a decree has been issued from heaven, and all mankind will perish. He compared the differences between the two prophecies. I can't see anything. I see. The next world-destroying doomsday will be caused by the Riddler. Is Sigino awake? He asked Morong Xainer. Not yet. Some healing players estimated that Master Sigino might not be able to participate in the next doomsday. Morong Xainer replied to him quickly. Seeing this news, Mu Qinyi frowned. Both S-level prophets fell into a coma after the prediction was completed. So is this because of the two of them, or is it because of the S-level prophecy skill? Could it be that because the level of the S-level prophecy skills is too low, the prediction of the apocalypse will be backfired? His SSS level Death Eye's prophetic skills don't have any side effects, but he also has an S-level Scales of Judgment. If he used the Scales of Judgment and fainted. Thinking of this, he felt like retreating. Or, why not use the Scales of Judgment? What if he fainted after using it? Moreover, he was not sure what the Scales of Judgment could predict. Can you predict your chances of surviving the next doomsday instance? He is now completely confused about this doomsday. Even if he predicts this probability, the probability is 100% mortality. He wondered whether he should still use the Scales of Judgment. If he were to be seriously injured and pass out after using it, he wouldn't have to participate in the next apocalypse and could just lie down and wait to die. After thinking about it, he didn't dare to use it after all. He then carefully compared the predictions of Mr. Chang Yecheng and Master Sigino. Human cognition has been tampered with. Also, a royal decree from heaven? What is heaven? By the way, Master Sigino also predicted one thing: remember to keep your eyes open. The divine decree from heaven, open your eyes? He suddenly thought of the cosmic telescope he had drawn in the mall. The introduction of the cosmic telescope was, it can see things beyond your cognition. Human cognition has been tampered with. Could it be that this cosmic telescope will be useful in the next copy? With the idea of giving it a try, he simply spent all his points and bought the space telescope. Looking at the points that were reset to 0, he felt a little regretful. This is 8.4 billion. Forget it, I've already bought it. If the apocalypse really comes to reality, no amount of money can be spent. April 19th, Saturday, 8 a.m. Important time point. There are still 14 hours until the end of the world. Mu Chini finished his breakfast at the steamed bun shop and went for a morning run in the forest park. On the way, he went to visit Wang Zichen and played games with him for the whole morning. At noon, he called Lin Yuan and his parents to go to a stewed chicken restaurant outside the high school for a meal. He didn't know if he would be able to eat it again in the future, but every time he came home, he would think of trying a meal here. After dinner, they went home. Because his parents had a day off from work today, the old couple stayed at home, so Mu Chini simply stayed at home and watched TV with his parents. There was a news report on TV, which seemed to be about a meteor shower that would happen once every few hundred years. In the evening, while his mother was cooking, Mu Chini contacted Morong Shiner. However, Morong Shiner did not bring any news. When Morong Shiner asked him if he needed any help, he hung up the phone. The opponent will not be able to provide him with any help in the next doomsday. The country may not be able to provide him with any help. Everything depends on him alone. In the evening, my mother cooked a large table of delicious food and the four of us had a great chat. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mu Chini said to his parents, "Mom and Dad, Yuan and I have something to do outside, so we won't be back tonight." The old couple looked at each other, then looked at the two of them ambiguously. "You young people have your own things to do, so we old couple won't get involved." Just like that, Mu Chini and Lin Yuan set off smoothly. They planned to spend this doomsday at Fatty Wang's house. When they arrived at Wang Zichen's house, he was watching TV. What a pity! I have to participate in a doomsday dungeon tonight and won't be able to see the meteor shower. Wang Zichen looked at the content on TV with regret. After hearing his words, the two looked at the TV in surprise. A news report is being broadcast on TV. At 10 o'clock tonight, a meteor shower will fall over the Devil Country. Residents of some coastal cities in China will also be able to see this meteor shower. It's not too late to watch the replay tomorrow morning. Mu Chini patted his shoulder. Wang Zichen nodded helplessly and went back to his room with him. When 10 o'clock arrived, all the players around the world fell into a deep sleep at the same time. Bite. Welcome host to this doomsday. This doomsday is a special instance. All skills and items except for prophecy skills cannot be used. This instance is a brand new mode. All players will randomly possess an ordinary human being in the form of souls. All players will experience a brand new identity. Due to the special nature of this instance, all players will be given two choices. Option 1, consume one resurrection coin to directly leave this doomsday and return to reality. If there is less than one resurrection coin, the player will die immediately. This option only consumes one resurrection coin. Choice 2, participate in this doomsday. Once the basic mission fails, 10 resurrection coins will be consumed to return to reality. If there are less than 10 resurrection coins, the player will die directly. Once you choose, there is no way back, please choose carefully. Chapter 94 Who am I? All items and skills cannot be used. You can leave this instance directly by using a resurrection coin. Mu Chini looked at the two choices and basically didn't need to think about anything. He didn't have a single resurrection coin on him, so choosing to be the first one and die immediately was no longer a choice for him. He directly chose the second one. Ding, player Mu Chini has made his choice. Next, I will introduce the game rules of this special copy. Main mission, survive. Basic task, kill 8 players. After killing 8 players, you will be able to choose whether to leave the game and return to reality. Each player has 2 chances to revive, and each resurrection will be matched with a new identity. Friendly reminder, please try to kill people with your first identity. Every time you die, the weight of the player's identity will be reduced. For example, your first identity is a millionaire, but your third identity will become a beggar because of the reduced identity weight. Tip 1. Don't let any non-players know your identity as a player and the content of the game, Doomsday, otherwise you will be directly wiped out. Tip 2. Open your eyes and never kill any ordinary person who is not a player. Otherwise, the body you possess will also die instantly. Identity matching will begin soon. Ding, match successful. The moment this voice sounded, Mu Chini felt that the scene in front of him had changed greatly, and everything around him seemed to be shrinking. And his soul seemed to be sucked out. I don't know how much time has passed. He felt like he had slept for a very long time. Ding, you are the only son of the boss of a listed company. You are arrogant and domineering, relying on your father's doting and power to do bad things. Warning, warning. You are being cursed by the rules. Rule curse, Please kill a player within 2 hours, otherwise you will be killed by backlash. The countdown begins, 119:59. 119:58. 119:57. Start scanning the surrounding players. A player has been scanned. The player is 165 m away from you. A series of sounds from the system slowly woke up Machinii, who was in a coma. He rubbed his head and slowly accepted the fact that he had entered a world-destroying doomsday. After seeing a series of messages from the system, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. What is the rule? Want to eat chicken? Kill 8 players to survive. That's not right. If you can survive by killing 8 players, then someone will surely be able to complete this apocalypse, right? So how did this game become an apocalypse? A world-destroying doomsday is a terrifying existence that leaves no player alive. If killing 8 players is the only way to succeed as the game says, then this game does not qualify as a world-destroying doomsday. What's more, this game gives every player 2 chances to resurrect. With such good conditions, it is impossible that all players cannot pass the level, right? There must be something wrong with this doomsday. He was about to continue thinking when he suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his head. Caught off guard, he subconsciously covered the back of his head and rolled around in pain on the soft bed. Ah! A low growl came out of his mouth, and within a few seconds, his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. 2 full minutes passed. He was breathing heavily as if he was soaked in water, gasping for breath on the bed. After experiencing this pain, he felt his mind was cloudy. It was a very strange feeling. When he tried hard to recall something, it took a lot of effort to do so. It's like, do you have Alzheimer's disease? He can't remember things and his brain has become dull. This is his current condition. He felt that his brain's thinking speed had become very slow, and he had to spend a lot of energy every time he thought. Cheer up, this is the end of the world. He bit the tip of his tongue, trying to wake himself up, but his slow brain seemed to be his biggest enemy. Could it be that slower brain thinking is also a kind of curse of doomsday? However, he is protected by the Puppet Queen and is not affected by any curse. He forced himself to adapt to the feeling of slower thinking and looked at the system again. The constantly beating countdown of the system seemed to be dancing in his heart. 108:54. 108:53. This state just lasted for 11 minutes, and now he has 108 minutes left to kill other players. He held his head and sat up, the silky soft pajamas sliding off his skin, and he reached out to pick up the clothes on the hanger beside him. But when he saw the clothes, he felt that they were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. But because of Alzheimer's disease, he could not remember the origin of the clothes. After putting on the clothes, which fit him perfectly, he slowly walked to a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, wanting to see what kind of person's body he was possessed by. But just as he walked in front of the floor-length mirror, he saw a very familiar face. Plop! Mooch, and he fell back suddenly and sat on the ground. He stared at the young face in the mirror that couldn't be more familiar, his body shaking constantly. What on earth is going on? He looked at the face in front of him that had killed him 3 times, his eyes full of disbelief. In the first 3 death replays, it was the man with this young face who dealt him the fatal blow. In the first death replay, the young man stabbed the dagger into his neck with a look of reluctance on his face. In the second death replay, when the young man killed him, he shouted, "Believe me, I can definitely change all this, I can definitely change it." In the third death replay, the future body was extremely frightened after seeing his own appearance, and obviously recognized his identity. Then, he was controlled by the people sent by the young man and finally killed. Through these actions, when he saw the first character he possessed this time, he understood everything. I killed myself. Besides, who am I? Chapter 95. This is a dead end. Mukini gradually calmed down. He looked at himself in the mirror and fell into deep thought. However, because his brain's thinking ability slowed down, it took him a long time to figure out that he had killed himself. Because he killed himself, in the first death replay, when the future body saw the young man killing him, he shouted, Don't kill me, I am." Because the future body knows that the person in front of him is himself, he really wants to tell the other person that he is the other person. Once the other person kills him, he will be truly dead. But the young man didn't give the future body a chance to speak and killed it directly. The second playback will not be mentioned for now because the future body is mute. In the third death replay, why did the future body become terrified after seeing his own appearance? Because he knew that he had killed himself when he possessed the young man before. The future body knew that he was destined to die at his own hands, so he was extremely scared. Until the death later. Everything is explained clearly. Well, based on the replays of the first 3 deaths, he also understood one thing. According to the rules of this world-destroying doomsday copy, everyone has 2 chances to resurrect, and the identities he resurrected later were the sloppy middle-aged man and the beggar behind him. The rules of the game are that the later the number of resurrections, the lower the identity weight. So his current identity is the only son of the boss of a listed company, and it can be said that he is financially free. His current status and position are extremely high. Logically speaking, as long as he does not accidentally hurt himself when killing other players later, he has a great chance of completing the task of killing 8 players under normal circumstances. Thinking of this, his brain became a little dull from thinking for too long. So he stood in front of the floor-length mirror for a long time. I always feel like I've forgotten something? He muttered to himself. 97:24. 97:23. He glanced at the countdown and suddenly thought of it. By the way, I still have the Eye of Death that I haven't used yet, and I can't delay any longer. I wasted 20 minutes for no apparent reason. He immediately looked at the introduction of the Eye of Death. Eye of Death, the host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. Cooling time in this instance, this life form can only use it once. Real cooling time, 7 days. This life form can only be used once? Is that the character he is using now? And except for the Eye of Death and the Scales of Judgment, all other skills and props cannot be used, including the cosmic telescope he had exchanged before, and all the props and skills he had obtained before. After learning all this, there was no need to hesitate any longer. He just said silently in his heart, "Use Death Eye." The moment the Eye of Death was used, his originally somewhat muddy thoughts instantly became clear. Alzheimer's is gone. And his consciousness also fell into a new picture. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough sounded, and Muchini just felt the changes in his body, and he felt his extremely tired body. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a small room of less than 10 square meters. There was only a dirty and messy small bed in the room, and in the corner of the room, there were many empty bottles piled up. Cough, cough. The future body covered his mouth and coughed. The pain in his body had squeezed his physical strength to the worst. Muchini, who was watching the game, did not expect that the physical fitness of the future body would be so poor. But now that his mind had become clear, he took this opportunity to quickly recall all the information he had received about this doomsday. Did he forget anything? Firstly, he released the Eye of Death too hastily this time. Before he controlled the young man's body, he should have first determined the surrounding situation and information, such as who the player who was scanned by the system and was more than 100 meters away from him was. Without confirming any information, he directly opened the Eye of Death, resulting in extremely limited information for him. However, this was mainly because his brain was confused when he was controlling the young man before, which led to many errors in his judgment. What exactly caused his thinking to go wrong? He vaguely guessed that he was not the only player whose thoughts would become confused. He estimated that all players would become like him, with their brains stagnating and their thinking capacity decreasing. This is also a level of difficulty for a world-destroying doomsday scenario. It's just that he can rely on the short period of time when using the Eye of Death to restore his brain's thinking ability, but no one else has this method. In addition, he still had a scale of judgment that he had not yet used. This was also something he had not thought of when he possessed the young man. Just thinking about using the Eye of Death wasted more than 20 minutes of the other party's time. While Muchini was thinking, the future body started moving. The future body slowly lifted the quilt, stretched out a pair of dry hands, and tremblingly took out a bottle of medicine from the cabinet next to him. He poured out 2 pills from the bottle, picked up a dirty cup filled with turbid liquid and took a sip to drink the medicine. As if choked, the future body began to cough violently again. As he coughed, the future body felt an urge to vomit. He didn't want to vomit on the bed, so he got out of bed immediately, ran to the small toilet, and began to dry heave frantically in front of the squat toilet. Wow! After vomiting like this, he not only vomited out the medicine he had just taken, but also vomited out a lot of black stuff and the bitter water in his stomach. After a long while, he panted for a long time, then slowly raised his head and looked at the small cracked mirror in front of him. All I saw was an old man with gray hair and skin as dry and withered as a tree on the other side of the mirror. The old man's breathing was very weak, as if he would die at any time. Muchini, who was watching the fight, felt his heart throb. Isn't this too outrageous? However, what was even more unexpected to him was that the future body suddenly laughed after seeing his appearance. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. He laughed a little crazily and his emotions kept rising and falling. Mukini stared at the scene in a daze. This is his future body. Is he crazy in the future? The future body didn't know if it was because he laughed too exaggeratedly. He started to retch again. Puff! He spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He spit directly onto the toilet bowl. The black and red bloodstain was so eye-catching. The future body had given up at this time. He suddenly stretched out his dry big hand and tightly grasped the toothbrush beside him. He took out the toothbrush, held it tightly, and aimed the bottom of the toothbrush at the sandy wall. Sizzle, sizzle. The future body used the bottom of the toothbrush to carve words on the wall. But because he was too weak, it took him a very long time to carve this line of words. After 5 or 6 minutes, Mukini finally recognized the 4 large characters on it. This is a dead end. Chapter 96 Different Era? This is a dead end. The 4 crooked characters on the wall were carved by the future body using all his strength. After doing all this, the future body was completely exhausted and sat slumped on the ground, not wanting to move anymore. Mukini looked at these 4 big words and fell into deep thought. This is a dead end? What does that mean? This sentence refers to this copy. Is it a dead end? He continued to keep an eye on the future body, and didn't wait for it to rest for too long. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the room, there was a sudden and violent knock on the door. The future body panted and stood up while holding on to the wall. He stumbled to the door and pulled out the inserted lock. Seeing this door lock, Mukini, who was watching the game, showed doubt in his eyes. This door lock looked very old. After the door of the room opened, a 30-year-old woman wearing a white shirt and a pink knee-length rippled skirt stood outside. The woman saw the future body, glanced at the dirty and smelly environment in the house, and fanned her nose with disgust. Old man, pay the rent quickly, or I'll make you get out today. Hearing this, the future body gasped, covered his chest, hunched over to the bedside table, and opened the drawer inside. There was a small package wrapped in newspaper in the drawer. He took out the package and opened the newspaper layer by layer with trembling hands. There are banknotes inside the newspaper. It's just that these banknotes are quite old and look like they have passed through many hands. When the woman in the pink skirt saw the money wrapped in the newspaper, her eyes lit up. She took 2 steps forward, snatched the newspaper from Mukini's hand, took the money inside and started counting it. After counting the amount, she stuffed the bills into her skirt pocket and looked down at the future body and said, "This is your rent for the next 7 days. Remember to continue paying the rent after 7 days." Then, she looked at the bottles piled in the corner of the room with disdain, then looked at her sickly future self, and muttered, "Old man, please don't die here." After saying that, she shook her ponytail, turned and left. The future body could only watch her slowly go away without any movement. After the woman left, the future body, perhaps affected by the slow thinking of the brain, did not move for a long time. However, Mukini, who was watching the battle, noticed that something was wrong. Isn't the outfit that the woman just wore a little too retro? He had seen photos of his parents when they were young, and the woman's clothes were somewhat similar to his mother's when she was in her 20s. And the room he lives in now is also full of age. But these images alone were not enough for him to make too many guesses. The future body sat there for a while before staggering to his feet. He stretched out his dry hands and picked up the snakeskin bag containing the bottles in the corner. He just put the snakeskin bag filled with empty plastic bottles on his back, opened the door and left. There was an unknown smelly water flowing in the corridor. The future body walked on this path and saw many doors of rooms like his in the corridor. And because there was no soundproofing here, he could often hear noisy sounds in the rooms. As he walked, he turned his head and observed. He saw many homes with plain sofas, and most of the televisions were antiques, the so-called color TVs, which were very old. In addition to the color TV, he saw that many men in the family were shirtless, turning on the fan, and holding a wooden cattail leaf fan in their hands. He had only seen this kind of cattail leaf fan at his grandparents' house. Seeing these old-fashioned things, the future body did not react at all and continued to leave with the snakeskin bag on his back. However, Mukini, who was watching the battle, was deeply shocked. He suddenly had a bold idea. He recalled the scene he saw when he possessed the young man. At that time, he was lying on a comfortable and soft big bed, and the suit he was wearing was all custom-made. Also, he seems to be living in a luxury hotel? Moreover, the environment around him all indicated that he lived in a big hotel in reality. However, the location of the possessed old man he saw at this moment seemed to be the scene from more than 20 or even 30 years ago. He had only seen such scenes in TV dramas and movies, but since he was not from that era, he had no access to them. Could it be that the person possessed this time is not in the same time and space as the person possessed by his original body? But soon he became confused again. The old man he was possessed by now had such a low status and weight, and it was very likely that he was the beggar he possessed in the first and second Eyes of Death. But he clearly remembered that in the first death replay, the scene he saw when he possessed the beggar was that there were tall buildings all around him. He was clearly killed by a young man in a modern big city. In the second death replay, he was in a stinky ditch and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. In the third death replay, the uncle identity should be the second possessed person. Although the rental house he lived in was also dirty, it was much better than the current old man's rental house. However, it is hard to tell what era the uncle's rental house is from, but it is obviously not from the 90s or aughts. There was no extra information now, he could only continue to watch the actions of the possessed old man. He could see the outside scene through the peripheral vision of his future body. The world outside the rental house was empty, without any tall buildings. The future body was obviously affected by the dullness of the brain and did not find anything abnormal. He walked through the corridor, and when he reached the exit, the future body felt a dazzling light flood into his sight. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and slowly walked out under the beam of light. A sense of being in another world spread throughout my body. It was like walking out from a dark environment into the sunny world after staying up all night. It seems like a new life. Mung bean cakes, 12 yuan per pound. Lemonade is super discounted today, only $8 a cup. The cries of various vendors rang in the ears of the future body, and when the future body stretched out his left foot and stepped into the outside world, the scene outside changed drastically. He actually walked straight through a gate and came to a busy food street. Muccini saw a beautiful girl in youthful clothes, wearing a cute miniskirt, either wearing stockings or with her white legs bare, sparkling in the sunlight. He saw tricycles forcing their way into the streets, and many young people holding small bowls of snacks or a cup of milk tea, enjoying the food. Chapter 97. Is he being assimilated? Muccini had seen this scene too many times. During the weekends when he was studying at Ganshui University, he would often go to the snack street with his roommates to eat delicious food and drink milk tea. Seeing this scene, Muccini felt a chill all over his body. At this point, he was able to confirm that the door that the future body had just passed through allowed the future body to move from one era to another. It's as if we've gone from the 90s to 24 years ago in an instant. But at this moment, the future body seemed unaware, and he did not seem to realize that he had just passed through a time gate. The future body held up the snakeskin bag filled with empty plastic bottles and walked towards the location in his memory step by step. When the young people around saw the dirty old beggar, they covered their noses and avoided him. The future body didn't feel anything, as if he had suffered too many such cold stares. This behavior of the future body also made Muccini, who was watching the battle, feel frightened. The future body gave him a feeling of being integrated with this old man. It seems that the future body is this old man. There wasn't even a flaw in his acting. When his real body possessed the young man, he had to adapt to the other's identity and might not be able to act exactly the same. But when the future body was playing the role of this old man, it seemed as if he was born to be this old man. This is the most terrifying thing. Moreover, he always felt that it was not the future body who played the role of the old man well. Instead, the humanity of Muccini in the future body is becoming less and less. To be precise, the future body is slowly changing from Muccini to old beggar. This is a thorough change from the inside out, from the body to the soul. This situation made Muccini feel inexplicably panicked. This world-destroying doomsday is so weird. It actually caused his original humanity to gradually disappear. Did it make him a completely different person? So, how can he survive this world-destroying doomsday? He had felt the dullness of his brain when he possessed the young man, and under that kind of Alzheimer's condition, the possibility of him surviving this apocalypse was extremely small. He could only rely on this brief death replay to review this special copy. The future body continued walking, and when he walked out of this bustling food street, the scene outside changed again. All the surrounding tall buildings disappeared in an instant. The noisy and bustling honking sounds disappeared in an instant. Muccini noticed that the houses around the future body had also become old-style residential buildings, and the ground had become concrete roads. The milk tea shops and various food stores on the streets have also become old-fashioned restaurants and noodle shops. With the previous suspicion, Muchini was not so surprised at this time. The future body was completely unaware of it, as if he had completely integrated into this place, becoming an old man who made a living by collecting empty plastic bottles. He was walking on the road and saw a trash can. He walked up to it, rummaged through it, took out all the empty plastic bottles inside, stuffed them into his bag, and then continued walking away. He continued this operation 7 or 8 times until the snakeskin bag was full of empty plastic bottles. Then he stopped picking up bottles and walked in one direction with a clear purpose. Finally, he came to a scrapyard and sold the empty bottles in the plastic bag for 22 yuan. After selling the item for $22, he wrapped the wallet in a newspaper, put the newspaper into the collar of his clothes, and left the scrapyard with the snakeskin bag. He did not go back, but walked in the opposite direction of home. After crossing a paved road, the buildings around him changed again. The buildings around him rose up in an instant, changing from their original brick and stone construction to modern buildings with steel structures or reinforced concrete frames. Many of the surrounding buildings use large glass windows and transparent materials. Many reflective materials such as glass curtain walls also make these buildings sparkle in the sun, giving them a dynamic beauty. A modern bus stop also appeared in front of him. The future body still seemed unaware of anything. It walked to the bus stop and skillfully rummaged through the trash can. However, the trash can was divided into 4 categories, and the first one he looked through was the recyclable trash can. Seeing this, Muchini was also stunned. Could it be that the future body didn't notice that the appearance of the trash can had also changed? When the other party was rummaging through the trash cans before, he was living in the world around the 1990s, so the trash can was a big barrel, but after coming to the modern world, the trash can he rummaged through became a classified metal trash can. The future body didn't notice anything. Seeing this, Muchini is now 100% certain that some kind of accident occurred to the future body, causing the other party to completely lose the humanity of Muchini and be completely assimilated by this old man. When the well-dressed people waiting for the bus saw the future body appear, they all covered their noses and moved away. The future body had endured this kind of gaze a long time ago and was used to being disliked and looked down upon. He searched through 4 trash cans, and when there were no plastic bottles left, he put his snakeskin bag back on and walked towards the next trash can. That seems to be his job. The future body searched over and over again, and Muchini watched it constantly travel through the worlds of different eras, and finally collected half a bag of empty plastic bottles. It was very boring, but Muchini didn't dare to relax. He kept observing the surrounding environment, looking for a way to break this doomsday. Unfortunately, there was no gain. He wanted to write down the route that the future body had taken, but because the world here was constantly changing and shuttling through the ages, he had lost the thinking ability of a magic cube master and had no way of remembering these extremely messy geographical locations. The time came to the afternoon of that day. The future body seemed tired and sat in front of a modern building. Looking at the vehicles constantly passing by on the road in front of him, Muchini, who was watching the game, was suddenly shocked. He recognized this place. This is where the young man killed him in the first death replay. The future body seemed to sense something as well and looked up at the building in front of it. Above this giant building, there is a line of small words engraved. TNN Construction Group. Seeing this line of small words, every spectator thought of the time when the spirit possessed the young man before, and that the man was the son of the boss of a listed company. Could that company be the TNN Construction Group in front of us? The future body rested for a while before noticing a familiar figure walking out of the gate of the TNN Construction Group building and heading towards him. Chapter 98. Are you, me? When the future body saw the familiar figure, he narrowed his eyes, slumped down on the ground, and showed no intention of moving. That familiar figure was the young man that Muchini first possessed. It seems that the other party is indeed the young master of TNN Construction Group. Muchini was thinking in his heart, this young man came from TNN Construction Group, which means that his real body is upstairs in this building? Before using the Eye of Death, he remembered that the system helped him find other players around him, and the nearest player was more than 160 meters away from him. Looking at the positions of the future body and TNN Construction Group at this time, they are about the same distance. He understands. The first player position the system found for him was himself. It was here that he was killed by this young man when he used the Eye of Death for the first time. Because he killed himself. But now, he knows that this beggar is himself, so he shouldn't kill himself, right? Thinking of this, his gaze returned to the future body. After seeing the young man, the future body was stunned for a moment, but said nothing and continued to sit there and rest. The young man walked up to him and looked him up and down. After a moment, the young man asked, "Are you, me?" The future body just raised his eyelids and ignored him. But Mu Chini knew that it was not that the future body was mute, but that the future body had been completely assimilated by this strange world, so it forgot that it was the other party. It was just because the future body felt a little familiar with this person deep in his memory that he took a second look at the young man. Seeing that the future body did not answer, the young man frowned and asked again, "Are you Muchini?" The future body still didn't answer. Then the young man shook his head and turned away. When the young man left, the future body raised his head again and looked at the other's back with puzzled eyes. Muchini? Such a familiar name. He murmured something, and after almost resting, he stood up, took the snakeskin bag filled with empty plastic bottles, and slowly left. When night falls, the future body buys 3 steamed buns for 1 yuan in a bun shop in the past era, then walks to the modern era and buys a cup of milk tea for 8 yuan. Then he sat on a seat on the street, eating steamed buns and drinking milk tea. Seeing this scene, Muchini, who was watching the game, felt his heart twitch violently. The future body really knows how to enjoy it. After a busy day, the future body returned to the small rental house of only 7 or 8 square meters, carrying a snakeskin bag that was half full. Then, the future body fell into a deep sleep. After reading about the future body's experience for a day, Muchini fell into deep thought. Always feel like something is wrong? That's right. When he possessed the young man before, the system reminded him that he needed to kill someone within 2 hours, otherwise he would die. But the old man he possessed at this time seemed to have no limit on killing people within 2 hours. He watched the future body controlling the old man for a whole day, but the other party did not kill anyone, and it seemed that he did not receive the mission to kill 8 people at all. What puzzled him even more now was how many people the first young man he possessed had killed. Since the first possessed character has already determined who the next 2 possessed characters are and there will be no accidental killings, how many other players did the first character kill? As long as he kills 8 players, he can leave this damn apocalypse. The next morning, the future body slowly woke up. He took out a piece of hard steamed bun left over from yesterday, poured some hot water into it, and ate it while drinking it. After breakfast, he went to the bathroom to go to the toilet. However, when he was going to the toilet, he noticed the 4 big words "This is a dead end" engraved on the wall and was a little stunned. He seemed very confused. Why were there a few more words on the wall? The future body has lost the memory of doing this yesterday. Seeing this scene, Muchini felt a chill in his heart. When the future body first possessed the old man, it still retained some memories of Muchini, but as time went by, the future body gradually forgot all of this, forgot that he was a player, and forgot that this world was a doomsday copy of the world-destroying level. Seeing these situations, Muchini couldn't help but worry about the future, and was also thinking about how he should deal with this situation. What would happen if he was assimilated by this world when he possessed this old man in the future? He discovered that the most terrifying thing about this world-destroying doomsday was that it could tamper with his memory and cognition. This may be what Master Sagino of the United States predicted. In reality, human cognition has been tampered with. Remember to open your eyes. Cognition was tampered with, which means that the amount of thinking in his brain was greatly reduced, and after he became an old man, all his original cognition was replaced by this old man. He also gradually changed from the original Muchini to this old man completely. He will forget everything about Muchini and become an old man. This is the so-called cognitive tampering. And remember to keep your eyes open, he also guessed some. Open your eyes. Perhaps it means that when he was possessed for the first time, the system detected that 2 of the players around him were him. So keep your eyes open and don't kill yourself. In addition to Master Sagino, Mr. Chang Yeching from China also made a prediction. A decree has been issued from heaven, and all mankind will perish. According to Muchini's understanding, something will appear in the sky or in the universe, and this thing will destroy all mankind. For example, in the previous Moonfall incident, the moon fell on the blue planet, and except for the astronaut, all the people on the blue planet died. However, according to all the information he has about this doomsday now, this doomsday seems to have nothing to do with Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction? Or did he miss some information? While Muchini was reminiscing, the future body left the rental house again, preparing to go out and pick up empty bottles to sell. Except that the woman who asked for rent did not show up, all other actions of the future body were no different from yesterday. When he left the rental house, the street outside was no longer the modern food street, but a car repair street. There are repairmen everywhere, either repairing electric bikes and bicycles, or repairing cars. Just as the future body passed by a repair stall, he suddenly smelled a strong smell of beer. Muchini suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Chapter 99 Don't Kill Anyone. The owner of the figure seemed to be a middle-aged man who was repairing a bicycle with his head down. At this moment, Muchini really wanted to control his future body to turn around and take a closer look at the figure, but the future body was not under his control and passed directly by the repair stall. Muchini could only pass by the middle-aged man helplessly. Although he could no longer see the other person, Muchini believed that he was not mistaken. That middle-aged man was the character he possessed the second time. In the third playback of The Eye of Death, he was possessed by that middle-aged man. Is the future body walking in a different era, or is it meeting its second possessed character? Muchini originally thought this was just an accident. But on the way down, the future body saw in the world representing the modern world a young man leading a group of men in black and walking towards one direction with great momentum. The young man was wearing a light blue sportswear, holding a baseball bat in his hand and a dagger hanging on his waist. This young man was the first character he possessed. Seeing this scene, Muchini, who was watching the game, had some guesses in his mind. The other party had found other players detected by the system. Was he going to kill them now? But at the same time, he was also a little curious, how many players did the future body kill? Have the standards for completing the task been met? But it should not be completed. If the task is completed, the future should be reflected in leaving this doomsday. In the following time, the future body saw the middle-aged man repairing the car again. This time, Muchini saw that he was drinking, so he saw the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man seemed to have completely integrated into the industry of bicycle mechanic, and was also completely assimilated by this middle-aged man, and began to carefully repair the bicycle in front of him. Are middle-aged men also assimilated? Muchini was thinking that except for the first young man he controlled, the other two characters he wanted to possess would be assimilated quickly. And it cannot be said that the young man was assimilated. After all, his time limit was only 2 hours, and he needed to kill as many other players as possible in a short period of time. Is the difficulty of this doomsday copy also here? After all, the two identities that possessed him later were too weak, and it was much more difficult to kill other players than the first identity. So when he possessed the young man for the first time, did he need to kill more players? But is it really just that? In the following period of time, the future body that Muchini watched encountered young men and middle-aged men many times. The future body has completely forgotten the two people. He has completely turned into an old beggar, living a repetitive life of picking up bottles, selling bottles, buying steamed buns, and buying milk tea every day. Because he has a small appetite now, 3 steamed buns a day are enough for him. In this way, 7 days passed. On the morning of the 8th day, when the future body woke up, he had breakfast as usual. Just as he was chewing the steamed bun, bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. The person who opened the door was still the same woman as last time, but the difference was that this time the woman was wearing modern and fashionable clothes and had rings and bracelets on her hands. She looked at the rental house with great disdain and said in a bad tone, "Old man, it's time to pay the rent." The future body raised his head and saw the woman. At the same time, he also saw 2 adult strong men standing behind her. "How much?" He opened the bedside table and took out the newspaper. Before he could take out the money, a man next to the woman came up, pushed him away and snatched the newspaper. The man handed the newspaper to the fashionably dressed woman, who opened one side of the newspaper with her manicured fingers. After seeing some old banknotes inside, he frowned and said, "This money is not even enough for a day's rent, kick him out." "How come?" The future body looked very confused, but these people refused to reason with him and just threw his quilt and mattress out, along with a snakeskin bag filled with empty plastic bottles in the corner of the room. Many empty plastic bottles were thrown in the corridor, making crisp collision sounds. "Old man, if you don't have money, go sleep under the bridge instead of coming here to disgust people." The fashionable woman cursed and went to collect rent with the 2 men. The money in the future body newspaper that was intended for 7 days' rent was taken away by the woman on the grounds of vandalism because he damaged the bathroom wall with a toothbrush, wrote 4 words. This scene happened too suddenly, but the future body did not make any noise. He silently picked up the bottle and put it into a snakeskin bag, then carried his bedding and left the rental house. The area outside the rental house turned into a food street again, but this time, the food street did not seem to have transformed into a world from another era. Muchini witnessed all of this happening. He knew that this time the future body was very unlucky. On the day when the rent was to be collected, the world he was in happened to have entered the real era. Therefore, the rent increased a lot according to the real price, and he could not afford to live here. So, the future body was driven out. Just as the woman suggested, the future body actually came under a huge bridge tunnel carrying bedding and a snakeskin bag. Penniless, he spread his bedding under the bridge and then took a snakeskin bag full of empty plastic bottles to pick up the empty bottles. He didn't eat today, so he had to sell the empty bottles, otherwise he would go hungry at night. But just when he had spread out his bedding and was ready to go, bang! A loud noise was heard, and the future body looked up in panic and saw a group of people walking towards him, led by a young man wearing light blue sportswear and holding a baseball bat. When the young man saw him, he raised his baseball bat and brought it down hard. Bang! The baseball bat hit the future body's back hard, and the future body fell directly to the ground in severe pain. The young man took advantage of the victory, pulled out the dagger hanging on his waist, and stabbed it directly into the back of the future body. Puff! Just like the scene in the second death replay, the future body was killed by the opponent one by one. Sorry, I'm living for the sake of survival. Before he died, he heard the young man's voice. As the swords fell one after another, his breath became weaker and weaker. At this time, Muchini, who was watching the battle, was already in turmoil. What the fuck is going on? Isn't this young man in light blue sportswear and holding a baseball bat the same self that the future body saw the next day? How come the other party appeared in front of him in the same manner on the seventh day and killed him? Seeing this, Muchini suddenly felt that a huge conspiracy was unfolding around him. He noticed that the aura of the future body was slowly dissipating and he might die here at any time. Once he returns, he will become like that person with Alzheimer's disease, his brain thinking will be disordered, and his cognition will still be tampered with. In an emergency, he quickly muttered to himself. Don't kill anyone, don't kill anyone. Chapter 100. It's not the space that is messed up, it's the time that is messed up. Don't kill anyone. Muchini kept repeating this to himself, trying to instill this idea into the mind that was possessed by the young man. Now he has a very scary guess, but this guess can only be made again when his brain has enough time to think when his death replays next time. Just like that, under his constant mental suggestions, the future body gradually lost its vitality. The future body was killed by the young man again. Future body, dead. Wow! Muchini suddenly woke up, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to look at the familiar face of a young man in the mirror in front of him. It was this young man who killed him in 4 death replays. But before he could think of anything, that haze once again clouded his heart and his brain became confused again. But Muchini was prepared. He kept in mind his thoughts when he was awake, and kept repeating to himself. Don't kill anyone, don't kill anyone. While repeating mechanically, he used his remaining thinking ability to think about the situation where the future body was killed by the young man just now. He remembered that the future body had clearly seen a young man wearing a blue sportswear and holding a baseball bat, looking like he was going to kill someone on the second day. But on the 7th day, the future body was killed by such a menacing young man? Before this, he had always suspected that the space had become chaotic, but now it seemed that it was not the space that had become chaotic, but the timeline that had become chaotic. What is confusing is time. It is no wonder that when the future body saw his own appearance on the first day, he laughed crazily and wrote the 4 big words, "This is a dead end," because he already knew that one day in the future he would be killed by the first young man he possessed. Just thinking about this, Muchini's cerebellum began to shrink again. He could no longer think and just stood there in a daze. When he came to his senses again, he saw that the countdown had passed another 10 minutes. 85:12. 85:11. The countdown continued, and seeing the countdown, he knew that he couldn't waste time now. Every time he thinks, he wastes a lot of time, and he still has some things to investigate. So, while silently repeating "don't kill anyone," he put on his clothes and left the luxurious room. He glanced at the information of all the players around him reported by the system, and directly called 5 or 6 younger brothers according to the young man's memory. After calling his younger brothers, he went downstairs first. Sure enough, across the street, he saw a beggar. The system quickly reminded him that this was a player, and by killing him, he could extend the 2-hour time limit. He smiled contemptuously, touched his pocket, walked forward, and stuffed a few large bills into the other party's hands. Looking at the old beggar's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Muchini knew that the other party had been assimilated by the old man, so he said, "A reward for you," and turned and left. Then he ignored the beeping system and started looking for new players. The system quickly sent him information about several players closest to him. At this time, his younger brothers were also in place. He waved his hand and led this group of younger brothers directly towards the position of the player closest to him. The surrounding scenery has not changed. The environment around him has always shown the world of a modern era, which makes Mucini very confused. Is it true that only after the young man's identity dies and he is assimilated, the world will show a new look? After all, only after he is assimilated will he not notice such a situation. After thinking about all this, he ran out of thoughts and began to daydream again. At this time, a younger brother beside him saw his condition and waved his hand in front of him. "Boss?" Mucini came to his senses, and his eyes lit up as he saw the other person waving at him. Didn't he expect that these ordinary people could wake him up from his daze? He took out a few banknotes from his pocket, stuffed them into the younger brother's shirt pocket, and said, "From now on, whenever I daydream, you will interrupt me once. Got it? Where have I ever seen such a scene?" He quickly took the money with a smile on his face, nodded and said, "Yes, boss." Under the guidance of the system, Mucini soon arrived in front of a rental house. The system prompted him that there was a player inside. He directly ordered his men to pry open the door of the rental house. Several of his men rushed forward. With the prelude of Mucini rewarding a younger brother with money just now, they all showed their abilities and opened the door of the room in no time. Mucini also noticed that the corners of the rental house were filled with empty beer bottles, and on the dirty big bed, there lay an unkempt middle-aged man. The middle-aged man noticed their group breaking in and stood up hastily. Mucini walked directly in front of the other party and looked down at him. "Do you still recognize me?" The middle-aged man shook his head tremblingly. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Mucini frowned. Has the other party also been assimilated? In the 4 death replays he had seen before, the future body was not assimilated in the early stages. They all have the consciousness to maintain that they belong to Mucini. But the 2 people he saw, an old beggar and a middle-aged man, the 2 people he possessed, actually did not retain any consciousness related to Mucini? Could it be that the system is playing tricks on him? Yes, this world-destroying doomsday should not give him such a bug. Once he does not have the intention to kill the next character he possesses, everyone he meets will be completely assimilated. In a certain sense, the souls in these 2 people are no longer his. That's how he met these 2 people. After realizing this, he began to daydream again. "Boss?" The younger brother beside him woke him up at the right time. He immediately came to his senses, looked at his younger brother with appreciation, took out a few banknotes from his pocket and threw them to the middle-aged man. "Pay for the gate." After saying that, he turned around and left with his brothers. At this moment, the countdown of the system in his mind was still continuing. 2400 hours 45. 2400 hours 44. There are more than 20 minutes left. At this rate, he can only meet one more player. And this time, if he doesn't kill anyone, his time will not be able to be extended, and his identity will die, and he will become the next middle-aged man. But he never intended to kill anyone from the beginning to the end. He already had a guess in his heart, and he only needed to meet one more person to confirm this guess completely. So, under the guidance of the system, he walked towards the nearest location. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a familiar food street. "Get out of here! You want to rent my house when you have no money? You old fool!" A familiar voice sounded in his ears. He looked in that direction and saw a fashionably dressed woman. This woman was the landlord who had kicked the old man out before. He also caught a glimpse of an old man running out in panic, holding a quilt. The moment he saw the old man, the system immediately reminded him that the other party was a player. Chapter 101. There are no other players at all. The moment he saw the old man, Mucini smiled. It turned out to be just as he expected. The so-called killing of 8 players is the biggest scam. In this world, he is the only player, and the so-called other players are all himself. It's just that these other players are themselves in different timelines. Just like the old man in front of me. You know, just a few minutes ago, he saw the other party taking a rest under TNN Construction Group. But now, he saw the other person in another place. Why are there 2 old men? Because he knew very well that these were not 2 old men, but the same old man from different timelines. The system detected that all the players around him were him. In other words, they are both his second and third possession, but these possessions are in different timelines. Wrong. To be precise, he can only see these spirits because they are in the world that represents the modern world. If this old man and the sloppy middle-aged man were in the world of the past timeline, he would not be able to use the identity of this young man to meet those two people. Different time and space, different timeline. What kind of world is he in? He raised his head, looked at the sunlight in the sky, and began to daydream again. Boss? The younger brother called him at the right time. He came back to his senses, nodded to his younger brother, and began to think about what to do next while there was still some time. Anyway, no matter what, he can't kill anyone next. And then he still has to get through 2 more possessions, but the system says that if he doesn't kill 8 possessions, he will be wiped out by the rules. This is a difficult question. However, he is the only player in this world. No matter who he kills according to the system's advice, he is actually killing himself. Once he kills himself, time will close and his mission will inevitably fail. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was basically a dead end. No wonder the world-destroying doomsday makes everyone feel cold in their hearts. Except for one astronaut who survived the last moonfall, no one else survived. It also includes the first world-destroying doomsday, the one known as the prophecy of the impure world. He took a deep breath. What if he saw through the essence of the matter? The more clearly you see, the more desperate you become. He had no idea how he was going to survive this horrific apocalypse. What else can he do now? The prophecy of Master Sagino from the United States has already come out, but the prophecy of Mr. Chang from China, the Emperor's decree will come down from heaven, and the people will perish, has not yet appeared. So, where is the solution? Thinking of this, he began to become dazed again due to excessive thinking. Boss? It was still the younger brother who woke him up. After he came to his senses, he looked at the countdown which showed only a few minutes left and took out a bank card from his pocket. He handed the bank card to the fashionable woman who was the landlord. I'm renting a house to this old man. There's 200,000 yuan in the card, and the password is 6 zeros. After saying this, he ignored the woman's shocked and bewildered gaze, forced the bank card into her hand, and turned and left. He didn't know if what he did was right, but the only way now was to make life better for the 2 possessed spirits behind him. This was the only thing he could do. At the last moment of the countdown, he dismissed his men and sat in the car himself. During the final period of the countdown, a strong desire to kill other players emerged in his heart. He tried hard to suppress his almost instinctive impulse, and even noticed that outside the car window, there was a familiar old man holding a snakeskin bag passing by his car. This is the 3rd old man he possessed. If he wanted to, he could get out of the car and kill the other person right now, thus extending the time of his identity. But he didn't do that. He forcibly restrained his instinctive impulse and gritted his teeth, waiting for the last few seconds of the countdown. 003. 002. 001. Midnight. When the countdown ended, his eyes closed and he lost all consciousness without any pain. Ah. Muchini felt a headache, which was the aftereffect of a hangover the morning after. He struggled to sit up and looked at the environment filled with beer bottles, his expression a little confused. Warning, please kill 8 players as soon as possible, otherwise you will be wiped out by the system. Warning, please kill 8 players as soon as possible, otherwise you will be wiped out by the system. Ding, the identity is matched successfully. You are an unsuccessful repairman. You really hope that you can make progress, but you have nothing to do. So, you become addicted to drunkenness. The system sent him a lot of information. And he subconsciously said, don't kill anyone. He sat up immediately, and while he had not yet been assimilated by the middle-aged man and his thinking ability was still online, he quickly followed the middle-aged man's memory, took out a pen from the bedside table, and carved "Don't kill anyone" on the bedside. After finishing all this, he looked at the use of the Eye of Death in the system. Eye of Death, this identity can only be used once. He didn't dare to delay, fearing that he would forget the existence of the Eye of Death for a moment, so he immediately said, "Open the Eye of Death." The next moment, his mind suddenly became clear. His thoughts gradually faded away. Bite. Because the host failed to kill 8 players, the host will be wiped out by the rules. The voice of the system rang in Muchini's ears. Then he opened his eyes and saw the rental room in front of him. Before he could think of anything, a sharp pain suddenly came. Future body, dead. Fuck. Muchini, who had become a middle-aged man, suddenly woke up from the bed. He immediately raised his hands and looked at them. This time the death replay was too short, but fortunately he also knew the cause of his death. In the death replay, the system only said one sentence: because the host failed to kill 8 players, the host will be wiped out by the rules. Because he didn't complete the task, he was wiped out. In the end, I died under this rule. What should I do about this? After all, if he kills other players, he will definitely be the one to be killed in the end. He couldn't help but begin to doubt whether what he was doing was right. If you don't kill other players, you will be killed by the rules. If you kill other players, you will end up killing yourself. This is a dead end no matter how you look at it. This world-destroying doomsday copy is a dead end. How can there be any way to survive? He was trembling inside. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. He looked at the warning "Don't kill anyone" engraved on the head of the bed and slowly fell into confusion. Chapter 102 Hope of Survival. Mukuni was thinking. In this strange world, everything is wrong, the timeline is constantly changing, and the world is constantly transforming. He felt like he was stuck in a deadlock. How could he think of a way to break the rules when he was trapped within them? Is it true that there is no hope for survival in this world-destroying doomsday? While he was thinking, he didn't know that his thoughts had gradually been assimilated by the middle-aged man's thoughts. And when Muchinii realized this, he had lost all memories of Muchinii in his mind because of too much thinking. His expression suddenly changed from complicated to dull. Muchinii, or to be more precise, a middle-aged man. He looked at the boxes of beer stacked nearby, took out a bottle of beer and opened it, then drank it while putting on his clothes. He has lost all consciousness about Muchinii and has been completely assimilated into a middle-aged man. After packing up, he set off to his repair shop to start his day's tasks. In this way, Muchinii became a middle-aged man and started a new life. He went to the repair shop in the morning, came back at noon with the cheap lunchbox he bought, ate his meal, drank 2 bottles of beer, and continued to work in the repair shop in the afternoon. His life seemed to be calming down. But on the second day, a small accident happened. A young man, along with a group of his followers, broke into his house, destroyed the door, and left behind a fortune far exceeding the size of the door, saying it was the money to buy the door. The middle-aged man was overjoyed by the unexpected fortune. He used a small portion of the money to repair the gate and used the rest to buy beer and barbecue. He had a delicious meal. After so many years, he hasn't had such a hearty meal for a long time. While eating barbecue, tears could not help but flow down his cheeks. After this incident, his life returned to normal. When the time came to the 5th day, for some reason, the middle-aged man suddenly had a strong desire to kill, and his target turned out to be an old beggar who passed by his shop every day. But every time he wanted to kill someone, he would think of the warning on the bedside table. Don't kill anyone. So he resisted the urge to kill the old beggar and remained calm every time. The 5th day was a very difficult day. The middle-aged man exerted great willpower to resist killing the old beggar. At night, he drank a few bottles of beer as usual and lay in bed. At this moment, he did not notice that there was a countdown flashing continuously on the system in his mind. 003. 002. 001. Midnight. The moment time returned to 0, the middle-aged man lost all consciousness. Ding, identity matching is successful. You are an old beggar who makes a living by picking up garbage. You live in a messy environment and live one day at a time. You still have to kill 8 more players before you can leave this world. This identity's survival time, 10 days. The countdown begins. 239:59:59. 239:59:58. The voice of the system sounded, and the thoughts representing Muchinii also recovered briefly. Muchinii had just gained the ability to think. He first observed the surrounding environment and found that he had become an old beggar. The room was still dirty and messy, with a bag of empty plastic bottles in the corner, a small room of only 7 or 8 square meters. For Muchinii, he has lived here for a week and is very familiar with everything here. Because of the previous experience, he didn't dare to think too much in this state. If he continued to think, he might be assimilated like the middle-aged man who was possessed before, after thinking too much. So, he stopped thinking and looked directly at the Eye of Death, which he had only one chance to use. He silently said in his heart, "Open the Eye of Death." He planned to go to the death replay and think about it carefully. As the prophecy skills were activated, his mind fell into silence. What kind of place is this? It was his own questioning voice. Hearing his own voice, Muchinii immediately opened his eyes. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget. In front of him was the boundary between one world and another. One side of the sky represents the darkness of night, while the other side represents the sunlight of day. On the left side, there are thousands of lights in the dark night, while on the right side, it is bustling during the day and full of the smell of fireworks. The future body himself just stood there blankly without saying anything. Beep, beep. The system's voice resounded frantically in the mind of the future body. The host is in a time rift. Please retreat within 1 minute. Otherwise, you will be sucked into the space-time rift and torn apart by the turbulent flow of time. The host is in a time rift. The alarm sounded frantically in his mind. In addition to this voice, another voice appeared in the mind of the future body. Because the host is located outside of a special location, all skills and props are temporarily restored. After returning to the copy location, the skills and props will be sealed again. Host, please leave the space-time rift as soon as possible. Host, please leave the space-time rift as soon as possible. The system's warnings continued to ring in the ears of the future body. At this time, the future body that had been completely assimilated by the old man seemed to not understand the system's voice at all. It stood there stupidly, looking at the huge crack on the skyline. After seeing this scene, Machinii, who was watching the battle, had his mind working rapidly. What exactly is this place? The system just said this is a space crack? And in the space crack, all his skills and props were released? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized a very important issue. He seems to be able to survived? The reason why he had such an idea was because he obtained a very important one-time special item in the second copy, Deep Sea Monster. Guardian of the Turtles. The turtle's protection can help the host resist the annihilation of the rules. And since he failed to complete the task of killing 8 players, he would be eliminated by the rules. However, within the copy, all his skills and props cannot be used normally. Only in this space-time rift, these restrictions have no effect on him. If the turtle's protection can be used, then can he be in this rule erasure? Survive. Chapter 103 Copy, Time Reversal, enters the second stage. Muchini pondered the feasibility of this matter in his mind. But there are several difficulties in achieving this goal. First of all, the time one can stay in the time crack is less than 1 minute, that is to say, he must let the old man's identity enter the time crack in the last minute of his life, that is, the last minute of the time limit. In this way, the old man's possession will be wiped out by the rules before the time rift wipes him out. And he can just use the guardian of the turtle in the time rift to avoid being wiped out by the rules. After the rules were wiped out and blocked by the turtle's protection, he left the time crack and avoided the time turbulence in the crack. But the biggest problem was that at that time, he had been 100% assimilated by the old man. How could the old man, who had no memories of his own, act according to the plan? And there is another thing. In the previous replays of the old man's death that he watched, the old man did not reach the location of this time rift. Why did you come this time? He began to think about what he had done. If there is anything I have changed, it is that when I used the first possession, I did not kill anyone, and I also helped the old man pay the rent. The old man was kicked out on the 7th day, which means that the young man paid the rent for the old man on the 7th day of the old man's timeline. These are the only changes he has made. The old man's possession will last for 10 days. He only needs to let the old man come to this place within the final time limit 3 days after the rent is paid, right? The question now is how to complete this series of things at the last minute. It would probably not work to write it down. In his opinion, once he was completely assimilated by the old man, nothing he did would be taken seriously by the old man. Including things like carving words on the wall, the future body had already helped him practice it in the 4th death replay. However, there is a more difficult way. During the previous 2 possessions, including the possession during the death replay, Muchinii discovered a rule. That is, when he is possessed, if he uses too much of the Muchinii personality to think about problems, it will quickly consume his thinking capacity, causing him to be assimilated by the possessed character more quickly. This is true for every character, except for the first young man. When he possessed him, he didn't show these symptoms. He was mostly in a daze. But what if he retained his own thinking ability and allowed himself to temporarily assimilate into that old man? Can he put his consciousness belonging to Muchinii to sleep? It is also very simple to awaken the consciousness of Muchinii, because there is a big difference between his original consciousness and the consciousness of the possessed identity. His original consciousness can feel the existence of the system, but the consciousness of the possessed old man cannot. Therefore, he can let the system countdown awaken his consciousness at the last moment of the 10th day. But this behavior also has an element of gambling. What if his consciousness is not awakened? Or, what if he doesn't have time to use the last minute to enter the time rift after awakening? But now, he has no choice, this is the only way for him to survive. While he was thinking, this death replay came to an end. Ding ding ding, the countdown is over, the host is about to be drawn into the turbulence of time and space. The old man ignored the system's voice and stared blankly at a stream of light entering his body. The flash of light wiped out the old man's life in an instant. Future body, dead. After returning from the eye of death, Mu Chenyi's thoughts gradually became clearer, but he seemed to have thought of something and immediately let his thoughts sink into silence again. He could not think anymore, otherwise his consciousness would be completely lost, and the consciousness of Mu Chenyi would no longer exist. Not long after Mu Chenyi concealed his consciousness, the old man sat up dazedly, rubbed his eyes, and looked around. Picking up the cup of water beside him and taking a sip of water, he stumbled to the bathroom. Bang! The door of the room was opened rudely, revealing the landlady wearing a white shirt and a pink knee-length rippled skirt. If Mu Chenyi was still conscious, he would definitely recognize that the world they were in was a timeline from the past, because the clothes the landlord wore were a bit old-fashioned, or retro. Old man, pay the rent quickly, or I'll ask you to get out today. The landlord still said the same thing. The old man hurriedly took out the newspaper wrapped in money from the bedside table, but it was finally snatched away by the landlord. After saying that this was 7 days' rent, the woman left. After watching the other person leave, the old man said nothing, silently picked up the snakeskin bag filled with empty plastic bottles in the corner of the room, and went outside to pick up the bottles. It seemed as if the cycle had begun again, and the old man spent another day picking up empty bottles. It is worth mentioning that when he passed by TNN Construction Group, a young man mistook him for a beggar and threw several red banknotes at him. But before he could do anything with the money, after the young man left, a man with a pointed chin and monkey face came up to him, snatched the money from the old man's hand, and turned and ran away. The old man could only watch the other person go away and could do nothing. After experiencing this incident, the old man's life returned to normal. Just like the scene in the replay of Mu Chenyi's fourth death, the old man lived this kind of life every day, and the consciousness unique to Mu Chenyi was always asleep and never woke up. On the morning of the 7th day, the old man was driven out by the fashionably dressed woman because he could not pay the rent. The young man happened to come here and saw this scene. I'm renting a house for this old man. There's 200,000 in the card and the password is 6 zeros. The young man paid the rent for him. Then the old man saw the fashionable woman send the young man away with a smile on her face. After the young man left, the fashionable woman looked at the bewildered old man holding his quilt and cursed. Damn old thing, you did all kinds of evil things when you were young, but you still meet a noble person when you are old. She spat in front of the old man, then turned and left. The old man could only carry his bedding and return to his rental house. It seems that as long as the other party doesn't drive him away, everything is negotiable. Apart from this incident, the old man did not encounter any troubles in the following few days, until the last day of his life, which was the last hour of the 10th day when Mu Chenyi possessed him. Warning, please kill 8 players within an hour, otherwise you will be wiped out by the system. Warning, please kill 8 players within an hour, otherwise you will be wiped out by the system. Early in the morning, Mu Chenyi's consciousness was awakened by this sound. Without having time to feel surprised at his awakening, he immediately sat up, took a quick glance at the surrounding scene, and without thinking anymore, walked outside with a clear purpose. He already knew the location of the boundary between the black and white of the skyline, which was the so-called space-time rift. After walking for about 20 minutes, he came to the junction of night and day, stopped, and sat cross-legged on the ground. He emptied his mind and didn't dare to think at all. There are still 40 minutes left, and he must go in at the last minute. Time passes by little. And Mu Chenyi could feel that because he was in control of the old man's body, even if he didn't think at all, his thinking was decreasing. Realizing this, he emptied his mind even more. He was gambling that his thinking could last until the last moment. Finally. Beep beep, warning, the host has failed to complete the task and will be wiped out by the rules in 1 minute. Warning. The voice of the system successfully awakened Mu Chenyi, who only had a trace of thinking ability left. Mu Chenyi suddenly opened his eyes and ran towards the time crack in front of him. The old man's speed was maximized by him. When he was about to lose his last consciousness, he rushed into the time crack. The host is in a time rift. The surrounding skyline changed, half was daytime and half was dark. Because the host is located outside a special location, all skills and props are temporarily restored. After returning to the copy location, the skills and props will be sealed again. Please leave the time and space rift as soon as possible. When the system prompted him with this message, the last of his thoughts as Muchini completely disappeared. And at this moment, he was completely assimilated into the thoughts of the old man. The old man stood there blankly, looking around in confusion. He was wondering how he ended up here. Ding ding, the host Muchini failed to complete the task of killing 8 players and will be wiped out by the rules. Detecting that the host has the guardian of the turtle is automatically consumed. The rules failed to kill the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in this chaotic space and time. The first stage of the copy, time reversal, has ended, and the host Muchini is about to enter the second stage. Chapter 10 for the game has just begun. The copy, time reversal, has entered the second stage. The moment the system voice appeared, Muchini's thoughts all returned. And the old man was once again under the control of Muchini. Muchini looked at the turbulence of time and space that was about to reach him. Without time to think about it, he hurriedly left the time crack. He walked into the daytime world. This time, he no longer has to worry about not having enough time to think, because his body and thoughts completely belong to him. Host Muchini has entered the second stage. All items and skills can be used normally. Tip: you are the only player to enter the second stage of time reversal. Once the host dies in this instance, Doomsday will come in reality. When Muchini walked into this broken world, he found that all the scenery around him had stopped moving. This included vehicles that were originally moving, people who were walking, and even birds and animals flying in the sky, all stopped their movements. What a magical scene! At the same time, in front of him was a door emitting energy fluctuations. Host, please walk into the portal and enter the second stage. System prompts. Muchini looked at the gate and was silent for a while before he slowly walked forward and entered the gate. The moment he stepped through the door, he felt a pulling sensation in his body. April 19th, Saturday, 8 a.m. Important time point for recycling chapter 93. A rich fragrance blooms in your mouth. Muchini opened his eyes immediately. Soon, he saw that he was holding a bun in his hand and was putting the bun into his mouth. Wait, why does this scene look so familiar? He looked at the real scene of heavy traffic outside the breakfast shop and was stunned. As if he thought of something, he immediately took out his cell phone and looked at the date on it. April 19th. Isn't this the day when he enters the world-destroying apocalypse from reality? He traveled back in time? Wrong. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the system. At this time, the system does not have a personal mall column, only a prompt: you have entered the second stage of the copy, time reversal. He did not return to reality, he was still in this world destroying Doomsday. Thinking of this, he felt powerless and desperate. Damn it! After going through so many hard times, you tell him now that he has only made it through the first stage? Even after getting through the first stage, he gambled his life many times, betting that his own consciousness could be awakened from the old man's body. He bet that he could enter the space-time rift at the last minute, exploit the bug in the rules, and make the turtle's protection in his body work, thus resisting the annihilation of the rules. It can be said that he was walking on a tightrope with every step he took, and any mistake would lead to complete death. Even so, he has only entered the second stage of Doomsday? Okay, the game has just begun, right? He looked around vigilantly. Although he seemed to be in reality now, there was no telling what might happen and cost him his life. Turn on the system. He looked into the eyes of death. At this time, the introduction of Eye of Death has changed. Eye of Death, the host can see the scene of his next death through the Eye of Death. Can only be used once in this instance. Realistic cooldown time, 7 days. It can only be used once. He thought about it and decided to use it directly. He glanced at the ordinary people around him who were eating breakfast, picked up a tissue beside him to wipe his mouth, and while covering his mouth, he quickly recited to himself, "Open the Eye of Death." Without anyone noticing, his eyes glowed with a bright red light. In 10 minutes, we will be able to see a meteor shower that only appears once every few hundred years. Our Jiangcheng TV station reporters have arrived at the nearest mountain and will bring you a live broadcast of the meteor shower. This is the best place in Jiangcheng to watch the meteor shower. When Muchini heard the familiar meteor shower broadcast, he opened his eyes and saw Wang Zichen, who was about to turn off the TV. Stop! The future body shouted to Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen paused, turned around and looked at him in confusion. Brother Mu, what's wrong? The future body stared at the meteor shower on TV and patted Wang Zichen. Take me to the highest place nearby within 10 minutes. I want to watch this meteor shower too. But we are about to enter the end of the world. Wang Zichen looked puzzled. You believe me? The future body said solemnly to Wang Zichen. As if influenced by the future body, Wang Zichen could only grit his teeth and agree. He picked up a row of car keys hanging on the wall and went directly to the backyard to open his fastest car. Get in the car. The future body got on board first. Lin Yuan was also with them, so they got in the car together. The three of them drove towards the nearest hillside. Brother Mu, you've been acting weird the whole day. What happened? Wang Zichen asked while driving. But the future body shook his head. This matter is a bit unbelievable, I will tell you after I verify it. Chapter 105 Death Replay. The source of Doomsday is the two-dimensional foil. Mu Qianni, who was watching the battle, saw all this and also learned some information. The second stage of the time reversal copy is basically no different from reality. We learned from Wang Zichen that they still believe that a new Doomsday will begin at 10 o'clock in the evening. But only the future body knows that he himself came out of the first stage of this Doomsday. In his eyes, Wang Zichen and others might be the NPCs in this Doomsday. Because the system had informed him before that he was the only player to enter the second stage. All the other players either gave up directly or died in the first stage. Therefore, the future entity did not tell them that they were NPCs. The future body seemed to have investigated what the second stage of this world-destroying Doomsday was for a whole day, but gained nothing. It was not until he saw the news about the meteor shower that he guessed that the source of this world-destroying Doomsday might be related to the meteor shower. This was all Mu Qianni's guess when he saw this place through the eye of death. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Because this meteor shower also appeared in reality, right? When he thought about this, the prophecy of Mr. Chang Yeqing of China suddenly appeared in his mind. The emperor will send down a decree from heaven, and all people will perish. Could it be this meteor shower that is the imperial decree from heaven? While he was thinking about this, Wang Zichen had already driven his future body and Lin Yuan to a small hill. The future person took out his phone and looked at the time. It clearly said a period of time. 21 hours 58 minutes and 12 seconds. 9:58 and 12 seconds p.m. There is still 1 minute until 10 o'clock when the meteor shower will fall. But even so, many people can now see with their own eyes the red streaks of light falling from the sky. That was a dazzling meteorite. The future body did not dare to delay and immediately took out the space telescope that he had exchanged in reality. This space telescope was a disposable prop. But how could the future body dare to care about these few hundred points? He simply turned on the cosmic telescope and pointed it at his eyes. When he used the telescope, a countdown appeared on the telescope. 59, 58, 57. This countdown also indicates that this telescope can only be used for 1 minute, after which this disposable prop space telescope will be scrapped. And Mu Qianni also looked at the meteorite in the sky through the perspective of the future body. The introduction of the cosmic telescope is that it can help users see things beyond their cognition. With the help of the space telescope, the future body soon saw an unimaginably thin piece of transparent paper in the middle crack of the meteorite. Yes, it is a thin piece of paper, not even as big as a bank card. This piece of transparent thin paper was sandwiched between the cracks in the stone. Mu Qianni, who was watching the battle, felt that even with the most precise instruments of mankind, there was no way to detect this piece of paper. What is this? Bang! A slight sound was heard, and the meteorite began to split and scatter towards the Japanese country. Beneath the beautiful and extreme red light, there is hidden murderous intent towards all mankind. In the dark sky, there were stars everywhere. The meteorite turned into countless smaller meteorites, which fell like raindrops, leaving brilliant tracks. The future body could even hear the cheers of many people around him. At this moment, countless couples embraced each other, and countless families looked at the beautiful light with anticipation and joy. This is the romance and mystery of the universe. Almost everyone does not want to miss this beautiful moment brought from the universe. Except for the future body. Because the future body watched through the space telescope that at the moment the meteorite split, the thin piece of paper inside the meteorite began to release a dazzling white light, which quickly extended to the surroundings. Boo! A slight sound was heard, and almost in an instant, the paper covered the entire blue star. If there were precise instruments for calculation, it would be found that it only took 0.1 seconds for this piece of paper to wrap the entire blue planet. And in the next moment, the future body suddenly felt a sense of sluggishness. He was extremely familiar with this feeling. It was exactly the feeling of developing Alzheimer's disease in the first stage of time reversal. To be precise, it is the feeling of confusion. The future body was affected and began to become dazed, and Muccini also noticed the situation. But at this moment, Muccini was staring at the cosmic telescope. Because in the cosmic telescope, he saw a picture that changed his cognition. He saw with his own eyes through the telescope mirror that when the piece of paper was released, the space of the entire universe began to collapse. This was a process of infinite shrinkage and disintegration of space. The single dimension in the original three-dimensional space began to curl and compress, and the entire space was gradually swallowed and disassembled by this thin paper emitting white light. The universe began to change from the original three-dimensional solid to a two-dimensional plane. Moreover, this dimensionality reduction image is not only released on the blue star, but also spreads towards the universe outside the blue star at a speed reaching the speed of light. Until the 1-minute usage time of the space telescope is over. The scene of the universe collapsing in front of Muccini disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a scene of a meteor shower streaking across the sky. At this moment, Muccini also clearly recognized the origin of this thin paper. According to legend, this weapon is used by advanced civilizations in the universe to attack lower civilizations by reducing their dimensionality. Two-dimensional foil. The moment he recognized the weapon, the picture disappears. Future body, dead. It seems like in the real world. Cough, cough, cough. After finishing the use of the Eye of Death, Muccini was awakened by choking on his own saliva. His violent movement also made the people who were eating breakfast around him look at him sideways in confusion. Muccini took out his cell phone with an unhappy look on his face, paid for breakfast, and prepared to leave the breakfast shop. "Student, you paid twice." The clerk called him from behind. And he just waved his hand, "Don't look for it." After saying that, he walked straight out of the breakfast shop. His eyes flickered and his expression was calmer than ever before. He knows. The so-called first stage of time reversal is the world in the two-dimensional foil. The reason why his thinking capacity is limited is because the two-dimensional foil is a process of changing a three-dimensional creature into a two-dimensional creature. Because his thinking capacity is three-dimensional, his thinking ability is bound to be suppressed in the world of two-dimensional foil. He took out his cell phone and called Morong Shinner directly. A few seconds later, Morong Shinner answered the phone. Muccini. Muccini didn't have time to talk nonsense with her at this moment, and directly said in a commanding tone, "Help me investigate a company. This company may have gone bankrupt. It was established in the 1990s or 2000s. It's called Tian'an Construction Group. Remember, help me investigate the son of the boss of this group." Chapter 106, Two-Dimensional World. Okay, I won't say any more. Investigate as quickly as possible and send me the information after you're done. I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, Muccini hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to respond. Then he began to think. He had never expected that the source of the doomsday this time would be Xiang Bao. Now he finally understood why Mr. Chang Yecheng predicted that the decree from heaven will lead to the demise of the common people. The imperial edict that came down from the sky was that thin piece of paper called two-dimensional foil. When the two-dimensional foil came down, all the creatures on the blue planet were reduced to two-dimensional creatures, which also corresponded to all living things will perish. Now, the predictions of Master Sugino from the beautiful country and Mr. Chang Yecheng from China have all come true. He touched his chin. Now his guest required Morong Shinner to send him the information. In reality, after he finished his breakfast, he went to the forest park for a morning run, then played games with Wang Zichen for the whole morning, and at noon he went to eat stewed chicken with his parents Lin Yuan. But he certainly can't do that now. After the meteor shower arrives at 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone will be reduced to two-dimensional creatures, which is no different from death. Open the scales of judgment, he said after thinking for a while. Like the Eye of Death, the scales of judgment can only be used once in this instance. As soon as he finished speaking, a scale with half angel and half demon appeared in his mind. Can I use the dagger of the end to destroy the two-dimensional foil, the source of doom? He asked. After he asked this question, the little angel side moved up a little, while the side representing the little devil dropped a little. This situation means that the probability is very small. The success rate is lower than the failure rate. It also indirectly told Muccini that the dagger of the end could cause damage to the source of doomsday, the two-dimensional foil, but the dagger of the end alone could not completely destroy the two-dimensional foil. Although the success rate of the verification is very small, Muccini is not worried but happy. Because he has obtained the information he wanted. Just now, he deliberately asked whether he could use the Dagger of the End to destroy the two-dimensional foil, the source of doom. Remember, it is the two-dimensional foil of the source of doomsday and not just two-dimensional foil. And the scales of judgment gave him the accurate answer: the success rate is less than the failure rate. It is also equivalent to telling him that the transparent thin paper two-dimensional foil in the crack of the stone is the source of doomsday, of this world-destroying doomsday. As long as the two-dimensional foil is blocked or destroyed, this world-destroying doomsday can be resolved. Before this, he might have wondered whether the source of this doomsday might not be the two-dimensional foil, but a creature that released the two-dimensional foil? But after getting this information, he felt relieved. His purpose of using the scales of judgment was also achieved because he knew the source of this doomsday. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and called Wang Zichen. "Hey, Brother Mu, are you here to play games with me?" Wang Zichen asked directly as soon as he answered the phone. "What a stupid game. The world is about to end. Hurry up and drive over to pick me up. Let's go to Lao Zhao's place. I'll send you the location now." Mu Qianyi quickly arranged the plan. "What do you mean the end of the world?" Wang Zichen was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Forget it, let us talk about it when we meet later. I'm getting dressed now and going to pick you up." After the two hung up the phone, Mu Qianyi sent him his location. 10 minutes later, Wang Zichen's car arrived in front of him. "Go find Lao Zhao." Mu Qianyi sat in the passenger seat. "Where's Lin Yuan?" Wang Zichen asked curiously when he saw that he was the only one there. "Are you chatting with my parents?" Mu Qianyi said calmly. "Wang Zichen?" However, he did not ask any more questions and started the car and headed directly to the Lao Zhao fort in the suburbs. When they drove to Lao Zhao's house, they saw that there was a beautiful woman with lingering charm in Lao Zhao's house, and Lao Zhao was having a candlelight dinner with this beautiful woman. Seeing this scene, Wang Zichen and Mu Qianyi were both stunned. "Wait, you are this kind of Lao Zhao?" Old Zhao didn't expect that the two of them would come to see him. Even though he was usually calm, he felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said to the beauty, "Go up and wait for me. I have something to tell them." The beautiful woman looked at Wang Zichen and Mu Qianyi strangely with her beautiful eyes, then walked upstairs leisurely. When the beauty walked up, Wang Zichen said with a strange expression, "I was wondering why Brother Mu asked me to come to you in such a hurry, but it turns out you came here to catch a woman." "Ahem." Mu Qianyi interrupted him with a dry cough, "I came to see Lao Zhao for something real." "It's not what you think." "What's the matter?" Old Zhao straightened his face and asked Mu Qianyi. "I want to know about the news about the two-dimensional foil." Mu Qianyi said immediately, "and the process of the transformation from a three-dimensional world to a two-dimensional world. Do you have any information about this?" In fact, he wanted to go to Morong Shiner to find out, but after thinking about it carefully, he still felt that Lao Zhao was more reliable. "Two-dimensional foil? Why are you asking this?" Old Zhao looked at him with a strange expression. "Will the next world-destroying doomsday be the invasion of Blue Planet by two-dimensional foil?" "You are so clever." Mu Qianyi gave him a thumbs up. Lao Zhao. "Wait, this news is a bit scary, he needs to take it slow." After a moment, he frowned and said, "The expansion speed of the two-dimensional foil reaches the speed of light. If you want to survive, you have to escape in a spaceship that reaches the speed of light, but with the current level of technology, it's not possible. Is there no way to stop the release of the two-dimensional foil?" Mu Qianyi asked quietly. "Unless your Dagger of the End can solve the problem, it's over." Lao Zhao spread his hands. Mu Qianyi shook his head. His Dagger of the End could not destroy the two-dimensional foil. "By the way, why do you ask what the two-dimensional world is for?" Lao Zhao asked again. "I'm just curious about how the two-dimensional foil works." Mu Qianyi thought of the world he was in. In that world, his three-dimensional thoughts were constantly suppressed, and that feeling was too uncomfortable. "There are two theories." Lao Zhao turned on the computer, made a plain model, and drew a cube on the model. The first is the mathematical model. The difference between three-dimensional and two-dimensional is that there is an extra dimension, which is what people usually call length, width, and height. If two dimensions are the surface composed of length and width, then the height is the third dimension. "I know this too. What about the second one?" Mu Qianyi asked. "The second thing is to consider what a three-dimensional creature looks like in the eyes of a two-dimensional creature." When Lao Zhao said this, he took out a comic book from the cabinet under the computer. This is a story-based comic book that tells the story of a warrior slaying a dragon. I think you have all read this book? Old Zhao held up the comic book. Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen both nodded. Chapter 107, 3D in the Eyes of 2D Creatures. This comic tells the story of a young warrior who, in order to save his princess, defeated various powerful enemies step by step, and finally fought with the big boss, the dragon, in the final to save the princess. After Lao Zhao finished his story, he turned the book to the first page. You can understand all the creatures in this comic as two-dimensional creatures, because they are all placed on a two-dimensional plane. Hearing what Lao Zhao said, Mu Qianyi raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he heard such a statement. As three-dimensional creatures, we can flip through this comic book at will and know the past and future of these two-dimensional creatures. When we turn to the first page of the comic, it is the beginning of the young warrior preparing to save the princess, but when we turn to the last page of the comic, it becomes the ending after the warrior saves the princess and the two of them live a shameless life. Lao Zhao explained while flipping through the comic book, so, I can explain that in front of two-dimensional creatures, we can change their timeline. Because if we flip through this comic book casually, we can flip to any point in their time at will. Hearing what Lao Zhao said, Mu Qianyi's eyes suddenly lit up. He seems to have some ideas? In fact, this can also explain the difference between us three-dimensional creatures and four-dimensional creatures. Lao Zhao put down the comic book and said slowly, if a point is zero-dimensional, then a line formed by the movement of this point is a one-dimensional object. And a surface formed by the movement of a line is a two-dimensional object. The three-dimensional cuboid formed by the movement of the faces is a three-dimensional object. Then when a three-dimensional object moves, it will still be a three-dimensional cuboid? Wang Zichen, who had never spoken a word, asked in confusion. Because the four-dimensional movement is not movement in the physical sense. To be precise, it is movement from the past to the future. This movement of the timeline is called the transformation from three-dimensional to four-dimensional. Mu Qianyi said. Right. Old Zhao looked at Mu Qianyi with appreciation and continued, the fourth dimension is the timeline for us three-dimensional creatures. If we have the opportunity to move from the future to the past, which is the so-called time machine, then in a sense, we have found a way to become four-dimensional creatures. Of course, this statement is a paradox on the internet and cannot be used as a formal scientific basis. It's already very important, said Mu Qianyi. Now we just need to confirm the news from Morong Shiner. Just as he thought of this, his phone rang with Morong Shiner's exclusive message alert tone. The other party sent him a string of messages. Mu Qianyi opened the message and saw a string of messages from the other party. Is the person you asked me to find this picture? This person is Gao Feiping, the son of Gao Hongyi, the boss of Tianan Construction Group. But when the country dealt with criminals in 1987, they got rid of these gangsters. Gao Feiping had committed many evil deeds under the protection of his father Gao Hongyi. It was common for him to rape women. But later, when the court sentenced his father Gao Hongyi to death, it only sentenced Gao Feiping to life imprisonment. Later, because Gao Feiping behaved well in prison, he was only imprisoned for 20 years. When he was 45 years old, he was released. But because of the fact that he had committed a crime, he couldn't do any normal job. Many companies and store managers didn't dare to hire him after knowing that he was a criminal. So, he could only learn the craft of car repair from a mechanic. But a year ago, Gao Feiping, who was 61 years old, was discovered by his former enemy. In order to avenge him, his enemy cut his tendons, poured cement into his throat to make him mute, and then threw him into a stinking ditch. Gao Feiping eventually died tragically, and the police only found his body a day later. And the people who killed him were brought to justice. In addition to the content introducing Gao Feiping, Mu Qianyi also saw several pictures sent to him by Morong Shiner. There are several pictures of Gao Feiping when he was young, middle-aged, and old. The three pictures correspond to the three characters he possessed during the first stage of time reversal. Is it true? There was a flash of understanding in his eyes. He understood it all now. In the first stage of time reversal, he possessed the bodies of Gao Feiping's young, middle-aged, and old age respectively. It's no wonder. When he possessed Gao Feiping's old age, the landlady scolded him, "Damn old thing, you did all kinds of evil things when you were young, but you still meet a noble person when you are old." When he regained consciousness as Mu Qianyi, he still felt strange about it. It turned out that the landlady knew that Gao Feiping had done a lot of evil things when he was young, so she treated him in that way. The more extravagantly Gao Feiping lived when he was young, the more miserable he would be in his old age. Even when his second death replay was played, what was seen was the future body of the old man who became mute, with his tendons cut and thrown into a stinky ditch. Because that was an ending for Gao Feiping, and also a certain time node in his life, so it was normal for him to be teleported to this time node. And the so-called first stage of time reversal was officially confirmed to be the inner world of the two-dimensional foil. In other words, it was the world he experienced after the two-dimensional foil covered the blue planet. In Er Sangbao's inner world, his identity is Gao Feiping, and these are Gao Feiping's youth, middle age, and old age. Once he kills his middle-aged or old age, he will die instantly. After all, the three people he possessed were all himself. The reason why he saw many buildings and surrounding scenery from many timelines when he possessed Gao Feiping's old age was because that was the world inside the two-dimensional foil. The two-dimensional foil is a super weapon that transforms the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional world to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks. Just now, Lao Zhao also told him that four-dimensional creatures have an extra fourth dimension, the timeline, compared to three-dimensional creatures, while three-dimensional creatures have an extra third dimension, the height, compared to two-dimensional creatures. And this height is the timeline of two-dimensional creatures. Therefore, in the world of the two-dimensional foil, there is a transition from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. In the eyes of two-dimensional creatures, the addition of the 3-dimensional line has caused the timeline to become extremely chaotic. This was also the case when Machinei felt the various chaotic timelines in Gao Feiping's body and saw the scenes and buildings of different eras. For example, in the previous comic about the Dragon Slayer, if all the pages in the comic were placed on the same plane, from a 3-dimensional perspective, all the warrior's experiences would be rolled up into a ball and placed on a plane. Then in the eyes of the Dragon Slayer, it means that all the enemies he has fought in the story, including himself in different stages, are gathered in the same place at the same time. As a result, the Dragon Slayer, who was originally fighting one by one, turned into himself in a different timeline, and engaged in a group fight with all the enemies he met along the way. The original step-by-step plot is also presented in one place and one time point. This is the different self that Mu Qianyi saw in different timelines and places when he possessed Gao Feiping in the first stage. Therefore, the first stage of this so-called time reversal is a huge trap. Chapter 108 Searching for the Key Item. Mu Qianyi was thinking in his mind, why is this copy called time reversal? Perhaps, in reality, by the time 10 o'clock arrives, the two-dimensional foil will have covered the entire blue planet. But it did not explode directly, but gave the creatures on Blue Star a glimmer of life. This glimmer of hope is to send all players into the world of two-dimensional foil. That is the Doomsday copy that is considered to be a world-destroying event by all players. Only by surviving the first stage like him can he enter the second stage and reverse time to go back to Saturday morning, when there are still 14 hours before the arrival of the two-dimensional foil. But now according to the system, among all the players who participated in this copy, he is the only one who survived to the second stage. Only if he survives the advent of the two-dimensional foil, this doomsday will not actually come true. But once he dies, the two-dimensional foil will come directly into reality. However, if you want to survive the spread of the two-dimensional foil, one way is to board a spaceship traveling at the speed of light, escape from the blue planet, or even escape from the solar system. However, this method is not achievable with current technology. Then he only has the second method. Face the challenge and challenge the two-dimensional foil. As long as he destroys the source of Doomsday, this Doomsday will not become a reality. But what he wants to challenge is the source of the world-destroying Doomsday copy. The world-destroying Doomsday, the existence that humans fear the most, but this time he is here to challenge himself and crack this existence. His crazy behavior can be said to be unprecedented and will never be repeated. Old Zhao, do you know where the meteor shower will eventually land tonight? He asked. Is there a meteor shower tonight? Old Zhao asked him puzzledly. Mu Qianyi. The first time I met Lao Zhao, he was so unreliable. Could it be that his mind is now filled with the beauty just now? Old Zhao, didn't you pay attention to the news? Wang Zichen explained, tonight, there will be a meteor shower in the sky above the Devil Country that only appears once in hundreds of years. Old Zhao's eyes twitched and he turned around to look at his computer. After a while, he found out something. In a place called Sakura Village in Gizi Country, according to scientists' research, this meteor shower will eventually fall in this village. A day ago, the villagers of this village left Sakura Village under the protection of the Gizi Country officials. Now Sakura Village has been fenced off and no one is allowed to enter. No one is allowed in? Mu Qianyi frowned. This would be a bit troublesome. It seems that I can only look for Morong Shinner. Thinking of this, he could only call Morong Shinner again. This time, the call was answered immediately, and Morong Shinner's voice rang out from the other end. What? I want to go to the Sakura village in the Devil Country, and I need your permission to take me in. Muken said concisely. What are you going to do in the Devil's Country? Morong Shinur asked. It is related to the next world-destroying doomsday. I tell you clearly that the meteor shower at 10 o'clock tonight has a lot to do with the world-destroying doomsday tonight. Muchini said seriously. As for why he wanted to go to the Japanese country, it was because he thought of a crucial thing. That is, the key prop for this world-destroying doomsday event has not yet appeared. Every doomsday has a key item. The first time he participated in Puppet Kingdom, he got the Dagger of the End. The second time he participated in Deep Sea Giant, he got the Judgment Coin. The key props in this world-destroying doomsday have not appeared yet. After he entered the second stage of the time reversal copy, he still did not see the key item, so he suspected that this key item might be related to the place where the meteor shower fell. That is the Sakura village in the Devil Country. He had previously used the Scales of Judgment to predict that the Dagger of the End in his hand, which could crack the source of doomsday, could not completely fight against the two-dimensional foil, so finding the key item was crucial. Morong Xaner was silent for a while before she spoke. I'm going to find you now. We'll go to the Devil Country together. I hope you can explain everything to me after I get there. Good. Muchini agreed casually. He is the only player who has entered the second stage of time reversal. He doesn't know whether the place he is in is real or in the game, but he is ready to treat everyone as NPCs. He will use everything he can to break the doomsday. Whether this is real reality or in the game, he is the only one who can ultimately crack the source of the doomsday. Afterwards, Muchini learned some more about the two-dimensional foil. He even searched online for how to prevent the appearance of two-dimensional foil. He felt like he might be crazy for asking netizens this question. He had personally experienced the two-dimensional world created by the two-dimensional foil. In this world, he was the only one who knew what a two-dimensional world looked like. Three-dimensional thoughts will be constantly suppressed and time will fall into complete chaos. Once three-dimensional thoughts are completely assimilated by two-dimensional thoughts, he will also be completely confused in the timeline. Humanity shouldn't have such an ending. Seeing that Muchini was silent, Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask Lao Zhao. Old Zhao, tell me the truth, who was that woman just now? An old acquaintance, just an ordinary friend. Old Zhao said indifferently. Ordinary friends, you two are having a fucking candlelight lunch? Wang Zichen pointed at the candle on the table, his chubby face trembling as he said, Are you kidding, Shabi? Lao Zhao. Don't scold yourself like that, he whispered. Fuck. Wang Zichen was so angry that he looked like a fat cat with its fur standing on end. Didn't you tell me that you're not interested in women? I'm not Amitba, why would I not be interested in women? Old Zhao asked him back, then turned around and ignored him. Seeing Lao Zhao's dead pig-like look that was not afraid of boiling water, Wang Zichen's eyelids twitched. Seeing the two people like this, Muchini, who had been nervous, couldn't help but chuckle. If he could return to reality alive, he would definitely tell Wang Zichen secretly about the fact that old Zhao had a mistress in his mansion. About an hour later, at 10 o'clock, an armed helicopter appeared on Lao Zhao's surveillance. The helicopter landed not far from Lao Zhao's bunker, and a tall woman walked out of it. It's Morong Shinur. In the room. Brother Mu, do you need help? How about I go with you? Wang Zichen asked. Old Zhao was also looking at Muchini from the side, and it was obvious that he also planned to go over to help. Chapter 109A Pen? Muchini looked at the two of them and nodded, You come with me. The two of them should be able to help him with something. Old Zhao went upstairs to settle the beauty for a while before coming down to set off with them. After the three of them walked outside, Muchini waved to Morong Shinur, Long time no see. I thought I would never see you again. When Morong Shinur saw that there were only three of them, she frowned slightly and looked behind them. Where is Lin Yuan? She asked. She didn't see Lin Yuan, and subconsciously thought that Lin Yuan did not obey the order and left Muchini without permission. With you here, I don't need her protection. Now just take me to the Devil Country. Muchini was too lazy to say anything more and got on the plane directly. This time, the pilot was a woman, who nodded to him with a smile, Mr. Mu, I've heard a lot about you. The so-called long-heard-of name refers to the fact that Muchini destroyed the source of Doomsday during the last destructive level Doomsday. Muchini nodded. This was a copy and any communication was meaningless. Afterwards, Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao also boarded the plane. Morong Shinur came up last. After all, They had fought together last time, so she also understood the roles of the two. The plane took off, this time flying towards the Japanese country with a clear target. Now can you explain that? Morong Shinner sat opposite Machinii, her beautiful eyes watching Machinii's expression. The meteor shower at night is a meteorite that falls to the ground and eventually explodes and breaks apart to form a meteor shower. So what? Morong Xiner asked after hearing his answer. This matter was discovered a long time ago. Is there any danger in this meteorite? There's no danger. Muchini looked at her, his eyes lowered. There's only a two-dimensional foil hidden inside. What is hidden? Morong Shinner didn't quite hear clearly. Ms. Morong, there is a two-dimensional foil hidden in that meteorite that can transform the entire blue planet from a three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional world. Once the two-dimensional foil is released, the entire blue planet will be reduced to a two-dimensional world. Lao Zhao explained promptly. How could it be? Morong Xino was a little surprised. She immediately sat up straight and looked at Machinii seriously. Machinii, is this true? Is this the picture you saw with your prophecy skill? Muchini nodded but said nothing. What did you see? Morong Xiner asked for advice. Do we need to intercept the meteorite? No. Muchini shook his head. When I go to Sakura village in the Devil country, I will find a way to deal with this two-dimensional foil. He is the only player to make it to the second stage, and it can be said that he is the only one who can solve the problem of the two-dimensional foil. How confident are you? Morong Shinner asked. 100%. Muchini said lightly. Why do I say 100%? Because if he can't do it, all of humanity will die. Now it is not a question of whether he has resurrection coins or not. It can be seen from the moment he enters the second stage. If it was the previous Doomsday, when he entered the second stage or got the key props, he would generally be subject to some restrictions, such as the system reminding him that he could not use the resurrection coins, or reminding him that he had to use 10 resurrection coins before leaving, etc. But in this Doomsday, there is only one reminder for the second stage. Time reversal, you are the only player left in the dungeon. Once you die, Doomsday will come to reality. Apart from that, the system did not remind him anything, such as if he died, he could not use the resurrection coins. Because once he died, all of humanity would die, and it would be useless even if Machinii had 10,000 resurrection coins. After flying for several hours, everyone arrived over the Japanese country at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day. Before coming, Morong Shinner had used her authority to solve all problems, so they landed not far from Sakura village. Before getting off the plane, Muchini noticed that many Japanese soldiers in military uniforms surrounded the Sakura village to prevent anyone from accidentally entering here. After Morong Shinner got off the plane first, several Japanese soldiers came forward and said something to her with nods and bows. And Morong Shinner, because she is a language master and is proficient in all languages, can communicate with these beasts fluently in Japanese. After some communication, the leading Japanese soldier waved to the army and muttered something. Then the troops made way for them. Let's go. Morong Shinner gestured to the three of them. The pilot stayed here, while Wang Zichen helped Lao Zhao carry the computer, and the four of them walked into Sakura village together. After entering the village, Muchini started searching everywhere. While searching, he urged a few people, help me find out if there are any strange props left here. Weird props? Several people looked suspicious. They didn't expect Muchini to come all the way here. Why was he looking for some strange prop? Wang Zichen even joked, Brother Mu, if someone didn't know, they would think you were here to find the key item in the dungeon. Muchini. Your guess is surprisingly accurate. Stop talking, help me find it. Muchini checked the time on his phone. This Sakura village was too big, and he also had his reasons for speculation, and was not sure whether he could find the key props here. So, in the following time, everyone started searching inside. After searching for an hour, Muchini still didn't find any key props. So, Morong Shinner went directly to the Japanese official and asked for a few players to come in and help them search. Judging from what Muchini said, the strange things they were looking for seemed to be discoverable only by players. Several hours passed. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone was feeling hungry. Morong Shinner took out food from her space bracelet and invited everyone to eat. But Muchini didn't eat, he was looking for something. Although he was extremely hungry, if the key item was not found, everyone might die. After searching for another 2 hours, he almost searched the entire Sakura village, but still couldn't find the key prop. At this time, he couldn't help feeling a little desperate. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and the key prop is not in Sakura Village? In other words, there are no key items at all in the world-destroying Doomsday? I looked at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The surroundings were pitch black, and several players from the Japanese country withdrew to avoid being killed by the meteor shower. He had no choice but to call Morong Shiner and the other two and prepare to leave. Everyone returned to the plane. It was no longer realistic to return home, so they could only rent a house nearby to stay temporarily. "Brother Mu, what are you looking for?" Wang Zichen walked up to him and couldn't help but ask. Mu Chenyi looked up at the other person tiredly. After seeing a crooked gel pen hanging on his collar, he reached out to help him straighten it. "I didn't find anything. Maybe I guessed wrong." Bite. The moment Mu Chenyi touched the gel pen, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 110. I can definitely do it. The voice of the system appeared in Mu Chenyi's mind. "Ding, congratulations, you have discovered the key item for this copy, a magic pen." "A magic pen, I don't know what it does, but it's really magical." "Mu can E? Key props?" He looked at the gel pen hanging on Wang Zichen's collar and pulled it directly off his collar. "Where did you pick up this pen?" he asked Wang Zichen while holding the pen. "I picked it up on the ground. I saw that the pen was quite new, so I picked it up." Wang Zichen asked curiously, "What's wrong, Brother Mu?" Hearing Wang Zichen's explanation, Mu Chenyi's eyes twitched violently. "I picked it up from the ground and said yes. This is exactly what I'm looking for." He gritted his teeth. This guy almost hurt him. However, this was also his mistake. He thought that all players would be able to see the information of the key items through the system when they picked them up. But he overlooked that he was the only player to enter the second stage of time reversal. It could be said that only when he touched the key item would the system give him a prompt, and all the other players here were NPCs. Of course, they can't use the system to discover the key props. It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack. He searched for the entire afternoon and was almost digging the entire Sakura Village. "Everyone, go back. I'm going to deal with that two-dimensional foil." Mu Chenyi took the magic pen away, gave some instructions to Wang Zichen, then turned and walked towards Sakura Village. He wants to be the first person to come into contact with the two-dimensional foil. "Brother Mu, it's dangerous there." Wang Zichen shouted to him quickly. "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Mu Chenyi turned his back to him and waved at him. Under the bright moonlight, a lonely figure walked towards the depths of Sakura Village where the meteor shower was falling. When the Japanese troops saw that it was him again, they did not stop him but simply made way for him. Because of the night, Sakura Village was too dark at this time, and it was pitch black. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, like walking into a bottomless abyss. On the other hand, Morong Shiner booked a nearby accommodation over the phone. Because there was a meteor shower tonight, the prices of houses near the Devil Country were sky high, and Morong Shiner spent a lot of money to book a house. But when she came back after booking the room, she found that Mu Chenyi was gone. "Where is Mu Chenyi?" she asked Lao Zhao. "Go in." Old Zhao gestured inside Sakura Village. "What is he doing in there?" Morong Xiner's beautiful eyes were full of surprise and worry. "The meteor shower will fall there tonight." "No, I'm going in to bring him out." After saying that, she turned and rushed towards Sakura Village. Old Zhao and Wang Zichen looked at each other, but neither of them stopped her. Two-dimensional foil, three-dimensional world, two-dimensional world. Mu Chenyi walked to the center of the village. At this time, the surrounding houses were empty. The silent night and the dead silence of the surrounding houses gave people a thrilling atmosphere like a horror movie. Mu Chenyi was not a very courageous person. If it were in the past, he would never dare to come to such an environment alone, and he didn't even dare to enter the haunted house in the park. But when the fate of mankind rested on his shoulders alone, he found that he had nothing to fear. What if ghosts really do exist? He is not even afraid of Erxiang foil, so how could he be afraid of a little lonely ghost like you? He looked up at the starry sky and took out the space telescope that he had bought with a huge amount of points from his Qiankuan bag. The cosmic telescope can only be used after the dichroic foil reaches the blue planet, otherwise this one-time special prop will only last for 1 minute. He waited silently, waiting for 10 o'clock to come, waiting for the meteorite to appear within the visible range of his naked eyes. At this moment, he was like a watcher, and also like the only swordsman in human history. "Mu Chenyi!" A calling voice sounded from far away. Muchini was in a daze and thought he had heard it wrong. Muchini, where are you? This time he heard it clearly. It was a woman's voice. Judging from the tone of the voice, it seemed to be Morong Shiner. What is the other party coming here for? Muchini turned around and saw Morong Shiner holding a high-intensity flashlight and walking towards him, shouting. What are you doing here? Muchini noticed the other party and immediately waved his hand and said, Go back quickly, you shouldn't come here. Why shouldn't I come here? Morong Shiner walked up to him and grabbed his arm. Come back with me. It's too dangerous here. A meteor shower will fall soon. I'll be fine, go back. Muchini broke free from her hand and said in a tougher tone, Listen to me and go back quickly. Muchini, are you hiding something from me? Morong Shiner pursed her lips and said, You have been acting strange all day, and I feel like you are hiding something from us. In the past, you would tell us all the information you knew. Go back, I'll tell you tomorrow. Muchini didn't want to tell this to an NPC. If you don't tell me the reason, I won't leave. Morong Xiner said sincerely, What kind of trouble have you encountered? Maybe we can help you? Looking at Morong Xiner who had become stubborn again, Muchini sighed and said softly. If I say that I am currently experiencing the second stage of this world-destroying disaster and that you are all just NPCs, would you believe it? We are all NPCs? Morong Shiner's pupils contracted. She obviously didn't expect Muchini to say such a thing. Only I can face the source of this world-destroying doomsday. What I have to do now is to save you in reality. Muchini glanced at the time and patted her shoulder. Go back, trust me. Wait a moment. Morong Shiner was still somewhat shocked at this moment, but she had slowly accepted this possible reality. Then, she raised her hand and took off the necklace from her neck and handed it to Muchini. This is an SSS level item that can protect you. Muchini took it subconsciously. Ding, obtain the SSS level item God's Protection. God's Protection can help the host avoid fatal damage once, can be used 3 times in total. 1-3. The 1-3 at the end means that this item has been used twice and there is only one chance left to use it. This is a gift from my teacher. Morong Shiner took 2 steps back and looked at him seriously. I believe what you said, just as I told you not long ago. If I had to choose someone who has the best chance of surviving this world-destroying apocalypse, I believe that person is you. Come on, you must survive. She stretched out her fist and encouraged Muchini. Good. Muchini put on the necklace and nodded seriously, I can definitely do it. He can definitely do it, and he must do it. Chapter 111 God's Work, Cracking the World-Destroying Doomsday. Morong Shiner waved to him, turned around and left without staying here. Thus, Muchini was the only one left in Sakura village. The air returned to silence again. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and adjusted his condition. After searching for special props for the whole afternoon, he was really exhausted. But the more he was exhausted, the more he had to keep himself alert. According to the scales of judgment, his dagger of the end could not solve the source of this doomsday. I don't know if this magic pen in my hand can make up for it. He didn't have much confidence in his heart. The difference between a world-destroying doomsday and an ordinary doomsday is that a world-destroying doomsday means there is no chance of survival. The world-destroying doomsday did not leave him any chance of survival. He was extremely lucky to encounter the space-time rift in the first stage and to use a brief bug to survive under the rules. Now facing the 2-dimensional foil where the higher lifeforms in the universe were carrying out dimensionality reduction attacks on lower lifeforms, he had no idea what to do. I looked at the time and it was already 21:58. Because he was closest to the meteorite, as long as he raised his head slightly, he could see a super meteorite burning in the sky. The meteorite with red light fell towards him. And he took out the cosmic telescope as soon as possible. Open the telescope. The moment it is used, the cosmic telescope begins countdown. And Muchini immediately aimed at the huge meteorite from the observation port. The 2-dimensional foil is something beyond human cognition, and before it explodes, no object can capture its existence. But with the help of the cosmic telescope, Muchini saw the thin, transparent paper that looked like a postcard. The decree from heaven is that all mankind will perish. He whispered, his right hand grasping the dagger of the end around his neck. He aimed at the thin dichroic foil in the cosmic telescope and released the dagger of the end. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. The dagger of the end flew towards the meteorite in the sky with unstoppable force. To be precise, it was aimed at the two-dimensional foil in the crack of the meteorite that had not yet been released. He stared at the dichroic foil through the cosmic telescope. Boo! A slight sound was heard, and the dagger of the end was inserted into the meteorite at a speed almost reaching the speed of light, and touched the two-dimensional foil. Success? Such a thought flashed through Mu Chenyi's mind. The dagger of the end can kill all objects, and the number of uses will be refreshed after killing the source of doom. But no matter what, the dagger of the end is only S level. As soon as he thought of this, he observed a horrible scene through the cosmic telescope. The meteorite suddenly broke into pieces and turned into a meteor shower, and the two-dimensional foil in it suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. Seeing this scene, his pupils suddenly contracted. This is a precursor to the explosion of the two-dimensional foil. Once the two-dimensional foil explodes, it will only take 0.1 seconds for the entire blue planet to turn into a two-dimensional world. Don't want! He roared. Swish! A dazzling white light enveloped the entire world, and he completely lost consciousness under this dazzling white light. I don't know how much time passed. I'm alive? This was Mu Chenyi's first thought. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a light gray space. He sat up suddenly and looked around. It was a light gray space the size of a room. In the center of the room, a piece of white paper was placed in front of him. There was nothing around except this piece of white paper. He stared at the scene blankly, unable to react. After a while, he stood up and walked around, but after only a few steps, he bumped into a wall. Then he took a few steps in another direction and still bumped into the wall. He was charged in this. Who am I and what should I do? He muttered to himself. He had no memory in his mind now, and all he saw was a light gray. After a moment, he focused his attention on the white paper in front of him. What is this white paper used for? He felt a little confused. Snap! Suddenly, there was a sound and a gel pen suddenly fell from his collar and landed on the ground. What is this pen? He murmured, squatted down, and picked up the gel pen. Then he fell into a daze and began to reminisce. He remained in this posture, in a daze for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly felt hungry. He lowered his head, but there was nothing in front of him except the white paper and the pen. I'm so hungry. He sat on the ground, picked up a pen and started drawing on the white paper out of boredom. Suddenly, he had an inspiration. As far as I can remember, he seemed to like playing with a square toy? Is that called magic cube? Before he knew it, he had drawn a Rubik's Cube on a piece of paper. Like a work of God. The moment he drew the Rubik's Cube out of this white paper, something magical happened. One side of this Rubik's Cube suddenly protruded out from under the white paper. Actually left this pale gray world. Mu Chenyi was shocked by this scene. And when the Rubik's Cube completely left this light gray world, a stream of memories flooded into his mind frantically. My name is Mu Chenyi, and I'm participating in a game called Doomsday. This time the game is a Doomsday level copy of Time Reversal. All the memories flooded into his mind frantically. Then, his confused eyes gradually became full of spirit. Didn't I see the two-dimensional foil explode and die? He looked at his hands, then at the Rubik's Cube that came out of the white paper. The emergence of a three-dimensional object from a two-dimensional world will result in the three-dimensional object being squeezed out of the two-dimensional world? He observed all this, his eyes suddenly flashed. The world I am in is a two-dimensional world? Yes, this light gray space where he is a two-dimensional world. Therefore, the three-dimensional object magic cube he had just drawn on the paper with the magic pen, the key prop of the copy, would be sent out of this two-dimensional world because its dimension was higher than that of this world. This also led to the balance of the two-dimensional world being broken, and his memory was restored. So, has he solved the problem of Doomsday? Bite. The system sound arrived as promised. Congratulations to the Chinese player Mu Chenyi for completing this global apocalypse dungeon, Time Reversal. The dungeon has ended. The clearance level is unknown. Mu Chenyi is the only player alive in this dungeon. Congratulations to the Chinese player Mu Chenyi for completing the global apocalypse dungeon, Time Reversal. The dungeon is finished. The clearance level is unknown. Congratulations to the Chinese players. Time Reversal, the source of doom, two-dimensional foil, was destroyed by Dagger of the End, and the number of times the Dagger of the End can be used has been refreshed. Chapter 112. The name Mu Chenyi reappears. Mu Chenyi looked at the notices appearing in front of him and showed a look of relief. Bang! He sat down on the ground and couldn't help but cover his cheeks. He survived. All of humanity survived. He wanted to cry loudly to vent his emotions, but when he opened his mouth, all he could do was sob. Real world. Sunday, April 20th, 8 a.m. On the blue planet, many ordinary people don't know that they almost couldn't see today's sun last night. At this time, all the players woke up from the game copy and discussed this unprecedented special copy. Damn, this dungeon is so disgusting. The mission asked me to kill 8 players. I easily killed 2 players with my first identity, and the time was extended to 4 hours, but the other players were gone. I searched the entire city, but couldn't detect the third player. And guess what happened next? The second and third identities I possessed turned out to be the 2 players I killed. Can you believe that I killed myself? What a waste of my 10 resurrection coins. A player who was quite strong said to his companions. Me too. After killing 2 players, I found out that they were both me. The feeling of being killed twice by myself was so painful. His companion also had a bitter face. There are many players like them who are discussing this matter on the player-exclusive software. What everyone discussed the most was what happened to those who chose to participate in the dungeon. Most of the participants killed themselves. Comments on the forum one after another. Is there anyone who didn't kill himself? Please come forward and tell me what the conditions for passing the level are. I didn't kill myself, but after the 2-hour limit passed, I was directly possessed by my second identity. Afterwards, I felt that I had lost all my ability to think. This doomsday is so weird. As soon as we entered, it felt like our brains were kicked by a donkey. We couldn't think anymore. I felt like I couldn't even think anymore. I really don't know what the conditions for cracking the doomsday are this time. Let's see how the official explains it later. Luckily, I didn't dare to participate and used a resurrection coin to get out directly. When this restriction condition appeared, I felt that something was wrong with this dungeon. It seems that you all died in it? Many players who did not participate in the dungeon and chose the first option were glad that they did so. But then, someone asked a soul-searching question. Why do I see that no one has returned to reality alive? I have a bad feeling, will there be any players who can survive this apocalypse? When this comment was posted, the entire discussion area fell silent for a moment. I have to say, this comment made all the players start to panic. Yes, everyone is discussing this instance, but no one says they survived. Is it true that no one survives this apocalypse? No one even knows what the theme of this doomsday is. To sum it up, I entered in a daze, came out in a daze, and lost 10 resurrection coins. Some panicked people directly tagged the official of China's Doomsday Management Bureau, while others tagged the director Morong Shinner. Everyone now urgently needs the official to come out and explain to them. Brothers, in previous game copies, as long as someone cleared a level, the system would report it, but this time there was no notification of players clearing the level. But if only the players survived, the system would not report it. Why are you panicking now? To be honest, this doomsday is really weird. It should at least be considered a destructive doomsday, right? I saw Mr. Chang Yeching's prophecy before. The emperor will send down an imperial decree from heaven, and Song Shang will die. I didn't see any imperial decree in the copy. Therefore, are there any players who survived? Ranked first in the hot searches. The second most searched topic was what is the level of the dungeon in this doomsday? In fact, not only ordinary players, but officials from major countries are also panicking. Several top countries have begun to contact each other, asking each other whether any of their players have survived this world-destroying doomsday. Before this, the official had not announced that this doomsday would be world-destroying. First, it is to avoid causing panic and let all ordinary players participate in this game with a normal attitude. What if there is a lucky person who survives? The second reason is to prevent the people of the Holy Clan from knowing. In a world-destroying doomsday, ordinary players have no chance of surviving. Even if they know it is a world-destroying doomsday, it will not do anything but panic. Therefore, the top countries concealed this matter to prevent the people of the Saint Clan from making trouble after knowing that this is an apocalyptic doomsday, thus making it impossible for all players to survive. So after the officials of the top countries informed each other, they discovered at the same time. It seems like there are no players left alive among us. After discovering the news, leaders of major countries began to panic. My family, is our blue planet going to be doomed? As the director of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau, Morong Shinner immediately contacted Machinei, who was living in Wang Zichen's home in Jiangchang. Right now. In a villa in Jiangcheng, Huaxia. In a room on the second floor of the villa, a young man was lying unconscious on the bed. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Wang Zichen's voice came from outside. Brother Mu, are you still alive? Director Morong couldn't contact you, so he came to me. Wang Zichen knocked on the door for a long time but got no response. Wang Zichen and Lin Yuan looked at each other at the door and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Muchinii doesn't have a single resurrection coin, is he really going to lose it? Wang Zichen no longer hesitated and immediately picked up the spare key of the room and opened the room in no time. Afterwards, the two saw Muchinii lying on the bed with a steady breathing. He's still breathing. Lin Yuan's skills immediately sensed the changes in Muchinii's body. She covered her mouth and said in a shocked and unbelievable voice, he survived the apocalypse. Brother Mu. Wang Zichen immediately stepped forward, picked up the unconscious Muchinii and examined him. But no matter how he moved, Muchinii did not show any conscious reaction. Quickly find the healing players from your Doomsday administration. Wang Zichen yelled, I'll take him to the hospital first. Well. Lin Yuan was also a little worried at this time. As she watched Wang Zichen holding Muchinii and running towards the car, she quickly picked up the phone to inform Morong Shiner about this matter. But just when she found Morong Shiner's contact information. Byte. Notify. 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 The unique voice of the system, at this moment, rang in the ears of all players around the world at the same time. Chinese player Muchinii cracked the source of the Doomsday in the world-destroying dungeon, Time Reversal, and cleared this dungeon. In this dungeon, only Muchinii survived. Muchinii's protection, all players who are protected by Muchinii will receive rewards. Rewards for all members, 1 a level skill lottery qualification, 10 resurrection coins, 200 points. Because the player Muchinii has cleared the highest level dungeon in this plane, the game, Doomsday, will be upgraded soon. Chapter 113 Oracle, Kill Muchinii. Due to the upgrade of Doomsday, the next instance will be opened in 1 month. When this news reached the ears of all players, the entire player forum exploded. Fuck. What happened to your kidney? Drooling.jpg. Muchinii is awesome. Fuck, this young man, fuck. Holy crap. My system really gave me 10 extra resurrection coins, and a chance to draw an A-level skill. No, brothers, don't any of you care that this apocalypse is fucking world destroying? The question is, can this thing be cracked? Question mark face. It's Muchinii again. It seems that he was the one who broke the last Doomsday. Even Director Morong of China has to help him. Fuck, this guy is so awesome? After destroying the source of the destruction level, we will destroy the source of the world destroying level, and directly upgrade the system. No, I really want to know who Muchinii is. The last investigation yielded no results. There are many people named Muchinii in our country. People of this level must be of the highest confidentiality level. How could you investigate them? I don't know if the country can come out and explain to us later what this world-destroying Doomsday is all about. I feel like I died without knowing why. I don't know how Muchinii survived this dead end. At China Doomsday Management Bureau, can you please come out and say something? In addition to all the players in China, the whole world is discussing this person called Muchinii. Since the launch of the game, Doomsday, the dungeon has been opened once a week, starting at 10 p.m. on Saturday and waking up around 8 a.m. on Sunday. But this time, because Muchinii cracked the most difficult copy of Doomsday, the entire game began to upgrade and all players received extremely generous rewards. Moreover, the Doomsday that used to happen once a week will now only begin a month later. A month of rest time is something that no player could have imagined before. But now, because Muchinii cracked the world-destroying Doomsday, it has truly come true in front of everyone. However, as the excitement and joy of all players receiving generous rewards wore off, a few began to worry. Doomsday, what changes will happen after the upgrade? Many players have become accustomed to the normal Doomsday game with low difficulty once a week, and have gradually become accustomed to this rhythm. No one knows what will happen after the Doomsday system is upgraded. In major forums, some people are happy and some are sad. At this moment, in many cities. Perhaps these cities are in China, or perhaps they are outside China. Many players who are devoted to their work and life notice this news at the same time. But the strange thing is that these players did not show any joy because they received the rewards for all members. Instead, they all had a gloomy look on their faces. Among these people, there is an adult uncle named Luciani. Luciani is the largest shareholder of the bakery. He is also a player who has participated in Doomsday for many years. Today, after coming out of the apocalypse, he came to his bakery as usual. The bakery he opened is a brand store with a chain of 200 stores across the city. In the morning, as usual, he found the nearest bakery, took a piece of bread from there, and ate it for breakfast. He walked outside while chewing bread. But after walking for a while, his game system suddenly reminded him of a message. A man named Mucini actually cracked the source of the world-destroying Doomsday. That's not just some small copy for anyone, it's a Doomsday event that will destroy the world. Why would someone be able to crack the world-destroying Doomsday? His face completely darkened. He took out his cell phone and opened a very hidden software. This software is different from the public software used by all Doomsday players. This software is more secretive, and when it is opened, it has some dynamic technological icons. After opening the software, he directly opened a group chat with the words Holy Clan written on it. When he entered the group, the words group owner appeared on his personal label. He is actually the leader of the Holy Clan. He edited the content for a while and sent it directly. And have all members investigated the identity of this Mucini? Afterwards, there were many more comments in the group. They were all investigating information on people named Mucini. After looking through them one by one, there were about 135 people, and Mucini from Ganshui University was also among them. There are so many people in China with this name, and it is not easy for the Holy Clan to select only 135 of them. 2 weeks have passed since the last time Mucini cracked the destructive level Doomsday. Luciani group leader, keep searching, we must find this Mucini. All the saints in the group, yes. After turning off his cell phone, Luciani returned to his home with a heavy heart. When he got home, he went straight to the basement. The basement has been renovated and there is a large space inside, similar to a small square. In the center of the small square, there is a sparkling crystal. This crystal emits a faint halo, like a magic crystal. Luciani walked to the magic crystal, clasped his hands together, and said with a very respectful look, "My lord, please give us your oracle." As he shouted this, ripples on the crystal began to brew, like dye hitting a piece of white paper, and began to spread out in all directions. Finally, these ripples formed a line of small words, slowly appearing in front of Luciani. And this string of small words is Kill Mucini. Chapter 114 Sword of Annihilation. Kill Mucini. This is an oracle that appeared on the crystal. Afterwards, the dye on the crystal changed again. The original text began to disappear, and the colors on it began to blur, eventually forming a picture. And in this picture, a human figure suddenly appeared. This human being is none other than Mucini himself, who cracked the world-destroying Doomsday. Seeing this scene, Luciani immediately took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the painting. Afterwards, he directly sent Mucini's appearance to the group. At all members, please tell me who this Mucini is and send me his information in 3 minutes. After sending the message, he bowed respectfully to Crystal and slowly left the basement. At this moment, in that light gray two-dimensional world. Because Mucini's mind had returned to 3 dimensions, he once again walked towards the light gray wall. This time, he was not blocked but walked out of the gray wall easily. It's dawn. A blinding ray of sunlight made him involuntarily raise his hand to block the way in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge meteorite crater. Is this the meteor shower from yesterday? He looked around and found that the world had not been turned into a two-dimensional world by the two-dimensional foil. At the same time, he discovered that the SSS-level necklace god's protection given to him by Morong Shiner was broken. The only chance was used? He narrowed his eyes. He had not expected this situation. In his guess, there are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that after he was locked in the two-dimensional world, his body was still in the outside world, so the meteorite hit his body directly, and God's protection protected him. The second possibility is that the explosion of the two-dimensional foil can kill him directly, but because of the protection of God, he is forced to be pulled into the two-dimensional world. He originally preferred the second option. Because Xianghua really wanted to kill him. The effect of the Dagger of the End should have taken effect. The effect of the Dagger of the End is that it can kill all objects. This is a power that tends to be rule-oriented. Even the two-dimensional foil cannot be spared. But when the two-dimensional foil was destroyed, all the aftermath of the explosion was concentrated on him alone. But because he had an SSS-level protective necklace on him, he survived the aftermath of the explosion, and his body was forcibly sent into the two-dimensional world. After all, for Er Sang-bo, as long as Mukini died, no one would survive this world-destroying copy. Two-dimensional foil can still become a reality. But unfortunately, he got the key props and constructed a three-dimensional object in the two-dimensional world, which broke the balance of the two-dimensional world and restored his three-dimensional thinking. Only key items can be brought into the 2D world. The reason why he can draw three-dimensional objects can only be said to be the Magic Cube Master saved his life. He summarized the items he had used this time. The Guardian of the Turtle helped him resist the obliteration of the rules, the Cosmic Telescope helped him see the two-dimensional foil and the meteorite, the Guardian of God helped him resist the explosion of the two-dimensional foil, the Dagger of the End destroyed the two-dimensional foil that was the source of Doomsday, and the Magic Pen helped him draw a three-dimensional object. In other words, including the Dagger of the End that could be restored and used a few times, he consumed 2 top-level life-saving items this time to survive this world-destroying Doomsday. Moreover, he used the Eye of Death a total of 7 times, obtained a huge amount of information, and basically avoided all avoidable dangers. This is how I survived. Is this time reversal really a copy where players can survive? I'm afraid that even if someone can survive the first stage, they will be helpless in the second stage. After all, without a cosmic telescope, they wouldn't even know the source of the Doomsday. Even if there were a cosmic telescope, by the time we saw the dichroic foil, it would have already exploded. You know, the deployment speed of the two-dimensional foil is the speed of light, and the entire blue planet will be completely covered by the two-dimensional foil within 0.1 seconds. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the system's reward. Congratulations on solving this Doomsday. Reward 1, get the title of Savior. This title can be worn on your head. In reality, only players can see the title on your head. Would you like to wear it? No. Muchinii refused to wear it, but his eyes twitched. What kind of crappy reward is this? Reward 2, God-given resurrection coin. God-given resurrection coin SSS grade, a resurrection coin exclusively for the brave. This resurrection coin can ignore any rules, any conditions, surpass all Doomsday levels, and will not affect the host's use of prophecy skills. After the host dies or the mission fails, the host can be safely sent out of the dungeon. Hint, the host can also be resurrected if he dies in reality. For real resurrection, the host can choose to teleport himself to within 10,000 kilometers of the point of death. Mukini. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is good stuff. Its function seems to be similar to that of ordinary resurrection coins, but it ignores the Doomsday level and any conditions, which means that his tolerance rate will be extremely high in the future, and he can challenge the source of Doomsday at will and get key items. The restrictions on key items, such as cannot use resurrection coins, have no effect on him. When other people see the key items, they may not dare to take them, because once they take them, they will not be able to use the resurrection coins. But he doesn't have to think about this. And the most crucial point is that he can be resurrected in reality. Moreover, after resurrection, you can be teleported within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, which is also a super life-saving prop. Reward 3, 10,000 points, unlock the exclusive item, Sword of Annihilation, in the personal store. 10,000 points. Muchini's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that the succubus is closer to him? Ahem, the succubus is no big deal. He is more interested in the SS-level nano armor. However, what is the matter with this personal store unlocking the exclusive item Annihilation Sword? What is the Annihilation Sword? But his next skill made him understand what the Annihilation Sword was. Reward 4 level clearing reward, the host obtains the SSS level skill, Sword of Annihilation. Sword of Annihilation, you are qualified to become a sword wielder. The Sword of Annihilation will be permanently available in your personal store. Mukini? Is this skill related to the so-called Sword of Annihilation in the personal mall? It seems that I can only leave the copy and see what the Annihilation Sword in this personal mall is about. There were only 4 rewards this time, and Muchinii was not too satisfied. He had survived this Doomsday with great difficulty, but was only given 10,000 points and a God-given resurrection coin? Now, we can only wait and see what the Sword of Annihilation in the personal store will be. Chapter 115, 100,000 points, why don't you go and grab them? Muchinii waited there for a while. According to previous experience in cracking the source of Doomsday, people from this world would come to him after the copy was completed. The first time the source of the Doomsday was solved, it was Chen Wanner who came to him. The second time the Doomsday was solved, it was an old friend of the sea god, a big turtle who came to him and gave him the turtle's protection shell. I wonder if anyone will come to give him something this time. But no matter how long I waited, no one showed up. He had no choice but to return to reality. Real world. Click, click. As soon as Mucini regained consciousness, he felt himself being held in someone's arms, swinging back and forth. Where is this? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a big fat face in front of him. Wang Zichen? He shouted. Brother Mu, are you awake? Wang Zichen's eyes lit up and he immediately put Mucini down. And Mucini, like a child, suddenly changed from lying down to standing up. The kind that forces the machine to start. Well, Mucini was about to say something. Ding! Notification, notification, notification. The system's voice sounded. Afterwards, Mucini, Wang Zichen, and players around the world heard this voice. I also heard the announcement that Mucini had cleared the world-destroying Doomsday alone and everyone had received rewards. The only difference is that Mucini did not receive the reward for all employees. After listening to the system's report, Wang Zichen raised his head and glanced at Mucini in front of him. Mucini cracked the world-destroying Doomsday? To be honest, when he saw Mucini alive, his first thought was that Mucini was just like the sole survivor of the previous world-destroying Doomsday, Moonfall, and simply survived. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to think that Mucini had cracked the source of the world-destroying Doomsday. Can that thing be broken by humans? For example, during the last Doomsday event, a moon fell directly and hit someone on the head. You can't use that little thing called the Dagger of the End to blow up the moon, right? Ask the Dagger of the End, does it have that power? And in Moonfall, the moon is not the source of Doomsday. Thinking of this, he looked at Mucini with a dull gaze, as if he was looking at a god, a real god. Mom, there is a living god here. Why are you looking at me like that? Mucini looked at him with a smile. Mu Shenxian, ahem, Brother Mu, what's going on? How did you clear this instance? In this instance, the first possessed character killed the two characters that possessed me after me. After Wang Zichen came to his senses, he couldn't help but ask. This dungeon is very difficult, you won't be able to pass it normally. Mucini felt a headache when he thought about the degree to which his thinking was suppressed to 2 dimensions. In order to pass the first stage, there is a necessary condition, that is, you must have a life-saving item on you, and when you are wiped out by the rules, you must hide in the time crack and use that short 1 minute to use the life-saving item to survive. This is how we enter the second stage. But how difficult is it to enter the time rift? First of all, you can only enter the time rift in the last minute of the third possession. Secondly, he was assimilated by a 2-dimensional character. Among the 3 possessions he had experienced, the third possessed person was the easiest to assimilate. With a little thought, he was directly assimilated by the third possessed person. What's more, he found a time crack and hid in it at the last minute. Even if some individual people are lucky enough to run into the time rift in advance and know the location of the time rift, it is still a problem for them to maintain their sanity when possessed by the third person, and it is even more difficult for them to have a life-saving prop on them. This also resulted in him being the only player who survived the first stage. After listening to Mucini's explanation, Wang Zichen's eyes widened. What? The one that all players go through is just the first stage? And this first stage is so tricky. It's basically a 100% sure death. There's no chance of survival at all. Also, since we can't kill ourselves, the system's basic task still requires us to kill 8 players. Isn't this a completely rip-off task? Mucini nodded in agreement. It was indeed too tricky. He had used 5 death replays just for this step. Who would have thought that the first stage was the world inside the 2-dimensional foil, and that the 3 possessed persons were the same person, or the same person in different timelines in different places? Brother Mu, what is the source of this doomsday? Wang Zichen asked. 2-dimensional foil. 2-dimensional foil? Wang Zichen's voice was a little louder. Does this doomsday have anything to do with 2-dimensional foil? The first stage is the world inside the 2-dimensional foil, and the second stage is the world before the 2-dimensional foil is released. Mucini briefly told the other party about his own experience and the relationship between the 2-dimensional world and the 3-dimensional world. Wait a minute, my mind is a little confused. Wang Zichen felt confused after hearing his words. Mucini smiled. I just heard the notice that this time the break will last for a month. However, the cooldown period of his death eye is still once every 7 days. Doesn't this mean that he can use the Eye of Death 4 times before the next doomsday begins? However, he was not in a hurry to use it. Instead, he opened his personal maul and planned to see what the Annihilation Sword was. The personal maul is refreshed once every doomsday copy. When he opened the personal maul, he saw that the original 4 boxes had become 5. The top frame is not gold, but blood red. There was a long sword on it, and below the sword was a line of small words: Sword of Annihilation, price, 100,000 points. How many? He thought he had seen it wrong, so he squinted his eyes and typed it in, 12345, a total of 5 zeros. 100,000? His face twitched violently. Isn't this too much? 100,000 points, why don't you go and grab them? He only gets 10,000 points for cracking the world-destroying doomsday once, which means that if he wants to redeem this thing, he has to survive the world-destroying doomsday 10 times? Thinking of the difficulty of time reversal, every cell in his body was rejecting it. Not only that, cracking the source of a catastrophic doomsday only gives 100 points. He has to crack 1,000 catastrophic doomsday sources. No, what the hell is this? How dare you charge such a high price? He clicked on the introduction of the Sword of Annihilation. Byte. Sword of Annihilation exclusive to the sword holder, you are the last line of a civilization. You hold the Pandora S-box that will destroy 2 civilizations. Use with caution. There is no rating, no item introduction, just this one line of small text. Holding the Pandora's box that could destroy 2 civilizations? The corners of Muccini's eyes twitched. Seeing these introductions, he thought of the Dark Forest Law. Chapter 116 I Am a Gambler. Apart from the first one, Muccini was going to take a look at the others. Now that he had 10,000 points, he could basically exchange for anything he wanted. But when he saw the second one, his face turned completely dark. Dodgy Charm SS level skill, you can charm any man including male animals and make him fall in love with you. This skill can only be used 3 times. Price, 2,000 points. Seductive, masculine? He felt that the system always gave him these kinds of improper things. It seemed like it was similar last time? But this time, can this thing be used on animals? 2 animals. In order to prevent himself from being fucked by the dog, he decisively looked towards the 3rd column. I am a gambler, a level prop, shout I am a gambler, and the probability of success in the next probabilistic event can reach 51%. One-time prop, price, 500 points. Muccini's eyes lit up. This prop looks useless, and it is actually useless. However, what makes him different from other players is that he has something called Judgment Coin. Remember the introduction of the Judgment Coin, you are qualified to have a fair gamble with the God of Death. But in reality, this so-called fairness has only a 5% probability. Winning once in 20 times is really fair. But with this I am a gambler prop, the Coin of Judgment suddenly becomes more useful. At least, it is no longer the scam it used to be. He originally wanted to use this thing to cheat others, but now it seems that he can use it himself? Anyway, he now has 10,000 points, and 500 points are just a mere stunt. He waved his hand and bought it directly. Then he looked at the 4th column. Maple Leaf, a level skill, you can use maple leaves as weapons and have the ability to manipulate maple leaves. Price, 800 points. Is it a superpower? Muccini blinked his eyes. What he lacked most now was actually combat ability. This phone you seem to be pretty good? However, the conditions for using this skill are too harsh, and it can only manipulate maple leaves. If he could control all the leaves, that would be fine, but if he could only control the maple leaves, he would have to think about it a little. Maple leaves are not available everywhere, and this skill is also limited by the season. Don't consider it for now. He was going to look at the 5th column. Mr. Moo, Mr. Moo. A calling voice came, interrupting Muccini's thoughts. He looked up and saw Lin Yuan running towards him with a phone in her hand. Mr. Moo, are you awake? Lin Yuan couldn't help showing her joy when she saw Muccini awake. She raised her hand and waved the phone in her hand. Director Morone wants to see you and ask you something. Give it to me. Muccini took the phone. What's wrong, Director Morone? After picking up the phone, he asked the person on the other end of the phone in a relaxed tone. Silence. There was no sound from the other end of the phone. Muccini glanced at his phone, which indeed showed Director Morone was on a call. Wrong? He called out tentatively. After a while, Morong Shiner's somewhat uneasy voice came from the other end of the phone. Muchini, thank you for your hard work. There was also a slight tremor in her voice, and it was obvious that she was also very uneasy after receiving the system's prompt. She had the same idea as Wang Zichen. She believed that Machinii had a great chance of surviving the world-destroying doomsday, but she never expected that Machinii could actually crack the source of the doomsday. It's a bit hard, but I don't want much, just 1.8 million points. Muchini joked. That's for sure. The reward you received for destroying the source of the destructive doomsday last time is expected to be claimed tomorrow. This time, it will probably take about 2 weeks to claim the reward, said Morong Shiner. Is there really a reward? Muchinii was a little surprised, he just said it casually. Also, the last time he cracked the source of the destructive doomsday, the country actually rewarded him? What kind of reward might it be? He asked expectantly. If you destroy the source of the destruction level doomsday, you will get a reward of 2,000 points. Morong Shiner explained, but if you crack the world annihilation level doomsday, you will get at least 10,000 points. 10,000? Muchinii nodded. Although it was a lot, it was still far from enough to buy the annihilation sword. Muchini, I have something to do today. I will come to you tomorrow morning. Today, you should check the information of the copy with Lin Yuan to confirm the situation of this world-destroying copy. Morong Shiner said hurriedly. Okay. Muchini agreed. Then, Morong Shiner hung up the phone. She was going to inform her superiors about Muchinii's matter. Of course, there was no need for her to notify anyone, because the whole world already knew that Muchini had passed the world-destroying doomsday and the system was forced to start upgrading. After hanging up the phone, Muchini saw Lin Yuan looking at him with admiration. Mr. Mu, you are really amazing. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say. Muchinii smiled modestly, good luck. Mr. Mu, you are too modest. I have never heard of anyone being lucky enough to crack the source of a destructive or world-destroying doomsday. Lin Yuan blinked, Mr. Mu, you are just so amazing. The corners of Muchini's eyes twitched, and he forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth. Mr. Mu, how did you solve this doomsday? Lin Yuan took out her own little notebook and asked. Afterwards, Muchini expounded on what he had experienced, but omitted the 7 times he had used the Eye of Death. Listening to Muchini's story, Wang Zichen and Lin Yuan were also terrified. In particular, this apocalyptic doomsday called Time Reversal is the first special apocalyptic copy encountered in human history. Lin Yuan carefully wrote down everything Muchinii said. After the recording was completed, she returned to her bedroom, intending to record the contents on a computer and send them to the authorities. I'm a little hungry. Muchini touched his stomach. He hasn't had normal food for days. Let's go out and eat. Wang Zichen put his arm around his shoulders. Muchini shook his head, let me make a prediction first, wait for me for a few seconds. Although the next Doomsday dungeon would not start for another month, he still planned to use the Eye of Death to take a look at the next dungeon and what would happen after Doomsday was upgraded. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Could it be Lao Zhao and the others? Wang Zichen was surprised and walked downstairs to open the door. Muchini closed his eyes and silently said in his heart, open the Eye of Death. Boom boom boom. A very familiar knock on the door sounded in my ears. Chapter 117 Death Replay, Death upon opening the door. When Muchini felt his vision restored, he saw himself in original place? Didn't Ti open the Eye of Death? Just when he was about to reopen the Eye of Death, he suddenly discovered that he had no control over his own body. Can't control your own body? He was literally in the Eye of Death. Why did Death Eye start at this point in time? He suddenly had an ominous premonition. At this moment, he also saw through the perspective of the future body that Wang Zichen had walked downstairs, which was the gate of the villa. Wang Zichen looked outside through the peephole, his eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to open the door. Puff! Moment! A sharp blade suddenly pierced Wang Zichen's neck. Wang Zichen opened his eyes wide, slowly fell backwards, and finally lost his breath. Wang Zichen! The future body on the second floor saw this scene and roared in anger. Then, the blood-stained blade was put away, and a sweet-looking girl walked in from outside the door. The girl looked to be only 16 years old, but she had a sick smile on her face. The sound of the bloodthirsty blade piercing the skin is so wonderful. She stretched out her pink tongue in fascination and licked the blood-stained blade. Seeing this scene, Muchini, who was watching the battle, felt a chill. The future body was not in a much better condition at this time. He glanced at Wang Zichen's body and felt extremely sad. This is reality. Wang Zichen is dead and there is no way to resurrect him. Who are you? The future body questioned the girl while quietly exchanging the Fengyu skill in his personal mall. Muchini, you've been a little crazy lately. The girl licked her lips. Wang Zichen's blood was still on her lips, making her look particularly weird. First, I cracked the destruction level Doomsday, and then I cracked the world annihilation level Doomsday. She licked the blood on her lips, and the expression on her face suddenly became crazy. The master is very unhappy, so please die. As she spoke, she picked up the sharp blade and threw it directly at the future body. The future body used his physical fitness from top-notch fighting skills to dodge immediately. But the sharp blade just turned around and returned to the girl's hand. The girl walked up the stairs with a sharp blade in her hand, ready to fight the future body. Come. The future body was naturally not idle either. He turned around, opened a window, and waved at the maple tree outside. Because it is now spring and halfway through summer, the maple leaves are still emerald green. But after the future body waved its hand, all the green leaves on the maple tree were rolled over. The emerald green leaves swept directly towards the girl, forming a tornado. The sharp breath cut through the surrounding air and attacked the girl unstoppably. The future body has just mastered the supernatural power and is not yet proficient in using it. The girl obviously didn't expect that he would have this trick. She retracted her attacking stance, picked up the sharp blade and blocked it in front of herself. Clank. The contact between the maple leaf and the sharp blade actually made a metallic collision sound. The girl was in a hurry and could only retreat again and again. I have to say that although Fengyu's skill has too many limitations and is useless without maple leaves, if conditions permit, the strength of this skill is stronger than other A-level skills. Why don't you come to help? The girl shouted behind her. Here they come. A young male voice sounded, and a man who was the opposite age of Muchini walked out. The man had some metal tied to his legs. The moment he appeared, the two pieces of metal under his feet began to catch fire. Turbo? The future body was startled and immediately rushed backwards. At this time, Lin Yuan was also alarmed by the sound of fighting. She pushed open the door of the room and saw someone attacking Muchini. She did not go forward to help at the first time, but pressed a button on her waist. This button can call nearby teammates for support. Then, a flow of air appeared around her. But before this airflow could form a force large enough to attack, a huge gust of wind blew in from the window behind her. Directly interrupted the operation of her airflow skill. Little girl, your opponent is me. A rough voice sounded from outside the window. Then, a middle-aged man with a strong wind on his body climbed in from the window. Feng Liuzi, it's actually you. When Lin Yuan saw the man, her expression changed a little. How dare you, the people of the same clan, show your faces in reality? There's nothing we can do. It's because this kid has been too crazy lately. Feng Liuzi spread his hands and glanced helplessly in the direction of the future body. Lin Yuan noticed Feng Liuzi's actions and her heart sank. These people really came for Mr. Mu. She took a deep breath and decided to protect Muchini no matter what. Thinking of this, she no longer got involved with the other party and withdrew to cover Muchini. What a pity, your skills have been completely restrained by me. The man sighed, raised his hand and released another whirlwind, interrupting the airflow that Lin Yuan had worked so hard to build up. At this time, the future body was intentionally controlling the maple leaves to block the young man and the sweet girl who were rushing over, while moving towards Lin Yuan. Mr. Mu, you go first. This guy's skills are very restraining to me. Lin Yuan noticed the movements of the future body and quickly shouted, I called for reinforcements, they will be here in 2 minutes. She didn't want Muchini to come and join her, as this would only hinder Muchini. Restraint? When the future body heard these words, he narrowed his eyes, and then he took out the dagger of the end from his neck. Go! He pointed the dagger of the end at Feng Liuzi and released it. No matter whether it is the source of doomsday or not, the key now is to stay alive. The dagger of the end quickly stabbed towards Feng Liuzi. When Feng Liuzi saw this scene, a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. He could feel that this dagger would take his life. He raised his hand to block it, but under a prop with rules that ignored any circumstances, all his actions were in vain. Pucci! The dagger of the end directly pierced into Feng Liuzi's chest. And Feng Liuzi's life breath began to gradually dissipate. Don't just stand there, come and help. the future body yelled at the shocked Lin Yuan. He used the dagger of the end in order to free Lin Yuan and create a 2-on-2 situation. Lin Yuan reacted immediately and used airflow to stop the girl and the young man. With Lin Yuan's help, the future body suddenly had a chance to catch its breath. He quickly purchased a G-charm in his personal mall. Then, following the instructions of the system, he put his right hand to his lips and blew a Mua kiss to the young man in the distance. Daji's charm activated. Sweet girl. Lin Yuan. Young man? But the next moment, the young man found that he seemed, probably, to have fallen in love with the boy in front of him. This was a love that suddenly surged from the deepest part of his heart, and it made him cry. But soon, he gritted his teeth and roared. For the Lord, responsibility is more important than any love. As he spoke, he shed tears of heartbreak while picking up a big knife and slashing at the future body. Chapter 118: How to Break the Deadlock? The future body's face suddenly turned dark. I've spent my points, kissed someone, and made myself feel disgusted, and you're still rushing over here to kill me? But now, the future body can't just sit there and wait for death. He protects Lin Yuan in front of him and looks around. He is looking for tools that can help him fight his enemies. The girl who was not charmed also realized the difficulty of the future body and called for her teammates again. The sense of crisis of the future body suddenly flashed from the bottom of my heart. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, countless figures rushed out from all directions of the room and rushed towards Muchini. And these black shadows were wearing the same dark armor. These armors seemed to have liquid flowing through them, giving them a full sense of technology. When Lin Yuan saw this, her face darkened. Are you crazy? You even brought the Flowing Light Saint team with you? Lord, Divine Oracle, kill Muchini at all costs. The sweet girl roared, and then shouted something about responsibility, mission, and bond, and rushed towards the future body. The pressure on the body will increase greatly in the future. Day. At this moment, the sound of a propeller suddenly came from the sky, and an armed helicopter appeared above the villa. Warning, stop your attack immediately. A man in a cloak appeared on a helicopter. He used a loudspeaker to warn all the saints below and then jumped down. Coming towards the window of the villa. It's Senior Dugu. Lin Yuan showed a hint of joy in her eyes when she saw the man. But when she felt the enemies getting closer and closer to her and Muchini, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Then, she gathered powerful airflows with her hands, grabbed the future body directly, and threw it towards the man named Dugu. Senior Dugu, he is Muchini, you must protect him. Lin Yuan roared at the man outside the window. Puff! The next moment, countless blades pierced into her body. The weapons of the Flowing Light Holy Team directly turned Lin Yuan into a hedgehog. As soon as the Liuguan Holy Team made a move, they killed Lin Yuan directly. At this time, the future body was also flying towards Dugu under the influence of the airflow ability. When Senior Dugu heard the name Muchini, a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this time he also realized the problem, and immediately took out a light sword from some unknown space storage item. He stepped on the light sword and flew towards the future body. He looks just like a sword immortal. The future body was not idle either. He quickly manipulated the maple leaves around him to protect his own safety. Senior Dugu immediately grabbed his shoulders. Okay, it's safe now. Dugu hasn't spoken yet. Rub. A huge golden arrow came from the sky and suddenly pierced through the future body's head, piercing through the future body's head in an instant. When the future body was about to die, Muchini, who was watching the battle, heard the exasperated voice of Senior Dugu. Sky-piercing arrow, you guys are willing to take out even this. Then, the future body died completely. Reality. Muchini suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Zichen walking to the door and preparing to open it. He could even see that the moment Wang Zichen opened the door, a sharp blade would pierce his neck. Fatty Wang! He shouted to Wang Zichen below. What's wrong? Wang Zichen stopped opening the door, turned around and looked at him in confusion. Muchini silently exchanged the Fengyu skill in his personal mall, and then calmly opened the window next to him. Come up first, I remember I have something to tell you. He raised his hand toward Wang Zichen. He now knew 100% that the group of guys who had attacked him were currently observing their every move in the villa. But Wang Zichen glanced at the door. In the end, he listened to Muchini's words and walked up. As for the person outside the door, let him wait first. What's wrong, Brother Mu? Wang Zichen walked forward. At this moment, the knock on the door became more urgent. Wait a minute, right away. Wang Zichen shouted down. Something suddenly happened. Mu Qianyi smiled. Wang Zichen, what a level skill did you draw? I haven't smoked yet. I plan to wash my hands in the golden basin at night and then smoke. Wang Zichen chuckled. Mu Qianyi patted his shoulder. Come with me, I have something good to show you. Then he shouted to the person knocking on the door below. Give us a minute, open it immediately. Then, he directly pulled Wang Zichen and pushed open the door of Lin Yuan's room without even knocking. At this moment, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. But even so, he remained calm on the surface. In the death replay just now, he has seen all the enemies he will face soon. The 2 men and 1 woman are just the surface, there is also the so-called flowing light holy team hidden around them. Even at the end, even if he ran away, there was still a thing called Sky Arrow waiting for him. Ambush on all sides. He did have the God-given resurrection coin, but the shrine resurrection coin would not affect prophecy skills, so his death I only saw the scene when he did not use the God-given resurrection coin. He is now frantically thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. What to do? Lin Yuan, who was working in the room, obviously didn't expect Mu Qianyi to come in. She looked a little puzzled. Mr. Mu, do you have any other information to add? I did remember that there is something I forgot to tell you about the 2-dimensional foil. As Mu Qianyi spoke, he walked to Lin Yuan's side and put his arms around her waist. Mr. Mu, you. Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation in her waist and her whole body stiffened. Why did Mr. Mu suddenly touch her? Wang Zichen was right next to her. No, the fact that Wang Zichen was next to her was not the point. The point was, why did Mr. Mu suddenly make such an intimate move towards her? Wang Zichen was indeed stunned watching from the side. Just now, Mu Qianyi told him that he had something good to show him, and he specially called him to Lin Yuan's room. He was looking forward to it. But now. Hey man, I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a clown, right? Is this the good stuff you showed me? He felt terrible, as he never expected that Mu Qianyi would show off their affection in front of him. Ms. Lin, I think you still have your charm. At this time, Mu Qianyi also showed an infatuated expression on his face, but his hand was already pressing on the button on Lin Yuan's waist. Crack! The button was pressed, and Lin Yuan reacted suddenly. She suddenly raised her head and met Mu Qianyi's extremely calm eyes. Where is the infatuated look in these eyes that Mu Qianyi mentioned just now? Chapter 119. I saw a panda carrying 2 people and running away. The moment she saw Mu Qianyi's eyes, Lin Yuan understood instantly. A charming smile also appeared on her face. She put her arms around Mu Qianyi's waist, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and her pair of curved eyes looked at Mu Qianyi affectionately, which not only added a bit of charm to her, but also made her look playful and mature, with the ultimate charm of a woman. Under that delicate face, with longing and excitement, she said delicately, "It is my honor to be able to spend a wonderful night with Mr. Mu." Mu Qianyi. No, sister, your expression doesn't look like you're acting at all. He winked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also blinked at him, with a bright smile on her flushed cheeks, just like the white moonlight that he had never had. It has to be said that Lin Yuan's foxy look almost made Mu Qianyi lose his mind. You two are busy, I'll go down and open the door. Wang Zichen couldn't bear to watch it anymore and turned around to leave. Wait a moment. Mu Qianyi squeezed Lin Yuan's hand and said, the 3 of us will go together. No. Wang Zichen was a little upset. Brother Mu, do you really have to show your affection in front of me? Let's go together. Mu Qianyi opened the window of Lin Yuan's room, waved his hand, and a few maple leaves fell into his hands. Lin Yuan noticed his movements and narrowed her eyes slightly. However, Wang Zichen did not see Mu Qianyi's actions because of his blind spot. He was still shouting, the people outside are waiting anxiously, let's go down and open the door. Seeing Wang Zichen rushing to his death, Mu Qianyi nodded with a smile. Okay, let's go greet the guests. As he spoke, he played with the maple leaf in his hand and walked downstairs. Wang Zichen looked at him strangely and followed Mu Qianyi. As Mu Qianyi walked, he recalled the angle and position of the girl's attack. After confirming this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Coming. He shouted, without even looking through the peephole, and directly opened the door of the room. In a flash, a strong wind rushed towards his throat. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was heard. But this time the ending changed. A sharp blade stopped half a meter in front of Mu Qianyi, but it could not move forward any further. And the sweet girl who killed Wang Zichen in the death replay now looked at Muchini in front of her with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. And on her neck, a green maple leaf that was immersed in it and oozing blood looked particularly glaring. Asshole! An angry voice came from behind the door, and a young man roared and attacked Muchini. The young man stretched out his fist, as if he wanted to beat him to death with it. At this moment, Muchini knew very well in his heart that this guy's real weapon was the pair of instruments under his feet. A few maple leaves popped out of his hand and aimed directly at the opponent's legs. The man never thought that Muchini actually knew his moves. In a hurry, he had to give up the feint to approach the opponent and retreat a few steps. And Muchini slapped Wang Zichen on the shoulder. "What are you standing there for? Transform!" Wang Zichen immediately realized that someone was coming to assassinate them, so he immediately used the Iron-Eating Beast King and transformed himself into a panda that was a circle larger than the ordinary national treasure. After Muchini pulled Lin Yuan to sit on it, he pointed in the opposite direction of that playboy. "Fatty Wang, run in that direction. The reinforcements will arrive in about a minute. Hold on." Muchini glanced at the time and caught a glimpse of an armed helicopter rushing towards here at a rapid speed not far from the horizon. After Wang Zichen turned into a panda, he carried the two people on his back and fled into the distance with his extremely flexible limbs. This appearance clearly shows that he has received professional training from Lao Zhao. He moved swiftly and moved quickly through the villas. The security guard in the villa area was lying comfortably on a chair watching short videos. But suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out from in front of him. His reaction as a security guard over the years made him turn off his phone and sit up. What the hell? He immediately ran to the window. But the next moment, he saw a scene that overturned his cognition. I saw a huge panda carrying two people, climbing over the fence and running away. Then, a man riding a windfire wheel also jumped 4 or 5 meters high and chased after the panda. Bang! The security guard slapped himself in the face and muttered, "It's over. I've watched too many short videos and I'm hallucinating." But then, he reacted immediately. That's not right. He immediately took out his cell phone, took a photo of the sexy, twisting butt of the panda that Wang Zichen transformed into, and posted it to his circle of friends. And note: "Brothers, you may not believe this, but I saw a panda carrying two people and running away." But then, he thought of a video he had just seen on a short video site. Pandas are also bears, and they have strong attack power. He immediately sent a message to the owners. "At all members, please don't go out now. A panda has entered the community. The panda may accidentally hurt everyone. Everyone must pay attention to safety and remember not to go out." 3 times. What, giant panda? Shockedface.jpg. Fragment Yuenga, what? Giant panda. Where is it? Thor at Security Xiaozhang, what are you waiting for? Send me your location now. Xiao Xiaoyaohin and I want to see giant pandas, I want to see giant pandas. Northern Dark Ancient Territory, hee, I'm an idiot. Seeing the owner's excited discussion, security guard Xiao Zhang's face turned green. His original intention was to remind everyone to be safe, but in the end everyone acted as if they had never seen the world before. Well, although he had never seen a giant panda jumping around outside. At this time, Wang Zichen was already running at his fastest speed. Even if there was a leopard next to him, it might not be able to outrun him. The men behind were also chasing closely. In addition to the young man riding the wind fire wheels, behind the young man were several members of the Flowing Light Holy Team wearing Flowing Light armor. The Flowing Light Saint Team was originally lying in ambush around the villa, preparing for a second round of attack. But they didn't expect that Muchini somehow discovered them and actually ran away on the panda? So, they had no choice but to run over and kill them. At this time, Muchini was also thinking about how to deal with the next sky-reaching arrow. Thinking of this, he directly started his personal introduction. Name, Muchini. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 4. Special abilities, Eye of Death SSS grade, Sword of Annihilation SSS grade, Scales of Judgment S grade, Maple Leaf A grade, Top Fighting Skills B grade, Cube Master D grade, Escape Master C grade, Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Special items, Dagger of the End S rank, Coin of Judgment S rank, I Am a Gambler A rank, Jiankuan Bag C rank. Resurrection Coin, 0. God-given Resurrection Coin, 1. Title, Savior Not Worn. Points, 8,700. Chapter 120 The Technique of Calling Daddy. After seeing all these props of his own, Mucini's heart sank. It's over. It seems that there are no props or skills that can counter the Sky Arrow. What should I do? Could it be that he was going to use up the God-given resurrection coins he had just received before they had even warmed up? At the same time, the armed helicopter appeared right above them. A man flying his sword stepped on a light sword and flew towards them. It's Senior Dugu, we are saved. Lin Yuan shouted. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Mucini's face darkened. The beginning of this Senior Dugu flying the sword was when the sky-reaching arrow was aimed at him. No, I have to save myself now. He was frantically thinking of a solution in his mind. By the way, there seems to be something I haven't seen in my personal mall. He vaguely remembered that the thing seemed to be a prop like a trumpet. It's over, what is the use of a loudspeaker at this time? Mucini was already thinking about letting Wang Zichen and the others run first. After all, the sky-high arrow was aimed at him, and if he died, he would still have a God-given resurrection coin. So, with the idea of giving up, he looked at the last horn prop in his personal mall. Daddy calling technique S-level item, shout the name Daddy loudly into the speaker, and any existence from this plane can be teleported to the front. Only creatures from this plane are allowed, and creatures from other planes cannot be teleported. It can be used 3 times 3. Price, 2,100 points. Muken E? He decisively exchanged for the dad calling technique. A white trumpet appeared in his hand. Lin Yuan noticed what was in Mucini's hand and looked at him in surprise. Mucini took a deep breath and shouted into the white speaker. Morong Shiner, come and save me. There was no way. The strongest person on Blue Star he could think of was Morong Shiner. And at the moment when he used the father calling technique, a golden arrow of light fell from the sky and shot towards him. The feeling of death spread throughout my body again. But the next moment, this death crisis disappeared. In front of him, a ball of shining light appeared. When the light faded, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Mucini. It was Morong Shiner who was summoned by Mucini's daddy calling technique. After a brief shock, Morong Shiner understood the general situation. She raised her head and saw an arrow of light shooting towards Mucini in the sky. She was slightly surprised and said, "The sky-piercing arrow is from the same clan?" Then she raised her hand. A circle of light surrounded her body and attacked the sky-high arrow above. Bang! A brilliant firework bloomed in the sky, and Morong Shiner also turned her head and looked at the flowing light holy team. Since the people of the same clan dare to show up in reality, they should be killed completely. Chapter 121, One more look and you'll explode. There was a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Withdraw. At this time, the Liuguang holy team also discovered Morong Shiner's existence. They had fought each other countless times in the copy, and most of the time they ended in failure. But in the copy, if they die, they can use resurrection coins to resurrect in reality. But in this world, when Morong Shiner appeared, they already knew that the mission to kill Mucini had failed. The members of the Liuguang holy team began to escape in an organized manner. Morong Shiner used her skills to chase them for a while, but in the end most of the Liuguang holy team escaped, leaving only 6 bloody corpses. In fact, if she chose to chase them forcefully, there would still be a great chance of wiping out the Liuguang holy team, but in order to protect Mucini's safety, she chased them for a while and then turned back to Mucini's side. The appearance of Morong Shiner also made Mucini feel relieved. At least this time the crisis was resolved. Mucini, your identity has been known by him. Morong Shiner said solemnly, you two should come with me to the base first. Next, I will tell you the details of the impure earth prophecy. Hearing Morong Shiner's words, Mucini raised his eyebrows slightly. The Saint clan is related to the first world destroying doomsday? He knew that the prophecy of the impure world was what was left over from the first world destroying doomsday that had not been cleared. Let's go back first. Morong Shiner took out a roulette wheel. At this time, Senior Dugu, who chased Feng Liuzi to death, also came back. When he saw Morong Shiner, he was obviously surprised. Then, he saw Mucini who was protected by Morong Shiner behind him. Who is this person? Director. He nodded to Morong Shiner. Morong Shiner nodded and started the roulette wheel in front of the other party. The roulette wheel in her hand was the key to a teleportation array. When the roulette wheel was turned on, an intense light enveloped her, Mucini, Lin Yuan, and Wang Zichen who had turned into a panda. A strong light flashed in front of everyone. When Mucini regained his sight, there was a warm room in front of him, and beside him were Wang Zichen, who had returned to his original form, as well as Lin Yuan and Morong Shinner. You two take a rest here. Morong Xaner gave the order to Wang Zichen and Lin Yuan, and her tone became gentle. Mu Chini, come with me. Mu Chini nodded solemnly and followed the other party. After the two walked out of this cozy room, they came into a long corridor. After passing through this dimly lit passage, they came to the door of a secret room. Morong Shinner took out the ring from her hand and placed it in a groove on the door of the secret room. Crack! The door opened, and Mu Chini saw that the surface of the room was a glowing barrier. In this, he will not hear our voices. Morong Shinner took Mu Chini's arm and led him into the room. When Mu Chini passed through that thin barrier, he felt that his body and mind had been cleansed. There is a book and a white stone in the secret room. This stone is a key item that the 7th director of the Doomsday Management Bureau brought out from the copy at a great cost before his death. Morong Shinner looked at the white stone in the glass and introduced softly. Key props? Mu Chini had heard of the 7th director mentioned by the other party. That director was the hero who sacrificed his life in the first world-destroying doomsday. It's just a pity that the other parties still failed. Morong Shinner looked at Mu Chini's solemn expression and explained. The reason why I say, immortal prophecy, is because this news involves a terrifying existence. Who is this he you just mentioned? Nukin asked. We don't know what he is. Morong Xaner placed her hand on the glass dish enclosed in the white stone and said softly, he may be a civilization, or he may be an unknown and terrifying creature in the universe. But it was this unknown existence that cultivated the Saint clan and became the big boss of our first world-destroying doomsday. No information at all? Mu Chini frowned. No, but anyone who knows of his existence, whether they have seen this stone or heard the prophecy, will be targeted by him. Morong Xaner's expression was solemn. But because you have cracked the source of the doomsday twice, you have been targeted by him, so I don't need to hide it from you anymore. What do you mean? Mu Chini blinked. So, you are finally willing to tell me now? Before, your information was kept strictly confidential because there are also people from the Saint clan in our Doomsday Management Bureau. Among all the S-level players I trust, only Lin Yuan is unaware of his affairs and has not been discovered by him, so only Lin Yuan can protect you. Morong Shinner said, now that your identity has been discovered by him, our authority to protect you can be upgraded. Next, I plan to let Deputy Director Lai Wenji and Duga Jianyun protect you. They are both our top fighters. What do you think? Let a deputy director and a sword master protect him? The corner of Mu Chini's eyes twitched. These two people were very strong, and it also represented the official's attention to him. In order to prevent the Saints from using your parents to threaten you, we have sent people to protect your parents. They have been placed in a safe place now. You don't have to worry about that. Morong Shinner added a sentence and explained everything about Mu Chini. Okay, thank you. Mu Chini nodded. It was our fault this time. 10 minutes ago, an explosion occurred in the center of the capital. Many ordinary people filmed videos online, claiming that someone saw a superpower. These Saints are causing trouble in the capital, and I have to go and solve it first. Morong Shinner explained, but I didn't expect that they did this to lure the tiger away from the mountain, with the goal of killing you, but fortunately you have a teleportation prop. Mu Chini's eyes twitched. Then you have failed in your duties enough. He complained. Last time at the end of Global Frozen, he failed to use the Eye of Death twice because of their negligence. Morong Shinner could only apologize again. Okay, now you can tell me about the Impure Land prophecy? Mu Chini talked about this. He was still more concerned about the source of the first world-destroying doomsday. Every time he thought of a sword hanging over his head, he felt a chill in his heart. Wait a minute. Morong Shinner walked to the innermost part of the room and patted a protruding piece of metal on the wall. Then, the metal turned into a small camera and scanned the area where her pupils were. Identity match, Morong Shinner. Application approved. After a mechanical sound, a plate was ejected. On the plate, there was an ancient parchment scroll. There was a line of small words on the parchment scroll, and Mu Chini was just about to step forward to take a look. Don't move. Morong Xaner stopped him immediately. You don't have the authority to do this. If you come over, the system will attack you. Mu Chini had no choice but to stop. Morong Shinner also carefully took out the parchment scroll on the plate and a CD under the parchment scroll. Why is there a CD under the parchment? Mu Chini felt a little strange about this combination. Muchini, do you plan to read the prophecy on the parchment first, or do you plan to read the images that the seventh director brought back before his death? Morong Shiner held the parchment in one hand and the CD in the other. Why do you ask that? Seeing her serious look, Muchini couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that if you get the order wrong, you'll see something different? However, facing his joke, Morong Shiner nodded seriously. That's right. The information you get from choosing the order is different. To be more precise, everyone will get different feedback after seeing both. Moreover, there are many people who have emotional breakdowns after watching the prophecies and videos, and eventually commit suicide or become mentally ill. Muchini. Is it so dangerous? And most importantly, Morong Shiner continued solemnly, no one can read these two messages a second time. Anyone who reads the video and the prophecy of the impure world twice will die of emotional breakdown. Hearing her say this, Muchini's heart sank. Will you explode if you look at it for one more moment? Is it so dangerous? What was your reaction when you first saw this prophecy and video? Muchini asked. I can't tell you what I saw in the video, otherwise what you see will be what I described. Morong Shiner shook her head. Everyone sees different things, but if I tell you what I saw, then you will only see what I described, and you won't see what you should see. However, after you finish watching this video, we can discuss with each other what the other party has seen, and I will also give you the descriptions of all the players who have watched the video among the Doomsday Administration staff. Muchini swallowed his saliva. The other person's expression was too serious. And you can't tell him before he sees it? Now the question is, won't he explode just by taking one look at it? Mr. Mu, please make your choice. Morong Xaner said seriously, do you want to watch the Impure Earth prophecy first, or watch the video first? Seeing Morong Shiner's expression, Muchini pursed his lips. This was too mysterious, and it made him a little nervous. But after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I'll take a look in a week, okay? He planned to use the Eye of Death to see what was going on first. Hearing Muchini's words, Morong Shiner was obviously stunned for a moment. But then she shook her head and said, I don't recommend you do this because it doesn't make any sense. Why? Muchini asked. 20 years ago, there was an S-level prophecy player in the Devil Country. At that time, the Devil Country spent a huge price to get us to show them this prophecy. Morong Shiner said slowly. And you gave it? We didn't want to give it to them originally. Morong Shiner shook her head. Countries around the world are resisting the Devil Country. In fact, for most countries, we will give many countries free places to watch prophecies and videos, but not for the Devil Country. Chapter 122 The scene Muchini sees. The people of the Japs are born lowly bastards. Morong Shiner said coldly, they are brutal and cruel to the weak. But when facing the strong, they will be as humble as a pug, but in their hearts they are as cruel as a scorpion. When he first appeared in the Impure World prophecy, the Devil Country surrendered to the enemy immediately. Morong Shiner gritted her teeth and said, this group of beasts almost surrendered to the enemy as a whole country and became his loyal dogs and horses, but later found that he could not come to Blue Star. When countries all over the world were conquering the Devil Country, they made a move that no one could have imagined. They directly killed their own prime minister, saying that the prime minister was bewitched by him, which led them to the wrong path. They are willing to abandon darkness and join the light, and return to the embrace of the Blue Star family. No one will believe it, right? Muchini couldn't help but ask. Of course no one believes it. Morong Shiner's eyes flashed with fatigue, but so what? We can't sink the Japanese country, can we? Even if we agree, the international community will not allow such a brutal act of human extinction to happen. Muchini took a deep breath. As a Chinese, he was naturally extremely hostile towards the Japanese country. If possible, he really wanted to carry a grenade himself and sink the Japanese island. What happened next? He asked. Later, the Gizi country bowed to everyone and apologized. Morong Shiner paused here, the Gizi country is very good at this. Muchini nodded in agreement. The Japanese country is indeed very good at apologizing. They were professional in apologizing. Every time they did something extremely evil, they would pretend to be deeply remorseful and apologize with tears. Wait for the next time to make the same mistake. Let's talk about the S-rank prophecy player from Gizi country again. Morong Shiner said, at that time, we also wanted to verify whether a prophecy player who saw the Impure Earth prophecy in the prophecy and then saw it again in reality would die directly like other people who saw it twice. So, we took the initiative to ask them to come to us, but we knew the abilities of the players who can predict the future, so we restricted them to live in China and experience the end of the world before they can predict and observe the prophecy of the impure world. This is also to prevent this little devil from predicting and seeing our things in advance in the devil country. After hearing Morong Shiner's explanation, Mu Chini nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is also the disgusting part about prophecy players. They can predict the future, especially S-level players, who can make predictions in reality. It is also correct for China to force this person to live in China and experience the end of the world before he can watch the prophecy. In fact, at that time, we didn't intend to let that man leave alive. After all, it was the devil's country, and we had already thought about how to create an accident for him. Morong Shiner continued, however, after the prophecy ended, the little devil read the impure world prophecy again. Then, like the other players, he had an emotional breakdown after reading it twice and committed suicide. Seeing it once in the prophetic picture, does that count as seeing it in reality? Mu Chini was silent. It seems that he really can't use the Eye of Death to see it twice? And the most important thing is that the Eye of Death may not necessarily play the content of the divine prophecy for him. After all, the Eye of Death is the scene of his next death. Then I'll watch it now. He sighed. What do you want to see first? Morong Shiner asked. Let's watch the video first. Mu Chini said. He was even more curious about this video because he wanted to know, this video was clearly the last perspective of the seventh director before his death, why did everyone see a different picture? Moreover, this is a video recorded on a CD. Okay, come with me. Morong Shiner walked up to him, took his arm, and led him to the side of the room. Finally, they came to a place similar to a game cabin. Lie down in there. Morong Shiner placed the CD in the recessed layer above the game compartment and pushed it in. Then, the game compartment was opened with a creaky sound. Holographic projection? Mu Chini's eyelids trembled when he saw this scene. He thought it was just like watching videos on a mobile phone or TV, but he didn't expect it to be so immersive. This is a holographic device that has been under development for some time. It allows you to receive the images on the disc to the greatest extent possible. Morong Shiner patted him on the shoulder and pointed at the door of the game cabin, saying, "Put your legs in first. I'll close the door after you're in." Mu Chini swallowed his saliva. This thing didn't look very safe. But he still obediently put his legs inside the game cabin and lay down in it. I closed the door? With a creaky sound, the door of the game cabin closed gently. Mu Chini's vision suddenly went dark. Soon after, some metallic sounds were heard, and Mu Chini felt that his hands, feet, and body were all held by cold instruments. Even his head was covered with something similar to a helmet. Realizing that his body was being controlled, Mu Chini felt a jolt in his heart. Why do I feel like I'm being put on a dissecting machine? Ding ding, the instrument is starting up and receiving images. As soon as this voice sounded, Mu Chini felt that the light in front of him suddenly brightened, but then it went dark again. The image has been received and will start playing in 5 seconds. Please be ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The picture starts playing. As the sound of electric current rang out, Mu Chini felt that his body was instantly out of his control. The world around me gradually became clearer. Hoo. It was a slight breathing sound. Mu Chini quickly realized that this was the sound that came from his mouth. Or rather, was it the voice that came from the seventh director? When he regained his sight, he noticed that everything around him was blurry, and the seventh director's hands were resting on the ground. He saw a pair of muscular arms. Hoo. The seventh director's breathing sounded in his ears. Then, the seventh director looked up, and Mu Chini's vision became completely clear. There was a huge black shadow in front of him. This black shadow covered the sky and the sun, as if it was holding up the entire sky. Roar! The black shadow let out a deafening roar. Mu Chini looked at the outline of the black shadow in front of him with difficulty, but in the case of insufficient light, he could only vaguely see an extremely huge black shadow. The black shadow raised his hand and actually tore the sky and the earth apart. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and after the crack appeared, the original starry sky allowed Mu Chini to see another picture. It seemed as if another universe appeared within the crack. On the other side of the universe, a huge planet emitting light blue light suddenly appeared, and around the planet, there was a huge, technologically advanced spaceship heading towards the blue planet. Chapter 123 God is watching you. From Muccini's perspective, the seventh director could do nothing at this moment and could only watch the spaceship enter this world. The technologically advanced spacecraft stepped into the world of Blue Star from the crack, and also made Muccini, who was watching the battle, think of an object that might exist in the universe. Wormhole. There is a wormhole in the universe that can span between two places. It uses the folding of three-dimensional space to bring the two farthest distances closer together, and can span very far distances. When the spacecraft entered this space and time, countless metal bugs flew out of the spacecraft. Muccini felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. This oppressive feeling made it difficult for him to breathe, but he could only watch helplessly as these metal bugs began to devour the Earth and everything on the blue planet. From the perspective of the seventh director, the surrounding area was desolate and ruined land. He didn't know how many years he had been sleeping, but when he was awakened, he felt no other emotions except incomparable despair. This despair seemed to have infected Muccini as well. Muccini couldn't help feeling sad in his heart. He wanted to cover his chest, but it was difficult for him to do so in the face of the holographic projection. The huge monster in the sky roared again, and under the dark clouds, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The seventh director's body was instantly drenched by the heavy rain, and his vision became blurred due to the heavy rain. Roar! The unknown super monster roared. Suddenly, the screen went black. Ding ding, the video viewing is over. After a burst of mechanical sounds, Muccini felt that the scene in front of him suddenly became brighter. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the hatch was open. He held onto the metal on both sides and left the holographic device with the help of Morong Shiner. How is it? Morong Shiner asked. Feel. Muccini was about to say something when he suddenly felt something sliding down his face. He raised his hand and touched it, but felt something wet. He actually shed tears? This is a normal phenomenon. Everyone can't help crying when they see the first scene. This is a biological instinct and any player will feel the same way. Morong Shiner explained. Muccini nodded seriously and looked up at her. What did you see? Look at this first. Morong Shiner handed him the parchment scroll. He could only lift up a corner of the parchment scroll, and when he saw a line of small words on it, he frowned and read it out. God is watching you. Isn't this bullshit? The corner of his eye twitched, and he thought he saw something. Hasn't he been watched for a long time? But after hearing Muccini's words, Morong Shiner couldn't help but exclaimed. What? This is what you saw? What's wrong with this sentence? Muccini asked curiously. Morong Shiner's voice began to tremble. If I had known this, I would not have let you see this. What's going on? Muccini looked at the other person, his brows almost twisted into a rope. After the impure world prophecy appeared, a total of 23 players saw the prophecy of God is watching you. Morong Shiner said with difficulty, but then, all 23 players died in less than a week. All dead? Muccini was a little dumbfounded. Will the person who sees this prophecy die within the next week? Are you kidding me? He couldn't help but ask. There's no need for me to lie to you about this. Morong Shiner's expression was also very solemn at this time. We will do our best to protect you, but this kind of death is impossible to prevent. What do you mean? Because there are so many different ways of dying. Among these 23 people, some were killed by billboards falling from the sky while shopping, some were hit by out-of-control trucks, and some were choked to death by their own saliva while sleeping. In short, their deaths were so strange that it was hard to prevent them. The common point is that they were all accidental deaths. Muccini? Choking to death on saliva, isn't this too outrageous? There are even more outrageous things. Morong Shiner said, this kind of bizarre death not only affects the real world, but also the game dungeon. Anyone who draws this prophecy will also be killed in the dungeon. This happened to a player before. That dungeon was just a simple plague-level dungeon. As long as he didn't commit suicide, he could easily survive. But this unlucky player, one night when he was sleeping normally, the key item of the Doomsday was refreshed next to his pillow. Then his system determined that he couldn't use the resurrection coin because he took the key item. Then, he was killed by a desk lamp falling from the ceiling in the dungeon. He couldn't be resurrected to the real world. So bizarre? Muccini opened his mouth wide. This is even more exaggerated than the person who choked to death while sleeping. But, he has the God-given resurrection coin, and there can't be any accidents with the God-given resurrection coin, right? Morong Shinner nodded and looked at him with a firm gaze. Muchini, we will do our best to protect you. Although everyone says that those who see this prophecy are watched by the god of death and no one can survive, you are different. You are Muchini, the only one who has cracked the world-destroying and destructive doomsday. Muchini. I don't know why, but I always feel that Morong Shinner is more confident than he is in himself. But to be honest, he is very flustered now. By the way, what was the video and prophecy you saw? Muchini suppressed his panic and asked. In the video he saw, there was a wormhole, a super huge monster, and that monster tore a space crack in the universe. Outside the space crack, there is a huge civilized planet, and that civilized planet sent a spaceship. So, the first apocalypse will happen when a civilization invades hundreds of years from now, or even in the distant future? The Trisolar Fleet? Then, that huge monster was the pioneer sent by that civilization to help them open the wormhole tunnel. Is that so? In the video I saw, humans returned to primitive society. All humans became slaves, and some traders were managing all of us. Morong Shinner said softly, I also saw a spaceship parked nearby. So, this is a civilization invasion? While Muchini asked, he also told what he saw. Although everyone sees a different picture, they all point to the same line in the end. If that was the case, I wouldn't have told you before. We still don't know what he is. Morong Shinner smiled bitterly. So, is there any other reason? Muchini asked. Morong Shinner explained. It's true that the images we saw were similar, but that doesn't mean that the images others saw were an invasion of civilization. Among other players, some saw monster invasions, some saw supervolcanic eruptions, and some saw global floods. Every player sees a different picture, like the screen slices of each Doomsday copy are the same. Chapter 124 God's Gaze. Slices of the screen from each Doomsday copy? Muchini felt a little strange. You mean, the video disc sent back by the 7th director can play many different Doomsday scenes? Morong Shinner nodded. Have you ever tried letting two players watch this video at the same time? He asked. We tried, but the video footage seen by the two people was different. Even the footage we captured from their pupils was different. Morong Shinner said. Hasn't the administration tried the method that Muchini mentioned? Hearing Morong Shinner say this, Muchini's expression became strange. Please play it again, and I'll go in and take a look. He made a gesture to get into the game cabin. Morong Shinner? She quickly stopped Muchini, her tone not too calm. What are you going to do? If you see it again, you will die. Don't worry, you won't die. No. Morong Xaner stopped him. There are too many players like you who didn't believe in evil and wanted to give it a try, but they all died. Muchini was stopped by her and had no way to go in. He could only explain helplessly. I feel like what you just said sounds familiar. Familiar? Morong Shinner looked at him in confusion. Well, it's somewhat familiar to the world-destroying doomsday that I've encountered. It's as if our 7th director has fallen into some kind of hallucination, or in other words, has fallen into a certain world. Muchini said this because he had the same experience during the world-destroying doomsday of time reversal. If he had not entered the second stage, he would probably never know until his death that the first stage was actually the inner world of the two-dimensional foil. And in that kind of fragmented world, everyone's thinking is also confused. Especially him, because of the multiple death replays, he is extremely sensitive to the confused thinking, various timelines, and various space images. The scene of the first world-destroying doomsday that Morong Shinner described gave him a sense of déjà vu. So he wanted to watch the video again, wanting to know whether the replay of the 7th director's death was the same as his own death, just like what he saw in Time Reversal with the Eye of Death. He guessed that all the videos he saw now were just illusions. It was an illusion deliberately created by the so-called him. This was the experience Muchini gained after experiencing a world-destroying doomsday. It's true that a world-destroying doomsday is not easy, but there must be some pattern to it, right? He told Morong Shinner his thoughts, and explained the similarities between the two world-destroying doomsdays, and everything he had experienced in the first stage of the time reversal copy. Morong Shinner began to ponder. She had just met Muchini not long ago and didn't know how the other party cracked the world-destroying doomsday. Now hearing Muchini say this, she couldn't help but start thinking. After a few minutes, she looked at Muchini with an incredible look. In other words, you survived such a horrific apocalypse and even cracked the source of the apocalypse? Muchini? Have you been thinking about this for a few minutes? Noticing the shock on Muchini's face, Morong Xaner also realized her own problem. She coughed lightly. So, you guess that the two world-destroying doomsdays have something in common, so you want to go in again and take a look? Yes. Muchini nodded. He felt that his emotions would not get out of control, and it was even less likely that he would commit suicide. Morong Xaner pondered for a while, then shook her head. No, it's too risky. But didn't you say that as long as I saw the prophecy just now, I would die within 7 days? Muchini blinked. So, why don't you let me watch this video again? Maybe there will be a turning point? Morong Xaner still shook her head. No. You're too old-fashioned. Muchini held his forehead with his hand, somewhat helplessly. I, the client, am not afraid of death, so what are you afraid of? I'm afraid you will die in front of me. Morong Xaner said seriously. Muchini's eyes twitched. The problem is, if he doesn't watch this video now, he might die quietly when he returns. Morong Xaner was so determined that he could only helplessly ask, then what do you have to do to let me watch it again? Unless you can convince me. Okay, I hope you can see me alive next time. Muchini waved his hand. I'll take you to where you live. Morong Xaner stopped talking about this topic and took the initiative to say, I will send you the descriptions and predictions of the scenes that all the players saw in a while. If you are really interested, you can learn more about it. Muchini nodded silently. Afterwards, Morong Xaner personally took him back to the room he had just been in. Muchini, this is the safest place in China, or even in the entire Blue Star. The same clan won't know you are here, so you should just stay here for the time being. Muchini looked around, but soon frowned. I can't stay here forever, right? It's too dangerous for you to be outside. Forget it, it's okay. I'll just live here for the time being. Muchini thought about it and waved his hand. It just so happened that he also had some things he wanted to research. Okay, if you encounter any problems, you can talk to Lai Wenji. I'll leave first. Morong Xaner's attitude seemed somewhat official, which made Muchini feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Go and get busy. Muchini waved his hand. After watching the other person leave, he sat on the bed somewhat tiredly. Brother Mu, what's the situation now? How did the people from the Saint clan find you? Wang Zichen stood up and asked at this time. We may have to live here for the next period of time. Muchini explained how he was being hunted by the Saint clan. Actually, living here is not unacceptable. They are well prepared and not much different from where I live. Wang Zichen is still relatively optimistic. Indeed. I'm a little tired. I'm going to lie down for a while. Muchini rubbed his brows. He hadn't had a proper rest since the world-destroying doomsday began. Okay, go to sleep first. Wang Zichen pointed at Lin Yuan in the kitchen. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Muchini nodded and walked into the room. I was just about to fall asleep. Ding, the player is affected by the curse of God's gaze, Puppet Queen's blessing, is consumed, the number of uses, 910. Ding, the player is affected by the curse of God's gaze, Puppet Queen's blessing, is consumed, the number of uses, 810. New Can E? Chapter 125 Chen Weiner, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Muchini was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. The Puppet Queen's blessing is something like a skill for him that can offset all curses, but now it is being consumed? It was something called God's gaze that was consuming his skill. Just when he was feeling a little puzzled, a female voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Hey, why is the blessing I gave you being consumed? Hearing this female voice, Muchini's eyes flashed. Chen Wanner? Okay. After the voice sounded, a woman who looked like an older sister and was wearing a police uniform appeared in front of Muchini. The woman was none other than Chen Wanner, the boss behind the scenes whom he met in the first dungeon, Puppet Kingdom. After Chen Wanner landed, she circled around him with a strange expression. Muchini, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? I feel like something scary is haunting you. Muchini spread his hands. Is there a way to solve it? With my current strength, I can't help you solve it. Chen Wanner shook her head. The level of this curse is too high. It has a higher priority than my blessing for you. Muchini. So I must die? He asked. That's basically it. Chen Wanner stretched out her fair little hand to him. Why don't you return the dagger of the end to me? You're going to die soon anyway. Is there really no other way? Muchini was still somewhat unwilling, but he still took off the dagger of the end from his neck and put it in the other party's hand. Of course not. Chen Wanner's tone suddenly paused before she could finish her words. She held the dagger of the end in front of her in disbelief, and looked at something. What are you looking at? Muchini looked at her movements, feeling a little strange. Isn't that just an ordinary small dagger? Brother, what did you do with this thing? Chen Wanner's tone was a little uneasy, and she couldn't hide her shock as she asked, why is there a calamity-level aura on the dagger of the end? What kind of disaster-level aura? Muchini was surprised. He had only heard of the disaster level once, which was in the Deep Sea Monster copy, the super monster that was said to be able to devour many giant beasts. Looks like a huge whale? After the group of sea people killed the sea god, they released the demons imprisoned in hell. The being that devoured these demons was called disaster. Disaster level refers to a certain level. This level is extremely high. It can be said that once a monster of this level appears, it can easily destroy the world you live in. Chen Wanner still had some disbelief in her eyes at this time. You actually used the dagger of the end to kill a calamity level being? When did the dagger of the end become so powerful? How come she didn't know? Maybe. Muchini was not sure whether Air Xiangfoil could be considered a disaster level existence. It seems like you can survive. Chen Wanner swallowed her saliva and said, if I absorb this catastrophic energy, the level of my blessing for you will be upgraded, and it will definitely have a higher priority than the curse on you. You can still absorb it? Muchini was surprised. Also, it was the first time he knew that after the dagger of the end killed the source of doom, it could absorb the energy inside. Well, I am bound to the dagger of the end. No matter who you kill, I can absorb the energy inside. Chen Wanner nodded and placed the dagger of the end to her mouth. Then she opened her mouth and began to absorb the energy inside. Muchini saw that layers of white energy, like gas, entered Chen Wanner's mouth from the dagger of the end and finally disappeared. After inhaling for a while, the voice suddenly sounded in his mind again. Ding, the player is affected by the curse of God's gaze, Puppet Queen's blessing, is consumed, the number of uses, 710. Another level of the Puppet Queen's blessing has been consumed. Chen Wanner also noticed the changes in Muchini at this time. She stopped absorbing energy and turned to Muchini and said, it will take me about half a month to absorb this energy. How about you come with me to my place first, and when I finish absorbing it, I will give you the amplification blessing. Go to your side? Muchini blinked, you mean the Puppet Kingdom? Well, originally I couldn't take you to another world, but now your plane has started to upgrade, so under normal circumstances, you can freely enter and exit any area within this month. Chen Wanner explained. Hearing Chen Wanner's words, Muchini nodded, then I'll go to your world with you, but I have to talk to Wang Zichen and the others. After Chen Wanner helps him strengthen the blessing of the Puppet Queen and his life is no longer in danger, he can come back. You don't have to go, they're already here. Chen Wanner had just finished speaking. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, followed by Wang Zichen's voice, Brother Mu, the meal is ready, do you want to come out and eat? I won't eat it anymore. Muchini glanced at Chen Wanner, thought for a moment, and then opened the door. I'm going somewhere soon, and I won't be back for about half a month. Where are you going? Hey, why is there a woman in your room? Wang Zichen glanced at Chen Wanner, who had her back to him, and asked in confusion, what is this? Chen Wanner did not disappoint him. She turned around and waved at him with a smile. Fatty Wang, long time no see. The moment Wang Zichen saw Chen Wanner's appearance, his face turned pale with fright. He sat down on the ground, looking at Chen Wanner in front of him with horror. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Having said that, he turned over and ran out in a panic. Bang! The door of the room was closed directly. It was Chen Wanner who closed the door. She looked at Wang Zichen with a smile and said dangerously, Fatty Wang, it's fine if you don't say hello to an old acquaintance, but why are you running away? Wang Zichen sat on the ground and carefully moved back, with a sad face. Aunt, please let me go, I really didn't offend you. Okay, stop scaring him. Muchini, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and tried to stop it. Who knew he was so timid? He was quite brave when we were together before. Chen Wanner shrugged. After hearing their conversation, Wang Zichen finally reacted. The fear on his face gradually disappeared, and he looked at the two people in disbelief. No, what's going on with you guys now? The dagger of the end is connected to Chen Wanner, so she can appear in reality. Muchini explained. So, Chen Wanner is a friendly force now? Wang Zichen said in shock. Nguyen Yi nodded. Well, you can think of it that way. She won't hurt you anyway. Chapter 126 3 Days of Tribulation. Then, Machinei told Wang Zichen that he was cursed and only Chen Wanner could save him, and explained that he would be away for half a month. You're going to be away for half a month? Wang Zichen glanced at Chen Wanner beside him, but still didn't dare to express his concerns. If Mu Chenyi and this monster leave, can he still survive? Don't worry, I will be back. Mu Chenyi comforted, and then whispered, also, don't tell Lin Yuan about Chen Wanner's affairs. If she knows, it means that the Doomsday Administration will also know. Based on his understanding of Morong Shiner, if that woman knew that he was going to be with someone like Chen Wanner, she probably wouldn't allow him to take such a risk. And why does he need others to tell him what to do? So after settling down with Wang Zichen, he seemed to have thought of something and continued, of course, if Lao Zhao comes, you can tell Lao Zhao that I will not eat and will leave first. After saying that, he gestured to Chen Wanner. Chen Wanner looked at him with a half smile. Are you settled? Let's go. Mu Chenyi nodded. Seeing this, Chen Wanner placed her hand on Machinei's shoulder. Under Wang Zichen's gaze, the two of them disappeared from the spot in a flash. Wang Zichen, why haven't you called Mr. Mu to come for dinner yet? On the other side, Lin Yuan, who had just finished cooking, saw that the two had not shown up yet, so she couldn't help but walk over. But when she saw that only Wang Zichen was there, she was stunned. Where is Mr. Mu? Wang Zichen thought about how Mu Chenyi had just told him not to tell the truth, so he made up an excuse. Oh, he grew a pair of wings and flew away. Lin Yuan? Why don't you listen to what you are saying? Ding, the location has changed. Death Eye cooldown time changed to 1 hour. Because the copy is one of the copies that the host has broken through, the Eye of Death can only see the scene of the host's death in this plane. If the host cannot die in this plane, the Eye of Death will not be usable. The system's voice rang in Machinei's ears. Mu Chenyi looked around at the unfamiliar room and blinked. Can I use Death Eye? If I remember correctly, you should have a prophecy skill with a cooldown of 1 hour, right? Chen Wanner asked Mu Chenyi. Yes. Mu Chenyi nodded. Chen Wanner pointed to one of the rooms. You can stay there for the time being. Someone will deliver 3 meals a day. As for leaving, you don't have to think about it for now. Also, I'll set a protection blessing on you that will take effect once an hour. As long as you've experienced a death, you'll be safe for the next hour. So, use your prophecy skill to prevent a death first. When I reach the same level as this blessing in 3 days, I'll be able to completely balance the curse on you in this world. After half a month, my blessing will completely suppress this curse. Even if you encounter a catastrophic curse in the future, I can help you block it. After arranging these things, Chen Wanner left another blessing on Mu Chenyi and went into the house with the Dagger of the End. She wants to absorb the catastrophic energy inside the Dagger of the End. After Chen Wanner entered the room, Mu Chenyi directly opened the Eye of Death to prevent any accidents. Guliulu, Garulu. Mu Chenyi heard the sound of bubbles, and when he opened his eyes, he saw his future body lying comfortably in the bathtub, taking a bath. Even the future body was humming a song. Sizzle. What's that sound? The future body sat up from the bathtub and listened attentively with bated breath. Sizzle. A tingling sensation spread from the water to his body. Sizzle. When the future body realized that his body was touched by the electric current, he immediately stood up from the bathtub in shock. He realized that he was being cursed by God's gaze. In order to prevent himself from being electrocuted, he immediately stood up from the bathtub, without even bothering to take a bath, and ran outside. But what he didn't realize was that the ground was so slippery. He was not paying attention, his feet slipped, and he fell headfirst to the ground. Logically speaking, with his top-notch sense of balance in martial arts, such a low-level mistake should not happen. But for some unknown reason, perhaps because of the curse, his calves and both hands suddenly cramped at the same time. With such a pull, he lost his balance and the back of his head hit the toilet hard. Future body, dead. After Mu Chenyi opened his eyes, his expression became very strange. Wasn't this way of dying a little too casual? Is this the God's gaze curse? This is a bit unreasonable. But then, he could just wipe his body casually while taking a shower and successfully avoid this fatal incident. After escaping a fatal event, he will have a safe period of 1 hour, and then use the Eye of Death again to avoid the next fatal event. Thinking of this, he returned to his room, went into the bathroom and washed his body casually, but did not dare to take a bath. Ding, the host is dodging the inevitable death of God's gaze, Puppet Queen's blessing, takes effect, and the host will not be affected by the curse for the next hour. The system's prompt also made Mu Chenyi breathe a sigh of relief. Now he also understands the law of this fatal event. As long as he changes the things that will cost him his life in a fatal event, but he still has to complete the event, he can avoid the fatal event and survive successfully. Then he set an alarm for 40 minutes and took a nap. Soon after waking up, he resumed using Death Eye. This time, he saw his death scene as being choked to death by a fishbone. Shortly after they watched the death scene, someone brought them lunch. 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup, and the soup is crucian carp soup. Mu Chenyi happened to be hungry, so he also drank the crucian carp soup. However, when drinking it, he carefully found out all the fish bones before carefully drinking the fish soup into his stomach. Ding, the host is dodging the death event of God's gaze. In the next hour, the host will not be affected by the curse. It was still the familiar system notification, and with Mu Chenyi's previous experience, he was familiar with the process this time. So, in the next 3 days, Mu Chenyi didn't dare to sleep for more than 40 minutes, and every hour, he would use the Eye of Death to verify the scene of his next death. And in more than 60 death replays, he experienced all kinds of ways of dying. He choked to death on bread, a bug got into his ear and bit him to death, a light bulb fell from above his bed and crushed him to death. He even sprained his ankle when he got off the bed and hit it on the corner of the bedside table, bleeding to death. Chapter 127 Blessing of the Puppet King. In short, there is no way of dying that Mu Chenyi cannot think of, and there is no way of dying that God's gaze cannot achieve. Just after Mu Chenyi had been tortured for 3 whole days. Ding, the host will no longer die in this plane, and the Eye of Death can no longer be used. Not long after this beautiful voice sounded, Chen Wan'er finally came out of seclusion. When Mu Chenyi saw Chen Wan'er, he was extremely excited. I finally don't have to die over and over again. Thanks to the creature you killed with the dagger of the end, I absorbed some of its energy and can now protect you in this plane. Chen Wan'er stepped forward and gave him a blessing. And Mu Chenyi also felt that the curse of God's gaze that had been hanging over his head had dissipated a lot. But it didn't disappear completely. But in this plane, the curse is suppressed to a great extent. If you want to break this curse, I have to wait until I become a half-step disaster level. Chen Wan'er blinked, but after I absorb all the energy in the dagger of the end in a dozen days, I will become a half-step disaster level. It will be much easier to help you break the curse then. Okay, then I'll stay here for a while. Mu Chenyi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Chen Wan'er touched his chest. I was counting on you to use the dagger of the end to help me kill another disaster level monster so that I can completely break through and become a disaster level monster. Perhaps, I am more reluctant than anyone else to see you die so soon. Mu Chenyi was speechless. Can I go out for a walk? He asked. I suggest not to. Chen Wan'er shook her head. There are puppets outside. If I don't control them a little, they might hurt you. Of course, if you really want to get out, I can make them transform into the human form you had when you first came in. But you have to be careful to hide your identity. If they find out you are a human, they will still turn into puppets and attack you. So serious? Mu Chenyi felt ashamed after hearing this. Forget it, I'd better stay here. He backed off. Your life is important. Chen Wan'er smiled with satisfaction, then took the dagger of the end back to her room and began to absorb the catastrophic energy from it. And Mu Chenyi could only stay in the room board and play stand-alone video games. Just think of it as a vacation. In addition, because he was in the world of the Puppet Kingdom, copy, he did not receive any information from reality. Not only did he not know what had happened in reality, he did not even receive the message that Morong Shiner had promised to send him. Otherwise, he could also take some time to study the video of the Impure World prophecy that all the players are watching and what the content is on the parchment scroll. However, he did not hold out much hope for this. Because those prophecies and images have been studied by the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau for decades. If he could figure it out alone, the so-called him would not be feared and speculated by so many people. 13 days passed slowly. 16 days have passed since Mu Chenyi came to this world. In the middle, Chen Wan'er came out once and told him that the time in this world is 1-to-1 with the real time. In other words, 16 days have passed now, and more than half a month has passed. There are still 14 days left until the so-called system upgrade is completed. If Mu Chenyi returned to reality, he would only be able to use the Eye of Death twice more. On this day, Chen Wanner, with a completely different temperament, came out. When Mu Qinyi saw her again, he was shocked by her aura. Chen Wanner still had a smile on her face, but this time, Mu Qinyi could feel that the woman in front of him could kill him at any time. Mu Qinyi, thank you so much for using the dagger of the yin to collect energy for me. Chen Wanner smiled, but said with some distress, actually, I was thinking that I would get rid of you after I'm done using you. But I didn't expect that after I absorbed this energy, I became tainted with some of your karma. Mu Qinyi? Do you want to destroy the bridge after crossing it? He asked. Is this world so dangerous? That's what I originally thought, but the energy I absorbed has your cause and effect. Once you die, all the energy I got will dissipate. Chen Wanner said regretfully, now, not only can I not kill you, I really have to protect your life and safety. Mu Qinyi stared at her with an ugly expression. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I told you I won't hurt you. Chen Wanner pouted for a moment, then stretched out her fair little hand and patted him on the shoulder. Afterwards, Mu Qinyi felt the world spinning. Real world. When Mu Qinyi recovered again, he found himself in the same room as when he left. That is the room in the Doomsday Management Bureau where he lived before leaving. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the blessing of the Puppet King. All curses of disaster level and below will not be able to have any effect on the host. God's gaze curse lifted. A series of sounds from the system also made Mu Qinyi realize that his life safety was guaranteed. Finally survived. He let out a long sigh and subconsciously touched his neck, and the dagger of the end was hanging firmly on his neck. Chen Wanner returned the dagger of the end to him. I have been away from reality for half a month. I don't know what the situation is now. Thinking of this, he turned on his cell phone. On his phone, in addition to messages from Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao, there were also messages from Morong Shiner asking him where he was going, and Morong Shiner sent him a long list of information. He replied one by one, and after informing Wang Zichen and others of his return, he also told Morong Shiner, the curse on him has been resolved. When can he watch the video again? After saying this, he lay down on the soft bed and looked through the documents Morong Shiner sent him. Morong Shiner sent him many video descriptions, which were millions of words long and included thousands of people's narrations. Seeing these self-descriptions, Mu Qinyi felt his scalp tingling. So many words, enough to fill a novel, right? There are only 9 sentences in the prophecy, and because most people see the same prophecy, there are only 9 prophecies counted. These 9 prophecies are also called the Dirty World Prophecy. He ignored the millions of words of long articles and went to read the 9 prophecies first. The first item of the prophecy is, God is watching you. After this post, it is noted that 24 people have viewed it. And he happened to be the 24th one. He scrolled down, and the second prophecy was he, cannot be chosen, cannot be defeated. He, referring to that God, what does it mean that he cannot be chosen and cannot be defeated? This prophecy had the second largest number of people, with a total of 45 people seeing it. The third prophecy of the impure land is all living beings are his believers. All living beings are his believers. Are you referring to the saints? But, on what basis can the saints represent all living beings? Chapter 128, The 9 Prophecies of the Impure World. Moreover, all living beings are his believers. Does this mean that this so-called him is a spiritual existence? Seeing this, a series of myths appeared in Mu Qinyi's mind. Cthulhu mythos. Cthulhu meets the second requirement, he cannot be chosen and cannot be defeated. He kept this thought in mind and continued reading the fourth prophecy. The fourth prophecy is, fear. No one dares to look directly into his own heart. Broken. What if it feels more like Cthulhu mythos? Mu Qinyi narrowed his eyes. Cthulhu was the source of all fear. However, in the video he saw, Cthulhu did not belong to this system. He felt even more confused. What exactly was this world-destroying disaster that was said to have come to reality? He looked at the fifth prophecy. Run. He's getting bigger, run away from Blue Star. A series of question marks appeared in Mu Qinyi's mind. Is this really a prophecy? Is he getting bigger? Could it be that he is a visible being? He also discovered that as many as 124 people had seen this prophecy. This is indeed one of the 9 prophecies of the impure world. He calmed down and prepared to continue watching. But before he could finish reading, a new message popped up. Morong Shiner, you're back? Where are you now? He cut off the phone interface and replied, I am in the place where I disappeared. Then, he switched the phone interface to the prophecy of the impure world. He continued to look at the sixth prophecy. When night falls, evil twins emerge. When night falls, twin evil thoughts arise. Does it refer to the eternal night during that world-destroying doomsday, when mankind's evil thoughts were aroused to the greatest extent? Muccini didn't quite understand, but he still set his sights on the seventh prophecy. The ending is set, time cannot be reversed. Muccini frowned. The ending is set and time cannot be reversed? Why does this prophecy sound more like the prophecy in time reversal? Because in the first stage of time reversal, everyone was placed in the world of the two-dimensional foil. That was a foregone conclusion, and it seemed that it could not be reversed. But putting it here gives people a vague feeling. Can't read. He shook his head and looked at the eighth prophecy. But when he saw the eighth prophecy, his pupils suddenly contracted. The eighth prophecy is: humanity needs a sword wielder. Humanity needs a sword bearer. And he has the opportunity to become the sword wielder. Oh, actually there is no chance, he doesn't get 100,000 points. When Morong Shinner comes, tell her about this matter and see if the administration can release his 100,000 points. After confirming this, he looked at the ninth prophecy in a good mood. But the prophecy of Article 9 is ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### hashtag. A string of vague symbols? Behind this prophecy, there is a note from Morong Shiner. This string of symbols does not belong to any language. It is just a string of garbled code that cannot be read directly. Morong Shiner is proficient in all languages. Since the other party said so, it means that this string of symbols is simply to prevent people from seeing the content clearly. Humph, you're just being mysterious. Nukan E complained. At present, all 9 prophecies of Immortal Prophecy have appeared, namely: Prophecy 1, God is watching you. Prophecy 2, He cannot be chosen and cannot be defeated. Prophecy 3, all living beings are His believers. Prediction 4, Fear. No one dares to look directly into their own heart. Prophecy 5, Run away. He is getting bigger, he is getting bigger. Run away, escape from the blue planet. Prophecy 6, When night falls, evil twins will be born. Prophecy 7, The ending is set, time cannot be reversed. Prophecy 8, Humanity needs a sword wielder. Prophecy 9, hashtag a string of garbled characters. Muchini looked at the 9 prophecies, thinking about the common points among them. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Muchini, it's me. Morong Shiner's voice. Muchini put his phone down and walked forward to open the door. Standing at the door was Morong Shiner, who was breathing slightly and looked exhausted. You ran back? Muchini looked at her with a strange expression. Where have you been all this time? Morong Shiner let out a long sigh and raised her hand to touch his chest. What are you doing? Muchini grabbed her hand and looked at her in surprise. Thanks to you, I was able to draw an A-level skill that can detect physical fitness, similar to the medical type. Morong Shiner said, I want to see if you have any injuries. No need, I know my body very well. After Muchini stopped him, he asked, By the way, did Fatty Wang tell you where I went? He said you grew wings and flew away. Nukan E? He asked the fat man to think of a reason to leave, not to let the fat man brag so much. By the way, I want to discuss something with you. He did not intend to continue on this topic and handed the 9-line divine prophecy on his mobile phone to Morong Shiner. What's up? Morong Shiner picked up her phone and found that what Muchini showed her was the material she had sent to the other party half a month ago. See the 8th prophecy. Humanity needs a sword bearer. I know, what's wrong? Morong Shiner raised her head and looked at him with some confusion. Muchini shared the first item of his personal maul with her. This. When Morong Shiner saw the logo above, she was completely stunned. This is what I got after cracking the source of the world-destroying doomsday, and it is also related to the prophecy. Muchini looked at Morong Shiner's expression and continued, I finally cracked the source of the world-destroying doomsday, but in the end I was given this thing. If I want to redeem this thing with my current points, I have to save up until the end of time. These points are paid by the country for you. Morong Shinner's tone became extremely serious. There are still more than 10 days before the next doomsday. I will help you accumulate 100,000 points as soon as possible before the next doomsday. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Mu Chinyi's plan was successful, so he waved his hand and said, Okay, do you have anything else to do? If not, leave now. It's nothing. Morong Xaner looked into his eyes and whispered, The last time the Saint clan suddenly attacked, most of their members were exposed. We have dealt with many of their people, but we have no way to capture them alive. All the Saint clan members committed suicide when they were caught by us. Normal, consistent with my guess about him. Mu Chinyi was not surprised. Morong Shinner narrowed her eyes. She wanted to ask Mu Chinyi what he knew, but after thinking about it, she kept her question to herself. Contact me if you need anything. After saying that, she left the room. Chapter 129 Death Replay, Lord Oni. After seeing Morong Shinner leave, Mu Chinyi sat down on the bed and flipped through the short play of several million words that the other party had sent him. He should be busy with this matter during this period of time. This is about his research on that god. Everything that exists has flaws, including Erseonfoil, and that god is no exception. But before that, he glanced at the system's introduction. Death Eye can be used cooling time, 7 days. In reality, he can also use Death Eye twice. Open the Eye of Death, he said silently in his heart. He is the titled one. Could he be the one in the prophecy? Faintly, Mu Chinyi heard someone shouting. Put him down quickly, he is the title holder. It was another person's voice. And Mu Chinyi listened to the noisy sounds around him, and it seemed that the future body was surrounded by a lot of people. Slowly vision returned. When he opened his eyes, he found that his future body was tied to a wooden stake, and around the future body were many people wearing ancient costumes. Villagers? The sky around him was gray, and he could even see that outside the village, there was a lot of fog. The fog blocked his vision and made him unable to see clearly outside the village. The villagers tied up the future body in front of a bonfire and fixed him there. But he soon realized that this was not the filming location of a costume drama, but the 5th Doomsday copy. According to the system, the Doomsday system will undergo a 1-month upgrade, and what he is facing now is the copy after the system upgrade? He looked around and soon discovered that the villagers here were all skinny and yellow from hunger. Isn't that right? Is this another special copy? Otherwise, how could these villagers tie up him who possess top-notch fighting skills and Fengyu? Well, there are no maple trees around, but with just these skinny villagers, even if he only has top fighting skills to use, this group of starving people should not be his match, right? He felt deeply puzzled. While Mu Chinyi was puzzled about his situation, the villagers came forward and hurriedly helped him up. Sir Titleholder, we have no intention of offending you. After putting the future body down, several old villagers at the front of the line faced him with fear and trepidation. Just now, these people seemed to be calling the future body the title holder. Mu Chinyi, who was watching the battle, noticed this and glanced at the position above the future body's head. Above the head of the future body, there was a title of savior so bright that it almost blinded his eyes. Do these villagers respectfully call him the title one because he has the title of savior? Title holder, you have offended Lord Shangue. Please go and kill Lord Shangue yourself. Otherwise, at least half of the people in our village will die. An old man in the lead pleaded with the future body. Lord Oni? What is that? Mu Chinyi, who was watching the game, felt suspicious when he heard this title. Could it be that the theme of this Doomsday copy is ghosts? He looked around. The surroundings were desolate and the village was surrounded by thick fog. He couldn't see the outside world. In addition, these villagers didn't look like normal people. Oh my god, where are you from? Is this still China? Pa, is this still Blue Planet? Mu Chinyi felt that this place didn't look like Blue Star. Is there such a place on Blue Star? Just when he thought he had entered a special copy again, he suddenly felt an old village elder holding his hand tightly from his future body. Even with the physical strength of the future body, he couldn't move at all under the opponent's huge hand. Damn, this old man. Isn't this old man too strong? Mu Chinyi was completely dumbfounded. Now he finally understood why the future body was tied up by these villagers. This is not a special copy at all. Because the future body's top fighting skills were not affected, even all the skills and props of the future body could be used. It's just because these old men are so strong. It doesn't seem unfair that the future body was tied up? Untie him too. The future body pointed at Wang Zichen next to him. Only then did Mukini notice that Wang Zichen was also tied up next to him. No, Fatty Wang actually traveled to the same place with him? Yes, respected title holder. The old man in the lead seemed to be the village chief. He waved to the young men beside him. Several young men came forward and untied Wang Zichen. After Wang Zichen let go, he immediately ran to the side of the future body. Brother Mu, they seem to recognize your title. The future body nodded solemnly, then looked at the villagers. All of you combined are no match for Lord Kamiju, so how can I defeat him? But you are the title holder. The village chief was a little puzzled. Every one of the title holders in the city is a powerful ghost slayer. Only you have the ability to kill ghosts. After hearing the old man's words, Mukini, who was watching the battle, immediately received some important information. This time, the Doomsday theme is definitely related to ghosts. But what is uncertain is what level this copy will be. It seems I have to try the Scales of Judgment when I get back. However, the copy that caused him to die must not be at the plague level, it should at least be at the disaster level, or even the destruction level. He tried his best not to think about the world-destroying level, because a world-destroying level Doomsday was simply not something that a human could overcome. Another piece of information, people with titles seem to receive certain treatment in this world? But isn't it too difficult to become a title holder? He is probably the only one in the entire Blue Star who holds this title, and he got it after clearing the world-destroying Doomsday. Besides, this title of savior is useless except for the shiny thing on his head. Why do these people say that those with titles are all very powerful? If we have to talk about combat power, if he doesn't use props, he might not even be able to beat Wang Zichen. Moreover, judging from the fact that both the future body and Wang Zichen were captured by this group of villagers, it seems that Wang Zichen is no match for these people? Wow, these villagers can even hold down the Bear King? Chapter 130, Dry Weather, Be Careful with Fire. Wang Zichen's skill is the S-level, Iron-Eating Beast King, which is the skill to transform into a giant panda. But even with such skills, he couldn't defeat this group of villagers? How strong is the fighting capacity of this group of villagers? When the village chief saw the future body hesitate, he gritted his teeth and spoke directly. Title holder, you must deal with Lord Shangue yourself, otherwise, we will take action against you. The future body was dumbfounded. No, these villagers just let him go because of his title of savior, but now they are doing this again? What does that mean, forcing a good person to do something? Ahem, these guys are forcing him to die. After hearing the village chief's words, all the young people in the village surrounded the future body and Wang Zichen with serious expressions. It seemed that at the village chief's command, this group of young people would directly attack the future body and Wang Zichen. Mukini, who was watching the battle, discovered that these villagers would be respectful to him because he was a title holder, but they also had a bottom line. He carefully recalled that when he first came to this instance, the villagers seemed to have said, "Title holder, you have offended Lord Ghost. Please go and kill Lord Ghost yourself. Otherwise, at least half of the people in our village will die." The information he has obtained now is limited, but it is clear that the main reason why the future body was tied up by this group of villagers is because the future body offended the so-called Master Ghost? This Lord Ghost may be the key to this copy. He continued to observe. I can only try my best, but I can't guarantee that I can kill that Lord Kamiki. The future body said this. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers began to whisper. This title holder looks so weak. He has so little strength that he can't even beat a 12-year-old child. How can he beat the Ghost Master? What should we do if this guy not only fails to kill Lord Kamiki, but also angers Lord Kamiki? The sound of their discussion was loud enough for the future body to hear clearly. Be quiet. The village chief shouted angrily and banged the ground with his cane. The air suddenly became quiet. It seemed that everyone was still very respectful to the village chief. My lord, please don't bother with us fools. Please go and kill the ghosts quickly. We will cook meat and warm wine for you and wait for your triumphant return. He turned his head and spoke respectfully to the future body. Good. The future body had no choice but to agree. If he didn't agree, the villagers could tie him up at any time and hand him over to the Lord Devil. So under the pressure of this group of villagers, the future body was forced to embark on a journey with Wang Zichen to find Lord Ghost. Mukini, who was watching the battle, watched as the future body and Wang Zichen slowly walked towards the fog in a certain direction of the village under the almost coercive gaze of the villagers. After entering the fog, Mukini discovered that the fog around him was becoming thicker and thicker. The village they had just visited was protected by something, and there was not much fog inside. However, after leaving the village, they found that the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and they could no longer see clearly. This fog was different from the fog they encountered in the second stage of the second dungeon, Deep Sea Monster, in the Solomon Islands. When we were in the Solomon Islands, the fog around us was white mist, more like water vapor. But here, the mist is gray and more like the gloomy atmosphere deliberately created in horror movies. This also made Muchini more suspicious. They had traveled to another world. How could this place be like Blue Planet? The two walked for about 10 minutes. The fog around them became thicker and the two could hardly see anything. Wang Zichen grabbed the arm of the future body with some fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Mu, why don't we go back? Those villagers won't let us go if we go back." The future body shook his head and asked, "Do you want those villagers to tie us up and wait for the ghosts to appear at night and suck our blood dry?" "I don't want to." Wang Zichen's voice became a little softer. "Just at this moment. It's dry, be careful with fire." A faint old lady's voice slowly emerged from the mist. Then the future body and Wang Zichen noticed that in the fog, a staggering figure holding a red light bulb appeared. "Don't look." The future body moved Wang Zichen's face over and continued walking towards the previous position in front. "That's the old woman with the lantern, one of the night ghosts. If you stare at its red light for 3 seconds, it will teleport in front of you, chop off your head and put it in the lantern until the next person who stares at its red light appears." Future body and Wang Zichen explained. "Brother Mu, you are so awesome. You know this too?" Wang Zichen said with some admiration while not daring to look anymore. Not only Wang Zichen, but even Muchini, who was watching the game, was dumbfounded. No, how would the future body know? He had no idea what the other party had just said about the old woman with the lantern. "If you read a novel of tens of millions of words, you will also know," the future body said faintly. "What novel?" Wang Zichen wondered. "It's the Impure World Prophecy, but it's better for you not to know about it. Knowing too much won't do you any good." "All right." After hearing what the future body said, Wang Zichen had no choice but to give up. When Muchini, who was watching the battle, heard the other party's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the future body knew the old woman with the lantern was because she had read the story collections of the Impure World Prophecy? In the video of Impure Prophecy, each player sees a different scene. If someone describes the existence of the old woman with a lantern, does that mean the scene that players saw is the scene in this Doomsday instance? Does the Impure World Prophecy have this function? Thinking of this, he decided to go back and catch up on the nearly 10 million word story collection after watching this death replay. Maybe there is something about this dungeon in the story collection. "Brother Mu, do you know what kind of species that blood-sucking ghost is?" Wang Zichen asked. "I'm not sure. I have 3 guesses about that Shangue-sama, but I can only be sure after I see him." The future body said this. "Can we kill it?" Wang Zichen asked hopefully, "Or, does the Ghost Master have any weaknesses?" "I don't know. I just know them, but I don't know how to kill them." The future body spread his hands. Seeing that the future body had no solution, Wang Zichen's face turned pale. "Does this mean that there is a high probability that we will die here?" "You can say that." The future body nodded. Chapter 131, Raw and Blood-Eating Rat. "Don't worry, don't you have resurrection coins? If you die, you can go back directly." The future body patted Wang Zichen's shoulder comfortingly. While the two were talking. "It's dry, be careful with fire." The old woman's voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. And judging from the location of the sound, the old woman was only 1 meter behind them. Both of their bodies stiffened at the same time. When did the old woman with the lantern come behind them? "It's dry, be careful with fire." The voice of the old woman with the lantern came closer, and the two even felt as if the old woman with the lantern was talking in their ears. Muchini, who was watching the game, also smelled a foul odor, as if a person with athlete's foot hadn't washed his feet in years. It made him almost vomit. But even so, the future body and Wang Zichen still stood where they were, not daring to move, let alone look back. Both of them had a feeling that the old woman's cloudy eyes were staring at them. I don't know how much time passed. "It's dry, be careful with fire." As the sound of light footsteps was heard, the voice of the old woman with the lantern gradually faded away. When the old woman's voice completely disappeared from their ears, Wang Zichen and the future body finally gasped for breath after surviving the disaster. Mucini could feel that the back of the future body was soaked with cold sweat. Isn't it too dangerous in this fog? It seems that the only safe place is that village, or rather, that village is not absolutely safe. This time, Wang Zichen stopped chattering, and both of them walked towards the depths in silence. The pitch-black fog was like a huge abyss, waiting for the two to fall into it. The two walked for about half an hour. A cave emitting purple ghostly light suddenly appeared in front of the two. Is this the ghost cave that the villagers talked about? Wang Zichen's voice trembled a little when he saw the cave. It should be here. Go north for 3/4 of an hour and you will reach the place of upper ghosts. The future body nodded and walked in first. The cave was constantly emitting purple light, as if a ghost was taking your life. The future body was quite courageous and walked calmly down the stairs of the cave. Wang Zichen grabbed his collar and hid behind him like a little wife. The two of them walked down together. Perhaps the two people walked too slowly. It took them about 5 minutes to finally reach the bottom of the cave. When the two men arrived at the bottom of the cave, they were both stunned by the scene in front of them. This is an altar, and at the top of the altar, there is a statue of a weasel. The statue has a weasel's head but a human body. And around the statue, there are many burning candles. These candles surrounded the weasel statue, all of them were burning, and all of them were half burned. It's as if there is someone here specifically taking care of these weasels. Fuck, the yellow-skinned man's grave. Wang Zichen exclaimed. Hearing Wang Zichen's words, the future body was also observing and whispered. It has a yellow-skinned head and a human body, and it loves to suck blood. It's a raw-breeding, blood-drinking rat. This kind of thing is a social creature. Are these raw meat-eating, blood-drinking rats very strong? Wang Zichen beside him asked curiously. These weasels are not strong, but... The future body's words haven't fallen yet. Chi-chi-chi-chi. A group of screaming sounds suddenly came from all directions. Then, countless nimble pale yellow figures emerged from the surroundings. So many of them are actually weasels. Countless pairs of glowing eyes were staring at the future body and Wang Zichen's figure. A bunch of little brats. When Wang Zichen saw this group of little weasels, he laughed out of anger and directly transformed into the iron-eating beast king. Roar! The giant panda roared and slapped the group of weasels. He couldn't beat that group of ghosts, and now he can't beat these little karamis? The future body raised his hand to stop him, but after thinking it over, he put it down. Let Wang Zichen test these weasels first. Anyway, Wang Zichen has a lot of resurrection coins. Mucini originally thought that this group of weasels would teach Wang Zichen a profound lesson. But what surprised him was that Wang Zichen slapped the two weasels to death with just one big slap. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing this, the surrounding weasels quickly dodged in panic and fled away. Humph, a mere weasel, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of your Lord Bear? Wang Zichen turned back into a human, straightened his chest, touched the future body with his arm, and asked, by the way, Brother Mu, what were you going to say just now? I was just about to say that raw-feeding, blood-drinking rats are a group of creatures similar to fodder. The future body whispered, have you heard of raising ghosts? Raw-feeding, blood-drinking rats are one of the favorite fodders of a group of ghost raisers. These ghost raisers will feed the raw-feeding, blood-drinking rats with a lot of blood, and then feed these weasels to another evil ghost. You mean, these weasels are all raised by people? Wang Zichen's eyes widened. The future body nodded. Pa pa pa. A faint voice came from the shadows. Then, the two noticed that a young man with a pale face and who looked like he had kidney deficiency slowly walked out of the shadows. The man clapped his hands and laughed. I didn't expect there would be someone who knows what he's doing. But since you killed my pets and broke into my territory, are you ready to die? When he said this, his tone suddenly turned cold. A strong murderous intent burst out from him. Seeing the terrifying aura of the young man, Wang Zichen's tone weakened a bit and explained. We had no intention of coming here. It was the villagers who asked us to come. But little did he know that when the man heard this, his tone became even colder. You are actually in cahoots with those beasts? Then, he couldn't hide the anger on his face anymore. He raised his hand, and a halo suddenly appeared above his head. Mucini, who was watching the battle, looked above his head first. There were a few small words written on the top of the young man's head. Intermediate Ghost Trainer. What is this? A title holder? This young man seemed to be the one the villagers were talking about. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a creepy woman's laughter was heard in the cave. Throughout the cave, the laughter was melodious and sharp, making people feel creepy. Where does this laughter come from? The future body and Wang Zichen became alert instantly, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 132. The year she got married with a glorious makeup. Ha 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 ha. The ghostly voice of the woman echoed throughout the cave. Wang Zichen and Weilai were close to each other, concentrating together and waiting for the evil spirit to appear. However, Muchini, who was watching the fight, noticed that the young man with the title of Intermediate Ghost Raiser not only did not show any fear after hearing the woman's sinister laugh, but instead showed a hint of nostalgia and admiration. Yes, an expression of admiration. Then, a female ghost with a delicate and beautiful face and dressed in a red wedding dress slowly floated out from the shadows. There was no expression on the female ghost's face, but her figure with no feet touching the ground made people know that she was a ghost. Erowin, Erowin. When the young man saw the female ghost, tears couldn't help but flow down his face. He looked at the female ghost called Erowin with longing and affection, as if he was looking at his whole world. The future body and Wang Zichen looked at each other. Wang Zichen looked at him and asked, "Do you know this ghost?" The future body responded with his eyes, "It looks a bit familiar, I forgot what this kind of ghost is called." After all, after reading a short story collection of tens of millions of words, who can remember all the contents? Erowin, kill them, we can still be together, forever and ever. The young man looked at Erowin reluctantly, then looked at the future body and Wang Zichen with murderous eyes. Erowin had no expression on her face, as if she was just a machine following orders. After hearing the young man's words, Erowin raised his claws with sharp nails and pounced towards the future body and Wang Zichen. He looked like he was going to kill them both. Seeing the terrifying aura coming towards him from Erowin, the future body had an additional word in his heart, invincible. So he decisively took out the dagger of the end from his neck. Go! The dagger of the end seemed to have a soul in an instant, flew up, and finally pierced into Erowin's body. Boo! Under the effect of the dagger of the end that could kill everything, Erowin's body instantly dissipated like smoke. Within a few seconds, Erowin's breath completely disappeared. And because the dagger of the end failed to kill the source of doomsday, it also completely dissipated. Erowin! Seeing Erowin being easily killed by the dagger of the end and his breath gradually disappearing, the young man let out a roar of agony. No! He fell to his knees and crawled towards the place where Erowin's figure disappeared. He raised his hands, as if trying to catch Erowin's soul, but it was in vain. Erowin's soul completely dissipated in front of him. Hey brother, you were the one who started it. We were just acting in self-defense. Wang Zichen shouted immediately when he saw the other party's distraught look. Erowin, my Erowin. The man stared at the scene blankly, as if he was stunned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless yellow foxes appeared again from all directions, all looking towards their master's position. The group of weasels began to move forward cautiously and probed with their noses. The young man was still kneeling there in a daze, as if his soul had died and only his body remained. When the weasels saw their master like this, their glowing eyes showed joy. They all crawled to the young man and began to eat his flesh. But even so, the man still didn't move. He seemed not to feel any pain, and there was only dullness and emptiness in his eyes. The weasels were almost going crazy with excitement, and sped up their actions of gnawing at their master's flesh and blood. However, this strange scene triggered some bad memories of the future body. The future body seemed to have thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted. It's bad, quickly stop these weasels from devouring their master. If this guy is eaten, he will definitely turn into a fierce ghost, and these weasels will become his masters. Hearing what the future body said, Wang Zichen reacted quickly. He immediately turned into the iron-eating beast king again and slapped the man's broken body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Many weasels were killed by him in the first place. Even the young man was slapped to death by him. Blood and flesh were splattered all over the ground. When the group of weasels saw this, they went crazy. They ignored Wang Zichen's attack and desperately licked the flesh and blood on the ground. It's bad, it's too late. The future body saw this scene and immediately shouted to Wang Zichen, Fatty Wang, carry me out quickly, run now. Good. Wang Zichen turned around, carried the future body on his back, and climbed madly towards the cave entrance. He didn't care at all about the group of weasels chasing him from behind. What both of them didn't expect was that they actually ran out of the cave very smoothly. After returning to the fog, they fled in the direction they came from. After running for about 5 minutes, the future body looked behind him. Nothing to see, they seemed safe? The man and the bear breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But just as the two were catching their breath, there suddenly came a sound of gongs and drums right in front of them. Why are there sounds of gongs and drums in this place? Just when the two were confused, a horrifying scene appeared in front of them. Suddenly, a red sedan appeared in front of them. The sedan was surrounded by a festive red color. Seeing this scene, a sentence popped up in Mucini's mind as he was watching the game. That year, she got married with a grand ceremony. They wanted to avoid it, but the red sedan followed them closely, like a dogskin plaster, and they couldn't get rid of it. Brother Mu, do you recognize this thing? Wang Zichen said in a trembling voice. I don't know you, hurry up. The future body urged. Wang Zichen could only speed up. However, the red sedan chair and the sound of gongs and drums always stuck to their backs like a dogskin plaster. I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try. They returned along the same route and ran for 2 hours, but did not see the village. We are lost, said the future body in a deep voice. To be precise, they were not lost, but lost. Let's go back and deal with them. I want to see what these guys are going to do. The future body said with all his might. If those guys followed them, they would never be able to escape from here. Good. Wang Zichen had no choice but to turn around. Soon, the two of them were getting closer to the sounds of gongs and drums. But when they saw the place where the gongs and drums were being played, they discovered that the people walking around the sedan chair all had human bodies and weasel heads. A strange and stiff smile appeared on the faces of these weasels. When the two saw this group of weasels, they immediately understood. No wonder these guys are chasing after me, it turns out. These weasels are the yellow-skinned ones that just bit their master. You two, today is the wedding day of our village chief's granddaughter, remember to come to the feast. One of the weasels walked up to the two men with a smile on his face and spoke. The future body ignored him and stared at the red sedan chair. The village chief's granddaughter's wedding day? If the person sitting inside is that beautiful woman who just appeared as a ghost, could it be? That woman is the village chief's granddaughter. Chapter 133. Is the banquet really starting? As a spectator at this time, Mucini had some vague information. But the village chief's granddaughter that the other party was talking about reminded him of the villagers in the previous village who tied up the future body and Wang Zichen, as well as the village leaders and the village chief. Brother Mu, the bride in the sedan chair couldn't be the ghost you just killed? Wang Zichen asked next to the future body. When the ghost named Erowin came out just now, she was wearing a red wedding dress. Add to that this group of weasels, and they couldn't help but wonder what the bride in the sedan was. No, the bride here also has yellow hair. The future body shook his head. I have recognized this kind of ghost. These weasels not only devoured their master, but also swallowed the soul of the female ghost just now. Now they have completely replaced both. What they need to do now is to resolve the obsession of their master before his death. Only by resolving the obsession can they completely inherit the strength of their master, and from now on they will be free and unaffected by the cause and effect of the backlash. What is their master's obsession? Wang Zichen asked. We are the two ghost killers. The future body said faintly, and the culprits in the village. Once they have eaten our flesh and blood, they will go and devour the humans in the village. Hearing this, Wang Zichen's face turned a little paler. You two, please come with us. The leading weasel spoke again. Wang Zichen looked at the future body for help. What should I do now? Let's follow them first. The future body is calm. There is no way to escape now, and the dagger of the end has been used up. I can only take one step at a time. Wang Zichen looked at the humans transformed from the yellow-skinned creatures with some fear, nodded, and followed the future body. After the two men caught up, the group of yellow-skinned people continued to beat drums and gongs as they walked towards the village. The future body took another closer look at the red sedan chair. Through the curtain of the red sedan chair, he could vaguely see a slim figure inside. Because they had been walking in the fog for too long, the future body and Wang Zichen had lost their sense of direction and could only follow the red sedan chair and walk in one direction. After about 10 minutes, the two noticed that the gray mist in front of them seemed to have dissipated a lot. And not far in front of them, a quiet village appeared. Mucini, who was watching the battle, discovered that this village was the same village that had driven out the future body and Wang Zichen before. But now the village is dead silent, without any lights. The villagers inside seemed afraid to turn on the lights. This also made the sound of gongs and drums that they followed seem particularly strange. In the silence of the night, a wedding procession walked towards the village in a prosperous and lively manner. The faces of those yellow-skinned people were filled with festive smiles, as if they were really welcoming a bride. "Brother Mu, do you think those villagers will run away?" Wang Zichen asked in a low voice beside the future body. "They don't dare to run." The future body shook his head. "This village should have some kind of protection. I'm afraid these yellow-skinned people can't enter it at will. If I'm not mistaken, this is why they kept us here." "What do you mean?" Wang Zichen was puzzled. "So what's the purpose of keeping them?" Just as he was about to continue asking questions, a wedding attendant who was staring at the weasel's head came up to them with a smile on his face. The yellow-skinned man invited with a smile. "You two, please help us open the gate to the village." The future body narrowed his eyes, and Wang Zichen realized at this time that this was the purpose of these yellow-skinned guys saving their lives. This group of yellow-skinned people should be subject to some restrictions, so there is no way for them to enter the village directly. But if they open the village gate, the villagers will probably suffer. "Go open the door?" Wang Zichen looked at the future body with an inquiring look. "Open it, or we will both die." The future body said solemnly, "Although we will die in the end, let's wait and see how this story unfolds." Hearing the future body say this, Wang Zichen immediately stepped forward and pushed open the door of the village. It is called the gate, but in fact the gate of the village is just two wooden doors without locks. Any human being can probably push them open with a light push. But the magical thing is that if this wooden door exists, the group of yellow-skinned people will have no way of entering it. After seeing Wang Zichen open the door, Mu Qianni noticed that those yellow-skinned guys all showed greedy and excited expressions on their faces. Sure enough, they couldn't pretend anymore. But soon, these yellow-skinned people withdrew the greedy expressions on their faces, put on their cheerful smiles again, and walked towards the village with the sound of gongs and drums. Wang Zichen immediately dodged to the side and hid beside the future body. They watched this scene together. Then they noticed that the weasels carrying the sedan chair did not eat people first, but walked into the yard of the village chief's house. They kicked open the gate of the village chief's yard and then broke into the village chief's house. "What are you guys going to do?" The terrified village chief was carried out by two human-shaped weasels. The two weasels actually forced the village chief into the leading seat. At this time, the village chief also noticed the future body and Wang Zichen who were observing not far away. After seeing the two people, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up suddenly and pointed at the two people angrily. "You two actually assisted this group of ghosts in slaughtering humans. You must not die well, you must not die well." Puff! Suddenly, a sharp claw cut his throat. The village chief lost his breath instantly, his whole body slumped down on the chair at the head, his head tilted. After killing the village chief, the group of yellow-skinned people didn't seem to care at all. They continued to move the tables and chairs out of the room and placed a lot of steaming meals on the table. It was like a real banquet. Wang Zichen and the future body looked at each other. They didn't know where this group of yellow-skinned people came up with the banquet. After being busy for a long time, the table was filled with various delicious foods. The aroma of the delicious food was so good that even Wang Zichen and the future body who were observing outside the door could smell it. But the two did not feel hungry at all, instead they felt a chill of fear. No one knows where these delicacies come from. Wang Zichen's voice trembled as he asked, "Brother Mu, why don't we run? We can't run away. They won't let us go. Let's wait and see what happens." The future body said in a deep voice. Wang Zichen could only suppress the fear in his heart and follow the future body. Chapter 134 No One Can Escape. After the group of weasels had prepared the banquet, one of them came to the future body and Wang Zichen, and gestured to them. "Please come in, two distinguished guests." Wang Zichen shrank back. When the yellow-skinned beast saw Wang Zichen's actions, a sharp murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Okay, let's go in now." The future body grabbed Wang Zichen, who was about to retreat, and forcibly took Wang Zichen into the yard of the village chief's house. Wang Zichen quickly whispered in his ear, "Brother Mu, if we go in, we will surely die. If you don't go in now, you will die." The future body whispered, "Just now when you retreated, I felt this guy's murderous intention towards you. Go in and take a look first, there is no rush." Wang Zichen swallowed his saliva and could only believe that the person in front of him had cracked the world-destroying doomsday situation. The two men walked into the yard one after the other, and as soon as they came in, a weasel led them to a small table that could only seat 2 people. There are so many big tables, why do we have to sit here? Wang Zichen was a little puzzled. Dear guest, all seats have been reserved. Please forgive me. The weasel leading them said with a wry smile. Wang Zichen was about to say something else, but suddenly he saw the future body shaking his head at him. So he held back what he wanted to say. My 2 distinguished guests, please enjoy your meal. The weasel licked his lips and gestured to the 2 to eat. Isn't it too early now? The future body chuckled and said, the guests haven't arrived yet. It's against the rules for us to dine now. Let's wait for everyone. The weasel was stunned for a moment. But then, the smile on its face remained. Yes, please wait a moment, we have gone to invite those distinguished guests. After saying that, it turned and left. When Wang Zichen saw the yellow-skinned creature leave, he approached the future body and asked in a low voice. Brother Mu, what's the situation now? I have a guess now. The future body touched his chin and speculated, the ghost named Erowin is the granddaughter of the village chief, and the other young man who was a mid-level ghost trainer. He must have loved Erowin when she was still a human, but the village chief did not choose to marry Erowin to him, but married her to another person, so he hated her for it. He looked at the lifeless village chief sitting in the first seat, narrowed his eyes and said, he killed Erwan and Erwan's fiancée, and raised Erwan into a ghost. Then he raised those raw-feeding and blood-drinking rats, and let them come to the village every day to absorb the blood of the villagers. At the same time, he also used these weasels to raise Erwan. And he really loved Erwan. After we killed Erwan, he was overwhelmed with grief and was attacked by the raw-breeding and blood-drinking rats. After the raw-breeding and blood-drinking rats ate his flesh and blood, they inherited his and Erwan's strength, but at the same time they also suffered from their obsessions. Only by helping that intermediate ghost trainer and Erwan break their obsessions can they completely inherit Erwan and that man's strengths. And what these yellow-skinned people are doing now is to help the 2 of them break their obsession. When Muchini, who was watching the battle, heard the future body say this, he was also startled. He obtained much less information than the future body, but the future body's reasoning must be based on facts. But what he is watching now is a death replay, so the death of the future body is almost inevitable. While the 2 were talking. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A trembling voice sounded outside the yard gate. The 2 soon noticed that several weasels were chasing a man as they walked in, and in their hands were 2 bloody heads. The owners of the 2 heads obviously died with their eyes open, staring straight ahead. Boom! Boom! The yellow-skinned man placed his 2 heads on 2 seats respectively, and then pushed the trembling man to sit on one of the seats. The man's body was shaking. But soon after he sat down, he noticed the future body and Wang Zichen sitting at a small table in the corner. When he saw the 2 people, his pupils dilated widely. The future body looked at the 2 bloody heads placed in different positions and showed a thoughtful expression. Don't kill my child, I beg you, don't kill my child. At this moment, another scream was heard outside the door. Then the 2 saw a woman holding a child being driven into the yard by several weasels. I'm sorry, sir, this child is not allowed to attend this banquet. One of the weasels sneered, snatched the child from the woman's arms, and flew away. Falling into the hands of the weasel, one can imagine what would happen to this child. No! The woman struggled violently. Crack! A yellow-skinned man showed a look of impatience on his face and directly chopped off the man's head. Then it carried the woman's head and placed it on a stool under a different table than the man's. This brutal scene frightened Wang Zichen so much that his lips trembled. He moved closer to the future body and said, Brother Mu, if we had rejected them just now, would they have done the same to us? Yes. The future body looked at the villagers and said with some certainty, they are replicating a wedding that took place a few years ago, or more than a decade ago, or even decades ago. What do you mean? Wang Zichen was puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow-skinned man came in with a skull covered in mud and placed it on a seat next to the table next to the village chief's body. Seeing this scene, a gleam of light flashed in the future body's eyes. Now he completely understood. He patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder, pointed to the seats at those tables and explained. You can see that these people seem to be deliberately arranged in one of the fixed seats, and everyone has their own seat. What does this mean? Wang Zichen was still confused. I just told you that they are recreating the wedding that happened before. The future body narrowed his eyes and said, including the seats of each distinguished guest at the previous wedding, they are also strictly reproduced. Did you notice the baby who couldn't come in just now? He whispered, during the previous wedding, the baby was not born, so he has no right to come in. And that skull near the village chief's body. Usually, when having a banquet in the village, the elderly people sit at the back. And because this wedding took place at least several years ago, some of the elderly people sitting inside have passed away due to old age. But in order to recreate the wedding ceremony in a 1-to-1 scale, these yellow-skinned people even dug out the bodies that were buried in the ground and placed them on the seats. However, these yellow-skinned people are a bit rigid when it comes to inviting people. At this point, the future body's expression became a little strange. If anyone resists, they will chop off their heads and bring them here. Only those who dare not resist can come to this banquet alive. Chapter 135, Becoming the Swordsman. What if someone leaves the village and never comes back? Wang Zichen couldn't help but wonder, do these yellow-skinned people also have to run out to look for those who left the village? The future body shook his head, then I don't know. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. When an elderly man was driven into the yard by the yellow-skinned man, he immediately noticed the future body and Wang Zichen. When he saw the two of them, he shouted angrily. You two are traitors. You two let the ghost in. The old man's voice instantly made a group of living villagers sitting in the yard turn their heads and look at the two of them. After seeing the two people, the villagers' eyes flashed with tremendous hatred. They have lost too many loved ones. If it weren't for these two people, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Kill them. One of the men roared. Then, everyone ignored the group of yellow-skinned people who were watching them eagerly and rushed towards the two men like crazy. Oh! The future body sneered and looked coldly at the villagers who were rushing towards him. This is what it means to be so cold and indifferent in the face of thousands of people pointing fingers at you. Brother Mu, what should we do now? Wang Zichen asked hurriedly when he saw his look. Turn into a panda and run with me. The future body slapped him in annoyance and said, Are you going to stay here and be beaten into a pulp by these giant guys? Wang Zichen? His expression was a little strange, but he still obeyed the other party's instructions and turned into the iron-eating beast king. After the future body rode on the iron-eating beast, it prepared to run outside. As soon as they ran to the gate of the yard, they were stopped by a few yellow-skinned men. My two distinguished guests, the banquet hasn't even started yet. Isn't it against etiquette for you to leave? This group of people are chasing us, don't you care? The future body pointed at the villagers behind him who were howling and chasing after him and asked with a frown. The yellow-skinned man just said with a fake smile, This is a matter between you distinguished guests. The title holder, come and die. A middle-aged villager who rushed in front of him picked up a shovel and hit the future body's head hard. He is so fast and powerful. At this moment, Muchini, who was watching the battle, finally understood why these guys were able to tie up the future body and Wang Zichen before. He could even feel that the future body was trying its best to dodge. But the shovel was too fast. Even though the future body reacted quickly to avoid the fatal blow to his head, he was still hit on the shoulder by the shovel. Ah! The future body felt pain and he felt that the bones in his shoulder were broken. Wang Zichen also noticed this and prepared to avoid it while carrying the future body. But the strong man was not satisfied with this. He raised the shovel again and hit the iron-eating beast hard on the butt. Ouch! Wang Zichen felt pain and raised his front hooves. The future body fell directly to the ground. But with the muscle memory of top fighting skills, he quickly flipped up with just one arm. But little did he know that in the eyes of the strong villagers, his movements were no different from those of a snail. This time, the sturdy villager used a precise shovel to hit the future body's crown hard. The force is just right, it makes you feel confused but doesn't hurt your brain. Future body, dead. It really hurts. Muchini covered his head and sat up from the bed. Tears streamed down his cheeks and his nose was about to run. It's no wonder he reacted like that. No one would be able to withstand being hit on the head with a shovel. He covered his head and rested for a long time before he recovered from the pain of death. Fuck! He cursed under his breath. After he calmed down, he began to think about all the information he had obtained. First of all, the theme of the next Doomsday copy is Ghost, and he and Wang Zichen were assigned to the same village. Based on the situation in the village, perhaps the next Doomsday will also be regional? After all, they were all in that village, and he couldn't see any other player except Wang Zichen. In addition, there is one more piece of information that I don't know if it is important or not. Aren't the villagers in that village a little too strong in terms of fighting power? It feels like every villager can pin him down and beat him up. Thinking of this, the top of his head began to ache. He was not sure whether the villager's average strength had increased because of a unique rule in the dungeon or reason for system upgrade? After he broke through the world-destroying doomsday, it was clear to players all over the world that the system began to upgrade. However, how the system will be upgraded and what it will look like after the upgrade is still unknown. After watching the death replay, Muchini couldn't help but wonder whether the villagers' excessive fighting power was related to the upgrade of the game system. The number of participants in the Doomsday event remains unchanged, but the average combat effectiveness has increased a lot. The skills extracted by the system are very weak and have always been criticized by all players. Because even Morong Shiner, who is known as the strongest person on Blue Star, with SSS-level combat skills, can be killed by a pistol bullet. Morong Shiner is like this, not to mention most of the players. Doomsday, the rewards from the game, whether it is skills or props, are too weak in combat effectiveness. This is also the reason why all players are unable to crack the horror of Doomsday. Basically, all solutions to the Doomsday problem require reasoning and luck. The basic combat power reward given by the system is too weak. Most players may become elites in human society after obtaining skills rewarded by the system, but in the face of the terrible Doomsday, they will be as fragile as chicks. For example, the second Doomsday he experienced, Deep Sea Monster. If the player has high combat power, he can push forward all the way, killing one monster at a time, and killing a pair of monsters at a time. Are you still afraid of the end of the world? However, due to the decline in combat effectiveness, it becomes extremely difficult to crack the Doomsday situation. Even he had to rely on a few rule-based props to barely pass the level. So he felt that the upgraded system might be able to increase the combat power limit of all players. Take the villagers in the death replay as an example. Ding ding. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang with a unique ringtone. Was it sent by Morong Shiner? He opened the player-only software and saw a message from Morong Shiner. Your application for 100,000 points has been successful. It is expected to be issued to you in 3 days. Remember to purchase the Annihilation Sword in time. Muken-e? No. It takes him 2 weeks to apply for points to crack the world-destroying and destructive Doomsdays. How long has it been for this swordsman? Is there an hour? The application was successful in just 1 hour? It can be seen that the country really values this sword wielder. Chapter 136 I will protect our blue planet. Muchini replied with a received and opened the memo on his phone. Why do I feel that those villagers are not good people? He recorded what he saw in the death replay while stroking his chin in thought. After all, he has much less information than the future body. Now he had 2 guesses about the young man and Erowin in Ghost State. The information known now is that Erowin is definitely the granddaughter of the village chief of their village. The young man who raised the ghost was a man called Intermediate Ghost Raiser. He loved Erowin so much that he didn't want her soul to be scattered even after she became a ghost. But now we should think about what is the source of the Doomsday? From the experiences of the future body, it can be seen that this Doomsday is basically certain to be a regional Doomsday, and the level is unlikely to be as exaggerated as the world-destroying Doomsday. Thinking of this, he directly summoned the Scales of Judgment. Scales of Judgment, what is the probability that I will experience a destructive Doomsday next time? He asked. The side of the scale representing the angel flew into the sky. The proportion of demons exceeds that of angels, which means the probability is extremely small, infinitely close to 0. The next Doomsday 1T be destructive? That's disaster level. Muken-e touched his chin. The cooldown time of the Scale of Judgment was very long and it could only be used once in reality, so he had been hesitant to use it. On the contrary, he can still use the Eye of Death once after 7 days. Ghost. He squinted his eyes, thinking about the extra information of this Doomsday. So, is that young man the source of the apocalypse? After all, he killed the ghost like Erowin with the Dagger of the End, but the Dagger of the End did not refresh. No, that intermediate ghost trainer can't be the source of the Doomsday. There is a very critical issue. When he used the Dagger of the End before, every time the Dagger of the End killed a creature, the creature's corpse would be preserved. Therefore, if he killed the intermediate ghost breeder with the Dagger of the End and preserved the other party's body, the group of weasels would rush to gnaw on the man's body and finally succeed in devouring their master. Tragedy will still happen, and they may even be killed by the ghost named Erowin. Thinking of this, he felt a toothache. So, what is the source of the end of the world? Also, this Doomsday is really weird. How can there be only 2 players in a regional Doomsday? Plus, that Doomsday doesn't seem like it's on the blue planet. Doomsday, what on earth did the system upgrade? Could it be that we directly changed it into an alternate space, or a dimensional wall, and really traveled to another parallel universe? He typed the general content of the prophecy on his mobile phone and sent it to Morongshiner. The main purpose is to remind the other party that the theme of Doomsday this time is ghosts, and if there are no major surprises, the Doomsday level will basically be a catastrophic level Doomsday. Plague level is impossible, the death rate of this Doomsday is still quite high. In addition, when the death replay was played at the beginning of the Doomsday, the village chief was heard saying that the future body and Wang Zichen had done something that angered the Supreme Ghost Lord. From this point of view, this Doomsday should have similar rules to the first, Puppet Kingdom, he participated in. If they break the rules, it would be equivalent to breaking the bottom line of death. The future body and Wang Zichen clearly violated that bottom line. The so-called bottom line is not difficult to guess. There are only 2 types. The first one is aimed at the raw meat and blood drinking rat. The raw meat and blood drinking rat's hobby, as its name suggests, is to suck blood. They are also called Mr. Ghost by the villagers, so it can be speculated that some kind of contract has been formed between this group of villagers and the group of yellow-skinned people. He guessed that the contract was that all the villagers would contribute their blood to this group of yellow-skinned people. If you don't donate blood, the group of yellow-skinned monsters will be angered and the death condition will be triggered. His second guess was that Wang Zichen killed a weasel. The reason is taken from a well-known book about the yellow-skin tomb. In that book, the protagonists killed a weasel, which caused the villagers in the entire village to be afraid that they had angered the yellow-skinned fairy, so they tied the protagonists up outside. How similar is this to his experience with Wang Zichen? In the end, the protagonists were forced to go deep into the tiger's den and witness one ghost story after another. He scratched his head. This was all the information he got. However, he still had a chance to use the Eye of Death in 7 days, and he also had a God-given resurrection coin, so he was not too panicked. He had experienced the apocalypse, plus the massive amount of information he had collected from the last death replay. I can only say that I have never fought such a rich battle. He is still very confident that he can survive the next apocalypse. But before that, he wanted to see if there was any information about the raw breeding and blood-drinking rat in the Ghost Bride Erewhon in the story collection of nearly 10 million words. He opened the software that Morongshiner had sent him before and clicked on it. In the software, all the scenes that players see in the video have been carefully divided. He simply selected the keyword ghost in it, and soon more than 100 short stories about ghosts appeared. He opened them one by one. Then he discovered that the ghost scenes seen by each player were really different. Moreover, in the images that many people have seen, there are introductions to ghosts. He read it with great interest and wrote down many names of ghosts and monsters, intending to memorize them later. In this way, Mu Qianyi spent 3 days studying hard. When Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao heard the news of his return, they also came to him. Mu Qianyi immediately shared all the information he had obtained with Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao. At the same time, Morongshiner also came to Mu Qianyi with 130,000 points that day. Mu Qianyi, these points are all given to you. In addition to the exchange for the Annihilation Sword, the remaining points are the rewards for your contributions during this period. Morongshiner exchanged the points for him and said seriously, I hope you can continue to protect Blue Star and make contributions to mankind. After receiving the points, Mu Qianyi nodded solemnly and said, well, I will definitely protect our blue planet. At the same time, he also opened his personal mall and directly exchanged the Sword of Annihilation item. Now the only item left in his personal mall is Daji's charm. However, after the outrageous operation in the previous death replay, he gave up the idea of exchanging for this skill. Too unreliable. The group of guys who were bewitched shouted about something called Bond, and rushed up to him and beat him to death. Chapter 137 Your plane is too weak. Ding, the exchange for the Annihilation Sword is successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming the Blue Star Sword Master and obtaining the title, Blue Star Sword Master. Blue Star Swordsman title. When wearing this title, the host has the power of God within the Blue Star. In addition, you can choose to bet the entire civilization of Blue Star and trade 1-for-1 with another civilization. Note, you will be invincible within the Blue Star. This title can only be worn within the Blue Star and cannot be worn after entering the Doomsday Dungeon. Would you like to wear it? Hearing the system's question, Mu Qianyi blinked. This ability sounds quite powerful. What does it mean to be invincible within the blue planet? He was going to give it a try, so he whispered, "Wear it." Then, Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao both saw that something suddenly appeared on Mu Qinyi's head. It is the halo of the title Blue Star Swordsman. Brother Mu, you. Wang Zichen was stunned. At this moment, Mu Qinyi also felt that there was a lot more strength in his body. Ding, host's current status, Blue Star Swordsman. You gain the power of God to make your words come true. What you say is what you do. Mu Qinyi narrowed his eyes and tried to speak. Send me home? Whoosh. He suddenly felt his body disappear into the original room. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at his little home in Jiangcheng. Fuck. He exclaimed, isn't this person's words and deeds a bit too supermodel-like? He walked to the window, looked at the clear sky outside, and tentatively shouted, is it raining in Jiangcheng? Then he found that the sky, which had been clear, suddenly began to rain heavily. Dark clouds instantly occupied the entire sky of Jiangcheng. What happened? The people in Jiangcheng were dumbfounded. Wasn't the sky fine just now? Why is it raining suddenly? At this time, Mu Qinyi in the room also verified this godlike ability. He whispered, send me back to where I was just now. Then, his body flashed and went straight back to the base of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau. After seeing Mu Qinyi again, Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, where did you go just now? Old Zhao and Murong Shiner on the side also looked at him in confusion. I tested the ability of the sword wielder. There was some excitement on Mu Qinyi's face at this moment. Wasn't it worth spending these 100,000 points? You get what you pay for. Now he should be considered the strongest person on Blue Star, right? Give me superhuman powers. He whispered. Then, he felt his strength explode instantly, and his muscles also swelled up, making his originally shriveled clothes fuller. He tried pinching the metal doorframe, and saw that the doorframe began to dent slightly under the force of his 2 fingers. He really does possess superhuman powers. He even discovered that he could fly like Superman at any time. Remove Superman's abilities. Considering that Superman's power was too great and difficult for him to control, he cancelled this skill. As he said this, his bulging clothes instantly became shriveled. Afterwards, he thought for a moment and whispered, let me have the ability to be immortal. Then, he felt some changes in his body. This change made him feel invulnerable. Even if a nuclear bomb hits him, he won't die. It's a pity, it would be great if this ability could be brought into the Doomsday Dungeon. Not to mention the Cthulhu monster, even for the 2-dimensional foil to appear in front of him was just a matter of a word. What effect does the sword bearer have? Seeing the changes in Mu Qinyi's body, Murong Shiner beside him couldn't help but ask. I feel so strong now. Mu Qinyi smiled, wait for me for a moment, I'm going to wipe out the small Sane clan in one fell swoop. After that, he said directly in a low voice, take me to the lair of the Sane clan. Next moment. His body changed, and then he found himself in a dark environment. What the hell? I can't see anything clearly. He used the sword holder's privilege and said, light up this place. The moment the words fell, the entire underground warehouse was completely lit up. And Mu Qinyi also saw that in front of a huge crystal, there were many men in warrior costumes kneeling. And when the place became completely bright, all the men in warrior uniforms raised their heads and stared at Mu Qinyi blankly. Bagayalu. The man in samurai costume at the front shouted. Yoshi, it turns out it was the Japanese who did the work. Mu Qinyi raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He hates this country, which leads him to hate everyone in this country. Let them all commit harakiri. He waved his hand. Under the effect of the words coming true, the Japanese soldiers in samurai uniforms suddenly glared and took out a knife. Puff. Everyone committed suicide in unison. It's very pleasing to the eyes. No, it's very pleasing to the eyes, like a beautiful art painting. When he saw the death of these Japanese devils, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Mu Qinyi's eyes. He was even considering whether to eliminate the entire Little Devil Island from the Blue Planet. In other words, make the devils on the island disappear, and then move the island to your home. After considering it again and again, he still didn't make up his mind. After dealing with these little devils, he turned his attention to the crystal behind him. What is this crystal? He walked up to the huge crystal and tapped it with his hand. Sudden. A line of small words flashed across the huge crystal. The Swordsman of Blue Star. Hey! Mu Qinyi blinked and asked, are you the so-called god? If the other party can be called God, then can his current ability also be called God? Your plane level is too weak. They won't give you time to develop. This line of small words appeared in the crystal again. The plane level is too weak. What does that mean? Mu Qianyi frowned. Does his plane refer to the entire blue star? When you step into a new dungeon in the future, you will know how weak you are and how fragile the blue planet is. After writing this paragraph, the crystal began to fall apart. The crystal shattered into pieces in an instant. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mu Qianyi couldn't help but blink. He had indeed seen what Crystal said. In the death replay, the future body in Wang Zichen couldn't even beat an ordinary villager. Those villagers were extremely strong, and they were killed with just a few shovels. Their strength is indeed too weak. Chapter 138, Evil Thoughts Arise, Night Falls. After casually teleporting the crystal fragments into the Jinghua Divine Toilet, Mu Qianyi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and used the power of words to send himself to the secret bases of various saints around the world. He has a strong desire for revenge. The Saint clan almost killed him before, so he must wipe out the Saint clan this time. Therefore, he continued to use his skill of turning his words into words, and began to teleport to various regions of Blue Star, destroying several secret bases of the Saints. And every time he saw a secret base, he would encounter similar crystals. However, except for the first time when the crystal at the Holy Clan's base camp, that is, the island of the Devil Country, sent him a text warning, the rest of the crystals shattered naturally after he appeared. The Japanese country is worthy of being the first country to betray all mankind. They are the most special, right? It took 2 days to destroy all the Saint clan bases. After 2 days of killing, Mu Qianyi's murderous intent became stronger and stronger, he even became bloodthirsty and his heart was filled with hostility. When Morong Shin'er saw him again, she was frightened by the murderous aura he exuded. Mu Qianyi, what's wrong with you? She looked at Mu Qianyi with a strange expression. But Mu Qianyi looked at her coldly. Do I need you to ask more questions when I do things? Hearing Mu Qianyi's question, Morong Shin'er couldn't help but frown. Where have you been these days? She asked softly. We are all worried about you. The Saint clan is almost dead in name only, Mu Qianyi said calmly, like a king standing high above. As for worrying about me? I don't need your worry now. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly looked at Morong Shin'er's pretty and delicate face. This girl is so pretty. Thinking of this, an evil thought flashed in his eyes. This woman is really beautiful. But before, he might have been afraid of the other party's strength and would not have had any evil thoughts towards this woman. But now, as the sword-bearer of Blue Star, he is the true, living God. He is the king of the entire Blue Star, and everything he wants must be his. The entire Blue Star belongs to him, not to mention the beautiful woman in front of him? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and walked towards Morong Shin'er step by step. Mu Qianyi, what are you going to do? Morong Shin'er took a step back and looked at the young man in front of her with a somewhat panicked tone. She felt an extreme sense of crisis from this young man. She even felt that any life-saving props would be useless in front of this godlike existence. The other party has already become God. Be obedient and don't move. Mu Qianyi spoke the truth, as if it were the command of a god. Morong Shin'er instantly felt that her body was no longer under her control. Mu Qianyi, do you know what you are doing? She asked in a hurried tone, her beautiful eyes looking at the guy in front of her who was extremely unfamiliar to her. Mu Qianyi chuckled, walked in front of her, stretched out his right hand, and gently lifted her chin. Ms. Morong, I just happen to be in need of a bed warming maid. Hearing his words, Morong Shin'er widened her eyes. Mu Qianyi, what are you going to do? At this moment, Mu Qianyi's red eyes showed that he had somewhat lost his sanity. He grabbed Morong Shin'er, held her around the waist and walked straight into the inner room. Bang! After entering the room, he closed the door and threw the motionless Morong Shin'er onto the soft big bed. Mu Qianyi, are you still yourself now? Morong Shin'er forced herself to remain calm, staring at the other person with a pair of crystal eyes. Mu Qianyi would not be like you. He just told me 2 days ago that he would protect our Blue Star. He would not force others like you are doing now. He. The corners of Mu Qianyi's mouth curled up in an evil arc. While unbuttoning his shirt, he sneered, of course I have to protect my Blue Star. But now, I am just exercising the rights that God has. As he spoke, he had already taken off his shirt and began to unbuckle his trousers. Mu Qianyi, I have a lot to tell you. Seeing that the other party was approaching, Morong Shin'er hurriedly said, did you go to Jiancheng 2 days ago? It was raining heavily in Jiangcheng 2 days ago, and the heavy rain has spread to the whole country. Now the sky over most of China is gray and it is raining heavily. If we allow this heavy rain to spread, the entire world may be covered by it in a few days. This will be a huge doomsday that will appear in reality. I want to know, is this incident related to you? When she said this, Mu Qianyi had just put his hand inside her collar. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. What does that have to do with us? As Mu Qianyi said this, his eyes were completely filled with desire and evil thoughts. It has to be said that Morong Shiner is indeed a top-notch beauty. Now that his evil thoughts are infinitely amplified, he naturally has no resistance to such a top-notch beauty. Besides, he is God now. Is it true that God cannot obtain what he wants? He can take whatever he wants and do whatever he wants. He is already the swordsman of Blue Star, a completely free existence. Morong Shiner's tone was also very urgent at this time. She controlled her tone to be steady and said everything clearly. Mu Qianyi, if you want me, I can satisfy all your requests in a while. But I want to know if the heavy rain in Jiangcheng has anything to do with you. Now the sky of the entire Blue Star is shrouded in darkness, and I am worried that he will appear soon. The whole sky is shrouded in darkness? Mu Qianyi, whose eyes were full of desire, suddenly stopped moving. The cloudiness in his eyes suddenly became much clearer. Is the sky shrouded in darkness? He whispered, then looked up at the title of Blue Star Swordsman above his head. Cancel the title. He whispered. Then, the power to control everything disappeared instantly. The glittering title no longer appeared above his head. At the same time, the evil thoughts and desires that had been growing in his heart also disappeared for the most part. When night falls, twin evil thoughts appear, he murmured. Wearing this title, his thinking seems to change? He squinted his eyes, thinking that after wearing the title of Blue Star Swordsman, he seemed to have become very selfish and moody. It's like he has become a different person. Although he became God, he was no longer himself. He turned and looked out the window. As Morong Shiner had just said, the sky outside had become dark, as if the rainstorm surrounding Jiangcheng would fall on the capital at any time. In this regard, he reopened the title of Swordbearer and issued an oracle. The heavy rain that closed Jiangcheng. Chapter 139, Sigeno's Prophecy, Flames burn the earth and 9 suns hang in the sky. When Mu Qianyi saw that the sky outside had become clear, he stopped wearing it. This title is poisonous and cannot be worn for too long. Mu Qianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had lost the fighting power to rule everything, he was himself again, instead of a puppet like swordsman. After resolving the crisis he had caused, he turned around and saw Morong Xian curled up on the bed with her legs hugged. I just lost my beastly urge and almost got raped by this guy? He walked to the bedside and looked at Morong Shiner, whose eyes still had tears in them, and his eyes twitched. Were you just bullied like this? He squeezed his right hand, and the soft spherical touch seemed to still surround his fingertips. If he had come to his senses a little later, would he have done everything he should and shouldn't have done? Thinking of this, he secretly slapped himself. If he had known earlier, he would have realized it later. Ahem, I just turned off the heavy rain outside. He sat down on the bed and spoke. Morong Shiner raised her head slightly, and when she saw Mu Qianyi's somewhat uneasy look, she blinked, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Mu Qianyi, are you back to normal? I guess so. Although the title of Sword Bearer has supreme power, it will also affect my sanity. Mu Qianyi sighed, so I'd better remove this title first and wear it when I need it later. Anyway, wearing it for a short time won't affect my mood and state. After hearing Mu Qianyi's explanation, Morong Xianer looked at him for a long time. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Qianyi touched his cheek and looked up at the other person with some confusion. Mu Qianyi, you are really amazing. Morong Shiner said in a lighter tone, I may know why there are billions of people on Blue Planet, but only you have awakened the SSS level prophecy skills in the end. If anyone else had the ability of the sword holder, I'm afraid most people would unleash their desires and greed without limits. But you are the only one. Very few people have your IQ to pass the doomsday and destruction levels, and at the same time have the strong willpower to control their most instinctive desires. Morong Shiner's unreserved praise made Mu Qianyi's mouth twitch. I'm sorry about that. He whispered. No, I should thank you. Morong Shiner slowly put on her clothes. I'm glad that the swordsman is you. Mu Qianyi laughed dryly. There's one more thing I need to tell you. After Morong Shiner put on her clothes, she picked up her phone from the side and opened a link. Master Sinyo of the beautiful country issued his prophecy this morning. As she spoke, she opened a web page full of English and placed it in front of Muchinii. Muchinii looked at the web page, which was all in English. He vaguely recognized a few words and also recognized Saigenuo's portrait, but the rest of the content was not very clear. I don't know, can you translate it for me? Seeing this, Morong Shinner picked up her phone and said, he predicted, flames will burn the earth and 9 suns will hang in the sky. Flames burn the earth and 9 suns hang in the sky. Muchinii frowned. Why does this prophecy feel so strange? That's not right. This prophecy is basically confirmed. The theme of the next Doomsday copy will be continued global high temperatures. But the scenes he saw in the death replay were themes of ghosts. This prophecy is very different from the picture you predicted. Seeing him thinking, Morong Shinner also expressed her doubts. It's completely different. Muchinii spoke, and he couldn't help but start to doubt. Could it be that the Doomsday copy he saw in the replay of his death was the next Doomsday? When he first predicted the apocalyptic Doomsday scene of time reversal, he had not yet experienced the Doomsday theme of global freezing. He guessed that this prophecy might be the same as the one he made before the last Doomsday event, global freeze. Because he did not die in the next Doomsday copy, the death replay will directly play the next Doomsday copy. Let's wait for Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction. This was all he could say. However, Chang Yeching's prediction was 3 days before the next Doomsday, and it would be behind his eye of death. It's the only way. Morong Shinner nodded. After Morong Shinner left, Muchinii continued to look through the materials about ghosts. However, when he was searching, Saigenuo's prophecy appeared in his mind. Flames burn the earth and 9 suns hang in the sky. There are 9 suns hanging in the sky. Does it mean Hui needs to shoot them down? 9 suns appearing in the sky is more like a story from a myth. Thinking of this, his hand couldn't help but search for keywords related to high temperature. There were more than a dozen short stories about high temperatures, and Muchinii quickly finished reading them. After reading it, he started to memorize the names of the ghosts again. Since these were matters of life and death, he wrote them down in a notebook and took out the notebook every day to recite them over and over again. As he had watched most of the story of the Impure World prophecy, Muchinii wanted more and more to get into the machine again and experience what other videos he could watch. It's a pity that the authorities never allowed him to take this risk. However, there was no rush about this matter. In his opinion, people who died after watching the video twice were simply cursed, just like the previous death curse. They were not a threat to him. Just like that, a few days passed, and when there were 5 days left before the next Doomsday, the cooling time of Muchinei's last eye of death before Doomsday ended. When the cooling time ended, Muchinii opened the eye of death on time. Respected Lord of Title, please get rid of Lord Shangue and bring peace to our village. When Muchinii regained his sight, he saw a group of village chiefs and villagers in front of him looking at him with respect. Don't worry, I will get rid of him. This is the voice of the future. Muchinii looked to the side following the future body's peripheral vision and saw Wang Zichen standing next to him. In fact, there is a doubt about the title holder. He is the only title holder on Blue Star. When the system awarded him the title of Savior, it told him that the title can only be seen by players. Ordinary people on Blue Star cannot see the title above his head. However, the villagers in the copy can see the title above his head, which makes him wonder, can this title on his head be seen by all creatures in the copy, or can only the NPCs in this copy see it? Chapter 140, Suicide for Love is an Ancient Myth. After the future body finished speaking, he pulled Wang Zichen's clothes. Let's go. It's not Brother Mu, why are you suddenly? Don't talk, just follow me first. The future body interrupted Wang Zichen's words, and then, with all the villagers respectfully welcoming and seeing him off, he forcibly dragged Wang Zichen to the gate of the village. After opening the village gate, the two walked out of the village. A gray fog enveloped the world, and the two soon walked into the fog. The bustling village behind them gradually faded from their sight. After walking away from the village, Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, why did you suddenly pull me away? The village is so safe. Staying in the room every day is no different from waiting to die. The future body said calmly, our physique is different from those villagers. They cut a bowl of blood and leave it at the door every day, and they recover after eating a little during the day the next day. We can't recover from the bleeding in a short time. Their physique is different from ours? Wang Zichen asked with some doubt in his tone. Well, do you believe that any man can easily pin you to the ground after you turn into the iron-eating beast king? Is this true or false? Wang Zichen had absolute trust in Machinii. When he heard Machinii say this, he believed it a little bit. Well, the ordinary people here are generally stronger than those on Blue Star. Now I can use the title holders to make them respect us, but if we start fighting, they will find out that we are just paper tigers. The future body said this. Muchini, who was watching the battle, also understood from his words why the future body did this. It turns out that the future body and Wang Zichen have not offended Mr. Ghost, so they have not been rejected by the villagers. In order to avoid appearing timid in front of this group of villagers, the future body directly revealed his identity as the title holder. He also wanted these villagers to always be in awe of him. This was also a way to leave himself a way out. After all, in the previous death replay, he was hit to death by the villagers with shovels. At that time, the group of villagers knew the strength of the previous future body, so they dared to hit him with shovels without fear in the later period. This time, the future body directly exposed his strength as the title holder, so his strength was vague in front of the villagers. The villagers had a preconceived notion that he was as powerful as other title holders, so they should not dare to treat him like this before, right? At least, he wouldn't die as miserably as he did in the last death replay. The future body and Wang Zichen continued to walk towards the cave, and they met the old woman with the lantern again along the way. However, the future body knew that as long as he didn't stare at the old woman, nothing would happen. Under the old woman's hoarse and dry voice, "The weather is dry, be careful with fire," they gradually moved away from the old woman with the lantern. Just like the scene in the previous death replay, they successfully arrived in the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he noticed the glowing eyes of many weasels around him. Wang Zichen, turn into a ferruginous beast and deal with these weasels. The future body spoke directly. Okay. Wang Zichen transformed into a giant panda and slapped the group of raw meat and blood drinking rats to death one by one. The future body was not idle either. He grabbed a handful of emerald green maple leaves from his Qiankuan bag. This was just plucked from a maple tree before entering the dungeon. Fengyu, one of his A-level skills. What are you doing? The familiar young man walked out from the shadows with a cold face. Looking at Wang Zichen, who was still slaughtering the group of weasels, he immediately shouted angrily, "Why don't you stop?" Wang Zichen looked up at Machinii, and seeing that Machinii did not stop him, he continued to flexibly chase the weasels in the cave, killing them one by one with a slap. Eruen. Seeing that the future body was trying to use force against the giant panda, the young man gritted his teeth and directly summoned his beloved. The stunning ghost gradually took shape under the young man's call. As soon as Eruen appeared, he stretched out a pair of sharp claws and grabbed towards Wang Zichen. "I'll take care of her, you keep killing those weasels." The future body raised his voice, then raised his hand and threw out a handful of maple leaves. The emerald green maple leaves instantly turned into sharp blades when they flew into the air. But when these sharp blades fell on Eruen's body, a crisp metallic ping-pong sound was heard. Seeing this scene, Muchini, who was watching the game, was also dumbfounded. Is this ghost's body made of iron? After hesitating for a moment, Eruen waved his claws and grabbed towards the future body. In a hurry, the future body immediately took out all the remaining maple leaves in the Qiankuan bag and threw them into the air. The flying maple leaves in the sky, under the control of the Fengyu skill, instantly turned into blades to kill the enemy. Countless maple leaves flew towards Eruen, but Eruen didn't even look at them. Countless maple leaves made metallic collision sounds on her body, but did not cause any harm. Seeing this, the future body's eyes twitched, so what was the point of him bringing a bag of maple leaves to this doomsday copy? In desperation, he could only take out the dagger of the end from his neck. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, he did not aim the dagger of the end at Eruen this time, but at the young man. Go! The speed of the dagger of the end far exceeds the speed at which Eruen moves. Puff! The dagger of the end pierced the young man's chest in an inconspicuous position. And a scene that made Muchini, who was watching the battle, feel nervous happened. The dagger of the end did not regenerate. This young man is not the source of the doomsday either? So, what is the source of the end of the world? As a ghost, Eruen also noticed the death of the young man at this time. Her originally expressionless face suddenly showed a look of panic. The future body noticed the change in Erwen's expression and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Ah! Erwen screamed, and the entire ghost rushed directly towards the young man's body. Erwen screamed miserably, her entire ghost clinging to the young man's body. She opened her arms and hugged the young man tightly. Finally, Erwen also lost her breath and fell softly on the young man. Her body actually condensed into a solid entity. Suicide for love was originally just an ancient myth. And this scene actually happened right in front of Muchini. Looking at the two people dying, countless pairs of eyes lit up around them at the same time. It's that group of yellow-skinned people. When they saw their master's death, they immediately rushed out. Wang Zichen, don't let these weasels eat the bodies of those two people. The future body realized something and suddenly shouted at Wang Zichen. Chapter 141, Humans and Ghosts Accompany Each Other, The Devil is in the World. While the future body was speaking, the group of weasels had already run out like crazy, constantly gnawing at the two corpses on the ground. Even if Wang Zichen killed one with one slap, there were just too many of these weasels, and they all looked fearless. Even with the help of the future body using the Yifengyu skill, they still couldn't kill them all. There would always be a weasel that would sneak in through the gap in their attack, take a bite of its owner's flesh and blood, and then be slapped to death. After these weasels were beaten to death, their bodies turned into starlight and disappeared into the air. Also disappearing at the same time are the human tissues that they have eaten. As the group of weasels fearlessly moved forward to eat the corpse, the future body also discovered something was wrong. He immediately grabbed Wang Zichen's hair and said repeatedly, "Take that man's arm and run." Wang Zichen also reacted and picked up one of the young man's unbitten arms with his mouth, turned around and ran away with the future body on his back. We can't stop these weasels from eating, but can't we take the food away? This is also a solution that the future body has thought of. Just as Wang Zichen took away an arm, the bodies of the young man and heroine were instantly eaten clean by the group of weasels. After eating the corpse, the group of weasels set their sights on the arm and Wang Zichen's mouth. Go straight back to the village. Muchini patted his body. Wang Zichen's movements were extremely agile. After a few moves, he climbed directly out of the cave and ran madly towards the village. They were moving very fast, and soon after they walked out of the village, they heard a lot of squeaking sounds of weasels behind them. Countless pairs of glowing eyes appeared at the entrance of the cave behind them, and stared at them with burning eyes. This group of weasels have all chased us out. A group of weasels stared at the arm in Wang Zichen's mouth. Now all they had to do was eat the arm, and then they would be able to inherit all of their master's strength. Squeak, squeak, squeak. More and more weasel calls were heard around, and Wang Zichen obeyed the instructions of the future body and ran away without looking back. The future body's eyes were fixed on the path they were taking to escape, constantly searching for a possible escape route. The surrounding weasels seemed to become very smart and began to surround them, trying to keep the two of them here. Give me your arm and run. The future body took the young man's arm back from Wang Zichen's mouth, and then took out a few maple leaves that he had just picked up from the ground with one hand. These maple leaves were suspended around him, protecting him from being accidentally injured by some weasels that pounced on him. In fact, these weasels could not hurt him, but who could blame them for wanting to bite off a piece of flesh from his arm? In the gray fog, a man and a bear were chased by a group of weasels. It took them nearly an hour to walk from the village to the cave. But with Wang Zichen turning into the iron-eating beast king and running vigorously, they saw a village appear after the fog thinned in the distance in less than 20 minutes. Hope is right in front of us. The two men's eyes lit up, they would be saved soon. But at this extremely urgent moment. It's dry, be careful with fire. A long, old, and dry voice suddenly sounded beside the two of them. Then the two saw an old woman holding a red lantern who appeared in front of them out of nowhere and was walking slowly. Seeing the old woman holding the lantern, the future body immediately said, "Don't look at her, just go around her." Wang Zichen immediately adjusted the direction. They were very close to the village. As long as they could bypass the old woman with the lantern, they would be able to survive. However, what they didn't expect was that the old woman's body flashed and appeared in front of them again. And this time, Muchini, who was watching the battle, could even see the wrinkles on the old woman's face. The wrinkles on the old woman's face were squeezed together, like wrinkled orange peel. Her eyes narrowed into slits, and her shriveled mouth opened. A voice came out of her toothless mouth, "It's dry, be careful of fire." The old woman was already before their eyes. At this time, because of the huge inertia, even though Wang Zichen had reacted, they still crashed into the old woman. Pa! The red lantern in the old woman's hand fell directly on Wang Zichen's panda's head. The hair on Wang Zichen's body suddenly began to burn. It's dry weather, be careful with fire. The old woman holding the lantern stared at the two of them with her narrowed eyes, as if she was staring at two pets. Fuck, this old woman is not a good person. The future body cursed softly, stood up directly from the body of the iron-eating beast king, took out a maple leaf from his waist, and smashed it hard on the old woman's head. Under the influence of top-notch fighting skills, his body became extremely coordinated. He jumped into the sky and his body formed a perfect arc. Bang! After a loud bang, the future body's head was put into the lantern by the old woman holding the lantern. Future body, dead. Real world. Ouch, my neck. Muchini rubbed his neck, which was still aching, and his brain went blank for a while. Just now, from the perspective of the future body, he saw the entire process of the future body attacking the old woman with the lantern. He only saw the old woman holding the lantern raise her hand and bring it down, and the head of the future body was separated from the body with a snap. It was very natural. The old woman holding the lantern had obviously done this many times. It was just like the oil seller pouring oil into the hole of the copper coin. She was very familiar with it. Why did that old woman with the lantern stop us? Muchini sat up and began to think. According to the development of the entire storyline, this old woman with the lantern should not be able to participate in it, right? He touched his neck, and the image of the old woman with the lantern appeared in his mind. The cheek of the old woman holding the lantern was like a dead tree. There was no expression on her face. She only said one sentence, "It's dry, be careful with fire." That's strange. He stroked his chin. Forget it, I'll deal with this dungeon next time. Let's prepare some ice to get through the high-temperature dungeon first. He took advantage of his status as a swordsman and built himself an ice cellar. At the same time, I also prepared a large amount of ice cubes and ice cream, as well as various heat-repellent items for myself. Not to mention 9 suns. Even if there were 20 suns, I'm afraid he would not be able to survive under such high temperature. But he didn't expect that all his preparations would turn into nothing after Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction came true 2 days later. 3 days before the Doomsday Dungeon began, Mr. Chang Yeching posted the following on a public network platform. Humans and ghosts are together, the devil is in the world. Chapter 142, a love story between a human and a ghost. People and ghosts are together, the devil is in the world. Compared with the prediction of Master Sinyo from the beautiful country, flames will burn the earth and 9 suns will hang in the sky. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same, it can only be said that they are completely unrelated. Many people who were waiting for Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction were also dumbfounded when they saw this prediction. What's going on? What happened? Why do the 2S level prophecy players have completely different predictions about the next Doomsday copy? On the contrary, after seeing Chang Yeching's prophecy, Muchini silently used his ability to make his words come true and closed the ice cellar. He even began to wonder if Sagino had lied about military intelligence and made a false prophecy. What about 9 suns hanging in the sky? The next Doomsday copy 1 TB of high temperature. However, he deeply agreed with Mr. Chang Yeching's prediction. Humans and ghosts are together, the devil is in the world. In this prophecy, the so-called human and ghost accompanying each other may refer to the young man and heroine. And the devil is in the world. He narrowed his eyes, and the meaning of this sentence became intriguing. There are 2 interpretations of the meaning of demons in the human world. The first one refers to the demons wandering in the human world. They hide their identities and make it impossible to tell whether they are human or demons. The second explanation refers to the evil thoughts in the human heart. Some humans have very strong evil thoughts and do all kinds of bad things. Aren't they considered to be demons in this world? Muchini thought about it. In the 2 death replays he saw, in the first scene, he killed the girl, so the young man died for the girl named Erwin, and in the second scene, he killed the young man, so Erwin died for the young man. After all this trouble, I am actually the bad guy? No, that girl has turned into a ghost. After watching the first death replay, he still thought that the young man was a bad guy. His deformed love for the girl was so severe that he even turned the girl into a ghost and prevented her from reincarnating. But after watching the second death replay, he no longer thought so. After all, if this love was unrequited love on the part of the man, and he unilaterally turned the girl into a ghost, then why, after seeing the man's death, did Arwan even go so far as to dissipate all her ghost power just to die with the boy? Isn't this fucking love? He forcibly broke up this pair of love between a human and a ghost? Since the 2 of them are in love, and neither of them is the source of the apocalypse. As for the source of the Doomsday, he now has only 2 guesses. One is at the end of the second death replay, the old woman with a lantern who blocked them outside the village. The other one is the village chief. Both are more in line with the saying people and ghosts are together, and the devil is in the world. The old woman with the lantern walks in the human world, while the young man and Erwin are accompanied by ghosts. Not to mention the village chief, he is Erwin's biological grandfather. Moreover, it might be the village chief who broke up the young couple. Thinking of this, a story emerged in his mind. In an ordinary small village, a pair of childhood sweethearts grew up together and confessed their love to each other. The boy told the girl that he would marry her when she grew up. But things did not go as planned. When the girl grew up, her grandfather forced her to marry a man she did not like at all. The girl strongly opposed it, but was ruthlessly rejected by her grandfather. The girl told the boy about this, and the boy went to the girl's grandfather and told him about their love. However, the girl's grandfather was very dissatisfied and used his power to drive the boy out of the village. Because the girl was forced to marry someone she didn't love, she did something that no one expected. She committed suicide. She died at that wedding, and the whole thing was a mess. When the boy who was driven out of the village heard the news that the girl committed suicide for love, he was extremely sad. He wanted to commit suicide with the girl and go to hell to accompany her. But when he wanted to go with the girl, he suddenly heard about the existence of the ghost trainer. It is said that a ghost raiser can pull out the souls of the dead and resurrect them in another way, but after the resurrection, the resurrected person will become a ghost. So the boy gave up on suicide and started to learn from others. He found a ghost trainer as his master. It just so happened that the ghost trainer himself was also a talented ghost trainer. So at a young age, he became an intermediate ghost trainer. After becoming a ghost raiser, he couldn't wait to use what he had learned. He returned to the village cemetery and pulled the girl's soul out of the corpse. When he pulled the girl's soul out, the girl couldn't help but be overjoyed to see the person she loved most in front of her. A man and a ghost were separated by yin and yang, but now they are together again. The boy thought this was the beginning of happiness, but he didn't expect that the girl couldn't always maintain her sanity and could disappear and die at any time. In order to save the girl, the boy used what he had learned to raise a group of weasels, and trained them to become raw meat and blood-drinking rats. Only these raw and blood-drinking rats' feet can maintain the girl's ghost status and restore her consciousness before death. This is also why, when the future body and Wang Zichen first saw the girl as ghost, each other's eyes were empty and their faces were expressionless. But later, because of the boy's death, the girl regained consciousness and finally committed suicide with the boy. To continue the story, because these raw and blood-drinking rats need a lot of blood to grow, the boy set his sights on the village chief who had caused him and the girl to be separated, as well as the villagers in the village who had assisted the evil. Afterwards, relying on his identity as a middle-level ghost trainer, he displayed his magical power in front of the villagers, created the identity of a superior ghost lord, and forced all the villagers to cut a bowl of blood for the raw meat and blood-drinking rats to drink every day. Over time, the villagers began to fear the Shangui lord. This also led to the situation in the Doomsday Copy. But there are still two doubts. The first point is, where are the key items in this Doomsday Copy? Second, what role does the old woman with the lantern play in the copy? Why did the old woman with the lantern stop the future body and Wang Zichen when they were about to arrive in the village? The main thing he doesn't know now is whether the old woman with the lantern stopped them at that time was just a coincidence of the second encounter, or did she do it on purpose? There is still too little information. It seems that he will have to wait until he personally enters the Doomsday Copy to slowly find the answers. Before he entered the Doomsday Copy, all this information might be false. If there was a chance, he planned to use the Eye of Death to verify after entering the dungeon to see if killing the old woman with the lantern would end the dungeon. Chapter 143 System Upgrade, Regional Doomsday begins. Mu Qianyi curled up on the soft bed. Still, reality is better. How comfortable it is to sleep like this. If he hadn't participated in the game, Doomsday, he would probably still be secretly in love with Su Qianran in school, right? No, if he hadn't participated, Blue Star would have become a two-dimensional world. Except for him, no one can stop the two-dimensional foil in the Doomsday Copy of Time Reversal. But he hadn't been lying there for long when Morong Xian'er sent him a message. Mu Qianyi, have you seen Elder Chang's prophecy? I've seen it. It's completely different from what Cai Genuo said, but it's similar to what I predicted. I feel like Cai Genuo lied. Mu Qianyi replied. Sinyo didn't lie. Many players in the beautiful country are already preparing underground bases to escape the summer heat. Morong Xian'er replied. No lies? Mu Qianyi had a strange expression on his face. Since he didn't lie, why was the content of his prediction completely different from the other parties? Could it be because of this system upgrade? Just divide it between them? The Eastern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere are divided, and two different Doomsday Copies appear directly? Mu Chini was skeptical, but it was basically doomed that they would participate in a ghost-related doomsday copy next time. So he only made one-handed preparation. At the same time, before the end of the world began, he went to Jiangqing to find Wang Zichen, Lao Zhao, and Lin Yuan, who was like a nanny. As for Senior Dugu and Deputy Director Lai Wenji, whom Morong Shinner had originally promised to use to protect him, they were both withdrawn by Morong Shinner. The god who protects the blue planet, isn't this funny? Mu Chini had even planned that after this doomsday was over, he would return to Ganshui University to continue his studies. Time passed little by little, and at 9 o'clock in the evening when the doomsday began, the voice of the system rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Doomsday, game upgrade completed. Detecting whether there is a sword wielder on blue planet. Ding, the presence of a sword wielder on blue star has been detected. The game has officially entered the second stage. The upper limit of the strength of blue star players has been lifted. Players can bring the abilities and strengths they gain in the new dungeon back to reality. Players' strengths can be divided into 7 levels. Ordinary level, premium level, epic level, legendary level, mythical level, disaster level, cosmic level. All skills and items below a level are ordinary level, a level to SS level, corresponding to premium level lower, premium level middle, and premium level upper. SSS level skills and items correspond to epic level. Prophecy skills are not included in the level division. The Doomsday Dungeon has begun to be divided into 8 regions, namely Asia, Europe, North America, South America, Africa, Oceania, Antarctica, Pacific Ocean. Tip: the Doomsday copies in each area are different. Please do not listen to the predictions of players in other areas. If no player survives the Doomsday Dungeon in any of the 8 regions, the Doomsday will come to that region. Until a player enters that region and cracks the source of the Doomsday Dungeon, the Doomsday that has come to reality will disappear from reality. After this Doomsday Dungeon ends, the personal store will be refreshed. No matter whether it is props or skills, they will correspond to 7 levels. The new dungeon will connect to other parallel worlds. Since Blue Star is entering the second stage for the first time, the first dungeon of the game is only for beginners. Tip: this novice level copy is your best chance to improve your strength. Swordsman effect: the swordsman gains 50% of the total combat power of all players on Blue Star. Tip: the total combat power of the sword wielder is extremely important. It concerns the survival of Blue Planet. System update data sorted out. Enter the next Doomsday countdown: 57:35, 57:34, 57:33. The system suddenly started counting down. However, this countdown corresponds to a new round of Doomsday starting at 10 o'clock. But after this news was released, players all over the world were excited. Why do replicas become regional? Many players in Asian countries are quite happy and are expressing their thoughts online. Kimchi Country player: the Western savior Mu Chini belongs to our Great Cold Empire. The universe belongs to our Great Cold Empire, except for the US troops stationed in the cold. Japanese player: great, we are also Asian, we can hug the big legs of China. Many countries in Asia are exuding a lively atmosphere. After all, the biggest thick legs are right next to them, and Asia has ruthless people like Mu Chini who can break the world-destroying doomsday. Mu Chini naturally saw the comments on the internet. He quietly took out the title of Blue Star Swordsman and used his authority to forcibly divide the Devil Country into the Pacific region. After all, there is not a single player in the Pacific, and it would be bad if the end of the world came in the Pacific. Since the Japanese country is so great, let them face the doomsday of a region alone. Afterwards, he began to receive all the information about this system upgrade. There are quite a few changes made to the system after this upgrade, especially this regional doomsday, which is really intriguing. And that rule is also very interesting. Once all the players in a certain area die, the doomsday in this area will come to reality, unless other players can re-enter this copy and crack the source of the doomsday inside. For example, if there are no players alive in Africa, doomsday will come. Then, the emergence of this doomsday will seriously affect the lives of the African people. In order to avoid being affected, large tracts of people in Africa will try every means to move to safe continents, such as Asia, Europe, America, and other regions. In order to prevent this incident from getting out of hand, players from other regions can only find ways to solve this doomsday in Africa and restore Africa to normal. But the difficulty of cracking a doomsday is much greater than surviving it. This is very frustrating. In a doomsday copy where others can't survive, who can guarantee that they can crack the source of the doomsday? What's more, most players would probably refuse to participate in such a thankless task. Besides this matter, there is another more important thing. The upper limit of strength has been lifted. Moreover, among the 7 levels of classification, he did not recognize the other 6, but there was one level that he could see clearly. Disaster level. Disaster level is second only to cosmic level. I'm afraid he is the only one who knows the value of the disaster level. The whale-like creature in Deep Sea Monster that can swallow all giant beasts is a disaster level creature. In Time Reversal, the 2-dimensional foil that can turn the entire solar system into a 2-dimensional world is also a disaster level. The disaster level already represents invincibility, so what kind of existence would the cosmic level be like? And he also knows a being who is half a step away from disaster. That is the Puppet Queen in the Puppet Kingdom, now the Puppet King Chen Wanner. Chapter 144 Entering the Dungeon, The Strange Village. Moreover, Chen Wanner became a half-step disaster level by absorbing his Dagger of the End and killing the 2-dimensional foil energy. As for other levels, Morong Shiner may be the only one in the world who is at the epic level, and the others are all at the premium level. He possesses the A-level combat skill Fengyu, which should be considered as the lower quality level. In addition to these contents, the system also prompted a message. Because this is the first copy of the second stage, this copy is a novice copy and it is the best opportunity for players to improve their strength. But in the replay of his death, he didn't seem to see any opportunity to improve his strength? Could it be that? Is the system encouraging him to become an intermediate ghost trainer like that young man? But as he was thinking, the countdown time reached the end. Ding, the countdown ends, and all players enter Doomsday. Before entering Doomsday, Muchinian glanced at Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao beside him before closing his eyes. Ding, the host has successfully entered Doomsday. You and Wang Zichen are 2 wanderers. By chance, you came to a strange village and told the villagers that you would stay here for a month and then leave. The basic mission of this dungeon, survive. Survival time, 1 month. Tip, put a bowl of blood at the door every night before dark to increase your survival rate. All the strength you gain in this instance can be brought back to reality, but the prerequisite is that you have to survive until the end of the month. System prompts end. Mu Chenyi slowly opened his eyes and saw himself in a house that looked like a village. He lay on a hard and cold Kong, with his head resting on a prickly pillow. And next to him, there was a fat man who was sleeping soundly. When he saw the fat man's profile, the corner of his eyes twitched violently. This fat guy was none other than Wang Zichen, the guy who traveled to the same copy with him. He slapped Wang Zichen, who was sleeping soundly, and woke him up. Don't sleep, we've already entered the dungeon. Ah? Wang Zichen opened his eyes in confusion and sat up from the Kong. Fuck, this bed is too hard. It hurts my butt. He rubbed his chubby butt. Cover me for a while, and wait for me to make a prediction. Mukin E whispered. Okay. Wang Zichen agreed immediately. At the same time, he was also observing the environment outside. What the hell, where did this come from? Is this still China? But when he noticed the gray environment outside, he suddenly exclaimed. Mu Chenyi rolled his eyes at him speechlessly and looked at the Eye of Death in his mind. Eye of Death, you can see the scene of your next death this doomsday cooling time, 24 hours real cooling time, 7 days. The Eye of Death once a day. And he looked at his second prophecy skill. Scales of Judgment cooling time for this doomsday, 24 hours cooling time in reality, 7 days. It's the same day. However, this scale of judgment has other uses. Let us take a look at the death replay first. So, he placed his hand on his chest and said to himself, open the Eye of Death. To become a ghost keeper you need to stay with ghosts all day. Your affinity with ghosts is too low. I don't recommend you to be a ghost keeper. A familiar voice sounded. Mu Chenyi slowly opened his eyes and saw a familiar young man appear in front of him. Seeing this scene, he who was watching the game was shocked. Because this young man was the one in the cave who had the title of Intermediate Ghost Master. At this moment, the girl named Erwin was holding the young man's arm with a loving look on her face and leaning her head on the young man's head. The young man placed a book in front of the future body. This is the Ghost Razor's notes my master gave me before. It records all the methods from a beginner Ghost Razor to an advanced Ghost Razor. If you really want to become a Ghost Razor, take this book and study it. The future body said thank you and took the book the Ghost Razor's notes. No need to thank me. You are the benefactor of me and Erwin. If you have any questions, just ask me. The young man smiled at him. And Erowin also leaned against him tenderly and called out Ajay. The young man's name is Ajay? But soon Muchini, who was watching the game, realized that the boy and girl's nicknames should be Ajay and Erowin respectively, but their actual names should only contain the two characters Jia and Ruan. I do have another question. The future body put the book in his arms and asked, what are the corresponding levels from primary Ghost Razor to senior Ghost Razor? From elementary Ghost Razor to senior Ghost Razor, they correspond to the epic level lower to epic level upper respectively. Ajay looked at him strangely and explained, only a Ghost Raising Master can correspond to the legendary level. After hearing Ajay's explanation, the future body's eyes twitched violently. There is only one epic level person on Blue Star, Morong Shiner. And the weakest profession here, the junior ghost breeder, is actually at the epic lower level. This gap is really huge. I have another question. Besides ghost trainers, what other professions do you have here? The future body continued to ask. In addition to ghost raisers, there are also ghost removers and talisman masters. Ghost removers and talisman masters are our old enemies. But if you don't want to be affected mentally, I suggest you become a talisman master. At least a talisman master won't be affected by ghosts. Ghost raisers and ghost removers will have some mental problems more or less because they communicate with ghosts all day long, just like me. Ajay pointed at himself and continued to explain, in addition, as the level of the four major professions increases, the lifespan of those who hold the title is much longer than that of ordinary people. For example, I am only an average ghost raiser, but because of the strong ghost power in my body, my lifespan has reached 300 years. Then how can one become a talisman master? Asked the future body. This is a bit difficult. The fees charged by the talisman masters in the city are very high. If you want to become their apprentice, the money you pay to them every month is enough to buy a villa in the city. The young man shook his head and said, those ghost trainers charge very low fees, but what they want is not money, but your life. After hearing his explanation, the future body still did not give up the idea of becoming a talisman master. But a ghost trainer is a way out. As a spectator, Muchini wanted to ask, two brothers, who can tell me what the source of this doomsday is? He is anxious. And judging from the appearance of the future body, it seems that he has become an ally of Ajay and Erowin? Do they have a common enemy? Could it be that the source of the doomsday is really the village chief of the strange village? The culprit who broke up this pair of lovebirds? Or is it that the source of the doomsday is the old woman with the lantern? Chapter 145 Divine Spell Master. But Ajay paused suddenly. But what? The future body asked hurriedly. There is another profession you can try, but it is generally only accepted by people who are destined to be in the profession. You can go and see if you have the physique for that. Ajay said hesitantly. What's your profession? Divine Spell Master. Divine Spell Master? Yes. Ajay explained, the Divine Spell Master is an extension of the Spellmaster profession, but I heard that a Divine Spell Master needs to bind a god in the temple. Only by relying on the power of that god can one become a Divine Spell Master. Divine Spell Masters are a group of invincible beings of the same level. Muchini, who was watching the game, was moved when he heard the other party say this. Maybe he has the potential to become a divine spellcaster? Forget it, I can't become a magician. The future body shook his head. Why? Ajay couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, don't you want to become stronger? The verification of the magician is free, maybe you are the one in a million who is destined to be the one. I can't become a magic spell master. The future body still shook his head, tell me about the magic spell master. Muchini, who was watching the game? No, why can't you become one? He wanted to see the face of the future body, so why not choose the best spellcaster? And this magician sounds very powerful. A spellcaster is someone who uses spells to fight the enemy. You can think of them as mages. However, these mages have a weakness, which is that their physical fitness is very poor. They are very afraid of being approached by the enemy. Ajay said, on the contrary, ghost hunters have extremely strong physical fitness, as if they were born warriors. Moreover, they are all beings who can defeat 10 kinds of skills with one person's strength. One person can easily fight a ghost of the same level alone. In addition, because of their innate physical fitness, the fear effect of ghosts has no effect on them. And the divine spell masters are a combination of the two. Not only do they possess extremely strong physical qualities, but the spells they use also carry the will of God. divine spellmasters of the same level are invincible. This is a common feature of all title holders. Hearing the other party say this, the future body immediately started to promote his title of savior. Because the title of Blue Star Swordsman can only be worn on Blue Star, only the savior can wear it in the future. And when Ajay saw the title of savior above the future body's head, his eyes popped out. Savior? How come you have such a special title? He asked in disbelief. What's wrong with this title? The future body asked in confusion. Besides me, is there anyone else who has a special title? Yes, but the number is pitifully small. Ajay swallowed his saliva and looked at the future body with a strange look in his eyes. No wonder you can even kill the old woman with a lantern. It turns out that you are a person with a special title. Mukuni, who was watching the game, killed the old woman with the lantern? Is that so? The old woman with the lantern is the source of the apocalypse. Seeing this, Machini's eyes, who was watching the battle, lit up. He didn't expect that the future body would do as he imagined and try to kill the old woman with the lantern first, and succeeded. My killing of the old woman with the lantern has nothing to do with this title. Please tell me about those with special titles first. The future body asked, playing with the dagger of the end in his hand. The dagger of the end in the future body's hand means that after he killed the source of doomsday, the old woman with the lantern, the item was directly refreshed. Special titles are only awarded if you have done something that has an impact on the world. Ajay said in a trembling voice, before this, I have only heard of one person who holds a special title. He is the Duke of Rock Empire, Charlotte. It is said that he once destroyed a bone dragon's nest and eventually won a special title bestowed by God, Bone Dragon Terminator. Your title is simply Savior, I. Having said this, he paused. Because no matter how you look at it, the title of Savior seems to be more awesome than Bone Dragon Terminator. What's the use of special titles? The future body asked hurriedly. It's very useful. Ajay lowered his voice. I heard from the teacher before that since Duke Charlotte got the title of Bone Dragon Terminator, every time he practices the divine spellcaster's divine thoughts, he can get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, when fighting against the enemy, the Bone Dragon title holder will suppress all other titles. This matter involves all title holders. High-level title holders can suppress low-level title holders, and special titles suppress all titles. This is why we title holders are clearly divided into different levels. It is rare, or even impossible, for the weak to defeat the strong. Muchini, who was watching the battle, listened with great interest, as these were things he had never heard of before. Now he even began to wonder what the purpose of the title holder was. After all, according to the reminder after the previous system upgrade, multiple dimensions were opened after the Doomsday upgrade, and the upper limit of the strength of all players on Blue Star was lifted, so everyone's strength can be broken through. He guessed that this might be his best chance to improve his strength. I just don't know why the future body said that he couldn't become a divine spellcaster. I hope I can give him an answer later. But I never feel that my special title has any effect. The future body frowned and asked, how can I activate it? You don't have ghost power or divine power, so of course you can't activate it. And you're too weak. Although I don't know what's going on with your ability to manipulate maple leaves, your ability can only be ranked as lower quality at best. Any high-quality ghost can easily kill you. Ajay said as a matter of course. How to obtain ghost power and divine power? Asked the future body. This is back to what we talked about at the beginning. Ajay stroked Arawan's hair and chuckled, become one of the Ghost Raiser, Ghost Exorcist, Spellcaster, and Magic Spellcaster. Except for the Divine Spellmaster who cultivates divine power, the other three professions all cultivate ghost power. The future body nodded in understanding and glanced at the Ghost Raiser in his arms. I'd better go out and try to become a talisman master first. If not, I'll come back and learn from you to become a ghost trainer. He said this after thinking it over. You can come find me anytime. I plan to live here with Arwan forever. When you make up your mind to become a ghost trainer, come find me again. Ajay said this and personally escorted the future body out of the cave. Muchini, who was watching the battle, followed the perspective of the future body. After leaving the cave, he found that the fog around him had dissipated a lot. The gray fog was almost invisible, and he also saw the surrounding scenery. This was a plain without a single weed in sight, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. Where Ajay and Arawan were was a small hill. Chapter 146 Mission completion is not perfect. Outside the cave, Wang Zichen was rubbing his hands, waiting for him to appear. After seeing the future body appear, his eyes lit up. Brother Mu, you finally came out. Let's go back to the village. I'm freezing. After saying goodbye to a giant Erewhon, the future body set out on the journey back to the village with Wang Zichen. Brother Mu, what did you say to that young couple just now? On the way back to the village, Wang Zichen asked curiously. I got some news about this world from him. So, the future body told Wang Zichen everything he had seen and heard, including the problems with the 4 major professions. Then we must choose the divine spellcaster. Wang Zichen slapped his thigh and said, the divine spellcaster is the strongest among the 4 professions. If we can become a divine spellcaster, won't we be able to beat all the players when we return to Blue Star? It's not that simple. The future body shook his head, none of us can become a divine spellcaster. There are prerequisites for becoming a divine spellcaster. What are the prerequisites? Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask. Even Muchini, who was watching the game, pricked up his ears and listened attentively. We need to clear the dungeon, and the clearance level must be perfect. But after I just killed the old woman with the lantern, the clearance level was only excellent, so the system prompted me that the divine spellcaster profession cannot be unlocked. The future body explained. What? Wang Zichen was puzzled. We have killed the source of the doomsday, why is the clearance level only excellent? Maybe the system suspected that we were taking advantage of a loophole. The future body said in a deep voice, I took advantage of several prophecies and used the method of elimination to find out that the source of the doomsday was the old woman with a lantern. So the system thought that it was more likely that we had made a mistake, so the clearance level was low. Before that, my clearance level in the Puppet Kingdom was perfect. So I guess the clearance level may be related to the secrets we discovered. For example, we don't know why the old woman with the lantern is the source of the doomsday. We must explain it to the system. We need to understand the entire cause and effect of the whole incident clearly. Once we are completely sure that the old woman with the lantern is the source of the doomsday, we can kill her. Only then can we complete the game perfectly. The reason why Machinii was able to get a perfect level clearance in Puppet Kingdom before was because he not only investigated Chen Wanner's life experience, but also learned that the mayor's wife brutally murdered Chen Wanner, and he was also aware of the fact that Chen Wanner was wrongly killed. So if our clearance level is not perfect, we can't become the most powerful spellcaster among the 4 major professions? Wang Zichen asked. Yes, that's right. The future body nodded. And this conversation between the two also fell into the ears of Machinii, who was watching the battle. Muchini now understood why the future body said that he could not become a divine spellcaster. The reason is the system's fault. The system not only requires them to kill the source of doomsday, but also requires them to know why the source of doomsday is the source of doomsday. Now he was sure that the old woman with the lantern was the source of the doomsday. But why the old woman with the lantern was the source of the doomsday was what he didn't understand. However, Muchini was not panicking now, because he already knew the answer. When he returned to reality, all he had to do was look at the answer and write it down. This is much easier than the beginning. What should we do now? Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask. The future body took out the book on becoming a Ghost Raiser from his arms and said, now we have no choice but to become Ghost Raisers. I plan to go to a town in this world to see if there is any way to get the secret book of the Talisman Master. If not, we can only practice to become Ghost Raisers. After completing the mission, the system will only allow us to stay for 30 days. During these 30 days, we must try our best to improve our strength in this world, and it would be best if we could become an epic level, mid-level, or even upper level one. Morong Shiner, the strongest person on Blue Star, only relied on SSS level supernatural powers to become an epic level inferior. As long as they successfully practice the secret book and obtain the title of primary ghost breeder, they can directly become epic level inferiors and have the same strength as Morong Shiner. Okay, I'll go with you. Wang Zichen nodded. Let's get going as soon as possible. The future body and Wang Zichen returned to the strange village, and the village chief learned from the dispersing fog that the two of them had killed Lord Shangui. He respectfully prepared sufficient food for the two, then sent them out of the village and showed them the way to the town. According to the villagers, before the arrival of Master Oni, they would go to the town to exchange food every once in a while. But after Lord Shangui appeared, they dared not leave the village, because no one who left the village came back alive. However, the future body looked at the village chief thoughtfully for a while. He suspected that the reason why the Doomsday copy did not get a perfect level this time might have something to do with the village chief. But now that the source of doomsday has been killed and his level has been determined to be excellent, there is no need for him to dwell on this matter any longer. Improving his strength is the most important thing. So, he and Wang Zichen took several days' worth of food and set off in the direction the village chief had pointed out to a place called Jiangmu Town. Seeing this, Niu Yi, who was watching the battle, suddenly reacted. That's not right. This time the future being killed the source of doomsday, but doomsday did not end immediately? Instead, they gave the future body and Wang Zichen a month to improve their strength. Is this the so-called newbie reward? However, the novice reward is most likely the difficulty of this doomsday copy, and they will not return to reality directly after cracking the source of the doomsday, which may be related to breaking through the upper limit of strength. And that strange village is equivalent to the novice village for them to enter the second stage of the copy. Just when Mu Qianyi was wondering why the future body did not go back, everything suddenly went dark in front of the future body's eyes. A sharp pain suddenly spread throughout my body. Future body, dead. What the hell? Mu Qianyi suddenly sat up from the bed. Wang Zichen on the side looked at him in confusion. Brother Mu, what's wrong? Did you predict something? Wait for me a moment. Mu Qianyi rubbed his temple. He hadn't figured out what was going on just now. If he saw it correctly, it seemed like something huge had just drilled out from the ground and then swallowed the future body and Wang Zichen in one bite. What the hell was that thing, and why was it ambushing the future body and Wang Zichen on their way to the town? He vaguely guessed that the reason why the people in the strange village could not go to the town in recent years might be related to the man-eating ghost on the road between the village and Jiangmu Town. Chapter 147. The old woman with a lantern is not an old woman with a lantern? Mu Qianyi thought for a while, looked at Wang Zichen, and asked. Fatty Wang, do you see the fog outside? I see, it's very foggy outside, but there seems to be nothing in this village we are in. Mu Qianyi narrowed his eyes and suddenly said. I've got a task for you. What? Investigate the village chief's relatives, especially his granddaughter. Mu Qianyi said calmly, this matter must be dealt with as soon as possible, preferably before the village chief finds out. Ah? Wang Zichen opened his mouth wide. No, they just arrived? As soon as he arrived here, Mu Qianyi asked him to investigate the village chief's family? But he soon understood that this was how prophecy players were. Anyway, it's right to listen to Mu Qianyi. By following Mu Qianyi, he will definitely be able to get some benefits. So he nodded and said, do you need me to negotiate with the villagers now? Well, go ahead. After Mu Qianyi confirmed it, Wang Zichen did not hesitate and went out to investigate the information. And Mu Qianyi started to think. It is known that Erwan is the granddaughter of the village chief, and Ajia is very hostile to the village chief and even the entire village. He had previously guessed that Erwan was the village chief's granddaughter, and the wedding a few years ago was of utmost importance. He rubbed his eyebrows. Why was the old woman with the lantern the source of the doomsday? What role does the old woman with the lantern play in this? Now he has several doubts. The first one is, if the village chief doesn't want his granddaughter to marry Ajay, then how did Ajay and Erwan know each other? Looking at the relationship between the two, they seem more like childhood sweethearts, and they have very deep feelings for each other. What the village chief did was not to help the two people get together, but to force his granddaughter to marry another man. Another question is, was it too easy for Ajay to become a medium-level ghost trainer? Moreover, after Ajay showed his talent as a ghost trainer, his teacher was willing to let him go? Ajay has become what he is now, where is his teacher? Perhaps there are many explanations for this teacher, but he always feels that there is some conspiracy involved. Etc. People and ghosts are together, the devil is in the world. He muttered to himself. The devil is in the world, the devil is in the world. The source of the doomsday is the ghostly old woman with a lantern. Mu Qianyi took a sharp breath. He suddenly had a terrible guess. That old woman holding the lantern is not a ghost. He saw some ghostly doomsday scenes in the weird prophecy, but there was mention of the existence of the old woman with a lantern. In those prophecies, the players who saw the scene described the old woman with a lantern like this. Lantern old woman, a ghost walking in the fog. Whenever a human notices it, it will utter the words it's dry, be careful with fire. If someone stares at it for more than 3 seconds, it will cut off the person's head and make it into a lantern. Prevention method, don't stare at the old woman with the lantern. You can let it talk in your ear. As long as you don't look at it, it will leave silently. In short, the old woman with the lantern will not seek trouble. Unless you keep staring at it. A process is, what are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try to look at it again, try and you will die. However, in the second playback of his death, the behavior of the old woman with the lantern was different from what was recorded. In the second death replay, after killing Erowin and Ajay, they fled madly with one of Ajay's arms, while the weasel behind them was chasing them closely. But just as they were about to reach the village, the old woman with the lantern suddenly stopped them. Even though the future body and Wang Zichen didn't use their eyes to see it, the old woman with the lantern stood in front of them again and again, as if she wanted to stop them from entering the village. This is completely different from the old woman with a lantern who won to take the initiative to cause trouble. This old woman with the lantern will actively look for trouble. It can be analyzed that the old woman with a lantern they saw was not a ghostly old woman with a lantern at all. Combined with the answer he got, the old woman with the lantern they saw was the source of the end of the world, and the words predicted by Mr. Chang Yeching. People and ghosts are together, the devil is in the world. The devil is in the world, which can now be translated as there are devils in the hearts of humans in the world. So, the old woman with a lantern they saw was a human pretending to be a ghost. Thinking of this, Mu Chenyi got goosebumps all over his body. Yeah, he should have thought of that during the second death replay. Because in the second death replay, the old woman with the lantern took the initiative to stop them from bringing Ajay's remaining arm into the village. Didn't you want the arm to be eaten by the raw and blood-drinking rats, and then let those yellow-skinned creatures evolve into ghosts? When he thought that the old woman with a lantern they saw was transformed from a human, many ideas suddenly emerged in his mind. He now finally understood why in every death replay, whenever the future body went to the cave, he would meet the old woman with the lantern. The old woman with the lantern was originally the final boss. She was just guarding her own little piece of land and protecting Ajay and Erowin. And what is the purpose of the old woman holding the lantern, and why is she the source of the doomsday? This is what Mu Chenyi doesn't understand. But what is clear is that the group of yellow-skinned dogs might not have been raised by Ajay, but the old woman with the lantern deliberately asked Ajay to raise them. After the group of yellow-skinned foxes devour their master, will the old woman with the lantern be able to achieve her goal? There is still too little information now, and he can only rely on guesses for many things. He just hopes that Wang Zichen can bring him useful news later. After all, with the lessons learned from the past, he must understand the cause and effect of the whole matter this time. Aim to complete the game with a perfect rank. He felt that the Divine Spellcaster was the newbie reward given to players after the system was upgraded. He must get it. I thought that with Wang Zichen's ability, he would be able to bring the information to him quickly. But what he didn't expect was, when he saw each other again, Wang Zichen was carried to the door of their room by a group of villagers. This group of villagers looked like they were ready to call for an explanation. Another outsider, get out of here. Outside, strong villagers roared towards their room. Mu Chenyi looked out the window and saw that Wang Zichen was bruised and swollen, being held by two young villagers, and his room was surrounded by villagers from the strange village. He sighed and could only walk forward and open the door. After seeing Mu Chenyi appear, the surrounding villagers became angry. We took you in out of kindness, but you investigated our village chief. Someone said angrily, tell me, what is your intention? The surrounding villagers all glared at Mu Chenyi angrily, as if they were going to eat him alive in the next moment. Chapter 148 The Village Chief's Story. Mu Chenyi looked at the angry villagers around him who seemed ready to take action at any time. Humph! He said coldly with an unhappy look on his face, what are you going to do by capturing my servant? Your squire? The villagers were a little confused and looked at each other. Even Wang Zichen, who was caught, was dumbfounded. When did he become Mu Chenyi's attendant? However, he still rationally shut his mouth. He vaguely felt that Mu Chenyi had some purpose in saying this. Your servants just asked around for the personal information of our village chief. We kindly entertained you, but you investigated our affairs. What are you thinking? Some villagers still had a bad tone. I asked him to find out. Mu Chenyi admitted it directly with a calm expression. You. Everyone was angry. How dare this guy admit it? Brothers, go ahead and tie this guy up too. A villager shouted. You still dare to attack me? Mu Chenyi shouted suddenly, and a shining title suddenly appeared above his head. And hundreds of maple leaves flew out from his pocket. The maple leaves surged wildly and began to spin above his head like a small tornado. This scene shocked all the villagers. One person even said in a trembling voice, He is the title holder. Title holder? All the villagers were startled, and their originally ferocious expressions turned harmless. It was as if he had suddenly turned from a hungry wolf into a lamb. "Sir, that title." The villagers who had originally come to demand an explanation for the crime suddenly began to panic. "Why don't you let go of my servant?" Muchinii shouted angrily. The two young men who were holding Wang Zichen immediately let go of Wang Zichen and took 2 steps back. Wang Zichen, with a bruised face and nose, stared blankly at Muchinii and was dumbfounded. What's going on? If he remembered correctly, Muchinii should be weaker than him, right? But now, to be honest, he is a little confused now. Just now, when this group of villagers beat him, they beat him half to death after he turned into the iron-eating beast king. But now, facing Muchinii who was weaker than him, these guys suddenly become odd? After seeing Muchinii's look, he understood immediately and ran behind Muchinii. "I am a title holder from Jiangmu town. I heard that your village is supporting a group of weasels, so I came here to check it out," Muchinii said loudly while pulling the tiger skin. After hearing Muchinii's words, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes disappeared instantly. Everyone knelt down on the ground and shouted, "It's unfair, sir. Those weasels are kept in captivity by a guy called Shangue. If we don't offer a bowl of our blood every night, Shangue will kill us. Please, sir, help us." Wang Zichen standing by was dumbfounded. He knew all the words that Muchinii just said, so why couldn't he understand them when they were put together? Why does it feel like he and Muchinii are playing two different games? We are all here to play the survival game, so Muchinii is playing the cracked version, right? I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in return, you humiliated me and beat my guards into this state. Muchinii said coldly, "I will stop pretending and show my cards. I am the title holder. The purpose of my coming here is not only to kill the upper ghost and dissipate the surrounding fog, but also to investigate the upper ghost situation. Sir, please give us your orders. We will obey you." When the villagers heard that Muchinii was here to deal with Lord Shangue, their faces were filled with excitement and they immediately shouted to show their loyalty. Muchinii looked at these people and asked directly without any hesitation, "Who among you knows about the village chief's family situation? Tell me in detail." After he asked this question, the villagers were silent for a while. They looked at each other, and no one spoke. Just when Muchinii was getting a little impatient, an old man walked out of the crowd, trembling with a cane. "Your Excellency, I grew up with the village chief and have some understanding of his affairs," the old man said slowly. "Speak, the clearer the better." Muchinii looked at the old man and said seriously. The village chief's original name was Song Nanmu. His parents died when he was young, and he grew up eating food from hundreds of families in the village. The old man said slowly, "My parents also helped him for a period of time. Later, his intelligence and talent were revealed. When he was traveling, he saved the daughter of a ghost hunter by chance. The ghost hunter's daughter fell in love with him at first sight. Because she could not repay him for saving her life, she finally gave herself to him. So, the village chief and the daughter of the exorcist got together and moved into the town. But the good times didn't last long. Later, during a ghost exorcism activity, the exorcist was killed by an evil ghost. The village chief and his wife were afraid of retaliation, so they returned to our village and lived like ordinary people. A few years later, they had a daughter named Song Qin. After Song Qin was born, the village head's wife was ill and could not have children, so the two of them took extra care of their only daughter, Song Qin. However, when Song Qin was 15, she fell in love with a poor boy from the neighboring Shire village. The village chief and his wife looked down on the poor boy and were worried that their daughter would suffer if she married him, so they did not agree to the marriage. However, their daughter Song Qin seemed to have set her heart on that poor boy and actually eloped with him. It is said that this incident made the village head's wife so angry that she vomited blood. At this point, the old man paused, his expression began to dim. Who would have thought that this was just the beginning? 2 years after Song Qin eloped with that poor boy, a piece of bad news came. Song Qin and the poor boy offended someone and were killed by evil spirits on their way to do business. Only their daughter survived at home and was taken care of by a nanny they hired. The nanny followed the clues left by the two and walked all the way from the town to our village, and sent the little daughter, who was less than 1 year old, to the village chief and his wife. After learning the news of their daughter's death, the village chief and his wife were heartbroken. They could only place all their emotions on their granddaughter. They named her Song Ruanruan. Song Ruanruan. Hearing this name, Muchinii immediately held his breath and focused. He knew that the key point of the story was coming. Song Wanwan grew up happily under the care of the village head and his wife. But at this point, the old man couldn't help but sigh deeply, but no one expected that Song Wanwan would follow her mother's old path. Song Wanwan fell in love with an orphan named Ajay from our village. Chapter 149. Who is the old woman with the lantern? The old man coughed dryly, and the villagers who were listening happily immediately handed him a bowl of water. After taking a sip of water, the old man continued. The village head and his wife have already lost a daughter. How can they let their granddaughter suffer the same fate? So, the village chief decided on his own to marry his granddaughter to Hao Tao, the eldest son of the Hao family. The Hao family is a well-off family in the village, so they are a good match. Moreover, Hao Tao is a simple and honest person, and he will not bully their granddaughter. In order to facilitate this marriage, the village chief even used his power to drive Ajay out of the village, just to make his granddaughter give up. But at this point, the old man glanced at the villagers around him and sighed. Everyone knows what happened next. On the wedding day, Song Wanwan hanged herself. Even the village chief's wife couldn't bear the blow and died soon after. The village chief is left alone. At this point, the surrounding villagers also showed sympathetic expressions. Everyone envied the village chief for his wealthy life and the power to run a village. But who could have imagined that the village chief's life would be so miserable? Everyone was silent, even Wang Zichen showed a compassionate expression. But only Muchinii narrowed his eyes. Don't you think this is a little too coincidental? What's the meaning? Everyone raised their heads and looked at him in confusion. My daughter and granddaughter both fell in love with a poor boy at the same time, and then eloped. Muchinii murmured, I never believe in stories where a princess falls in love with a knight. This seems more like a trap. Princesses always marry princes, no princess will marry a knight. He closed his eyes and each character in the story emerged in his mind. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the old man. Old sir, are you sure you haven't left out any important people in this story, especially women? How could there be other women in the village chief's family? The old man was slightly dissatisfied when he heard this, but when he thought that the person in front of him was a title holder, his expression immediately eased a little. The village chief only married one wife in his life. Even if the village chief's wife lost her fertility or even died, the village chief did not marry again or take a concubine. Muchinii fell into deep thought. He waved his hand casually, and all the maple leaves floating above his head began to fly back into the Qiankuan bag in his pocket. Seeing this scene, everyone called it a miracle. Worthy of being a powerful title holder. Who is the old woman with the lantern? He murmured. His biggest guess about the old woman with the lantern now is that she is the village chief's wife. Who among you knows where the village chief's wife is buried? He raised his head and looked at everyone. The villagers looked at each other, and the old man who had just told the story couldn't help but ask cautiously. Mr. Titleholder, what does your exorcism have to do with the village chief's wife's grave? That ghost has a lot to do with the unjust death of Song Wanwan. Do you think there is any connection? Muchinii looked at him coldly and asked back. What? When the villagers heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim. Hurry up and lead the way, I don't have time to waste here. Muchinii pretended to look up at the sky and deliberately urged, I have to go back to Jiangmu town tomorrow, and I have to deal with that ghost today. Seeing the title holder showing off his power, a young and strong man respectfully said, Sir, the cemetery is in the back mountain. Can I lead the way for you? Good. Muchinii nodded arrogantly. There was no turning back. Now he could only bite the bullet and use the reputation of the title holder to scare these villagers. Once these villagers find out that he is a paper tiger, he will be doomed. The strong man shouted, Master, please follow me. I want to run fast because we must return to the village before dark. Good. Muchinii patted Wang Zichen and whispered, Transform and take me there. The villagers were running too fast, and he was afraid he couldn't catch up. Wang Zichen immediately transformed into the iron-eating beast king and carried him to catch up with the villagers who were running in front. Many villagers around also wanted to watch the fun and caught up with them. At the same time, some individual villagers went to the village chief's house and wanted to tell him about this matter. So, a group of villagers ran towards the cemetery on the back mountain. After running for 5 or 6 minutes, the group finally arrived at the cemetery. When they arrived at the cemetery, the young man in the lead brought Muchinii to the innermost cemetery. When they arrived here, they saw a line of words written on the tombstone. Song Nanmu's wife, Ms. Lu. Wang Zichen, go and uncover the cemetery. Mukini got down from the iron-eating beast king and patted Wang Zichen's panda head directly. Wang Zichen? Don't worry, it's empty inside. Mukini comforted. Hearing Mukini say this, Wang Zichen could only muster up his courage, step forward and use his bare paw to directly open the entire cemetery. At this time, the villagers following behind them finally arrived. Following them came the panting village chief Song Nanmu. When Song Nanmu saw that Mukini was actually going to uncover the grave of his dead wife, he immediately roared in anger. What are you up to? But as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zichen had already opened the coffin in the cemetery. Wow! All the villagers who saw the inside of the coffin exclaimed in surprise. And Mukini also saw at the first moment that the coffin in front of them was actually empty. Empty coffin. Seeing this scene, Mukini clapped his hands. Old woman with the lantern, it's you. How come? Village chief Song Nanmu also saw that his wife's coffin was empty. He walked forward in disbelief, staring at the empty coffin, and said in disbelief, no, I put her in there with my own hands, how could she disappear? The surrounding villagers were also talking about it. Song Nanmu, I have a few questions for you. Mukini looked at the village chief and said calmly, do you still remember how your parents died? Song Nanmu was stunned. He looked up at Mukini, and when he noticed the glittering title above Mukini's head, he immediately understood that this guy was the titled sir who the villagers had just told him was coming to the village to exorcise ghosts. My parents were killed by ghosts when I was very young. He gritted his teeth. Second question. Mukini stared at him with scrutiny. Your wife's father shouldn't be a ghost exorcist, but a ghost raiser, right? Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Song Nanmu suddenly looked up at him. How do you know? Chapter 150 The truth is approaching. What? When the surrounding villagers heard the village chief admit it, they were all surprised. And Mukini looked at the village chief who had completely wilted and seemed to be running out of energy, and continued. Because ghost raisers have such a bad reputation, you lied to the public and said that your father-in-law was a great ghost exorcist. He was not killed by ghosts while exorcising ghosts, but was killed by the ghosts he raised. Am I right? Song Nanmu slumped on the ground and nodded with lifeless eyes. In fact, your father-in-law is not dead, and neither is your wife. Mukini suddenly said something that Song Nanmu did not expect. What do you mean? He raised his head suddenly. The lifespan of those with the title is very long, possibly hundreds or even thousands of years. They will do whatever it takes to improve their strength. Mukini said slowly, and your wife is very likely to have practiced some kind of evil magic in order to break through. She used this evil magic to kill many lovers. In order to perfect this magic, the last couple she killed must be related to her by blood, and the couple must be one person and one ghost. Based on the scenes he saw with his death eye, Mukini slowly analyzed, and in order to achieve her goal, she secretly brought her daughter and granddaughter together to live with those two guys, right? This was the problem he had never thought of before, but now he understood it. A princess will not marry a knight, but only a prince. But what if the king lets the princess marry the knight? Now the cemetery is empty, which shows that the village chief's wife is not an ordinary person. Combined with the answer he got from the death replay that the old woman with the lantern is the source of the doomsday, he can basically conclude that the village chief's wife is the old woman with the lantern dressed as a ghost. And everything, including the village chief Song Nanmu, their daughter, their granddaughter Song Ruanwan, and Ajai. Everyone is a pawn of the old woman with the lantern. The old woman with the lantern pretended to marry Song Nanmu, and then induced her daughter to fall in love with a poor boy from the next village. After she murdered both of them, she followed suit and induced her granddaughter to fall in love with Ajai. On the other hand, she asked the village chief to act as the bad guy and cut off the connection between the two. She then induced her granddaughter to commit suicide for love. Before this, Mukini had always had a question, that is, why when Ajai became an intermediate ghost trainer and returned, Erwin's soul was still there. Logically speaking, the soul should dissipate within 7 days after death. Now he understood, because after Song Ruanwan died, her soul had been kept by the old woman with the lantern. And the old woman with the lantern, or her father, might be Ajai's master. When Ajai returned to the village cemetery, the old woman with the lantern put Song Ruanwan's soul back into the body, allowing Ajai to successfully take it out and make it into a ghost. Then the old woman with the lantern cooperated with her father and secretly told Ajai to raise weasels as raw and blood-drinking rats and use them as feed to nourish ghosts. However, what Ajai didn't know was that he and Song Ruanwan were the real fodder. A powerful ghost trainer has a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years, so it is very likely that he can complete this series of plans to improve his level in less than 100 years. And this is the whole process of this storyline. Open the scales of judgment. Mu Qianyi muttered to himself. The balanced scale of half angel and half devil appeared in his mind again. As of now, what is the probability that I can clear the game with a perfect level? He asked the scales of judgment. As the little devil took off, the little angel side of the scale fell down. Although it didn't reach the bottom, it was just a little bit away. The proportion of the little angel is greater than that of the little devil, and the probability of him completing the copy perfectly is very high, at least more than 90%. This also illustrates one point, that his reasoning is basically correct, but there are still some minor flaws. So, what's missing? Let's go. Mu Qianyi patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder, then shouted to the villagers, "Everyone, I'm going to the cave now to deal with the ghost over there. You guys go back to the village and wait for my news." He guessed that the last part of the answer might lie with Ajay and Erowin. When the villagers heard that Mu Qianyi was finally willing to kill ghosts, they became excited. Ah, where are we going? Wang Zichen was confused. Didn't they just come to this apocalypse? How does this get rid of ghosts? Go in that direction. Mu Qianyi pointed out a way for him. Oh, okay. Wang Zichen is still in the form of the iron-eating beast king. When he heard Mu Qianyi's instructions, he immediately became serious. He ran towards the cave. In just a few minutes, their figures disappeared in the thick fog. After entering the fog, the two's movements slowed down. "Brother Mu, what's the situation now?" Wang Zichen asked while walking carefully in the fog. And Mu Qianyi had no intention of hiding anything, and told the other party everything he knew. Since he had the opportunity to get a perfect reward, he would definitely let Fatty Wang snatch some of the reward and take advantage of the system. Only he can use the dagger of the end to kill the old woman with the lantern, so the biggest share of the reward belongs to him, and give Fatty Wang some soup. Oh my god, so we are going to meet the ghost couple now? After listening to Mu Qianyi's story, Wang Zichen couldn't help but speak. Yes. Mu Qianyi explained, "We are still a little short of a perfect clearance, so we are going over here to find out the last bit of information." After hearing this, Wang Zichen immediately vowed. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, I will definitely get you safely. It's dry, be careful with fire." A ghostly voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the two. What the hell? Wang Zichen was almost scared to death. Because he noticed the figure of an old woman emitting red light in front of him. After Mu Qianyi's explanation, he already knew that the old woman with the lantern in front of him was the final boss of this doomsday copy. Don't look at her, she's the old woman holding the lantern. If you stare at her for more than 3 seconds, she will twist your head off and put it in the lantern. Mu Qianyi shouted immediately. But in fact, he was not shouting this to Wang Zichen, but to the old woman with the lantern. This old woman holding a lantern is not a ghost, but a ghost trainer who can understand human language. Therefore, he had to pretend that he had not discovered the identity of the old woman with the lantern. Well. Wang Zichen also understood what Mu Qianyi meant and turned his panda head away, not looking at the old woman with the lantern. Just like that, the two of them cautiously moved away from the boss behind the scenes. On the way, Mu Qianyi kept holding the dagger of the end tightly against his chest. Once the old woman with the lantern attacked them without martial ethics, he would have no choice but to kill her and risk not being able to pass the level perfectly. Chapter 151 The Truth. Soon, the two saw a cave. Mu Qianyi, who had seen the cave many times, knew that they had finally reached their destination. So he patted Wang Zichen and motioned to take him in. Wang Zichen carried him downstairs. Soon, they noticed the statue with a weasel head and a human body at the bottom of the cave. Because of the appearance of the two, countless pairs of glowing eyes appeared around them, staring at them intently. Brother Mu, what should we do now? Wang Zichen asked fearfully. But Mu Qianyi did not reply to him. Instead, he got off him and glanced around. Suddenly, he shouted. Ajay, I know a way to save Song Wanwan. Rub. Behind a stone wall, a young man suddenly walked out from the shadows, his red eyes staring at Mu Qianyi. You just said that you know how to save our Wan? Ajay, don't be impulsive. I need to ask you a few questions. Mu Qianyi looked at the young man in front of him. In the third death replay, the young man personally handed him a manual of the Ghost Razor. In fact, it also shows that this young man has a good character. Can you really save Erowin? Ajay's voice was trembling. He was not full of hostility as in the previous 2 death replays. We can save him, Muchini said confidently. Because in the 3rd death replay, Ajay told the future body that the future body was his and Erowin's savior. So he guessed that saving the 2 from the dire straits must be related to killing the old woman with the lantern. If you can save Erowin, I will be willing to work like a slave to repay you in the future, Ajay said immediately. Let me ask you a question first. No, ask Song Wanwan to come out and I'll ask her a few questions. Muchini thought about it and suddenly waved his hand. Are you looking for me? A beautiful voice sounded, and then a girl slowly floated out from the wall. Wang Zichen, who was standing behind Muchini, was shocked when he saw this scene, even though he had prepared himself mentally. He immediately shrank behind Muchini. The girl had a delicate and pretty face, and her expression was lifelike, completely different from the dead expression they had seen before. Song Wanwan, I really want to know a question. When you were with Ajay before, did your grandmother approve of it at first? Muchini asked. Song Wanwan obviously didn't expect Muchini to ask such a question. Even Ajay beside her was stunned. Ajay also blinked and looked at Song Wanwan. Erowin, did your grandmother agree with us at first? Yes. Song Wanwan nodded gently. Grandma told me that girls should boldly pursue their own love, and people should live for themselves, so she approved of the relationship between the 2 of us. But later, for some reason, after Grandpa arranged a marriage for me, Grandma suddenly disagreed with my relationship with Ajay. I was very confused at the time, and later I committed suicide, and a big reason was also because of Grandma's sudden change of mind. Is that really the case? When Muchini heard this, a cold look flashed in his eyes. Now it's all going smoothly. The second question I want to ask Ajay. He looked at Ajay and asked, was the master who taught you to become an intermediate ghost trainer a man or a woman? It's a boy, what's wrong? Ajay was puzzled. Oh. That means Ajay's master is the biological father of the old woman holding the lantern, and the father-in-law of the village chief. Who taught you to raise raw, blood-drinking rats? He continued to ask. My master taught me this. Ajay replied, frowning impatiently, are you going to help me save Erowin or not? And who are you? Feeling Ajay's anger, Song Wanwan beside him quickly grabbed his hand and gently stroked it to comfort him. How many do you have? Muchini didn't mind and continued to ask. We bought 25 before, but over the years, they have given birth to a lot more, probably about 100 now? Ajay guessed. 100? The corner of Muchini's mouth twitched. In the second death replay, there were at least 1 or 2,000 weasels chasing him and Wang Zichen. But their owners said there were only 100 of them? Then I would say, you have at least 1,000 weasels here? Muchini stared at him. Impossible. Ajay frowned even deeper. Don't I know that I raised him? Because this is not yours at all. After Muchini finished speaking in a stern voice, he immediately asked, one last question. Do you recognize the old woman holding the lantern outside? That's a ghost I caught to protect this place, Ajay said. Hearing this, Muchini smiled. Okay, now we have completed the game perfectly, right? Just when Ajay was looking at Muchini in confusion and was about to ask something else. It's dry, be careful with fire. A faint voice suddenly sounded from right above their cave. When Muchini and Wang Zichen turned around, they saw an old woman holding a red lantern walking towards them step by step. The old woman's eyes, narrowed into slits, were staring at everyone. Who let you in? Why don't you get out now? When Ajay saw the old woman holding the lantern, he couldn't help but get angry. The old woman holding the lantern seemed not to hear them and continued walking towards them. It's dry, be careful with fire. Okay, Song Wanwan, aren't you going to say hello to your grandma? Muchini's expression, on the other hand, looked much more relaxed. This won't delay him from looking for the other party. But now, the necessary procedures cannot be missed. My grandma? Song Wanwan looked surprised. Ms. Liu, how long do you want to keep pretending? Instead, Muchini stared at the old woman holding the lantern and said in a cold tone, in order to break through your cultivation, you even spared your own flesh and blood. You are more disgusting than those ghosts. Hearing Muchini's words, the old woman holding the lantern suddenly paused. Then, the old woman slowly raised her head, and her 2 narrowed eyes opened, and her cloudy eyeballs stared at Muchini. But Muchini didn't show any fear, he looked at him coldly. Who are you and why do you want to ruin my plan? The old woman holding the lantern spoke slowly, her tone questioning. What evil skill have you practiced? Muchini asked with narrowed eyes, why do you have to be a person and a ghost who are in love with each other, and one of them is related to you by blood? Why should I tell you? The old woman stopped pretending, she roared, and suddenly a pair of sharp blades appeared in her hands, and she grabbed towards Muchini fiercely. Alas, although I have already completed the level perfectly, I still want to add something as a proof of my completion. But since you are going to die, there is nothing I can do. Muchini sighed and took out the dagger of the end from his neck. Go! He pointed the dagger of the end at the old woman who threw down the red lantern. Chapter 152. Complete the game perfectly and obtain the qualification of Divine Spellmaster. Ding! Congratulations to the host Muchini for completing the dungeon, Human Ghost Taboo, clearance level, perfect. Ding! Congratulations to player Wang Zichen for assisting in clearing the dungeon, Human Ghost Taboo, clearance level, perfect. The rewards obtained by the host Muchini will be distributed after the end of this doomsday, and he will be qualified to become an unlimited god Divine Spellmaster. The reward obtained by player Wang Zichen will be distributed after the end of this doomsday, and he will be qualified to become a low-level deity Divine Spellmaster. Players Muchini and Wang Zichen completed the dungeon in less than 2 hours, unprecedented. The remaining time to stay in this dungeon is 29 days and 22 hours. Because the two players killed the daughter of Ghost Raising Grandmaster Luo Monyan, the two players will be met with hostility from Ghost Raising Grandmaster Luo Monyan. Excuse me, would you like to stay in this instance? Tip: if you choose no, both players will return to reality. Voices from the system rang out, and the dagger of the end that killed the old woman with the lantern returned to Muchini's hands. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Muchini curled his lips. At the same time, at the moment of the death of the old woman with the lantern, a stream of light suddenly flew out and poured into Song Ruanwan's body. And Song Ruanwan's ghost body also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When Song Ruanwan's body recovered, the weasels around her screamed one after another. And many yellow-skinned beasts were reduced to ashes on the spot. After the death of their real masters, they were unable to maintain their original state and died one after another. Feeling the changes in herself, Song Ruanwan said to Ajay happily, Ajay, I feel that my body has become much stronger. All the previous restrictions have disappeared. Now I don't have to eat those weasels every day, and I can maintain this state forever. Really? Ajay's voice trembled and he touched her body with joy. Okay, stop being so annoying. When Muchini saw the affectionate look between the two, his heart seemed to be pierced with holes in an instant. I have something to ask you, tell me the truth. Senior. At this time, Ajay turned his head and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump. He kowtowed to Muchini 3 times. Senior, from now on you are my adopted parents. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to eat shit, I will go straight to the toilet. Muchini's head was filled with black lines. I won't let you eat shit. Tell me first, how to become a divine spellcaster. Divine spellcaster? Ajay was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said, Senior, becoming a divine spellcaster requires talent, but if you want to give it a try, you can go to Jiangmu Town and find a guild called the Divine Spirit Association. Pay a certain amount of money, and they will take you to sense a god once. Gods Association? Muchini wrote down the name. Senior, I want to ask you, you just said that this old woman with the lantern is my grandmother, what's going on? Aruan, who was standing by, saw the two chatting and couldn't help but interrupt and ask. No, you don't want to know. Muchini did not answer her thoughts. Song Ruanwan? By the way, I really need your help with something. Muchini said to Ajay. Senior, please give me your orders. Said Ajay. There is a man-eating monster on the way from the village to Jiangmu Town. I need you to help me get rid of it. Muchini looked at him, can you do it? Senior, are you talking about the giant-mouthed burrowing beast? Ajay recognized the name of the monster and said immediately, the giant-mouthed burrowing beast is an epic medium-level ghost monster. I can only fight it on equal terms, but I can't kill it. Let me do it. Song Ruanwan, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two and took the initiative to step forward. I feel that my current strength is infinitely close to the legendary level. I think I should be able to kill that ghost easily. Ruin. Ajay, who was standing by, said with some concern. Don't worry, I'm very strong now. Song Ruanwan clenched her fists with a cute expression. The two single guys standing by couldn't bear to watch any longer. Muchini and Wang Zichen both covered their eyes. Senior, when do you plan to deal with this giant-mouthed burrowing beast? Finally, Ajay couldn't help but ask. Let's go tomorrow. We'll set out tomorrow morning, and then this bear and I will come find you. Mukini confirmed the time, mainly because he wanted to wait for the Eye of Death to replay once and take precautions before setting off again. Improving your strength is crucial, but your life is more important. Anyway, they can still stay here for 30 days, which means he can use the death replay nearly 30 times. He must make good use of this prophecy skill. After confirming the departure time with Ajay and Erawan, Muchini and Wang Zichen left the cave. Brother Mu, are we going back to the village now? Wang Zichen asked. Yeah. Muchini nodded as he looked at the mist around him that was becoming thinner. Although they were accompanied by Ajay and Erawan when they went to Jiangmu town this time, problems were inevitable. In the gradually thinning fog, they soon returned to the strange village. At this time, some people in the village were waiting at the village gate, looking forward to something. After seeing Muchini and Wang Zichen, the villagers cheered in unison. The title holder has returned triumphantly. Mukini sat on the iron-eating beast king and waved to everyone. Everyone, I have dealt with the upper ghost. I will set off back to the town tomorrow and need to stay in the village for another day. He said loudly. Sir, please stay at my house. We killed a chicken today. My lord titleholder, I will go and slaughter the pig in a moment, and stay at my house. The villagers rushed to say that if they could let the person with the title live in their home, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. But Muchini did not choose these, but shook his head. I will still live in the same room as before. Don't send me food at night, and don't disturb me. After saying that, he took Wang Zichen directly back to the shabby little house where they had lived before. How can this be possible? How can a title holder live in such a simple place? The villagers looked at each other. When the two of them came before, everyone found a place for them to live in a perfunctory manner and did not take them seriously. Who would have thought that one of these two was the titled one who came to exorcise ghosts? Muchini didn't care what the villagers thought. He returned to the room, took out some dry food he brought back from reality from his Qiankuan bag, and started eating with Wang Zichen. For the following time, the two of them did not go out of the house and just stayed in the room waiting. And there was a little episode. Many people in the village had forgotten about Muchini killing the ghost and placed their bowl of blood at the door. But when they woke up the next day and saw the blood coagulated in the bowl, everyone suddenly realized. Lord Shangue has been killed by the title holder. Chapter 153 Entering Jiangmu Town. Ding, your death eye cooldown period ends. Muchini held his waist and sat up from the hard Kong, muttering in his heart, open the Eye of Death. Then he fell asleep again. Ghosts are rampant lately, and it costs 100 coins to enter the town. What? You didn't. Get lost, go back to where you came from. Muchini opened his eyes and saw an armored soldier in front of him reaching out to push the future body and Wang Zichen in dissatisfaction, causing them to stagger. Brother, how about we trade things with you? Wang Zichen took out a few white flower buns from his arms and smiled. My brother and I just came from another place. We have spent all our money on the road. Can you be more flexible? What kind of garbage is this? The soldier saw the white flower bun in Wang Zichen's hand and felt humiliated. He shouted angrily, get out of here. If you stay here any longer, I'll kill you. Seeing that the other party refused to give in, the future body could only pull Wang Zichen away first. Damn, I should have asked those villagers for some money. It's too disgusting that they don't let us in. Wang Zichen cursed. Now that things have come to this, we can only think of other ways. The future body was much calmer. He looked towards the city wall. Many people were coming in and out of the city gate, and there were a few big words engraved on the top of the city wall. Jiangmu Town. The city wall is already quite old, giving people a feeling of traveling back to ancient times. How about we go back to the village and ask for some money? Wang Zichen suggested. As a title holder, we can't even take out 100 coins. What do you think of us? Besides, it's already late now. It might be dark on our way back. The night in this world is extremely dangerous. The future body shook his head. Let's think of other ways first. Brother Mu, why don't you just show your title of savior and these gatekeepers will respectfully let you in? I am not worthy of my position. The future body's eyes twitched as he said, "It would be fine if I had the strength of a person with a special title, but now any random villager can easily defeat us too." "You want me to reveal my special title in front of so many people? Isn't that courting death? What should we do now?" Wang Zichen was at a loss and hung his head. "The gatekeeper just said that ghosts are rampant recently, so they asked us to pay 100 coins. The future body said, so if we stay outside all the time, we might be eaten by ghosts." Wang Zichen was frightened by him and his face turned pale. "What should we do now? We have to find a way to get into the city, otherwise this world is not safe at night. With our level, it's not enough to stop the ghosts." As the future body spoke, his eyes were fixed on the people coming in and out of the city gate. "It's also because they are too weak now, otherwise they could just rob one and it would only cost 200 coins to enter the city." No one knew how long they would stay outside Jiangmu town. However, as night fell, the number of people entering the city gradually decreased. The soldier who was guarding the gate also noticed the future body and Wang Zichen. Seeing that they had not left yet, he frowned, left the city gate and walked up to the two of them. "Why don't you go back? There are ghosts everywhere at night. Do you want to become their food?" "Sir, we were kidnapped by a caravan. My brother and I slipped out of the caravan when our host wasn't paying attention, so we have no money." The future body immediately made up a miserable background story. "Where was your home originally?" the soldier asked. "Our home is in Geta village. My brother and I don't know where it is." "Sir, can you take us back to Geta village?" A few tears dripped from the future body's eyes. "What is Geta village?" The soldier was puzzled for a moment, then muttered, "There is no place called Geta village near Jiangmu town." Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes that neither the future body nor Wang Zichen noticed. "Sir, you..." The future body wanted to say something else. "Forget it." The soldier waved his hand to interrupt the two people. "You will die if you stay outside. I have a job here. It pays 200 coins a day. If you are willing to come, I will take you into the town." "Yes, yes." The future body and Wang Zichen nodded quickly. "Okay, you just stand at the city gate, and I'll call you when the gate is closed." The soldier said seriously, "By the way, my name is Zhao Dezhu, you can call me Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, you are such a good person." The future body quickly flattered him. Zhao Dezhu nodded pretentiously, turned and walked to the city gate, and continued to check the people entering and leaving the city gate. However, at this time, most of the people were entering the city. After all, night had fallen and no one dared to run outside and commit suicide. After the future body and Wang Zichen waited for more than 10 minutes, it was finally time to close the city gate. Zhao Dezhu also took off his soldier's armor and walked forward to the two of them and said, "Come with me." Having said that, he took the two of them and walked towards Jiangmu town. Finally there was a chance to enter the city, and the future body and Wang Zichen couldn't wait any longer. Both of them have obtained the qualifications to become divine spellcasters. As long as they find the Guild of Gods that Ajay mentioned, they will have the opportunity to sense the gods and become divine spellcasters. Jiangmu town is like an ancient city wall, with buildings full of ancient style. Some old marbles are laid out to form streets, and on both sides of the streets are courtyards of various sizes. Different from the quietness of the night in the eerie village, in Jiangmu town, glowing lanterns are hung on both sides of the street, and people come and go, making it particularly lively. "Brother Zhao, aren't people here afraid of being eaten by ghosts when they go out at night?" "In our village, everyone stays in their rooms at night." The future body asked in surprise. Snort. Zhao Dezhu looked a little disdainful. "Your village only has a ghost ban talisman posted on the gate, but in our city, there is a ghost ban array set up by the master of magic spells himself. How can they be the same?" "Brother Zhao, what is the ghost forbidden formation?" asked the future body. According to national regulations, each village needs to be equipped with a ghost ban talisman, and each town needs to be equipped with a ghost ban formation. The ghost ban talisman can only block some epic and high-quality small ghosts, but the ghost ban formation can suppress most legendary ghosts. Do you think this ghost ban formation is powerful? Hint: the levels are divided into ordinary level, high quality level, epic level, legendary level, myth level, disaster level, universe level. After hearing what Zhao Dezhu said, the future body did not blindly praise him, but continued to wonder, "Brother Zhao, what are those shit level and grease level ghosts?" Hearing the question from the future body, the last trace of vigilance in Zhao Dezhu's eyes disappeared. He waved his hand. "You know what a title holder is, right? That's the classification of title holders. Never mind, you don't know anything. Anyway, you know that the Ghost Forbidden Array can block extremely powerful ghosts, while the Ghost Forbidden Talisman in your village can only block some weaker ghosts. Do you understand this explanation? The future body nodded immediately. I understand. Chapter 154 Sold. Wang Zichen, who was standing aside, shrank behind the future body and did not dare to speak. The place I'm taking you to now, you can have enough food to eat and get paid just by doing odd jobs every day. Zhao Dezhu walked down the street and stopped at a wonton shop. He called out to the owner, youngest, give me 3 bowls of wontons. Okay. The boss responded. Then, Zhao Dezhu looked at the future body and Wang Zichen with a smile. Don't worry, this bowl of wontons is for you. Brother Zhao, you are such a nice person. The future body said this, but he became alert in his heart. There is never a free lunch in this world. Isn't Zhao Dezhu being too nice to them? 3 bowls of wontons came up quickly, and the future body looked at the clear wonton soup with some hesitation. Zhao Dezhu, on the other hand, took a sip of the soup, looked at the 2 people who were sitting still, and said with a smile, Eat, I said I'll treat you. The future body could only take a deep breath. This is a busy city. Zhao Dezhu can't drug him in front of so many people on the street, right? Thinking of this, he picked up the spoon and started eating. When Wang Zichen saw him start eating, he started eating too. The 3 of them began to eat the wontons with slurping sounds. Sudden. Make way, make way. A carriage suddenly rushed into the not-too-wide town street. Countless pedestrians around saw the logo on the carriage and moved to the sides of the street in awe. Then, the carriage rushed past the wonton shop and was clearly seen by the 3 future bodies who were eating wontons in the shop. The future body looked at Zhao Dezhu and noticed the envious look in Zhao Dezhu's eyes. Brother Zhao, can horse-drawn carriages run rampant in towns? He asked with pretended curiosity. In fact, he also knew that horse-drawn carriages were absolutely not allowed to run rampant in towns. He had seen several horse-drawn carriages entering the city gate before, and noticed that all the people driving the carriages got off the carriages after entering the city. It was obvious that driving horse-drawn carriages was prohibited in Jiangmu town. And this carriage passing by must be owned by a prominent person. That's the town's famous ghost-killing master, Master Li Yuntian. Regardless of whether he's a ghost-killing master or a talisman master, he has the qualifications to drive a carriage in the town and open an academy to recruit disciples. Zhao Dezhu explained. Then, he said with envy, if you can become a master, you can have your own courtyard, and you can also get great benefits. Our master Li Yuntian not only has a large courtyard of more than 200 square meters, but also married 12 beautiful concubines. The academy he opened has more than 100 disciples. You have to know that every disciple has to pay 200 taels of silver to the academy every year. This money is enough to buy a small house on the edge of the city, not to mention more than 100 disciples. Hearing this, the future body raised his eyebrows, and then he wanted to ask how he could become an apprentice of these ghost exorcists or talisman masters. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt dizzy. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Dezhu in disbelief. There is poison in the wontons. This is the final thought of the future body. With 2 thumps, the future body and Wang Zichen fell to the ground at the same time and fainted. When the 2 men fainted, where was the kind look on Zhao Dezhu's face? He walked up to the 2 of them with a grim smile and patted the future body on the face. Boy, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Then he signaled to the owner of the wonton shop with his eyes. The wonton shop owner nodded, took out some thick hemp ropes from the kitchen, and worked with Zhao Dezhu to tie up the 2 men and threw them on a tricycle. At this time, the pedestrians outside the wonton shop also saw this scene, but everyone seemed to have become numb to it. After taking a look, they turned around and did their own things. As for Zhao Dezhu, he pushed the tricycle carrying the future body and Wang Zichen, and finally came to the backyard of a house called Chen Yuanla and found the housekeeper there. 2 young men, with intact hands and feet. You are also an old customer, so let's just set the price. The fat one is 100 taels, and the thin one is 80 taels. Make a deal. Just like that, the unconscious future body and Wang Zichen were completely unaware. Sold. The next morning. When Machinei, who was watching the battle, regained his vision and his future body woke up, he first slapped a mosquito that was landing on his face to death, and then suddenly looked at Wang Zichen who was sleeping on the haystack beside him. He looked around and found that they were in a dim room, and the 2 of them were sleeping on a small pile of grass. Wang Zichen was sleeping very soundly with his drool running down his neck. He touched his body and fortunately, the Qiankuan bag in his pocket was still there. Fatty Wang, Fatty Wang. He shook Wang Zichen's arm. Ah. Wang Zichen slowly woke up, shook his head, and then looked at the future body in confusion. Brother Mu, why are you here? Future body. After thinking for a moment, he explained, we were fooled yesterday and should be locked up now. Locked up? Wang Zichen sat up, looked around, and touched his stomach. Let's eat something first. The future body took out some compressed biscuits and mineral water from the Chinkuan bag. Just as the two were chewing on biscuits, the future body's ears suddenly pricked up, and he heard footsteps outside. He quickly put all the biscuits and mineral water in the hands of the two into the Chinkuan bag, and then signaled to Wang Zichen with his eyes. Wang Zichen nodded in understanding and his eyes narrowed. Bang! The door of the room was suddenly kicked open, and a man with the title of low-level ghost trainer was seen looking at the two of them. Are you awake? Someone sold you here. From today on, you are members of Chunyuan Tower. My name is Yu Ren, and you can call me Butler Yu. Chunyuanla? Wang Zichen exclaimed, a brothel. Hearing these two words, a hint of anger flashed across Butler Yu's face. We are a formal place for sex, not comparable to those vulgar brothels. Why don't you hurry up? Mu Chini, who was watching the battle, was looking at the title of low-level ghost breeder on Butler Yu's head. Although ghost breeder is one of the 4 major professions, it is a profession hated by humans. But the housekeeper of this brothel is such a disgusting profession? Butler Yu, the two of us came to Jiangmu Town to join the Divine Society. If you are willing to help us lead the Divine Society, we will be very grateful. The future body stood up and clasped his fists. Yo yo yo. Butler Yu made an exaggerated expression on his face. You still joined the Divine Spirit Society. Why don't you say that you are divine spellcasters? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? How dare you say that? After he finished speaking, his expression turned cold. Don't mention whether you are from the God's Society or not. Even if you are the city lord's biological son, you are now our ghost slaves. If you don't come with us, you will go hungry today. After saying that, he turned and left. The future body looked at Wang Zichen and could only follow him. Now the development of things has somewhat exceeded their expectations, and they can only take one step at a time. Chapter 155 Ghost Slave. They noticed that Butler Yu did not leave immediately, but went to several other thatched houses and woke up many teenagers who were about their age. Unlike the thatched huts of the other two, these huts were equipped with wooden beds, and these teenagers seemed to have overdrawn their kidneys. Their faces showed a listless look, dark circles under their eyes, and yellowed skin, all of which revealed that they had done something that affected their spirit. Seeing the state of these people, Wang Zichen couldn't help but whisper in the ear of the future body. Brother Mu, do you think these guys did something bad last night? The future body shook his head. He was a little worried. Finally, Butler Yu led a dozen young men who looked like the future body and others and walked towards Chunyuan Tower. As they walked, Butler Yu said, whatever you see in a moment, keep it in your heart. Do you hear me? I heard it. The boys shouted. As soon as everyone entered through the back door of Chunyuan building, they felt a warm breeze blowing on their faces, and then they saw pieces of fluttering gauze. A faint fragrance flowed into the mouths and noses of the young men, and the melodious sound of the zither accompanied by the music of stringed instruments was beautiful and moving, making people feel relaxed and happy when listening to it. The building is filled with various exquisite furniture and furnishings, including carved wooden beds, embroidered screens, and jade ornaments of unknown value. Beneath the hazy veil, the young men saw many graceful figures. The originally listless teenagers' originally dull eyes instantly brightened up after seeing those figures. Even Wang Zichen's eyes lit up, and he stared eagerly at the figures under the screen. I want that little fat boy today. At this time, a slender figure stood up from under one of the screens and pointed her slender finger at Wang Zichen's position. After pointing, the slender figure turned and walked towards the room behind her. You, go to that room. Butler Yu ordered Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen looked surprised. Hurry up and go. Butler Yu urged impatiently. Here I come, my little wife. Wang Zichen ran towards the room with excitement on his face. But halfway through the run, he turned around and waved to the future body. Brother Mu, see you later. From the perspective of the future body, Wang Zichen winked at him very calmly. The future body will understand it in seconds. Wang Zichen was not tempted by beauty. As a player who has experienced the Doomsday Dungeon for more than half a year, how could Wang Zichen not see that the situation here was very wrong? He just pretended to be a pig brother on purpose to make everyone lower their guard. In the following time, the woman inside picked some young men to enter one after another. And the teenagers followed in excitedly. Of course, the future body cannot escape either. He was also chosen by a woman, and then under the threatening gaze of Butler Yu, he gritted his teeth and walked into the boudoir that the woman had entered. As the woman entered the room, the first thing he saw was a woman wearing only a few rags lying on the bed. The woman's face was full of charm. She looked at the future body with her fox eyes and hooked her finger at him. "New little guy, why don't you come and love your sister?" A fox spirit relies on absorbing men's yang energy as a cultivation resource. Once a man's yang energy is sucked away, he will become a puppet of the fox spirit from then on. These words flashed through the minds of the future body and Muchinii, who was watching the game at the same time. They had also seen the introduction of this vixen in the collection of short stories in the Impure World Prophecy. Once he does something with this vixen, he will completely become her puppet. Thinking of this, he touched the dagger of the end on his neck. "Little brother, come and play." The vixen's body was twisting restlessly, and her seductive eyes seemed to be about to be drawn. But the future body didn't look at her, but looked at the street outside the window. The Chunyuan Tower, where they were located, could be said to be the most prosperous location in Jiangmu town, and wherever he looked, there was a bustling crowd of people. After finalizing the plan, he silently said, "I'm sorry," Fatty Wang in his heart, and suddenly took out the dagger of the end. "Go!" The dagger of the end whizzed out instantly. Puff! Under the vixen's incredulous gaze, the dagger of the end sank into her chest. Then, the dagger of the end disappeared, and her body fell limply on the bed, and finally turned into a white three-tailed fox spirit. "It's really a vixen." The future body stepped forward and put the fox spirit's body into the Qiankuan bag, then quickly walked to the window, relying on his top fighting skills, and then jumped. With the help of some stepping stones and a few beautiful rolls, he successfully jumped onto the marble street. When the humans around saw this scene, they all stepped aside and looked at the future body in surprise. The future body looked around at the crowd, quickly found a small street, and slipped in. Not long after he escaped, Butler Yu, who did not have the title of low-level ghost trainer on his head, ran out of Chunyuan building and shouted, "Go catch that thief! He stole our valuables!" After he shouted this, a team of guards came out of Chunyuan building and chased in the direction of the future body. These guards rushed forward recklessly, knocking over many civilians who were blocking the road. Seeing that the people in Chunyuan Tower were so rude, the people on the street dared not speak out and could only retreat. A few hours later, in front of the gate of a church in Jiangmu town. "Is this the Divine Spirit Guild?" The ragged future form looked up at the plaque in front of him and swallowed. In the past few hours, in order to avoid being hunted by Chunyuanla, he used various methods, such as disguise and changing clothes. After asking for directions several times, he finally found the spiritual meeting place. Looking at the Divine Society that looked like a church building, he took a deep breath and walked inside. However, a guard immediately noticed his presence and stood in front of him, stopping him. "What do you do?" The future body explained, "I am here to become a divine spellcaster." Hearing the future entity say this, the guard's face was instantly filled with disdain. "Get lost. How come a beggar wants to be a magician now?" "Brother, what are the requirements to become a divine spellcaster now? How much money do I have to pay to get in?" asked the future body. Ajay had told him before that after finding the Divine Society, he only needed to pay some money to have the opportunity to become a divine spellcaster. "Anyway, it's not something a beggar like you can deserve. Get out of here." Seeing that Muchinii refused to leave, the guard rolled up his sleeves and prepared to take action. Therefore, the future body can only retreat temporarily. He can't defeat anyone in this world, and now the only option is to run away. After escaping, the future body began to think about how to enter the Divine Society. Muchinii, who was watching the battle, noticed this and secretly made up his mind that after watching the death replay, he would find Ajay to ask how much money it would cost to enter the God's Society. Otherwise, if you only know that you need money to get in, you will be completely in the dark like you are now. Chapter 156, Spiritual Meeting. Another few hours passed. In the dim alley of the street, the future body huddled in the shadows, chewing on compressed biscuits, his eyes fixed on a huge church not far away. There won't be many people in the Gods Club at night, this is his chance to go in. So, as night fell, he put the food into his Qiankuan bag and slowly walked towards the side of the Gods Association. The Church of the Society of God is surrounded by a wall, and there are only 2 doors in the front and back to enter. However, the defense of the Society of Gods is very strict. Even at night, the front and back gates of the Society of Gods are still heavily guarded. So he found a wall and climbed over it under the cover of night. There were no soldiers patrolling at night, and perhaps the people in the Society of God did not expect that someone would dare to risk his life to break into the church. The future body concealed itself in the air and lurked behind the building. Relying on his keen sense of smell from top-notch fighting skills, he slowly groped towards the church like a cheetah ready to pounce. After more than 20 minutes of cautious groping, the future body finally approached the location of the church, and he directly jumped over the wall, flipped over and jumped into a wide-open window. There was a closed room behind the window, and as soon as the future body climbed in, he saw a boy writing a letter at the table. The future body that just flipped in happened to make eye contact with the boy. 5 seconds later. "Help! There's an assassin!" The boy yelled and ran out. But his speed was so fast that even though the future body used its fastest speed to stop him, the boy still escaped easily. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me! Help!" The boy's voice had not changed due to his age, so his voice was very sharp. After shouting several times, the whole church could hear the boy's cries for help. The future body chasing the boy behind him was already sweating profusely. He glanced at a huge statue in the middle of the church and decided to go all out. He stopped chasing the boy and ran straight towards the huge statue. When he came in front of the statue, he saw that the prototype of the statue was an angel with 6 wings. The angel was holding a weapon he didn't recognize in her hand, and had a halo-like thing on her head. Her delicate cheeks could not conceal her beauty even if they were made of jade. "Seraph?" Just as the future body was about to do something, a group of soldiers with weapons in their hands rushed out from all directions. "Kill the guy who desecrated the statue of the Seraph goddess!" They roared and ran to the future body in a few seconds. Countless sharp weapons instantly penetrated into the future body's body. However, the future body's eyes were fixed on the crystal statue in front of him, with his hands hanging limply on it. The Seraph goddess statue? He stared blankly into the eyes of the Seraphim statue, and suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing a contract with the deity, Seraphim goddess, and obtaining the lower-level godhood, Seraphim goddess. Muchini, who was watching the battle, also heard this voice. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from the future body. But at this time, his life has begun to slip away. This guy actually awakened the fate of the Seraph goddess? The soldiers around were watching this scene with horror on their faces, their weapons fell to the ground with a click, and they watched this scene with trembling bodies. Kill the master of divine spells, and we will all go to hell. The soldiers' voices trembled. Who would have thought that this man would run to the statue of the Seraphim goddess without fear of death and sign a contract with the Seraphim goddess without fear of death? And all of them who killed the master of divine spells must die. He. The future body's mouth began to bleed, and blood foam flowed out of his mouth. Until. Future body, dead. Statue of the Seraph goddess. Muchini woke up from the death replay. He rubbed his neck, and the words that the soldiers had just exchanged emerged in his mind, as well as the voice that sounded in his mind after the future body came into contact with the goddess statue. Is the Seraphim goddess a lower-level deity? Wouldn't that be perfect for Wang Zichen? Although it is also suitable for him, he can have better choices, because when he passes the level, the system rewards him with unlimited gods. Thinking of this, he made some plans in his mind. Looking at the sleeping Wang Zichen, he raised his hand again and gave him his favorite slap in the face. Who? Wang Zichen suddenly rolled up and took a defensive stance. Get ready, it's time to go. Muchini smiled innocently. Okay. Wang Zichen used his hands to adjust his hairstyle. Muchini took out a notebook and a pen from his Qianquan bag, and when he pulled out the notebook, a brand new white paper suddenly unfolded in front of the two of them. Then he began to draw on the white paper. Thanks to the thinking ability of the Magic Cube Master, during the replay of his death, he had basically memorized part of the approximate shape of Jiangmu Town through the scene of the future body escaping. He has a good sense of direction, and he can draw based on his memory any place that the future body has been to. So under Wang Zichen's shocked gaze, Muchini finished drawing the incomplete Jiangmu Town. After the future body escaped from Chunyuan building, it passed through many places in the city. Brother Mu, what is this? Wang Zichen on the side was stunned. This is the map of Jiangmu Town. Muchini pointed to a large building in the center and said, this is the Divine Spirit Association. Inside is a place called the Seraph Goddess statue. Touch the Seraph Goddess statue and look into her eyes. Then you can establish a connection with the Seraph Goddess statue and awaken to become a divine spellcaster. Me? Wang Zichen pointed at himself in surprise. Well, the Seraph Goddess is a low-level deity, which just fits in with the system reward you received. Mucini nodded, and then continued to point on the map. This is the East Gate. Everyone who enters the city must pay 100 coins, and then there is a tea house here that is open until 2 in the morning. This tea house charges 50 cents per person for unlimited tea. As long as you pay 50 cents, you can stay here until 2 in the morning. And between 2 and 4 in the evening, the defense of the Divine Society is at its weakest. It takes exactly half an hour to get from the tea house to the Divine Society. We will leave the tea house at 2 o'clock and sneak all the way to the Divine Society. As long as we can awaken the Divine Spellcaster of the Seraph Goddess statue, you will become a guest of honor of the Divine Society. Mucini's finger followed the tea house all the way to the location of the Divine Spiritual Association, his eyes serious. Without further delay, we will take action tonight. Chapter 157 Execution Plan. Mucini actually considered whether he should stay for another day and use the Eye of Death again to test the degree of danger. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Time waits for no one, he can't delay any longer. First of all, the Eye of Death sees the scene of his next death, while the future body in the death replay is the real event that he experienced later. That is, if he chooses to open the Eye of Death tomorrow morning for greater safety. So in terms of the timeline, today is the second day he has entered this copy, and according to the system prompt, he can still stay in this world for 29 days. If he opens the Eye of Death tomorrow morning, then in the death replay, the future body will experience the same thing as his original body, such as staying in the village on the second day of the copy. Then the future body will start to act on the third day. If he stayed for another day, 2 days, or 3 days for safety. Then in the replay of his death, the action started by the future body will be delayed until the 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day. You know, the system only gives him 29 days. And these 29 days are the time for novice rewards. This time is extremely precious. If he chose the safe approach because he was afraid of death, the remaining existence time of his copy would be shortened day by day. Therefore, he did not plan to stay in the strange village for the sake of safety. One-time death Eye as a death replay was enough for him to perfect his plan. He must try his best to gain more strength in this newbie reward copy. Besides, he still has a God-given resurrection coin, so he can make some slightly risky attempts to improve his strength. After finalizing the plan, he patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder and said, "Go ask the villagers for 500 coins. Don't ask for too much. 500 coins is just right." Okay. Wang Zichen turned and left the room. 10 minutes later, he came back with 500 coins. They gave a lot, but I only asked for 500 coins. Wang Zichen put the coins into a small package and handed it to Mucini. Well, let's go find Ajay and Erowin and the others. Mucini put the wallet in his arms and gestured. On the way from the strange village to Jiangmu town, there is a creature called the giant-mouthed burrowing beast. If you want to deal with this burrowing beast, you need Erowin's protection. The two walked for a while and soon arrived at the underground cave where Ajay and Erowin lived. After explaining the situation, the 3 people and 1 ghost set off on their journey. However, because Erowin was afraid of the sun, she went straight into Ajay's body and came out when the battle came. A brief moment in the sun would not have much effect on her. Thus, there were only 3 of them left walking forward in the wilderness. On the way, Ajay told Mucini that he planned to live in the underground cave with Erowin forever, and if Mucini needed his help in the future, he could come to the underground cave to find him at any time. After hearing what Ajay said, Mucini thought for a moment and asked faintly, "What if I ask you to borrow money to help us enter a spiritual meeting?" Ajay's expression froze. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "You have hit upon my difficulty. Since I returned to the village, I have been penniless. Then what do you eat?" Wang Zichen on the side couldn't help but ask. To cultivate ghost power, you don't need to eat. You just need to consume the ghost power into the energy required by the human body. This is why our lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people. Ajay explained. So that's how it is. Does the spellcaster need to eat food to obtain the divine power he needs? Wang Zichen continued to ask. Yes, but it requires sufficient divine power to maintain. To reach the level of not needing to eat, one must at least reach the level of a mid-level divine spellcaster. The 3 of them walked while chatting. When they were halfway there, Mucini suddenly raised his hand and stopped the 2 of them. Right here, almost there. He and Wang Zichen died here before. Before the future body could react, it was swallowed whole by the giant-mouthed burrowing beast. Erewhon! Ajay summoned Erewhon decisively and made a seal with his hands. Ghost, show yourself! He made a hand seal and quickly released a faint halo forward. The halo extended out, and finally suddenly bloomed on a large area of ground in front of it, turning into little bits of glowing starlight and blending into the soil. Then, a magical scene happened. When these starlights fell into the soil, a huge outline emitting blue light suddenly appeared in the originally dry and black soil. The existence of the huge blue outline was none other than the giant-mouthed burrowing beast. The starlight actually illuminated the giant-mouthed burrowing beast directly from within the soil. Erewhon! Good! At this time, Erewhon, who had just appeared in the sunlight, took action directly. A long whip appeared in her hand, and she swung it hard on the soil in the glowing position. Bang! The long whip fell on the soil. Ouch! The ghostly giant-mouthed burrowing beast under the soil screamed, and its glowing body covered by starlight suddenly began to twist violently. Mu Qianni and his companions felt that the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, just like an earthquake. Mu Qianni and Wang Zichen were weak, and they supported each other to avoid falling. Bang! Another whip. Erewhon floated in the air, her delicate face filled with coldness. She kept swinging the whip, hitting the soil on the ground again and again. The giant-mouthed burrowing beast kept screaming. All I saw was that the ghost under the soil, whose position was exposed by the starlight, fled into the distance even though he knew he was no match for his opponent. But Erewhon obviously didn't intend to let the other party go. He rolled the whip and rushed out. Pa 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 pa. The lightning-fast 5-lash whip fell one after another, whipping the giant burrowing beast under the soil so hard that it couldn't stop. The giant-mouthed burrowing beast was roaring a-whoa, but Erewhon did not hold back at all. Soon, Erewhon and the giant-mouthed burrowing beast disappeared in front of the three people. This. Wang Zichen stared at the scene in amazement, then looked at Ajay with complicated eyes and a hint of pity. Brother, thank you for your hard work. He patted Ajay's shoulder earnestly. Ajay. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and looking at Wang Zichen's pitying eyes, he explained. Don't think too much. I know. Wang Zichen sighed and patted his shoulder. Men are all proud. I know. You don't need to explain. Ajay? No, you know what? Chapter 158 The Kindness of the Son of Fortune. I estimated it was 7 or 8 minutes later. Erewhon dragged a seriously injured big-mouthed burrowing beast to the front of the few people. Bang! Erewhon threw the giant-mouthed burrowing beast directly in front of Ajay and said, Ajay, I just saw that this giant-mouthed burrowing beast has quite good talent. You still need 2 ghost points. This guy is qualified to be one of your ghosts. Oh? Ajay's eyes lit up and he walked up to the megalodon-sized giant burrowing beast. The giant-mouthed burrowing beast looks a bit like a dog, with complete limbs and sharp claws. The most eye-catching thing is of course its mouth that can swallow an elephant. When it saw Ajay coming, it instinctively refused, but after noticing Erewhon who was eyeing it covetously, it nodded quickly. It dared to believe that if it did not accept it, the crazy woman would definitely whip it to death. Good, I'm going to get into trouble today. Good. Ajay had a look of excitement on his face, and in front of several people, he drew a circular slave formation under his feet. This is a contract to make the giant-mouthed burrowing beast a ghost slave. Ghost trainers usually have 2 methods of contracting ghosts, one is a slave contract, and the other is an equal contract. A slave contract means that the ghost is eventually contracted to become a slave of the ghost master. This contract can only be cancelled by the ghost master, and the ghost cannot unilaterally cancel it. Once the ghost master dies, the ghost in the slave contract will also disappear. The equal contract means that the status of the ghost keeper and the ghost is equal, and both are eligible to cancel the contract at any time. Moreover, after the ghost keeper dies, the ghost will regain its freedom and will not be buried with the ghost keeper. This is the contract that Ajay signed with Erewhon. This is also why in the several death replays that Mu Qianni had seen before, after the future body killed Ajay with the dagger of the end, Erewhon did not die immediately, but chose to commit suicide with Ajay. Generally, if a ghost trainer does not have a strong backing, the first contract he makes with ghosts is basically an equal contract, because they are too weak and are not qualified to have ghosts sign a slave contract with them. Only those ghost trainers with strong backing can use threats to force ghosts to sign slave contracts. Another point is that ghost trainers are not allowed to sign contracts with ghosts that are higher in level than themselves. When Ajay signed the contract with Erawan, Erawan was just a weak ghost, not even a low-level ghost trainer. However, after several years of training and feeding on raw blood-eating rats, Erawan's strength gradually caught up with Ajay and he possessed the strength of a mid-level ghost. After Machinii dealt with the old woman with the lantern, because the old woman with the lantern had secretly signed an implicit contract with Erawan before, all the energy of the old woman with the lantern and those raw blood-eating rats was returned to Erawan. It also caused Erawan's strength to advance by leaps and bounds, and he leapt to a level that was only one step away from the Grandmaster level. Since Erawan signed the contract with Ajay when he was weak, no matter how strong Erawan becomes, the contract with Ajay will not disappear unless Erawan takes the initiative to terminate the contract with Ajay. Therefore, Ajay is now considered a supermodel among the ghost trainers of the same level. The contract went very smoothly. The giant-mouthed burrowing beast had no intention of stopping it and successfully signed a slave contract with Ajay. After contracting the burrowing beast, Ajay raised his hand and took the giant-mouthed burrowing beast back to the place where the ghost breeders specially raised ghosts. "Brother Mu, it's safe now, let's continue our journey." Ajay was in a much better mood after taming a ghost. He said to Machinii with joy on his face. "Congratulations, your strength has grown another step." Machinii was also happy for this guy. "Brother Mu, if it weren't for you, Erawan wouldn't have survived. If you need my help, just call me anytime." Ajay looked at Machinii seriously and said. Machinii waved his hand nonchalantly. He still had 29 days left to leave, and this promise had little effect on him. Just when he didn't care. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the goodwill of the Son of Fortune. The kindness of the Child of Luck, the kindness of the top Child of Luck in a plane, you can gain a part of the luck bonus. Fuck. Machinii's eyes widened. Where did he seem to have seen something similar to this before? Previously, the positive buff similar to this thing was called the Blessing of the Puppet Queen. No, it has now been renamed the Blessing of the Puppet King. I didn't expect that I would receive the kindness of the Son of Destiny again. The Son of Luck, you're not talking about Ajay, right? He looked at Ajay's still childish face and pursed his lips. Good man, you are the most hidden one. Because of the sunlight, Ajay took Erawan and the giant-mouthed burrowing beast into his body, and the three of them continued to walk towards Jangmu town. In order to prevent any danger along the way, Ajay planned to send Machinii and the others to the city gate before stopping. After a long journey of several hours, Machinii finally passed through the crowd and once again saw the ancient city wall and the gate of Jangmu town. And Zhao Dezhu, who had sold him and Wang Zichen before, was standing at the city gate, collecting money from people entering the city. Seeing his enemy, Machinii gritted his teeth and decided that after he and Wang Zichen became divine spellcasters, they would definitely give this bastard a good lesson. Brother Mu, there is a protective formation in this city that can detect the Erawan and the giant-mouthed burrowing beast in my body, so I won't go in with you. After Ajay finished speaking, he waved at the two of them and said, I'll go back first. I wish you can become a magic spell master soon. Bye-bye. The two waved at him. This separation may be a farewell forever. After Ajay left, Wang Zichen looked at Machinii. Old Mu, what should we do now? Lao Mu was a change in how he addressed Machinii, because calling him Brother Mu sounded a bit strange, so he preferred to call Machinii like he called Lao Zhao. Let's go into the city. Machinii took out 200 coins from his wallet and joined the queue to enter the city with Wang Zichen. There were not many people entering the city, so it was soon their turn. Machinii handed 200 coins to Zhao Dezhu, who was guarding the city gate. Seeing the two unfamiliar faces, Zhao Dezhu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he reached out and grabbed them. Where are you two from? Machinii's eyes turned cold. This guy really had set his sights on them. The last time, he made up a place name called Geta Village with the other party, letting this guy know that the two of them had no background and no identity. He directly teamed up with the wonton shop owner, drugged them, and sold them to Chen Yuanla. Sir, we are here to visit relatives. Our elder sister Chen Rongrong married Li Shueli, the steward of Tamu restaurant, 2 years ago. What do you think? Machinii explained with a smile, and the two characters he mentioned actually existed in Jangmu town. Chapter 159 Tea House. After hearing Machinii's explanation, a hint of pity flashed across Zhao Dezhu's eyes. Then he laughed and said, So you are shopkeeper Li's brothers-in-law. Come in quickly. I won't accept the 100 coins. Please say hello to shopkeeper Li for me. Hearing this, Machinii raised his head slightly. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. So he smiled and said, Thank you very much, brother. Come to the restaurant another day and we two brothers will treat you to a drink. Of course. Zhao Dizhu responded with a smile. Thus, Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen entered the city smoothly without spending a penny. Let's go straight to the tea house. Mu Qianyi dragged Wang Zichen along and rushed to the tea house location that he had planned in his memory. The time now is probably around 5 in the afternoon, and there are still a few hours until 2 in the evening. Wang Zichen had no objection either. After all, following Mu Qianyi was the right thing to do. When the two arrived at the tea house, it was the busiest time of the day. Butler, 2 cups of tea. Mu Qianyi walked to the bar and slapped 100 coins on the table. Okay, my dear guests. Please take your time. Tea will be served soon. The butler took the 100 coins, then took out 2 unripened teacups from below and placed them in front of the 2 men. This is the feature of the tea house. For 50 cents, you can buy a teacup with some tea leaves in it. You can add unlimited water to it, but you cannot add tea leaves. However, in addition to selling tea, tea houses also sell snacks such as fennel beans. Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen didn't have much money on them, and in order to prepare for any unexpected events at night, they would need money, so they didn't buy anything else. After taking the teacups to the table and finding a seat to sit down, the waiter quickly came over and poured boiling water for the 2 of them. Please wait a moment, my 2 guests. The tea will be ready in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. The 2 of them held their teacups and listened to the discussion of the people around them. Have you heard that Master Tao of the Spiritual Society has married 2 more concubines? All they heard was a thin man whispering to a few people, Master Tao is over 500 years old, but I didn't expect that he is still so strong and healthy when it comes to doing that. Hey, although his age sounds old, 500 years old is only considered middle-aged for a master. Hearing this, everyone showed obscene smiles. But the servants who followed Master Tao were really lucky. I heard that when the concubines of ordinary people grew old and their looks faded, Master Tao gave them to the servants. The man continued to whisper, and the people around him pricked up their ears when they heard this topic. Although Mu Qianyi was not interested in this matter, he still listened and learned about this world. As soon as he entered the copy, he discovered that this world was completely different from Blue Star, and the average strength of the people here was far higher than that of Blue Star. And this may be where the game Doomsday is upgraded. After the upgrade, the Doomsday dungeon area is no longer limited to the small area of Blue Star, but has expanded to countless planes and planets. He didn't even know that if he became a magician in this world, would he still be able to cultivate the so-called divine power of the magician after he returned? All the players in the Chinese region have been teleported to this world, and there must be other people who can crack the source of the Doomsday. If they can also leave the novice village, which is similar to the weird village, will anyone come to Jiangmu Town to see them? However, not all players can pass the level perfectly. If they cannot, they can only choose to practice the 3 professions of Ghost Breeder, Spellcaster, and Ghost Exorcist. The common point of the 3 professions is the cultivation of ghost power. What will happen when players of so many professions return to Blue Star? As for Mu Qianyi now, his biggest advantage over those players is that he cracked the source of the Doomsday of the novice village in less than a day. In fact, because he had the convenience of the Dagger of the End, he passed the level without even looking for the so-called key item. There must be a key item in the copy. It will probably take several days for that group of players to find the key item and then find the source of Doomsday similar to the old woman with a lantern and kill her. It may take more than 10 to 20 days, or even almost a month, and at least 3 or 4 days. Then, by the time those players enter the city and find ways to become divine spellcasters or the other 3 major professions, it will be a few days later. So he must make good use of the few extra days he has compared to other players. While drinking tea, he learned about the world. He had learned a lot about this world from Ajay before. First of all, this world is more inclined towards ancient technology. There are no guns or high technology here, only 4 major professions. In addition to the 4 major professions, the people here are accompanied by various ghosts. Mortals struggle to survive under the ghosts and monsters, while the powerful ones use these ghosts and monsters to consolidate their own status. Therefore, this world is also a very standard feudal society, with dynasties ruling the people in various official positions. Most of the title holders are people from the dynasty and enjoy extremely high welfare and treatment. The people became the objects of exploitation. This is a very cruel world, and also a world where there is no so-called justice. The strong have long lives and enjoy everything, while the weak can only survive in the cracks. And he saw in the previous death replay that there were fox spirits and ghost trainers in the Chunyuan building in Jiangmu Town, which showed that Jiangmu Town was not peaceful either. His face was calm as he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. The first cup is strong tea, but as more and more boiling water is added, the tea will become weaker and weaker. He was drinking tea and could hear the voices of people around him. Time passed little by little and night gradually fell. There were fewer and fewer people in the tea house, and many people left after drinking a few cups of tea. There were only 2 or 3 people in the tea house at night, but today Wang Zichen and Muchinii were sitting in their seats, and the water in the teacups in their hands was much clearer. The teacups in their hands had been soaked more than a dozen times, and the 2 of them had gone to the toilet many times. The waiter lifted the door curtain and saw Wang Zichen and Muchinii still sitting there. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he still stepped forward to add hot water for the 2 of them. "My dear guests, our tea house will close at 2 p.m. in the evening and will open at 2 p.m. tomorrow." He did not mean to drive them away, but politely told them that they could not stay overnight in the tea house. "Okay, I got it." Muchinii nodded to him politely. Seeing that the 2 had no intention of leaving, the waiter had no choice but to pick up the kettle, lift the door curtain and go back to the backyard to continue boiling water. As long as there are people in the tea house, the water has to be kept boiling. Chapter 160 Fatty Wang awakens the godhood of Seraphim Goddess. Tick-tock, tick-tock. "My dear guests, our tea house is closed." The waiter told Muchinii and Wang Zichen the news. Muchinii glanced at the time and immediately pulled Wang Zichen up. "Let's go. It's time to start planning." In the previous death replay, the future body entered the Church of the Gods at about this time, and because he was climbing through the window, he did not notice that there was a boy in the room who was staying up late writing something. This time, he won't make the same mistake again. The 2 men put on their night clothes and moved quickly through the streets of Jiangmu town. Under the moonlight, the 2 shadows, one fat and one thin, were stretched very long. Just as Muchinii planned. Half an hour later, the 2 successfully arrived in front of a church. "Can you climb in here without changing your form?" Muchinii pointed at the wall and asked Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen raised his head and looked at the extremely high wall, and the flesh on his face trembled. Well, he was not sure he could get in from here. But if he goes in as the iron-eating beast king, there will be a huge commotion. "Fuck you." Muchinii cursed angrily and could only climb in first. There was no one else inside the wall, so he could only climb over again and carry Wang Zichen on his back. Wang Zichen was very heavy, but fortunately he had the strength bonus from top-notch fighting skills, so he could barely carry him on his back. "Don't move." Muchinii whispered a warning and then took great effort to carry Wang Zichen inside. Bang! A slight sound. They both fell onto the grass inside. Being pressed down by Wang Zichen, Muchinii felt like his bones were about to fall apart. He almost felt that his God-given resurrection coin was going to be wiped out by Wang Zichen sitting on it. "Old Mu, I'm sorry." Wang Zichen helped him up. "Walk." Muchinii gritted his teeth, supported his waist and limped towards the church. Wang Zichen followed immediately. Then, the 2 came to the window that was opened before. Muchinii made a hushed gesture to Wang Zichen and secretly glanced inside the window. Sure enough, he saw a young man writing something in front of a table by candlelight. It was the young man who caused the future body to be exposed last time. After seeing the other party, Muchinii squatted down again. He touched the dagger of the end in his arms. But after thinking about it, he put the dagger of the end back. This was not in line with his original intention. His original intention was to find a way to sneak in and let Wang Zichen inherit the deity of the Seraphim Goddess, but if he killed someone, the nature of the matter would change. He made the shape of wait with his mouth to Wang Zichen, then shrank under the window without saying a word. This young man has no fighting ability. If they enter from other places, they might not only get lost, but they might also encounter other title holders. So in Muchinii's eyes, this young man is their breakthrough. The 2 of them were like patient cheetahs, waiting under the window. After waiting for about an hour, the 2 noticed that the boy in the room suddenly extinguished the candle and lay down on the bed. He finally fell asleep. However, Muchinii and Wang Zichen were still waiting patiently and did not rush in. After waiting for another half an hour, Muchinii poked his head out and saw the young man sleeping soundly on the bed. He winked at Wang Zichen. Then, he tiptoed, climbed over the window, and walked into the boys' room, and Wang Zichen followed him quietly. The 2 entered the room smoothly. Muchinii used his extremely terrifying power to open the door, and then left the room with Wang Zichen. After leaving the room, they also saw the statue of the Seraphim Goddess standing in the center of the hall. "Keep your voice down and go." Two furtive figures were stumbling along the road. The distance that would have taken just a dozen seconds to walk took the two of them 2 full minutes in order not to make any noise. After walking in front of the seraphim statue, Mu Qianyi thought about the actions of the future body in his mind, and then said to Wang Zichen, "You touch this statue and then look into the eyes of this seraph goddess." Wang Zichen did as he was told immediately. A few seconds later, a bright halo suddenly appeared on Wang Zichen's body, and a special energy burst out from his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing a contract with the deity, Seraphim Goddess, and obtaining a lower-level godhood, Seraphim Goddess. The system's voice rang in Wang Zichen's mind. Immediately, Wang Zichen felt that his physical fitness began to improve. Once a divine sorcerer signs a contract with a deity, he or she can instantly become a low-level divine sorcerer or a lower-level epic combatant. Wang Zichen looked at the changes in himself with surprise, and said to Mu Qianyi incoherently, "Lao Mu, this. My God will be counting on you later." Mu Qianyi patted his shoulder. At this time, the surrounding soldiers also noticed the movement in the church and gathered around, surrounding the two of them. However, after seeing Wang Zichen glowing all over, everyone was shocked. Some soldiers knelt on the ground and murmured, "It's the master of divine spells, it's the master of divine spells." In everyone's mind, there is no difference between the magician and the almighty gods. As the first person knelt down, the rest of the soldiers quickly put down their weapons and knelt on the ground to worship Wang Zichen, who inherited the power of the gods. "Old Shepherd, I think I have a title too." Wang Zichen suddenly shouted in surprise, and then directly put on his title. Low-level divine spellcaster. When Mu Qianyi saw the title above Wang Zichen's head, his eyes lit up. It seems his guess was correct. At this time, a man in a long robe pushed aside the group of soldiers, walked in, and came in front of Wang Zichen and Mu Qianyi. He saw the light on Wang Zichen's body, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. But then, his face darkened again. "How did you two get in?" "Senior, my brother dreams of becoming a magic spellmaster, but to become a magic spellmaster, too much money is needed. We can't afford it, so we can only resort to this last resort." Mu Qianyi explained quickly. "There are very few magic spellcasters in this era. This guy can't possibly cripple Wang Zichen as a punishment, right?" After hearing his words, the man's expression became much better. He whispered, "You must pay the money you owe. You must pay it later." Then, he looked at Wang Zichen, his expression softened a lot. "My name is Zhan Hongxi, you can call me Mr. Zhan, what's your name?" "Senior Zhan, my name is Wang Zichen." Wang Zichen spoke politely. What a nice name, Mr. Zhan laughed, his face looking like a chrysanthemum. Chapter 161 Death Replay, heading to the Imperial Capital. Okay, do you have a place to live now?" Mr. Zhan continued to ask in a friendly manner. "No, my brother and I wandered here." Wang Zichen shook his head. "If you don't mind, I'll find you a place to stay. You can stay here for the next day. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring you two to register your information. Is that okay?" Mr. Zhan continued to smile, his face full of sincerity. "Then we will respectfully obey your orders." Mu Qianyi directly grabbed Wang Zichen's sleeve and made a decision for both of them. Old Zhan glanced at Mu Qianyi with some dissatisfaction. This kid was really annoying. But when he looked at Wang Zichen, his face regained its cheerful look. "Come with me." After saying this, he turned to look at the soldiers around him. "You should be put to death for improperly defending the church, but considering that our guild is fortunate enough to have the top talent Wang Zichen, your merits and demerits will be offset. Why don't you get out of here?" "Thank you, Mr. Zhan, and thank you, Mr. Wang Zichen." The soldiers quickly expressed their gratitude. But Mr. Zhan just snorted coldly and left with Mu Qianyi and Wang Zichen. They did not leave the area of the Divine Society, but came to a villa, and Mr. Zhan arranged a room with double beds for them. "I'm sorry to have to let you live here for now. When your title badge comes down tomorrow, Wang Zichen, the country will arrange a place for you to live," he said to Wang Zichen with a slight apology. "Thank you, Mr. Zhan. We are already very satisfied." Wang Zichen also responded gratefully. "It's getting late. You should go to bed. I'll call you tomorrow." After saying this, Mr. Zhan closed the door and left. Only Wang Zichen and Mu Qianyi were left in the room. "Old Shepherd, let's. Jiangmu town is still too small." Mu Qianyi said in a deep voice, "My gods have no restrictions. If possible, you must use your title holder's convenience to take us to a larger city and meet a stronger god title. Okay. Wang Zichen agreed immediately. Go to sleep. Today's plan was considered a success. Now I just have to wait for my prediction tomorrow. After Mu Qianyi finished speaking, he activated the Scales of Judgment. Scales of Judgment, what is the probability that Wang Zichen and I were killed by that Zhang Hongxi? He asked the Scales of Judgment. Then, the end representing the angel flew into the air, while the end representing the devil fell to the bottom. The proportion of demons is greater than that of angels, which means the probability is very low, almost zero. In other words, the probability that Zhang Hongxi killed them was extremely low, almost zero, and it also showed that Mr. Zhang did not intend to kill them. After getting this answer, Mu Qianyi finally felt relieved and fell asleep peacefully. No words were spoken that night. The next morning. Ding, the cooling time of death eye ends. The notification of the end of the cooling time of the eye of death was like a bell, waking up the sleeping Mu Qianyi on time. Mu Qianyi rubbed his eyes, looked at Wang Zichen who was sleeping soundly on the bed next to him, and yawned. Open the eye of death. I'm sorry, I can't let a magician of the Seraph Goddess go to the imperial capital alive. A resolute voice sounded. After hearing these words, Mu Qianyi, who was watching the battle, slowly recovered his vision. After opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was the fireman next to him. Etc. Fireman? He looked to the side again, and saw a guy covered in flames appearing next to him. And this guy with anger actually has a shadow above his head. The phantom was a beautiful woman, with strands of colorful halos emerging from her body. The woman is none other than the Seraphim Goddess. Then it is obvious who this fireman is, it is Wang Zichen. He stared blankly at the flames on Wang Zichen's body. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't control his future body, he would have wanted to give him a thumbs up and say awesome. Humph, damn Ghost Master, besides summoning ghosts, what other tricks do you have? Show them all. Wang Zichen snorted coldly and threw handfuls of flames in his hand towards a sinister man opposite him. This fireball throwing action looks like a goblin throwing a fireball. The sinister man opposite them was extremely agile. His figure kept shuttling through the fireballs, approaching the two of them step by step. Lao Mu, you go first, I'll help you hold him back. Wang Zichen shouted and his body suddenly changed. Mu Qianyi, who was watching the battle afterwards, saw that Wang Zichen had actually turned into an iron-eating beast king with fire all over his body. Can you beat him? This is the voice of the future body. I can't beat him. I can only hold him off for 10 minutes at most. Lao Mu, hurry up and leave. Wang Zichen shouted anxiously. But the future body did not really leave. After hearing that Wang Zichen had no way to deal with the man, he directly threw out his dagger of the end. Go! The dagger of the end turned into a stream of light and suddenly pierced into the chest of the sinister man. Old Mu, how could you use the dagger of the end? Wang Zichen was stunned when he saw the scene. No, my death is just a waste of a resurrection coin. Your dagger of the end is much more valuable than my resurrection coin. Stop talking nonsense. We don't know if there are any pursuers behind us. We have to take a detour to the imperial capital. The future body made the decision directly. Wang Zichen could only take back his title and put on some clothes. He had just used the title ability of the Seraph Goddess and all his clothes were burned. Afterwards, the two began to take a detour to escape towards the so-called imperial capital. At this time, Mu Qianyi, who was watching the battle, was also receiving the information that had been obtained. First of all, for some unknown reason, the future body and Wang Zichen are going to some imperial capital. Judging from the name, this imperial capital should be the capital city of this country in this world. And he probably guessed the purpose of their going to the imperial capital, which was probably to give him, the future body, a better opportunity to obtain the godhood of a god. As the largest city in the country, the imperial capital must also be the location of the headquarters of the Society of Gods. In addition, on their way here, they were ambushed and killed by an unknown ghost trainer. The ghost trainer just said that the divine spellcaster of the Seraph Goddess divinity must not be allowed to reach the imperial capital. It seems that the person the other party wants to kill is Wang Zichen. Also, Wang Zichen's mastery of the godhead, Seraphim Goddess, was obviously not very proficient, otherwise he wouldn't have just thrown fireballs like he threw goblins, and then transformed directly in a hurry. After receiving all the messages, he continued reading. After touching the corpse, the future body and Wang Zichen fled the scene. On the way, the future body took out the map of this world and chose their route to the imperial capital. Muchini, who was watching the battle, memorized the entire map at the first opportunity and engraved it in his mind. Chapter 162, Has a Stranger Been Here? Afterwards, the future body and Wang Zichen began to take a detour. They didn't dare to follow the previous route. Based on the conversation between the two, Muchini, who was watching the game, learned another piece of information. Only a few people in the Jiangmu Town Spiritual Association knew that they were heading from Jiangmu Town to the imperial capital this time, so the two suspected that a spy had revealed their whereabouts to a certain organization of ghost raisers. In this world, except for Ajay, almost all ghost trainers are evil people who are wicked enough to be wicked. The reason why Ajay was not affected was probably mostly due to Erwin. Because his main ghost is his lover, love can influence everything. Of course, this is nonsense. Muchini doesn't know whether love can change everything. Anyway, Ajay didn't become a bad person. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he is the son of destiny? After several days of detours, Muchini, who was watching the battle, also watched the future body and Wang Zichen walk for a long time. On the way, they encountered powerful ghosts and other title holders. But thanks to Wang Zichen's title of Divine Spellcaster, they were able to avoid some disasters. Finally, after going through 46 difficulties, they arrived at the largest city in this plain empire, the imperial capital. Entering the city gate of the imperial capital, Wang Zichen took out a letter of introduction from the Divine Society. After being checked by several guards at the city gate, they were allowed in. There are only 7 days left until the end of this doomsday. The future body murmured, "We have to speed up and go directly to the gods' meeting." Muchini, who was watching the battle, learned a fact after several days of observation. Originally, Wang Zichen had been staying in Jiangmu Town, but the old man Zhan from Jiangmu Town would not allow Wang Zichen to leave the town until he had become proficient in using his divine power. As a result, the two were forced to stay in Jiangmu Town for nearly 20 days. Just a few days ago, Mr. Zhan gave the two people a letter of introduction and a token that allowed them to enter the pantheon of the Gods Society. That token was for Muchini. The purpose is to allow him to enter the pantheon and see if he can establish contact with the hundreds or thousands of statues inside. Of course, Mr. Zhan did not think that Muchini had the chance to become a divine spellcaster like Wang Zichen. Until today, 7 days before the end of the copy, the two of them finally entered the imperial capital smoothly. As soon as they arrived in the imperial capital, the future body couldn't wait to follow the map and pulled Wang Zichen towards the headquarters of the Gods Society. At this time, perhaps most players have cracked the Doomsday copy and come to major cities. Maybe some players have already joined the Gods Association and found the statue to awaken. The scope of the imperial capital was far larger than Jiangmu Town. The two walked in the bustling city for 3 hours before finally arriving at their destination. The headquarters of the Gods Association in the inner city of the imperial capital. This is a huge building that resembles a palace. When the future body and Wang Zichen first arrived here, they thought they might have taken the wrong path and accidentally entered the royal territory. But when they saw the 5 big characters' headquarters of the Divine Society on the gate of the imperial palace, they were sure that they had not found the wrong place. The future body and Wang Zichen looked at each other. This Divine Society was indeed the hometown of the Divine Spellcaster. The architectural style of the building was more like that of the boss of this country. I don't know what the palace here looks like. Wang Zichen noticed that people entering and leaving here had to show the title of Divine Spellmaster on their heads unless they took out their ID cards. The two of them only had one certificate, so Wang Zichen showed his title, and the future body took the certificate given to them by Mr. Zhan, and they walked into the Divine Society together. The staff member who received the two people was a young girl named Xiaowan. "You two, are you here to see the statue?" After Xiaowan received the letters of introduction from the two, she looked up in surprise and looked at the future body next to Wang Zichen. Because Wang Zichen had the title of low-level spellcaster above his head at that time, the person watching the statue in the letter was naturally the future body next to Wang Zichen. "Yes, we came here to see the statue, and this letter is our letter of introduction." The future body pointed at the contents of the letter and said, "You are from 21 days ago." Xiaowan muttered, squinting her eyes. "If it was a week ago, you could enter the temple with this letter of introduction, but a serious accident happened a week ago, causing the temple to be closed and no one is allowed to enter." "What serious accident?" the future body asked repeatedly. "Oops." Xiaowan looked around, stretched out her hand and pulled the two of them to a corner where no one was around, then explained to them in a low voice, "This happened a week ago." At that time, the president of our Divine Spirit Society found a talented man in a town outside. It is said that the president discovered the potential of becoming a divine spellcaster in that man. So, the president personally brought the man back to the Divine Spirit Society. But who could have imagined at the time that this man turned out to be such a disgusting, ungrateful person? As soon as this ungrateful wolf entered the temple, he established a connection with the only statue of the most powerful true god inside, the statue of Pangu. When we realized this, everyone was shocked by the talent of this ungrateful wolf. But before the president could be happy that he had found a super genius, something unexpected happened. Having said that, Xiaowan once again glanced around furtively, then lowered her voice and said to the two of them, "I was also there at the time. After that ungrateful bastard awakened the godhood of Pangu, countless godhoods suddenly burst out from the temple one after another. Countless bright beams of light lit up from the temple and eventually shot into the sky. More than 80% of the godhoods in the temple were taken away by someone. The president discovered something was wrong and immediately rushed into the temple. Then he saw a group of people led by that ungrateful person walking into a portal and escaping. The president spent a huge amount of money to capture a foreigner from the portal. After questioning the stranger, he told the truth." At this point, Xiaowan paused. "What did that stranger say?" Wang Zichen asked impatiently. Xiaowan rubbed their introduction letter with her fingers and explained, "That outsider said that they came from another world. After completing certain tasks, they will have the opportunity to obtain godhood through the statue. The same is true for that ungrateful person." Hearing this, Wang Zichen and the future body looked at each other. Could it be that the foreigner also came from Blue Planet? He said that they came from a Russian country called Blue Star. If someone becomes a magician within 24 days and comes from a village, then there is a 99% chance that these people are from Blue Star. At this point, Xiaowan's originally cautious expression suddenly revealed a strange smile. "So, what do you say, two Blue Star people?" Chapter 163 Time is running out. What do you say, two Blue Star people? The moment Xiaowan finished saying this, bang! A huge shadow suddenly enveloped the two of them. The hairs all over his body stood up, the pupils of the future body suddenly contracted, and he pulled Wang Zichen to high to the side. But the speed of that huge shadow was so fast that it enveloped the future body and Mukun-Yi in almost an instant. When Wang Zichen reacted, the two of them had already been locked in an iron cage. Two Blue Star people, this letter of introduction says that you are from a place called Geta Village, and 21 days ago, one of you awakened the divine spellcaster of the Seraphim goddess, and then another person also wanted to obtain the godhood, so you came to the imperial capital now. Xiaowan had a cold look on her face. She walked to the cage and threw the letter of introduction in front of the two people. Is there anything else you can say? Sensing the chillness from Xiaowan, Wang Zichen and the future body both felt their cerebellums atrophy. They never imagined that there would be players who got there before them, and that a traitor would appear and sell them out. Muchini, who was watching the battle, felt a little bitter when he saw this scene. The future body has been delayed for too long. Under normal circumstances, he and Wang Zichen would definitely be the first players in the world to complete the mission, and they completed the mission at a perfect level. In other words, when the scope of the copy world expands to the entire plane, he and Wang Zichen will definitely be the first batch to enter the plane. It can be said that they have a good chance of becoming the first people to try it out. However, because Wang Zichen awakened the divinity of the Seraphim goddess, he was kept back by Mr. Zhang, so the time was delayed until the 24th day after the start of the copy, when they finally arrived in the imperial capital. At this time, many players have already left the dungeon with a perfect clearance level, taking the Russian player as an example. The Russian player must have used a group teleportation item to bring most of the players into the temple. After snatching away the divinity of the supreme god Pangu, he also let most of the players who followed him eat his meat, awakening 80% of the statues in the temple at once. And the time was exactly 1 week ago, or in other words, it was the 17th day after the copy time started. On the 17th day after the dungeon begins, the Russian player will appear in the temple and obtain most of the statues. I have to say, he is a very perverted person. But this also put the future body and Wang Zichen in trouble. This incident also sounded the alarm in Muchini's heart. Time was always very tight, because his opponents included not only the natives of this world, but also the group of players on Blue Star. At the same time, because the future body and Wang Zichen were imprisoned, the surrounding divine spellcasters also gathered around and looked at them angrily. How dare these outsiders come here? Kill them! These beasts have robbed us of so much of our godhood. We must not let them have it easy. The noisy sounds around them almost made their brains explode. Just after everyone pointed at them and cursed for 2 minutes, the noisy voices suddenly quieted down. I saw a respected old man slowly walking out of the crowd. He glanced at the two of them coldly and whispered, "That fat guy is also a magic spellcaster, so you can leave him here to ask for information. Just kill the thin guy directly." The moment he finished speaking, the cage surrounding the future body and Wang Zichen disappeared. Wang Zichen was protected by a halo, while the future body was exposed to everyone. Looking at the angry eyes of countless spellcasters around him, the future body smiled bitterly, took out a dagger, stabbed it into his own heart, and ended his life. If he hadn't committed suicide, he would have suffered even more. Under the gazes of all the divine spellcasters, the future entity murmured, "The main story is up to you." After saying that, he ended his own life. Future body, dead. Myself in the main story. Mu Qianyi slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands. And in his mind, the words of the future body echoed, "The main self, it's up to you." The meaning of this sentence is very important. It is actually easy for the future body to realize that he has become a branch line in a sense because he has lost the ability of the Eye of Death. This is also why, when the future body encounters difficulties, it directly takes out the dagger of the end and uses it. Because in the eyes of the future body, the dagger of the end is just a one-time killing prop, and because he has lost the use of the Eye of Death, in a sense, he is expanding the territory for the mainline, or his own body. Retracting this thought, Mu Qianyi began to think about the useful information obtained from the Eye of Death this time. These players are very different from the natives here. That is this group of players. If they can pass the dungeon perfectly, all players will be rewarded with becoming a divine spellcaster. And it is very simple for them to become divine spellcasters, all they have to do is touch the statues and look into their eyes. Then they can obtain godhood and become divine spellcasters. For the natives, becoming a divine spellcaster is a very difficult thing, but for players like them, all they have to do is find the statue. Maybe this is also part of the newbie reward? The difficulty now is that Wang Zichen will not be easily let go by that old Jean. If he wants to rush to Beijing. Thinking of this, he was ready to slap Wang Zichen, who was sleeping beside him, to wake him up. But before he could reach out his hand, Wang Zichen grabbed it. "La Mu, is this how you woke me up before?" Wang Zichen looked at him with a wronged expression. "Mu Qianyi, let me tell you about the plan first." He pretended nothing had happened and said seriously, "Lao Zhan will definitely let you stay until you are familiar with the use of the magician. And this will waste a lot of my time." Having said that, he took out his notebook, unfolded a new piece of paper, and then drew a map on it. This map is exactly the map of the entire country. Then he used a pen to draw a route, which was the route from Jiangmu town to the imperial capital. "Is this a map?" Wang Zichen came over. "Yes, it's the map from Jiangmu town to the imperial capital." Mu Qianyi nodded, but his hands did not stop moving. Hearing about the imperial capital, Wang Zichen became excited. "Lao Mu, when are we going to the imperial capital?" When Mu Qianyi heard Wang Zichen's words, his eyebrows slightly raised, but he turned his head and looked at Wang Zichen and explained, "I'm the one going, not us." Chapter 164, Getting a Letter of Introduction. Hearing Mu Qianyi's words, Wang Zichen's expression froze. "Old Mu, you're not going to take me with you?" "I can't take you with me." Mu Qianyi told him about Master Zhan's affairs, and then said earnestly, "So I need you to help me ask Master Zhan for a letter of introduction, at least to allow me to enter the holy temple of the Imperial Capital Divine Spirit Association. Otherwise, the advantage of us coming out so early will be gone. Once I get Pangu's godhood, I will come back to find you, and then we can hide together." This is also one of Mu Qianyi's plans. After the Russians showed up and stole the divinity from 80% of the statues in the temple, the entire empire began to kill these foreigners everywhere. Even after he obtained the divinity of Pangu God, he could not stay in the imperial capital. Because once the traitor is caught and betrays all the players, he will be doomed, so staying in the imperial capital will only lead to death. So his plan was to go to the imperial capital first to get the best, Pangu God, divinity, and then run away quickly. Listening to Mu Qianyi's plan, Wang Zichen's tone was a little uncertain. "Old Mu, do you think Mr. Zhan will write a letter of introduction for us?" "That's easy." Mu Qianyi glanced at him. "Just accept him as your master, and he will definitely fulfill your wish as a disciple." Wang Zichen's face was full of question marks. "It's not Lao Mu, you are selling out your brothers?" "Don't worry, I'll just let you be my apprentice for a dozen days. We'll leave when I come back." Muchini patted his shoulder earnestly. Wang Zichen opened his mouth, but in the end he could only nod and agree. Now he really only needs to stay here to improve the strength of the divine spellcaster, while Muchini needs to go to the imperial capital to find a more growth-oriented and more powerful godhead. If he wasn't worried about Muchini, this would indeed be a win-win solution. After finalizing the plan, Muchini folded the map and put it into his notebook, then put the notebook away. Now, they are waiting for Mr. Zhan to come and find them. About half an hour later, Mr. Zhan knocked on the door of their room. Wang Zichen glanced at Muchini, then took the initiative to go forward and open the door. Mr. Zhan was standing at the door, and when he saw that it was Wang Zichen who opened the door, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Wang Xiaozi, you should go to the church with me to register your information. Okay, Mr. Zhan. Wang Zichen looked like a good boy. As for Elder Zhan, he glanced at Muchini and said in a colder tone, "You are not a spellcaster, so stay here." Muchini nodded in agreement. Just like that, Wang Zichen followed Mr. Zhan and left. Only Muchini remained in the room, pacing back and forth. Along the way, he would take out the map from time to time, take a look at it, and then draw on it to find his route to the imperial capital. Based on the places in his memory, he was confident that he could reach the imperial capital within 3 days. After 3 days, the copy time of this world had reached the 6th day. And the time when the Russian player took away most of the godhood was on the 17th day. With an 11-day lead, the advantage is mine. Moreover, he was able to use the Eye of Death 3 or 4 times in the middle of the game. He didn't even know how he lost. Now all hopes rest on Wang Zichen. As long as Wang Zichen can deal with Mr. Zhan, he can leave Jiangmu town at any time. And Wang Zichen did not disappoint him. During lunch, Wang Zichen came back with a letter and a purse. This is the letter of introduction that allows you to enter the Holy Temple of the Divine Spirit Society. There are several dozen taels of silver in this purse, which is enough for your round-trip expenses. Wang Zichen handed the things to him and said, "I just did some research on going to the imperial capital. It is said that this afternoon a group of ghost hunters will deliver some goods to the imperial capital. They have a route and can reach the imperial capital in 2 days. However, the travel fee is 5 taels of silver. Do you want to choose to go with the escort company or go on your own? Arriving within 2 days?" Muchini was somewhat tempted. Besides, there was a group of ghost hunters protecting him. As long as he didn't encounter any master-level ghosts, there would most likely be no danger along the way. Thinking of this, he thought about it. Finally, he made up his mind to go to the imperial capital with the escort agency. Because the time of this copy is so precious, and although he has a safe route to the imperial capital, the safety of this safe route is only safety after more than 10 days, that is, the 20th day of the copy time. It doesn't mean that the last 2 days are safe. Therefore, if he follows this escort company, his chance of survival is definitely higher than if he goes alone. I have chosen Master Zhan as my master, and now I can't leave Jiangmu town. The rest depends on you alone. Wang Zichen said bitterly. In fact, he also wanted to set off with Muchini. Don't worry, I'll come back to pick you up. Muchini patted his shoulder and then set off. Half an hour later. When he followed the instructions on the map and arrived at the escort agency that Wang Zichen mentioned, everyone in the agency was just getting ready to set off. He hurried forward and found a person in charge of the escort agency. "Hello, I'm going to the imperial capital with the team." As he said this, he took out 5 taels of silver and presented it to him. "Sorry, the place is full now, you'd better go back." The person in charge shook his head and pushed his hand away. "I'll give you 10 taels." Muchini immediately took out another 5 taels. "This is not a matter of money. This is against the rules." The person in charge shook his head, then took the 10 taels of silver from his hand and put it in his pocket. Of course, the rules can be changed appropriately. The corners of Muchini's mouth twitched. "Go to the middle carriage. There should be an empty seat inside." The person in charge pointed him in a direction. Muchini nodded in agreement and walked directly into the carriage. The carriage was a bit crowded. There were already 5 passers-by in the small carriage, and he could only sit in the only remaining seat. Just like that, when the carriage started moving, the escort team set off. Several hours passed, and when it grew dark, the carriage stopped at a place called the Dark Night Forest to rest for the night. The next morning, the carriage continued to move, and Muchini closed his eyes, silently praying to open the Eye of Death. In the Death Eye screen, The escort agency arrived at the imperial capital smoothly, but when they were at the foot of the city, a group of soldiers actually stopped their escort agency. A group of soldiers came forward and overturned the carriage behind the escort agency. It was very noisy outside. The future body and others all stuck their heads out of the carriage and watched the excitement. But as several old spellcasters appeared near the carriage, the future body and others realized that things seemed to be going wrong. It seems that there is something extraordinary hidden in the escort agency's carriage? Chapter 165, Twists and Turns. Then it was checked by several magicians. A terrifying ghost suddenly emerged from the carriage and fled into the distance. Several powerful spellcasters joined forces to execute the monster on the spot. All the suspects in the escort agency, including the future body, were arrested and thrown into the imperial capital's prison because of this powerful ghost. Everyone was thrown into jail. Later, even if the future body took out the letter of introduction, it still had no effect. This incident was so terrible that a monster almost sneaked into the imperial capital, the most well-defended city in the empire. Therefore, everyone in the escort agency cannot escape blame, and everyone will be sent to the guillotine. Later, the future body bribed the jailer and learned the main reason for the incident. It turned out that when their escort company passed by an area called Dark Night Forest, the ghost became greedy for a kind of feed called sunset grass in their carriage. So, the monster lay in the carriage and stole the feed, and during the journey, no one noticed anything unusual about the carriage. Until the escort agency arrived in the imperial capital, and then what happened afterwards? That's the situation. After learning this, Muchini, who was watching the battle, was completely dumbfounded. Because the place where their escort agency stayed overnight last night was the damn Dark Night Forest. In other words, the ghost is now in their car? All he could say was, "Let me go, I want to get off." Things became much simpler afterwards. The future body and all the people in the escort agency were sent to the guillotine. Ended their unfortunate lives. Future body, dead. Inside the carriage, Muchini slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the 5 people next to him. All 5 of them were fast asleep, which made him admire their sleeping quality. Sitting in such a narrow space, unable to even stretch your legs, is more painful than sitting in a hard seat on a train for 20 hours. I really don't know how these people persist. According to the footage from the death replay, the carriage will arrive at the imperial capital tomorrow afternoon, and the carriage is safe from now until tomorrow afternoon. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again and rested. Today is the 4th day of the copy, and there are still 13 days until the Russians break into the temple. But what is certain is that it was definitely not 13 days later that the Russians cracked the source of the Doomsday in the novice village. It is estimated that some players have cracked the source of Doomsday now. The Russians broke into the temple, seized 80% of the godhood, and were able to leave safely. It was obviously a conspiracy. He thought about it and decided to wait until tomorrow morning to watch the replay of Eye of Death before trying to find a way to leave the escort agency, because following the escort agency would also mean death, and the ghost eating feed in the carriage was not joking with him. The day passed quickly as we were on the road. The next morning, Muchini activated the Eye of Death as soon as the cooling time ended. The future body left the convoy as it wished, and also avoided the convoy being searched and wiped out. But when he entered the city full of hope, found the headquarters of the Society of Gods, and wanted to enter the temple with a letter of introduction to choose a sculpture, a piece of bad news came. Without a token, you are not allowed to enter the temple. Because the future body is not qualified, it will cost 500 taels of silver to enter the temple. Of course, the only use of the letter of introduction was that he only had to spend 100 taels of silver to enter the temple through the letter of introduction. But even so, this 100 taels of silver is an astronomical figure for the future body. Wang Zichen had already given him all his money, but after spending the 10 taels of silver he received from the escort agency, he was left with only more than 30 taels of silver, which was far from enough to cover the cost of entering the temple. There are still more than 60 taels left. Where did he get so much silver? Moreover, even if he saved up more than 60 taels of silver, by the time other players arrived, his panda statue might be snatched away at any time. Then he went back to Jiangmu town to ask Wang Zichen for money, or asked Mr. Zhan for a token. 6 days passed in total. So he can only rely on himself. When Muchini, who was watching the battle, saw this, he suddenly reacted. Yes, Mr. Zhan did not give him a token this time. When Wang Zichen went to the imperial capital with him before, Mr. Zhan gave them a token in addition to a letter of introduction. But this time, Mr. Zhan only fooled him with a letter of introduction. Maybe it's because Wang Zichen wasn't he with him? Thinking of this, he became so angry that his teeth itched. You want to trick me now, right? I will kidnap your good disciple in a dozen days. Thinking of this, he felt a little sad. He just wanted to become a divine spellcaster. Why did he have to make so many twists and turns? On the other hand, the future body was not idle either. He wanted to find an opportunity to make money, but apart from the little income he earned every day from working, it was almost impossible to get the remaining 60 taels of silver. Because he was too anxious to make money, Future Body was eventually targeted by a group of scammers. The scammer told him that there was a business deal that, if successful, would definitely bring in several times the profit. But if it were in the past, Mu Qianyi might have been able to see through the other party's tricks at a glance. But in front of the Future Body, who was eager to use the money, he actually chose to believe the liar. In the end, after Future invested a large amount of money, the scammer ran away with his money. As a result, the Future Body had no money left, not even enough to stay in a hotel. This also led to him being forced to start a wandering beggar's life. Only 5 days passed from the time the Future Body arrived in the imperial capital with more than 30 taels of silver to the time he became penniless and became a beggar. At this time, the copy time has reached the 11th day. The Future Body wandered for a total of 3 days. When the copy reached the 14th day, a person who surprised Mu Qianyi, who was watching the game, appeared. Deputy Director of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau, Lai Wenji. Lai Wenji found the Future Body and told him that China and Russia would have a cooperation next, and this cooperation would allow most players who passed the level perfectly to become divine spellcasters. Upon hearing the news, the Future Body instantly understood that the incident was the result of joint cooperation between China and Russia. Part of Russia's territory is in Asia, so a considerable number of Russians were also assigned to the Asian Doomsday copy. Afterwards, Lai Wenji asked the Future Body whether he had completed the level perfectly. After receiving a positive response, Lai Wenji invited the Future Body to join the organization. Chapter 166: The Savior becomes a wanted criminal. The Future Body thought that it had lost its time lead and had no choice but to agree to join the team composed of 2 top countries. In the team, he also met the strongest person in China and even in the world, Morong Shiner. Morong Shiner is also one of the planners of this plan. The final plan was determined to be carried out by a Russian named Alec. Because this Russian named Alec possesses an A-level skill called breath simulation, which allows him to simulate any breath on his body. So he spent some time learning to simulate the aura of the divine sorcerer. Afterwards, the players worked hard to find the route of the President of the Society of Gods, and had Alec ambush in advance on the road that the President of the Society of Gods must pass. And then, the President of the Gods Society discovered Alec and was shocked to find that this mortal actually had the aura of a divine sorcerer. So, while he was amazed by Alec, he tried to bring Alec back to the imperial capital and place him in the temple. At this time, Alec, with China's top prop, the mass teleporter, teleported everyone to the temple. After everyone obtained the godhood and awakened the divine spellcaster, they left together. That's all they planned. And in a certain timeline before Mu Qianyi, this plan was also implemented perfectly. But there was only one unlucky guy left, and this unlucky guy sold out all the players. Until now, he still doesn't know who this unlucky guy is, let alone whether he died in the end. After seeing the Future Body, Morong Shiner pretended not to know the Future Body. Even when Lai Wenji introduced the Future Body to everyone, he made up a name for it. After all, the name Mu Qianyi is known to players all over the world. It is so shocking. After cracking the destruction level Doomsday, we cracked the world-destroying level Doomsday. I'm afraid this is the only one in the world. Therefore, Mu Qianyi's identity was kept secret, and Lai Wenji even secretly told the Future Body that after arriving at the temple, he should hurry up and grab a stronger godhead. At that time, whoever is quicker will be able to grab it. But the Future Body knows that there are many top godheads, but there is only one strongest godhead, and that is the godhead of Pangu. Compared to Pangu God, the rest of the gods are just younger brothers. So, the plan began. Russian Alec met the President of the Society of Gods in the suburbs on the 16th day of the copy. After seeing Alec, the President of the Society of Gods was shocked and took Alec back immediately. Alec entered the temple at the Divine Assembly. Afterwards, Alec saw the tallest statue of Pangu, the god of creation, in the center. He became greedy and did not use the group teleporter immediately. Instead, he took out the teleporter after awakening the godhood of Pangu and teleported all the players participating in the plan into the temple. As soon as the Future Body entered the temple, Mu Qianyi observed the giant holding an axe in the center through his perspective. The giant was shirtless, with well-developed muscles and a strong sense of power. However, compared to other statues with charm, the statue representing the god Pangu no longer has any charm at all. He also knew that the divinity of Pangu had been taken away by a Russian named Alec. He could only choose another top-level divine power, the divine power of Kunpeng Demon. After all players awakened their godhood, the number of statues that had lost their charm in the entire temple suddenly increased by about 80%. According to the descriptions of the indigenous people, after the death of the sorcerer, the divinity in his body will return to the statue. But after what the players have experienced, this plane is likely to lose a lot of its divinity. But just when everyone was about to teleport away, the president of the Gods Association, who noticed something was wrong, rushed in. He stretched out a big hand and forcibly grabbed an unlucky guy in the crowd. Mucini recognized the identity of the unlucky guy, a Chinese named Zhu Zihao, an official of the Chinese Doomsday Principles Bureau. Logically speaking, the official players would never betray them even until their death. So, this Zhu Zihao betrayed them. Was it because Zhu Zihao was a traitor, or was it because Zhu Zihao was a member of the Holy Clan who was destroyed by him? He kept the identity of this traitor firmly in his mind. The future body left the temple with the crowd. After everyone was teleported away, they scattered like birds and beasts and fled separately. This was also something Mucini had not expected. Maybe this is also the reason why everyone is afraid of being wiped out? As a Chinese, Morong Shinner immediately took him away and didn't even care about Lai Wenji. Then Morong Shinner told him that he needed to stay with her all the time for the rest of the time. This also makes it convenient for Morong Shinner to protect him at any time. The future body told Morong Shinner a safe place, which was the area where Wang Zichen was. They needed to get together and then find that kid Ajay to hide from the limelight. After all, Ajay is a son of luck. Danger usually does not occur on the head of a son of luck. Even if a son of luck is found, danger will turn into opportunity. Morong Shinner agreed immediately. The future body followed the route and spent 3 days, following the previous safe route, and the two returned to Jiangmu town. He also secretly found Wang Zichen, who was practicing fire breathing. But when Wang Zichen saw Morong Shinner was there, he was completely stunned. "No, I thought you were out doing something important, but... let's talk about it later, let's go find Ajay first." What happened in the imperial capital has not yet been reported to Jiangmu town, so they have to leave quickly. So, the future body took Wang Zichen and Morong Shinner to find the cave where Ajay and Erwan lived. When Ajay saw Morong Xay enter, he was shocked by her beauty and asked the future body tentatively, "Who is this beauty?" Ouch. The second time he cried out ouch was because Erwan appeared next to him and pinched the soft flesh on his waist out of jealousy. "We're planning to stay at your place for 2 weeks to hide away. Do you mind? Why are you hiding? Have you offended someone?" Ajay couldn't help but ask. "Well, the person we offended is quite powerful. We dare not go out." The future body nodded. "Ha, you can hide wherever you want, as long as you don't offend the Empire," Ajay said jokingly. But when he finished saying this, he found that no one laughed. "Why do you look like that? Have you really become wanted criminals of the Empire?" He looked at everyone's expressions and asked in disbelief. "My family members, if my savior becomes a wanted criminal and comes to my house and asks me to protect him, what should I do?" Waiting for the answer online, quite urgent. Chapter 167, Sword Bearer Oracle, Kill All Stowaways. Of course, Ajay finally kept a few people. The future body also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he could survive like this until the end of the copy time. And almost everyone present thought so. Everyone began to cultivate godhood. Perhaps it was his talent, or perhaps it was because he became a divine spellcaster 10 days earlier. Wang Zichen was the first to break through to the intermediate divine spellcaster. Morong Shinner and her future body broke through to the intermediate level of divine spellcaster at the same time. The time they broke through was the 29th day of the copy. According to normal rules, in just one more day, they will be able to leave this world as divine spellcasters and return to reality. Even the future body wondered whether his death in this branch line would be the same in the next copy. After all, it is now safe until the last day. As long as we get through the last day, all players can return to reality. Of course, accidents still happened. It was the 30th day of the copy, with only a few hours left until the end. Right above the cave, thousands of miles in the sky, a deep and huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. The vortex seemed to contain the starry sky, and the future body and others clearly realized that the vortex was coming towards them. "Walk!" The future body patted Wang Zichen, and Wang Zichen immediately turned into the iron-eating beast king and fled into the distance with a few people. The starry vortex in the sky was still suspended without any movement. Several people were galloping across the wilderness at a very fast speed. And just when the few people were about to leave the range of the starry sky vortex, bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Then everyone noticed that a huge spear emerged from the vortex and flew towards them. Sword-bearer Oracle, kill all stowaways. Puff! The spear went straight through the bodies of Morong Shinner and the future body, just like threading a candied horse string, and at the same time, it also pierced through Wang Zichen, who had turned into the iron-eating beast king under them, to death. The future body opened his eyes wide, feeling the life in his body slipping away. In the end, he fell on Wang Zichen's body and lost his breath. Just like that, the future body is dead. What the hell is that spear? Mu Chini in the carriage opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Just when the spears attacked them, a voice seemed to appear. The voice seemed to be saying, "Sword-bearer Oracle, kill all stowaways." He himself is a sword wielder and is very clear about the abilities of a sword wielder. In his own land, the sword wielder is equivalent to God, and his ability to make his words come true allows him to do anything. There are sword wielders in this world? And when they were about to leave, the swordsman simply attacked and killed them. Kill all stowaways. Are these players all stowaways? He touched his chest, where a spear had been inserted. In the previous Blue Star, the Doomsday system had a sentence. It has been detected that Blue Star has a sword wielder, and the game has entered the second stage. Now it seems that sentence seems to mean that only if there is a sword wielder in a region can this region enter the second stage. What if there is no sword bearer? He didn't know if there was no sword master on Blue Star after the game update. Would the game continue to remain at the first stage, or the blue planet was destroyed directly? To be honest, if possible, he wanted to find the sword wielder of this world and ask him about things between the major planes. Because he was not sure whether the next time the doomsday of his copy would also bring him to a plane where the sword wielder existed, just like this time. Moreover, he has more room for thought. First of all, the overall strength of this plane is 2 levels stronger than Blue Star, but what this plane has more than Blue Star is that there are those ghosts on this plane. They have the opportunity to become stronger in this plane. So what about the United States? North America in the United States has entered a high-temperature doomsday environment with the sky suspended for 9 days. So how can these players become stronger? Players in the beautiful country are not like those in Asia. In this world full of ghosts, there are 4 major professions for them to choose and grow: magician, sorcerer, ghost exorcist, and ghost breeder. But the United States is living in a high-temperature environment. How can they become stronger? So he had to suspect that the ghost world in Asia and the high-temperature world in North America, the ghost and high-temperature elements in them were just a general background of the 2 planes. Since it has been stated that the Doomsday dungeon is a novice reward stage, it must be a dungeon that improves the strength of Blue Star players. Perhaps, in the high-temperature environment of the beautiful country, there are also some professions corresponding to the 4 major professions such as the divine spellcaster in their world. Their professions can also improve their strength, which is similar to the 4 major professions they have here. Otherwise, if there are no professions that can improve strength in the copy of the beautiful country, the game, Doomsday, will seem a bit biased. The game officials should not allow such unfair situations. His thoughts gradually returned, and Mu Chini began to think about what he experienced in the last death replay. In the last death replay, the future body had a hard time in the imperial capital because he had no money. Ultimately, this also led to the divinity of the creator god, Pangu, being taken away by the Russians. So this time, he absolutely cannot make the same decision as before. How can I make myself rich? He stroked his chin, and the image of a ghost stealing feed from the carriage behind him appeared in his mind. There seemed to be a lot of ghost hunters in the escort agency. Thinking of this, he left the carriage he was riding in under the pretext of going to the toilet and walked towards the carriage carrying feed behind. When he approached the cargo carriage behind, he pricked up his ears. After listening for a while, he indeed heard the sound of gnawing in one of the carriages. This voice should be the ghost that sneaked into the carriage and almost killed everyone. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes. In a previous death replay, he left the carriage alone and ignored the ghost, which resulted in everyone in the carriage being killed by the ghost and eventually being imprisoned. But he was unable to enter the temple and become a divine spellcaster because he did not have enough money in the end. He left the carriage, his calm face turning into one of panic. He ran to the head of the escort team in panic and shouted hurriedly outside the carriage. My lord. I have made a discovery. Chapter 168 Enough money. What's up? The team leader lifted the car curtain and looked at Mucini impatiently. Sir, come here. Mucini looked around vigilantly and waved at him. You'd better have something important to do. The person in charge walked over and said coldly, if not, I'll let you know how to write the word regret. After saying that, he jumped lightly to the ground and came in front of Mucini. Afterwards, Mucini came forward and told the other party that he had heard some movement in a carriage behind him. After hearing this, the team leader's voice became colder. Are you sure? Mucini nodded and muttered, if we bring bad things into the imperial capital, we'll all be finished. Hearing this, the team leader's pupils shrank. He immediately shouted to the people around him, stop moving forward immediately. All the ghost hunters and spellcasters in the escort agency, come and join me. As many people from the surrounding escort agencies started to move, the person in charge patted Mucini on the shoulder. Come here and point out the carriage. If it is really as you said, you have done a great deed this time. As he said that, he dragged Mucini towards the carriage behind. The people in the escort agency also understood what seemed to have happened at this moment, and they all leaned their heads out of the carriage and looked around curiously. The ghost hunter and the talisman master displayed their titles and followed the person in charge and Mucini to the carriage at the back. When he came to the back of the carriage, Mucini immediately pointed to the carriage where he heard the sound. That's the one I heard gnawing in. Everyone, be alert. The person in charge shouted, Ameo, go and lift the car cover. Everyone in the escort agency immediately became alert, and one of them, named Amal, stepped forward and suddenly lifted the cloth covering all the items in the car. The moment the car cloth was lifted, a gray monkey-like monster, eating sunset grass in handfuls, appeared in front of everyone. It's the squeaky monkey monster, attack. The person in charge protected Mucini behind him, picked up his weapon and rushed forward. The ghost hunters and talisman masters around all exerted their strength. In addition to the ghost hunters who rushed forward with weapons, some talisman masters took out a piece of talisman-like paper. I saw them making seals with their hands and injecting energy into the talisman, which instantly emitted a dazzling light. Then they threw the talismans into the carriage. Bang! Bang! A huge explosion was heard, and before the group of ghost hunters could rush forward, the squeaking monkey monster and all the remaining sunset grass on the carriage were blown to ashes. Fuck, you spellcasters, you destroyed everything. The person in charge came back cursing. Just like that, the ghost that threatened the lives of everyone on the bus was easily dealt with. After reprimanding the spellcasters, the carriage leader came to Mucini with the title of Ghost Exorcist Grandmaster on his head. We will be in the imperial capital in a few hours. I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone to find this hairy monkey monster. You saved the lives of all of us on the bus. We, the entire escort agency, owe you a favor. After hearing what the person in charge said, Mucini asked weakly. Well, can this favor be cashed in? Escort agency person in charge? Of course, Mucini still successfully cashed out. In the end, the head of the escort agency gave him a silver note for 500 taels, and also returned the 10 taels of silver he had paid when he got on the carriage. He looked at the 500 liang silver notes in his arms and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, enough money was collected. Even without a letter of introduction, he was qualified to enter the temple once. There were no more accidents on the rest of the journey and they arrived at the imperial capital smoothly. This time, the carriage did not detect any ghosts, and the escort agency entered the imperial capital safely. After Mucini said goodbye to the escort convoy, he immediately headed towards the headquarters of the Divine Society. In all previous death replays, the divinity of Pangogod was taken away by Alex from Russia. And this time, he was closest to the godhood of Pangogod. Of course, he is not in a hurry now, because he has determined the time for Alec and others to implement the plan, so he can enter the headquarters of the Divine Society at any time. He planned to stay overnight and wait for the Eye of Death to help him perfect his next plan tomorrow. So he went to stay in a tavern near the headquarters of the Society of Gods. Scales of Judgment, what is the probability that I will obtain the godhood of Pangogod? Before implementing the plan, he used the Scales of Judgment to ask. The little angels in the Scales of Judgment weigh more than the little devils. Seeing that the success rate reached over 90%, he felt much more relieved. A day passed. The next morning, as soon as the cooling time of death eye ended, he used it immediately. My dear child, are you willing to be my disciple? As soon as Mucini regained his vision, he saw a man with a familiar face in front of him. Having experienced several death replays, he recognized the identity of the man in front of him at first sight. This man is actually the president of the Gods Association. Disciple greets master. The future body knelt on the ground with a thump and shouted the word master. Okay. The president helped the future body up with a look of relief on his face, and stroked the future body's body. Good boy. Muchinii has the same senses as the future body. When the president's big hands stroked him, he felt uncomfortable all over. From ancient times to now, only one person has obtained the godhood of Pangu. The president personally helped him up and said, Pangu God can create the world and cut off all obstacles. No one can teach you how to use this magic spellcaster's ability, including me. So, I can only do my best to help you get familiar with the abilities of Pangu Goddess divinity, so that you can quickly improve your own strength. Come with me. Afterwards, the president took the future body to the headquarters of the Divine Spirit Society and summoned all the senior leaders of the Divine Spirit Society. He announced on the spot that he would appoint future body as the next president of the Divine Spirit Society, and this appointment would be carried out immediately after his death. Moreover, the news that he personally accepted future body as his last disciple would also spread to the whole world. After the meeting, he left with his future body and went to a unique building behind the Divine Society. This building is somewhat similar to the pyramids on the Blue Planet, but when the future body walked into it, he found that the internal space here was extremely large, as big as a football field. This is where I live. From today on, you will also live here. I will personally guide you in your practice every day. The president pointed to a pool of steaming water that looked like a hot spring outside the space and said, that is the God-gathering pool. All the divine spell masters who practice in it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. From today on, you will practice in it. Chapter 169 The Key Role of the Eye of Death. In the following period of time, the future bodies followed the president in practice. At the same time, the future body's grasp of the divinity of Pangu God is becoming stronger and stronger. In addition to the titles of Blue Star Swordsman and Savior that the future body can no longer use, it now has an additional title of Low-Level Divine Spell Master Creator God Pangu. When using the title of Pangu God, the future body can simulate a sky-splitting axe, which can theoretically split everything in half. As the future body mastered the axe of creation, it became much more dexterous in his hands. Others used flying swords, but he used flying axes. According to the president, the godhead of Pangu God is different from most godheads. This godhead can be blessed with a certain characteristic at each stage of cultivation. For example, it is said that when one becomes the master of the divine spell, he can obtain a portion of the power of the god Pangu, and his body will become extremely powerful. Once he becomes a grandmaster, his level will directly become a half-step myth level. Ordinary level, premium level, epic level, legendary level, mythical level, disaster level, cosmic level. Although he still has a long time to become a grandmaster, as long as he becomes a grandmaster, he will be half a step away from becoming a myth. Half a step to myth. Myth is the existence second only to disaster level. In addition, after these days of training, not only did the future body master the godhood of Pangu God, but even Muchinii, who was watching the battle, also mastered it. Muchinyi's feelings are interconnected with those of the future body. He has a hunch that as long as he obtains the divinity of Pangu God in reality, he will be able to perfectly master the power of the divine spellcaster in an instant. Upon realizing this, Muchinii vaguely felt that this seemed to be the real golden finger of the Eye of Death skill. The death replay is not just a simple death replay. He can empathize with everything the future body experiences in it, including the experience gained by the future body. So for the next 7 days, the future body spent time in training. Because the time for the future body to become a divine sorcerer is the 6th day, the current time has come to the 13th day of the copy time. On the 13th day, the president approached the future body again. Come on, I'll take you out for some training. The president found a place where low-level ghosts existed for the future body. He planned to train the future body himself and try to use the divinity of Pangu God to fight. The future body readily agreed. So the two left the imperial capital and came to a village. The president dropped the future body into a ghost cave and said, "There lives a bear monster in this cave. Your mission is to kill it. I won't give you any help during the battle. You have to rely on yourself for everything." "Okay, master." The future body agreed and turned to walk into the ghost's cave. As soon as he entered, he activated the title. The Axe of Creation. The axe used by Pangu God was originally named the Axe of Creation, and can also be called the Axe of Creation. Appeared in his hand, and he looked around vigilantly to prevent being attacked by Lao Lu. When he entered the depths of the cave, he indeed saw a monster that looked like a zombie bear sleeping soundly there. Unlike other normal bears, this bear's hair is gray-black, and there are some scars of varying sizes on its body. Some of these scars were oozing with black blood, and looked similar to the zombie bears in the movies. He moved towards the bear carefully, but when he was 5 meters away from the bear, an extremely strong feeling of palpitations spread throughout his body. Almost relying on his own instinct, he rolled sideways to the ground, rolling several times before he finally stopped. Not long after he fell to the ground, a sharp arrow feather almost grazed his scalp. It was just a few tenths of a second. If the future body didn't react, the arrow would probably blow his head off. Who? The future body shouted. At this time, the sleeping bear in front of him slowly disappeared. Seeing the disappeared ghost bear, the future body reacted. Ghost Master? The way the bear disappeared was exactly the same as the scene when Ajay subdued the giant-mouthed beast. There is a ghost trainer hiding here. Genius magician, sorry, we can't let you grow any further. A figure slowly walked out from the shadows. The future body looked at the shadow and couldn't help but complain, why do you ghost trainers like to come out of the walls so much? In the weird village before, Ajay also appeared like this. Go to hell. An arrow shot towards the future body again. Muchini, who was watching the battle, also discovered the owner of the arrow at this time. Behind this ghost trainer, there was a little angel with a black halo above his head floating. To be precise, it is a fallen little angel. The fallen little angel was about 50 centimeters tall. She held a bow and arrow in her hand, and the arrow was aimed at the future body. Mukini knew this fallen little angel, who was also a kind of ghost. In this plane of the world, there is a group of little angels who use bows and arrows. These little angels live in a paradise. They live there in the form of a population and are considered a race. But if a little angel makes a big mistake, he will be thrown into the abyss. If one is lucky enough to survive in the abyss, then this little angel will be infected with the aura of ghosts and become a fallen little angel. The fallen little angel is a kind of ghost and can be contracted by a ghost trainer. The fallen angel is one of the top contracted ghosts. And this ghost trainer in front of him not only contracted a ghost bear, but he could even contract a fallen angel? The alarm bells in Future's heart rang loudly, and he dodged the arrows of the fallen angel while fleeing out of the cave. The president is outside, and he wants to seek the president's protection. You're not going to look for Yi Songhai, are you? The Ghost Razor sneered, Yi Songhai has been entangled by several elders of our Ghost Razor Alliance, you'd better prepare to die. As he spoke, he raised his hand and summoned another group of sharp-beaked bees. This group of sharp-beaked bees buzzed and chased after the future body. The president is being entangled? The future body's face looked a little ugly. Yi Songhai is the name of the president. The speed of the swarm of bees was so fast that he picked up the axe of creation and swung it, killing a large number of them. However, the rest of the swarm of bees took advantage of the gap, sneaked into the clothes of the future body, and pierced into the skin of the future body. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. The future body felt numb and its movements slowed down. Just at the moment when his movements stopped, an arrow suddenly shot out and aimed at his head. Bang! Future body, dead. Chapter 170 Blue Star Swordsman, take us back. Who? Muchini suddenly sat up from the bed. He covered his head and gasped for breath. I have to say, the feeling of being shot in the head is a bit too sour. Pangagod, in the first stage of his divinity, he only has the invincible axe of creation to use, which is still a bit too weak. The fighting methods available to low-level divine sorcerers are still too limited, and they often have to rely on their own top-notch fighting skills. In addition, why would a ghost trainer appear in the place where the future body is trained? He frowned, remembering that when he and Wang Zichen were on their way to the imperial capital, they also encountered a ghost trainer who was hunting them down. These ghost razors seem to be in an organization called the Ghost Razor Alliance. The purpose of this group of ghost razors is to kill all the genius spellcasters, including Wang Zichen, who went to the imperial capital before, and also including him now. Thinking of this, the corner of his eye twitched. This time, the future body did not use the dagger of the end. Perhaps the future body did not expect that he would die so easy. He rubbed his temple. He never thought that he would die at the hands of a ghost trainer. In addition to being a ghost trainer, once he obtains the divinity of Pangagod and becomes a divine spellcaster, he will encounter two more difficulties. The first ones are naturally the players on the 17th day of the copy. Once Xu Zihao is caught by Yi Tsunghai, the president of the Gods Association, his identity is very likely to be exposed. The second one was the sword-wielder oracle they encountered near the end of the dungeon. That spear killed them all. If he wants to survive with the power of the divine spellcaster, he still has a lot to go through. He walked to the wash basin, washed up, tidied up his appearance, and went downstairs to check out. After leaving the restaurant, he walked towards the headquarters of the Society of Gods. With the guarantee in the death replay, he was sure that he could become a divine spellcaster. That was the way he died. It seemed like he was tricked by the Ghost Raisers Alliance. Having said that, he couldn't help but want to complain about President Yi. You are the president, why are your whereabouts so easily exposed? It was because their whereabouts were exposed and then discovered by the players of Blue Star that the Russian appeared and looted all the statues in the temple. Now his whereabouts have been discovered by the Ghost Raising Alliance. Are you a light bulb? Wherever you go, there is light? He sighed, but still wanted to be a magician. So he sorted out the banknotes and letters of introduction in his arms and walked to the spiritual meeting. The gate of the Society of Gods needed to be inspected, so he took out his letter of introduction. After the guard at the gate read it, he let him in. After he entered the spiritual assembly, he found the way to the temple with a clear purpose. The temple is a huge palace, and it is designed to prevent multiple divine sorcerers from appearing at the same time, which would cause them to affect each other when their godhood awakens. Therefore, only one person can enter to awaken at a time, and no one else is allowed to enter. If you have a letter of introduction, you can just pay 100 taels, but you have to wait in line. It was still the young lady wearing the work badge. After taking a look at Machiniai's letter of introduction, she pointed to a queue of more than a dozen people in the distance. After seeing the team, Muchini's eyes twitched. Each person cannot stay in the temple for more than a quarter of an hour, but generally if no one can awaken inside, they will stay for a quarter of an hour before coming out. A quarter of an hour is 15 minutes, and he has to queue outside for 4 hours? But there is no other way, just queue up honestly. After paying 100 taels of silver, he obediently lined up at the back of the queue. Just as he had calculated before, after waiting for more than 4 hours, the person in front of him walked out of the temple covered in dust. The hourglass next to it suddenly turned around and started counting down. Once all the sand in the hourglass falls out, he has to get out. So he didn't waste any time and walked straight into the legendary temple. He will be the first player to enter the temple. It was only the 6th day of this game copy, and he successfully entered the Asian region's Doomsday copy, the greatest blessed place. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw huge statues on all sides. Although he had seen them before from the perspective of his future body, he was still shocked when his real body came here in person. Every statue here is recorded in Chinese mythology. There is the three-eyed Erlang Shen, the Monkey King Sun Wukong holding the Dinghai Shenzhen golden cudgel, and the Kuanping soaring up to 90,000 miles. All the mythological figures in Chinese mythology exist here, and all of them are at the top level of godhood. Then, his gaze shifted to the most central position, to the giant holding the axe of creation and looking up at the universe. The god of creation, Pangu, finally waited for you. He took a deep breath and walked towards the location of Pangu God step by step. The statues around him seemed to come alive, all looking at him. Clatter! Clatter! In the empty hall, the only sound was his footsteps. Clatter! The moment he walked in front of Pangu God, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Blue Star Swordsman, take us back. What sound? Muchini stopped and turned to look around. But wherever he looked, there were only motionless statues. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Just as this thought came to his mind, the familiar voice sounded in his ears again. Blue Star Swordsman, take us back. This time Muchini heard it clearly. He heard someone calling him, Blue Star Sword Bearer. And, take them back. These statues, let him take them back? Muchini's pupils shrank. Could it be that these statues were originally from Blue Star? Yes, the statues here are all characters from Chinese mythology, but now they appear in this plane of existence. Moreover, this plane also has the so-called sword wielder. It's terrifying when you think about it. He suppressed all the thoughts in his heart and walked to the statue of Pangu God. He touched the big toe of Pangu's foot, raised his head and looked into the statue's eyes. After a moment. Bite. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for signing a contract with the god of creation, Panga God, and obtaining the godhood of creation of Blue Star China, Panga God. I have noticed that the host has the title of Blue Star Sword Master. The compatibility between the host and the god of creation Pangu is 99.99%. Hint, this is the highest compatibility. After 100%, the host will completely transform into Pangu. Open the Hidden Special Mission. Hidden Special Mission only for Blue Star Sword Masters. You have the ability to order the troops and generals, please bring all the Blue Star gods back to Blue Star. Selecting troops and generals. When a player appears in front of the statue of the Chinese god, you can identify him as the representative of the deity, without the player having to obtain a perfect rating in the dungeon. Note, you can control the godhood qualifications of all the gods you have selected. Hint, you can order the godhood in them to be transferred to others at any time. Chapter 171 Becoming a Divine Spellcaster. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Mu Qinyi's eyes almost popped out. That's not it. Oh my god. His hands were shaking slightly. This ability seemed even more exaggerated than the godhood he obtained from Panga God. He said yes when he called upon the soldiers and generals. Isn't this just the investiture of the gods on another level? Whoever he points to is God, and he can depose him at any time. He breathed a sigh of relief and opened his personal introduction from the system. Host information is as follows. Name, Mu Qinyi. Combat power, Epic. Number of complete participations in Doomsday, 4. Special abilities, Eye of Death SSS grade, Sword of Annihilation SSS grade, Scales of Judgment S grade, Maple Leaf A grade, Top Fighting Skills B grade, Cube Master D grade, Escape Master C grade, Blessing of the Puppet King, Kindness of the Son of Luck. Special items, Dagger of the End S rank, Calling Daddy S rank, I Am a Gambler A rank, Shenkuan Bag C rank. Resurrection Coin, 0. God-given Resurrection Coin, 1. Titles, Blue Star Sword Bearer not worn, Savior not worn, Low-level Divine Spell Master Creator God Panga not worn. Points, 36,600. I've written this far, so I'll just add a few words. Mu Qinyi looked at it bit by bit and found that in addition to the added titles, there was also an extra row of combat power in the middle. Epic Combat Power. It seems that this epic combat power is brought to him by the divinity of Pango God. Before he could do anything else, a thick beam of light suddenly appeared above his head and went straight to the sky. This pillar of light represents the changes in heaven and earth caused by Pango's choice of him as a god. Amidst such changes in the world, he vaguely sensed a figure rushing towards him from outside the temple. When he noticed that figure, his originally calm expression became a little panicked after a brief adjustment. He is serious about acting. The owner of this figure was Yi Sanghai, the president of the Divine Spirit Society. Yi Sanghai came to Mu Qinyi with a look of joy on his face and asked expectantly. May I have your name? Senior, my name is Mu Qinyi. Mu Qinyi did not lie. Because some magic spellcasters have the ability to detect lies, and in the previous death replay, the future body did not hide his name from him. Okay, are you willing to take me as your master? Yi Sanghai looked at him with satisfaction. What happened next was just like what was seen in Death's Eye. Mu Qinyi successfully became Yi Sanghai's apprentice, and Yi Sanghai convened an emergency meeting to announce to the whole country that he had gained a top genius disciple. Finally, he brought Mu Qinyi to the pyramid and taught Mu Qinyi to master the divinity of Pango God just like in the death replay. As Mu Qinyi was fully familiar with the use of Pango's divinity in the previous death replay, after pretending to be a little unfamiliar, he stopped pretending and directly showed his amazing talent. Seeing such a genius, Yi Sanghai was amazed and taught Mu Qinyi even more carefully. After becoming a divine spellcaster, Mu Qinyi felt that his physical fitness was steadily improving. After each session of practice, not only did the divine power in his body grow day by day, his body was also changing. His internal organs seemed to have been tempered. He felt that even if a pistol bullet hit his stomach, his internal organs would not be harmed under the protection of divine power. Because of his cultivation of divine power, Mu Qinyi always felt full. He no longer needed to eat every day like ordinary people to maintain his health. That night, Mu Qinyi opened the judgment scale and asked, "What are the chances that I can escape from the imperial city alone within a week?" The little devils on the scale weigh much more than the little angels. This also means that with his current sensitive identity, the probability of him escaping from the imperial capital alone is almost 0%. Seeing this, he felt very disappointed. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, today is the 7th morning of the copy time. Muchini activated the Eye of Death the moment its cooling time ended. What, you don't want to go to the trial? Yi Sanhai's face appeared in front of Muchini, and at this time, Yi Sanhai's face looked a little lost. Can you tell me why you don't want to go on the trial? Yi Sanhai put away his lost look and asked in confusion. Teacher, you may not believe what I said. The future body struggled. Just when I decided to go to the trial with you, I suddenly felt a little palpitation. This seemed to be a warning from the godhead of Pangu. It was as if. It's like, this trial of mine is going to be very dangerous. He added. Does Pangu God have this kind of power? Yi Sanhai was a little confused. But then, he seemed to think of something, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wait for me here for a while, I'll go and test it. Then, Yi Sanhai's body whoosh disappeared in front of the future body. Feeling Yi Sanhai's strength again at this time, the future body also vaguely guessed Yi Sanhai's combat effectiveness. The pinnacle of legend, maybe even mythical. Mythology is a level below the disaster level. If you reach this level, you can basically be a homelander on Blue Planet. After realizing Yi Sanhai's strength, the future body dared not run away anymore. Yi Sanhai was away for a relatively short time. After an hour, he came back covered in blood. He said to the future body with a calm expression. Fortunately, your divine nature has the ability to sense danger. This time, the trial site was tampered by the Ghost Razor Alliance. A traitor in the Divine Society revealed my whereabouts. I need a few days to investigate. You can move freely during these days, but don't reveal your identity when you go out. After that, he handed a token to the future body. This is the token representing the president of the Divine Spirit Society. This token can help you solve most of your problems. Okay, teacher. The future body nodded in agreement. After giving the instructions, Yi Sanhai returned to his room, changed into clean clothes, and left the pyramid with a gloomy face. But this time after leaving, he did not close the door of the pyramid. The future body touched his chin and looked at the token in his hand. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain this time. Before, Yi Sanhai never let him leave here. Perhaps he also considered protecting his safety. But after this incident, Yi Sanhai mistakenly believed that his Pangu God divinity had the ability to foresee danger, so it no longer restrained him and instead gave him freedom. Now he could come and go as he pleased in the temple. The future body did not leave immediately, but waited for a day before slowly leaving the pyramid. At the same time, he left the Society of Gods and walked into the streets of the imperial capital. Chapter 172 Plan B. Of course, on the first day out, the future body did not rashly look for other players, but wandered around the city, bought a lot of food and clothes, and then returned to the pyramid. The next day, the future body was still wandering around, and at the same time he was quietly observing whether there was anyone following him. After playing for a whole day, he still returned to the pyramid. When the third day arrived, it was the 15th day of the dungeon. I did not go to the trial on the 12th day, so another 3 days passed. This time, the future body played for a while in the morning. After realizing that no one was following him, he turned around and walked directly towards the outer city. He had been to the outer city during these 3 days, but the previous times he went to the outer city he went to taste the delicacies from other worlds, but this time, he had a purpose. According to his memory of a previous death replay, he found a place where Chinese players gathered. This is a tailor shop, and Lai Wenji, deputy director of the Chinese Doomsday Management Bureau, works there to earn money by relying on his skill in making clothes. He found the tailor's shop and pretended to select the ready-made clothes. Then, he found a piece of clothing with a realistic style and realized that the person who made this clothing was Lai Wenji, so he asked the waiter. This dress has a very unique style. Who made it? Sir, this piece of clothing was made by a new tailor in our store. Would you like to try it? The waiter stepped forward quickly. He noticed the valuable clothes on the future body, and his attitude became much more respectful. I'm not interested in this dress. The future body said calmly, but I'm quite interested in your tailor who made the dress. Take me to meet him. Well. The waiter looked a little embarrassed. I'm not short of money. The future body's expression darkened and he said coldly, if you don't take me with you, I'll make you pay. But then he took out a piece of silver and stuffed it into the waiter's collar. This is also called giving a slap in the face and then giving a sweet date. The waiter touched the considerable silver ingot in his arms and immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go to the back to ask for you. He left. Not long after, he walked up to Muchini with a smile on his face and said flatteringly, Sir, please follow me. After seeing the future body nod, he immediately walked in front to lead the way. Soon, he brought the future body to a small house and explained, Sir, Taylor Lai is waiting for you inside. I will leave first. You go ahead. The future body waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave. After the other person's back disappeared from sight, the future body lifted up his trousers, opened the door, stepped over the threshold and walked in. Inside the room, Lai Wenji's familiar figure was making clothes with his head down. Sir, what do you want to talk to me about? Lai Wenji asked without raising his head. The future body looked around the room. In the previous death replay, Lai Wenji took him in here after he became a beggar. During those days, he hid in this small room. He even knew that there was a basement under the bed in the corner of the room. The future being walked around inside, making the footsteps, and said in a teasing tone, Director Lai, why do you live in such a place? Hearing the familiar voice, Lai Wenji couldn't help but raise his head. The moment he saw the future body, his face showed surprise. Mu Chini. Director Lai, long time no see. The future body smiled. When fellow villagers meet, their eyes are filled with tears. Muchini, I heard that you have joined the Divine Spirit Society and even worshipped the president of the Divine Spirit Society as your master. I thought you just had the same name, but the director and the others are certain that the Machinii who became the apprentice of the president of the Divine Spirit Society must be you. Only you can do this. Lai Wenji stopped what he was doing and said excitedly, These are all trivial matters. I came to you this time to tell you something important. The future body touched his pocket and placed a map in front of Lai Wenji. This is the area of the Divine Spirit Society. I know what your plan is, but in addition to that plan, there is another problem. Do you know our plan? Lai Wenji was extremely shocked at first, but when he thought of Mu Chini's terrifying ability of prophecy, he felt relieved. Oh, isn't it normal that Mu Chini knows about this? What's the problem? He asked. The probability of the plan's success is very high, but there is another guy in this plane. This guy is called the Sword Wielder. The future body whispered. Swordbearer, this is not your title. Lai Wenji widened his eyes. Let me briefly tell you about the Sword Wielder's abilities. The future body whispered, when the Sword Wielder is in his native plane, he has an invincible ability. He can kill any creature at will. And in the scene I predicted, the Sword Wielder in this plane killed us all just when we were about to leave this plane. What? Lai Wenji obviously didn't expect to hear such news. Are you sure? He swallowed and couldn't help asking. Sure. Is there any way to solve this problem? The future body shook his head. What I am not sure about now is when the sword wielder of this plane discovered us. And because I joined the Divine Society halfway through, I am not sure whether your plan for the day after tomorrow will succeed. After he joined the Spiritual Society, there was definitely a butterfly effect caused by flapping his wings. So he was not sure whether this mission could be carried out smoothly. Mu Chini, you are a member of the Divine Society now. Do you think you can go to the temple and take us all in? Lai Wenji asked. Not sure. You probably can't grasp the whereabouts of the president of the Divine Society now. I want to know more about your current mission preparations. It's a little difficult. Lai Wenji smiled bitterly, so we can only start Plan B. What's Plan B? The future body asked curiously, and even Mu Chini, who was watching the game, perked up. Before this, he didn't remember having any Plan B. Plan B is for all players who have arrived at the Imperial capital to save money together. Because in the temple, you need to pay 500 taels of silver to enter, so everyone should find ways to make money. As long as we make enough money for one person, we will let Alec queue up to enter the temple and take away all the godheads inside. By the way, Mu Chini, you have been into the temple. How many statues are there in total? Lai Wenji asked suddenly when he was halfway through his speech. Before Mu Chini could say anything, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the door. Mu Chini, my good disciple, it turns out that you are a swordsman from another dimension. Chapter 173 Forced to counterattack. Mu Chini, my good disciple, it turns out that you are a swordsman from another dimension. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind the future body. Hearing this voice, the future body's adrenaline began to surge wildly. The owner of this voice was his good master, the president of the General Assembly of the Divine Spirits Society, who had disappeared for 3 days. Yi Songhai. He never imagined that Yi Songhai had been following him these days. The future body slowly turned around and looked at Yi Sanhai, whose originally kind expression had turned gloomy. He asked with some difficulty, "When did you discover me?" He felt deeply confused. He clearly never exposed himself, so why did Yi Sanhai discover his identity? These past 2 days, when I was investigating the traitors of the Divine Society, I accidentally found an elder who had contact with you. From him, I learned about the existence of you outsiders. Yi Sanhai looked at the future body with disappointment. He thought he had accepted a top genius in his later years, but he didn't expect that this would turn into inviting a wolf into the house. You knew there were outsiders, so why did you suspect I was one and follow me for 3 days? The future body still doesn't understand. He was obviously very cautious. He spent the first 2 days sightseeing and only came here to look for Lai Wenji on the 3rd day. Why was Yi Sanhai staring at him? Although I have been investigating your identity. Yi Sanhai sighed, I still have no evidence. But when I thought of you, a top genius who has awakened the godhood of Pango God, I couldn't feel at ease, so I had to resort to this last resort and secretly follow you. I didn't expect that you are actually an outsider, and a swordsman from another dimension. Well, considering that we were once master and disciple, I won't kill you. Just end your life yourself. Yi Sanhai put his hands behind his back. The future body also looked ashen at this time. He sighed quietly and looked at Lai Wenji beside him and said, I'm sorry, Chief Lai. I've hurt you too. Alas, this is not your fault. Lai Wenji sighed, took out a weapon from his space ring, and said with a serious expression, but I will not surrender. Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of flesh from this guy. As he said that, he was about to pounce towards Yi Sanhai. However, there was contempt on Yi Sanhai's face. Since he dared to show up, he was 100% sure that the 2 people in front of him combined were far from his opponents. But when Yi Sanhai focused his attention on Lai Wenji, the future body at the side quietly put his hand on his neck and touched the toy-sized dagger. Dagger of the End, go! He threw the dagger of End directly at Yi Sanhai. An extreme threat emerged in my heart. By the time Yi Sanhai reacted, the dagger of the End had already penetrated his chest. He lowered his head blankly, looked at the bloody hole in his chest, and slowly fell to the ground. He died with his eyes open. As one of the strongest people in this plane, he could never have imagined that he would be killed by 2 ants whose combat power was only at the epic level. When Yi Sanhai died, the future body stepped forward and took out the storage bag from the other person. After putting the other party's body in, he turned to look at Lai Wenji, who was in a daze. Don't just stand there, take me to find Morong Xaner and the others. Oh, okay. Lai Wenji didn't bother to make clothes. He went into the room, got his things, and left with his future body. Muchini, if you rashly kill this guy, nothing will happen, right? As he walked, he asked the future body in panic. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. The future body said calmly, Yi Sanhai has always been elusive in the Divine Spirit Society. If there is no tool inside the Divine Spirit Society to confirm his death, then his death may be concealed for a few days. These few days are our chance. He has to gamble. There is no turning back now. Lai Wenji could only nod heavily in his heart and walk quickly in front to lead the future body. After a while, they arrived at an orphanage. This orphanage is where Morong Shiner lives. However, Lai Wenji did not bring his future body in through the main entrance, but instead entered through a dog hole in the side wall. The future body didn't care about getting his clothes dirty and crawled in as well. After entering the orphanage, they immediately headed towards the kitchen at the back. As for why I went to the kitchen. Because Morong Xaner's identity is the chef here, or the cook in short. In fact, Muchini believed that Morong Shiner was more suitable to be a masseur. After all, her massage skills were first class. He was tortured to such a degree before that he felt worse than death. When they arrived at the kitchen, the future body in Lai Wenji saw a middle-aged chef. The old lady looked similar to those who stir the wok in the university cafeteria, but the future body who had experienced the previous death replays knew clearly that this old lady was Morong Shiner in disguise. Morong Shiner's original appearance was too beautiful, and it would be easy for her to cause some trouble here. Aunt Dian Xiao. No, Morong Shiner was obviously surprised when she saw the future body. Why are you here? She took off her apron and came in front of the 2 men. Muchini just killed the president of the Divine Spirit Society. Lai Wenji said concisely, will this affect our plan? President of the Divine Spirit Society. Morong Shiner muttered, and suddenly looked at the future body. Did you kill the president of the Divine Society? I was forced to fight back. The future bear spread his hands. Have you used the dagger of the end? Morong Shiner thought that with Mu Cheni's strength, he might only be able to use the dagger of the end. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The future body was very calm. He explained, Yi Sunghai's death cannot be concealed, so our plan needs to be advanced. Our plan? Yes. Said the future body, give me the group teleporter, and I will conceal my identity and bring you all in. After you all receive your rewards, I will bring you out. This plan is indeed much better than our previous plan. Morong Xiner pondered, but this is equivalent to putting you in the most dangerous place. Haven't I been put in the most dangerous places many times? The future body chuckled and said, the last doomsday of the world-destroying level, the one before that of the destruction level, which one was not cracked by me? Did I hide behind any of you these 2 times? If he was afraid of danger, Blue Star would have turned the 2-dimensional foil into a 2-dimensional world by now. After hearing the words of the future body, Morong Shiner and Lai Wenji fell silent at the same time. They really have no right to command the person in front of them. Just listen to me. The future body stretched out his right hand to Morong Xiner. By the way, gather all the Chinese who came out of the dungeon alive. I have a way to make those players who didn't pass the level perfectly become divine spellcasters. Chapter 174, New Mechanism of Death Eye. Do you have a way to make all Chinese players become magic spellcasters? Hearing the words of the future body, Morong Shiner frowned. You are not kidding, are you? It's so hard to talk to you. The future being swung his outstretched hand. Hurry, give me the mass teleporter. Seeing how tough he was, Morong Shiner smiled helplessly and took out the group teleporter and handed it to the future body. After obtaining the mass teleporter, the future being showed his watch and said, you go and gather them. I will call all of you to come to the temple at 6 p.m. After saying that, he turned and left. The rest is left to Morong Shiner to handle. After leaving the orphanage, the future body played outside for half a day. At around 5 to 6 in the afternoon, he returned to the spiritual association, came to the front of the temple, and found the administrator of the temple gate. I need to go in for a while. Please help me persuade all the strangers to leave here. As he said this, he showed the token Yi Sunghai gave him. Seeing the president's token, the administrator immediately responded respectfully and turned around to open the door of the temple. After he drove out the ordinary people who were looking for the statue inside, the future body walked in alone. Entering the temple again, the future body took out his watch. He looked at the time on his watch. When there were still a few minutes before the agreed time of 6 o'clock, he took out the group teleporter and walked to the center. When the time exactly reached 6 o'clock, he directly turned on the group teleporter. There was a flash of light, and the group teleporter became a tool that could only be used to return. Many players from China and several players from Russia were also sent here. Seeing the many statues in the hall, the future body pointed his hand directly at Morong Shiner, Nuwa Godhead. Then, he looked at the other Chinese players he knew, and gave all the top godheads to them through selection. Everyone, get started. As everyone obtained the divinity of each statue, beams of light that matched the divinity fell from the sky, and everyone in the entire imperial capital saw this scene. Some powerful spellcasters of the Divine Society also noticed that something was wrong, and they all ran towards the temple. The future body noticed this, and when he saw that everyone was almost awake, he immediately turned on the group teleporter. Afterwards, everyone in the temple was teleported out. Just like the previous death replay, after escaping the temple, all the players fled in all directions. This time, after the future body and Morong Shiner connected with Wang Zichen, they did not hide with Ajay again. Because of the starry sky vortex that happened last time, they planned to move to a new place this time. It happened that they had enough money, so they stayed in a village where there were no ghosts to bother them. More than 10 days passed. With the future bodies in a worried mood, on the last day before they are about to return to reality, the starry sky vortex arrived as promised. Seeing the huge vortex of stars in the sky, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Tired, destroy it. As the voice of sword-bearer Oracle, kill all stowaways sounded, a spear appeared and strung the 3 people together for the second time. Future body, dead. Why did he die in this way? Mu Cheni opened his eyes. This time in the death replay, he only lost 1 dagger of the end. But in the end, everyone was killed by the swordsman. Isn't this a death sentence? The system calls this thing a newcomer reward? Does the newcomer reward mean that no one survives? After dying 6 or 7 times in a row, Mu Chenyi's brain was about to explode. But just as he was rubbing his head and preparing to do something, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the host will not die in this instance. The remaining number of uses of Eye of Death, 23. Note, after the second phase, the mechanism of Death Eye will be modified. After the modification, the mechanism of Death Eye is as follows. If in the doomsday of an unfinished dungeon, Death Eye will not be able to see the doomsday scene that appears in the next new dungeon. Because the host still has 23 unused Eyes of Death in this instance, the host will receive an additional exclusive gift pack after the end of this instance. Congratulations in advance to the host for successfully completing this dungeon. Mu-Chen-Yi? What's going on? He opened the system and took another look at the message the system had just sent him. The mechanism of Death Eye has been modified? What does this mean? Could it be that after he cracked the world-destroying doomsday, the skill of Eye of Death seemed a little too advanced, so the system secretly nerfed this skill of his? Before entering the doomsday dungeon of Time Reversal, he had used the Eye of Death 4 times to view the contents of the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, he looked at the Eye of Death 4 more times. It can be said that he used the Eye of Death 8 times in total to pass the level. Because of this, the game system greatly weakened his overly abnormal skills? After this system update, even his Death Eye mechanism was updated. I just don't know what the exclusive reward this system is talking about is after this dungeon ends. The reward for completing this dungeon perfectly has not been given to him yet. But in addition to the updated Dead Eye mechanism, the system also told him that he would not die again in this copy? He hasn't figured out how to deal with the sword wielder yet, and the president of the Divine Society, Yi Sunhai. What he had to do was to pass the level perfectly without using the dagger of the end. Now the Death Eye no longer works and his cerebellum has atrophied. The Eye of Death was banned, which also meant that he no longer had any room for error. What is this? So how was he supposed to get out alive? Mu-Chen-Yi swallowed his saliva. Wasn't this forcing him to use all his skills to survive? But apart from a brief panic, he gradually calmed down and began to think about all the useful information he had obtained from the last death replay. He sat cross-legged in the hot spring. At this time, he was inside the pyramid, and the hot spring filled with divine power was constantly washing his body. I don't know how much time passed. He slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It's the only way. In the next few days, Mu-Chen-Yi was familiarizing himself with the use of Panga God's divinity every day, and he was also practicing day and night, even sleeping only 3 hours a day. Seeing his disciple working so hard, Yi Sunhai was a little worried about his health and couldn't help but say, "Disciple, how about I give you a day off? Your body will collapse if you practice so intensely every day." Mu-Chen-Yi refused, looking like he was going to practice seriously. "Listen to me. I'll give you a day off. Go out and have a good rest today. Excessive high-pressure training will tire your body out." Yi Sunhai forcefully helped Mu-Chen-Yi make the decision. Chapter 175 Stop this mission. In the end, Mu-Chen-Yi could only helplessly agree. In fact, he did not expect that this time, because of his excessive practice, there would be such a surprise. Finally, Yi Sunhai specially sent a senior sister to protect him closely. This senior sister is also a magic spellcaster. Her name is Aching. "Junior brother, you must have just arrived in the imperial capital not long ago. Wherever you want to go, I will take you there." When Aching saw Mu-Chen-Yi, her eyes lit up. This is the best time to slack off. Normally she has to work in the Divine Society and rarely has the opportunity to go out for fun. But this time, with the personal order from the president, not only can she go out for fun at public expense, but she can also go out for fun with pay. Are there such benefits? Therefore, she wished she could worship Mu-Chen-Yi. "Senior sister, I'm not very familiar with the imperial capital. You can just take me around. It would be even better if we could eat some delicious food," Mu-Chen-Yi said shyly. It seems that he was born to be a shy little boy. "Xiaomu, you are still shy." Seeing that Mu-Chen-Yi looked a little at a loss, Aching couldn't help but tease him. Mu-Chen-Yi's face turned even redder and he lowered his head. Of course, it is unknown who is on the 5th floor and who is on the 1st floor. Afterwards, Aching took Mu-Chen-Yi to travel everywhere, and they visited all the places that an emperor could visit. But there was a small incident along the way. When Mu-Chen-Yi saw the clothes on a person, he went up to him and asked how the clothes were made. When that person saw that the two people were divine spellcasters, his originally impatient expression instantly turned into respectful, and he honestly told the truth to them. He said that his clothes were bought ready-made at a tailor shop on the outskirts of the city. Muchini pretended to memorize the tailor shop. This also paved the way for him to go to the tailor shop to look for Lai Wenji a few days later, because he was not sure if his cheap master was following him. The day's playtime passed quickly, and as soon as Muchini returned to the pyramid, he immediately began his own practice, as if he was unwilling to waste even a minute. Yi Sanhai in the dark saw how hard he was working, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. A few more days passed, and on the 11th day of the dungeon, Muchini and Yi Sanhai said, "Master, I don't know why, but I feel my heart is beating very fast today. It seems like something is going to happen? You've been training too hard these past few days, why don't you take another day off?" Muchini refused to rest, and Yi Sanhai did not force himself too much because of the test he would be undergoing tomorrow. On the 12th day of the copy time, Yi Sanhai found Muchini as expected and explained the matter of the trial. Muchini also immediately began to act, just like the future body in the last death replay, pretending that he had received a warning from Pango God. Just like what happened in the Eye of Death, Yi Sanhai left in suspicion. An hour later, Yi Sanhai, covered in blood, came back and gave Muchini a token to leave at will. Of course, Muchini did not leave on the same day. Instead, he practiced for 2 days and left the Divine Society on the 14th day of the copy time. This time he did not go out for a stroll to conceal his presence, but went to the tailor shop on the outskirts of the city with a clear purpose. Just like last time, he found a piece of clothing made by Lai Wenji and asked the waiter who made it. He wanted to find this tailor to make a custom one for him. Finally, under the temptation of a few taels of silver, the waiter took him to the room of Lai Tailor in the backyard. Muchini met Lai Wenji again, who was making clothes. This time, he was holding a rolled-up scroll in his hand and knocked on the door. "What do you want to see me for?" Lai Wenji said this without even raising his head, just like last time. "I really like the style of clothes made by Tailor Lai. I wonder if he could customize one for me according to my requirements." Muchini spoke softly. Hearing the familiar voice, Lai Wenji raised his head abruptly, and the moment he saw Muchini, he opened his mouth and was about to say something. "Is it okay to rely on the tailor?" Muchini interrupted him, his expression still indifferent. Noticing Muchini's expression, Lai Wenji instantly understood something. He coughed dryly and said, "I need to see what kind of clothes to make, because I'm not sure if I can do it." So, Muchini directly unfolded the scroll he brought in front of Lai Wenji. In the scroll, he specially painted a piece of clothing that was not much different from the clothes that Yi Sanhai, the president of the Society of Gods, usually wore. Moreover, he painted this picture in front of Yi Sanhai. He also wanted to wear clothes that were similar to his master's to show his admiration for his master Fake. Seeing the style of the clothes, Lai Wenji blinked and said, "Sure, you can do it. Come back and pick it up at this time in 2 days. Thank you for your hard work, Tailor Lai. If you can do it, I will reward you handsomely." Muchini left 10 taels of silver and turned to leave the room. It seemed that he came here this time just to make a custom-made piece of clothing. 2 days later, it was the 16th day of the copy time. The time for all players to start taking action is the 17th day of the copy time. Not long after Muchini left, Lai Wenji took the scroll and stroked a piece of clothing on it that was mainly black. However, when he touched the upper part, he suddenly felt a bulge. And there are quite a few of these raised parts. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed expressionlessly, then he hung up the scroll, took out some black cloth, and started working. When night fell, Lai Wenji put down the unfinished clothes, raised his hand to put the scroll into the space ring, then got up and left the tailor shop. On the street, he found an orphanage and crawled in through a dog hole in the side wall. Finally, he entered a kitchen in the orphanage and met Morong Shiner, who was dressed as a cook. "Muchini contacted me and gave me this scroll." Lai Wenji took out the scroll and whispered. He seemed to be followed by someone at the time and did not recognize me. Morong Shiner frowned as she took the scroll. As she touched it, she soon discovered the bulge on it. Then she took out a white panel prop and pressed it on the scroll. When the panel was taken down, a line of Muchini's words appeared on it. Morong Shiner read slowly according to the font above. "Director Lai, if nothing unexpected happens, you are planning to execute Plan B on the 17th day of the dungeon and use the mass teleporter to bring all players into the temple, right? I have a piece of advice for you: stop this mission." Chapter 176 Hidden Line Operation. On the other side. After handing the scroll to Lai Wenji, Muchini bought some snacks he had eaten last time on the way, and then returned to the pyramid in a good mood to continue his practice. However, Yi Sanhai, the president of the Divine Society, was always watching him in secret. When he saw Mu Chenyi coming back here to continue his training, a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Could it be that this guy is really a genius from their country? Recently, when he heard the news of the arrival of outsiders, he became much more vigilant and even considered whether to wake up the sword bearer. But the sword master had told him before he went into seclusion that unless there was something extremely urgent, such as something that would harm the inheritance of this plane, he should never be awakened from seclusion. Now the inheritance of this plane has not been destroyed, so it is not appropriate for him to disturb the swordmaster's retreat. Of course, if Yi Sanhai knew that his good disciple was a swordsman from another dimension, I'm afraid he will wake up his own sword master as soon as possible. During the remaining 2 days, Mu Chenyi stayed here and practiced obediently. Yi Sanhai would occasionally pay attention to Mu Chenyi's actions and appear in front of Mu Chenyi for a short period of time. On the 3rd day. Today is the 16th day of the dungeon. Mu Chenyi summoned the scales of judgment in his heart. Judgment scale, what is the probability that Yi Sanhai will observe my current actions? The inquiry is over. The proportion of little angels is smaller than that of little devils. So, he is not being observed by Yi Sanhai now. So he immediately took out paper and pen from his Qianquan bag, wrote a small note, then took out a purse, put the small note between the silver bills, and put it into the purse filled with silver and silver bills. Then he put the purse on his waist and practiced for a few more hours. In the afternoon, he got up and set off. And the moment Mu Chenyi left the pyramid, Yi Sanhai noticed it instantly. Yi Sanhai didn't bother to do anything else and immediately followed Mu Chenyi. Although Mu Chenyi was going to get clothes at this time, on the way, when he saw some delicious food, he couldn't help but take out his purse and take out silver to buy them. Yi Sanhai in the dark saw his actions and couldn't help but laugh. This little disciple of mine is good in every way except that he is a little greedy. Forget it. I guess my little disciple is not from another dimension, so I'd better not follow him. Just when Yi Sanhai was about to stop following Mu Chenyi, a prop on his waist suddenly lit up. This is a communicator used exclusively by many magicians. It can be used to communicate with people over 1,000 miles away. He picked up the communicator, and after hearing the voice on the other end of the communicator, his face darkened. Mu Chenyi, from the countryside, has an older brother, he whispered, and coincidentally, this brother is also a divine spellcaster. The people he sent to investigate still found all the information about Mu Chenyi. And Mu Chenyi's so-called brother was still in the distant Jiangmu town. A double magic spell? Yi Sanhai narrowed his eyes, and the trust he had built up in Mu Chenyi suddenly collapsed. He actually wanted to believe Mu Chenyi, but all these coincidences made it impossible for him to completely trust him. Only outsiders will form groups, and only outsiders have an almost 100% chance of becoming divine spellcasters. However, he couldn't simply kill Mu Chenyi and define him as an outsider. It seems that I still have to observe Mu Chenyi for a while. So, he turned his attention back to Mu Chenyi, who was buying snacks. After buying a few bags of snacks, Mu Chenyi came to the tailor shop where he had ordered clothes last time and met Lai Wenji, who had made exclusive clothes for him. Lao tailor, are my clothes ready? Mu Chenyi found Lai Wenji, his expression still indifferent. And his attitude also told Lai Wenji that they still could not recognize each other. Lai Wenji smiled ingratiatingly when he saw Mu Chenyi. Master Divine Spellmaster, I have been working on the custom-made clothes for you these past 2 days. Now they are ready. Can you take a look at them and see if they fit you? So, he took out the black clothes specially made for Mu Chenyi from the cabinet at the back. This dress is not much different from the clothes that Yi Sanhai, the president of the Society of Gods, usually wears, and it looks very beautiful. Not bad, I like it very much. Mu Chenyi's eyes lit up, he took off the purse from his waist, and threw it on the table next to Lai Wenji with a pop. This is a reward for you. The extra money can be used as wine money for you to buy later. Seeing Mu Chenyi being so generous, Lai Wenji quickly stood up and saluted with great gratitude. Thank you, Master Divine Spellmaster, thank you, Master Divine Spellmaster. Mu Chenyi took the black clothes in the package, picked up the bags of snacks and turned away. When Yi Sanhai, who was secretly observing him, saw the scene, he couldn't help but cast a suspicious look on Lai Wenji. This was the second time Mu Chenyi had met this person in the past few days. Could it be that this person is also weird? Thinking of this, he divided his attention, with one part still focusing on Mu Chenyi and the other part observing Lai Wenji. At this time, Lai Wenji, who was in the room, ran to the purse after seeing Mu Chenyi leave, and picked up the purse with a greedy look on his face. After opening the purse, he saw the white silver inside and his mouth was watering. So much money! These spellcasters are really rich. He wiped his mouth, took out a piece of silver from the purse, took a tentative bite, then put it back and put the purse in his arms with great care. Seeing this scene, Yi Sunhai's eyes twitched. Am I really overthinking it? He observed Lai Wenji for a while, and seeing that the other party did not make any moves, and Mu Qianyi had also returned to the pyramid, he withdrew his attention from observing Lai Wenji. He is just a greedy tailor. If Mu Qianyi looks for him again next time, he should pay more attention to observing him. But a few hours after Yi Sunhai regained his composure, Lai Wenji left the tailor shop after get off work and returned home still acting. Cooking, eating, sleeping. Until midnight. Lai Wenji, who was soundly sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He first took out a glowing crystal. After seeing the dim light inside the crystal, he breathed a sigh of relief and took out the purse that Mu Qianyi had given him from his arms. When he was in the tailor shop, he didn't dare to take the things out because of Mu Qianyi's hint. The remaining amount will be used as wine money for you to buy later. When the other party said later, he meant that he should use the money later, because someone was following Mu Qianyi, and the person who was following Mu Qianyi might also follow him. Lai Wenji took a deep breath and took out the banknotes and silver from his purse. After rummaging for a long time, he finally saw a small note tucked inside the banknote. Chapter 177 Plan in Progress. Any more hints? After Lai Wenji glanced at the contents on the note, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then he put the note in his pocket, got up and left the room. He still entered the orphanage where Morong Shiner was through the dog hole. In a room, he woke up Morong Shiner who was sleeping. Director, Mu Qianyi has sent us news again. After handing the small note to Morong Shiner, he asked, "What should we do now?" Morong Shiner took the note and looked at the contents. After pondering for a while, she said with a burning gaze, "Follow his plan." On the other side, Mu Qianyi returned to the pyramid and began to practice seriously. On the 17th day of the copy, Mu Qianyi was still quite nervous. He was somewhat afraid that Lai Wenji had not received the messages he had conveyed twice, and that the plan would fail. But at this point, he has done the best he can. He was a little nervous that day, but in order to avoid being suspected by Yi Sunhai, he calmed down and practiced seriously. Finally, just as he had imagined, nothing happened on the 17th day of the copy. This shows one thing, that Lai Wenji received his message, and Morong Shiner and others also acted according to his plan. Knowing this, Mu Qianyi breathed a sigh of relief, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Now most of the plan has been completed, just waiting for the last step. Then, for the next few days, he stayed in the pyramid to practice and did not go anywhere. However, it is worth mentioning that when Yi Sunhai appeared once, he took out the black clothes customized by Lai Wenji and put them in front of Yi Sunhai, saying that this clothes was a gift from him to Yi Sunhai. Yi Sunhai gladly accepted it and felt a little touched. The clothes were made quite beautifully, but the fabric was too crude for him. If this piece of clothing wasn't a gift from his disciple, he probably wouldn't even look at it. Of course, although he was moved, he still did not give up his suspicion of Mu Qianyi. After all, the divinity of Pangu god is too important to their plane. Pangu is the god of creation. Once this divine power was stolen by outsiders, their loss would be too great. But fortunately, in the following period of time, Mu Qianyi behaved very honestly. On the 21st day of the copy, Yi Sunhai took Mu Qianyi out for the first trial. This time, because the traitors in the Divine Society were cleared out, their whereabouts were not exposed, and Mu Qianyi also successfully demonstrated his extraordinary talent in front of Yi Sunhai. So in the next few days, Yi Sunhai took Mu Qianyi out for trials every day. When the copy time reached the 25th day, Mu Qianyi broke through to the intermediate level of Divine Spellcaster while fighting against ghosts. His title became Intermediate Spellcaster, Pangu, the God of Creation. Seeing Mu Qianyi's breakthrough, Yi Sunhai was sincerely happy for him. And the suspicion he had towards Mu Qianyi in his heart had become less and less due to Mu Qianyi's performance over the past few days. After Mu Qianyi broke through to the intermediate level of Divine Spellcaster, he gave Mu Qianyi a space ring as a breakthrough reward. Of course Mu Qianyi was extremely grateful. Although he already had a Qiankuan bag, it would definitely be more convenient to have an extra storage treasure. Moreover, in front of Yi Sunhai, he didn't dare to use the Qiankuan bag at all. "Teacher, can I go to the temple to consolidate my cultivation?" After returning to the Divine Spirit meeting, Mu Qianyi asked Yi Sunhai, "Why are you going to the temple?" "After you obtain the godhood, the aura of the statue will be transferred to you. Your going to the temple will be useless. Yi Sunhai said this. Master, I feel like I have some small inspiration and I want to give it a try. Mukan Yi explained. Forget it, I'll go and protect you. Seeing that his disciple was determined to do so, Yi Sunhai had no choice but to agree. However, he still couldn't rest assured about Muchini, so he used the name of protecting the law to actually monitor the other party. Muchini had no intention of refutation and nodded in agreement. So, that night, Yi Sunhai personally escorted Muchini to the temple and watched Muchini sitting in front of the statue of Panga God, facing the wall in deep thought. Looking at his disciple's appearance, Yi Sunhai didn't care in his heart. Statues can never be reused. After a few hours, Muchini, who was sitting cross-legged under the statue, suddenly opened his eyes. Teacher, take this. Muchini suddenly operated the axe of creation with both hands and attacked Yi Sunhai. With surprise in his eyes, Yi Sunhai immediately followed up with the move, but he did not use his full strength. Instead, he suppressed his fighting power to a level similar to Muchini's and started fighting with Muchini. The two fought for more than 10 minutes, and Muchini stopped due to exhaustion. Yi Sunhai said with surprise, My dear disciple, can you really improve your strength? He clearly felt the improvement in Mukan Yi's strength. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the statue of Panga God was different from other ordinary statues and could really be used a second time? Mukan Yi nodded. In fact, this improvement was because he had intentionally concealed his strength before. The statue cannot be used a second time, but it can hide its own strength. Okay, you can come to the temple anytime you want in the future. Yi Sunhai assured with a look of joy on his face. Thank you, teacher. As Muchini bowed to express his gratitude, an imperceptible strange color flashed in his eyes. The plan is going smoothly. In the next 3 days, Muchini often had epiphanies and then ran to the statue of Pangu in the temple. And the frequency was so high that Yi Sunhai couldn't stand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that Muchini's strength improved significantly after each enlightenment, he would have felt that his good disciple was making fun of him. However, with Muchini entering the temple again and again, Yi Sunhai went to the temple to help him protect the law in the first few times, but after 2 days, Yi Sunhai was too lazy to care about him. In the blink of an eye, it was the 28th day of the copy time. Today is a special day. In this world, today is the annual New Year's Day. During every New Year's Day, the imperial capital would be particularly lively. In the evening, all kinds of vendors would set up stalls, and there would be countless activities such as guessing lantern riddles. On this day, Muchini rarely practiced, but asked Yi Sunhai for leave, wanting to ask senior sister Aching to go out and play together. It was not easy for his disciple to take a break from practicing and go out for fun, so Yi Sunhai naturally agreed. But just after he made the promise, a hint of hesitation flashed in Yi Sunhai's eyes. Should I supervise Muchini? So many days have passed, and logically speaking, there is no reason to doubt Muchini. However, the outsider's reluctance to take action made him feel uneasy. Forget it. I'll supervise him once more today. If my good disciple doesn't reveal any signs that he is an outsider, I will completely trust him. He thought so in his heart, and finally followed Muchini secretly. He wanted to see if Muchini would reveal any clues when he went out this time. Chapter 178, The Last Step. New Year's Day. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, at a lantern festival in the imperial capital. Senior sister, where are we going this time? Muchini asked curiously as he followed Aching. Just follow me, it will definitely open your eyes. Aching said confidently. Afterwards, she bought 2 hats in front of a shop, put one on Muchini's head, and wore the other on her own head. The surrounding area is extremely lively, with people coming and going, and vendors selling all kinds of things. When Muchini saw Aching shopping here and there, he couldn't help himself and bought a lot of beautiful-looking things. He is now financially independent, and Yi Sunhai gave him a lot of money for this outing. This is the salary that the state pays to the divine spellcasters every month. The magic spellcaster is the profession that truly receives royal salary here. In this way, Muchini bought things while looking around curiously. But only he knew that although he was looking around, he was actually looking for some people he wanted to see. As he passed each hawker cart, he would stop beside it for a while. Aching took him to the Lantern Festival and also took him to guess riddles. As a college student of Blue Star, Muchini's ability in guessing riddles was naturally beyond doubt. But in order not to attract attention, he pretended to be completely confused and followed Aching, watching her guess the riddle. The two of them were holding some snacks in their hands, and the exquisite items they bought were put into their space rings. Just on the street, Muccini's eyes suddenly flashed and he caught a glimpse of a roulette wheel on a stall. He walked to the stall calmly, picked up the roulette wheel and asked, "How much does this thing cost?" 10 taels of silver. There was a mature woman in front of the stall. She looked up at him, then lowered her head and said lightly, "So expensive? Why don't you just go and rob it?" Muccini pretended to put it down. "If you don't want to buy it, go away. This roulette wheel is an heirloom from my family, but it has a silver rim." The woman waved her hand. When Aching, who was standing by, saw the scene, he immediately walked closer. Seeing the roulette wheel that Muccini wanted to buy, she directly took out a 10 liang silver ingot and threw it on the stall, then handed the roulette wheel to Muccini. "Xiao Mu, here you go. Consider it a gift from Senior." "Senior, this thing is worth more than the price." Muccini hesitated and did not take the roulette wheel. "Hey, we're out here to have fun, just pretend." Aching forcefully stuffed the roulette wheel into his hand, then skipped away. Seeing this, Muccini seemed to be in some distress as he put the roulette wheel into the space ring, and then hurriedly followed Aching. This was just a small episode in their outing tonight. After playing for a night, Muccini and Aching parted ways and returned to the pyramid. Yi Songhai, who had been following him secretly for a long time, also left quietly. After Muccini returned to his residence, he took out the things he bought one by one and decorated the room. However, when he took out the roulette wheel, a golden light flashed in his eyes. "Ding, get the S-level item, Mass Teleporter. Group Teleporter one-time item, all people bound to the teleporter can be teleported to a designated location when the teleporter is activated. Secondary teleportation, this teleportation is two-way, and the user of the item can teleport all bound people back to a designated new location. This roulette wheel is the Mass Teleporter." The adult woman who was selling the roulette wheel at the stall was Morong Shiner in disguise. The other party personally delivered the group teleporter to him. "Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing." He looked at the dark night sky outside the window and put the roulette wheel back into the space ring. In the next 2 days, Muccini still maintained the rhythm of practicing and then going to the temple for enlightenment. His strength is also improving steadily. When the time came to 12 o'clock in the morning of the 30th day of the copy. Ding, there are still 8 hours before returning to reality. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, but Muccini covered himself with the quilt as if he was unaware and went straight to sleep. The next morning, Muccini checked the time. 7:30 in the morning. There is only half an hour left before returning to reality. He stretched, washed up, and began to practice in a pretentious manner. 10 minutes later. 7:40. Seeing the time, Muccini slowly picked up the president's token, slowly left the pyramid and walked towards the temple. Yi Songhai also noticed his departure at the first moment. However, having had many previous experiences, this time Yi Songhai just glanced at his movements and then looked away as if it was nothing serious. After Muccini talked with the person in charge at the entrance of the temple, he entered the temple alone. 7:50. Ding, there are only 10 minutes left before all players return to reality. Muccini walked into the temple and slowly took out the roulette wheel and the group teleporter that he had purchased at the first year festival. The most critical part of the plan is coming, he murmured. This was his plan, and the purpose of doing all this was actually to avoid the sword wielder of this plane. The sword bearer of this plane will use that spear to kill them all when they leave. So he had a guess that someone told the sword bearer that they had stolen the godhood. And he bet right. Now there are only 10 minutes left before returning to reality, but the swordsman of this dimension still has not appeared. This shows that it was not inevitable that the swordsman killed them. Unless certain conditions are triggered. But because of him, this condition did not occur, which means that the incident of players stealing the divinity here did not happen. What he had to do was to pack up and take away all the divine powers in the last few minutes of the copy without being suspected by Yi Songhai. And the moment they take away the godhead, the system will teleport them all back to reality because the time of this copy has ended. In this way, the sword wielder of this plane will not be able to keep them here. So far, the plan has been carried out normally. Morong Shiner and her friends have not revealed their identities as players. Instead, they are lying dormant in the imperial capital, waiting for this moment to come. There are still 8 minutes left until the end of the copy. Use the mass teleporter. Muccini directly opened the roulette wheel. This was the time limit he had set. It would take about 2 minutes to inherit the godhood, and the extra minute was the margin of error he left for everyone. With a flash of golden light, countless figures slowly walked out from inside. "Everyone, you have 5 minutes," Mucini urged loudly. Chapter 179 Fan Meeting? Mukini said loudly. Morong Xianer, the godhead of Nuwa Laiwenji, the godhead of Taishan Laojun. Most players, on the other hand, quickly rushed to the nearest statue and began to quickly select their own statue. Except for one Russian. Alec walked up to Mucini and looked at him with suspicion in his eyes. "Are you the legendary Mukini?" Mucini's name is well known in the entire player circle of Blue Star. I thought Mucini was a mature man, but when he looked at his still childish face, the corners of his eyes twitched. Is this a student? Could he still be a college student from China? You know, the reputation of Huaxia University has been rumored in their country. A Chinese college student not only cracked the source of the destructive doomsday, but also cracked the fucking doomsday? This situation is equivalent to telling him that in the doomsday copy of Moonfall 10 years ago, the seemingly harmless college student could push the moon away with one hand, preventing the world-class super disaster from happening. According to previous disclosures by Chinese officials, in the last doomsday copy of Time Reversal, the source of the doomsday seemed to be something called two-dimensional foil. The two-dimensional foil can turn the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional world. He shuddered at the thought of becoming a cartoon character. "Hello, Alec." Mucini greeted him with a smile. This Alec can be considered a top-notch expert. After all, in the replay of his death, it was this person who was responsible for this series of plans. And he is also the leader of the entire plan, and Morong Xianer and others are at most participants. "Do you know me?" When Alex saw Mucini calling out his name, he couldn't help but get excited. Mucini actually knew him? What kind of feeling is this? It's as if the star you admire suddenly calls out your name in the crowd. He excitedly took out a piece of paper and a pen from his arms, tremblingly brought them in front of Mucini, and said in fluent Chinese, "Mr. Mucini, can you sign an autograph for me?" Ding, there is 1 minute left until the end of this instance. The system's voice suddenly rang in the minds of all players. Mucini looked at the other party helplessly. You'd better choose a statue to inherit the godhood now. Alec also realized at this time that the most important thing was to do the business. So he ran to a statue that had not yet been inherited, and while preparing to inherit the godhood, he turned around and shouted to Mucini. "Mr. Mucini, can we meet again?" Hearing Alex shout, many players in the temple turned their heads and looked at the legendary figure Mucini. To all players, Mucini is like a mythical figure. Because his identity was kept absolutely confidential, many people were deeply shocked when they saw his young face at this time. Mucini is actually so young? Shepard, I'm your fan. Someone even shouted loudly, in an extremely excited tone. At this moment, the Temple of the Divine Society turned into a fan meeting for Mucini. Looking at everyone's enthusiasm, Mucini felt like he was about to suffer from social phobia. At the same time, beams of light burst out from these players and went straight into the sky. The aura of countless awakened godheads caused the entire temple to tremble. At the same time, Yi Sunhai, who was practicing in the pyramid, felt these auras and suddenly raised his head. When he saw that these auras were erupting in the temple, he roared in anger. Mu Chen-yi. The disciple he had grown to trust actually betrayed him. The feeling of betrayal made him feel so painful that he almost suffocated. He suppressed the pain in his heart and terrifying divine power burst out from his body. Under the influence of a terrifying divine power, his body appeared in the temple in an instant. When some gods and staff around saw him, it was like they had seen their backbone. Especially the person in charge of guarding the gate of the temple, he hurried forward and said, "President, your apprentice just went in." "I know." Yi Sunhai said with a cold face, "You guard the door and don't let anyone out." Having said that, he pushed the door open and walked in. But when he just entered, he saw a group of unfamiliar spellcasters protecting his good disciple Mucini firmly in the middle. Seeing this scene, he smiled. I laughed out of anger. "My good disciple, you really gave me a big surprise," he said coldly. "We don't belong to the same plane, sorry." Mucini showed an apologetic expression on his face. "But, you never really believed me, did you? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. What's more, the statues he took away may have originally belonged to Blue Star." He couldn't forget the words that had appeared in his mind before. "Blue Star swordsman, take us back." He. Yi Sunhai's expression turned cold. Do you think you can escape? Who knows? Muchinii spread his hands. Originally, there might have been a slight chance that he couldn't escape, but the other party chatted with him for a few words. Ding, the time for this instance has ended. Immediately teleport the players back to Blue Star. Hearing the pleasant voice in his mind, he smiled and waved to his cheap master. Goodbye, master, if we can meet again. The moment he finished speaking, a beam of light appeared in front of all the players, wrapping them up and carrying them towards the horizon. Seeing this scene, Yi Sanhai's eyes widened and he immediately used his divine power to intercept. But this teleportation is different from the teleportation by the group teleporter. This teleportation is a systematic plane teleportation. How can he stop Muchinii and others from stopping by himself? Seeing that his actions were ineffective, Yi Sanhai took out a token in horror and quickly crushed it. The token turned into starlight, and gradually a huge gate of light condensed in the air in front of him. And inside the light gate, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. What is it? The figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes and looked at the president in front of him who had woken him up from his retreat. Master Swordbearer, an outsider has escaped with a large number of our godheads. Yi Sanhai knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Outsider? The owner of the figure is actually the sword wielder of this plane. He opened his eyes, slowly stepped through the circle of light, and actually entered the temple in one step. He looked around at the statues without any spirit, then suddenly approached the kneeling man in front of him and asked in a low voice. Where are they? In the sky. Yi Sanhai pointed to the countless circles of light in the sky. Chapter 180 Reward Distribution. The swordsman raised his head and looked coldly at the ball of light flying in the sky. Intruders? A cold look flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Oracle, intercept the invaders. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying and indescribable force suddenly appeared, and a huge energy aura swept towards the halo in the sky. These horrifying auras covered half the sky. But before this great force could stop the light circles, they penetrated into a space crack and disappeared. These guys escaped? When the swordsman saw the scene, he flew into the air and took advantage of the moment when the space crack closed to dive in. Ding, congratulations to the host Muchinii for completing the dungeon, Human Ghost Taboo. This dungeon is an invasion dungeon and the rewards for this dungeon will be distributed soon. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, qualification to draw an epic level skill item, a piece of Divine Power Ghost Power Adaptive Spirit Stone, 100 points. Because the host has 23 times of Eye of Death remaining, the system will give the host an exclusive gift package. Tip, the items in this exclusive gift package are one of the items the host needs most at the moment. All players' personal stores will be refreshed, and the highest level of the item's skills in them will be determined by the level of the sword wielder of that plane. For example, if the highest level of the sword wielder of that plane is legendary, then the highest level of skills items refreshed in the personal store will be legendary. Muchinii's eyes lit up as he watched the reward messages pop up one after another. But it seems like he has an extra spiritual stone? He took out the spirit stone and looked at the information on it. Adaptive Spirit Stone Divine Power Ghost Power. The 4 major professions in the ghost domain can use this spirit stone to absorb ghost power divine power for cultivation. Note, since there is no divine power or ghost power on the blue planet, all players can only cultivate through this adaptive spirit stone. The host is detected to be a divine spellcaster, and the spirit stone becomes a divine power spirit stone. Divine Power Stone one-time consumable, can be used by a divine spellcaster to practice at full strength for a day. Good job. Muchinii called it stingy. This thing could only support him in practicing for one day? Then, he turned his gaze to the exclusive gift package. According to the system, this exclusive gift package is a reward to make up for the weakening of his Eye of Death skill. No nonsense, he just opened it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Power Spring Water. Divine Power Spring Water, it contains a lot of divine power for divine spellmasters to practice. It can allow a divine spellmaster to practice infinitely for a year in the non-ghost realm interface. Good stuff. Lan Xing was unable to cultivate divine power, and the Divine Power Spirit Stone was a consumable and was used up in one day. It seems that although the system has weakened some of his Eye of Death capabilities, this compensatory reward is still very good. Moreover, in future copy games, if he can still use the Eye of Death a certain number of times, the system will still give him an exclusive gift package. In addition to these good things, he seemed to have another good thing that he hadn't smoked yet. Epic level item skill draw scroll. I'm lucky today, how about I just draw? Thinking of this, he opened the roulette wheel and was about to click. Ding, the information of all Blue Star players has been counted, and the swordsman effect is taking effect. Muken E? He almost forgot about the sword wielder effect. The effect of this sword wielder is, when he wears the title of Blue Star Sword Wielder, in addition to being able to put his words into practice, his own combat power is half of the total combat power of all Blue Star players combined. And before, because everyone's strength did not reach the epic level, he might as well use words come true, with only half of his combat power. However, after experiencing this doomsday copy of the newbie reward, the combat effectiveness of all players has been significantly improved. This also resulted in his combat effectiveness increasing several times when he wore the title of Blue Star Swordsman. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. What level can be achieved with half of the combat power of all players? Statistics completed. When the host Machinii wears the Blue Star Swordsman, his combat power reaches the half-step myth level. Normal high-quality epic legend myth disaster universe. Half a step to myth. Machinii was not surprised to see this level. Most players who complete the game should be able to reach epic level, but legendary level is almost impossible. Therefore, it was within his expectation that half of the combat power of countless players combined would push him to the half-step mythical level. But after passing the next copy, his level might reach mythical level. After clearing a few more dungeons, his level would be half a step to disaster level, and after clearing a few more doomsday dungeons, he would be at disaster level. Even reaching the final cosmic level is not impossible. But the unfortunate thing is that he cannot bring such combat power into the dungeon. Moreover, when he wears the title of Sword Bearer, his inner desires will be infinitely magnified, directly transforming into Fatherlander and I don't eat beef. Old Mu, didn't you say you would come back to find me? At this time, Wang Zichen, looking somewhat resentful, walked in from the next room. Ahem, there was a little accident along the way. Machinii stopped watching and said awkwardly. I got an epic lottery ticket reward this time. I will go to the forum to see other players' rewards later. Wang Zichen had just finished saying this. A terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the sky. Machinii also immediately looked up at the sky outside the window. At some point, a huge starry vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Jiangchang. The whirlpool continued to spin like flowing water, occupying half of the sky over Jiangchang. Countless bright and shining stars in the universe appeared in the vortex, as if in another distant and ancient world. Countless ordinary people in Jiangcheng saw this scene, exclaimed at the miracle, and took out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them online, on Weibo and in their moments. But when Machinii saw this familiar scene, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Can the sword wielder in the Ghost Realms still catch up with Blue Star? This starry vortex, I'm afraid he is the only one in the entire Blue Planet who can recognize it. Because in the dungeon, no player had ever seen this thing, only he had seen this vortex in the Eye of Death that killed him twice. Not daring to hold back any longer, he immediately said to himself, wear the title of Blue Star Swordsman. When the shining title appeared above his head, a powerful and terrifying energy instantly surged out of his body. It took him several minutes to adjust to this half-step mythical energy, and he looked at the vortex in the sky with heavy eyes. This starry sky vortex did not stay in one place, but continued to extend in all directions. It originally occupied only half the size of Jiangcheng, but after extending for a period of time, it actually covered the entire Jiangcheng. The originally sunny day became as dark as night under the cover of this giant starry sky. Many light-sensing street lights in the city lit up directly. Chapter 181 Blue Star Sword Master vs Ghost Realm Sword Master. Old Mu, what is this thing? Wang Zichen asked with trembling mouth. The final boss in the dungeon we just encountered has chased us here. Machinii said in a deep voice, but he was not too panicked inside. Because the sword wielder's words are laws, and they are only effective in the world he lives in. But after leaving his own world, the title of sword wielder disappeared. Then why does the sword wielder in this ghost realm still have such powerful strength? Could it be that the other party is so powerful? Looking at the growing vortex of stars in the sky, he finally couldn't help it. As the sword bearer of Blue Star, he issued an oracle. Make the starry sky vortex disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force appeared and compressed the starry vortex in the sky as a whole. The starry vortex that had originally begun to cover the entire sky above Jiangcheng was compressed from all sides as if by a press the moment the swordsman's oracle was issued. The vortex continued to surge and shrink. Countless ordinary people were frantically recording videos and taking photos of this scene. Of course, some people thought it was the end of the world and everyone started to panic. Some even went further to rush to the mall to stock up on goods. Blue Star Swordsman. A voice suddenly sounded from the sky. It was that of a man with wings spread out. He flapped his huge black wings continuously and slowly fell from the sky. When countless ordinary people who were taking pictures saw the scene, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. No. Originally everyone thought it was just a simple supernatural scene, but when a human with flapping wings appeared in front of everyone's cerebellum shrank. Could this be a person with superpowers? Someone couldn't help but shout. When Mucini in the villa saw the person coming, his expression became serious. This must be the swordsman from the ghost realm. I can fly, he uttered. Then, a pair of snow-white wings spread out from behind him. Without stopping, he flew towards the sky. The sky is covered with dark clouds, blocking the sight of all ordinary people. As soon as he said this, the sky was covered with more and more dark clouds in just a few seconds. The sky was replaced by cloudy sky. His body flashed a few times and appeared above the dark clouds, standing in front of the swordsman from the ghost realm. Half step to mythology. The ghost realm swordsman sensed his aura and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Has your plane just entered the second stage? Why did you break into our dimension for no reason? Mucini asked in a cold voice. You are the ones who stole the gods from our world. Now you are asking me this question as if I have become the villain. The ghost realm swordsman chuckled. Are they really the gods from your world? Mucini narrowed his eyes and sneered. Why do I feel that those gods are from our blue star, but for some reason, you stole them all? As soon as he said this, the ghost realm swordsman's face darkened. It seems that I underestimated you, so let's see who's the best. He floated in the sky, took out a spear from the starry sky vortex that had not yet completely dissipated next to him, and pointed it at Mucini. Mucini didn't want to fight him, so he could only use his words to follow his words. Oracle, send him back to his original world. It seems you are not very familiar with the abilities of a sword wielder yet. Hearing Mucini's words, the amusement in the eyes of the ghost domain sword master became even more intense. Being mocked so closely, a hint of annoyance flashed in Mucini's eyes. Damn it, you're still acting so pretentiously when you come to my place? He whispered, give me superhuman powers. The power in his body exploded instantly, and his muscles began to grow. But then he discovered. Superman's strength seems a little weak? To be honest, Superman's strength can only reach the level of half-step legend. The ability of a sword wielder is based on imagination itself. The weakness of your plane also means that the combat power you imagine is pitifully small. The Ghost Realm Sword Master's face turned cold when he said this. Now let all those divine spellcasters who stole the godhood come out and commit suicide, and maybe I can let your plane go. Although slaughtering the creatures of a plane will have some impact on me, the impact will not be too great. Fuck you. Nukin E cursed. Imagination, right? He thought of a move in a movie that covered the sky and the sun. Then, as he put his hands together, a cassock was spread over his body. Evil disciple, why don't you surrender? His eyes flashed with golden light. What did you call me? The swordsman from the ghost realm looked at the aura on him and felt a palpitation spread throughout his body. He didn't have time to think about it and immediately mobilized the vigorous divine power in his body. Under the influence of divine power, a faint golden light emanated from his whole body, as if a golden armor was draped over him. With the help of the golden armor, he became much more confident. At this time, the blue star sword bearer slowly raised one hand and uttered the oracle. Ru Lai Shin Pom. What the hell, go to hell. The swordsman from the ghost realm couldn't bear it anymore and took action directly. He knew that if he killed the blue star swordsman in front of him, the remaining humans in the world would not be enough for him to kill. A great force was released from his body. The golden armor on his body flickered and shook continuously. The air around him seemed unable to withstand his power and began to distort. Like a distorted heat wave in the scorching summer. When he finally raised his aura, a shining Buddha light blinded his eyes. He raised his hands to shield his eyes from view and looked up to the sky. To be precise, he was looking at the distant universe. From the perspective of the swordsman in the ghost realm, a statue of Tathagata emitting Buddha's light suddenly appeared in the universe outside the blue star. The statue of Tathagata slowly raised a 5-fingered palm and pressed it down towards him. What on earth is this? His tone was somewhat horrified, and he looked up at the Buddha statue in the sky in a daze. Is this an existence that a swordsman who has just entered the second stage of the plane can imagine? The hand in the sky gradually fell down. In the eyes of the swordsman in the ghost realm, the hand kept falling and falling. As his palm grew bigger, he saw the lines in it. Then, the lines continued to expand, and he saw what looked like a lotus eye, and then he saw flesh and blood, and even cells. No, buddy, are you serious? The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Bang! The five-finger mountain fell completely. Chapter 182 3 Major Copy Modes. When everything is settled. When Mucini looked towards the place where the Ghost Domain Swordwielder was again, there was only a shapeless scarecrow left at the place where the Ghost Domain Swordwielder had originally been. A death doll? Seeing this scene, he sighed with a little disappointment and still let this guy get away. However, this Tathagata palm is indeed quite powerful. When he used this move just now, only the swordsman from the Ghost Realm could see the huge Tathagata. No one else can see it. Of course, only the swordsman in the Ghost Realm can suffer this horrific damage. What a big appetite! Open the scales of judgment. He asked directly to the scales of judgment what the probability was that there were sword wielders from other dimensions on his blue planet. The devil is heavier than the angel, which proves that the probability is almost zero. There are no longer any sword wielders from other dimensions on Blue Star. And the swordsman from the Ghost Realm just now, while using the scapegoat to escape, also left their plane at the same time. After the threat was lifted, he dispersed the dark clouds above Jiangcheng and returned to Wang Zichen's side using his power of words. By the way, he also stopped wearing the title of Blue Star Swordsman. But at this time, most ordinary people in Jiangcheng had already seen the appearance of the swordsman from the Ghost Realm, and even posted these pictures on the internet. It seems that the Doomsday Management Bureau, which has been kept secret by the authorities for so many years, may no longer be able to hide. If it were decades ago, when technology was not yet widely available, perhaps this matter could be kept strictly confidential within the region. However, in this era of technological advancement, rumors about the appearance of a person with special powers in Jiangcheng have probably begun to spread online. Of course, this is not something Mucini should consider. After returning to Wang Zichen's side, Mucini directly opened the lottery interface of his personal mall. Draw the epic roulette. Ding, start extracting. Congratulations to the host for winning the epic item, Blackwing Nano Armor. Blackwing Nano Armor. After activation, the hostess body will be wrapped in a Blackwing armor. When not activated, the armor appears on the hostess hand in the form of a bracelet. Note, this armor only has defense and flight capabilities, and is for players with combat power below the myth level. When this item was drawn, an ordinary black metal bracelet appeared on Mucini's left wrist. What is this? Mucini raised his bracelet and symbolically shouted, "Start!" Crack! Metal scales extended from the bracelet and began to wrap around his body. His arms, waist, back, legs, head. In a second, his entire body was wrapped in metal. He even felt that there was a piece of metal on his back, and this piece of metal could extend into a pair of metal wings according to his thoughts. He walked to the mirror, and when he saw an extremely cool black armor in the mirror, his eyes lit up. This armor is simply the romance of men. He tried to awaken the godhood of Pangu. And as his physical strength increased, he vaguely felt that this armor could actually absorb divine power and release it. According to the system, as long as the combat power does not exceed the mythical level, this armor can be used continuously. It seems that he can use this armor until he reaches the mythical level. After looking at himself in the mirror several times, he reluctantly changed the armor back into a bracelet. Next up. As usual, open the Eye of Death first. Open the Eye of Death. As he silently said these words in his heart, his consciousness gradually sank. This time there was no sound. When Mucini regained his vision, the profound tranquility around him made him perk up. The future body is in endless darkness. If he raised his head slightly, he could see the twinkling stars in the night sky, like scattered diamonds dotted in the darkness. Where is this place? Such doubts flashed through his mind. Then, Mucini noticed that the future body was lying on a flat ground, with its entire body pressed against the ground, without making any sound. What is the future body guarding against? He noticed that the future body was covered with a metal armor, which wrapped the future body. It was the black nano armor he had just drawn. The wings of the nano armor were retracted into the armor on his back and were not released. The quiet environment also made the newcomer spectator Mucini shiver. Judging from the environment, this place should be within the range of Blue Star? Within the blue star, there are only two possibilities. One possibility is that he has not entered the game copy and is still in reality. Another possibility is that the theme of the next Doomsday copy will be on the blue planet. It is basically the second possibility, because in the last copy of Human Ghost Taboo, his Death Eye had 23 uses left, and according to the rules of Death Eye cannot see the content of the next copy before the previous copy is finished. In other words, after he left the copy of Human Ghost Taboo, he did not die in reality, so the Eye of Death could not be refreshed. Well, that's it, here is the new copy content. Moreover, the new copy location is in the blue star area, proving that this copy is an ordinary disaster copy. Before the second phase of the system upgrade, the game, Doomsday, only had two modes. One mode was a special copy, and the other mode was a normal copy. Ordinary copies are similar to the first copy of Puppet Kingdom, the second copy of Deep Sea Monster, and the third copy of Global Freeze. The special copy is similar to the real-life version of Werewolf, and the time reversal that he experienced for the fourth time. After a system update, they had an additional type of replica. Human Ghost Taboo is a brand new copy type, and the system named it Invasion Copy. As the name suggests, an invasion copy is to invade another plane with a sword wielder and plunder resources. However, it is not clear whether there will be other types of copies later. So far, there are only 3 types of copies: ordinary copies, special copies, and invasion copies. After learning that this was a normal copy, Machinii began to focus his attention on the future body. The future body was hiding in what seemed to be a sand dune at this time, but because the future body's sight was always on a flat ground in front of the sand dune, Machinii was unable to observe the surrounding environment and determine where this place was on the blue star. However, judging from the somewhat warm environment around him and the slightly damp touch of the future body's hands on the sand, Machinii guessed that this must be a southern city in China. Ganshui City? Did the future body really go back to Ganshui University to continue his classes? Chapter 183 Eyes of Death. What the hell is this? The future body lay on the back of the sand dune and waited for about half an hour. Just when Mukuni, who was watching the battle, was feeling a little sleepy, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the calm sand dunes in front of him. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in the silent environment, like a thunderclap out of the blue, so stimulating that the future body felt its eardrums hurt. Countless smoke and dust rose up, and under the hazy dust in the sky, the silent and motionless future body also saw a huge outline in the dust. The dust slowly faded away, and the first thing that entered the eyes of the future body was a pair of huge sharp horns. The horns seemed to be 2 meters long, like an extended version of a bison horn. But after the outline of the long horns became completely clear, he saw a fan-shaped head. The smoke and dust completely dissipated, and a giant beast revealed its true face. Muchini, who was watching the battle, was even more surprised and suspicious, because he had only seen a beautified portrait of the giant beast in children's books. Looking at the hideous dragon head in front of him, he felt the fear brought by the food chain in his heart. This giant beast turned out to be a pentagonal dragon. And the most important thing is, this pentagon actually came out of the soil? The Pentaceratops obviously did not notice the existence of the future body. Its eyes, which were as turbid as pools of dirt, looked around. From the perspective of the future body, one could even see bloodshot veins in the Pentaceratops' eyeballs that were as thick as loaches. Who? The breathing sound of the Pentaceratops was very loud, like an enhanced version of a cow's heavy breathing. The future body stuck completely to the ground, and the black nano armor on his body also stuck completely to the soil below. Because of the wet soil, he might bring up some dirt when he stands up. The Pentagon looked around, then turned around and walked towards the future body. Its extremely developed and strong limbs moved on the flat ground, making a bang 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 sound like an earthquake. And the future body's heart is about to jump out of its chest. Even so, he still suppressed his movements and waited for the Pentagon to get closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just at the moment when the Pentaceratops reached 1 meter away from the future body's hiding place. The time is now. The future body explodes instantly. The divine nature of Pangu God was activated at the first moment, and his physical fitness instantly improved. The title of Intermediate Divine Spellmaster, Creator God Pangu, was also given to him at the same time. Holding the axe of creation in his hand, he used the nano armor on his body to leverage the force to accelerate. The future body raised up and rushed a long way forward. He actually got right under the Pentaceratops, and the axe that was sharp enough to cut through anything directly cut open the Pentaceratops' belly. Blood spurted out directly from the wound, staining the entire armor on the future body red. When the future body left the abdomen of the Pentaceratops, a lot of bloody intestines and other things spilled out of its abdomen. Ouch! The Pentaceratops felt a surge of pain, raised its strong hind hooves and stomped hard at the future body. The future body had just landed on the ground due to its body inertia, and now it was too late to dodge. So he immediately held the axe of creation in front of him, but there was no time to turn the sharp end of the axe, so he could only use the axe body to block the death trampling. Bang! The huge force slammed the future body into the sand dune, and most of the future body's body was sunken into the sand under this terrible force. Ahem! The future body coughed up some blood foam. If it weren't for the increased physical strength brought by Pangu's godhood and the force buffering of the nano armor, this hoof would have crushed his life. It seemed as if all my internal organs had moved to another place. The Pentaceratops obviously did not want to let go of the human who had seriously injured it, so it raised its hind hooves again and trampled towards the future body. This time, without inertia to stop it, the future body quickly pulled itself out of the sand in the depression. After avoiding the fatal trampling, the wings behind the nano armor suddenly spread out. After 2 gentle flaps, the future body was carried into the sky by the nano armor. The black wings flapped, and the future body raised the axe again. He seemed to have made up his mind and chopped towards the Pentagon with determination. Just like Erlangchen saving his mother, he chopped the axe hard on the Pentagon's butt. Ouch! The Pentaceratops' buttocks blossomed. It felt pain and its body was jumping wildly. The ground was shaking as it jumped, as if there was a small earthquake. And with the help of a pair of black wings, the future body flew backwards and reached a height that the Pentagon could not reach. He watched coldly as the Pentachron rolled in pain on the sand dunes. He had just cut open the belly of the Pentaceratops, which was basically a fatal wound. As long as he waited for the dragon to die slowly, he would be able to kill it without any injury. The blood stained his jet black armor glowed crimson in the moonlight, looking eerie and cold. A desolate cry suddenly sounded from behind the future body. The future body's pupils suddenly contracted, and without even looking, he raised his axe and chopped behind him. Rub! The axe struck empty air, chopping off a few feathers. At this time, a pair of sharp claws had already grabbed the shoulders of the future body. The sharp claws had already buckled into the nano armor and pierced into the flesh of the future body. The future body's arms were almost crippled. At this time, Muchini, who was watching the battle, saw clearly what the creature was that caught him. The sky overlord of the dinosaur era. Pterosaur. The pterosaur's sharp claws dug directly into the flesh of the future body's shoulders, causing severe pain that made the future body break out in cold sweats. But the future body did not sit still and wait for death. On the maple tree a few hundred meters away from them, countless green leaves suddenly broke away from the trunk and turned into sharp blades, sweeping towards the pterosaur. Fomew's supernatural power started to work. The pterosaur didn't expect that the leaves on the tree would start to attack it. It was surprised and immediately let go of the body of the future body. The body of the future body fell directly from a high altitude to the ground. When he almost fell to the ground, the wings of the nano armor spread out again and stabilized his body. Phew, not bad. The future body breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were fixed on the pterosaur, the overlord of the sky, which was several times larger than the eagle. This pterosaur. Roar! A huge creature roared and suddenly knocked the future body to the ground. The future body only felt a huge shadow appear above his head, and then he was pressed to death in the soil by a thick and powerful hoof. The theme of Chapter 184 is Jurassic Century? The creature that attacked the future body was none other than the Pentachron that was severely injured by him. The Pentaceratops was rolling on the ground waiting to die, but suddenly, it saw its enemy appear in front of it. Then, it used up the last of its strength, leaped with faith, and pressed its enemy firmly into the sand. Fuck! The future body's bones were almost broken apart by this pentagon. At this time, his shoulders were a little injured. He exerted force with his right hand and took out the daddy calling technique prop, a big loudspeaker, from the space ring with difficulty. He put the trumpet to his mouth, spitting blood and shouting into it. Morong Shiner, come and save me! A golden light flashed in front of him. As the father calling spell sounded, Morong Shiner's figure also appeared in front of the pentagonal dragon. When seeing Morong Shiner appear, a trace of fear flashed in the turbid eyes of the pentagonal dragon. Just now, the future body was enough to give it a hard time, and now here comes a woman with such extraordinary temperament. Then it raised its other hoof. 5 seconds later. Morongshiner, who had just been summoned and was a little confused, was pressed next to the future body by another hoof. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, became brothers in distress, staring at each other from across the distance. "What's going on?" Morongshiner asked while gritting her teeth while struggling to resist the rough hooves. "I was thinking of calling you for help." As soon as the future body said this, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. "Morongshiner, you asked me to handle something that you can't even handle with your own strength?" She was speechless. Now Mukuni is one of the strongest people on Blue Star. In the last copy, Mukuni was the only divine spell master who had practiced for more than 20 days, so he is the only intermediate divine spell master in the world. If even Mukuni couldn't solve the problem, then naturally she, who was once the strongest person on Blue Star, couldn't handle it either. "I forgot. I was still thinking you could protect me." The future body smirked and spat out blood again. "Don't worry, I still have another prop." Not knowing what he was thinking of, he began to fumble in the space ring for a while, and actually took out a small pink grenade. Weakness grenade can weaken the status of all creatures within the grenade range. The future body explained, then threw the grenade as hard as he could towards the Pentagon's butt. The grenade has been thrown so far away, it shouldn't hurt him by mistake. But this idea just came out. He saw the grenade explode with a bang and turned into pink mist. The pink mist bloomed in an instant, and all living things within a radius of hundreds of meters were shrouded in the pink mist. The future body is also the first to be affected. The weakened future body could no longer withstand the Pentaceratops' hooves and was crushed to pieces. Future body, dead. Wow. After Mukuni returned to his body, he almost couldn't help vomiting. "The pain in my chest won't go away anytime soon." After calming down for a while, he began to think about all the information he received from this death replay. First of all, will the theme of the next Doomsday copy be Jurassic Century? It's a Pentaceratops and a pterosaur. Ancient creatures have revived? Apart from the two dragons, he began to face up to his current strength. He is now a mid-level divine spellcaster and maybe the strongest being on Blue Star. Even Morongshiner, who was once his rival, is no match for him now. It can be seen from the replay of his death that when he summoned the opponent was killed instantly by the Pentaceratops. In addition, his death was caused by two dragons. One pterosaur and one pentachron. The future body probably just wanted to hunt the Pentaceratops at that time, and the pterosaur was an unexpected existence. In addition to the Jurassic Century themed copy, there is also the weakness grenade. Where did you get that nasty thing? In this death replay, he could see that the Blackwing nano armor played a huge role, and his grasp of the godhood of Pangagod became better and better. But helplessly, the future body finally gave its trust to the pink weakness grenade, and was killed. Could the weakness grenade be something in the personal mall? Thinking of this, he directly opened the personal mall of his system. Because the last exchange in the personal mall turned into a swordsman, it has now changed back to 4 grids. The first thing he saw was the pink grenade in the third box. Weakness grenade one-time consumable item. Throwing a weakness grenade at a target will weaken the target creature by 90%. Note, this grenade is only effective against living creatures. Price, 250 points. Damn it! Mukuni's blood almost gushed out. Why don't you tell me what the explosion range of this item is? The range is 100 meters. Who would fight with good people across a distance of 100 meters? Thinking of this, he felt that he had been badly cheated. 250 points. The last time the future body bought this thing, it was really a waste of money. But after thinking about it carefully, he still spent the money. No, he bought this weakening grenade. In a sense, this weakness grenade is actually a powerful weapon, and can even be said to be a strategic weapon. After all, everyone within a radius of 100 meters will be weakened. If used properly, this thing is worth far more than 250 points. The problem with this thing is that the description does not clearly explain the explosion range of this thing, so it is very likely to harm you. But fortunately, the replay of the death helped him to identify it. Anyway, he had 36,700 points, so he just bought it. After buying this item, he turned his attention to the other 3 items. The first item glowed golden and had an icon of a Pokeball on it. Recruitment Ball Half-Step Myth. You can recruit a creature that is less than Half-Step Myth as your mount. There is a chance of failure in taming the creature. Once you fail, the recruitment ball will be scrapped. Note, you'd better seriously injure the creature, otherwise the chance of taming it is extremely low. After taming it as a mount, the mount's injuries will be instantly healed. Price, 10,000 points. It really is a pokeball. However, it is similar to the pokeball in the game. If you seriously injure the pet, the probability of capturing it will increase. In addition, he has the skill of Scales of Judgment, which can verify the probability of taming a pet. This recruiting ball is a great thing for him. Bought it. But then, he suddenly reacted. That's not right. According to the system, isn't the highest level of the props here the level of strength of the swordsman? His current strength is only at the middle epic level, or at most the upper epic level. But why is this a half-step myth? Oh, does this highest level refer to the combat power level that the swordsman obtains after obtaining half of the strength of all the players on Blue Star? That is indeed a half-step myth. Chapter 185 Online Comments. After purchasing the recruitment ball, Muchinii looked at the items in the second column. The icon of the items in the second column is a colorful bar, which looks a bit like a gold bar, but its appearance is colorful. Meteorite from outer space type, find a famous alchemist, and you can make this meteorite into many space rings. Note, this thing seems useless to you? But if you have an alchemist, you may be able to make a fortune. Price, 7,000 points. Muchinii thought about it and decided to skip it. There should be no alchemists on Blue Star, and this meteorite is used to make a space ring. He already has a space ring and a Qianquan bag, so he doesn't need this. As for making money, he is the sword wielder. Everything in the Blue Star can be his. Besides, he has a lot of points, but he won T by everything. If this thing cost 500 points, he might have bought it. 8,000 points? Forget it. Then he turned his attention to the items in the last column. When he saw this item, he felt his scalp itchy, as if he was about to grow a brain. Sex Change Recombiner Disposable Item, can turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Note, painless sex change surgery, you deserve it. Price, 500 points. Call. He took a deep breath and suddenly felt that the expensive meteorite looked much better. He looked at his remaining 26,450 points and closed his personal mall. Then, he found Morong Shiner on the phone and sent her all the things he had predicted about the Jurassic century. Morong Shiner replied with a received. After finishing his business, he found his parents' phone number and planned to ask them about their current situation. Ever since his identity was exposed to the same clan, the authorities have protected his parents. I wonder what reason they used. Also, did the parents suffer after being protected? Beep, beep. Hey, son. The mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, how are you doing now? Muchinii asked. But while he was speaking, he faintly heard the sound of waves over there. Son, you have such a promising future. The mother's voice seemed a little happy. You did a great job hiding it from your mom and dad. Then, my mother told him what happened. It turned out that when the country sent people to protect Mu's mother and father, they told the couple that Muchinii was now a genius in the country's scientific research and was studying new technologies with many professors in China in a secret base. In order to prevent foreign spies from attacking Muchinii's family and threatening Muchinii, people were sent to protect Mu's mother and father. And now, there is someone accompanying mom and dad to travel to Sanya. This special person is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan accompanied his parents on travels everywhere, and mom and dad Mu felt happy outside of work. Hearing his mother's cheers and the sound of waves, Muchinii's mouth twitched violently. The country has done a really good job in this regard. Although he has experienced life and death outside, his parents have enjoyed all the blessings. Seeing his mother's tone full of joy, Muchinii also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Okay then, Mom. Have fun with Dad. When I finish my research on this project, I will go traveling with you guys. He thought his mother would readily agree, but what he didn't expect was that as soon as he said this, his mother's enthusiasm suddenly dropped. Go and have fun after you're done. Your dad and I finally have some time alone together. Why are you messing with us? Muchinii. The identification is complete. It is definitely the biological mother and father. After hanging up the phone, he felt relieved, but also began to think, why should the future body go back to university to continue his classes? Is it because of boredom? But this idea was confirmed by Muchinii after a few days. It's really boring. Apart from playing games with Wang Zichen and eating delicious food every day, his life is so boring. Alas, although he has everything, he has also lost his worries. At the same time, the online comments about humans flying over Jiangcheng were covered up by experts sent by the country by saying that it was a new type of bird. Of course, there are still many high-definition pictures that have captured these things, and many internet celebrities have come to take advantage of the popularity and are saying everywhere that it is an alien civilization. There are even many people who have dug up UFO-shaped images that they didn't know if they were photoshopped. In short, there are many strange sounds on the internet, but obviously few people believe it is a bird. After all, the birds are fine, but how do we deal with the starry sky vortex before? Finally, seeing that too much news had spread online and the authorities' efforts to ban the pictures were unsuccessful, Muchini could only use the sword wielder S words come true and delete all the pictures about the incident online. The matter was left unresolved. Apart from this incident, the only bright spot in Muchini's life was that Wang Zichen took him to catch the woman hiding in Lao Zhao's house. Then the two discovered that the woman in Lao Zhao's house was actually his ex-wife, and now the two of them have rekindled their old love. In addition to this incident, Muchini also learned that Lao Zhao had actually become a ghost keeper in the last copy of Human Ghost Taboo. It is said that Lao Zhao also passed the level perfectly at that time, but he did not intend to become a magic spellcaster. Instead, he took a fancy to a ghost called Shadow Ghost in their village and made a contract with it using his identity as a ghost keeper. Shadow Ghost is a ghost living in the dark who can help Lao Zhao solve many troubles in life, which perfectly matches Lao Zhao's top hacking skills. At the same time, because Lao Zhao started practicing to become a ghost raiser right after he cracked the source of Doomsday, after more than half a month of practice, he has now become an intermediate ghost raiser. Old Zhao told Muchini that at his age, he should learn knowledge instead of lying at home doing nothing. Only by learning can we continue to grow. Muchini felt that what he said made sense, so he planned to go back to school to study. So, with the farewell of Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen, he used the sword holder's words and magic to instantly send himself to Ganshui City and back to Ganshui University. By going through the back door, he easily continued his previous major and returned to the classroom. However, when the students in the classroom saw Muchini, their expressions were a little strange. After all, Muchini was a well-known giant rice prince in the school. He became a couple with a young and beautiful female professor and lived in the teacher's apartment. Others wouldn't even dream of doing this, but Muchini made it happen. Lin Yujia, who was among the crowd of students, looked at his brother-in-law with a somewhat flattering look. Apart from the curious crowd, the most shocked person was the person whom Muchini had liked for 2 years. Su Qianran. As a player, Su Qianran also came into contact with China's official Doomsday Management Bureau. From the Doomsday Management Bureau, she learned about the 4 major levels of the Doomsday, and also signed a contract to conceal Muchini's identity. I thought Muchini was just a high-level player, just like the Doomsday of Global Freeze. But what she could never have imagined was that the incredibly beautiful woman who once lived with Muchini was actually the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau. Not only that, in the world-destroying Doomsday, time reversal, of the previous Doomsday, Muchini became the only one who survived and cracked it, directly upgrading the system. It can even be said that if it weren't for Muchini, Blue Star would have been destroyed by now. It was hard for her to imagine that all these things were done by her classmate. Muchini is the world's most representative and officially recognized strongest person. Thinking of this, she looked at Muchini with a hint of resentment. Brother, if I had known you were so awesome, who would have dared to keep you hanging for 2 years? She even wanted to kneel down to Muchini. Chapter 186, Everything Withers, Prehistoric Revival. Su Qianran looked at Muchini who was sitting in the last row. After thinking for a while, she picked up her backpack and trotted to the back row. Finally, she sat on the right side of Muchini before his roommate. This scene instantly attracted many people's attention. Everyone looked at this scene suspiciously. Isn't Muchini Su Qianran's liquor? And he also has a rich girlfriend. But why didn't they understand what was happening now? Muchini's roommates were quite happy to see him return to school. However, after noticing Su Qianran's actions, several people quickly moved a few seats to the side to make room for the two of them. Is there something? Muchini just opened the book and looked at the woman beside him with a frown. Su Qianran was somewhat flattered when she heard the question, but soon she stammered and asked, Mr. Mu, why did you suddenly come back to school? Now in her eyes, Muchini is like a national leader, and his mentality is completely different. What's more, now when she looked at Muchini, she felt that he had a mysterious aura. This temperament is so attractive. With nothing to do, I came back to give myself some trouble. Muchini said quietly. Give yourself some trouble? Su Qianran was dumbfounded. What is the reason? Mr. Mu, How long will you stay in school this time? She asked in a low voice. She originally wanted to call Machinii by his name, but when she thought of his true strength and status, she changed her words to the name that Lin Yuan had called Machinii by before. Are you free? Machinii turned his head and said impatiently, if you have nothing to do, go out and run a few laps instead of making noises in my ears. The chirping is so annoying. Feeling inexplicably yelled at, Su Qianran shut her mouth in grievance and sat obediently beside him. After a few minutes, the substitute teacher appeared in the classroom and started the class. Machinii took out a pen and began to record. 10 minutes later. Who? Machinii, breathing evenly, lay on the table and fell asleep. I have to say, the lectures given by the teachers in this school are more sleep-inducing than sleeping on a bed worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Machinii's insomnia problem that had lasted for a few days was cured by the teacher in just 10 minutes. Looking at the sleeping Machinii, Su Qianran blinked and glanced at the notebook that Machinii had thrown aside. I don't know if it was with the intention of trying to please her, but she took the other person's notebook and helped him record it. Beautiful small handwriting appeared in his notebook. After 2 classes were over, Machinii, who had slept comfortably, stretched and sat up. He glanced at Su Qianran, who was recording something, and asked, "How long have I slept?" "About an hour and a half." Su Qianran explained, and quickly added, "Your phone rang a few times just now. Maybe someone sent you a message." "Who sent him a message?" Machinii opened his phone and first saw the message Morong Shiner sent him, and then another message sent by the person he followed, Chang Yecheng, on the internet. Calculating the time, there are still 3 days left until the next Doomsday copy opens, which is exactly when Mr. Chang Yecheng makes his prophecy. He glanced at Morong Shiner's message, and the other party was reminding him to look at Chang Yecheng's prophecy. So he opened the public platform and saw the message with tens of thousands of likes. Everything withers, and prehistory revives. This sentence is exactly Chang Yecheng's prediction for the next copy this time. Everything withers, prehistoric revival? Based on the scenes in the death replay, a picture appeared in his mind in an instant. Prehistoric resurgence is easy to understand. Dinosaurs like pterosaurs and pentaceratops are prehistoric creatures that have been extinct for many years. He could even be sure that not only the dinosaurs, but also many large extinct creatures had resurrected. In addition to the prehistoric revival, there is also the withering of all things. What does it mean that everything withers? He was a little bit unable to understand, and just when he was thinking about the first sentence, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. In the last death replay, in order to make the Sky Overlord Pterosaur let him go, the future body summoned maple leaves hundreds of meters away to fight the enemy. But he remembered that the maple leaves at that time were withered and yellow, not the emerald green of this season. It's still summer. Even the environment where the future body was at that time was summer. Summer, withered yellow maple leaves. These two completely unrelated things appeared in the same place. This in itself reveals something weird. But at that time, all his attention was focused on the future body that was fighting, and he didn't pay too much attention to Maple Leaf's appearance. Now thinking back carefully, he realized that something was wrong. When all things wither, does that mean that all plants will wither? In this case, there will be much less vegetarian food and grain. What will people eat? Will they only be able to eat meat? In that case, he would have to prepare more food before going in to prevent himself from starving to death. But he always felt that things might not be that simple. We will have to wait until he enters the copy to see the details. The difficulty of this dungeon should not be too high, so he plans to do it alone without looking for teammates. There is no way. He is now one of the strongest people on Blue Star, not even one of. There is absolutely no need to look for other people, not to mention that he also has the Eye of Death that can help him isolate himself from almost all accidents. In addition, there is another reason why he chose to work alone, which is to activate the use of Eye of Death many times to improve his own strength. If he was under the protection of a group of strong men, how would he have the chance to use the Eye of Death? Not to mention improving your own strength through fighting. As the sword wielder, his strength must be at the forefront of everyone on Blue Star. He sent his speculations to Morong Shiner, Wang Zichen, and others. Afterwards, he began to enjoy campus life. Although I have to go through the torture of getting up early and having full classes every day at school, the joy of eating and playing games with roommates in the evening far outweighs the troubles during the day. Of course, he did not give up his practice of the Divine Spellmaster. He had the spiritual spring for practice, so he could practice the Divine Spellmaster every day. Now he is already an intermediate spellcaster, but it will take him about a month to become a high-level spellcaster. I have to say, this kind of life is more enjoyable than being in Jiangcheng and Wangzichen. One thing that surprised him was that Su Qianran helped him take notes in every class. It's so funny, it seems like he will study seriously. Just like that, 3 days of campus time passed in a flash. At 10 o'clock on Saturday night, the Doomsday copy will arrive on time. Muchinii, who had gone to bed early in the dormitory, also fell into a deep sleep immediately. Ding, welcome player Muchinii to this Doomsday. The background of this Doomsday: due to some changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many creatures on the blue planet have become abnormal, and even plants seem to have something wrong. The main mission of this Doomsday is survive for 30 days. Friendly reminder: kill some creatures and you can get what you want most. Chapter 187, All the Food is Bad. Muchinii looked at the introduction of the story background. In the game copy of Doomsday, the content introduced at the beginning of each copy is different. Then, he looked at his skills. Death Eye cooldown time, for 59 cooldown time in this instance is 24 hours, realistic cooldown time is 7 days. This was the first time that the Eye of Death was still cooling down after he had just entered the dungeon. It can only be used after 5 hours? However, because he had used the Eye of Death once in reality, he knew that he would not die in the near future. His top priority now was to understand the situation of this era clearly. Looking at his roommates who had not yet woken up in the 3 beds next to him, he took out a bottle of mineral water from his space ring with confidence and prepared to take a sip. But he pulled out an empty bottle. How could I put the empty bottle into the space ring? So he took out another bottle of mineral water. Still an empty bottle. What is going on? He suddenly started to wake up, sat up, and opened the space ring. He had originally prepared 5 or 6 boxes of mineral water in his space ring, but all the plastic bottles that were originally filled with water turned into empty bottles. Where's my water? He put on the space ring and took out the Qiankuan bag from his pocket. However, when he opened the Qiankuan bag, he was also dumbfounded. Because the several bottles of water in his Qiankuan bag had all turned into empty bottles. With no other options, he can only get out of bed and pick up the thermos cup in which he had filled some water last night. But when he opened the thermos, the empty cup made him silent for a long time. He ran to the faucet and turned it on. Still no water. Where's the water? Not knowing what he was thinking of, he quickly took out the lunchbox prepared in the space ring. In the lunchbox, there is the food that was prepared when I came in. But when he took out a lunchbox and opened it, he found that all the food in the lunchbox was moldy. All of them are inedible. Then he opened another lunchbox, and then another lunchbox. This one is moldy, that one is moldy, everything is moldy. His face looked a little grim. Even the compressed biscuits were moldy. The compressed biscuits are all broken. This also made him completely understand that this was all caused by the Doomsday copy. He found his desk and pulled out a bag of snacks from the drawer next to him. Not only were the snacks spoiled, but all the drinks, milk, and other liquids inside also disappeared. All the edible things in this Doomsday copy are gone. This time, Muchinii was a little panicked. But soon, he turned his attention back to the system's prompt. One of the columns is, friendly reminder, kill some creatures and you can get what you want most. Thinking back to the last death replay, the future body took the initiative to hunt down the Pentagon. Could it be that by killing those revived prehistoric creatures, we can get food and water? Otherwise, why would the future body provoke them for no reason? That's right. He remembered that he also possessed a spiritual spring that could be used to cultivate divine power. If he cultivated divine power, would he not be hungry? Thinking of this, he prepared to take out the spiritual spring from the system. But just at this moment. Ding ding. In this instance, everything with spiritual energy will slowly dissipate. If the divine power spring is taken out, it will dry up within 3 days. Do you decide to take it out? Seeing this scene, Muchinii's brows furrowed completely. This news also means that this time the system is determined to make all players slaughter those prehistoric creatures. He was extremely thirsty, so he took a sip of spring water and moistened his throat. The divine power spring water is drinkable, but the divine power in it cannot be fully absorbed if you drink it, so it would be a waste to use it for cultivation. If he wasn't so thirsty, he wouldn't have wasted it like this. After the feeling of dry mouth and tongue improved a lot, he walked to the window of the dormitory and planned to take a look at the situation outside. When he came to the window, he saw dust and yellow sand outside the window, and the whole world looked gray. It looks like the end of the world is approaching. Ding ding. His phone suddenly rang with Morong Shiner's exclusive ringtone. He turned on his phone and saw the message Morong Shiner sent him. There are two pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Muchini, let's hear the bad news first. Morong Shiner. Morong Shiner, the first bad news is that in this apocalypse, all plants have withered and died, including all food. For some reason, all fresh water sources have dried up, and even food has gone moldy and rotten. Now the only two foods left for humans are corn and potatoes, but as time goes by, in a few hours, corn and potatoes will also rot and cannot be eaten. Muchini, what's the second bad news? Morong Shiner, the second bad news is that all of humanity's hot weapons have been destroyed. I just went to the weapons depot and found that all of the hot weapons had melted. I asked about weapons depots in other areas and found that those weapons with slightly stronger destructive power had also been destroyed. The only weapons left for humanity now are cold weapons. The weapon melted itself? Muchini frowned. This time, he was determined not to let humans use technology to defeat the enemy. Then, he typed to Morong Shiner. I have a guess now, but I don't know if it's accurate. Morong Xiner, what's your guess? Just tell me. Muchini, I suspect that by killing those prehistoric creatures that are about to revive, we may be able to obtain food and water. Morong Xiner, are you referring to the system prompt just now that killing those creatures can get what you want? Muchini, that's right. Morong Shiner, but it is very difficult to do these things. We just detected a Tyrannosaurus Rex near the base. The strength of that Tyrannosaurus Rex is probably at the upper epic level. No player on Blue Star has such strength right now. If you want to kill it, you need to sacrifice human lives. Superior epic level? One level higher than his intermediate divine spellcaster. The strength of these guys is exaggerated. The Pentachron he saw in the death replay before should only be at the mid-epic level. It seems that the strength of each prehistoric creature is different. Thinking of this, he planned to find a prehistoric creature that was not too strong in combat and try to kill it to see if he could get food and water. Thinking of this, he replied. Is it clear where these prehistoric creatures came from? Morong Shiner, it's not clear yet, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex next to our base crawled out of the soil, and our system had an early warning before the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared. Muchini, warning? Chapter 188 1 Meter High Mosquito. Morong Shiner, that's right. The system will remind us that a terrifying existence is about to appear. A few minutes after the reminder, the Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the soil nearby. After seeing the news about Morong Shiner, Muchini fell into deep thought. In the last Eye of Death, the future body seemed to know that the Pentachron would appear, so it stayed on the back of the sand dune waiting. After waiting for half an hour, the Pentagon finally appeared. So, did the future body stay there waiting for the Pentaceratops to appear because it received an early warning from the system? But the plants are all damaged. What about the animals we raised before? Muchini, what about the pigs, ducks, cows, sheep and other animals in the breeding industry? Morong Xiner, they are all dead. Apart from humans, most of the original creatures are dead. After they die, their bodies stink and are inedible. It seems that most of the livestock we raised are dead. After getting this information, he stopped communicating with Morong Shiner and planned to go out hunting to give it a try. Just as he reached the dormitory door, he seemed to think of something. He turned around to look at his three roommates who had fallen asleep because they had stayed up late playing games last night. After twitching his eyes, he opened the door and left. He doesn't have the extra energy to take care of these NPCs now. After leaving the dormitory, he thought about it and decided to send a message to Su Qianran. Su Qianran's skill is healing, maybe it will be of some use to him? Su Qianran saw Muchini's message and replied immediately, Mr. Mu, where are you? I'll come over right away. I'm going to the East Gate. You come to the East Gate to find me. After Muchini replied to the message, he went to the store downstairs. Because today is Sunday, even at 8 o'clock in the morning, there are few people in the school. The shop owner was also checking the goods at this time, muttering to himself as if he had seen a ghost. It's strange, why are all the food spoiled, and why are there no more drinks? But Muchini's eyes turned to the breakfast corn. So he scanned the code and paid 200 yuan, took a few bags, and picked out the corns that were still intact. Boss, buy some corns. After getting the corns, he waved to the boss. Okay, you put it on yourself. The boss responded casually, because there were too many things missing in the store, so he didn't care even if Muchinii paid a little more tip. Muchinii picked up a corn and started chewing it. This thing is the only thing that can be eaten now. By the time he finished eating 2 corns, he had already reached the east gate. Pooh, pooh. Because the sky was full of yellow sand, there was too much sand in the air. He spat several times in a row, but still felt sand in his mouth. Before long, a girl wearing protective clothing, a hat and protective goggles appeared in front of him. Mr. Mu. Su Qianran came up to him and asked expectantly, "Do you have any instructions for me?" "Eat something." Muchinii handed the corn to her. Su Qianran looked at the edible corn with some surprise in her eyes. "When I woke up today, I found that the food was moldy and there was not even any drinkable water. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Mu, still had food to eat. The corn will not go bad for a few hours, so you can still eat it now. Eat it quickly. Let's go out and get some food and water." "Yes." Su Qianran picked up a piece of gauze to block the wind and sand around her, then picked up the corn and began to eat it in small bites. Her way of eating was much more elegant than Muchinii's way of eating it, with a mouthful of corn and a mouthful of sand. A few minutes later, after Su Qianran finished her meal, Muchinii set off with her. Su Qianran didn't know where he was going, but she didn't dare to ask more, so she could only follow him silently. But then she discovered that Muchinii seemed to be simply walking aimlessly, as if he didn't know where he was going. After walking for a full half hour, just when she was about to ask the other party where they were going, ding, prehistoric creatures are about to appear in this area. The system's warning sound suddenly rang in the ears of both of them. Muchinii, who was originally bored, suddenly perked up his ears. Finally found it, it was so hard. Muchinii was just about to say something to Su Qianran. A sense of crisis suddenly came over me. He heard a slight sound, and in a flash, he grabbed Su Qianran, and an axe quickly appeared in his hand, and he chopped it hard at the position behind Su Qianran. Puff! In a flash, the axe of creation sank into flesh and blood, making a splashing sound. And in an instant, a layer of black armor wrapped Muchinii's body. When he could see clearly, he saw a huge mosquito in front of him, struggling on the ground. The mosquito was more than 1 meter tall, and he just hit it on the head with his axe. After struggling for a while, the mosquito exploded and revealed 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 pieces of bread, and a white stone. Muchinii blinked when he saw the food bursting out. So this is how the food in this copy comes from. On the other side, Su Qianran fell to the ground, looking at the food on the ground with some shock. From her perspective, not long after the system prompted her, she suddenly noticed a strong wind coming from behind her. Afterwards, Muchinii violently pulled her away, picked up the axe and hit her on the back. When she was out of danger and looked behind her, she saw a man wrapped in cool black metal armor, and a giant mosquito that had been chopped off in front of him. After struggling for a while, the mosquito burst out some food. Muchinii. After figuring out the situation, the look she gave Muchinii changed. He is worthy of being the strongest man in the world, having someone like him by his side. This damn sense of security. Is it just this prehistoric creature? Muchinii asked with some dissatisfaction. He picked up 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread. He threw a bottle of water to Su Qianran and drank half of it himself. Su Qianran hadn't drunk any water all morning. When she saw the water that Muchinii gave her, she said thank you gratefully and drank some. After drinking the water, Muchinii glanced at the 2 pieces of bread. They had just finished eating corn in the morning and were not hungry, so he put the 2 pieces of bread into the space ring. The 2 pieces of bread were exploded when the prehistoric creatures were killed, so they did not go bad directly. After finishing his meal, he set his sights on the fallen stone. Why does this stone look so similar to the adaptive spirit stone? He just picked it up when the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the adaptive spiritual stone. Tip, this adaptive spiritual stone will not be scrapped in this copy. Chapter 189. A pterosaur escaped. When Muchinii saw that this was indeed an adaptive spirit stone, he also narrowed his eyes. He had thought that after entering this copy, he would no longer be able to practice, but he did not expect that the system would actually leave this way for them. Besides this, there is good news. The strength of that large mosquito just now is probably not at the epic level, and may not even reach the half-step epic level. In other words, the prehistoric creatures in this copy are not all invincible like Pentaceratops and pterosaurs. In addition, even a mosquito can produce 2 bottles of water, 2 pieces of bread and a spirit stone. So, what can those more powerful dinosaurs with epic combat power reveal? He was looking forward to it in his heart. With his current fighting power, he should have no problem taking on a small dinosaur. There would be no problem if large dinosaurs were part of the plan. In the previous death replay, the main reason why the future body was killed by the Pentaceratops was that a pterosaur had tricked him, and in the end he was backstabbed by the weakness grenade. Otherwise, the future body can kill a large dinosaur like the Pentaceratops without any damage if it uses its brain a little. It's just a minor injury. Thinking about how he was almost trampled to death by a few hooves, he glanced at Su Qianran beside him. The difference from last time is that this time he brought a wet nurse with him. Having milk and having no milk are two different concepts. Let's go. He helped Su Qianran up from the ground. The prehistoric creatures in this area have been killed off, and now it's time to find the next one. But just when the two were about to leave, ding, prehistoric creatures are about to appear in this area. A voice suddenly sounded in their minds, still the voice of the system. Ha! Mu Qianyi stopped and pointed to a building to Su Qianran. Go hide behind that building. Good. Su Qianran didn't dare to cause him trouble, so she immediately hid behind a building, intending to watch Mu Qianyi's operations. All of a sudden, Mu Qianyi was the only one left on the street. He looked at the tightly closed doors around him. Layers of metal armor covered his body again. Even the pair of metal black wings behind him were half opened. Seeing the pair of black wings, Su Qianran, who was hiding and observing secretly, also widened his eyes. The opponent's armor actually has wings? Mu Qianyi stood there and waited. He would wait and see what the creature that appeared in this place was. If it was too strong, he would turn around and run away. If it is too weak, the food will explode. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the ground suddenly began to shake. And on the ground of the road in front of him, cracks appeared. Roar! A sharp voice sounded, and Mu Qianyi also noticed that under the curb was a familiar dragon. This dragon had a pair of huge wings, and even its cry was particularly familiar to Mu Qianyi. It was the Sky Overlord, the pterosaur, who killed Mu Qianyi in the last death replay. When the enemies met, they were extremely jealous of each other. He didn't care whether the opponent's body had completely flown out from the ground. He directly picked up the axe of creation and chopped it hard at the ground. His body drew a perfect arc in the sky, and with the help of the pair of black wings of the nano armor, he quickly appeared above the pterosaur's head. You bastard, I'm on top of you this time. Mu Qianyi took action. The axe hit the pterosaur's body directly, leaving a bloody wound. And he didn't intend to stop. He rode on the pterosaur and chopped it with his axe. The pterosaur struggled frantically, and its body kept twitching due to the severe pain. But Mu Qianyi didn't care and just rode on its body and chopped at it. He didn't want to chop off the other party's head, because the pterosaur's head was some distance away from him at the moment. If he forced himself to move forward, he might not be able to control his balance due to the pterosaur's violent struggle. The pterosaur couldn't bear the pain anymore, so it spread its wings and flew into the sky like an arrow. But Mu Qianyi was well prepared. The moment the other party struggled, he grabbed the other party's hair with his left hand, and the pair of wings of the nano armor flapped in the air to help him maintain his balance. In his right hand, he held the axe of creation and kept chopping at the pterosaur's body. Every movement would cause a large amount of blood and flesh to fly. He performed a violent aesthetic in the sky. The residents living in the surrounding buildings also saw this scene. They exclaimed in amazement and quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures of it. The real-life version of Iron Man vs. Pterosaur. After being chopped dozens of times, the pterosaur finally cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Mu Qianyi also let go of the other person's falling body in time, and with the help of the power of his wings, he slowly glided towards the ground and finally landed safely on the ground. Countless residents immediately clapped their hands at Mu Qianyi, who was wearing the nano armor. Fortunately, the armor on his body helped him cover his face and prevented Mu Qianyi from exposing his identity to the players. After chopping the pterosaur to death, Mu Qianyi didn't even look at what fell on the ground. He waved his hand and put everything into the space ring. Just when he was about to stop. Iron Man, be careful. In a nearby residential building, a man roared at him. A sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind Mu Qianyi. Mu Qianyi reacted almost instinctively. He did not look back, but fell down right in front of him. It's like stepping on a stone and accidentally falling. Just as he fell to the ground with the front of his body pressed tightly against the ground, a huge figure suddenly passed through his body. A strong wind blew up the dust around Machinii, but it did not cause any real harm to Machinii. Bing! A cry was heard, and he immediately turned around, rolling over and standing up on his knees. Just as he was about to meet the enemy, he noticed that the pterosaur that attacked him looked at him with a pair of resentful eyes, as if thinking that it was no match for him, and turned around and fled into the distance. The pterosaur is worthy of being the overlord of the sky. It is extremely fast. Even if Machinii uses all his strength to activate his black wings, he may not be able to catch up with it. He could only watch the pterosaur fly away. After seeing the pterosaur running away, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Now he seemed to know how he died in the last death replay. Unexpectedly, 2 pterosaurs suddenly emerged from the ground in this area. After he killed one of them, the other one obviously held a grudge against him. It is no wonder that the future experience was retaliated by the other party and eventually led to death. Now the second pterosaur has also managed to escape, and the one behind may give him a fatal blow at any time. Chapter 190 It's Raining Acid. However, Machinii was not too panicked. He had seen the replay of his own death. If it happened again, he didn't think he would be killed by the opponent's sneak attack. At this moment, the people around had gathered around, cheering and celebrating that he had killed the prehistoric creature. Seeing the people around him, he flew into the air and disappeared in front of everyone in a few breaths. When the people saw them flying away, they could only leave in disgrace. But one person did not leave. Su Qianran, who was hiding behind a building, was dumbfounded. No, Master Mu wouldn't have forgotten her, right? Didn't they come out together? Just as she was in a daze, a warm palm patted her on the head. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Ah. Su Qianran quickly turned her head, and when she saw the person coming, a surprised smile appeared on her face. Mr. Mu, you're back? While we still have energy, let's go kill some more monsters. Machinii gave her some more food and water, then continued walking around the city, preparing to look for revived prehistoric creatures. Originally, he refused to do these risky things for the sake of his own safety. But just now, after he took a look at what exploded from the pterosaur, his calm heart became restless. First there was a large box of 24 bottles of Waha mineral water, then there were 3 state banquet coupons, a bottle of 3 spirit-enhancing pills, and a dozen adaptive spirit stones. Not to mention the roll of mineral water. In this world without water and food, this box of mineral water can save many lives. State Banquet Scroll. After use, you can summon a state banquet with 8 hot dishes, 4 cold dishes, and 4 desserts. 3 rolls are equivalent to 24 hot dishes, 12 cold dishes and 12 desserts. This is much better than the 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water that come out of killing that big mosquito. As for the remaining spirit-enhancing pills and adaptive spirit stones, I won't talk about the adaptive spirit stones. Spirit Enhancement Pill one-time consumable, can directly increase the host's cultivation level, maximum number of times taken, 30 times. Tip: because the host's cultivation requires divine power, and the current level is an intermediate divine spellcaster, the effect of taking a Spirit Enhancement Pill is, increase the cultivation level by 10%. 1 can increase your cultivation level by 10%, and 3 can directly increase it by 30%. He has been a mid-level spellcaster for more than 10 days. If he takes these 3 spirit-enhancing pills, he will basically be at the peak of a mid-level spellcaster, and may even be able to break through directly to a high-level spellcaster. If he eats more, for example, takes all 30 pills, is it possible for him to break through to the Grandmaster of Divine Spells? After becoming the Master of Divine Spells, the divinity of Pango God can be fully activated. With such a generous reward, how could Machinii resist killing more monsters? It just so happened that the cooling time of Eye of Death was more than 3 hours, so he couldn't wait to set off immediately. In the following time, Machinii and Su Qianran found many revived prehistoric creatures, killed them all, and obtained a large amount of resources. Originally, Machinii had suffered some minor injuries, but because of the nanny's presence, his minor injuries were healed in just a few minutes. At the same time, because he had taken 3 spirit-enhancing pills, his strength was now infinitely close to that of a high-level spellcaster. He had a vague feeling that if he took 1 or 2 more spirit-enhancing pills, he would be able to break through to become a high-level spellcaster. At that time, his title will directly become Senior Spellcaster, Pango, the God of Creation. It's just a pity that they never encountered mid-epic creatures again. Most of the prehistoric creatures were small dragons that were either high quality or had just entered the epic level. Therefore, the spirit enhancement pill that Machinii had been thinking about naturally did not explode. Looking at the increasing amount of food and water in the space ring, Machinii was silent for a while. Mr. Mu, look online. Suddenly, Su Qianran called him. What's going on online? Mucini guessed that the current situation would definitely lead to a lot of comments on the internet. This situation has occurred in every previous normal copy. After all, the end of the world is here, we can't just hold everyone's mouth shut and stop them from speaking, right? It's acid rain in the south of the city. Su Qianran placed her cell phone in front of him. He looked at it immediately. This is a forum about Ganshui City. Damn it, a lot of rats as big as pigs appeared in the west of the city. I just saw a group of rats eat a person to death. The situation in the north of the city isn't much better. I just saw a tiger with wings. It bit off the head of a pedestrian on the road in one bite. I'm so mad. This is the real-life version of a tiger with wings, right? You guys have all planned that. A group of small trudons appeared in the south of the city just now, but before they could eat a few people, they suddenly ran north. We thought we were all safe, but unexpectedly, acid rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Many people had no water to drink, and they thought it was manna from heaven, so they all ran to drink the acid rain. Now I don't know how many people have died. Why are there monsters around you? Why are there nothing here near our East City University town? The one above, there is an Iron Man in the east of our city, he killed all those monsters. Picture.jpg. The picture showed Mucini wearing nano armor, killing several dinosaurs. Fuck, Iron Man is out? Brothers, I have a feeling that the end of the world is coming, and only the strong can survive. Please, God, give me a cheating system. Damn it. When I woke up this morning, all the food was spoiled. There wasn't even a drop of water. I ate a piece of moldy bread and my stomach ached so much. Now I'm still squatting in the toilet. Where is the country? Why doesn't the country come with hot weapons to wipe out these monsters? Don't shout about the country. A friend of mine works in the police department. He told me this morning that all the guns in the police station have been melted. I heard that many hot weapons have been melted on the spot. The thermal weapons have all melted, so how do we deal with these dinosaurs and various monsters? There is no other way but to wait for death. Everyone has their own opinion in the forum, and it is constantly being updated. When Su Qianran saw Mucini's expression, she stretched out her hand and slid it down for a while. Finally, Mucini saw a comment related to them. I saw the acid rain heading towards the east of the city. It feels like it will start to fall in the east of the city in about half an hour. Fortunately, the network has not been disconnected yet, so everyone can send messages online. Acid rain will appear in the east of the city in half an hour? Mucini saw that this comment was posted 29 minutes ago. 29 minutes ago, half an hour later. Isn't it now? Thinking of this, he looked up with emotion and saw the dark clouds floating over from the south of the city. Chapter 191, Stop Pretending, Let Us Get Down to Business. Let's go. Mucini immediately grabbed Su Qianran and ran towards the school. Many pedestrians around also noticed that acid rain was about to hit and quickly hid. Fortunately, Mucini was very strong and he carried Su Qianran back to school in less than 10 minutes. Do you have any storage equipment? Mucini asked after putting her down. No. Su Qianran shook her head. Then don't bring food and water with you. If you're hungry, send me a message and come get me something to eat. Mucini no longer gave her food. At this stage, no one had anything to eat. If other people saw Su Qianran with food in her hand, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Okay. Su Qianran also knew the problem. After eating something and drinking a few gulps of water, she gave all her resources to Mucini. Mucini put it away. See you later, Mr. Mu. She waved at Mucini and turned to walk towards the girls' dormitory. See you soon. Mucini didn't take it seriously. He was just a little afraid of the acid rain. When the acid rain ended, he would still go out hunting. Especially. I don't know which night those two pentacrons and pterosaurs were from. When he returned to the dormitory, he found that his 3 roommates had woken up. Lamu, what were you doing just now? The end of the world is coming, and you still want to go out? When his roommates saw him appear, they quickly pulled him aside and started talking about the doomsday situation. For example, there is nothing to eat or drink. For example, there are monsters everywhere, and even an Iron Man appeared near their East City University town. Not only Iron Man, but also many people who claimed to be superpowers appeared one after another behind Ganshui City, killing those prehistoric creatures everywhere. Muchinii knew about the superpower matter, and he saw it on his mobile phone when he came back just now. Those superpowers are naturally other players in Ganshui City. Those players may have also discovered that killing monsters can drop food, and they couldn't help but go out to hunt prehistoric creatures. Seeing that the players couldn't help themselves, Muchinii also smiled. Although they all took action, he was probably the only player in Ganshui City who could kill epic mid-level creatures. And once he breaks through to become a high-level divine spellcaster, he might be able to slaughter even stronger prehistoric creatures. The pterosaur he killed before was a mid-epic level creature, and it gave him 3 spirit enhancement pills, but he didn't know what the late-stage epic creature would give him. Old Mu, how can you still laugh? We are all starving to death now. One of the roommates saw Muchinii still laughing and couldn't help but collapse with his hands on his forehead. Well, why don't you guys guess what I did when I went out this morning? Muchinii sat on the chair and suddenly raised his hand in front of him. The 3 roommates also saw that a bag appeared in Muchinii's hand. Inside the bag, there was mineral water, bread, and various kinds of biscuits. Fuck, Lao Mu, where did you get the food? The 3 roommates were shocked. Eat, and I'll explain to you after you finish. Muchinii pushed the food in front of the 3 people with a smile on his face. Although the 3 people in front of him are NPCs, these 3 roommates are still of some use to him. After watching the 3 roommates wolfing down their food, he spoke quietly. Actually, my identity is somewhat special, but now that we are in a critical moment, I will stop pretending and reveal my true colors. Actually, I am the Iron Man that was rumored online. What? The 3 roommates were all stunned, and one of them stared at Muchinii closely. Old Mu, you are not kidding us, are you? These foods are obtained by killing those monsters. Muchinii pointed at the garbage bag and said slowly, so, I need you to do me a favor. Help me find the locations of those large dinosaurs on the internet. Fuck, Lao Mu, are you serious about this? Several people were completely dumbfounded. You are afraid that your brother is having a hard life, and you are also afraid that your brother is driving a Land Rover, but in the end your brother becomes a superhero? Is this still the same Muchinii who played games with them 2 nights ago, the one who was both bad at it and loved to play? Okay, I'm not kidding you. Help me find the locations of those monsters on the internet, and then send me messages and addresses. After I kill them, the 4 of us will have food. Muchinii spread his hands and said, if you don't help me, everyone might have nothing to eat, and I will starve to death like you. Of course, it was impossible for him to starve to death. His goal was to take all the relatively powerful prehistoric creatures in Ganshui City into his own hands. If he eats more of that spiritual enhancement pill, he will have a good chance of being promoted to the Grandmaster of Divine Spells within this month. By the way, he looked at his 3 roommates and said in a heavy tone, don't tell anyone about the food in our dormitory. There is too little food. I only have enough for the 4 of us. I can't afford more. Especially you. He looked at the roommate who delivered food to the goddess during the apocalypse of Global Frozen and said in a very oppressive tone, if you let the girls know about this, I will no longer care about you from now on. They were just a group of NPCs. Not to mention ignoring them, he was capable of killing people to silence them. He has a scale in his heart. In his eyes, players are ordinary people, and all NPCs in the dungeon are no different from chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs in his mind. Okay, Lao Mu, we'll help you find it, but it's still raining acid outside. Once the rain stops, I'll go out and kill those beasts. Muchinii explained calmly. The thing he lacks the least now is food. Even if he kills a mosquito, a mouse, or any living creature other than humans, he can get food and water. This also means that almost all combat players have the ability to obtain food. Even among ordinary people, if they have strong physical fitness, they have the opportunity to kill the weakest prehistoric creatures. He closed his eyes as his 3 roommates began to help him search for large prehistoric creatures online. Ding, the cooling time of Death Eye ends. Use Death Eye. Puff. A sharp pain spread throughout the body. The moment Muchinii regained his sight, he saw the future body pick up the axe of creation and chopped it hard on the pterosaur in front of him. The axe sank into the flesh and almost chopped off half of the pterosaur's head. Bing! The pterosaur cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The future body held on to the pterosaur tightly and did not let go. Only then did Muchinii realize where the severe pain just now came from. He lowered his head and saw his bloody left arm. The nano armor on his left arm was also dented a lot, and there was a piece without any metal at all. However, it could be seen that his left arm seemed to have been bitten off, and the severe pain almost made the future body faint from the pain. Chapter 192 Spiritual Jade. Not only that, Mu Qianyi also noticed that half of the wings of the nano armor were torn off, and now he was like a chicken with only one wing. No wonder the future form is holding on to this pterosaur tightly. It seems like if he fell down, he would die instantly. If you drag the pterosaur's body and nano armor will provide a cushion, so at most you will be seriously injured. The man and the dragon fell to the ground. The future body raised his head with difficulty and saw the pentagonal dragon on the ground staring at him hungrily. There was a bleeding wound on the top of the pentagon's head, and it looked like it had no life. But when it saw its enemy, the Pentaceratops was obviously still holding back some anger, waiting to kill the now injured future form. Oh shit! The future body gritted his teeth, and a sphere suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. It was the recruiting ball he had purchased before. The recruitment ball was too expensive, and he had no intention of using it on one of the prehistoric creatures, the pterosaur and the Pentaceratops. But now, if he doesn't turn one of these two monsters into his own, he might die. Once the recruiting ball successfully subdues a creature, the creature's injuries will be instantly healed. After he simply chose between the pterosaur and the Pentaceratops below for a while, he decisively hit the recruiting ball on the pterosaur. Bing! After the pterosaur cried out, its body turned into a white light and disappeared into the recruiting ball in the future body's hand. The future body lost its target and fell to the ground. Come out! He immediately used the recruiting ball to summon the pterosaur. The pterosaur with its body intact appeared right below him and caught him steadily. Ahem! The future body breathed a sigh of relief, then controlled the pterosaur with his mind to fly downwards, and finally flew to Su Qianran's side. At this time, Su Qianran was still several hundred meters away from the Pentaceratops. Given the severity of the Pentaceratops' injuries, it might not be able to catch up and kill them. Mr. Mu, you. Su Qianran was dumbfounded when she saw the bloody future body and the pterosaur carrying it. Didn't we just see a man and a dragon fighting? How come the conflict was turned into friendship all of a sudden? Heal me first, and I'll explain it to you later. The future body got off the pterosaur and limped to Su Qianran. Then, he patted the pterosaur's body and said, after the pentachron dies, take the things that exploded from its body. Bing! The pterosaur cried out, then turned and flew above the pentachron. Seeing this scene, Su Qianran stood there in a daze. Why did this pterosaur suddenly listen to Mu Qianyi so much? But when she caught a glimpse of the bloody body of the future body, she quickly used her healing skills to help the future body recover. The future body also took off his armor and looked in the direction of the pentagon. He was expecting that a few spirit-enhancing pills would drop after the pentagonal dragon died. The Pentaceratops tried to move, but in the end it fell down with a howl, without a breath. The pterosaur pet quickly grabbed all the rewards and brought them to the future body. And Mu Qianyi also saw the reward for killing a pentagonal dragon. A bottle containing 5 spirit enhancement pills, 2 cards, and more than 20 adaptive spirit stones. After he collected all his things, he looked at the 2 cards. When he saw the card, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Heavily Nectar card, the host designates a location and uses this card to summon a freshwater rain with a radius of 100 meters. The rain only lasts for 10 minutes. This thing seems to be of no use? He looked at the second card. Whole Lamb Feast card, specify a location to summon 100 roasted whole lambs. Note, this roasted whole lamb feast only lasts for 3 hours. All the roasted whole lambs that are not eaten within 3 hours will disappear. It seems to be of no use to him. While his left arm was being treated by Su Qianran, he took out his cell phone, took photos of the 2 cards and sent them to Morong Shiner. Both of these cards are similar to team cards, which are not very necessary for a lone wolf like him. This time, Morong Shiner did not reply to him immediately. He was not in a hurry and looked at Su Qianran, who was treating him. Su Qianran's delicate face was full of seriousness at this moment. Her soft and boneless little hands pressed on his left arm, giving him an itchy and warm feeling. He looked at her and had to admit that he had a good eye. This girl was really pretty if he looked closely. No wonder he caught a black carp before. Ding ding. The phone rang with a message from Morong Shiner. He opened the phone and saw the message from the other party. These 2 cards are very useful to me. Can you give them to me? I can maximize the effects of these 2 cards. Future body, I'm so far away from you, how can I give you these 2 cards? Morong Xaner, wait for me. Before the future body could send any more messages, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the player Morong Shiner has sent you a trade request. Do you agree? Oh shit. The future body and Muchini, who was watching the game, were both stunned. Morong Shiner, this is the trading platform that was revealed when we killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now the trading platform is in my possession. Then, she shared the information of the trading platform with the future body. Trading platform, you can choose to trade with one person, and the distance between the trader and you is not limited. Note, you may be an excellent middleman, but it is only applicable in this instance. Good stuff. The future body's eyes lit up. Then he clicked to accept the trade request. Just after accepting the deal, he saw a piece of jade on the trading counter. He checked it immediately. Spirit Jade, a must-have item for breaking through the legendary level. Normal Premium Epic Legend Myth Disaster Universe. This is the last time I'll post it, everyone should have memorized it. What are the essential items for breaking through to the legendary level? The legendary level is linked to the Master of Divine Spells. The future body was a little hesitant when he saw this psychic jade. Morong Shiner, this spiritual jade was also dropped by killing the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition, a lot of spiritual enhancement pills were also dropped, but the number of spiritual enhancement pills is too small and they have basically been used up. No one of us can use this spiritual jade, so I'll give it to you. Future body, no problem. As he spoke, the future body placed 2 cards on top and clicked trade. Soon, the spiritual jade was in his hands. Seeing that this was the key to the breakthrough, he replied to Morong Shiner with satisfaction. Happy transaction, I'll come back to you next time if I find something good. Morong Shiner, no problem. Chapter 193, All the mythical creatures have appeared? After getting the benefit, the future body looked at Su Qianran, who was healing him, and suddenly asked. Su Qianran, did you survive the last dungeon? Su Qianran was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, No, I was bitten to death by a blood-sucking ghost and returned to reality. Oh? The future body asked curiously, how many resurrection coins do you have left? There are still 9 left. Su Qianran's tone was somewhat grateful when she said this. If you hadn't cracked the apocalypse level before, and everyone got 10 resurrection coins, I might be dead now. The future body twitched his lips but didn't say anything. He only had 1 God-given resurrection coin. As for ordinary resurrection coins, the system didn't seem to intend to give it to him at all. After Su Qianran finished treating his arm, she knelt on the ground and helped him treat the movements on his legs. You can sit on the floor. Seeing her movements, the future body gave a hint. It doesn't matter. Su Qianran shook her head, lifted his legs and placed them in front of her body, and began to treat him. About 10 minutes later, when the future body felt that his body had gotten much better, Su Qianran's face in front of him had become extremely pale. The future body stood up refreshed, feeling that he could still fight another pentagon. It feels so good to have a nanny with him. If he were left to recover on his own, it would take him at least 3 or 4 days. Afterwards, he asked Morong Xianer for the sorcerer's practice book, and Su Qianran threw the practice book and 2 adaptive spirit stones to him. These things can help you practice and become a sorcerer. They are your reward. Thank you, Mr. Mu. While Su Qianran was grateful, she also felt a little disappointed. You know, more than 2 months ago, the man in front of her was just her licking dog. But now, their relationship has suddenly changed into that of superiors and subordinates. It can even be said that both her superiors and subordinates are praising her. How could she be qualified to be the subordinate of the number 1 person on Blue Star? Let's go, eat something and rest. We may need you later. The future body dusted himself off and contacted his 3 roommates on his phone. His 3 roommates quickly sent him the area where the next large prehistoric creature appeared in pictures taken by passers-by. However, when his eyes fell on the picture, he was stunned. What's this? This is a green creature that looks like a dragon, with 2 horns on its head, scales on its body, a neck and neck base, shoulders and ribs, a heart and a tail. The moment the future body saw the picture, an existence emerged in his mind. One of the 4 heavenly spirits, the Eastern God, Azure Dragon, etc. Isn't it said that the theme of this Doomsday copy is prehistoric revival? So far, all the resurrected creatures have appeared in history. What is this Azure Dragon? The Azure Dragon is not a mythical creature. Wrong. He narrowed his eyes. In addition to being a mythical creature, the Azure Dragon also once appeared in a book called Classic of Mountains and Seas. In reality, many people have discussed whether the creatures that appear in the book Classic of Mountains and Seas are real. And now, when the image of the Azure Dragon appeared in the picture, he couldn't help but wonder, would those mythical creatures that had appeared in books in ancient China also appear in reality? Thinking of this, the future body, which originally felt that this copy was a bit easy, became serious. The bared teeth were immediately retracted. If all the monsters in the Classic of Mountains and Seas appeared, they would definitely be much stronger than the dinosaurs of the Jurassic period. There wouldn't be any legendary monsters, right? And now this blue dragon. The future body thought about it and decided to have a fight with the green dragon. Now that he is a high-level spellcaster, he doesn't believe that this blue dragon can really kill him. So, he took Su Qianran and walked towards Qinglong's location. In fact, you don't even need to look for it on the map. The place where the Azure Dragon is covered with dark clouds, but because of the limited water resources in this copy, it has been slow to rain. Soon, the future body found the terrifying figure rolling in the dark clouds above the sky. This green dragon is so huge that it gives people an unimaginable sense of oppression. The future body flew up into the sky fearlessly. The wings behind the black wing nano armor have also been naturally restored, allowing the future body to maintain flying status. But when the future body flew into the air, the green dragon turned around, looked at him, and actually spit a mouthful of water at him. Yes, a mouthful of saliva. The future body picked up the axe of creation and was about to split the green dragon's saliva. Bang! After a loud noise. Future body, dead. Mu Qianyi stood up from the chair as if he had come back from the dead. Old Mu, what's wrong with you? The three roommates were startled by his action. It's okay, I'm just taking a walk. Mu Qianyi rubbed his neck, stood up and walked around. The news he received from the future body was very unfriendly to him. The future body apparently took a lot of spirit-enhancing pills and broke through to the level of a high-level spellcaster. But even a high-level spellcaster was killed by Qinglong's spit. How powerful is that blue dragon? If this guy could be subdued. However, this possibility is infinitely close to zero, and the recruiting ball is not invincible. If the invincible can subdue a pet, the Azure Dragon must be at the front. However, what is that green dragon doing in the sky? It seemed that in the death replay, Qinglong did not take the initiative to kill people, but he ran up to give his head, and Qinglong rewarded him with a mouthful of spit. In addition, he must also get the spiritual jade from Morong Shiner. It was still raining acid outside, so he simply turned on his cell phone and looked at the online forum. Not long after, a piece of news appeared on the internet. Kill those monsters to get food and water. This news instantly caused a sensation, and many people began to leave their homes and fight against those prehistoric creatures in order to get food and water. Finally, dead. After many people died, the originally passionate people calmed down. After all, this is a bloody lesson. The scenes of countless deaths were also circulated wildly on the internet. Of course, many people also tagged the official, and the official seemed to understand that this was a doomsday copy, and everything depended on all players. Looking at the comments online, Mu Qianyi had no idea. After all, he is an old man who has experienced 5 doomsdays. Now these things are not enough to cause any fluctuations in his heart. After about 2 hours, the acid rain outside finally went away. His 3 roommates immediately handed him a list of large creatures around them. He glanced at the address above and said to a few people, "Keep me updated with the specific address." After saying that, he put on his clothes and set off. Chapter 194 Breakthrough of Advanced Divine Spellmaster. Wait for me at the East Gate. Okay, Mr. Mu. 10 minutes later. Mu Qianyi and Su Qianran met at the East Gate of Ganzhue University. Mr. Mu, where are we going? Let's go find some small gadgets to satisfy our cravings first. Mu Qianyi glanced at the message on his phone and smiled. In the following time, Mu Qianyi and Su Qianran searched for many prehistoric creatures in Ganzhue City. Fortunately, there were many players taking action at this time, so the attention they received was reduced a lot. In the next 7 or 8 hours, Mu Qianyi killed a total of 3 medium epic creatures, and countless prehistoric creatures of all sizes. At the same time, he also obtained a total of 9 spirit-enhancing pills. After taking 2 pills, he broke through directly to the level of a high-level divine spellcaster. However, after becoming a high-level spellcaster, the effect of the spirit-enhancing pill was greatly reduced. The effect was reduced from 10% to only 8%. In other words, Machinii needs 13 to break through to the half-step Grandmaster level. Of course, after taking 7 spirit enhancement pills, he now only needs 5 pills to break through. He is now stronger than ever before. But at night, when he and Su Qianran passed by an abandoned factory and were about to return to school, the system's voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Ding! Danger is about to appear here, please be careful. Ding! Danger is about to appear here, please be careful. The system prompts this time are completely different from before. Before, it was just a reminder that there was a monster, but this time, it was a direct reminder that there was danger. And why does this place look familiar? Mukini quickly looked around. There was a withered maple tree in the distance, and a piece of construction waste in front of him, which was just some sand. Seeing this scene, his eyes narrowed completely. Isn't this the place where he encountered the Pentachron during the 2 death replays? Before, he thought that the time to kill the Pentagon Dragon might not necessarily be on the first day, but now the scenes before him were laid bare in front of him. He was destined to fight against that pentagonal dragon today. This also proves one thing, that the Azure Dragon in the Classic of Mountains and Seas will also appear tonight? Thinking of this, Mu Qianyi felt a little flustered. Because in the death replay, he didn't know whether Qinglong did anything big tonight. The cooldown of death I will only be available tomorrow at noon. What now? He was in a state of confusion. In the last death replay, he noticed how the Pentachron died. This was because there was a cut on the Pentaceratops' head, but the opponent's stomach was not hurt. But in the previous death replay, the future form attacked the Pentaceratops' stomach. The locations where the future body attacked in the 2 death replays were different. In other words, in the second death replay, the future body relied on his breakthrough to become a high-level divine spellcaster, so he directly chopped off the Pentagon's head instead of choosing the safer method of cutting open the Pentagon's belly. Although this works really well, the future body almost died. If the recruiting ball hadn't been used to subdue the pterosaur, the future body might have died under the iron hoof of the Pentaceratops again. However, it is indeed a waste to use the recruitment ball on the pterosaur. Pterosaur only has mid-epic strength, and it is obvious that he cannot become his good wife later on. The main reason is that recruiting balls is too expensive. More than 10,000 points. He only got 10,000 points for completing the world-destroying doomsday of Time Reversal. So, his mission is to kill both monsters. Wait for me in that building over there. He patted Su Qianran on the shoulder and pointed out a location to her. The following scenes will be very brutal, so children should not watch them. After Su Qianran left, Machinii lay dormant in the sand dunes where he had hidden before his future body, waiting for the pentagonal dragon to appear. At this time, the sky had become completely dark, and the original sand and dust had dissipated a lot. The evening breeze brought a cool feeling, and he couldn't help licking his dry lips. The air is too dry, and drinking lots of water won't help. He lay prone on the sand dune, the nano ring on his hand activated, and layers of black metal armor appeared on his body. After the fight, he cleaned his armor with a bottle of mineral water. When those 5 spirit-enhancing pills explode, he will be able to break through to the half-step legendary level, or to the half-step grandmaster level. The wind stopped. The noisy sounds around suddenly became quiet, as if the world had pressed the pause button. At this time, Mu Qianyi also felt the environment where the future body was located in the first death replay. He knew the exact time when the Pentagon would appear, so he was not in a hurry but waited patiently. Half an hour passed in a long wait. Suddenly, a ball of dust appeared on the sand in front of him. Mu Qianyi's eyes narrowed. Now he seemed to know why the future body changed its strategy last time. So far, he has had 2 death eyes related to this dungeon. In the first eye of death, the future body did not understand what the prehistoric creature that appeared in the dust was, so he did not act rashly. He only took action after the Pentaceratops revealed its true face. But in the second eye of death, the future body knew that the creature that appeared was a Pentaceratops, and he also knew the exact reason why the Pentaceratops appeared, so he attacked directly and smashed the Pentaceratops on the head with an axe, intending to kill it with one blow. Obviously, the second future body failed and was seriously injured, which forced it to use the recruiting ball. This time, he intends to continue the plan of the first future body. Just as he was thinking about a lot of things, the earth began to shake. At the same time, clouds of smoke and dust appeared in front of him. When the dust settled, the ferocious head of the Pentaceratops appeared in front of him. The Pentagon also walked towards the direction where Mu Qianyi was hiding according to the scene in the first death replay. Fuck! Mu Qianyi took action. He turned around and glided to the Pentaceratops' abdomen, cut open its belly with an axe, and then without even looking, he rolled to the side and easily avoided the Pentaceratops' hind hoof attack. Then he casually chopped the opponent's butt, and the wings behind him carried him into the sky. Roar! The Pentaceratops screamed, and its internal organs fell to the ground. When it wanted to cause trouble for Mukini again, Mukini had already flown to a height of 70 or 80 meters. After flying high in the sky, Mukini closed his eyes, and the first death replay appeared in his mind, where the pterosaur appeared and captured the future body. The wind was so loud around him and there was too much noise in the sky that he couldn't use his ears to determine the pterosaur's position. Chapter 195 Breakthrough to Half-Step Grandmaster. Wait until the time you calculated in your mind is almost right. Mukini turned the axe of creation in his right hand, turned around and chopped it down fiercely. Puff! The axe, which had been accumulating power for a long time, flew out like lightning and chopped hard on the head of the pterosaur that was about to launch a sneak attack on Mukini. Boom! The pterosaur screamed and its huge body fell to the ground. Mukini followed closely behind, and the axe of creation returned to his hand after spinning in the sky for a while. He controlled the axe of creation and threw it at the pterosaur below again. Puff! This time, the pterosaur did not scream, but exploded directly, turning into several glowing trophies. Mukini quickly flew to the place where the pterosaur landed and put all the spoils into the space ring. Then he looked in the direction of the Pentagon. When the Pentacron saw its enemy, it roared and rushed towards him. He flew up again and watched coldly from the sky as the Pentagon slowly lost too much blood and eventually died. This time, he wanted to kill these two dinosaurs alone without any damage. These two dragons consumed two of his death Icines. If he couldn't kill them alone without taking any damage, he would just die. The Pentacron finally fell to the ground with a wail of unwillingness, and the spoils exploded. Mukini flew down and looted all the spoils. Seeing the two familiar cards, he breathed a sigh of relief, took a photo of it and sent it to Morong Shiner. Just as he was about to go look for Su Qianran, his ears suddenly moved. A subtle voice reached his ears. Who? He threw the axe directly at a hidden building in the distance. The piece of sand exploded instantly, and the axe of creation flew back into his hand. Shepherd God, spare my life. The owners of the two figures ran out from behind the sand, covered in dust, and raised their hands. Seeing the two of them, Mukini narrowed his eyes. He really has no influence on these two people. In the first two death replays, the future body was injured and did not notice that there were two people spying on him. And this time, because he was uninjured, he did not relax his body's vigilance, and any movement around him could not escape his ears. In other words, in the previous two death replays, these two guys saw all the actions of the future body? Do you know me? Mukini looked at the two of them coldly. They had just called him Mustang, which also represented their identities as players. As a player, it is unrealistic to kill them in the game because they all have some resurrection coins. But in reality, there was a murderous gleam in his eyes. In reality, he is the swordsman of Blue Star, the invincible existence of Blue Star. The two men seemed to be brothers, and they looked somewhat similar. The older brother quickly spoke. Shepherd, we are players. We came here before you arrived. Just now our system reminded us that there is danger here, so the two brothers plan to see what kind of monster will appear. If we can deal with it, we will kill it. If not, we will hide and wait for the enemy to leave. But we didn't expect you to show up. After hearing his explanation, Mukini thought about it. Seeing Mukini start to ponder, the elder brother immediately added. Shepherd, we didn't expect this monster to be so powerful. Fortunately, you showed up and killed them all. Otherwise, my brother and I would be in great danger. As he said this, he forced his brother to kneel down and thank him. Scales of judgment, what is the probability that these two people have ill intentions towards me? Mukini asked the scales of judgment in his heart. This question is also very important. If these two brothers had ill intentions towards him, he would not just kill them in the dungeon. Taiping began to move, and the little angel quickly flew to the highest point, while the little devil fell to the bottom. This also shows that the two people have great malice towards him. He smiled at the prediction of the scales of judgment. You guys go. He looked at the two of them with a smile. After thanking him again, the two turned and left. By the way, what are your names? Mukini suddenly called out to the two of them. The two men turned around tremblingly, and the older brother was about to speak. It's better to tell the truth. I can clearly tell whether others are lying in front of me. Mu Chini said coldly. Hearing this, the elder brother trembled and whispered. Shepherd, my name is Inashita Fujino, and my brother is Inashita Hideyoshi. It turned out to be the Japs. Mu Chini now finally understood why these two guys were so malicious towards him. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. Then go to hell. He threw the axe directly. Shepherd, we are international friends. If you treat international friends like this, we will report it to your country's officials after we leave. Fujino in the well shouted hurriedly. My friend, you are next door. Mukinyi's body flashed in front of the two men like a phantom, and with an axe in hand, he chopped off the heads of both men. After the two died, several adaptive spirit stones and 2 bottles of leftover mineral water exploded from their bodies. Muchinii was too lazy to take the 2 bottles of water, and he put a few adaptive spirit stones into his pocket. Ding ding! Just at this time, Morong Shiner's message was sent to him. He glanced at his phone and replied. In the end, he successfully made a deal with Morong Shiner and obtained the spiritual jade. Just now he saw that after killing the pterosaur, 3 spirit-enhancing pills appeared. Now he needs about 10 more spirit-enhancing pills, and then he can make a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level with the help of the spiritual jade. After taking all 8 spirit enhancement pills, he also discovered the effect of the spirit enhancement pills. 5 spirit enhancement pills helped him break through to the half-step Grandmaster level, and 3 spirit enhancement pills helped him improve his cultivation by 15%. His current cultivation level is half-step to Grandmaster, which means that 1 spiritual pill can increase his cultivation level by 5%. This is simply cutting it in half. It also means that he needs to take 17 more spiritual enhancement pills to break through to the Grandmaster level. After taking these 17 spirit-enhancing pills, his body became basically immune to them. Because the maximum number of pills that can be taken is 30. After learning about his current condition, he pinched his muscles. After becoming a half-step Grandmaster, he has now indirectly become a half-step Legendary. If he knew the danger behind this copy, he would have thought that this copy was a kind of newbie reward. They are so friendly to players like them. After finding nothing, he came to where Su Qianran was hiding. Mr. Mu, are you hurt? Su Qianran asked hurriedly. No, let's go back to school first. Mu Chini already knew that the green dragon had appeared above Ganshui City. The question he had to think about now was whether this green dragon was an enemy or a friend, and whether it would actively attack people. Chapter 196: The world's first kill of a Grandmaster level creature. No one knows whether the green dragon will kill people. In the last death replay, the future body took the initiative to provoke the other party, and then the green dragon killed him. After returning to school, Mu Chini returned to the dormitory carrying a bag of food. Did the Azure Dragon hurt anyone? He asked decisively. Yes. A roommate said while wolfing down his food, this blue dragon appeared in the underground of the city center. It didn't kill anyone when it appeared, but I heard from people in the city center that the blue dragon would suddenly attack and hurt people after people with special abilities killed those monsters. After killing the prehistoric creature, will Qinglong take action? Muchinii fell into deep thought. What if the Azure Dragon flew into the air and its domain occupied the entire Ganshui city? Wouldn't that mean that no one would be able to kill the prehistoric creatures? If they don't kill those prehistoric creatures, do they just let them kill them, the humans? Things shouldn't be that simple. But when he thought that after Qinglong occupied the entire Ganshui city, he would monitor all players and would not allow any players to kill those prehistoric creatures, he could no longer sit still. If he wants to break through to the Grandmaster level, he needs 17 spirit enhancement pills, but killing a mid-level epic creature only gives him 3, while killing a late-level epic creature gives him 5. This means he has to kill 6 epic mid-level creatures. No, he still has to go out and hunt prehistoric creatures. So he only rested for half an hour and left the dormitory under the cover of night. However, it seemed that things were not going his way. After leaving school, he searched around the university town again and again, but could not find even the weakest prehistoric creature. At the same time, he also saw the sky above the city center in the distance. In other words, the sky above the entire Ganshui city is now covered by thunderclouds. Deafening thunder roared and flashes of lightning appeared before his eyes from time to time. In the sky above the dark clouds, a dragon shape flashed from time to time. Every time the lightning flashed, people in the whole Ganshui city could see the dragon shape in the sky. Seeing this scene, Mu Chini narrowed his eyes. Should I leave Ganshui city? Thinking of this, he turned on his mobile phone and looked at the regional forums on his phone. Including on the player's exclusive software, many players were discussing that a huge monster had appeared in the sky above their city. A giant turtle appeared in the sky above the capital, which was the black tortoise of the four heavenly spirits. The vermilion bird and the white tiger also appear in some cities. In addition to the four great heavenly spirits, huge monsters appeared in the skies over almost all first and second tier cities. No one knew what these monsters were doing, but they were twisting seductively in the sky. There are also players in the suburbs, but they are also having a miserable time. There are so many prehistoric creatures in the suburbs. The most important thing is, some players analyzed that the explosion rate of prehistoric creatures in the suburbs is extremely low. Take the soul-enhancing pill for example. When you kill prehistoric creatures in the city, a mid-epic prehistoric creature will steadily drop 3 soul-enhancing pills after its death. But in the suburbs, after a mid-epic prehistoric creature dies, there is only a 50% chance of dropping a spirit-enhancing pill. The amount of food and water exploded is the same, but the amount of things like adaptive spirit stones and spirit-enhancing pills that explode when killing prehistoric creatures in the suburbs is far less than the amount that explodes when killing prehistoric creatures in the city. Of course, this city does not refer to all cities. Instead, it refers to a city with guardian gods such as the blue dragon and white tiger in the sky. If there were no terrifying existences in the sky, all other cities would be classified as suburbs. After Muchini learned the news on the internet, he began to think about it. Why don't you go outdoors by yourself? After all, the blue dragon in the city does not allow all players to hunt monsters. Although the wild is more dangerous and the explosion rate is particularly low, fortunately he can kill monsters infinitely. As for the blue dragon in the sky of Ganshui City, wait until his master comes back to deal with it. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to wait for the Eye of Death tomorrow. The Eye of Death will probably recover at around 1 p.m., and he will need to wait until 1 p.m. tomorrow. After making up his mind, he went straight back to his dormitory and waited for time to pass. As night fell, many people in Ganshui City were hungry, while others were looking eagerly at the blue dragon in the sky, hoping that it would bring heavy rain. It's only the first day, and many people are already starving. Muchini had no intention of helping others. In this way, the first day of the copy time was spent in long hunger for countless ordinary people on Blue Star. But in the early morning of the next day, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of all the players. Ding, Chinese player Morong Shiner killed a master-level creature and obtained Fury, global rainfall for 1 day. Ding, Chinese player Morong Shiner killed a master-level creature. Mukan E was stunned. Players all over Asia were stunned. Tick. A drop of rain suddenly fell, and as this drop of rain fell, heavy rain began to pour down from the sky. When countless ordinary people in Ganshui City saw this scene, they rushed out of the room like crazy. Some of them took basins to catch water, and some of them ran directly under the rain with their mouths wide open, completely ignoring their wet bodies. Muchini looked at the heavy rain outside the window, took out his phone and sent a message to Morong Shiner. What's going on? A few seconds later, Morong Shiner replied to him. We killed the monster floating above the capital, sacrificing many players. By the way, some things popped up when we killed this creature. See if you need anything. Afterwards, Morong Shiner sent him a trade request. Muchini naturally agreed. And then, he saw several pictures sent to him by Morong Shiner. The first thing to be affected is a spiritual stone that exudes a special appearance. Infinite Spirit Stone. This spirit stone contains a huge amount of adaptive energy. Tip: this spirit stone can be used by a divine spellmaster for 6 months of cultivation. It can help the magician to practice for 6 months, while ordinary adaptive spirit stones can only help him practice for 1 day. In comparison, this stone is equivalent to 180 adaptive spirit stones. Then he turned his gaze to the second object. Unknown creature's flesh and blood. One of the key items in the dungeon, a piece of flesh and blood whose function is unknown. Can you try to eat it? One of the key items in the copy. Muchini narrowed his eyes slightly. The key item of the copy turned out to be a piece of flesh and blood? And it exploded when a master-level creature in the sky was killed. In addition to flesh and blood and infinite spirit stones, he looked at the third thing. The third thing is a key. Key to the end key item in the dungeon, one of the keys to open the gate to the end. Note, after you use this key, you cannot use the resurrection coin. Chapter 197 Death Replay, Quantity Limit. Resurrection coins cannot be used. However, this is also a key item that has no side effects on Muchini. He doesn't have any resurrection coins, and the God-given resurrection coins are not restricted by this thing. After thinking about it, he decided to take the last two items and left the infinite spirit stones to Morong Shinner. Morong Shinner also agreed. In her opinion, cracking copies has always been Muchini's strong point. Morong Xaner, if you need us, feel free to ask. Muchini, okay. After finishing the chat, he took out a key that was emitting a faint glow, and a piece of lean meat that had no blood on it and seemed to have been washed clean. Would you like to try it? In the end, he gave up this suicidal idea. There was a sound of rain outside the window. He sat on his bed in the dormitory and gradually fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, the dust outside was almost gone, but the heavy rain still did not stop. The rain will continue for a day. However, although everyone has drinks, food is still a thorn in the heads of ordinary people. Many people are still hungry. Except for those players who are playing in groups, most people have not eaten for a day. This doomsday will result in food shortages similar to the one seen in Global Frozen. After Muchini put on his clothes, he started browsing on his phone. Because today is the first day, many players who have the ability to hunt prehistoric creatures did not take action, but chose to wait and see. As long as a player takes action and the green dragon in the sky does not attack him, all players will choose to hunt those monsters to obtain supplies. No one took action, so Muchini naturally wouldn't take action either. All the players were not in a hurry, but Muchini's roommate was. When his roommates asked him why he didn't go out, he told several people about the Qinglong murder. When they heard this, their expressions turned bitter. Muchini is the only person in the dormitory who can deal with those creatures and obtain supplies. If even Muchini can't do it, then no one can do it. No players made a move all morning, and many players became restless. Because not all players get enough food on the first day like Muchini. Muchini had nothing to do, so he went outside and used rainwater to wash the bloodstains on the nano armor. Ding, the cooling time of death ends. The prompt sound of the Eye of Death appeared in Muchini's mind. He closed his eyes and said to himself, "Open the Eye of Death." Guliulu, Garulu. It seemed like the sound of bubbles was heard in front of him, and when Muchini regained his sight, he saw a 3-meter-tall super toad right in front of his face. This super big toad seemed to be sleeping, and the future body had already come in front of the super toad with the axe of creation in his hand. The future body moved lightly and quietly and finally arrived in front of the toad. Cut. The axe of creation fell down fiercely. Puff. Green blood splattered, all splashing onto the nano armor of the future body. The future body wiped the blood off his face, stepped forward, raised the axe of creation again, and chopped at the toad with one axe after another. He didn't relax until the toad in front of him turned into several streams of light and then into relics. The future body did not pick up the things on the ground directly. Instead, he took out a rag, dipped it in mineral water, wiped the bloodstains on the nano armor, and then walked to the toad to see what exploded out of it. However, after seeing that there was only an adaptive spirit stone and some food information on the ground, he sighed in disappointment. Mr. Mu, did this monster explode anything? At this time, Su Qianran, the wet nurse, popped her head out and asked curiously. No. The future body looked up at the dim sky and frowned. It's getting late. It seems that we can't break through to the Grandmaster level today. Let us go back to the city quickly. Good. The two of them simply dealt with the exploded items and left. Mr. Mu, we haven't used up our limit for today. Do you want to go into the city later? Su Qianran followed behind him and asked in a low voice. I have to use it. The future body pinched his neck and said, what a pity, even if I get today's reward, I'm still a little short. If he still cannot become a master, he will have to ask Morong Shinner for the spirit-enhancing elixir. Muchini, who was watching the battle, felt strange. What number limit? But as time passed, he learned the details of the matter from the conversation between the future body and Su Qianran. It turns out that the green dragon guarding the sky above Ganshui City is not there to mindlessly kill players. Instead, once a player kills 2 prehistoric creatures in the city within one day, the green dragon will take action. Therefore, each person has a quantity limit of killing only 1 prehistoric creature per day. Once this number is exceeded, the death condition will be triggered. Of course, if you choose to leave Ganshui City and hunt in the suburbs, this restriction will not exist. After all, the suburbs are dangerous and the drop rate is ridiculously low. After receiving this information, the future body and Su Qianran left the city during the day, hunted in the suburbs, returned to the city at night, killed a limited number of monsters, and then lived in a rental house. In order to facilitate daily movements, the future body and Su Qianran lived in a rental house near Ganshui University. This rental house was where Su Qianran usually lived when he went out to play. But in the previous 2 years of Mu Qianyi's career as a dog bootlicker, he never knew that Su Qianran had such a rental house. After the two returned to the city, the future body killed an epic monster and then returned to the rental house with Su Qianran. This is actually also a kind of quantity limit, because the limit on killing a prehistoric creature, although it is for each person, but when killing this prehistoric creature, this person must output 70% of the damage. The situation where the future body controls a living creature and then lets Su Qianran kill it cannot occur. Otherwise, the future body will directly take advantage of the quantity limit of everyone in the school. At present, Su Qianran does not have the ability to fight against a prehistoric creature, so the future body has set a limit on its own number today. After returning to the rental house, the future body didn't even look at the beautiful Su Qianran. He just washed his body and went back to his bedroom to practice. Women would only affect the speed at which he could draw his sword. Moreover, he had already been cheated by a woman once, how could he fall into it again? The day passed quickly. The next morning, the future body took Su Qianran out hunting. Chapter 198, Successive Failures. Mu Qianyi, who was watching the game, also knew the time the future body was in through the system prompts. The 5th day in the game copy. But in reality, he had only arrived at the 2nd day of the game copy. It is said that players figured out the quantity limit on the 3rd day of the dungeon. This also resulted in the 2nd day in the game being wasted. The future body and Su Qianran were hunting prehistoric creatures outside again, and almost all the cultivation resources belonged exclusively to the future body. The future body got all the cultivation resources, and Su Qianran didn't even have any objection. However, the future body would occasionally leave a tiny bit of resources to Su Qianran, allowing him to practice the sorcerer's cultivation system. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after killing a prehistoric creature and obtaining a spirit-enhancing pill, that the future body finally obtained the last bit of resources to break through to the Grandmaster level. Without further delay, he directly took out the spirit enhancement pill and the spirit jade given to him by Morong Shiner. The future body first swallowed all the spirit-enhancing pills. After feeling the surging and restless cultivation in his body, he suppressed his excited heart and trembling hands, and resolutely chose to break through. The spiritual jade turned into a wisp of white smoke and penetrated into the center of his eyebrows. He felt the spiritual energy in his body and began to communicate with the god Pangu. The aura around heaven and earth began to flow into his body. At this moment, he was only one step away from the legendary level. Boo! A shattering sound was heard. As someone who felt the same way, Mu Qianyi felt that this breakthrough seemed to be missing something. In short, it's a feeling of being unable to breathe. This also led to the complete failure of the breakthrough of the future body. Wow! The future body spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and rolled his eyes. Dead. Why did the breakthrough fail? After Mu Qianyi took over his real body again, he couldn't help but frown and think. What exactly causes that feeling of being out of breath? Is it because the divine power in the body is not enough to break through to the Grandmaster level? But that was clearly not the case. When he was breaking through just now, he clearly felt that the divine power in his body was about to overflow. It was the kind that almost burst his body. There was absolutely no way that it was caused by lack of divine power. But he turned on his phone and directly sent the quantity limit rule message to Morong Shiner. But after he finished posting it, he laughed. Because this is totally unnecessary, the master-level prehistoric creature in the sky on Morong Shiner's side has been eliminated. After finishing the chat, Mu Qianyi called Su Qianran on the phone. 10 minutes later, he and Su Qianran moved into Su Qianran's rental house. Time is very tight. Let's deal with the limited number of creatures first, and then go to the suburbs. After he briefly explained the relationship between the number limit and Su Qianran, the two first killed a half-step legendary prehistoric creature in the city, and then left the city to deal with the creature in the suburbs. The rest of the situation was much simpler. Mu Qianyi spent an entire afternoon and obtained about 10 spirit-enhancing pills. At this rate, maybe I can try to break through to the Grandmaster level tomorrow. However, the scene of the future body's failed breakthrough is still vivid in my mind. Mu Qianyi even wondered if it was because there were too few spiritual jades? Does it require 2 spiritual jades to break through to the Grandmaster level? So on the 3rd day of the copy time, they left Ganshui City again and went hunting outside. I don't know if it was God's blessing, but when I killed a half-step legendary monster, a spiritual jade really dropped. At noon they returned to Ganshui City, and after killing a prehistoric creature in the city, the cooling time of the Eye of Death ended. Mu Qianyi once again started a new death replay. Will we be able to break through successfully this time? The future body murmured something, then took out 2 spiritual jades and an excess of spiritual enhancement pills and placed them in front of him. In order to prevent any accidents, the future body even took out a lot of adaptive spirit stones and placed them in front of himself to prevent himself from running out of spiritual power. After everything was ready, he started to break through to the Grandmaster level again. This time, Mu Qianyi, who was watching the battle, held his breath and concentrated his attention on feeling the physical changes of his future body. The price of failure to break through is death, which is a very unacceptable price. However, when the future body began to break through, that familiar feeling of suffocation came again. The adaptive spirit stone under his feet did not change, and he did not even need to take more spirit enhancement pills. In fact, only one of the 2 spiritual jades drilled into his forehead. I still feel like I can't catch my breath. This time, Mu Qianyi felt deeply that it seemed that his future body was still lacking something, causing his Grandmaster realm to be not tolerated by this world. What caused this? Wow! After failing to break through again, the future body spat out a mouthful of blood. So, future body, dead. The Eye of Death ended very hastily, but this death replay told Mu Qianyi something. Even though he had everything ready, there was still something missing. What's missing? Mu Qianyi felt like he was going crazy. This feeling of being fully prepared but still unable to break through was really uncomfortable. This is no different from the feeling of an obsessive-compulsive patient looking at the tools that are not neatly arranged in front of him, but his hands and feet are tied up and it is useless to do anything. What is the reason? He stroked his neck. The continuous failures made him afraid to break through. For a moment, he couldn't find the reason why he couldn't break through, and even using the Eye of Death was of no use. Because he doesn't know how to break through, it means that the future body in the Eye of Death doesn't know how to break through either. But now that it has come to this, he has made up his mind. That means just stay alive. If the future body survives the next death replay, will he have a chance to know why he has not been able to break through to the Grandmaster level? And although his speed is far ahead of the main group, this also means that he is the pioneer of all mankind, and he himself will even open up a new path of advancement for all mankind. If he makes a breakthrough in the future, even all human players will be following the path he has opened up. This is the frustration of the pioneers. Without the Eye of Death, he would have no room for error. There was no way he could make a breakthrough in a short period of time, so he can only focus on collecting resources. Since he couldn't break through in a short period of time, he could only collect resources that could theoretically allow him to break through to the Grandmaster level. As for the detailed breakthrough, we will wait for tomorrow's death replay to see what happened to the future body that lived for a long time. In this way, Mu Qianyi collected resources for a day. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, the cooling time of death I was restored again. And today is the 3rd day of this copy. Chapter 199. The door to the end opens. Open the Eye of Death. Roar! The green dragon in the sky roared angrily and then began to twist violently in the sky. When Mu Qianyi regained his vision, he noticed that the future body had run to the window and looked up at the restlessly twisting green dragon in the sky. It was daytime at this time, and the shape of the green dragon appeared in front of all the humans in Ganshui City. The azure dragon's huge body is majestic and terrifying. At this moment, Qinglong's eyes were emitting a bright beam of light, which shot towards the central plains of China. The beam of light was so long that the human eye could not see its end. Bite! The system's prompt sound suddenly rang in the ears of all players. The gate of the end has been opened, all players please go there as soon as possible. The door to the end opens? The future body took out the key to the copy from the space ring in confusion. At the same time, on the phone, Morong Shiner sent him a message. The gate of the end is in the desert of the Central Plains. We are going there. Do you want to come? When you get there, take me with you. After the future body sent this sentence, it initiated a transaction request with the other party and sent the daddy calling technique horn to Morong Shiner's hands. When Morong Shiner and others arrive at the gate of the end, they can call him over through this loudspeaker. After explaining all this, he looked towards the motionless blue dragon in the sky. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He took out the recruiting ball and threw it towards Qinglong's position. The air thousands of miles in the sky seemed to begin to distort. And a dazzling white light emanated from the entire Qinglong. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the huge green dragon suddenly transformed and disappeared. This scene directly shocked countless audiences. What happened to the kidney? In addition, the future body received a message from the recruitment ball at this time. Ding, successfully recruited the mythical creature, Azure Dragon. Upon receiving this news, the future body clenched his fists excitedly. Even Muchini, who was watching the battle, gasped. Is this a successful recruitment? Later he discovered that the reason he was able to recruit successfully was because the green dragon was unable to move at all. Just now it was performing a ritual to open the door to the end, allowing the future body to take advantage of the opportunity to enter and put it in its pocket. Looking at the green dragon swimming in the air in the recruiting ball, the future body licked his lips. This is the Azure Dragon. Just keep a pet, the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 heavenly spirits. The disappearance of the Azure Dragon in the sky also caused everyone around to start talking. Of course, in the eyes of most people, Qinglong simply left. I am afraid that many people would never think that Qinglong would be collected as a pet by the future body. After obtaining the Azure Dragon, the future body began to wait patiently for news from Morong Shinner. About 8 hours passed. The future body was having dinner with Su Qianran, but a ray of light suddenly appeared and wrapped around his body. And he immediately knew that this light was the light of transmission. The dad calling technique worked. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Morong Shinner standing in front of him, Lai Wenji beside Morong Shinner, and many players from the Chinese Doomsday Administration whom he met in the previous copy. Seeing these players, Mu Chini raised his hand and greeted everyone. The staff of the administration were also very excited to see their idol again. Where is the gate to the end? The future body looked at Morong Shinner. There. Morong Shinner turned around and pointed him in a direction. The future body noticed that there was an oasis at the location Morong Shinner pointed to. Originally, the oasis was not worthy of being too surprising, but in this copy, all the plants were gradually withering, and he had not seen green plants for a long time. And yet, in this arid place where plants should not appear, there appeared an oasis that should not exist in this doomsday. The future body frowned. Is the gate of the end here? The opening of the gate of the end is related to all the legendary creatures in the sky. Morong Shinner explained, all the legendary creatures in the sky will not harm humans casually. The purpose of their appearance is to open the gate of the end today, which is the 10th day of the dungeon time. We just checked. The gate of the end can be opened in advance only with the key in your hand. There is no other way to open it in advance. We can only wait for all the legendary creatures to work together to open it today. What is the meaning of these mythical creatures opening the gate to the end? The future body narrowed his eyes. Has anyone been in there? Have. Morong Shinner nodded. We have sent a vanguard team into the end gate, but after they entered, the end gate closed directly. Now it seems that the end gate can only allow 9 people to enter. Once 9 people enter, the end gate will automatically close. Is the end gate closed now? The future body asked. Yes. Morong Xaner was also a little puzzled at this time. If we knew there was a limit on the number of people, we wouldn't have allowed only the 9 vanguards to enter. Just as they were discussing, a shout came from the direction of the oasis. Director, Deputy Director, the gate to the end is open. What? Morong Shinner and others were a little surprised. Wouldn't it be better to go over and take a look and find out what's going on? The future body said, and took the lead to walk towards the oasis. When they got closer, the future body and Muchini, who was watching the battle, saw a huge stone gate running horizontally in the middle of the oasis. This stone gate is very strange. Looking from the front, you can see the dark, bottomless world inside the stone gate. But looking from the back of the stone gate, you can only see a lot of white stones piled up, like a simple stone gate. This stone gate is only about 2 meters wide. This is the legendary gate of the end. Has the vanguard come out? Morong Shinner also followed him to the gate of the end and asked the people around her. No, but there is blood on the ground ahead. A staff member pointed to a pool of blood in the middle of the stone gate. At this time, the future body followed the direction pointed by the other party and looked at the world inside the stone gate, and there was a pool of black blood. The black color of the bloodstain indicates that it has been exposed to the air for a long time, and the oxidation of the blood has caused the red blood cells inside to rupture and die. It seems that this bloodstain has been here for a long time. How long has the vanguard been in there? Asked the future body. Less than 10 minutes. The staff member nearby knew that he was the famous Machinii and quickly explained. Chapter 200 Time is messed up? Was this bloodstain there before they entered? The future body continued to ask. No. The staff member said immediately, before they entered this stone gate, there was no bloodstain at all. As he spoke, he quickly took out a tablet and placed it in front of the future body. What the future body saw inside the tablet was a picture of the stone gate taken from the front. However, there was no bloodstain inside this stone gate. The staff member said with a trembling voice. This is the picture taken 5 minutes ago before the Vanguard team entered. 5 minutes ago, there was no black bloodstain inside the stone gate. Based on that black bloodstain, we discovered that this bloodstain may also be 5 years. In other words, this bloodstain is from 5 years ago. But 5 minutes ago, there was no bloodstain. Hearing this, everyone except the future body gasped. Even though everyone has seen many storms and waves, no one can remain calm when faced with such a strange thing. The future entity said with great interest. It seems that the time inside this end gate is messed up. Our Vanguard must have been wiped out, otherwise this end gate would not have closed directly. After hearing the future body's calm words, the nervous feeling of the people around them faded a lot. Yes, this guy is the big guy who cracked the world-destroying doomsday situation. It's just a gate to the end of the world. To crack it is as easy as an old lady blowing her nose or pinching something with her hands, right? What ideas do you have? Morong Shinner asked. I'll go in and see what's going on in here. The future body said calmly, and then raised his foot to walk inside. People around? Is the number one person on Blue Star so brave? Even Morong Shinner and others were shocked. How about we think about it carefully and decide whether to go in or not? Morong Shinner asked tentatively. No, you all wait here for me, I'll be out soon. The future body waved to the few people and walked straight into the stone gate. Ding, the host has detected the gate of the end. Do you want to enter? Warning! Warning! Once you enter the gate of the end, you will drop 10 resurrection coins if you die. The future body ignored the warning and stepped directly into the stone gate. The moment he entered the gate of the end, a cold wind swept through his body, making him shiver involuntarily. Where does this cold wind come from? He folded his arms and began to look around. Warning, warning! The time flow rate in this area is 525,600 times faster. Please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. Warning, warning! The time flow rate in this area is 525,600 times faster. Please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. The system alarm suddenly sounded in my mind. Time flows 525,600 times faster? The future body blinked. He had previously thought it was a time disorder, similar to the situation inside the two-dimensional foil in the first stage of the time reversal copy. Unexpectedly, it turns out that time simply flows faster here. No wonder those people's blood turned black just 5 minutes after entering the gate of the end. 525,600 times, which means 1 minute is equal to 1 year. The human lifespan is 80 years, and he is only 21 years old now, so he can only stay here for an hour before he dies of old age? However, the future body did not panic, but took out the recruiting ball. Before releasing Qinglong, he looked back at the world outside the stone gate. At this moment, time outside the stone gate seems to be forbidden. Almost all players still maintain their original actions. Seeing this, the future body also discovered the reason at the first time. He has lost the chance to return to the outside world. Once you enter this gate to the end, there is no way to leave. Come out, Shenlong. So, he directly summoned the Azure Dragon into the gate of the end. Qinglong's huge body was instantly squeezed into this huge dark world. Because the Azure Dragon exudes a sacred light, the future body can also see the picture of the world inside the gate of the end through the light emitted by the Azure Dragon's body. What he saw was an unfathomable abyss not far in front of him. He only needed to take 2 steps forward and kick the stone at his feet, and the stone would fall into the endless abyss. It took a full 2 minutes before a response came out. In other words, it takes 1 minute for the stone to fall. It's so deep, is there any other exit here? He looked around. Human, how come we are inside the end gate? At this time, Qinglong, who appeared here, suddenly asked the future body. You opened the gate to the end, so we must come in and take a look. The future body spread his hands. We opened the gate of the end? Qinglong's tone was a little strange. How could I open the gate of the end? The gate of the end is a passage connecting to hell. As the guardian of Blue Star, how could I open it? The future body was also surprised to hear Qinglong's words, which did not seem false. You don't remember what you did? He asked. The gate of the end was basically opened by all the mythical creatures working together. Now Qinglong told him that he didn't know what was going on? In order to let Qinglong know what he had done, the future body took out his mobile phone and placed a picture from the internet that showed Qinglong cooperating to open the gate of the end in front of Qinglong. No, this is impossible. Qinglong immediately shook his head. This should be my evil body, it can't be my real body. My real body has been sleeping in the mythical tree. Future body. Or you can guess where I recruited you from? I can tell you for sure that the Azure Dragon in this picture is you, the dragon. It is you who cooperated with the other 3 heavenly spirits and many Chinese mythological creatures to open this gate to the end. When the future body speaks, it feels like its voice is becoming more and more mature. As if he thought of something, he picked up his cell phone. Then he noticed that the face of an unkempt middle-aged man was reflected in the turned-off phone. However, from the familiar features on this uncle's face, it can be seen that this uncle is his future self. Well, Lao Long, if you don't think of a solution, we're going to die here together. He spoke to Qinglong. After entering the gate of the end, the flow of time will increase, but for an immortal creature like me, there is no side effect. Damn, how did you get so old? As Qinglong was speaking, he suddenly realized that his future body had aged several years. Its tone couldn't help but become panicked. If you die, won't I, the old dragon, be buried with you? That may be the case. The future body nodded, and the recruiting ball set up the rule of Master Dai Servant in order to allow the recruited creatures to protect him with peace of mind. Once the future body dies, Qinglong will be buried with him.